Family, I a level 43 soul master, applied to be a teacher at Shrek Academy, and my monthly salary is just 1 gold soul coin. When I met with the ShrekSeven monsters and wanted to take a disciple, I was ridiculed. As a result, Zhu Zhuqing accepted me as her master, and I leveled up 6 times, with my 4th soul ring becoming 10,000 years old. Later, I made Dai Mubai apologize, but he refused. When I made my move, the whole place was stunned. Let me tell you, the scene at that moment was simply unbelievable. Purple, 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 black. A genuine Tintasanir soul ring just duong rose from beneath my feet, and the entire venue fell silent. Who understands, family? Just a second ago, those so-called geniuses who were pointing fingers and laughing at my lack of skill, the next second, their jaws dropped to the ground and couldn't pick them up. Especially that guy named Tang San. His eyes were as wide as copper bells. Probably his worldview collapsed. It was truly exhilarating, but this matter has to start from when I first entered this shabby academy to apply. FengYang, an ordinary time traveler, the only advantage I have is a disciple collecting system, but this system is a bit strange, specifically only accepting female disciples. The higher the aptitude of the disciple, the more explosive the rewards I receive. For the sake of my bright future, I thought I must go to where the main character group gathers to earn KPIs. So I came to Shrek. The person interviewing me was an old man with glasses named Flender, looking like a complete schemer. When he heard I was about the same age as Dai Mubai and had soul power at level 43, he was shocked. But I saw through his little scheme he wanted to use me as free labor. He cleared his throat and started to paint a picture. Young man, there's a future. Come be a teacher here, you are definitely qualified. It's just that our treatment might not be high. We mainly focus on nurturing monsters, looking long-term. That I directly interrupted him. Okay, stop with the useless talk, just tell me how much. He extended a finger, looking particularly guilty as he said, 1 gold soul coin. Good heavens, I'm a level 43 soul master, and my monthly salary is 1 gold soul coin? Is this to send me off as a beggar? If this were 2025, that meager salary wouldn't even match his thick-skinned face. But I endured it for the sake of my system task and those future extraordinary disciples' deal. The next day, I was taken to meet the ShrekSeven monsters. When Flender introduced me, those kids exploded. A teacher? Isn't he a new student? He looks younger than Douluo. I didn't pay them any mind. My eyes were only on the KPIs. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, I scanned them with the system, and wow, their aptitudes were all above 185. If I took them as disciples, wouldn't I just take off right then and there? My gaze at that moment was probably like a wolf seeing meat, fixated. This stirred up a hornet's nest. Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, those guys looked at me like they wanted to swallow me whole. Flender asked me to introduce myself. Fine, just going through the motions. I stepped forward. FengYang, level 43, martial soul blue flame. Then I opened my soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, quite a plain configuration, emphasizing low profile. And guess what? That kid Tang San directly laughed out loud. The 4th ring is only 2,000 years. That's really dumb. Xiao Wu giggled along, and Dai Mubai's group looked down on me with disdain. All right, just wait for me. After Flender dumped the daily training chores on me, he slipped away. I didn't waste time and got straight to the point, looking at the 3 girls. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, which of you is willing to be my disciple? The entire place fell silent instantly, followed by expressions of confusion and wanting to laugh, but not daring to. Tang San jumped out first, blocking in front of Xiao Wu, sarcastically saying, "Sorry, Teacher Feng, if Xiao Wu wants to take a master, it would only be the Grandmaster you. Don't have enough weight, right?" I was infuriated at that moment, glaring at him coldly. Did I ask you? Are you making decisions for her? Tang San held his neck, looking like, what can you do to me? Xiao Wu quickly took a side. Yeah, I listened to Tang San. I want to take you as my master. Fine, next. I looked at Ning Rongrong. But Oscar, that sycophant, jumped in. Rongrong doesn't plan to take a master either. Ning Rongrong shot a glare at Oscar, scolding him for meddling. I thought there might be hope. But the next second, she put on a fake smile of a noble lady. Teacher FengYang, although he has a lot of issues, he's right, I really don't have that intention. Of course, with 2 titled Douluos supporting her at home, how could she look at a level 43 rookie like me? After being rejected twice in a row, I couldn't be bothered to ask Zhu Zhuqing. It would be too embarrassing. I waved my hand. All right, if you're not willing, just go do your own thing. I turned to leave, and immediately behind me came their mocking laughter. Am dying of laughter, still want to take disciples? Look at the way he's looking at Rongrong. It's really disgusting. Dai Mubai said. Exactly. At first glance, he looks lecherous. Definitely not good intentions. Oscar echoed. Tang San, even more so. He's only level 43. What does he know about theory? Still wanted to learn from my master to take disciples. I felt my fist clench, but I held it in. Just then, a cool voice came from behind. Teacher FengYang. I turned around, and it was Zhu Zhuqing. She caught up to me, looking at me, saying word by word, I am willing to be your disciple. In the shocked gazes of everyone, I asked her why. She said, because I feel that the way you looked at us just now wasn't looking at our figures, but it's something else. Let me tell you, I was really stunned at that moment. This girl is too perceptive, cold on the outside, warm on the inside, with clear thoughts, simply a treasure. I immediately made a decision. Good. From today on, you are my disciple, FengYang. Without hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing knelt down on one knee. Disciple Zhu Zhuqing pays respects to master. At the moment she knelt, my mind went ding, and the system prompt sounded like firecrackers on New Year's. Ding. Successfully accepted Zhu Zhuqing as a disciple. Aptitude 190. Awarding premium rewards. Congratulations. Host level up 4,349. Congratulations. Host soul ring years increased sixfold. Fourth soul ring years 200 012000. I was completely stunned, leveling up 6 times, directly reaching the peak of Soul Master. The fourth soul ring directly turned black, becoming a 10th Ascendier soul ring. This wave was simply a huge profit. The system even gifted me a blue flame domain, plus a skill book as a welcome gift for Zhu Zhuqing. I handed her the skill book, and she was stunned at that moment, probably never having received a gift from childhood to adulthood. As I left in style, the group behind me exploded. Dai Mubai ran over to question Zhu Zhuqing. Why did you want to take that lecherous guy as your master? Zhu Zhuqing coldly looked at him. Are you questioning me? Also, that is my master. If you dare to say another word against him, I won't let you off. Dai Mubai was immediately taken aback, his face turning green with anger. Ning Rongrong, watching the excitement, couldn't help but laugh, completely igniting the powder keg. Dai Mubai vented all his anger on Ning Rongrong, shouting at her. You dare laugh at me? Do you believe he'll kill you? Saying that, he unleashed his soul power, directly knocking Ning Rongrong, the support type, to the ground. Ning Rongrong was furious, getting up to find someone to help her take revenge, offering a price of 10,000 gold soul coins for Tang San's help. But what happened? Tang San pretended to be high-minded. Oscar went into his turtle shell, and Ma Hongjun didn't dare to provoke Dai Mubai. No one helped her. In the end, in a fit of rage, Ning Rongrong thought of me and ran straight to my dorm. Teacher FengYang, you have to help me. She said everything that happened, trying to tempt me with money and her identity as a member of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. I'm not interested in that stuff. I looked at her and proposed my conditions. I can help you teach him a lesson and make him apologize publicly, but the condition is that you have to become my disciple as well. Ning Rongrong, wanting to vent her anger, gritted her teeth and agreed. Thus, the scene at the beginning unfolded. I called everyone to the square and had Dai Mubai apologize to Ning Rongrong. That guy was quite stubborn and directly challenged me. Why should I? If you want me to apologize, beat me first. Tang San, Oscar, and the others were excited, just waiting to see me make a fool of myself. All right, I smiled, let's do it. Dai Mubai unleashed his martial soul, with 3 soul rings in yellow and purple, exuding a fierce aura. Oscar and Xiao were cheering him on from the side, afraid I wouldn't hear. I didn't bother with small talk and activated my martial soul. The blue flame domain instantly spread out, and a wave of scorching heat enveloped them all. Their faces changed immediately, feeling as if they had entered a sauna, and Dai Mubai felt his soul power rapidly depleting. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was the next second. My soul rings rose beneath my feet. Purple, purple, purple black. 1,800 years, 3,000 years, 6,000 years, and finally, that pitch black 12,000 years soul ring. The arena fell silent. Everyone was stunned, their eyes nearly popping out. Dai Mubai turned pale, but with no way out, he could only grit his teeth. He shouted, "White Tiger Radiant Light Wave," and a ball of light shot toward me. I directly activated my 4th soul skill, the 10,000-year soul skill flame of the earth. Let me tell you, that scene was a dimensionality reduction strike. His light ball touched my blue flame and vanished without even a bubble. The blue flame shockwave continued forward, and his so-called protective barrier shattered like paper upon contact. With a loud bang, Dai Mubai was blasted away, falling to the ground in a sorry state. The audience was once again shocked, and Xiao Wu and the others looked like they could fit a chicken egg in their mouths. I walked up to him and looked down, asking, "Are you convinced?" Yet this guy was still tough, getting up from the ground and sneering. "Is that all the power you have? Not impressive at all." Goodness, I was holding back. It's turned into a capital for bragging. They really believe it and are starting to act all big. All right, if you don't get a taste of something tough, You really don't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. Dai Mubai shouted and directly threw a punch at my face. I didn't even move, just raised one hand. With a snap, I casually caught his heavy fist. My hand didn't even shake as I effortlessly grabbed his punch. Let me tell you, his expression at that moment was like he had seen a ghost. Yet this guy still held his ground and shouted at me, "I have to beat you today." I tell you, I was furious at that moment. "Oh, so you think you can take advantage of me, huh?" With a cold glare, I didn't say a word and punched him straight in the chest. Bang! That sound was so heavy. Dai Mubai's whole body shook, as if he had been electrocuted. Then with a poof, a jet of blood spurted from his mouth, splattering everywhere. The scene made the surrounding students' hearts ache. Even from a distance, they felt the pain. His few little followers like Oscar and Ma Hongjun were dumbfounded, shouting for their boss Dai. But it wasn't over yet. I followed up with a big slap, then a powerful uppercut, and another heavy punch. Let me tell you, that combo was smooth, just like playing King of Fighters 97. Finally, I lifted my leg and kicked him several meters away, rolling on the ground for a few rounds before stopping. At this point, Dai Mubai was completely out of power. Lying on the ground, blood at the corners of his mouth, unable to move, the previous arrogance was completely beaten out of him by my punches and kicks. Oscar and Ma Hongjun rushed over to help him, but as soon as they touched him, Dai Mubai screamed like a pig being slaughtered. "Don't touch me. It hurts. It hurts." At this moment, those little kids finally reacted. Who understands my family? I was actually giving him face the first time I knocked him down. This time I was serious. As a result, that chubby guy named Ma Hongjun stood up and questioned me. "Teacher FengYang, aren't you being too harsh?" I shot him a cold glance, too lazy to say much. It was his own doing. He had the opportunity, but didn't make use of it, insisting on jumping out to mock others. Who can he blame for that? Now, no one dared to speak up anymore. Only the one called Xiaowu, like a Na'vi fool, still dared to charge forward. Even so, you can't just beat a student to the point of vomiting blood, right? I looked at her and thought, this reckless girl will eventually get a good scolding. I asked her, "What's wrong, you don't accept it?" Just as she was about to say that she didn't accept it, she was pulled back by Tang, Sam beside her. Seeing her hold back her words, I didn't bother to argue with her. I turned to look at Dai Mubai, who was lying on the ground, and directly ordered Dai Mubai apologize to Ning Rongrong. "After you apologize, you don't have to train today. Just go back and rest." Let me tell you, when those words came out, Ning Rongrong was beaming with pride. She looked at Dai Mubai's miserable state, feeling incredibly pleased. With her little hands on her hips and her chin almost pointing to the sky, she loved this feeling of being protected. Now, the way he looked at me was nothing short of admiration. As for Dai Mubai, the anger in his heart was almost burning him. He probably wished he could just reveal his identity on the spot, claiming to be the prince of the Star Luo Empire, wanting to see me kneel and beg for mercy. Unfortunately, under someone else's roof, he didn't dare to do so. If his identity were casually exposed in this foreign land, he might be assassinated the next day. In the end, he could only squeeze out 3 words through gritted teeth. "I'm sorry." Ning Rongrong was not having it. She immediately retorted, "Hey, what kind of apology attitude is that? I won't stop you. Since you've already offended someone, you might as well go all the way." Dai Mubai, forced into a corner, had no choice but to suppress his anger. He lowered his stance slightly and said again, "Ning Rongrong, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have acted rashly against you." That's more like it. Only then was Ning Rongrong satisfied. She then mimicked Dai Mubai's earlier demeanor, pointing directly at his nose and threatening. "Let me tell you, Dai Mubai, if you dare to be disrespectful to me again, I won't let you off." Goodness. Dai Mubai was feeling incredibly frustrated. He wanted to explode in anger, but didn't dare to, his face turning purple with rage, and with a sudden puff, he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Ning Rongrong burst into laughter. Look at him. He is so angry. He is spitting blood." I waved my hand and issued an eviction order. "All right, take him back to his room, and you all continue training." After saying that, I turned to leave. "Teacher, wait for me." Ning Rongrong followed behind me, looking quite happy. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at our backs, then at Dai Mubai on the ground, her eyes showing no sympathy, and she turned to leave as well. This left Dai Mubai feeling even more miserable. As soon as I walked away, the remaining group erupted in anger. Xiao Wu was the first to voice her dissatisfaction. "This is too much." The others rallied together. "Exactly. What a bully. That was so ruthless. I really want to beat him up." Some even suggested finding an opportunity to gang up on me. Dai Mubai lay on the ground, his eyes cold as he snorted. "After beating me up like this, I won't let him off easy." Only Tang San remained more rational. He thought to himself that regardless of whether they could defeat me, if they really attacked the teacher, would they still want to stay in this school? He advised everyone to think it over carefully. On the other side, in my room, Ning Rongrong suddenly knelt down. Ning Rongrong pays respects to master. I tell you, just at that moment, a ding sounded in my head. The system notification arrived. Passive task completed. Taken Ning Rongrong. Does anyone understand? The reward exploded directly. A 10,000-year head soul bone was in hand, and I felt like something instantly increased in my brain. The burning sensation of the blue flame became stronger. Then the best part came. My level skyrocketed. From level 49 Soul Master, I jumped straight to level 55 Soul King in 1 second. And that is not all. All Soul Ring years doubled directly. The first soul skill was 3,600 years. The second soul skill was 6,000 years. The third soul skill broke 10,000 directly, at 12,000 years. The fourth soul skill reached a terrifying 24,000 years. The most outrageous part is that the system also directly gifted me a 36,000-year fifth soul ring, the new soul skill called Blue Flame Firewall, which can split the battlefield. Simply a godly skill for team battles. Although it wasn't as explosive as the first time I took in a disciple, this wave of upgrades is still quite exaggerated. The system also matched Ning Rongrong with a hero skill, Lulu's Creative Ideas, which can enlarge teammates, and also brings knockback and all-attribute enhancement, simply an auxiliary cheat. I helped Ning Rongrong up and smiled, saying, "Good disciple, get up." She stood up, smiling sweetly. "Master, I'm going back to rest now." "Wait," I called out to her. "I haven't given you your meeting gift yet." She seemed quite polite and said, "Oh, no need for that." I guess she was thinking, what good things can a poor teacher like me have? I directly handed her the inscription of Creative Ideas, regardless of whether it's good or not. It's a token of my sincerity. She took it, and at first, she seemed quite impatient looking at the dense text. But when she saw the description of the skill effects, her eyes widened instantly. Oh my! It makes allies grow larger, knocks enemies back, and boosts strength, speed, and defense. Master, this support ability is way too powerful. She was so excited that she could hardly speak clearly. It was simply a self-created divine skill. The next moment, she directly jumped at me and gave me a big hug. The little girl smelled nice, which made me feel a bit relaxed and joyful. I deliberately put on a serious face, taking a step back to move forward, and said, "So can you let go of me now?" Only then did she react, her face turning red as she released me. She muttered softly, saying Oscar tricked her, claiming I was a lecher when I was clearly a gentleman. In the evening, I took these little guys to the Soto Great Soul Arena for practical training. Of course, Dai Mubai was out of commission, but the remaining 6 all showed up. I was walking at the front, with Zhu Zhuqing on my left and Ning Rongrong on my right. It was quite a scene. Ning Rongrong curiously asked me what type of martial soul I had. To show off, I started talking to her about plasma and material type martial souls, mentioning how the higher the temperature, the bluer the color, and I gave these indigenous people from another world a little science lesson. Behind us, Tang San and Xiao Wu were listening to me chatting and laughing with Ning Rongrong, looking as dark as a pot bottom, especially Oscar. Seeing how close Ning Rongrong was to me, the jealousy in his eyes was about to overflow. Ning Rongrong even turned around and shouted at them, "Hey, does my master owe you guys money? Why are you all making such ugly faces?" I sighed and pretended to say, "Oh, this group of rebellious kids is really hard to deal with. I told you, the more I act like an elder, the more annoyed they become." When we arrived at the soul fighting arena, they each went off to compete. When Tang San was on stage, Xiao Wu was cheering for him from the second floor stand. I seized the opportunity and strolled over to her. As soon as she saw me, her face immediately fell, and she asked irritably, "FengYang, what are you doing here? I'm your teacher. Don't you have any manners?" I said. She rolled her eyes in response, clearly expressing her annoyance. I pretended to be curious and asked, "I've actually been wanting to ask, why have you all hated me from the very beginning?" She was blunt. "People I hate are just annoying no matter what." "Do you really hate me?" I asked, staring into her eyes. She felt a bit guilty under my gaze, but still stood her ground. "Anyway, the mistress hates you, so I hate you." Wow, what kind of love-struck logic is that? I shot back. "Are you living for him? Just because he hates me, you have to hate me too?" "Yes. Hurry up and leave. I don't want the mistress to see you standing alone with me." She was quite insistent. "Fine. I was planning to take my time to teach you, but now you've forced my hand." I curled the corner of my mouth, leaned close to her ear, and said in a voice only we could hear, "You little rabbit from 10,000 years ago. So cocky, huh?" "Yes, I am cocky." She put her hands on her hips, still not fully reacting. The next second, she froze completely. It seemed like she finally caught on. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at me, her voice trembling. What did you just say? I repeated it word for word. I said, you little rabbit. For 100,000 years. Boom. I told you. Xiaowu's face turned pale in an instant, and she panicked, her eyes filled with fear as she looked at me. Why you? How do you know? That's not important, I said slowly, enjoying her flustered expression. What matters is, do you still want me to leave? She was completely thrown off, wanted to make a strong statement, but knowing she couldn't defeat me. In the end, she could only say in an almost pleading tone, "See, can you not tell anyone? Want me to keep a secret?" I flashed a mischievous smile. That depends on your performance. You. She was so angry that her little fists were clenched tightly, and she shouted fiercely, "I'm telling you, there's no way I would become your apprentice." I let out a sneer. Be my disciple? Do you even deserve it? She was taken aback by my retort and, gritting her teeth, asked, "So what do you want to do?" I looked her up and down, deliberately using an aggressive gaze that made her feel uncomfortable all over. Then, I lowered my voice and said the words that would make her break down. "If you want me to keep it a secret, then sleep with me for a night. You see, I like to collect some rare specimens like. I've never tasted what a rabbit is like." When Xiaowu heard this, her face turned bright red with anger and she trembled all over. You are disgusting." The mistress was right. "You are just a super gross pervert." I still have that calm and carefree demeanor. She wanted to use Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing to put pressure on me again, saying that if they knew the master was this kind of person, what would happen? I shot back with one sentence. "Unless you also want everyone to know that you are a 10,000-year soul beast." She was completely at a loss for words. I pretended to concede. "It seems a bit excessive. How about we change it?" She didn't believe me at all, with her hands on her hips. She firmly refused. "No way." "Fine, then forget it." I acted as if I'd lost my patience and turned to leave. This time she really panicked. If this secret got out, not to mention revenge, she wouldn't even know how she would die. She quickly shouted, "Wait." I turned around with a smile and saw her clenching her fists, her small chest rising and falling with anger. Finally, as if she had made a significant decision, she gritted her teeth and said, "All right, I promise you, this little girl is really easy to fool." She was afraid I would run away and say something, so she hurriedly caught up to ask where we were going. I said we needed to find a place with no people. She got anxious and suggested we go to the fighting arena to get a room. I said I didn't have any money. Goodness. She shot me a glare out of frustration and ultimately had to pay for the room herself. As soon as we entered the room, she scolded me. "This is just disgusting. I tell you, I don't pamper people." Slap. I gave her a backhand slap. She was directly stunned by me, and a handprint instantly appeared on her fair little face as she fell to the ground. She covered her face, probably never having been hit like this in her life. The anger in her chest overcame her fear, and she jumped up, pointing at me and cursing. "You beastly dog, dare to hit me?" After saying that, she activated her soul skill, the first soul skill. Bowing waist, with a flashy pose, she kicked towards me. As soon as my martial soul activated, blue flames erupted all over my body, and I charged forward with a move called Dragon's Embrace. The flames in the palm of my hand traced a crescent-shaped arc, instantly shattering her attack. The immense force sent her flying, crashing hard against the wall. After coughing for a while, she finally remembered the gap in our strengths. Even Dai Mubai wasn't a match for me with a single move, let alone her. I received the martial soul and walked towards her step by step. Seeing my gloomy face, she was completely terrified and began to plead. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please forgive me." "I can forgive you," I said, turning away. In an instant, she felt the sky collapse and the earth shatter, shaking her head desperately. No, absolutely not. Besides this, I will agree to anything you ask." I sneered. "Do you think you have the capital to negotiate with me?" Seeing her desperate expression, I suddenly laughed again. "Forget it. I'm not interested in women who don't obey me." She was taken aback, then immediately overjoyed. "Really?" "But..." I changed my tone, my smile faded, and she became tense again. A death sentence can be avoided, but a living crime is hard to escape. Now she finally understood what I was going to do. She closed her eyes, looking like she was ready to be slaughtered. An hour later, I felt refreshed. The look in Xiaowu's eyes was a mix of disgust and fear, but on the surface, she didn't dare to let out a sound. She buzzed and asked me if I could keep her secret from now on. I let out a light chuckle and said, "That depends on your performance." She huffed in annoyance a couple of times. Although I couldn't make out what she was saying, her fierce expression made it clear that it wasn't anything nice. I raised my hand as if to hit her, and her eyes instantly cleared up. She immediately obediently shut her mouth. I dropped a sentence saying, "Let us leave it at that for today," and swaggered away. When I returned to the Soul Fighting Hall, Ning Rongrong was there sarcastically taunting Tang San. "Little San, Zhu Qing and I won again today. How about you? Tang San was so angry that he clenched his fists, but he couldn't vent his frustration on a little girl. So he could only stare at her in silence. As soon as I showed up, Ning Rongrong immediately ran over happily and shouted master, leaving Tang San standing there with nowhere to vent his frustration. After a while, Xiao Wu also came over. Seeing her downcast and with a flushed face, Tang San asked her what was wrong. She quickly covered her face and said she had fallen. However, as soon as she spoke, Tang San noticed something was off. You fell? Then why do you sound all buzzed? I greeted everyone back to the academy. On the way, Ning Rongrong bought me a chicken leg, and Zhu Zhuqing secretly bought me papaya juice as a treat. On the other side, Tang San finally made up his mind and said to Xiao Wu, I've decided to teach FengYang a good lesson. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, and she gritted her teeth, saying, Tang San, we must beat him into a pig's head. Beat him hard. Tang San noticed her intense emotions, and since something was off, Xiao Wu, did FengYang hit your face? Xiao Wu immediately felt wronged, and tears were about to fall. Seeing this, Tang San was filled with rage. How could he bring himself to hurt such a soft and adorable girl? I tell you, Tang San exploded on the spot, shouting so loud that the glass of the entire building was about to shatter. FengYang, you old six, how dare you touch my Xiao Wu? I'm going to fight you today. Goodness, are you here to shout a rap? Who is FengYang? A level 55 Soul King, with the ability to hear everything clearly. Okay, with this little volume, he can hear you perfectly. Want him to pay a price? Fine, I'll grant your wish. The next morning, except for Dai Mubai, who was still lying in bed, everyone gathered. FengYang's gaze was sharp as a knife, and it landed on Tang San in an instant. Tang San, he said slowly, your task today is to clean the men's restroom of the entire academy. What the hell? Tang San was completely stunned. I, a top disciple of the Tang sect. The future titled Douluo, and you want me to clean toilets? Xiao Wu was about to say something, but FengYang didn't even lift his eyelids, saying, Xiao Wu, do you have time to care about others? The women's restroom is yours. Who understands, family? The women's restroom is fine, there are only 3 girls. But Tang San's side is a disaster. With Zhao Wuji's group of rough men, that restroom. It's basically a biochemical weapon testing ground. The smell was so bad that Tang San almost died on the spot, swearing while cleaning the toilet that when Dai Mubai returned, he will let FengYang know why the flowers are so red. You think this is the end? There's more outrageous operation ahead. That fat guy Ma Hongjun actually went to report to Dean Flender, saying that FengYang turned the academy into a mess. As a result, that old fox Flender, let me tell you, his abacus beads were almost bursting in my face. He only gave FengYang 1 gold soul coin a month. You heard it right, one. ISNT, this pure workplace bullying, finding cheap labor to squeeze. He would love for FengYang to train these little brats to death, saying it was for your training, but secretly thinking, let us fight. Fight. Blood flowing like rivers would be the best. With Flender's tacit approval, these guys suddenly gained courage. Once Dai Mubai was healed, a few of them immediately gathered together, whispering, their expressions practically saying they were about to cause trouble. When they heard that FengYang's monthly salary was only 1 gold soul coin, their jaws almost dropped to the ground, laughing as if they had just taken a high ground in IQ. But they didn't know that on FengYang's side, there were 2 carrying little cotton-padded jackets, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. As soon as they finished the meeting, these 2 girls delivered the meeting minutes to FengYang. After hearing it, FengYang simply responded with 2 words. The feeling was that you can dance all you want. If you can hurt a single hair on my head, I'll consider it a loss. Soon, on the playground, the atmosphere was extremely tense. On one side were the aggressive Shrek 5, and on the other was the calm FengYang. Upstairs, Flender and the old guys were sipping tea and watching the show, analyzing everything. Dai Mubai pointed directly at FengYang's nose. FengYang, this is self-inflicted. Xiao Wu also put her hands on her hips. Today I must beat you into a pig's head. Upon hearing this, Tang San was even more furious. Dare to hurt my Xiao Wu and make me clean toilets? Today, you must be made unable to take care of yourself. FengYang glanced at them, calmly telling Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing behind him, you 2, step back. Then, he looked at the 5 people opposite him, smirking, don't waste time, you 5, come at me together. Damn, this aura is simply off the charts. The next second, buzz, the air in the entire venue solidified. Blue flames erupted from FengYang, instantly changing the atmosphere around him. Following that, soul rings appeared one after another. The first one, purple. The second one, purple. The third one, black. Damn, 10,000 years. The fourth one, it's still black. The fifth one, folks, It's still black. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Flinder almost crushed his teacup. This ISNT scientific. ISNT he at level 37? How did he level up to 55 in just a few days? This kid must be cheating. This leveling speed is simply like riding the Shenzhou 18 directly to the moon. On the other side, Tang San and his 4 companions felt their legs go weak. No joke, the pressure of 3 10,000-year soul rings, combined with that blue flame domain, before they even fought, their soul power was already plummeting like a deflated balloon. But at this point, they could only brace themselves and go for it. Dai Mubai charged in first. Tang San's blue-silver grass stealthily wrapped around. And Xiao Wu delivered a flying kick. Hey, the coordination was quite good. What happened next? The blue fire on FengYang erupted, and with a sizzling sound, Tang San's blue-silver grass was directly reduced to ashes. Xiao Wu's kick was caught in one hand, unable to move. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai saw this, and quickly unleashed their ultimate moves, one spewing fire and the other unleashing waves, creating effects like fireworks. FengYang just raised his hand, third soul skill, 8 wine cups. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook as 8 towering blue fire pillars erupted, directly swallowing their attacks and conveniently freezing them into ice sculptures. A fire-type skill with freezing control? This is pure numerical crushing. Xiao Wu wasn't discouraged. She used a charm skill, and surprisingly, she managed to control FengYang for a second. Just 1 second. The next moment, FengYang flashed and unleashed a smooth combo. I tell you, it was like playing King of Fighters, grabbing and hitting. Xiao Wu's clothes were torn in strips. This time, Tang San was enraged. Dare to touch my Xiao Wu. His eyes turned red, and he pulled out his Tang sect hidden weapons, the rain of pear blossom needles, shooting them like rain. This was a deadly move, but FengYang just waved his hand, and a blue fire wall instantly rose. Those needles, I tell you, didn't even touch the wall. They melted into molten iron in midair. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. What is a dimensionality reduction strike? This is it. Then, the most showy scene arrived. FengYang casually walked out from behind the firewall, not even a spark on him. Cool, he was really cool. He walked up to Tang San. His voice not loud, but filled with pressure. Do you admit defeat? Seeing that Tang San didn't speak, he added, since you've lost, you must accept the punishment. Kneel down, don't wait for me to hit you. Tang San's face turned green, his teeth almost crushed, but in the end he knelt down with a thud. It was so frustrating. FengYang even pretended to pat his shoulder, saying something about being able to bend and stretch, destined to achieve great things in the future. Tang San must have cursed him 1,000 times in his heart. Xiao Wu also wilted, sitting on the ground hugging her knees, looking pitiful. FengYang was quite the gentleman, taking off his coat and draping it over her. From that day on, Tang San looked at FengYang with a venomous glare. As for Xiao Wu, she turned the tables completely, serving FengYang tea, running errands, and being obedient, which made Tang San furious, leading to an argument between the two. Xiao Wu said this was a strategic retreat, waiting for the right moment. The peaceful days continued, and these folks thrived in the soul arena, especially the trio of Tang San and Xiao Wu, with an impressive winning streak, almost becoming internet celebrities. Whenever they competed, the crowd betting below was almost bursting at the seams. Then, coincidentally, the system matched them with their next opponents, none other than FengYang's 2 disciples. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's 7-treasured Ling-Cat combination. Tang San and Xiao Wu saw their opponents and chuckled. If they couldn't defeat the master, could they not beat the disciples? This was a classic case of picking on the soft. On FengYang's side, he asked his 2 disciples, have you comprehended the inscriptions and soul skills I gave you? The 2 girls nodded confidently. Just then a family passed by, Long Gong and Shipo with their granddaughter Mangaran. Seeing this situation, they were surprised. Such a young master? And so respected? Interesting. They decided to stay and watch the show. FengYang headed directly to the VIP box on the 2nd floor, found the best viewing spot, and leisurely waited to watch the match. He looked up and happened to see Long Gong and Shipa's family not far away. Hey, that old couple really knows how to enjoy life, traveling with their granddaughter while cultivating, living the good life. We exchanged glances but didn't speak to each other, as the match was about to start, so we needed to focus. I told you, the host picked up a broken microphone and started reading the script, mentioning the 3-5 combination, blue-silver grass softbone rabbit, both at level 29, with an undefeated record of 13 matches. Impressive, right? Then they introduced my side, saying this is the 7-treasure spirit cat combination, with the 7-treasure glazed tile at level 28 and the Netherworld Spirit Cat at level 29, boasting a record of 10 wins out of 12 matches. Wow, as soon as this was said, Tang San and Xiao Wu were stunned. Their eyes were as wide as saucers. What's going on? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, just a few days when we came. One was at level 26 and the other at level 27, and now their levels are skyrocketing like they took a rocket. The two of them immediately thought of me, probably wondering in their hearts, could it be that becoming my disciple has such great benefits? Of course, that's a given. They should also look at Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and the others in the audience, their jaws almost dropping in shock. Their expression seemed to say, wow, this FengYang is really something. On the other side, Long Gong and Shi Po's family was also in an uproar. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, the #1 support system in the continent. Their little princess actually became a disciple of this unknown kid. What kind of magic do I have? I'm telling you, the curiosity in their eyes was overflowing. Just then, while the crowd was buzzing, the host shouted for the competitors to enter, instantly igniting the atmosphere. With a loud cheer, the audience went wild, all cheering for the 3-5 combination. Their popularity was indeed high. The match began. At the command, Xiao Wu's rabbit dashed towards Ning Rongrong, aiming to take out the support first. The tactic was quite right. Ning Rongrong remained calm, raising her hand. 7 treasures are famous. The first is strength. The second is speed. 2 beams of light directly hit Zhu Zhuqing, instantly granting a 30 boost in strength and speed, leading by a mile. Xiao Wu's kick was fast, but Zhu Zhuqing was even faster now. She was originally an agile attacker, and with the buff, she charged straight at Xiao Wu's foot. With a loud bang, Xiao Wu was knocked back several steps, unable to get close to Ning Rongrong. Seeing this, Tang San's blue light flashed, and he used his first spirit skill, Bind. 8 blue silver grasses coiled like snakes towards Ning Rongrong. But could Zhu Zhuqing let him succeed? Using her first spirit skill, Netherworld Pounce, her claws shot out at lightning speed, fast enough to only leave an afterimage, slicing Tang San's blue silver grass into pieces. Tang San turned pale. He must have been thinking, the master was right, the support from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect is too abnormal. An agile attacker was turned into a powerful attacker with a buff. How can this be fought? Xiao Wu was not willing to lose either. She kicked out with a waist bow, but Zhu Zhuqing countered with a Netherworld 100 Claws attack, both unleashing their attack speeds and clashing together. But Xiao Wu was pushed back every time. Under Ning Rongrong's amplification, Zhu Zhuqing was like a battle god, clearly aiming to take on 2 by herself. But this Tang San kid is really cunning. On the surface, he was using blue silver grass to bind Ning Rongrong, but his real target was Zhu Zhuqing. While Zhu Zhuqing was busy fighting Xiao Wu, several blue silver grasses quietly bound her ankles and also dragged down Ning Rongrong's limbs, preventing her from continuing to provide support. The audience, seeing the situation reverse, immediately erupted in excitement, shouting, "Good. Great. This match ought to be over now, right?" Some even pointed at my side, saying, "Tisich, his 2 disciples are nothing special. They're about to lose." Family, who understands this bunch of fence-sitters? On the field, Xiao Wu kicked towards the controlled Zhu Zhuqing's face, shouting, still not admitting defeat. But just at this critical moment, Ning Rongrong focused her mind and softly whispered, "Unique ideas." Boom! With a loud bang. I'm telling you, that scene was incredible. Zhu Zhuqing's entire body inflated like it was filled with air, instantly growing by 50%. She broke free from the binding blue silver grass. The entire audience, all of them, stood up, their mouths gaping wide enough to fit an egg. Wow, so big. That kick from Xiao Wu was directly blown away by this immense force. At this moment, not only the onlookers but also the knowledgeable spirit masters were dumbfounded. What spirit skill is this? Does the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect have this move? Long Gongming Shu, that old man, almost pulled out his beard, muttering, "In my lifetime, I've never seen such a divine skill from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. E.M. truly enlightened." His granddaughter Meng, Iran, directly turned her gaze towards me, her eyes filled with shock and curiosity. Now that Zhu Zhuqing had broken free from the restraints, she was like a giant killing machine. She swayed her body and clawed at the flying Xiao Wu, directly knocking her out of the arena. "Xiao Wu!" Tang San shouted anxiously, but he himself was in trouble. Zhu Zhuqing's giant form charged towards him in just a few steps. Tang San was also a tough guy. He gathered his strength and charged forward, having the Haotian hammer martial soul. His power was already great. What happened? Zhu Zhuqing shouted, isolated and helpless. One claw clashed with his fist. Tang San instantly felt something was wrong. He had thought his punch would break Zhu Zhuqing's nails, but her claws were incredibly tough, and her strength was ridiculously exaggerated. One claw down, and it directly dislocated all the bones in his hand, blood spurting everywhere. The scene was simply horrifying. Ah! Tang San's scream, heart-wrenching, echoed throughout the battle arena. Xiao Wu and the others in the audience were all stunned. When did Zhu Zhuqing have such terrifying power? Dai Mubai reacted quickly. He stammered an explanation, isolated and helpless. This is the inscription FengYang gave to Zhuqing. As the name suggests, when there are no allies within 5 meters, Zhu Zhuqing's power doubles. My God, power doubled? Ma Hongjun and the others were dumbfounded. No wonder Tang San was so severely injured by one claw. Now, their gazes towards me completely changed, filled with envy. Xiao Wu felt a mix of emotions. For the first time, she thought that maybe Tang San was wrong. This FengYang truly had some skills. Do you want to continue? Zhu Zhuqing asked coldly. Tang San covered his hand, trembling in pain, and he didn't even want to fight anymore. He just wanted to quickly find Oscar for a sausage to recover. I lost. As soon as the host announced the result, the audience erupted. The winning streak of the 3-5 combination was ended, and those who had bet on them instantly broke down, crying out in despair. As soon as Tang San stepped off the stage, Xiao Wu rushed up to him, ignoring him completely, frantically shouting, "Sausage! Oscar, give me the sausage!" Blood was flowing all over his hand, fearing that it would be permanently damaged. Oscar quickly handed him a recovery sausage, which had an immediate effect, significantly reducing the pain. At that moment, a burly man who lost money rushed over, pointing at Tang San's nose and cursing. "Do you know how much I lost because of you? Pay me back." Goodness! A group of gamblers immediately surrounded him, clamoring for compensation. Tang San was so angry he was shaking. He had never suffered such humiliation. Dai Mubai was furious and shouted back, "Get lost, you bunch of gamblers, wanting to get something for nothing. Who can you blame for losing money?" When those people saw Dai Mubai's fierce demeanor, they cursed and left. Zai Mubai gomfot Tang San, telling him not to mind those people. But family, who understands? This Tang San is all about shifting blame. He doesn't blame those gamblers at all. He turned around and put all the blame on me. FengYang. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and his face was so gloomy it seemed like water could drip from it. All of this was because of you. He turned to Xiao Wu and asked, "Xiao Wu, once we enter the Star Do Great Forest, do you really have a way to put FengYang to death?" Xiao Wu fell silent. She probably had never seen Tang San's face twisted like this. How much hatred must he have? She replied, uncertainly. Maybe. To be honest, after seeing my strength, her little thoughts of revenge have already wavered. On the second floor of the Soul Fighting Arena, it was all laughter and joy on my side. "Master, we won. We didn't embarrass you." Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing ran up to me, extremely happy. Well done." I nodded in satisfaction. Just then, the dragon and snake family walked over. The old man Meng Shu asked as soon as he opened his mouth, "Little brother, may I ask where you are currently working?" I smiled and said, "Shrek Academy is just an ordinary teacher, just trying to make a living." "Shrek Academy?" Meng Shu sighed. Although it's not mainstream, it claims to only recruit monsters. Seeing it today, it really lives up to its reputation. As a result, my disciple Ning Rongrong, with her sharp tongue, directly retorted, "TCH, what is Shrek Academy? It's just that my master is pretty amazing." Haha, I found that extremely enjoyable. This disciple was worth taking in. After some small talk, Meng Shu finally got to the point. He pointed to his granddaughter Meng Iran next to him and said, "This is my granddaughter, Meng Iran. After seeing the performance of your two disciples, I admire you very much and would like to become your disciple. I wonder what you think." I was overjoyed inside, but had to maintain a calm demeanor on the outside. "Since you, Dragon Lord, have spoken, I must give you this face. I accept your granddaughter." Saying this, I almost want to give myself full marks. Meng Shu laughed out loud upon hearing this. Good. Iran, why aren't you kneeling to greet your master?" Meng Iran was both surprised and delighted, immediately kneeling down. Meng Iran greets her master. The moment she knelt, I heard a ding in my head, and the system rewards were directly credited. Wow, my soul power surged instantly, leveling up 6 times, directly reaching level 61 Soul Emperor. I also unlocked the 6th soul skill, a blue flame light ball that allows me to fly. With a speed of 84 kilometers per hour, my sense of security was completely maxed out. The system also thoughtfully matched Meng Iran with a rune skill, Zhao Xine's Crescent Guardian. I asked her to get up and introduced her to 2 senior sisters. Meng Iran still wanted to arrange them by age, but her grandfather scolded her. I didn't mind and joked, we can have a disciple competition in the future. Whoever is stronger will be the senior sister. After that, I made an appointment with Long Gong to test FengYang tomorrow and give her proper guidance. The old man was so happy that he insisted on taking me out for drinks and even insisted on booking a room for me at the hotel. Late at night, in the Shrek Academy dormitory, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were studying the new inscriptions I gave them. One was called Magic Possession, which could make teammates invincible. The other was called Visual Induction, which could lower presence and facilitate sneak attacks. The two girls were simply in awe of me, sitting by the window and muttering about why I hadn't returned yet. Meanwhile, in my hotel room, something outrageous was happening. Around 3 in the morning, I was half asleep when I heard someone knocking on the door. "Who is it?" "Master, it's me." It was FengYang's voice. I opened the door in confusion and saw her standing there with a silly expression on her face. "Why are you here now?" I asked. She said matter-of-factly, "Master, you hit me 3 times. Wasn't that a hint for me to come find you at 3 in the morning?" I was dumbfounded on the spot. What kind of divine comprehension is this? "Sister, do you think you're son Wukong and I am Bodhi Patriarch? Can I say you misunderstood?" "Huh." She felt a bit disappointed, but still quietly said, "But master, I can't sleep. Can you practice with me a little longer?" "What the hell?" "This was handed to you on a silver platter." For the next 3 days, I guided FengYang during the day and returned to the academy at night. But this girl really struggles with understanding. I taught her step by step for 3 days, and she barely got the hang of it, unlike Ning Rongrong and the others, who could figure out just by looking. It wasn't until FengYang reached level 30 that we prepared to head to the Douluo Forest. Coincidentally, Oscar from the academy also reached level 30. That old fox, Flinder, made a decision to enhance our teacher-student relationship and asked me to lead the team, taking this group of little brats from Shrek to the Douluo Forest to help Oscar hunt for spirit rings. When Tang San and Dai Mubai heard this, their faces turned dark and they were extremely unhappy. But Xiao Wu was the first to jump in and support it, not knowing what her intentions were. Flinder decided on this and secretly had Zhao Wujin follow behind, worried that I would take advantage of them. I had no choice but to let Long Gong and the others take FengYang ahead while I focused on my main duties. And so, our grand journey to hunt for soul rings set off. After a few days, we finally arrived at an inn on the outskirts of the Douluo Forest. As soon as we entered the room, Xiao Wu was particularly enthusiastic, calling me Teacher FengYang and even asking for carrots. I have to say, I always felt something was off. Her attitude changed too quickly. Just a few days ago, she was still filled with deep resentment. Plus, that kid Tang San occasionally gave me that eerie smile, looking absurdly happy. These two seemed to feel right at home in the Douluo Forest, which surely meant they were up to no good. I needed to be on guard. Nighttime. We are having a meal here, and wow, the atmosphere is so distinct. FengYang is at one table with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, while Tang San and the other 5 guys are at another table, separated like the Chu River and the Han border, with their gazes sparking like fireworks. Young lady Ning Rongrong is really generous, waving the menu. "Master, order whatever you want." It's on me. The guys at Tang San's table are feeling sour about it, and Dai Mubai is mumbling. What are they showing off for? Ma Hongjun is even more direct, his eyes almost glued to the new girl from Douluo Academy. I have to tell you, a dramatic scene is about to unfold. Ma Hongjun was just about to approach and strike up a conversation when the girl's eyes lit up and she directly rushed to our table, kneeling in front of FengYang with a thud. Her voice was so sweet. "Master, your disciple Lu Yiya greets you." Everyone's jaws dropped. Family, who understands? When did FengYang take on a disciple again? And it's the school flower from the rival academy? Tang San and the others looked as green as the grassland in an instant. The side of Douluo Academy was even more explosive, especially the bespectacled teacher leading the group, whose face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He had chased after the girl wanting to take her as a disciple, but she was unwilling, and instead, she knelt before a younger guy. This was too humiliating. He couldn't hold back and let out a cold snort, wanting to jump out and challenge FengYang. Lu Ye was almost in tears and hurriedly explained, "Teacher, this is my master. He taught me to create my own soul skills." Ning Rongrong nearby couldn't help but laugh out loud. 2 months of comprehension? Our master teaches us in minutes. Okay. But that bespectacled teacher wouldn't hear any of it. He felt his manly dignity was challenged and directly unleashed his martial soul. With a bang, a green, turtle-like shell appeared all over his body, 5 soul rings shining. White, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, a level 58 Soul King. Tang San and the others nearby were almost ready to pop champagne, their eyes sparkling. Level 58. 3 levels higher than FengYang. He doomed now. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Is that it? Liu Yiye was in a panic, in her impression. FengYang had only been in the 40s a month ago. How could he fight like this? The more she pleaded, the more smug that turtle shell guy became, looking like he was determined to show her that her master was a waste. And guess what happened? FengYang slowly stood up, his eyes filled with disdain. Really? As soon as he finished speaking, boom, blue flames erupted from his whole body, raising the temperature of the entire restaurant. Immediately afterward, 6 soul rings rose up. Let me tell you, the color configuration was simply blinding. Purple, black, 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 black. Every single one in the venue had their CPU overheated. Tang San and the others had their smiles frozen on their faces, their eyes wide open like copper bells, their mouths agape enough to fit an egg. 6 soul rings? Level 61? The second one is a 10,000 year? Is this guy a devil or what? Looking at that turtle shell guy, I tell you at that moment, not only did his 5th limb go soft, but even the hard turtle shell on his back became soft. Cold sweat was pouring down, and he couldn't even speak. FengYang just looked at him and calmly said, "Make your move, uncle." Make a move? What a joke. That turtle shell guy instantly retracted his martial soul's soul rings, forcing out a smile that looked even worse than crying. "Yeah, master, I was just joking with you." FengYang narrowed his eyes. "Are we that familiar?" Boom. The turtle shell guy's mind exploded. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and slapped himself 3 loud slaps, sounding crisp. "I was wrong. I was blind. Please forgive my small mistakes." In the end, it was still Liu Yiye who pleaded for him, and FengYang finally let him go. Once this was over, Ning Rongrong directly jumped into FengYang's arms, both crying and laughing, which left Oscar beside them in shock. That night, Zhu Zhuqing told FengYang all about Tang San and the others' gloating expressions. FengYang just snorted. "It's fine. I enjoy seeing them dislike me, but unable to do anything about it." Ning Rongrong burst out laughing. "Master, you're so shameless." The next day, our group entered the Stardow Forest. After walking for a while and taking a break, suddenly there was a rustling in the grass, and a large snake sprang out. Zhu Zhuqing's sharp eyes recognized it immediately. Phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Tang San immediately began his theory master show, analyzing that this snake was over 1,000 years old, perfect for Oscar. Then a few of them huddled together to whisper, saying that FengYang definitely wouldn't help and they would have to rely on themselves. Xiao Wu couldn't take it anymore, feeling they were a bit ungrateful. As a result, Tang San even warned her, "Xiao Wu, don't go soft-hearted. You must let him die." Good gracious, these people were really not acting at all. The 5 of them charged in, and what happened? The Scraping Master Collective came online, clanging away for a while, but the snake turned its head and wanted to escape. In the end, it was still FengYang who had to step in. I was too lazy to watch. I just heard a boom, and a blue flame wall rose up. The snake dashed right into it, instantly getting roasted half to death, convulsing there. Tang San and the others were shocked again, but still held their ground. Humph, he must be afraid of not being able to report back well. That's why he stepped in. I really can't believe it. This person is even more petty than a needle tip. Just when Oscar was about to collect the soul ring, another group of people arrived. The leading girl saw FengYang and sweetly called out, "Master, I'm completely stunned. FengYang has opened a chain store for female disciples, right?" Arriving just in time are Meng Yiran and her grandmother. Meng Yiran directly says, "Master, this phoenix tail chicken crown snake is mine." Now Tang San and the others have darkened expressions, thinking that this soul ring is definitely gone. However, her grandmother follows the rules and says that they discovered and injured the snake first. So according to the rules of the Soul Master world, they should have a duel, and whoever wins keeps it. The focus is directed at Oscar, a support type, which seems like bullying. Tang San, being headstrong, stands up immediately. "I'll fight on his behalf." He secretly calculates in his mind, wanting to humiliate FengYang's disciple and slap FengYang's face. Fine, let's fight then. Meng Yiran is level 30. Tang San is level 29. Meng Yiran taunts right away. Blue silver grass? Just a useless martial soul. Tang San gets angry at that moment and starts with a bind. However, Meng Yiran performs a 360-degree Thomas spin in place, and with a buzzing sound, the snake blade in her hand emits a ghostly light, slicing through Tang San's blue silver grass with several swift strikes, cutting it into pieces. Tang San is left dumbfounded. When did his blue silver grass become so fragile? The two engage in close combat. Relying on his powerful inner strength, Tang San tries to outlast her. However, Meng Yiran completely ignores this, muttering a few incantations before suddenly shouting loudly, her whole body radiating purple light, and an immense force comes directly from her weapon. Tang Xin can't withstand it all, lets out a scream, and his whole body is sent flying like a kite with a broken string, finally crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Meng Yiran puts away her weapon and looks down at him from above, coldly snorting, truly unable to withstand a single blow. I tell you, just this one sentence is more lethal than the previous move. Tang San was already shaken to his core, and upon hearing this, his blood surged to his head. He couldn't hold it in and spat out a mouthful of old blood 3 meters away with a loud puff, which was quite spectacular. Goodness. When Meng Yiran saw Tang San in such a miserable state, she burst out laughing right on the spot. No way. Sir, is this really your breaking point? One sentence and you're spitting blood? But even more outrageous came next. Her grandmother, with a beaming smile, urged her to thank her master. Meng Yiran replied with a and bounced over to FengYang, saying with admiration, Master, I've learned the new moon guardian you taught me. I didn't embarrass you, did I? I tell you, this scene left Tang San and the others completely speechless. Dai Mubai, Oscar, each one of them was dumbfounded. After all this time, it turned out that they had taken FengYang as their master. No wonder they were so powerful. Xiao Wu was even more regretful, thinking to herself, who understands, if I hadn't followed Tang San to mess around back then, it would be me taking off now. FengYang, Mianwile, affectionately patted Meng Yiran's head and said, not bad. Next to them, Ning Rongrong, the little jealous one, immediately turned sour, snorting and turning her face away. And guess what? FengYang's next words were even more explosive. Yiran, this one, 500-year-old phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake is too trashy for you. Let's get something better. Without thinking, Meng Yiran nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I'll listen to Master. Her grandmother, Kao Xingxiang, originally wanted to call her silly, but FengYang added, don't worry. After learning my new moon guardian, your physical potential will increase by 50, and you can absorb high-age spirit rings at will. Upon hearing this, Kao Xingxiang also fell silent. Then FengYang turned to Oscar and said, well, Oscar, don't waste this trash. You should absorb it. Oscar's expression at that moment was like he had eaten a fly. His face darkened. So I'm just a scavenger? Tang San and the others felt like their faces were being rubbed on the ground, utterly humiliated. After Oscar reluctantly absorbed the spirit ring, Meng Yiran's grandparents still hadn't come back. Just as he was about to showcase his new spirit skill, flying mushroom intestine, suddenly, boom, the entire ground shook. All the birds and beasts in the forest ran out as if they had gone mad. The scene was like the end of the world. Thump, thump, thump. The sound grew closer, resembling the heartbeat of a giant, each beat pounding against our chests. A terrifying, suffocating sense of pressure rushed toward us. Ning Rongrong turned pale with fear, hiding behind FengYang, shouting, Master, I'm scared. The next moment, 2 towering trees were swept aside like curtains by a giant hand. A head as big as a small mountain peeked out from the middle, resembling both a gorilla and a monkey, with a fierce and intimidating expression. Oh my God! When that thing walked out, we all held our breath. Its shoulders were taller than a 3-story building, covered in black fur, and its physique was like a moving mountain. Oscar and Ma Hongjuan's legs went weak, and they collapsed to the ground. The king of the forest, the Titan giant ape, Dai Mubai's voice trembled. Wasn't this thing in the core area of the Stardow forest? How did it end up here? Before we could react, the Titan giant ape roared. The sound wave was like a force of a 12-level typhoon. All of us, including FengYang, were blown back several meters in an instant, except for the highest level FengYang, who knelt on one knee to stabilize himself, and the unscathed Xiao Wu. Everyone else fainted on the spot. Then, my eyes nearly popped out. The Titan giant ape extended its massive hand, like a giant mountain, and gently picked up Xiao Wu, placing her on its shoulder. Xiao Wu put her hands on her hips, pointed at FengYang, and said arrogantly, Ming, take him away. This lady wants to train him well. Family. The twist came too quickly, like a tornado. After all this, the king of the forest was Xiao Wu's little brother. FengYang stood up, his face darkened, and he sneered, Xiao Wu, it seems I didn't teach you a lesson last time. Xiao Wu sat on the giant ape's shoulder, looking down at him proudly. Teacher FengYang, now it's my turn to teach you. In her view, FengYang was doomed. The giant ape took strides of 7 to 8 meters. Who could escape? But then FengYang laughed. 6th soul skill blue flame sphere. With a loud bang, a ball of blue flame instantly exploded, forming a perfect sphere that enveloped him. Then, under Xiao Wu's astonished gaze, FengYang soared into the sky like a blue little sun. He flew up to the same height as her and continued to rise. Xiao Wu was dumbfounded. Her mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. How could he fly without a flying martial soul? The Titan giant ape saw this and became furious, feeling provoked. It raised its hand and swatted at FengYang. That hand came down like swatting a fly. But FengYang, in the air, took a graceful step back to dodge it. The giant ape stepped forward, and he stepped back, elegantly leading the chase in the air. After chasing for a long time, it couldn't even touch the corner of FengYang's clothes, and the Titan giant ape became so angry that it pounded the ground like a temperamental child. Seeing that it was hopeless, Xiao Wu could only comfort it. Forget it, Ming, he runs too fast. She was still fantasizing in her heart, thinking, if she caught him, she would make FengYang kneel and lick her toes, calling her queen. What a pity. On the other side, Tang San and the others woke up and found that Xiao Wu and FengYang were missing. Tang San panicked, thinking Xiao Wu had been captured by the giant ape. Without saying a word, he ate Oscar's flying mushroom sausage and rushed deep into the forest to save her. Mianwile FengYang was currently 500 meters in the air, overlooking the entire Stardew forest. The Soul Master's hunting soul beast below saw a blue light ball in the sky and thought it was the moon. Why was the moon blue tonight? Wait, is there a figure inside? Oh my god, that is not the moon. That is a big shot flying in the sky. Just as I was flying, I happened to see a big spider running for its life below, followed by 3 people. Upon closer inspection, it was FengYang and her grandparents. Without saying a word, I dove down in front of that human-faced demon spider. The spider trembled in fear, and its 8 legs lunged at me like spears. FengYang's grandfather, Long Gong Meng Shu, shouted from behind, "Be careful, brother FengYang." Careful? Do I need to be careful dealing with a mere 2,000-year-old little spider? I raised my hand and unleashed the flame of the earth, sending a blue shock wave crashing forward. The web it spat out instantly turned to ashes, and the flames engulfed it completely, leaving it upside down on the ground, howling in pain, losing its ability to move within seconds. The 3 members of the Meng family stared in disbelief. The thing they had been chasing for so long was taken down by me in an instant. I received the flames and greeted with a smile. Dragon Lord Meng Shu was so excited that his beard was trembling. Brother FengYang, you are truly amazing. That spider web is incredibly tough, but in front of your flames, it's like it's made of paper. FengYang's eyes sparkled even more, filled with little stars. Master, you are so powerful. I urged her to quickly finish off the spider and not waste it. FengYang swung her knife down, and a purple soul ring floated out. Just as she sat down to absorb it, something even more miraculous happened. With a loud bang, her clothes instantly exploded, leaving only her intimate underwear. Immediately, a purple light surged from her back, and with a series of cracking sounds, 8 sharp spider legs suddenly extended fiercely from her back. External soul bone. 8 spider soul bone. I directly pointed out. Long Gong and Shi Po's eyes were about to pop out. What kind of heaven-defying opportunity is this for their granddaughter? After FengYang finished absorbing, she opened her eyes and jumped up in joy, only to be startled by the spider legs behind her, screaming and leaping into my arms. Wow, she was as soft and fragrant as jade. Her grandparents were still nearby, and this girl was just in her underwear, holding on to me without letting go. Once she realized it, her face turned as red as an apple, and she hid behind me, whispering, "Master, you've seen my body completely. You have to take responsibility." I was pretending to be clueless. Don't worry, when you reach level 40, I'll still help you hunt for soul rings. The girl was so anxious that she kept stomping her feet. Oh no, that's not the kind of responsibility I'm talking about. Long Gong quickly tried to ease the situation and asked her to demonstrate her new soul skill. I have to say, her 3rd soul skill, Spider Blade, is quite impressive. It's an all-around enhancement skill, much stronger than Daimubai's. After that, Long Gong Meng Shu was extremely grateful to me and insisted on giving me a storage bag, saying it contained 10,000 gold soul coins. I pretended to decline, saying it was what a master should do, but he insisted it was just pocket money for the junior, so I immediately accepted it. Such immense wealth, why not take it? After bidding farewell to them, I soared into the sky again, preparing to return and find my students. I hadn't flown far when guess who I saw? Xiao Wu. She was humming a little tune and heading back alone. I laughed at that moment. The opportunity had arrived. I quietly landed behind her. Xiao Wu felt an increasing heat above her head. When she looked up and saw me, she surprisingly showed no fear at all. With her hands on her hips, she proudly said, "Ha, Teacher FengYang, now you know how formidable I am, right? From now on, in the academy, everyone has to listen to me." I smiled at her and walked over step by step, listening to you, right? Yes. She just finished speaking. I acted swiftly, grabbing her delicate collar with one swift motion. Xiao Wu froze, her expression of smugness instantly turning into panic. Just a second ago, she was flaunting her confidence. And in the next moment, she was cowering, her voice trembling with a hint of tears. Teacher FengYang, don't hit me. I was wrong. I grabbed her collar, leaned close to her ear, and whispered with a chuckle, come on, I still like the rebellious look you had just now. So tell me, how did you want to train me earlier? Xiao Wu was so scared that she trembled all over, tears almost coming out. She already sensed what was about to happen. Her survival instinct kicking in, she suddenly grabbed my hand and led me to a secluded little grove nearby, saying in a mosquito-like voice as we walked, teacher, I understand. Then this girl really got into it. Let me tell you, the feeling was truly great. She finally got the hang of what I had taught her before. Xiao Wu timidly asked me, teacher, is it still okay? What could I say? I could only reply coolly, it's fine. But who understands what really matters? It wasn't just that. Right next to us, about 10 meters away in a bush, Tang Sin was sitting cross-legged. Good grief, he had just killed a 2,000-year-old soul beast and was preparing to absorb the soul ring when he heard Xiao Wu's voice. Let me tell you, that scene was unbelievable. Tang San was originally with his eyes closed, but when he heard the noise, he became flustered and couldn't help but open his eyes. Just that one glance. Boom! I felt like his head was about to explode. He stared at me leaning against the tree, and Xiao Wu in front of me. He spat out a mouthful of old blood, and his soul ring absorption was interrupted on the spot. He still wasn't willing to give up, trying to steady his mind and continue, but not even 2 seconds later, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Do you understand? His Dao heart was completely shattered. He wanted to look away, but his eyes seemed glued to us, unable to turn away. In just a few minutes after Xiao Wu and I finished and left, he wanted to absorb the soul ring, but it was too late. That soul ring had dissipated because the soul beast had been dead for too long. What was the final result? His so-called third soul ring was absorbed for just a few minutes, and its age was only 8 years. Yes, you heard it right, White. 8 years. Not even a soul skill. That guy was so angry, he pounded the ground and shouted like a madman, muttering, FengYang, you already have a path to death. I thought to myself, buddy, with this level of hatred, I must be ranked first, surpassing Dai Mubai, right? After it was all over, I held Xiao Wu and walked back, as she softly asked me if I had forgiven her. I touched her little face and said, forgiven. This girl wouldn't let me hold her, afraid my 2 disciples would see. I said, so what if they see? You're not my disciple. This is legitimate. She got anxious and said, what if Tang San sees? In the end, I relented and told her that once we returned to the academy, I would be available whenever she called. When we reunited with the main group, my 2 precious disciples, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, came rushing over. Ning Rongrong clung to me like a koala, repeatedly saying how great it was that I was fine. Dai Mubai and the others surrounded Xiao Wu, and Oscar, quick-tongued, directly asked, how did you end up with FengYang? After saying that, he quickly realized and changed his words to call him Teacher FengYang. Xiao Wu is a little genius. She had already prepared her story. She opened her mouth and said that the Titan giant ape grabbed the 2 of us and ran away, but halfway through, it heard a cow's moo, got scared and urinated, then threw us down and ran away. Then she fainted and woke up at level 30, next to a few 1,000-year soul beasts that had just been stunned, one of which was particularly suitable for her, so she conveniently hunted it down. I have to tell you, the way she spoke was so vivid and lively, without a hint of embarrassment, leaving Ma Hongjun and the others stunned, their jaws almost dropping to the ground, with expressions that seemed to ask, is this really okay? I couldn't hold back my laughter and looked at her with a mischievous grin. She seemed afraid I would expose her, quickly covering for herself, saying it was thanks to me, her teacher, protecting her from the side that she could successfully absorb it. Now, the way Dai Mubai looked at me changed. He thought I was quite capable as a teacher. Just then, Dai Mubai asked, what about Xiao San? As soon as he finished speaking, Tang San emerged from the bushes like a vengeful spirit, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot, exuding a murderous aura. Upon seeing him, Xiao Wu foolishly rushed over, Sanga, you're okay. But Tang San coldly glanced at her and squeezed out a word through gritted teeth. Get lost. The whole place was dumbfounded. Who didn't he know that Tang San cherished Xiao Wu like a treasure? Xiao Wu was also stunned and cautiously asked him what was wrong. Tang San ignored her. This was too embarrassing for him to even mention. I couldn't help but laugh and announced that since everyone was here, we should head back. On the way back, Tang San was like a moving low-pressure zone, ignoring anyone who spoke to him. Ning Rongrong, beside me, was relishing the situation, whispering, Master, I feel so good seeing him like this. I asked why, and she replied, who told him to go against you? I laughed and said, you really are my little warm quilt. Ning Rong then leaned her head on my shoulder. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing probably felt unbalanced and quietly said, Master, I'm a bit cold. I was taken aback. It was hot. How could she be cold? But I understood, directly saying, come here into my arms. Wow. It felt amazing to have one on each side. Ning Rong was unhappy, saying Zhu Zhuqing was lying without a script. To which Zhu Zhuqing replied with 2 words, heart cold. This scene made Dai Mubai behind us so angry that he clenched his fists, while Oscar felt inferior. And Xiao Wu looked at me with a sour heart. She turned back to glance at Tang San and then approached him to ask what was wrong. Tang San still wore a deadpan expression, glanced at her, and once again said, get lost. Xiao Wu was furious, asking, what do you mean? Tang San coldly laughed. You still have a nerve to ask me what I mean? I don't want to say it. Saying it makes me feel dirty. Dirty? Just that one word. And Xiao Wu instantly understood. She probably guessed what Tang San had seen, and her anger dissipated immediately. Once back at Shrek Academy, Tang San, looking like he had found a savior, dragged his teacher Yu Xiaojiang into the woods to complain. When they came out, Yu Xiaojiang's face looked as if he had eaten something terrible. He called my 2 apprentices over for questioning, and after hearing Oscar and Xiao Wu's experiences, he couldn't sit still anymore and directly summoned me to his office. As soon as I entered, Yu Xiaojiang hurriedly asked Xiao San, how many years is your 3rd spirit ring? Tang San's face instantly fell, looking like a frostbitten eggplant, stammering for a long time before finally squeezing out, teacher, my 3rd spirit ring is only 8 years. Boom! Yu Xiaojing looked as if he'd been struck by lightning, his eyes almost popping out. 8 years? He couldn't believe it and asked again. Tang San nodded in confirmation like someone who had lost their parents. Yu Xiaojiang told him to release his spirit ring for him to see, and upon seeing that weak-looking white ring, he immediately broke down, pounding his chest and shouting, how could this happen? How could this happen? His demeanor was more painful than Tang San's. I tell you, this silly boy Tang San was quite touched, thinking his teacher genuinely cared about him. Little did he know, Yu Xiaojiang was worried that his golden reputation would be tarnished, losing face entirely. Once Yu Xiaojiang calmed down, Tang San shifted all the blame onto Xiao Wu and me, saying it was because we were messing around nearby that his mind was unstable, leading to his failed absorption. After hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang, surprisingly, asked with a curious expression, did she eat well? This left Tang San momentarily stunned. The old guy then pretended to comfort Tang San, saying not to worry, that there would be the Hao Ian Hammer and Sea God Island to upgrade his spirit ring in the future. Did you think that was the end? Even more outrageous things came after. Yu Xiaojiang immediately found my room, showering me with flattery, and then confidently said to me, Teacher Feng, I want to take you as my disciple. You can use my title of master freely in the future. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. I said, Yu Xiaojiang, I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. People call you master, and you really think you are one? Want to take me as your disciple? Do you deserve it? His face instantly changed from pale to red, and then from red to black, like a color palette. Finally, he dropped a line, FengYang, I remember this, and stormed out. He turned around and ran to find Tang San, putting pressure on him, saying I had betrayed him, causing his spirit ring to only be 8 years, and that this grudge must be avenged. The way he gritted his teeth made it seem like I had really betrayed him. That night, Xiao Wu went to find Tang San to explain, saying I'd coerced her. Tang San directly laughed in anger. Coerced? That expression of yours looked like coercion. Then he blamed his 8-year spirit ring entirely on her. Xiao Wu felt so guilty, constantly apologizing and asking how she could make it up. Family, the high-energy part is coming. Tang San grinned widely, revealing an extremely lewd smile, saying, come and eat a bit, my mood will get better. Xiao Wu was immediately petrified, asking how he could say that. Tang San completely lost it, shouting, Xiao Wu, you filthy BTCH. You're willing to do it for FengYang, but not for me, right? Acting like a virtuous woman in front of me, but being a harlot in front of him? Every word stabbed into Xiao Wu's heart like a knife. This little rabbit was utterly desperate, crying as she ran back to her room. The next day, in the cafeteria, a grand drama unfolded. Xiao Wu, her eyes swollen from crying, saw me enter and, acting as if nothing had happened, bounced over, taking my hand, serving me food, and asking what I wanted to eat. She was so attentive that it left Dai Mubai and the others stunned. Tang San sat there, his face turning green, his fists clenching so tightly they made cracking sounds. Xiao Wu, was he done yet? After eating, she walked to my back and started to massage my shoulders. Ning Rongrong couldn't stand it anymore and asked her why she was suddenly trying to please my master. Xiao Wu retorted confidently, "Teacher FengYang is your master, and he is also my teacher. What is wrong with me showing him respect?" Her words left Ning Rongrong speechless. As for me, I felt like I was watching a show, enjoying myself. Not to mention, her little hands felt quite nice. After I finished eating and took a napkin to wipe my mouth, Xiao Wu quickly snatched it away, gently and carefully wiping the corners of my mouth. That scene made Ma Hongjun and Oscar envious to the point of turning red. Tang Sen was next to me, and I felt like he was about to grind his teeth to dust. I finished eating and drinking, stood up, and announced, "All right, let's read for 40 minutes, then go for a run." During the run, Dai Mubai, that guy, was still not giving up. He moved next to Zhu Zhuqing, grinning and calling her Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing didn't even glance at him, coldly replying, "Don't call me that, it's disgusting." Dai Mubai's handsome face instantly froze, probably wondering what exactly went wrong with him. I tell you, Dai Mubai is still doubting life over there, and Zhu Zhuqing directly intensified the situation, coldly throwing out a line. "I didn't dislike you at first, but you've been talking behind my master's back multiple times, which really annoys me. Got it? Goodness, it's FengYang again." As soon as Dai Mubai heard that name, he was so furious that he felt like his back teeth were about to crack. What's so great about him? Zhu Zhuqing couldn't even be bothered to look at him, treating him like air. He is not great at all. He can barely teach you a lesson. This was basically a slap in the face. Extremely hurtful and full of insult. Dai Mubai immediately broke down, getting anxious. He was really anxious. "Zhu Zhuqing, don't you know my status?" He started revealing his trump card. "Oh, what status do you have?" Dai Mubai took a deep breath, puffed out his chest, like a peacock displaying its feathers. "I am a third prince of the Star Luo Empire." He thought that once he revealed this status, Zhu Zhuqing would immediately turn into a sycophant. But guess what? Zhu Zhuqing just replied with one word. "Oh, just that? An O?" Dai Mubai felt like he had been hit with 1,000 crits, completely dumbfounded, and angrily shouted, "I, the dignified third prince of Star Luo, am not even comparable to that commoner FengYang?" At this point, Zhu Zhuqing finally turned to look at him. Her eyes filled with pity and said word by word, "You don't deserve to be compared to my master." Boom! Dai Mubai's CPU was directly burned out. He couldn't even move his feet, only able to watch Zhu Zhuqing's back grow further away, his fists clenched and cracking, with one thought in his mind. "FengYang, I won't let this go." By the time we exhaustedly ran back like dogs, I'd already prepared water waiting in the open area. That little girl Ning Rongrong directly jumped into my arms like a human-shaped charm, whimpering that she was tired. I quickly handed her some water and also gave Zhu Zhuqing a bottle. At this time, Xiao Wu shyly came over and made a heavyweight statement. "Teacher FengYang, my feet are so sore. Can you help me massage them?" I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. No, has this rabbit spirit completely let loose now? She seemed to think it wasn't stimulating enough, and added with a smirk, "How about I clean myself up and come to your room to find you?" Damn it. Does anyone understand what's going on? How can anyone handle this? Dai Mubai and the other guys are practically staring at Xiao Wu's feet. Tang San's face is as dark as a pot bottom, and it feels like he's about to explode any second. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing are beside him, wildly jealous and quietly scolding her for being shameless. Sure enough, Tang San exploded. He pointed at Xiao Wu and shouted out dirty words. "You shameless bitch." The entire place fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. No one expected Tang San to curse so harshly in public. Xiao Wu was also stunned. She probably really didn't expect that the gentle and refined Tang San would have such foul language now. After the heartache came the fury. Xiao Wu directly fired back, revealing last night's explosive details. "Tang San, how dare you talk about me? Don't know who was so shameless last night. Wanted me to do that for you. Who do you think you are?" Boom. Now it was Tang San's turn to explode. Not only was this incident exposed, but Xiao Wu also added the phrase, "Who do you think you are?" which was a tremendous humiliation. We, the onlookers, were nearly dropping our eyeballs, all looking at Tang San with expressions that said, "So you are this kind of person?" Ning Rongrong leaned over, cutely asking me, "Master, what does Xiao Wu mean?" I smirked and told her to ask Zhu Zhuqing, but Zhu Zhuqing also blushed and said she didn't know. With no other choice, I had to call Ning Rongrong over and whispered a few words in her ear. The little girl's face instantly turned bright red, looking at Tang San with disdain. Wow, he's so shameless. Tang San was embarrassed and lost control, starting to attack indiscriminately. "Shameless bitch. Who wants your filthy mouth touching me? You think you can say you like me? Who do you think you are? As soon as this was said, the firepower instantly shifted to me. I just stood there smiling, neither admitting nor denying, maintaining an air of mystery. Xiao Wu was so angry that she couldn't even speak properly, pointing at Tang, San, and threatening. I'm definitely going to beat you into a pig's head today. The two completely tore off their masks and began to fight. You punch me, I kick you. It was intense, as if they had some deep-seated grudge. As they fought, both of them activated their martial spirits. On Xiao Wu's side, 3 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, standard configuration. Then it was Tang San's turn, and all eyes were on him. Suddenly, a glaring white soul ring floated out. What the hell? A white soul ring? And it's the 3rd ring. Dude, is your soul ring from a bargain store? The whole place was dumbfounded, and Ning Rongrong burst out laughing. Yu Xiaojiang, who was hiding in the shadows, initially wanted to come out and show off, but seeing this white soul ring, he quickly retreated. If people found out he was Tang San's teacher, where would he put his face as a master? 8-year soul ring, if this got out. Wouldn't it be a huge joke? Xiao Wu pointed at Tang San and laughed heartily. Haha, this is hilarious, an 8-year soul ring. Tang San's mentality completely collapsed. He thought Xiao Wu should feel guilty, but she was actually mocking him. He yelled at Xiao Wu, "Isn't all this your fault?" Xiao Wu wouldn't let him off. "Stop it. It's clearly because you can't have me, and you're so mad." This hit Tang San right in the lungs, and he completely went mad. With a long howl, blue silver grass directly attacked. First soul skill bind. Xiao Wu was too familiar with his tricks. She dodged with a quick move and immediately activated her ultimate. 3rd soul skill, teleport. Whoosh. Xiao Wu was right in front of him, and Tang San couldn't react at all. Then came a smooth combo. 1st soul skill, waist bow. Xiao Wu executed a beautiful spin in the air, kicking Tang San even higher. Then came a series of air attacks. Bang, bang, bang. Finally, at the highest point, a stylish downward strike smashed down on Tang San. With a loud boom, Tang San crashed to the ground like a broken sack, dust flying everywhere, his face covered in bruises, blood spewing out. Even his father Tang Hao wouldn't recognize him. After a couple of groans, he collapsed from anger. Xiao Wu landed steadily, hands on her hips, pointing at the fallen Tang San, exuding dominance. "Humph, I said I would beat you into a pig's head. As a teacher, I had to manage the situation. So I asked Oscar to carry Tang San back to feed him sausages." Flander and the old guys like Yu Xiaojing witnessed the whole farce, especially the white soul ring, which made them feel like the reputation of Shrek had been completely tarnished. The entire academy was discussing this incident, and Dai Mubai and the others finally understood why Tang San had been acting like he was on edge ever since he returned from the Stardew Forest. After the incident, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing came to gossip with me, asking if Xiao Wu really, cough cough. I joked with them a bit, and both girls ran away with their faces flushed. A couple of days later, Tang San was still lying in bed, while Xiao Wu had also restrained herself quite a bit, being polite whenever she saw me. The dean asked me to go buy items for the banquet, and I invited Xiao Wu to join, but she seemed a little shy. Seeing her downcast expression, I didn't push her. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojing went to feed Tang San some chicken soup, or rather, toxic chicken soup. He advised Tang San to endure and bide his time, to first deceive Xiao Wu into coming over. "Goodness," I exclaimed, "this teacher is quite the character." The two of them even teamed up to plot against me. Soon, it was time for our ShrekSeven Monsters' first team soul battle. Before the match, Flander emphasized the importance of unity, reminding everyone to represent Shrek's honor. However, as soon as we stepped onto the stage, we faced the 5-time champions, the Berserk team. At the host command, both sides activated their martial souls. When our soul rings lit up, both the opposing team and the audience were stunned, seeing several level 30s. But then, everyone's gaze fixed on Tang San. Haha, a white soul ring, and it's the 3rd ring. Is there no one left in Shrek Academy? This kind of idiot can compete? The entire venue burst into laughter, and the mocking voices were like a tsunami. On the 2nd floor, Flander, Zhao Wujin, and Yu Xiaojing instantly lost their composure, turning as green as Tang San's blue silvergrass. Flander was so furious he was shaking. "This Tang San has embarrassed Shrek completely." The Berserk team pointed to the 2nd floor and laughed mockingly. "Ha, look, those old folk from Shrek are green with envy." At this point, Flander and the others couldn't stay any longer. They found an excuse, and 3 of them left in disgrace, leaving me alone to hold the fort. Humiliated like this, Tang San, seeing even his own teacher run away, became enraged and charged forward. As a control-type soul master, He tried to brawl with a power-type Soul Master. But with a bang, he was sent flying with a single punch, losing all combat ability and giving away the first blood. The entire crowd erupted in laughter again. Xiao Wu shook her head, probably wondering how she ever liked such a fool. The big guy captain from the opposing team took down Tang San and began to taunt Ning Rongrong and the other girls. This provoked a hornet's nest. Ning Rongrong activated her 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, applying a double boost. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu charged out from the left and right. Zhu Zhuqing had a clear target, bypassing the front row to cut straight to the back. An overconfident defense-type Soul Master on the opposite side tried to bait her by standing too far out, but Zhu Zhuqing had my passive skill isolated and helpless, doubling her power. With Ning Rongrong's boost, she clawed down, and with a bang, the opponent's defense crumpled like paper, and the person fell on the spot. The entire venue gasped. A level 29 agile attacker actually took down a level 32 defense type with a single move. What absurd attack power! Zhu Zhuqing was like a true ghost cat, rampaging through the opponent's backline, instantly taking down another enemy. Meanwhile, Xiao was struggling against the big guy captain, looking like she was about to be hit by his heavy strike. Just at that critical moment, Ning Rongrong shouted, "Creative inspiration!" Suddenly, a golden light flashed from Xiao Wu, and her body expanded dramatically. The cute little panda on her transformed into a giant battle bear. The big guy's attack was directly sent flying by the enlarged Xiao Wu. The entire audience, including Xiao Wu herself, was dumbfounded, feeling the surging power within her. Xiao Wu was immensely shocked. Is this the self-created soul skill that Master taught Rongrong? Let me tell you, this is not a self-created soul skill. It's simply a giant cheat for Xiao Wu. Strength, speed, defense, all maxed out in one go. Xiao Wu was on fire, using her first soul skill to catch that big guy who got blasted away. The leg techniques, I tell you, were like dancing, a flurry of punches. And that guy just lay there, stiff as a board. And guess what happened next? Tang San, I don't know what got into him like a mad dog, jumped up and went crazy on the already down Berserk team, delivering a brutal barrage of attacks. I could hear the sound of bones breaking from a distance. Who understands? This is a team battle, not a life-and-death match. He's going all out. The audience was dumbfounded. The whole place fell silent, and the host stuttered while announcing our victory. Everyone was discussing how fierce those 3 girls from our team were, while the others were just there for show, especially that one with the 8-year soul ring. Lying there for ages, then going berserk, pure dinner. On the way back, Dai Mubai and the others couldn't take it anymore, saying, "Bro, this is too much." And Tang San? He was like a sulking gourd, with a dark face and not a word to say. He felt so frustrated. Having an 8-year soul ring was embarrassing enough, and now Xiao Wu was standing with Ning Rongrong and the others, clearly drawing a line with him. Just then, a greasy middle-aged fat guy popped up out of nowhere. As we reached a bridge, he blocked our path and opened his mouth with a heavyweight statement. "You think you can just leave after seriously injuring my student?" He said to the men, "Give them a beating," and for the women. I was too embarrassed to repeat the rest. It was too dirty. I laughed at that moment. Our teacher FengYang hadn't said anything yet. That fat guy showed off his soul ring, a level 58 soul king, feeling all smug, and yelled at teacher FengYang, "You little brat, stop pretending." But then, bang, the second soul ring of teacher FengYang was a black 10,000-year soul ring. That fat guy's eyes nearly popped out, and before he could even finish saying, "How is that possible?" boom, a ball of blue fire directly ignited him, incinerating him on the spot, clean and hygienic. Xiao Wu was dumbfounded beside him. Let me tell you, without comparison, there's no harm done. When Tang San stood next to teacher FengYang, it was like cheap goods meeting top luxury limited editions, not even worthy of carrying shoes. She felt regret deep in her heart, wishing she could turn back time, realizing she was blind back then for following Tang San and disliking teacher FengYang. When we returned to the academy, we saw Flinder and that Yu Xiaojiang whispering to each other. This Yu Xiaojiang, with his big airs, insisted on being the chief instructor and specifically asked for our teacher FengYang to be his assistant. I understood right away. Wasn't he trying to publicly humiliate someone? Flinder hesitated, fearing that teacher FengYang would take Rongrong and Zhuqing away. But Yu Xiaojiang was so confident, patting his chest and saying, "What's there to be afraid of? With my title as master, I can easily make them change to call me master." Flinder, being soft-hearted, actually believed him. He called us over on the spot and announced this decision. Tang San was so excited he nearly shouted that the teacher was awesome. But Rongrong exploded first, exclaiming, "How can this be?" As for teacher FengYang, he just chuckled lightly and said, "Are you sure you thought this through?" Before turning to leave, looking so carefree. Rong and Zhuqing immediately made strong statements, saying, if the master leaves, we will leave too. Rong, being more intense, pointed at Flinder and scolded, you four-eyed frog. My master is teaching well. Why should he be an assistant? You Xiaojiang try to play the good guy, coming over to persuade them, even attempting to poach them by saying, as long as you're willing, I can be your master too. This directly infuriated the two girls. What? You think you're worthy to be our master? What a joke. What level are you? Ning Rong fired off a barrage of questions, directly saying everything Zhuqing wanted to say. Zhuqing added coldly, I only have one master, so please, this so-called master, don't daydream. Ouch. Every word hit hard, directly piercing you Xiaojiang's two weak spots, low level and a false reputation. His face turned as colorful as a palette. It was quite a sight. That night, Ning Rong and Zhuqing went to find teacher FengYang. Seeing him packing, they immediately wanted to leave with him. Surprisingly, teacher FengYang agreed. Xiao Wu couldn't sit still seeing this, and secretly went to knock on teacher FengYang's door, wanted to follow him too, and began to rant about Tang San, saying she felt disgusted just thinking about him. Teacher FengYang, being mischievous, brought it up again, teasing her, aren't we just in an ordinary teacher-student relationship? This time, Xiao Wu truly broke down, crying her heart out and blaming all her grievances on Tang San, saying it was all because of him that she ended up like this. Seeing her cry, teacher FengYang quickly said, Okay, I'll take you with me tomorrow. But guess what? Xiao Wu refused to back down, insisting on being his disciple, wiping her tears and saying, Teacher FengYang, don't worry, even if you're my master, I'll still feed you. Oh my, what bold words. Saying this, she directly knelt down. Xiao Wu pays respects to master. The moment she knelt, I felt teacher FengYang's aura change completely. Wow. It was as if he had instantly ascended by accepting a disciple. His level skyrocketed, directly reaching level 67. And his 5th and 6th soul rings turned into 10,000-year red ones. My goodness, this was astonishing, simply leagues ahead. After Xiao Wu paid her respects, she happily asked teacher if there was a meeting gift. The next morning, Tang San, wanting to stage a comeback, brought a carrot to find Xiao Wu to curry favor. What happened? As soon as Xiao Wu opened the door and saw him, her face instantly fell. Who wants to eat something you've touched? That's disgusting. With a slap, she knocked the carrot away and slammed the door shut. Let me tell you, Tang San's expression at that moment was as if he wanted to rush in and take Xiao Wu by force, but unfortunately, he couldn't overpower her. In the yard, Flinder was anxious seeing us about to leave, pacing around and trying to play the emotional card, pretending to be clueless. Ning Rong wouldn't let him off easy. Oh, you four-eyed frog, you're really annoying. My master is taking us away from Shrek. Do you understand? Flinder completely broke down, threatening teacher FengYang. FengYang, are you sure you want to take them away? Don't regret it. Teacher FengYang turned around and replied, Flinder, I've been polite to you, and you dare to threaten me? Then let us see how this goes. After saying that, he took the three of us and left without looking back. Flinder was furious, with nowhere to vent his anger. He suddenly turned and confronted Yu Xiaojiang. The look in his eyes could almost devour him alive. Yu Xiaojiang, is this what you meant by your title as master, being able to make them call you master? You're a damn fraud. Are you here to mess with me? I'll tell you. After Flander finished that remark, he dropped a harsh line. I must have been blind to believe your nonsense. You want to be a bishop, right? Fine. Teach. Let us see what you can teach. After saying that, he just walked away without looking back. Goodness, Yu Xiaojiang was completely stunned on the spot, standing there with a face that turned from green to pale, overwhelmed by an immense sense of humiliation. His little bit of pride was crushed into pieces by Flander's words. What was even more absurd was that Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the other three were standing by, watching like it was a show, not one of them coming forward to offer comfort. I'll tell you, Dai Mubai and Oscar were almost cursing up a storm in their hearts. They had been looking forward to seeing Zhuqing and Ning Rong every day, thinking that feelings would develop over time, but now that the master had come, he had directly taken them away from us. We wouldn't even be able to see them in the future, and how could we pursue them then? As for Tang San, it was even worse. He was already holding a grudge. Previously in the soul arena, he was mocked for his white soul ring, and his master just turned around and left. Wasn't he that a pure backstab? Now that Xiao Wu was also taken away, with old grudges and new ones combined, his gaze could almost shoot daggers at that guy. And guess what? This guy had skin so thick it could stop bullets. Even after all this, he could still squeeze out a smile and tell Tang San and the others, let's leave it at that for today. Starting tomorrow, I will definitely train you into the prominent figures of the continent. I will clear your names, and mine as well. Clear names, my foot. Dai Mubai and the others turned around and began to vent, their volume loud enough to make sure he heard. What a show-off. Great, now my Zhu Qing is gone. Oscar added with a sharp remark, exactly. He calls himself a master, but who gave him that title? After all these years, he hasn't produced any impressive disciples. I tell you, Yu Xiaojiang couldn't hold it in and clutched his chest, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. It was quite a spectacle. The camera shifted to my master, FengYang, who was having a great time. He was out shopping in Soto City with 3 beautiful girls. But then Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong started competing for his attention, insisting on walking next to him. Ning Rongrong directly confronted Xiao Wu. You Xiao Wu, how can you have the nerve? Just yesterday you were with Tang San and the others insulting my master, and now you're coming over? Xiao Wu knew she was in the wrong, and her momentum weakened immediately. My master was watching the drama unfold and added fuel to the fire, saying, isn't it better to have more junior sisters to take care of? From now on, Xiao will handle all the cleaning and bedmaking. As for Ning Rongrong, let me tell you, she really dared to say anything. She leaned in and whispered in my master's ear, come on, master. You just like Xiao Wu because she can give you that, right? Does anyone understand what I'm talking about? I was dumbfounded hearing this beside them. Zhu Zhuqing's eternally icy face turned beet red, and Xiao Wu's face was so flushed it looked like it could bleed. Ning Rongrong, oblivious to the situation, added, it's not like I can't do it with Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't hold it in any longer and hurriedly clarified, don't involve me. I want tea. On the other side, Ning Rongrong's father, Ning Fengji, the master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, also received the news. Upon hearing that his precious daughter had run off with a wild man and left the academy, he couldn't sit still. He felt that FengYang was suspicious and feared his daughter might be abducted. Without saying a word, he took his sword-wielding Douluo and headed straight to Soto City. My master has been in the Seoul Arena with 3 girls for 3 days straight, winning every match. Xiao Wu and the others have been talking about wanting to run into Tang San and give him a good beating. Just as they walked out of the arena, guess what? More people showed up. It was Meng Yiran again, along with her grandparents, Long Gong and Shi Pe. As soon as Meng Yiran saw my master, she was all over him, saying she came specifically to find him. Her grandfather, Meng Shu, was even more enthusiastic, asking my master if he had a falling out with Shrek and if he needed help to get justice. He warmly invited my master to their Meng family as an honored guest. However, Ning Rongrong's temper flared up again upon hearing about going to the Meng family. She directly scoffed, saying, what is the Meng family compared to our 7 treasures glazed tile school? This left everyone in silence. Meng Yiran was about to explode, and my master's face darkened, directly demanding her to apologize. This move surprisingly calmed down Meng Yiran's grandfather, who thought my master was a reasonable person. Later, during dinner, the old man from the Meng family suggested that his granddaughter Meng Yiran should team up with my master for matches. Now, my master's disciple group has gained another strong member. While my master was busy taking in new disciples, the ultimate boss on Shrek's side finally made his appearance. Tang San's father, Dang Hao. Upon returning, he saw his son, and to his shock, Tang San's 3rd spirit ring was white. A 10-year spirit ring. He was almost furious to the point of fainting. After hearing Tang San's tearful recounting, Tang Hao was filled with murderous rage. Yet this kid Tang San, crying and begging his father to get Xiao Wu back, declared, it wasn't until she left that I realized how much I love her. Let me tell you, the way Tang Hao looked at his son was like looking at a stranger, with a face full of disdain. Unfilial son, you're beyond saving. But he still agreed. Why? Because he already knew Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year soul beast. This wasn't T helping his son chase a girlfriend. It was clearly reserving a daughter-in-law's spirit ring in advance. How dark, truly the best father of 2025. The next day, my master brought 4 girls to the Seoul Arena, only to be stopped by the officials. They said there was a tough opponent, the Royal Fighting Team, who had been on a winning streak and wanted my master's team to take them on. Upon hearing there was money to be made, my master's eyes lit up. Looking at the opposing team's information, the captain, Yu Qianheng, was level 39, and all members were above level 35, tough opponents. My master transformed into a money-making monk, saying he could fight, but they had to pay. If they won, each person would get 10,000 gold soul coins. At that moment, Ning Fengji also arrived with the sword Douluo, quietly making their way to the VIP seats on the 2nd floor, standing next to my master, though neither recognized the other. The match began. Let me tell you, the atmosphere was explosive. As soon as both sides entered the arena, the Royal Fighting Team revealed their spirit rings, and Ning Fengji immediately recognized them as the little brats from the Tiando Royal Academy. Seeing Yu Tianheng at level 39, he thought it's over. Rongrong's team is going to lose badly. The battle was about to erupt. Yu Tianheng charged forward, crackling with electricity, heading straight for Meng Yiran. And then, the fight began. Meng Yiran, level 32, faced Yu Tianheng, level 39. A direct clash. With a loud bang. Guess what? The two actually ended up in a stalemate. The entire arena was stunned. Meng Yiran's grandmother was so shocked, she stood up from her seat. Let me tell you, the expression on the old lady's face at that moment was almost shouting. This is impossible. The whole venue erupted. A level 7 match ending in a tie. Who has ever seen that? But what do the family members understand? This is not a miracle at all. It's all calculated. I'm telling you, there are two major contributors behind this. The first is Ning Rongrong. Her 7 treasures glazed tile directly gave the whole team a 30 boost in all attributes, increasing both strength and speed. It's simply outrageous. The second is our master, FengYang. The mysterious inscriptions he had set up for Meng Yiran had already raised her soul power from level 32 to level 35. With this level 35 receiving a 30 buff. Isn't she directly on par with the level 39 Yu Tianheng? The opposing team leader, Qin Ming, was nearly wide-eyed, muttering, "What kind of monster is this?" On the battlefield, Meng Yiran and Yu Tianheng were clashing fiercely, exchanging several soul skills, but neither could take down the other. However, the real breakthrough point was on the other side. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, both agility attackers, were blocked by the two massive tanks from the opposing team, the Shimo brothers. Xiao Wu, with her fiery temper, kicked at the turtle shell, but it didn't even lose health, and it mocked her. "Little girl, didn't you eat?" Goodness, how could she endure that? Xiao Wu was furious, but she was just pretending to be reckless. In reality, her mind was as clear as a mirror. The master had already laid out the tactics clearly. Our first target is their backline control system, Douluo Yin. Just when the big tank Shimo thought Xiao Wu would stubbornly fight to the end, she smirked and went for the show. Heavenly sound wave. With a buzzing sound, a white light directly marked Douluo Yin in the distance. Before Shimo could react, Xiao Wu suddenly disappeared. Third soul skill, teleportation. In the next second, she had already appeared right in front of Douluo Yin. Douluo Yin was startled, but still tried to act tough. "Oh, so the target is me? You think I'm just a control type?" She was just about to use her soul skill, but it was too late. Xiao Wu didn't give her a chance at all. Dragon tail sweep. A whip kick bang. It landed solidly on Douluo Yin's chest. Douluo Yin flew out like a kite with a broken string. But it wasn't over. Using the mark from Heavenly Soundwave, Xiao Wu followed up with an echo strike, using her waist strength in midair, arching her back. Another kick. With 2 kicks, Douluo Yin was directly kicked out of the arena. The referee announced on the spot, "Douluo Yin has been eliminated." I tell you, the whole place went crazy. Within a minute of the opening, someone was taken out. What the hell? What kind of combo is this? Flash RQ, right? Folks, this operation is all about being unexpected. When Yu Tianheng saw his girlfriend get taken out, he went crazy on the spot. Third soul skill, Thunder Fury. Second soul skill, Thunderbolt. His whole body was surging with electric light, soul power directly maxed out, turning him into a ball of lightning, ready to tear Meng Yiran apart. The scene was unbelievable. Everyone thought Meng Yiran was done for. But Meng Yiran just sneered coldly and pointed the snake blade in her hand to the sky. Third soul skill, Spider Blade. The most explosive moment came. With a snap, 8 purple-black spider legs suddenly spread out behind her. Holy crap, a soul bone. And it's the best positioned external soul bone, 8 spider spears. In the VIP seats, Ning Rongrong's father, Ning Fengji, and Sorduo Chan Xian both stood up in shock, their eyes wide like copper bells. This is the legendary treasure. With the boost of the 8 spider spears, Meng Yiran's momentum instantly crushed Yu Tianheng. The lightning bolts striking her made no sound. Instead, a massive force rebounded, sending the big Yu Tianheng flying out. As soon as Yu Tianheng landed, Meng Yiran chased after him. Striking again, boom. Yu Tianheng was sent flying once more, lying on the ground, unable to get up. The healer, Yi Lingling, immediately activated her martial soul, the light of 9-heart begonia shone on Yu Tianheng, visibly healing his wounds. Just then, the cooperation between Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing came. Ning Rongrong shouted, "Creative idea." The next second, Zhu Zhuqing's body flashed with light. And bang, she instantly grew several sizes larger. Especially cough, you know. That proud figure sent the big meat shield, Shimo, flying. The male audience's eyes were about to pop out. And it's not over yet. After growing larger, Zhu Zhuqing's power and speed doubled. She clawed at Shimo's turtle shell with a swipe, clang. The so-called absolute defense of the Xuanwu turtle shell shattered. The whole audience was stunned again. A broke through the defense of a defense? What kind of heaven-defying soul skill is this? Ning Fengji and Chen Xian upstairs were already stunned, muttering to themselves. Creative idea? Rong, she actually created a soul skill? Zhu Zhuqing on the field didn't care about any of this. Her figure flashed like a ghost, instantly appearing in front of the healer, Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling didn't even have time to react before being knocked down with a claw. At this moment, of the 7 members of the Emperor fighting team, 1 was kicked out, 1 was heavily injured, 1 was broken through defense, and 1 healer was taken out. The situation was dire. Teacher Qi Ming on the 2nd floor shouted bitterly, "We admit defeat." Back in the lounge, the girls were almost floating with excitement. TCH. What undefeated General Emperor fighting team? They were still beaten to the ground by us. Ning Rongrong put her hands on her hips, feeling very proud. Meng Yiran's grandma, Tianxiang, was holding her master FengYang's hand, looking very satisfied. "FengYang, you're an amazing master. I was thinking of having Yiran apprentice under that you Xiaojiang. But now that I think about it, what kind of master is that? He can't even teach a capable disciple, unlike you, who has students creating god-level skills." Just as they were talking, the door opened, and Ning Fengji and Douluo Chen Xian walked in. "Dad, Grandpa Chen Xian." Ning Rongrong happily rushed over. She brought Ning Fengji over to introduce. "Dad, this is my master, FengYang, the level 67 Soul Emperor." "What?" Ning Fengji and Chen Xian were instantly petrified. So Young looks only a few years older than Rongrong. A level 67 Soul Emperor? This is a freak. Ning Rongrong was still showing off. "My creative idea was created with my master's help. It's even more powerful than the combined 3 soul skills of our sect." The other girls nodded, indicating that their god skills were also given by their master. Ning Fengji was completely convinced now, respectfully clasping his fist towards FengYang. "Rongrong's master, I was disrespectful before. I hope you can forgive me. To have the sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school call him master, that face is simply sky high." Everyone was busy flattering each other, preparing to go out for a meal. Suddenly, a destructive pressure descended from the sky. Douluo Chen Xian's expression changed. "Everyone be careful." A scruffy-looking, disheveled uncle jumped down from the roof. Good heavens, with 9 soul rings spinning around him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Title Douluo. His murderous gaze swept around, finally landing on Xiao Wu. His voice as cold as ice. "I want to take her away. And I asked the 7 treasure glazed tile school and everyone else not to interfere." Xiao Wu's face turned pale in an instant. She knew her identity had been exposed. Her body uncontrollably shrank behind her master FengYang. Just at this critical moment, FengYang stepped forward, directly shielding Xiao Wu behind him, his tone calm, yet incredibly firm. "If you want to take my disciple, it's impossible." At that moment, Xiao Wu looked at her master's back, tears almost falling. The scruffy uncle, who was Tang Hao, squinted his eyes. "He's killing intent looking onto FengYang instantly. FengYang, I'm not looking for trouble with you, yet you dare to stand out? You don't want her dog life anymore, do you?" As soon as this was said, Ning Rongrong exploded, pointing at Tang Hao's nose and scolding. "You dare to insult my master? You're the dog, an old dog." Meng Yiran also shouted, "You dog thing. Do you really think that just because you're a title Douluo, you can act recklessly? Folks, having a background gives you confidence." Tang Hao's face darkened, revealing his title. "It seems that I, Tang Hao, must take action today. Tang Hao, Hao Hian Douluo." Ning Fengji and Meng Shu all gasped in shock. This is the legendary person who can single-handedly confront the 3 Douluos of the Wuhuan Hall. Just as they hesitated whether to fight, FengYang spoke. "Everyone, please protect my disciples." As soon as he finished speaking, blue flames erupted from his body, a huge blue fireball enveloping himself and Xiao Wu, and with a roar, they soared into the sky. By the time Tang Hao reacted, they were already 30 meters in the air. FengYang looked down at him, his voice echoing throughout the venue. "Tang Hao, dare to be my enemy. I see you have already chosen the path to death." So cool, explosive. Tang Hao was so angry his face turned green, but he couldn't fly, so he could only watch helplessly, looking at the sword Doa and a mighty dragon snake beside him. He didn't want to stir up trouble, so he could only snort coldly and disappear. In the sky, Xiao Wu tightly hugged her master, feeling both warm and excited. "Master, thank you." Just saying thank you? Xiao Wu's face turned red. Then I'll serve you tonight. All right. The master nodded, then changed the subject. Now we're going to find Tang San. Xiao Wu was confused. Huh? Why are we looking for him? The master said confidently. His dad came to trouble us. Shouldn't we find his son to vent our anger? The debts of the father should be repaid by the son. This is only right. Xiao Wu instantly understood. Feeling amused, my master is so shameless. Can't beat the old man, so he goes to beat the young one. And after beating him, he runs. Anyway, Tang Hao can't catch up. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived above Shrek Academy. At this time, Tang San was in his room, dreaming sweetly. He was fantasizing about his dad having captured Xiao Wu, feeling extremely excited, muttering, Xiao Wu, tonight you'll see how I deal with you. Before he could finish, there was a loud bang, and the door was kicked to pieces. Tang San was startled and looked up to see Xiao Wu angrily pointing at his nose and shouting, You disgusting, filthy, shameless scoundrel. You have no chance anymore. Tang San was initially overjoyed, thinking that Xiao Wu had returned, but when he saw the familiar figure behind her, FengYang, he felt like he was falling apart. That expression, let me tell you, was as wonderful as just showing off a pound of Oreos. I tell you, especially with that arrogant smile on FengYang's face, as if to say, what can you do about it? Tang San was instantly furious. This kid is also ruthless. Knowing he couldn't win, he talked tough while secretly preparing hidden weapons, ready to play dirty. As he watched Xiao Wu step closer, he flicked his wrist, and suddenly, a flurry of hidden weapons shot towards FengYang like they were free. But who was FengYang? He had already seen through Tang San's little tricks. With a smirk, he erupted with a blue flame that made the air shimmer. Those incoming hidden weapons couldn't even reach 3 feet in front of him, instantly melting into molten iron, leaving not a trace behind. Tang San was dumbfounded. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Now Xiao Wu was really pissed off. You, Tang San, how dare you sneak attack my master? As soon as she finished speaking, she shot out like a cannonball, spun gracefully in the air, and landed a solid kick right on Tang San's chest. With a loud thud, Tang San flew out like a broken sack. And just as he tried to struggle back up, Xiao Wu followed up with another kick, stamping him back down to the ground. Tang San cried out in pain, his mouth getting filthy as he started calling for help. Just you wait. My father is a title Douluo. When he comes back, you all will die. Oh, still daring to threaten people? Xiao Wu got even angrier, directly lifting him off the ground by the collar, and with one hand swung around, she gave him a flurry of slaps. The crisp sound made me wince in sympathy. In just a few moments, Tang San's face was swollen like a pig's head. This guy was clever. Finding an opportunity, he rolled and jumped out the window, trying to escape. But he forgot that our Xiao Wu is a speed-type rabbit. Her speed was incredible. With a light leap, Xiao Wu jumped onto his back and stomped down hard again. Tang San's scream echoed throughout Shrek Academy. The commotion brought Oscar out. He stepped outside and saw Xiao Wu beating up Tang San, instantly getting scared and turning to shout for help. Xiao Wu is hitting. But before he could finish his sentence, FengYang appeared in front of him as if he had teleported, calmly asking, What are you yelling about? Oscar was so frightened he almost knelt down on the spot. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu was really enjoying the fight. After finishing, she stood with her hands on her hips, panting, Phew, that really took it out of me. Tang San on the ground was completely out of commission, lying there like a puddle of mud, unable to move. FengYang walked over, kicked Tang San lightly, and laughed. I say, has your father's big hammer rusted? You've been beaten for so long. Where is he? Tang San, still tough with a pig-like face, squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. You have the way to D. Oh, this made FengYang laugh out loud. He turned to look at Oscar, who was trembling beside him, and grabbed his collar. Oscar was so scared his soul almost flew away, quickly pleading. Teacher FengYang, don't hit me. I didn't TC anything. Not hitting you is fine. FengYang smiled innocently. Just do what I say. He lowered his voice and said, Go. Take his pants off. Huh? Both Oscar and Xiao Wu were stunned. This operation was too bold. I don't want to say it a second time. FengYang's gaze turned cold. Oscar didn't dare refuse. So he could only walk up to Tang San with a bitter face, apologizing as he moved his hands. Little San, bear with it. The principal and teachers aren't here. I really have no choice. I tell you, that old scoundrel Yu Xiaojiang is hiding in the shadows. And as soon as he sees FengYang, he runs faster than anyone else, afraid of being caught and beaten up in the process. Soon, Tang San's pants were stripped off. Xiao Wu let out a disdainful sound and directly turned around to bury her face in FengYang's arms. Wow, this scene made Tang San feel furious, even more painful than his injuries. With a poof, he spat out a mouthful of black blood in anger. FengYang wasn't done yet and ordered Oscar, squat down and play that for him. With a puff, Xiao Wu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Oscar turned pale. Was this even something a person would do? But looking at FengYang's unquestionable gaze, he could only squat down in tears and quietly tell Tang-san, Xiao-san, just bear with it, it shouldn't hurt. The next second, Tang-san let out a pig-like scream. Ah! This scream exploded throughout the venue. Xiao Wu laughed so hard she trembled. Even Oscar couldn't hold it in anymore, and even you Xiaojiang and Dai Mubai, who were hiding in the shadows, were shaking with laughter. Who understands? This is simply the latest 2025 model of cyber torture. Just then, an overwhelming aura suddenly enveloped the entire Shrek. Dang Hao, the legendary Hao Hian Douluo, had finally arrived. But as soon as he entered, he saw his precious son's pants stripped off, and Oscar was squatting there, performing two tigers live. Tang Hao was instantly petrified. His old face turned the color of pig liver, humiliation. This was the ultimate humiliation. His murderous gaze was locked tightly on FengYang. Big Hammer, you finally came. I've been waiting for you for a long time. FengYang profochalite asset. Tang Hao roared and charged over like a mad bull. But FengYang didn't want to play with him at all. He grabbed Xiao Wu's hand, and a blue fireball enveloped the two of them, whooshing up into the sky. You bastard. Tang Hao will definitely kill you. Tang Hao pounded his chest and stomped his feet in anger, roaring madly below. FengYang laughed wildly in midair. Tang, Big Hammer, let me tell you. Every time you chase me, I'll come back to beat your son once. Ha ha. Wow. These words hit Tang Hao right in the lungs, nearly making him ascend on the spot. Just then, Dean Flander also flew back. Seeing the situation and hearing Tang Hao's roar, he immediately felt his chance had come. With Hao Ian Douluo backing him up, what was there to be afraid of? He flapped his wings and chased after FengYang, shouting, FengYang. FengYang turned around and looked. Oh, this four-eyed frog has gotten spirited? Holding Xiao Wu, he didn't plan to fight. He just sneered, four-eyed frog. Let me show you what speed is. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue fireball exploded with a bang, instantly transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the sky, so fast that Flander didn't even catch a whiff of the exhaust. When FengYang brought Xiao Wu back to their residence, Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuran, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others were already worried sick and rushed over to hug him. After hearing Xiao Wu excitedly recount how they had played tricks on Tang Hao and Flander, the girls felt both envious and jealous, clamoring to have a turn as aerial acrobats next time. The next day, as FengYang was preparing to plan the next step, he was blocked as soon as he stepped outside. Leading the way was Qin Ming, the teacher of the Emperor fighting team, followed by Yu Tianheng, Vivian, and their 7 companions. It turned out that Qin Ming had taken a liking to FengYang's abilities and wanted him to take his students as disciples. FengYang pretended to look around and said lightly, after my investigation, only Dugian and Yi Lingling meet the preliminary conditions. As soon as these words came out, Yu Tianheng was immediately displeased and sarcastically said, What are you pretending to be a big shot? Is your reputation greater than my Uncle Yu Xiaojiang's? I think you're just trying to pick female disciples for ulterior motives. The others chimed in to jeer. FengYang's face instantly turned cold. Oh, it seems I need to teach you how to talk to me first. Buzz. Without wasting any words, his soul power at level 67 exploded instantly. And then, soul rings popped out one after another. Black, 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 red, red. When those two glaring 10,000-year red soul rings lit up, everyone present was stunned. They even stopped breathing. Qin Ming's legs went weak, and with a thud, he knelt down, his motion so smooth it seemed rehearsed countless times. Predecessor, please don't be angry. It's my students who are blind and don't recognize the great mountain. Yu Tianheng and the others were also dumbfounded, and they all knelt down as well. But Yu Tianheng, this blockhead, relying on his blue lightning tyrant dragon clan status, dared to be stubborn and stood up to shout. FengYang couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense. In a flash, he kicked a few times, directly rubbing his face into the ground, knocking out several teeth. Then, FengYang wiped his shoes and turned to look at the already dumbfounded Dugian, saying, Is this your boyfriend? Keeping a boyfriend with such a poor brain is just wasting space. Dugian was intimidated by his domineering aura and instinctively nodded dumbly. FengYang then satisfiedly glanced at the other few, still trembling guys and coldly said, You guys, do you really want to wait for me to take action personally? As soon as these words came out, those guys' legs turned to jelly, and I figure my 4 precious disciples were also scared, behaving themselves all the way, not daring to make a loud noise. However, kids will be kids. They can't stay quiet for long. Just after arriving at Heavendo City, they started clamoring to go to the Great Soul Arena to show off. I thought it would be fine to just follow behind and watch. But before the fight even started, Ning Rongrong's mouth began to spew insults at Xiao Wu and Meng Yiran. Goodness, it almost turned into an all-out brawl right there. In the end, it was Ning Rongrong who was clever, hiding behind Zhu Zhuqing and using me as a shield, saying that if anyone wanted to fight her, they should go and complain. That managed to calm those two down. Once we entered the Heavenly Do Great Soul Arena, the scene was indeed much more impressive than Soto City. Soon, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing matched up against their opponents, two power-type soul masters. Let me tell you, with their looks, as soon as they stepped onto the stage, the cheering almost brought the roof down. I, just like last time, found a good spot on the second floor, sipping tea while watching the show. The two guys opposite were also in the know. They immediately tried to focus fire on Ning Rongrong, the support. But what happened? Zhu Zhuqing rushed in with a swift step, and folks, who understands? A fragile assassin with agility. She sent the opposing strength-type brute flying with a single slap. The whole place was stunned. This script isn't right. They had no idea that I had equipped Zhuqing with runes that grant damage bonuses against isolated enemies, focusing on surprise attacks. I was really into it when suddenly I felt someone beside me. I turned around and, oh, isn't that Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling? It's just like the saying, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. I was just worried about not having an excuse to go find them. Dugu Yin is quite straightforward. She came right up and asked, Soul Emperor, last time you said you would take us as disciples. Is that still valid? I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. I said, when did I ever say I would take you in? I only mentioned that your posture has met my preliminary standards. The two girls were instantly dumbfounded. Luckily, Dugu Yin reacted quickly and hurriedly asked how she could become my disciple. I glanced at the two of them, and my mind started racing with calculations. Yi Lingling, this 9-heart begonia, must be taken in. As for Dugu Yin, I had to keep her on the hook for now. After all, she had a grandfather named Dugu Bo who guarded a whole immortal herb from the ice and fire duality eye. That was immense wealth. So, I cleared my throat and said, all right, Yi Lingling, I'll take you in first. Yi Lingling's expression at that moment was as if she had just won the lottery. Without a second thought, she knelt down and became my disciple. I tell you, when she knelt down, the system prompt in my head sounded like firecrackers during the new year, ringing nonstop. Passive task completed. The rewards were directly maxed out. I got an external soul bone of 10,000 years, and my soul power skyrocketed, leveling up from 67 to 73. I became a soul sage, everyone. I became a soul sage. What is even more outrageous is that the years of my 7 soul rings doubled. Several of them broke through the 10,000-year mark and turned bright red, and the 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body, was unlocked on the spot. In that moment, I felt like I could walk sideways. Don't mention Soul Douluo. If Title Douluo came, I would dare to challenge him. The system also conveniently tailored a special inscription skill for Yi Lingling called Star Infusion. In simple terms, it can absorb the opponent's blue energy and replenish ours, making it a perpetual motion machine for team battles. A new disciple entering the door deserves a welcome gift, right? I immediately gave this freshly baked divine skill to Yi Lingling. When the two of them took a look, they were shocked on the spot. Dugu Yin was so envious that she almost fell apart, anxiously asking me when I would accept her. Can I tell her the truth? I straightened my face and said, you're not qualified enough, so why are there so many questions? This really upset Dugu Yin, who stomped her foot in anger and ran away. Yi Lingling felt a bit embarrassed and explained to me that Dugu Yin had a falling out with her boyfriend, Yu Qianheng, just to become my disciple. And now Yu Qianheng probably hates me. I thought to myself, with so many people hating me, who does he think he is? Then, Yi Lingling, my newly accepted disciple, directly arranged a super luxurious residence for me. She has a castle in the city of Tiando. When I heard castle, I knew I had to go experience it. When I took Yi Lingling down to meet up with Ning Rongrong and the others, the girls chattered excitedly and didn't seem to reject the new junior sister. Yi Lingling's background is quite pitiful. She is the sole heir of the 9 Hearts Begonia lineage, and has been alone guarding the Emperor's granted large castle since she was little. No wonder her personality is so cold and aloof. We just settled down in the castle, and before I could even enjoy it, I felt a murderous atmosphere outside. Goodness, over here, Dugu Yin just cried back to her grandfather Dugu Bo to complain. And over there, another wave of people came to deliver their heads. That Osro from the Imperial fighting team actually summoned his level 77 Soul Sage father, OS Yin, specifically naming me for revenge. Yi Lingling was a bit worried and told me that the opponent was a Soul Sage. My few disciples also advised me, saying that if things got tough, We should just use our skills to escape. I laughed at the time and said, what are you running for? We should at least meet before making a decision, right? I led my 5 disciples slowly to the castle gate and confronted the Osro father and son. The old man, Osro, immediately put on airs, demanding that I kneel and apologize to his son. I directly made him laugh and said, old man, I never regarded you as an elder. What's with the two of us? As soon as I said that, the other side turned pale. And Ojin immediately unleashed his soul rings. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. Quite a standard configuration. Then it was my turn. I tell you at that moment. Even the BGM had to give way for me. With my arms spread wide, soul rings started popping out one after another. First ring, black. Second ring, black. Third ring, still black. Fourth ring, red. Fifth ring, red. Sixth ring, red. Seventh ring, red. 3 black and 4 red. As soon as the 7 soul rings appeared, that terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire venue. Those several red rings of 100,000 years nearly dyed the entire castle red. Everyone fell silent, and the only sound in the air was the gasp of cold breath, shocking my whole family. My 5 disciples had stars in their eyes, shouting that their master was mighty. Ning Fengji and the others who were hiding in the dark, as well as the newly arrived Douluo and his grandson, were on the verge of popping their eyes out, especially Douluo, muttering to himself, probably calculating the age of my soul rings. His expression more vivid than seeing a ghost. The person opposite me, Aoxian, is so scared that their legs are trembling and sweat is pouring down like rain. I looked at him and repeated his words back to him verbatim. Now, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and slap yourself 3 times, and I'll let you leave safely. The old man, for the sake of his pride, still refused to back down, insisting on some sort of level suppression, claiming he was level 77 while I was only level 73. I thought to myself, buddy, you're still playing the old version? I couldn't be bothered to say much more to him. With a cold glance, I went straight into action. 4th soul skill, Blaze of the Earth. With a loud boom, my entire body was engulfed in blue flames, rushing toward him like a tsunami. The overwhelming force made him instantly realize what 100,000-year soul ring truly meant. That guy couldn't even scream properly. He was like someone thrown into an alchemy furnace, instantly turning into a piece of human-shaped charcoal, rolling through the air before falling down. Goodness, everyone in the audience was dumbfounded, jaws dropping to the ground. That was a soul sage over level 70, and, just like that, taken out in one move? What terrifying output was this? Let me tell you, that precious son of his, Osro, knelt down right in front of me. It was so straightforward. His legs went weak, and he went down with a thud. Then he started slapping his own face hard, left and right, louder than anyone else. He was shouting, I was wrong, I didn't recognize the Great Mountain, and that scene was simply a live performance art piece for 2025. I was so annoyed that I waved my hand and told him to get lost. In an instant, the families that were originally looking for trouble, like Yu Feng and Shimo, shrank back like quails. Each of them avoided eye contact, fearing I would call them out next. I mean, even their level 80 Contra started pretending to be deep in thought, admiring the scenery. Who would dare to come up and offer themselves? Just as I was about to lead the girls into the castle, someone suddenly shouted, Lingling. I turned around, and wow, isn't that the old poison master Douluo and his granddaughter Douluo? Yi Lingling quickly introduced me. Master, this is the poison Douluo, Senior Douluo. Then she turned to the old poison master and said, Senior, this is my master, FengYang. We exchanged polite gestures. The people around us were almost wide-eyed. The title Douluo actually returned a salute to me. Soul Sage? Who understands this? My prestige has skyrocketed. That old man Douluo, although he spoke politely, his back was straight, and the pride of a title Douluo was hard to hide. He got straight to the point, coming to question me about his granddaughter Douluo, asking why I said she wasn't qualified to be my disciple. I'm amused. Isn't this just hitting the mark for me? I didn't beat around the bush with him and said directly, Poison Douluo, do you want to know the truth? Fine, I'll say it straight. The poison from you too, the grandfather and grandson, is just trash. What? The old man was about to explode on the spot, and his green hair was almost standing up. I hurriedly waved my hand and explained slowly, Senior, don't get excited. I don't look down on you. I'm just stating a fact. Your poison harms others and yourself. You've experienced that heart-wrenching pain of being backfired by your own poison, haven't you? As soon as I said this, Douluo was completely stunned, as if struck by lightning. His biggest secret had been seen through by me at a glance. His son couldn't withstand the pain of that backlash, and ended his own life. He hadn't even told Douluo about this. He remained silent for a long time, unable to utter a word. It was Douluo who became anxious and asked her grandfather if this was true. As soon as I saw that the timing was right, I turned around and pretended to leave, adding so, for the sake of your granddaughter, I won't take it. Wait. Douluo was anxious and called out to me. Little brother, since you can see through this, you must have a way to solve it, right? I was almost bursting with laughter inside, but I had to put on a contemplative look on my face. There's a way, but it's quite troublesome. As soon as he heard there was a way, Douluo got so excited that his beard perked up, patting his chest and assuring me, little brother, as long as it can be solved, I'm willing to pay any price. Oh, so this is what you said. I was originally thinking about how to trick him, but now I directly laid it out. I want to reward those fairy herbs of yours, the ones that are 10,000 years old. Sure, he agreed very readily. I pretended to be surprised for a moment, then followed him to his lair, the Eye of Ice and Fire. Wow, as soon as I stepped in, my eyes widened. There were fragrant, ethereal products, octagonal, mysterious ice grass, and fiery apricot blossoms, all top-notch items. With a wave of my hand, I declared, I want all of this. The flesh on Douluo's face started to twitch, but after glancing at Douluo beside him, he gritted his teeth and nodded. All right, but I have one condition. You must accept Yin as your disciple. Isn't that just right? I was waiting for you to say that. Okay, I nodded. Having resolved the issue of the poison, she is certainly qualified. However, I also have a request. Back at the castle, I called all my disciples out and lined them up. Then I said to Douluo, my request is simple from now on. You must protect these few disciples of mine. If anyone dares to harm them, you, the titled Douluo, must step forward. As soon as I said this, Xiao Wu and the others were so moved that they immediately rushed over to hug me, tears in their eyes, calling out, Master, I love you. Seeing how protective I was, Douluo felt relieved and readily agreed. Yin, why aren't you kneeling to pay respect to your master? Douluo was so excited that she immediately knelt down and bowed to me. Douluo pays respect to master. Ding! The system notification sound in my head rang out like firecrackers on New Year's. Passive task completed. Accept Douluo as a disciple. Rewards being distributed. Let me tell you, that feeling was explosive. My soul power level skyrocketed from level 73 to level 79. All my soul rings doubled in age. Even the lowest ones are nearly 60,000 years old, and the highest reached a whopping 800,000 years. I took off right on the spot, leading the pack. Douluo also got her exclusive inscription skill book, the Serpent Lady's Poison Mist, which creates a poisonous cloud with a radius of 100 meters and also brings a 50 slow effect. It's simply a massive weapon in team battles. I casually checked the homework of a few other girls. Ning Rongrong's magical possession has been mastered. She directly merges with me in a human tower, and no one can touch her. This support is absolutely amazing. Zhu Zhuqing's assassination skills are becoming increasingly terrifying, while Xiao Wu, well, is still the same and needs more practice. Meng Yiran has also comprehended a new skill, a dash that knocks the opponent up, both cool and powerful. When I sent Douluo off, the old man quietly told me that he realized Xiao Wu was a soul beast. I didn't hide it from him and directly asked him to keep a secret. Now he's my disciple's grandfather, so he counts as one of us. And he readily agreed. Life went on steadily for half a month, with us either training or going to Soul Arena to catch fish every day. And guess what? Fate has a funny way of bringing enemies together. Tang San and his Shrek team actually came to Heaven Do City. I heard that as soon as they arrived at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, Tang San's shabby 8-spirit ring from 8 years ago was mocked on the spot, and he nearly got kicked out. One day, we were in the Soul Arena for a team match, and the opponents we were matched with were none other than Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, and the others. As soon as they stepped onto the stage, the few guys saw Xiao Wu and the others. Their eyes lit up, and they started trying to get close. Xiao Wu, Rongrong, I miss you so much. Zhu Qing. And what happened? My precious disciples completely ignored them. Ning Rongrong shot back. Are we that familiar? Xiao was even more disdainful. Little San. Don't call my name, it's disgusting. Zhu Zhuqing was the most straightforward. Let us just fight. Nothing more to say. The expressions on the faces of the opponents turned green, and they broke down right there. With the host command, both sides unleashed their martial spirits, and the soul rings lit up. The next second, the entire Soul Arena fell into a deathly silence, followed by an explosive roar of laughter. Ha ha! Did I see that right? The third soul ring is white. A 10-year soul ring? Is this a joke? After watching so many soul fights, it was the first time I had seen something so ridiculous. All eyes and all mockery were focused on Tang San. His face turned from green to white, more colorful than a palette. Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and their new teammate Yu Feng next to him couldn't hold their composure either. wishing they could find a crack in the ground to hide in, and they started infighting right there. Tang-san, what are you doing here participating in the soul fight? Aren't you embarrassed? Right? I can't understand what the education committee was thinking letting you join our team. Who told you that the teacher is the master? He has a big face. How big is that face? It was so big that his disciple was beating the opponents until they were in disarray, and the whole venue was laughing, especially Tang-san's group, who became the laughingstock of the entire arena. I tell you, the girls, including Xiao Wu, were laughing so hard that they couldn't straighten their waists, pointing at Tang-san's 8-year white soul ring, almost laughing to the point of tears. Family, who understands? The key is that his face is as thick as his teacher Yu Xiaojiang's. One dares to casually accept disciples, and the other dares to show up with a white soul ring. It's simply a match made in heaven. Douluo even added a heavy blow. Hey, used to be teammates. What does it feel now? Don't mention it. Luckily, we aren't anymore. Goodness, downstairs they're already publicly executing him. In the private room on the second floor, Flender and Yu Xiaojiang wished they could hide their heads in their pants, afraid of being recognized. Flender complained, Xiaojiang, I told you not to come, yet you insisted I come. Now look, I've lost all face. Yu Xiaojiang was also filled with grievances. Do you think I wanted to come? You know that Madman Tang-san's father. He said he had business at the Spear Hall. Who knows if he's hiding in some corner? If he finds out we look down on his son, we'll both be beaten to a pulp. The two sighed and finally came to a shocking conclusion. It's all FengYang's fault. If FengYang hadn't come to Shrek, how would they have ended up in this situation? Flender clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, and said, Damn FengYang, don't let me see him, or I'll tear him to shreds. I really admire these two old guys for their ability to shift the blame. It's truly remarkable. And what do you know? Just when they were playing Who is the Undercover, a beautiful woman leading a group of students walked directly in front of them. Yu Xiaojiang? Flender? Is it really you? The two looked up and were instantly petrified. Yu Xiaojiang's expression first flashed with surprise, then quickly turned evasive, like a mouse seeing a cat. Lu Erlong. Flender was quite surprised. I didn't expect our iron triangle to meet here. Lu Erlong sighed. She looked at Flender and then asked, Where's your Shrek Academy? Why is there no news? Flender looked dejected and nodded. It's gone. My ideals ultimately couldn't sustain Shrek. Lu Erlong was quite righteous. Glancing at the Yu Xiaojiang, who didn't dare to look her in the eye, and said, It's okay. Come teach in my Blue Tyrant Academy. Alas, it's too late. We just joined the Tiando Royal Academy. Flender sighed. Lu Erlong nodded, her gaze locking onto Yu Xiaojiang. Xiaojiang, after all these years, are you still afraid to face me? I tell you, the atmosphere instantly filled with the flavor of a primetime TV drama. Right across from them, our family member FengYang was watching the show with his arms crossed, because Tang-san's white soul ring was too eye-catching. Flender and Yu Xiaojiang didn't dare to look around, and thus didn't notice him. FengYang looked at Lu Erlong and silently calculated in his heart. Wow, this big sister has a high aptitude of 178. I need to find a way to persuade her to become my disciple. Look, family, this is what we call vision. Meanwhile, upstairs, love and hate were unfolding, and Lu Erlong also noticed Tang-san downstairs, who was beaten black and blue. With a hint of mockery, she asked, So, the one down there with the third ring being white, is that your disciple, Xiaojiang? Yu Xiaojiang's face instantly turned sour. Flender hurriedly explained from the side, frantically putting in a good word for Lu Erlong and shifting all the blame onto FengYang, saying that FengYang, as a teacher, actually got involved with the student Xiao Wu, which ruined the genius Tang-san. Lu Erlong's temper flared, and she exploded. Who is FengYang? I will tear him to pieces. At the same time, in the soul fighting arena, the match had long since begun. When the referee announced the levels, the faces of Tang-san's side turned green. Shu Suking Kolin Kumen Seitze, Ningrong Kolin Kumen Seitze, Tiaovu Kolin Kumen Vis, Meng Liran Kolin Kumen Kus, Dukuyan Kolin Kumen Kaeksa. Then looking at themselves, Tang-san 32, Daimubai 38, Maon Bijun 32. They were all dumbfounded. Wait, how come Xiao Wu and the others seem to have shot up in levels like they were on a rocket? Xiao Wu sneered. This question, let you think about it in hell. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Wu moved. Heavenly sound wave. An invisible sound wave directly locked onto Tang-san. Tang-san was still pretending to be a commander, shouting loudly. You Feng, take out their support. I'll control. First soul skill, instant teleportation. With a buzz, Xiao Wu's figure instantly appeared in front of Tang-san. Dai Mu Bai and the others looked on with amusement. Goodness, you came to get beaten on your own. Huh? Brothers, let us go. Several of them rushed up. But who knew? Xiao Wu curled her lips, revealing a sly smile. Dragon tail sweep. Whap! A whip kick accurately struck Tang, San's lower back. Tang San flew like a cannonball, uncontrollably towards Xiao Wu's half of the field, and happened to knock Dai Mubai flying as he came charging in. Echo strike. Xiao Wu's figure flashed and followed up. By the time Tang San flew to the opposite side, he hadn't even landed yet when Duge Yin, Meng Iran, and Zhu Zhuqing were already waiting there. Bang, bang, bang. The three girls unleashed a flurry of punches on Tang San's head. Then Xiao Wu also arrived, joining the group assault, delivering several fierce kicks to his face. In the blink of an eye, Tang San's face was battered, covered in blood. The entire audience erupted. What the hell? What soul skill is that bunny girl using? This is outrageous. A combo directly sent him flying to get beaten up, and she could still keep up with the output. This operation is simply against the heavens. Upstairs, Yu Xiaojiang, Flinder, and Lu Erlong were also stunned. Lu Erlong asked in shock, This is a self-created soul skill, right? Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang exchanged glances, both knowing full well that this must be taught by FengYang. But could they admit it? No. Flinder lamented. Yes, such a talented disciple. Ruined by that beast FengYang. What? This girl has a thing with FengYang? Lu Erlong got even angrier, feeling it was a waste of talent. That guy must look old and lecherous, right? Now, it was Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang's turn to be silent. After all, in terms of looks, FengYang really had no flaws. Just then, Flinder caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye and suddenly pointed in a direction. Xiaojiang, look who that is. Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong turned to follow his finger, and instantly, Yu Xiaojiang's anger surged. FengYang, Lu Erlong was also stunned. She originally thought a teacher would at least be in their 30s, but this person in front of her looked even younger than 20 and was quite handsome. Flinder said fiercely, We must teach him a good lesson today. Break one of his legs to vent our anger for Tang San and the others. In the soul fighting arena, Tang San had already been beaten unconscious. Dai Mubai and the others rushed up, only to be easily handled one-on-one by the girls. Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile tower opened, boosting everyone's attributes. And with the Lingling's healing, the opponents simply couldn't fight back. Zhu Zhuqing faced Yufeng, deliberately leaving a flaw, and was knocked back several meters. Yufeng saw the opportunity and confidently chased after her. But this was exactly what Zhu Zhuqing wanted. The isolated support skill triggered, doubling the damage. With one claw down, Yufeng was sent flying out of the arena. The entire arena was once again shocked. The battle situation instantly turned around, becoming a multiple against fewer. Dai Mubai saw this and panicked, shouting at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing, do you really think I'm afraid to hit you? Today, I'll let you know what strength is. He gathered all his strength and threw a punch. But Zhu Zhuqing didn't dodge. She met him head-on. Bang! With a loud crash, Dai Mubai was sent flying out of the soul fighting arena, spitting blood like a broken sack. In midair, he widened his eyes in disbelief. He knew Zhu Zhuqing had that isolated support skill, but there were clearly teammates beside him just now. And even if the damage was doubled, it shouldn't be this outrageous. Could it be? Her skill has leveled up? As the opponents were sent flying one by one, the Guardian Battle Team secured the team match with a 15-win streak. Cheers echoed throughout the arena. The girls calmly walked off the field. At this moment, Tang San, who was lying on the ground, surprisingly moved a bit, struggling to raise his head, gritting his teeth as he looked at Xiao Wu. Damn it. Xiao Wu looked down at him, smiling. Oh, little Sanzi, you're awake? Did you see? These are all self-created soul skills taught to me by my master. So what? Tang San shouted defiantly. So what? Of course. It's to make you regret. Xiao Wu said nostalgically. By the way, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you targeting my master back then, my master wouldn't have treated me so well. Uffed. Tang San, already heavily injured, was provoked by her words and spat out a mouthful of old blood. Struggling with his last breath, his mouth full of blood, he roared, Xiao Wu, what are you so proud of? Do you really think FengYang doesn't know you're a 100,000-year soul beast? When he needs you, you'll be his soul ring. Xiao Wu sneered directly. It seems you really don't know how strong my master is. Does he lack your 100,000-year soul ring? After saying that, she turned and walked away without looking back. In the lounge, the girls were excitedly celebrating. FengYang walked in and told them he had seen Flinder and the others. Outside the great soul fighting arena, Flinder indeed brought Tang San and the others to block the exit. Dean, teacher, FengYang must be inside. Tang San had a face full of resentment. Flinder patted his chest and assured, Don't worry, we're just here to wait for him. Soon, I'll give him a good thrashing, break one of his legs, and vent your anger. Soon, FengYang led the girls out. and the two groups directly confronted each other. FengYang, Flinder spoke first. Last time you got away, today your disciples are all here. Let us see where you can run. Ning Rongrong was the first to stand out, pointing at Flinder and scolding. You four-eyed frog, I see you're looking for death. If you dare to lay a finger on my master today, Flinder, you'll be the #1 enemy of our 7 treasure, glazed tile school. Flinder was so angry he could hardly contain himself. Little girl, do you think I'm afraid of you? Meng Yiran also stepped forward. My grandfather is the legendary dragon snake. Try me. Du Guyan followed closely. My grandfather is the title de Huizendobo. Go ahead and try. Yi Lingling was equally unyielding. My Yi family has been under the protection of the Tindo Empire's royal family for generations. Go ahead and try. Wow. This lineup completely intimidated the 78th level Soul Sage Flinder, who didn't dare to utter sound. Just then, Dai Mubai stopped pretending, took a step forward, and announced loudly, I'll tell you the truth. I, Dai Mubai, am the prince of the Star Luo Empire. Today, I will teach all of them a lesson. And let's see who dares to oppose the Star Luo Empire. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes and mocked him in the tone he once used to ridicule her. Oh dear, I'm so scared. Dai Mubai's face turned purple with anger. FengYang looked at this group, protecting his disciple, smiled, and stepped forward. All right, there's no need for you all to do this. I'm not afraid to take on this battle. All right, Master, you're also a Soul Sage now. Xiao Wu suddenly realized. Soul Sage. Flinder, you Xiaojiang. And Lu Erlong instantly showed expressions of shock. How long has it been? Not even a month. And he's gone from Soul Emperor to Soul Sage? What a ridiculous joke. Dai Mubai laughed loudly. Ah, Soul Sage? Who are you trying to scare? FengYang was too lazy to argue with him and directly looked over. Boom! A cluster of blue flames shot out from his fingertips, and Dai Mubai felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if it were going to be burned through. Ah! With a scream, he fell to the ground rolling. Lu Erlong was shocked. This guy was too decisive and ruthless. Flinder was completely furious. FengYang, I don't care if you're a Soul Emperor or a Soul Sage. Today, I will definitely break one of your legs. Bang! Flinder's 7 soul rings lit up instantly. Yellow. Yellow. Purple. Purple. Black. 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 A standard configuration, plain and unadorned. Then it was FengYang's turn. The moment his martial soul was activated, a terrifying heat spread out. Bang! The soul rings rose. The first one black. The second one black. The third one red. The fourth one red. The fifth one red. The sixth one red. The seventh one red. Boom! When Flinder, Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaojiang, and Tang Sin all saw the 2 black and 5 red soul rings on FengYang, they were all petrified on the spot, their eyes nearly popping out, and even Dai Mubai, who was rolling on the ground, forgot the pain. How is this possible? Level 79, 500,000 year soul rings. Is this even human? Flinder felt as if his breath had stopped. The pressure from the 100,000 year soul rings made him feel terrified. It was too late to regret now. FengYang leaped up, and the blue flames surged towards him. Flinder hurriedly responded. Bang! With just a punch collision, Flinder was knocked back several meters. Gritting his teeth, he directly activated his 6th soul skill, Cat Eagle's Crying Heaven Strike, shooting a beam of golden light towards FengYang. FengYang did not dodge, gripping the blue flames and charging forward. First soul skill, Divine Dragon. Boom! A crescent-shaped blue flame flashed by, and Flinder was kicked away by Lu Erlong. I tell you, family, who understands at the critical moment. Lu Erlong was quite loyal, taking the last hit herself. With a loud bang, the 8th blue flame exploded on her, freezing her in midair, unable to move at all. And 180,000 year soul ring directly put her on an 18-second long standby. Tang San's face turned green at the bottom. He finally figured out. No wonder Xiao Wu followed FengYang wholeheartedly. His 3rd soul ring starts at 100,000 years. Would he care about your little secret? He could even feel Xiao Wu's gaze, as if looking at a fool. At this moment, FengYang moved. I tell you, he holds grudges. Lu Erlong called him a lecher, right? All right, today I'll show you what it means to be true to the name. The 2nd soul skill, 8 immature girls, was unleashed, and he transformed into a shadow, sticking to her. Whoosh, 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 it was the 8 claws so fast. With every claw strike, a piece of clothing shattered, blue flames bursting forth. Goodness, he directly clawed her pair of panda, eyes up and down. Lu Erlong watched helplessly, unable to move a single finger, trembling with anger. Yu Xiaojiang below rolled his eyes, almost fainting from anger. A treasure he had never encountered in half his life was taken by FengYang. In the end, A burst of blue flames exploded, and Lu Erlong fell like a broken sack. Ning Rongrong below led the cheer. 8 immature girls, good. The other girls followed suit, making me so embarrassed I could dig my toes into the ground. Lu Erlong fell to the ground, looking at herself, resembling a beggar with 7 bags. If it weren't for her underwear, the livestream would have been banned today. She was so angry her face turned red, pointing at FengYang and shouting, "You lecher! You dare to tease me!" FengYang floated in the air, calm and composed, glanced down at her, and said, "If I weren't afraid of others seeing, do you believe I wouldn't even leave you your underwear?" Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong's CPU almost burned out. The key was that she couldn't beat him even when teaming up with Flender. She could only hold back her anger. What was even more infuriating was that his precious disciples also started to chime in. "Master, what are you doing? Teasing that old woman." "Yeah, we also have underwear. You know," Xiao Wu even added, "Zhu is bigger than hers." Doug Wian was not convinced. "You little ones, bring me along. Mine is no smaller than hers." I was dumbfounded at the time. What kind of vicious words are these? Lu Erlong was so infuriated by these girls that her mindset collapsed. And she cursed, "What kind of master produces what kind of disciple? All of you shameless." Ning Rongrong, with her little mouth flapping like it was on fire, shot back, "Shameless? What do you care about us? La la la. We're just not letting our master tease you. Are you angry now? Ha ha ha. Dangshan, Zai Mubai." And the others felt their hearts shatter as they watched their beloved white moonlight transform into output machines. It was simply outrageous. The way they looked at FengYang now was filled with nothing but hatred and fear. Lu Erlong completely lost her composure, let out a sharp scream, and charged at them to tear their mouths apart. But FengYang swiftly appeared in front of her. With such a violent temper, if she didn't discipline her properly, she wouldn't be able to manage her as a disciple in the future. Lu Erlong threw a punch, and FengYang stood her ground, not dodging or evading, and directly met her punch. Bang! With a muffled sound, Lu Erlong spat out blood and flew backward. Goodness, a one-hit kill at the same level. Now everyone was certain that this guy absolutely had top-tier soul bones. Flender and Yu Xiaojang hurried over to help her. Yu Xiaojang took one look and realized it was no good. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Looks like we'll have to use that move." I tell you, as soon as these 3 old guys realized they couldn't win, they immediately started merging. The 3 of them stood together, radiating light, and shouted in unison, "Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Golden Sacred Dragon." Goodness, the scene was just like Ultraman transforming. Flender and Lu Erlong's soul rings all instantly transferred to Yu Xiaojang's useless Rose Sanpao. And that little thing that looked like a corgi instantly transformed with a bang into a magnificent golden dragon. The momentum shot up to nearly level 90. Tang San and the others' eyes lit up, thinking this was a sure win, and they finally got to see FengYang take a hit. Even the girls on my side started to worry. But guess what? FengYang had no expression on his face, and he even looked a bit amused. The big golden dragon, controlled by Yu Xiaojang, was now full of pride, shouting at FengYang, "Shameless brat, didn't expect this, did you? Today, I'll let you taste the feeling of being trampled." After saying that, he opened his mouth, and a beam of light infused with lightning and flames shot out. The range and power were simply incredible. Just as it was about to hit, FengYang finally stopped pretending and revealed his true self. 7th Soul Skill. Martial Soul, True Body. Boom! With a loud explosion, FengYang was instantly engulfed by a ball of indescribable, extreme blue flames. You could no longer see his human form. All that was visible was a mass of burning blue flames. But let me tell you, the pressure felt like the sky was collapsing. Within 100 meters, the air seemed to freeze. The attack from the golden sacred dragon hit the blue flames, as ineffective as throwing urine into the sun. The next second, that ball of blue flames exploded violently, and a humanoid figure made entirely of pure flames stretched out its limbs. In that instant, everyone present felt as though a mountain was pressing down on them. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others turned purple, cold sweat pouring down. Oscar was the first to buckle, kneeling with a thud. Following him, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun also knelt. Tang San was still hanging in there, shouting, Tang San, kneel to heaven, kneel to the earth, kneel to my parents, but will never kneel to you, FengYang." And then the next second thud. His knees were more honest than anyone else's. A few girls on my side couldn't hold on any longer, so they simply stopped struggling and knelt down in unison. After all, they were kneeling to their own master, so it wasn't embarrassing. Goodness, what a scene it was. A mass of people kneeling down like they were paying respects to their ancestors. This martial soul, true form, is too overpowered. All attributes and soul skill effects are directly doubled. It also has a domain suppression. Those with lower levels don't even have the qualification to stand. Yu Xiaojiang was so frightened inside the dragon's body that he almost wet himself, desperately urging the golden sacred dragon to attack again. However, FengYang, who had activated his martial soul, true form, moved at a speed that was practically teleportation. As soon as the sixth soul skill, Blue Flame Sphere, was unleashed, it zipped through the dragon's breath and directly smashed into the forehead of the golden sacred dragon. That blue fire, once touched, couldn't be extinguished. The entire great golden dragon instantly transformed into a massive fire dragon, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt meat. Then, with a loud bang, the golden sacred dragon exploded in the sky, turning into countless golden fragments, with not even a piece of flesh left. It was completely burned to ashes. The three people who had unleashed the fusion technique were immediately shocked to the point of spitting blood and were thrown to the ground, unconscious. Yu Xiaojiang's precious Luo Sand Cannon was directly drained of its soul power, causing him to faint on the spot. The entire arena fell silent. Tang San and the others felt their hearts sink. How could they fight now? It was as if a deity had descended. FengYang, in his blue flame humanoid form, slowly floated in front of Flinder and Lu Erlong, the temperature so high it felt like it could melt them at any moment. He spoke in a tone devoid of any emotion. Today, let your so-called iron triangle become a thing of the past. Flinder was so scared that his legs went weak. Trembling as he said, FengYang, I have accepted you before. There's no need to go to such extremes, right? FengYang sneered. You accepted me. But what did you do afterward? You made Yu Xiaojiang replace me and even hunted me down. How do you plan to settle this debt? Then he changed the subject. How about this, Flinder? If you kill Yu Xiaojiang today, I will let you go. I tell you, it's a heart-wrenching situation, everyone. At that moment, Flinder was completely stunned. His heart was in turmoil. If Lu Erlong weren't there, he would have undoubtedly killed that useless Yu Xiaojiang without hesitation. But now, FengYang started the countdown. 1. The countdown to death begins. 2. Flinder gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. And he really walked towards the unconscious Yu Xiaojiang with his fist raised. He thought to himself, it's all Yu Xiaojiang's fault. If he hadn't insisted on showing off, none of this would have happened. Yu Xiaojiang, however, was not meant to die just yet. He unexpectedly woke up at that moment, and upon opening his eyes, he saw his best brother about to strike him dead. So he shouted out, Flinder, what are you doing? Lu Erlong was also anxious and rushed over to stop him. Flinder, are you really going to kill Xiaojiang? Flinder was all in at this point, justifying himself boldly. If we don't kill him, we're all going to die. It's all his own fault. Yu Xiaojiang was utterly despairing, closed his eyes, and said affectionately to Lu Erlong, Erlong, see you in the next life. Damn, even at the brink of death, I have to act in a drama. Lu Erlong's tears streamed down her face. At this touching moment, FengYang spoke up. Lu Erlong, I can spare Yu Xiaojiang's life today. Flinder's hand froze midair. Lu Erlong was both shocked and suspicious. What are your conditions? Be my maid. FengYang looked at her and said word by word. You must do whatever I ask you to do. What? Lu Erlong's eyes widened. Yu Xiaojiang shouted anxiously from the side. No, Erlong. This lecture will definitely force you to do things that harm your dignity. Upon hearing this, FengYang's anger flared up. The blue flames surged violently, and he instantly appeared in front of Yu Xiaojiang, kicking him in the face. With a scream, half of Yu Xiaojiang's face was burnt. Did I ask you to speak? FengYang asked coldly. Then he turned to Lu Erlong and said slowly, It seems you really want Yu Xiaojiang dead, right? Fine. I will grant your wish. I agree. Lu Erlong almost shouted. Gritting her teeth, she looked down and squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth. Maid. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang became despondent, knowing that the one he loved was exchanging her dignity for his life, which felt worse than being killed. FengYang nodded in satisfaction and added, Remember, it's maid. If you go against my wishes even slightly, I will beat Yu Xiaojiang. Lu Erlong could only nod through her tears. I will definitely obey. Just as FengYang was about to disperse his martial soul, a sudden sound of hooves came from afar, along with a loud shout. Father, it's him. It's that FengYang, who slapped me and made me kneel. Goodness. Another one here to deliver his head. Yu Tianheng arrived with his father, Yu Dawei from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. When Yu Dawei saw the crowd kneeling on the ground, with a fire person in the middle, he was slightly confused. What is that? Is it a human? Yu Tianheng was arrogant beside his father. My dad is an 85-level soul Douluo. Is he afraid of him? But what happened? As they walked within a few dozen meters, the horses let out a scream and collapsed. Yu Tianheng fell off his horse, thudding onto the ground, directly bowing down to FengYang. His father, Yu Dawei, was also shocked by the pressure, barely stabilizing himself with his soul power raised to over level 50. Yu Tianheng was utterly humiliated, shouting angrily, "Father, kill him!" Yu Dawei, being a brash man, shouted, "Kid, you've provoked the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Today is your death day." He charged forward with a roar. Liu Erlong and the others instantly rekindled hope, and Yu Shaojiang shouted at the top of his lungs, "Second brother, activate your martial soul. You are no match for him." But Yu Dawei didn't listen at all, looking disdainful, just a mere 79 level soul master. He threw a punch at FengYang's blue flame, true form. Bang! With a loud crash, the old man Yu Dawei immediately sensed something was off. I tell you, he was an 85 level soul Douluo, originally quite impressive. But once he got into the fight, wow, the power from the opponent surged right up to 89 levels. What's going on here? Is he cheating? All we could hear was bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged several moves. That domineering blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit was practically like paper in front of FengYang's true spirit, being pushed back step by step. Folks, Yu Dawei was on the verge of losing and was just about to unleash his ultimate move, the 7th soul skill. Before he could finish his words, poof, an 8 wine cup froze him in midair, unable to move at all. Then, let me tell you, the most explosive scene came. FengYang floated in the air, slowly turned around, and said to his beautiful disciples below, "Disciples, pay attention. Today, I'm going to teach you the first lesson. This is how you kill." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch. That punch, my God, it felt like he was compressing the entire primal force in his fist. Even from a distance, I felt a tingling on my scalp. With a whoosh, it pierced straight through Yu Dawei's chest. The whole world fell silent. Everyone was stunned. An 85 level soul Douluo, just like that, gone? Killed in one punch by a kid who looked like he was only 79 levels? The blue flames on FengYang gradually dissipated, revealing his excessively youthful face. Yu Dawei clung to his last breath, his eyes wide open like copper bells. Probably thinking, what the hell, I actually died at the hands of such a little brat. His gaze was filled with hatred, regret, but more than anything, confusion. Unable to comprehend his death, he moved his mouth, wanting to say, "How dare you kill someone from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan?" But before he could finish a single word, FengYang withdrew his fist. Oomph! With a cold snort, Yu Dawei fell straight down with a large hole in his chest. Father, his son Yu Tianheng, at that moment, seemed to finally connect after lagging, and began to wail while holding the corpse. I told you this happened too fast. Everyone present, including that old guy Flander, was scared stiff. Flander was probably internally reciting Amitba, relieved that it wasn't him lying on the ground today. And what about FengYang? As if nothing happened, he turned around and asked his disciples, "Kids, did you learn?" Goodness, what a teacher he is, emphasizing on-the-spot teaching, treating life and death lightly. Those girls had such determined expressions. Before they could even respond, Yu Tianheng, holding his father's corpse, had eyes as red as a rabbit. And at FengYang, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Upon hearing this, FengYang was amused and turned to look at his disciples. His expression as if saying, "Come on, pop quiz. Who can come up and replicate what I just taught?" At that moment, I felt that this guy really wasn't acting at all. What kind of ruthless killer would the disciple he trained become in the future? The girls looked at each other. Usually they were all fierce in fights, but when it came to killing, they hesitated a bit. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward and coldly said, "Master, I'll do it." "Good," FengYang replied with a single word. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng on the opposite side went mad with rage, shouting, "Arrogant. Then I'll kill you first." He lunged at Zhu Zhuqing. What happened next? Let me tell you, it was simply comical. Zhu Zhuqing lightly tapped the ground with her toes and flew into the air. Her two cat paws crossed in front of her, diving towards the charging Yu Tianheng. Boom! In an instant, Yu Tianheng's soul power at level 39 was like a joke in front of Zhu Zhuqing, completely shattered. Zhu Zhuqing then slashed forward, and with a PU, his throat was directly cut open. Yu Tianheng's eyes widened in shock, using his last bit of strength to threaten, "You've offended the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. You will never have a good life." Hey, I have to say, he was a bit better than his father. At least he managed to finish his sentence. Then he collapsed straight down. Family, who understands? Did the father and son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon come to deliver their heads, or to serve as teaching tools for FengYang? The whole place erupted in chaos. Everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost, their hearts torn apart. In this day and age, murder on the street is already rare, let alone killing a direct relative of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, two for the price of one. On the other side, inside the castle, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and the others were surrounding Zhu Zhuqing, chattering away. Zhuqing, you were so decisive. You took down Yu Tianheng in one move. Tell us, what does it feel like to kill someone? Is it tense? Exciting? Zhu Zhuqing still had a cold expression, just as usual. At that moment, Du Guyan disdainfully interjected, look at you all, acting like you've never seen the world. Back in my day, I once used my third soul skill and killed 3 people at once. However, Ning Rongrong and the others didn't believe her at all. Cut it out. Are you bragging? If you were that strong, why didn't you use it last time we fought? Du Guyan was choked up, her face turning red. She couldn't exactly say that she was kicked away by Xiao Wu in a moment of carelessness, could she? She could only stubbornly say, that was because my teacher wouldn't let me use it casually. Do you understand not killing innocents? Later, Yi Lingling came out to testify, saying that indeed. There was one time in the forest when Du Guyan's poison turned several soul ring robbers into pus. Just as Du Guyan was feeling proud, Ning Rongrong struck again. That definitely wasn't on purpose, right? Our Zhuqing intended to kill. Can it be the same? Du Guyan was directly called out for being guilty and could only threaten. Think whatever you want. Next time, I'll kill a few more for you to see. I'm really speechless. Chatting like this, it's as easy as killing a chicken. FengYang happened to walk in and heard this. His face darkened. Do you think it's just killing a little chicken? Let's see how many you can kill. As soon as he appeared, those girls went crazy, shouting master, and all rushed towards him, clinging to FengYang. Du Guyan said with a smirk, you guys should be more reserved, but then Xiao Wu pushed her aside, and she half-heartedly leaned in too. FengYang was also enjoying it, feeling that the emotional value these disciples provided was just perfect. After a while, he tossed the clothes in his hand to Lu Erlong. Go, find a room and change. Ning Rongrong immediately protested, pouting. Huh? Buying clothes for the maid, but not for the disciples? Master is biased. The girls immediately echoed. Exactly. We want some too. FengYang laughed. All right, let's see how she looks in it first before deciding. A few minutes later, Lu Erlong walked out expressionless. She was wearing a black and white maid outfit, paired with black stockings, exuding a mature charm. The girl's eyes widened. Wow, so beautiful. Master, buy us some too. FengYang was dumbfounded. Letting these young ladies wear maid outfits? What would their parents and grandparents think when they come looking for me, thinking I run some strange club? He quickly brushed it off and took Lu Erlong back to his room on the 2nd floor. Once the door was closed, he directly ordered, get undressed, take a bath. Lu Erlong cursed inwardly, but still complied. However, when she helped FengYang take off his clothes and saw his toned muscles and handsome face, she suddenly felt, hey, maybe I'm not losing out after all. You could even say this was a big win. In that instant, you could feel the neural activation sequence in her brain being triggered. Outside the door, Ning Rongrong, Xiao, and a few others were stealthily pressing their ears against the door to eavesdrop. Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling watched from behind, looking speechless. Zhu Zhuqing was about to say, are you serious? But lifted her foot and put it down again, joining in. What's going on? Any movement? Not yet. Just then, news of FengYang taking down the Yu family father and son spread like wildfire throughout Tiando City. How outrageous is that? He even dared to kill a direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? Who exactly is FengYang? No matter what his background is, being able to take down an 85-level soul Douluo makes him a top-tier boss. The key was his method of killing. It was too humiliating. Teaching on-site, letting his disciples deliver the finishing blows, it was like rubbing the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon's face in the dirt. When the news reached the Tiando Royal Academy, the Board of Education was stunned. Meng Xinji and the others deliberated for a long time, concluding, this person is not to be trifled with. Let's pretend Yu Tianheng's incident never happened and let the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family deal with their own headaches. Over at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji was so shocked by the news that he stood up from his chair. Gu Rong was anxious, saying they should bring Ning Rongrong back. It was too dangerous to follow such a madman. But Chen Xian felt that FengYang was steady in his actions. And daring to do this must mean he has a trump card. Ning Fengji also said that FengYang's strength was unfathomable and had likely surpassed an ordinary title Douluo. At the Meng family, which is Meng Yuran's home, her grandparents, Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang, were also quite frightened. They had seen FengYang with their own eyes. In just 3 months, he had skyrocketed from level 55 to 79. Was he on a rocket? The old couple marveled at how their granddaughter had found such a good master while worrying about the retaliation from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Discussing going to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to communicate with Ning Fengji for mutual support. Just as the storm was brewing outside, a long scream suddenly echoed from FengYang's room. Ah! The girls eavesdropping outside were startled. Did the master hit her? That scream sounded so tragic. Only Xiao Wu, as someone who had been through it, revealed a knowing smile. At this moment, a servant came to report that Douluo Bo had arrived. Douluo Bo went up to the second floor and saw his granddaughter Douluo Yin and several other girls all clinging to FengYang's door like geckos. He called out, "Yin Yin," but Douluo Yin didn't turn back. "Hey, don't disturb me." Douluo Bo was dumbfounded. By the time his granddaughter reacted and was about to explain, the noise in the room stopped. Douluo Yin stomped her foot in frustration. "Grandpa, it's all your fault. I didn't hear the last part." The door opened, and FengYang walked out, with Lu Erlong following behind, walking a bit awkwardly. FengYang looked at the wet bed sheets and complained to her. "Look at you. So much water." Then he told her to wash the sheets and granted her leave to go back to the Blue Tyrant Academy to handle some matters. Lu Erlong was stunned. She didn't expect him to be so easygoing, and for a moment, she felt a bit anxious. Thinking this scumbag wouldn't just toss her aside after sleeping with her, would he? As soon as FengYang stepped out, he saw the eavesdropping disciples. His face darkened, and he directly ordered, "Your training time is doubled as punishment. Now, immediately, right now." The girls all drooped their heads and obediently went to train. Only then did Douluo Bo come over, feigning congratulations, but actually probing to see if FengYang was afraid of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Meanwhile, at the Tiando Royal Academy, the good brothers Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang had completely fallen out. Flinder wanted to explain that it was a forced situation, but Yu Xiaojiang felt betrayed. Flinder, pushed to his limits, got angry and shouted, "Don't you understand human language? If I don't kill you, I'm going to die." The more he spoke, the angrier he got, and he finally hit Yu Xiaojiang's sore spot. "You're a useless level 30 waste. If you had any use, we wouldn't be in this situation. Everything today is your own fault." The words useless pierced Yu Xiaojiang's heart like a knife, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot, nearly fainting. Flinder threw down a remark, "I'm a dignified level 78 soul sage. I don't need to do any iron triangle with a waste like you," and left without looking back. Lu Erlong returned to the Blue Tyrant Academy, intending to resign to avoid implicating the school, but all the teachers and students stood up to keep her, making her feel deeply moved. After FengYang bid farewell to Douluo Bo and returned to his castle, he found a large crowd standing at the entrance. Yi Lingling was blocking them, not letting them in. These people weren't causing a scene. They just said they wanted to wait at the door. FengYang walked through the crowd to the front and looked at these uninvited guests. As soon as they saw me, they went crazy, swarming around and calling me Soul Sage Lord, making my head hurt. Let me tell you, that scene was just something else. Like a bunch of people fighting over discounted eggs at a market, all shouting, "Take me as your disciple." Hey, once my name is out there, business really picks up. But to be honest, these people are either truly believing in me despite the pressure from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, or they are betting on my promising future, hoping to grab some early stocks. I was furious at that moment and shouted, "Shut up, everyone. If anyone says another word, just get lost." Instantly, the world fell silent. Family members, who understands? These people just deserve to be scolded. I casually pointed to the nearest middle-aged fat man and said, "You." That guy immediately came over. A flattering expression on his face. "Respected Soul Saint, I am the head of the Peak family, and this is my son, Jinner, a level 35 control system." I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids and directly interrupted, "Unqualified next." What a joke, a guy. Don't even think about it. Everyone in the room was stunned. Their expressions looked like they had seen a ghost. That father was still not giving up, wanting to say something more. I shot him a glare. "Do you want me to say it a second time?" He immediately shrank back and left with his son, looking dejected. Then another one came up, and this guy was even more direct, pulling out 10,000 gold soul coins right away. Wow, trying to impress me, huh? Unfortunately, still a guy. I waved my hand, not considering. Now the crowd was really in an uproar, gasping in disbelief. They were probably thinking to themselves that the standards for accepting disciples were too outrageous. Refusing money? Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, who were peeking from the castle, must have been dumbfounded, thinking that when I accepted them, I wasn't this strict. Of course you were girls. I scanned the surroundings. Guys pass. As for the girls, I looked at a few, but, well, they were a bit of a challenge to my aesthetic. Just when I was about to lose patience, a figure suddenly caught my eye. With fiery red short hair, both stunning and beautiful, she stood at about 1.8 meters tall, towering over everyone else. When I saw her qualifications, wow, 160. Isn't that the fire dance? Just my type. I directly called her out. You, introduce yourself. All eyes in the room instantly focused on her, with envy and jealousy almost written on their faces. The girl, however, was neither humble nor arrogant, and quite confident. Respected soul saint, we come from the Blaze Academy. My name is Huo Wu, and this is my brother Huo Wu Xuan. I interrupted her coldly again, saying, I asked you to introduce yourself, not your brother. Huo Wu was taken aback for a moment, probably not expecting me to be so direct. Her brother Huo Wu Xuan's face showed a hint of embarrassment, but he didn't dare to say a word. I am Huo Wu. My martial soul is Fire Shadow, and I am a control system user. I admire you greatly, so I wish to become your disciple. I nodded. You're the daughter of the president of the Blaze Academy, right? To become my disciple, you need to leave your original academy. Have you thought it through? Her eyes lit up. Is this really happening? Of course. I'll learn about your rules before coming here. All right, then I'll take you in. As soon as I finished speaking, Huo Wu suddenly knelt down with a thud, bowing her head to pay respects and formally become my disciple, swift and decisive. Let me tell you, the moment her head hit the ground, the alert sound in my mind was like the sound of firecrackers during the new year. Passive task completed. Apprentice, Huo Wu. Aptitude, 160. Awarding ultra premium rewards. In the next second, I felt like I was about to explode. My soul power level skyrocketed from level 79 to level 83. It was like a soul battle, but that's not even the craziest part. What's outrageous is my soul rings. I tell you, this wave of combat power upgrade is simply the ultimate template. The first soul ring jumped straight from 50,000 years to 115,000 years. Red. The second soul ring, 180,000 years. The third soul ring, 360,000 years. The fourth, 730,000 years. The fifth, guess what? 1,000,000 years. Golden. Family, 1,000,000 years soul ring. Who would believe it if I said it? The sixth, 130,000 years. The seventh, 160,000 years. And it doesn't end there. I directly comprehended the eighth soul skill. The effect is even more outrageous, summoning 2 soul battle level blue flame elements as helpers at will, lasting for 190 minutes. From now on, in battles, I could just stand back and watch the show, focusing on elegance. The system was also very thoughtful, custom designing a runic skill for Huo Wu called Upgrade Ring, which temporarily boosts all soul rings by 1,000 years. This skill, combined with her own talent that can stack the power of all soul rings, is simply a match made in heaven, doubling her combat power. I handed the inscription book to her and asked her to go back and pack her things first. The eliminated people around were dumbfounded, wondering how 100 or so people ended up with just this one beautiful girl. As soon as they left, they started spreading rumors about me outside, saying I specifically targeted pretty girls and was a big pervert, warning everyone to keep an eye on their daughters. Human nature. If they can't eat the grapes, they say the grapes are sour. On the other side, Huo Wu was walking back with her brother Huo Wu Xuan. Her brother was really unhappy, sourly saying that I must be just looking at appearances and gender. Huo Wu, still naive, said she would ask about it later. When they reached the entrance of the Blaze Academy, her father, the dean, had been waiting there for a long time. Upon hearing that I had accepted Huo Wu and directly rejected his son, he was momentarily stunned, probably wondering if FengYang really had some special preferences. However, he was still quite happy for his daughter, since everyone could see that I was a potential stock with limitless future prospects. Huo Wu went to pack her things and came out in 2 minutes. Her brother was still there making threats, saying they would be rivals on the competition stage, and he would show no mercy. Huo Wu directly waved the inscription book I gave her and said, "Brother, you might not be able to beat me in the future." Hearing it was a self-created soul skill, her father's eyes lit up. In front of the two of them, Huo Wu opened the book. Level 1 Ascension Ring. All soul rings temporarily increased by 1,000 years. Her father and brother were so shocked that their CPUs were about to overheat. Their mouths agape enough to fit an egg. My God, all soul rings increased by 1,000 years. This is simply a divine skill tailored for my ring fusion. Huo Wu was so excited, thinking my master was too strong. Her father sighed, saying no wonder Ning Fengji and Douluo felt at ease handing their daughters and granddaughters over to me. As for her brother Huo Wu Xuan, he was completely speechless, his eyes overflowing with envy and jealousy. He still tried to act tough, leaning over to look, but ended up gaining nothing and was shot down by Huo Wu with, "This is my exclusive soul skill." Her father was so excited as if he was marrying off a daughter, urging Huo Wu to hurry up and leave, not to keep him waiting. When Huo Wu returned to my castle, Yi Lingling coldly arranged a room for her. Our new little junior sister had a fiery personality. But meeting the icy Yi Lingling was probably a bit of a blow, leaving her feeling quite aggrieved. After settling my disciple, I thought I should go check on my maid. So I flew directly to the back mountain of Lamba Academy. When I arrived, I saw Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang confronting each other. Yu Xiaojiang looked like a stray dog, having fallen out with Flander and come to seek refuge with Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong's attitude was extremely cold, completely lacking the fervor she had shown before. Yu Xiaojiang was there in a fit of rage, saying Flander called him a level 30 waste, and he wanted revenge and to make a name for himself. Then he suddenly asked Lu Erlong if she could take him in. Lu Erlong flatly refused, saying, Xiaojiang, I am now FengYang's maid. Do you think it's appropriate for us to be together? Just then, she caught sight of me descending from the sky out of the corner of her eye. I tell you, this woman is something else. After she saw me, she instantly got caught up in proving herself. She pretended not to see me and turned to Yu Xiaojiang, her voice dropping 8 degrees colder. Also, I'm FengYang's woman now, and I don't want him to misunderstand that I'm ambiguous with other men. As soon as she said that, Yu Xiaojiang was frozen on the spot, as if struck by lightning. He never expected that Lu Erlong would willingly become my maid. He thought Lu Erlong was compromising for his sake. Erlong, how have you fallen? Lu Erlong let out a cold laugh. Fallen? Yu Xiaojiang, get this straight, he is young, talented, and powerful. Being with him is a great deal for me. Refusing him before was just me being foolish. Yu Xiaojiang, this typical beta male, actually started to self-strategize. Erlong, you must be protecting me, right? You deliberately said those things to drive FengYang away, didn't you? Lu Erlong got anxious, especially since I was watching not far away. She directly shouted, Yu Xiaojiang, are you a stupid dog? Who the hell wants to be with you? You're a level 30 loser, while I'm a level 79 soul sage. Do you think you're worthy? But Yu Xiaojiang just wouldn't believe it, still saying, I know you're deliberately trying to anger me. I can tolerate you. I was laughing at the time. Lu Erlong was completely infuriated by this idiot, and he stood up, kicking Yu Xiaojiang to the ground, then stepping hard on his face. I feel disgusted just looking at your face. Bam! Another kick, and Yu Xiaojiang's front teeth flew out, blood gushing from his nose. Stupid dog. Get the hell out of here. Yu Xiaojiang lay on the ground, howling in pain, got up, blood all over his mouth, and tremblingly said, Lu Erlong, you will regret this. Regret? Lu Erlong kicked him down again, saying, How dare you threaten me, you worthless coward? If you don't get lost, I'll kill you right now. Yu Xiaojiang was truly scared this time, scrambling to get up, casting a resentful glance at Lu Erlong, and turning to run. But as soon as he turned his head, he saw me, watching the show with my arms crossed. In that instant, Lu Erlong's voice changed completely, sounding as gentle as water. Master, when did you arrive? Upon hearing the word master, Yu Xiaojiang's heart must have shattered into pieces. The woman he cherished the most was now calling the person he hated the most like a maid. As for me, I didn't even glance at him. Someone of that caliber isn't even worth my effort. Yu Xiaojiang walked to the corner, and his mind started racing again. He actually thought that Lu Erlong had just attacked him fiercely because he saw me, and it was to protect him. To verify this absurd idea, this guy actually hid secretly to listen to our conversation. I heard Lu Erlong explaining to me, Master, just now Yu Xiaojiang was just a fool. With his old and stupid appearance, how could I possibly be interested in him? I smiled and said, I thought you two were true love. Lu Erlong scoffed. I was naive when I was 18. Thinking about it now is just disgusting. Yu Xiaojiang, who was hiding in the corner, probably felt another stab in his heart. Then, Lu Erlong began, her face flushing, leaning over and saying, Master, how about we go into the room? I want to serve you. I laughed at that moment. What? After holding it in for 20 years, it's uncontrollable now. Oh, Master, you are so annoying. I tell you, Yu Xiaojiang is probably starting to doubt life in the corner. The way Lu Erlong looks at me shows no sign of being forced at all. It's like a hungry wolf seeing meat, almost ready to swallow me whole. I nodded. Okay, that's fine. As soon as I finished speaking, Lu Erlong wrapped around me like an octopus, hugging me and nibbling at me, looking incredibly hungry. 2 hours later, this fierce woman still wasn't satisfied and asked me with her face tilted up, Master, how about I move in with you? I can also protect your disciples. To be honest, I hesitated a bit. It wasn't that I was afraid of anything else, but mainly because I didn't fully trust her yet. What if this woman was secretly plotting something like Go Jian, lying in wait for her chance? I casually said, Aren't you the dean of Douluo Academy? I've already handed over the affairs. I added dismissively, Let's talk later. Who knew? As soon as she heard my refusal, she immediately blew up, her voice rising by 8 octaves. Hey, you're not planning to ditch me in the future, are you? Wow, that temper came out of nowhere. When did I ever say that? Then why can your disciples live with you, but I can't? Are you my disciple? She paused for a moment, then said defiantly, so what if I can live with you and be your disciple? Hey, for the sake of the system task, what else could I say? I looked at her and said lightly, all right, kneel down and give me a kowtow. You wouldn't believe it, but Lu Erlong was completely stunned at that moment, huh? Her expression was like she had seen a ghost. She probably didn't expect me to be serious. But she was tough too. After hesitating for a moment, without saying another word, she stepped back and plopped down, actually kneeling before me. The way she called me master was more difficult than having her call me owner. Stuttering and blushing. Family members, who understands? As soon as her head touched the ground, a ding rang in my head, and the rewards exploded. Goodness, the system went crazy, sending rewards like mad. My entire set of soul bones doubled in age from 40,000 years to 80,000 years. My level skyrocketed like a rocket, jumping from level 83 to 86 in an instant. And that wasn't the end. The soul rings and soul skills were utterly ridiculous. Can you believe it? The ages of my soul rings shot up to 2 or 3 million years, shining with golden light, almost blinding me. Especially the newly comprehended skills, like the true body of the martial soul, directly transforming into a flame messenger, with double damage and speed, and the conqueror's hockey. Those with lower levels couldn't even stand in front of me. The most impressive part was that the system thoughtfully gave Lu Erlong a skill called physical connection, which simply meant that after our deep exchange, her cultivation speed would double within 24 hours. Just listen to that. How considerate the system is. I handed this thing to her, and when she saw the description, she was completely dumbfounded, probably thinking that she was completely under my control for this lifetime. Looking at her complex expression, I said, since owner rolls off the tongue, let's stick with that from now on. She paused for a moment and surprisingly replied obediently, okay, owner. I brought her back to the castle, and my precious disciples all surrounded us. Huo Wu with her long legs, Xiao Wu's cuteness, Ning Rongrong's coolness, Dugi Yan's charm. Goodness. They were all like beautiful birds and flowers, simply stunning. I formed a 7-member battle team for them to practice in the soul fighting arena. But within 2 days, Xiao Wu insisted on asking me for rewards, and I jokingly teased her, all right, call me dad, and I'll reward you. To my surprise, she actually blushed and shyly called out daddy like a mosquito. At that moment, I felt something was off. After an hour of clapping and communicating with her, she even came to me afterward and said she wanted to call me that in the future because it made her feel secure. What could I say? I could only agree. However, just as she stepped out, she ran into Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong had grown bolder and actually came to confront me, saying I was messing around with these disciples, which wouldn't sound good if it got out. I shot her a glare, directly retorting, if you can't stand it, just go back to your Blue Lightning Academy and wait for me to call you when I need you. With that one sentence, I completely drained her of energy. She didn't dare to say another word. I thought I could enjoy a couple of peaceful days to prepare for the Soul Master competition. But let me tell you, something big came. The leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, named Yu Yuanjin, a title Douluo at level 95, stormed to my castle's doorstep with more than 20 people, brimming with aggression. I tell you, the entire Heavendo city has exploded. Just like during the New Year, everyone rushed to see the commotion, all waiting to see how I would die. Ning Fengji, Sword Thaw, Dugobo, even the Crown Prince Shui Qinghe came to observe secretly. My disciples were even more frightened, all urging me to run away quickly. But can I run? A little lackey under him was still shouting, FengYang, you beast, get out. Come out. Family. Can I endure this? I was furious at that moment. Blue flames erupted all over my body, and I flew straight out, throwing a fireball at that shouting brat. With a loud bang, within 3 seconds, that guy turned into a piece of charred human shape, half of his hair gone. The scene stunned everyone who came to watch. When I slowly landed, everyone saw my level 86. Soul Douluo. I jumped from level 79 to 86 in a month, and Tang San and his group looked pale. Probably their worldview collapsed. When Yu Yuanzhang saw his subordinate get killed instantly, he went berserk, activated his martial soul, and 9 soul rings lit up. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Black, 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 exuding a powerful aura. But when it was my turn, as soon as my soul rings lit up, the whole place fell silent. 3 10,000-year red rings, and then, guess what? The last 5 were all dazzling gold. Million year. The pressure at that moment, let me tell you, the entire Heavendo city felt like it was being trampled underfoot by hundreds of million-year soul beasts, not daring to breathe. Everyone was dumbfounded, including those tidal Douluos hiding in the dark, their eyes nearly popping out. Yu Yuanzheng, being a brash man, despite being shocked, still charged forward. What happened next? We exchanged a punch, and with a huge bang, he was directly sent flying by me. Everyone was stunned. A level 86 soul, overpowering a level 95 title Douluo. They had no idea how powerful this set of 80,000 year soul bones on me was. We were fighting in the sky, causing chaos, with the sun and moon losing their light. And in the end, we both ended up severely injured, our soul power almost depleted. But this old guy, not playing fair, actually called 2 level 79 soul saint from his side to ambush me. At that critical moment, let me tell you, it was like the most intense scene of 2025 where one side was in trouble and help came from all directions. Ning Fengji, the sword Douluo Dugabo, even Prince Shui Qinghe brought people to support me, all standing firmly on my side. My 7 precious disciples also stood in front of me, protecting their master. Everyone watching was envious to the point of being torn apart. When Yu Yuanjin saw this situation, his face turned pale, realizing he wouldn't get away unscathed today, and wanted to flee with his tail between his legs. Could I let him leave, just like that? I directly called out to him, sneering, "Don't be in a hurry. Clan leader you, I haven't used my 8th soul skill yet. You have to let me test it out, right?" As soon as I finished speaking, I unleashed my soul skill, 8th soul skill, Blue Flame Element. With a buzzing sound, 2 elemental beings engulfed in blue flames appeared beside me. Their aura definitely at the level of a soul Douluo. I pointed at the 2 soul saints who wanted to ambush me and said one word, "Kill." Without hesitation, those 2 elemental beings dashed forward. The 2 level 79 soul saints under Yu Yuanjin didn't take these elemental beings seriously, thinking they could easily dispel them with a random soul skill and turn to confront them. They had no idea what they were truly facing. The next second, those 2 guys found out. I tell you, those 2 clusters of blue flames are completely unreasonable. When those 2 soul saints soul skills hit, it was like a mud cow entering the sea, just poof, and they disappeared without even a sound. Immediately after, that blue fire rushed at them, and in an instant, they turned into 2 human-shaped torches, not even having the time to scream before turning to ashes. Instant kill. Family, 2 level 79 soul saints were killed on the spot. Everyone present was dumbfounded, jaws dropped to the ground. I heard someone nearby tremblingly shout, Is this thing at the Contra level? 2 of them. My goodness. Now it was all clear. My brother FengYang wasn't going out alone. He had brought along 2 bodyguards over level 80. What is there to fight about? Yu Yuanjin's face alternated between green and white, not daring to make a sound, leading his remaining blue lightning Tyrannosaurus soldiers with their tails between their legs. FengYang didn't chase them. I understood him. It wasn't the right time yet. Once he reached the title Douluo level, the Yu Yuanjin would truly be unable to escape. At this moment, those who had previously spoken ill of FengYang became a joke. What? You say FengYang didn't take your kid as a disciple? That can only mean your kid is truly useless, just a pure electronic pickled vegetable, good for show, but not for use. As for FengYang, he didn't take this to heart at all. He turned around and cupped his fists at the audience, saying grandly, "Everyone, I'm the host today, don't leave. Let us have a drink together." After saying that, his gaze landed on one person, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Shui Qinghe. Good heavens, I tell you. As soon as FengYang's system beeped, Shui Qinghe's panel appeared. Name, Shui Qinghe, Qianrenxue. Level 70, aptitude, 290. I was shocked at the time. A qualification of 290. What does that even mean? It's a full 100 points higher than the main character girl group, like Xiao Wu and the others. This is simply a walking super reward. FengYang's eyes lit up, and he smiled as he walked over. Your Highness, to receive such a big gift upon our first meeting, you're being too polite. Shui Qinghe, also known as Qianrenxue, was impeccably disguised, smiling elegantly as he said, I haven't done anything. We're friends now that you've come. Shall we go have a drink? FengYang extended the invitation. Shui Qinghe waved his hand. I won't go, I just wanted to meet the youngest soul sage in history. I didn't expect that just a few days later. You've already become a soul Douluo. In a few more days, will you be a title Douluo? The 2 of them were exchanging compliments, laughing heartily together. Suddenly, FengYang changed the subject and directly asked, Your Highness, I see your qualifications are extraordinary. Would you be interested in becoming my disciple? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. Especially my junior sisters, their eyes were almost popping out. You have to know how many geniuses FengYang has rejected. This was the first time he took the initiative to ask, and the other party was a male. Shui Qinghe was also taken aback, smiling as he said, I've heard countless soul masters wanted to apprentice under you, but were rejected. I didn't expect I would actually have this fortune. I thought to myself, this is it, the reward is within reach. But what happened? Unfortunately, I had already taken Ning Zhongzhu of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School as my master. Who understands the family? A cooked duck has flown away. Ning Fengji even specifically stood up and praised FengYang in front of Shueqinghe, saying that following him would definitely lead to a bright future. Unfortunately, Qian Renxue had her own calculations and still politely declined. FengYang didn't insist. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. But this made everyone aware that FengYang wasn't refusing male disciples. It was just that they weren't qualified enough. When the crowd had dispersed a bit, Ning Fengji pulled Shueqinghe aside and bluntly said, "Your Highness, you are confused. You shouldn't have rejected him." Shueqinghe was quite unconvinced. Why not? Isn't he just young? An 86-level soul Douluo with a first spirit ring of 100,000 years? I wanted to be on equal footing with him, not to be his disciple. Ning Fengji shook his head. Do you think that's all? His ability to teach disciples is truly exceptional. Seeing that Shueqinghe still looked disbelieving, he didn't explain much further and simply said, "You compare Yu Shaojiang to him? That's like comparing elementary school math problems to the Riemann hypothesis. It's not even on the same level. Once the Soul Master competition starts, you'll realize just how terrifying he really is." This left Qian Renxue stunned. She knew Ning Fengji never spoke carelessly, so it seemed FengYang was quite profound. 5 days later, the Continental Soul Master competition officially opened. The entire Heavendo city was bustling with people. On the other side, at the Heavendo Royal Academy, Tang Sen finally wasn't being mocked anymore. Why? He figured out. Holding back was also humiliating, so he simply added a spirit ring to his Haotian hammer. Everyone looked and exclaimed, "Oh, twin martial souls." Although they still found his 8-year white ring quite amusing, at least it added some flair. Flinder was holding a pre-battle rally, addressing Tang San. "Little San, this time you must use your twin martial souls to teach FengYang's disciples a lesson. You are the strongest." Tang San gritted his teeth. "Rest assured, Dean, I will use the Haotian hammer to smash them one by one." However, the native students from the Heavendo Royal Academy, like Yufeng and Shiramo, were feeling quite displeased. "Humph. So what if the Haotian hammer has a ring added? It doesn't even reach level 40. What use is that?" To be honest, their team was really weak. Apart from Dai Mubai reaching level 40, Tang San and the others were all in their 30s because they hadn't consumed the celestial herbs. Yet, such a team actually had a direct spot in the finals. It was unbelievable. Finally, the opening ceremony began. The host rambled on, and the teams from various academies started to enter. The first to enter our view was the team from the Heavendo Royal Academy. Zai Mubai, Dang Shan, and their 7 members walked in. As soon as the audience focused their eyes, they erupted in laughter. "Ha ha! Isn't that the 8-year spirit ring guy? Oh my, is there really no one else at the Heavendo Royal Academy? They put someone like this in the first team? I'm dying of laughter. My 3rd ring has been for 800 years, and he only has 8. The key is, look at how thick-skinned he is. He doesn't feel embarrassed at all." Xiao Wu and the others behind were also laughing uncontrollably. "Every time I see this little beggar, I can't help but laugh. How does he have the face to come out?" I tell you, the laughter in the arena pierced through Tang San's heart like a knife. His fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. His face turned purple, and he was roaring in his heart. "Wait. Once my twin martial souls are unleashed, I will blind all of your eyes." Even the Snow Knight Emperor on the high platform was startled and asked Ning Fengji, "Who is that black-haired kid down there? Why is there such a commotion?" Ning Fengji stifled a laugh and replied, "Your Majesty, that person is called Tang San, and his 3rd spirit ring is only 8 years old." The Snow Knight Emperor's face darkened. "He has embarrassed our Tiando Royal Academy. It seems the management of this academy needs to be changed." Just then, the entire arena erupted with thunderous cheers. The girls from Tianshui Academy had entered. I tell you, all in matching blue uniforms, each one a stunning long-legged beauty. Especially the captain, Shui Binger, who was elegantly cold and stunning. FengYang glanced around and thought to himself, "Wow, Captain Shui Binger, Vice Captain Shui Wu, and Shui YearRing. All 4 of them have qualities over 100. FengYang was probably already calculating. Kids make choices, but I want them all." Next was the Plan Academy. Another team of beautiful girls. Finally, the host shouted with all his might, "Next, let's welcome the Guardian team with the loudest cheers." Wow, the whole arena went wild. As soon as Xiao Wu and her 7 girls appeared, they brought the atmosphere to a climax. They weren't wearing matching uniforms. Each of their own style. Xiao Wu with pink rabbit ears, the cold cat girl Zhu Zhuqing, and the black stockings Meng Yiran. I tell you, that scene was simply a visual feast, and the brothers on site were drooling. As for FengYang, their master must have come too, right? Wow, being their master must be so enjoyable. Soon, someone in the crowd on the observation platform spotted him. Look, it's him, the FengYang who fought Yuanjin and was undefeated. So young. The Snow Knight Emperor also saw him, his eyes shining, and said to Ning Fengji, "Such talent must be utilized by my Tiando Empire." The match quickly started. In the second round, the Guardian team faced the Bloody team. Xiao Wu and her 7 walked onto the stage. The Bloody team was just an unknown ragtag group, with the highest level not even reaching 40. Xiao Wu stepped forward. "For this match, I can handle it alone." Zhu Zhuqing, as the captain, thought about it. Since they couldn't lose anyway, she nodded. This left the audience stunned. What is going on? 1 against 7? This Guardian team is too arrogant. The Bloody team was even more furious. The captain roared, "Do you dare to look down on us like this? Brothers, let us take her down together." The 7 rushed at Xiao Wu all at once, surrounding her instantly. Just as all the attacks were about to hit her, Xiao Wu shouted, "Fourth spirit skill, invincible golden body. Duong, duong, duong." All attacks hit Xiao Wu, but it felt like mere tickles, all blocked by a layer of golden light. The 7 guys from the Bloody team were dumbfounded. In that moment of distraction, Xiao Wu moved. With a 360-degree sweeping kick, her posture was as graceful as a ballet dancer, but the force was simply shocking. Bang, bang, bang. Each of the 7 got a solid kick to their faces, all shrieking in pain as they fell to the ground. The whole arena exploded with excitement. It truly was 1 against 7. Just as the 7 were getting up, Xiao Wu, like a ghost, closed in on them, kicking left and right, making them spin in circles. The opponents completely lost their rationality and lined up in a straight line, charging toward her. One of them jumped in front of Xiao Wu, angrily blocking her. "Even if I lose today, I will still beat you into a rabbit." But Xiao Wu just smiled. Teleportation. Just as her pink leg kicked out, her figure suddenly vanished, and the next second, she appeared directly behind the 7, delivering a heavy kick to the last person's back. I have to tell you, the scene was just like bowling. The first person flew out with a roar, knocking down the 6 brothers in front like dominoes, one after another. Wow. The whole place went crazy. Someone shouted out, "This is a teleporting spinning kick. Dragon Tail. It's that bunny girl's self-created soul skill." The Snow Knight Emperor was stunned and asked Ning Fengji, "Did she create this skill herself?" Ning Fengji smiled slightly. It was created for her by her master, FengYang. After the match, Xiao Wu dashed into the observation platform on the 2nd floor, diving into FengYang's arms with her arms hanging around his neck, looking very close. This scene made all the male spectators' eyes go wide, especially Tang, San in the distance. I tell you, his eyes were about to pop out, and his heart was bleeding. Folks, he wished he could transform into a 99-level peerless Douluo on the spot and beat FengYang up. Xiao Wu tilted her head to take credit. "Master, am I impressive? I took on an entire team by myself." FengYang smiled and praised her. "Not bad. You really made me proud." Now the other girls were unhappy. "Oomph. Master, I want a hug too." Ning Rongrong was the first to object. FengYang was at a loss. "What reason do you have to hug? You just lay there and won." As soon as those words came out, the girls' spirits were immediately lifted. "Oomph. I'll take the next round. I want to take on 7 too." Meng Yiran immediately announced. "Me too." Douluo also refused to back down. Goodness, they directly entered a competitive mode. The 2 old men, Douluo and Meng Shu, watching this scene, started to quarrel over their granddaughters, making a huge fuss until FengYang stepped in to mediate and calm everything down. The next day, the Guardian team had their second match. This time, the opponent was still a weak team, with no one even at level 40. Meng Yiran confidently stepped up, wanted to take on 7 again. The audience had gotten used to it. Is the Guardian team going to take turns performing 1 against 7? It's too humiliating. The battle began, and Meng Yiran rushed forward with her snake blade. But the 7 opponents were on guard, launching a fierce attack from the start. And Meng Yiran found it hard to cope for a moment. Just as the 7 were about to overwhelm her with their attacks, Meng Yiran's gaze sharpened, and she pointed her snake blade to the sky. Third soul skill, Spider Blade. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as 8 massive phantom spider legs appeared around the snake blade. At the same time, 8 solid spider legs shot out from her back. Boom! The 7 were instantly blasted away. The entire audience stood up, screaming in shock. Soul bone. It's an external soul bone, and it's the best position, the 8 spider lances. This directly blew the venue apart. I tell you, when FengYang unleashed this self-created soul skill, the 7 opponents were immediately knocked down, blood flowing everywhere. The scene was spectacular. The audience went wild, shouting, "My God!" Another self-created soul skill. Now, after FengYang finished, she directly leaped into my master's arms, like a little cat. Folks, who understands? These little junior sisters are now treating winning and hugging the master as some kind of KPI to flaunt, right? The previous few matches followed this process, sailing smoothly, and the first round of the preliminaries ended like this. But guess what? When it came time for the second round, the opponent's strength had stepped up a notch. Basically, every team had at least one Soul Emperor stationed. Xiao Wu and the others discussed whether they should avoid the 1v7 and play it safe together. But then our coolest Zhu Zhuqing, who usually doesn't say much, suddenly stood up and coldly said, "You all have fought. What about me?" Goodness, I was shocked at that moment. These scheming girlfriends were instantly dumbfounded, and Xiao Wu hurriedly advised, "Zhuqing, these opponents are different now. They have Soul Emperors, tough opponents." FengYang also chimed in, Yeah, if we lose, Master will be unhappy." Let me tell you, the look in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes at that time was simply incredible. She must have been thinking, "So you all can enjoy yourselves, but when it comes to me, it's not allowed, right?" She didn't bother with any nonsense and directly said, "I lost. I'll take responsibility." This left everyone speechless. In the end, it was Ning Rongrong who stepped in to smooth things over, saying, "Zhuqing, take me with you. We can cooperate, and our chances of winning will be higher." Zhu Zhuqing glanced at her and nodded. "All right, let's start the fight." In the next match, the Guardian team faced the Royal Second Team of Tiandou. Just by the name, you could tell they were playing on home turf, and the audience was incredibly enthusiastic. But our Guardian team wasn't lacking in popularity either. After all, we had come through 1-7, and all of us were beauties, making us a thorn in the side of all the other teams. Each of them wanted to come up and take us down a notch. As soon as we stepped onto the stage, the 7 big guys on the opposing side saw that we really only had Zhu Zhuqing standing out, with Ning Rongrong backing her up. The whole arena exploded. Are you kidding me? It's already the second round, and they're still playing 1v7? Did she think this was child's play? The Royal Second Team was so furious their faces turned green, shouting, "Who do you look down on? We must beat the crap out of her today." When the match started, as soon as the martial spirits were unleashed, the 7 of them charged at Zhu Zhuqing like mad dogs. Their captain was also a level 40 Soul Master, roughly on par with Zhu Zhuqing's soul power, and he immediately clashed with her, while the others kept harassing her from the side. Let me tell you, as an assassin, Zhu Zhuqing's 2 strongest single combat skills, isolation and presence reduction, were rendered useless in this chaotic brawl. There was no way around it. She had to unleash her ultimate move, with her 4th soul skill, Phantom Shadow Clone. In an instant, 6 clones appeared, looking quite impressive. But let me tell you, those clones were as fragile as paper. They couldn't even withstand attacks from someone over level 30, and within a minute, they were all shattered. Now the opposing team was feeling smug, throwing around all sorts of insults, saying things like, "Look at you, trying to show off. We'll make you pay for it," and even worse. It was unbearable to listen to. As I watched the 7 of them about to overwhelm Zhu Zhuqing, my heart was in my throat. Just at that critical moment, Ning Rongrong made her move. I heard her shout, "Incredible ideas. I tell you, this operation is something even AI can't calculate." A colorful holy light descended from the sky, exploding directly on Zhu Zhuqing. With a loud bang, an invisible wave of energy instantly sent all 7 strong men flying. Zhu Zhuqing's entire aura changed, glowing all over, as if she had entered a Super Saiyan state. Those who understood in the audience immediately shouted, "It's the self-created soul skill of the 7 treasures glazed tile school." The support has made a move. Shui Qinghe, the prince, who was sitting steadily before, suddenly stood up, his eyes almost popping out. He probably didn't expect that a supporting soul skill could be so outrageous, both controlling and providing a powerful boost. And our Zhu Zhuqing didn't give anyone time to react at all. After receiving the boost, her figure flashed, and with a swoosh, she clawed right into the chest of the opposing team captain. That guy didn't even have time to scream before he flew out like a broken sack, fainting on the spot. With the captain down, weren't the remaining useless guys just like cutting vegetables? With a full 20 seconds of attribute boost, Zhu Zhuqing was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, taking them down one by one in quick succession. The match ended. The entire venue erupted again. Although it was 2 against 7, it felt like Zhu Zhuqing single-handedly took out the entire opposing team. The atmosphere in the audience shifted, starting to criticize the Royal Second Team. "What is going on? They can't take a hit. I even voted for them. Nearby, a guy chimed in with a sharp comment. All right, stop complaining. They have made progress at least. They forced the Guardian team support to make a move. I couldn't help but laugh. Are you praising them or mocking them? Backstage, that kid Oscar was shouting like crazy. Rong Rong. My Rong Rong. You're so strong. He got shot down by Tang San and Dai Mu Bai, each with a line of simp. Ma Hongjun was watching the fun from the side, saying, Big brother. Don't mention the second brother. Didn't you see Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing's eyes were also wide open? On the other side, Ning Rong Rong flew towards her master like a little butterfly, jumping up and hanging on her master's neck, being overly sweet. Zhu Zhuqing waited for a while, and when Ning Rong Rong poked her waist, it was finally her turn. She seemed a bit shy, her face turned red, but in the end, she still gently hugged her master's waist. I tell you, just the scene made many men outside envious to the point of losing their composure. In the end, the master spoke, saying that this 1v7 game was over and the upcoming matches must be taken seriously. But no one expected the most heavyweight discussion to happen in a corner of the audience. Meng Yiran's grandmother, the one called Ko Xingxiang, was whispering to her husband, Old man, did you see, these girls are all staring at FengYang. If they don't make a move soon, it will be too late. Her husband, Meng Shu, said, What can we do? Yiran's hints have all been rejected. What do you think her grandmother said? I was shocked. She said, If it doesn't work openly, then we'll go for it secretly. Find an opportunity and make it happen. Once Yiran has a child, let us see if he will take responsibility. Good heavens. I was directly taken aback. This old lady is too fierce. Meng Shu was dumbfounded, saying this is too extreme. At that moment, the draw for the next match was announced. The Guardian team will face the Elephant Armor Sect. Let me tell you, the Elephant Armor Sect is not to be underestimated. They rank 6th among the 7 major sects, with a martial soul diamond mammoth, focusing on physical defense. And all members are muscular men. Moreover, they are affiliated with the Spirit Hall, and this time it's obvious that that old schemer Salus arranged this on purpose, wanting to use the Elephant Armor Sect to take us down. The leader of the Elephant Armor Sect, Huyin Jun, a giant standing 2 meters and 50 centimeters tall, is also present to watch the match. Before the competition even starts, the atmosphere is already tense. As both sides enter the arena, the size comparison is striking. One side has 7 men resembling sumo wrestlers, while the other has 7 graceful young women. The opposing captain, Hu Yinli, even boasts, saying something like, Little sisters, hurry up and surrender, or we'll feel sorry if we hurt you, with a lewd grin. The match begins. The 7 members of the Elephant Armor Sect simultaneously activate their soul skills, and a large shield appears in front of each of them. They form a line, pushing forward like a wall, shaking the ground with every step. Meng Yiran goes in with a snake blade attack, but it hits their shield with a clang, and the opposing team doesn't budge an inch. Now it's our turn to be surprised. That turtle shell is too hard, right? Just then, our team's highest level member, Wu, steps forward, jumps in place, and begins to gather fireballs in midair. For soul skill, Wu Yaoyang, a huge white fireball gathers above her head, directly locking onto the opposing captain, Hu Yinli. Boom! The fireball, trailing a long tail of flames, crashes down. At the instant the fireball hits, I tell you, everyone in the arena witnessed an incredible scene. The purple 1,000-year soul ring, representing the 4th soul skill under Wu's feet, suddenly deepens in color. The purple light fading away, and black mist swirling, instantly transforming into a deep black 10,000-year soul ring. The arena fell silent for a split second, then erupted into a deafening roar of astonishment. What the hell? A 10,000-year soul ring. I must be seeing things. When she first activated her martial soul, the 4th ring was clearly purple. At this moment, not to mention the ordinary spectators, even the big shots in the stands, Shui the Great, Salus, Ning Fengji, all stared dumbfounded. Soul rings can upgrade on the spot? What kind of monstrous operation is this? This was also the first time for Ning Fengji to see such a thing, but he reacted quickly and immediately guessed, Your Majesty, this is probably also a soul skill created by Mr. FengYang for his disciple. FengYang, again, it's FengYang. I dare say, at that moment, the name FengYang had transcended from being a freak to a deity in everyone's hearts, and the power of that 10,000-year soul skill was terrifying beyond measure. With a loud bang, the shield in front of Hu Yinli exploded, and he was blasted back over 3 meters, landing hard on the ground, stunned. With their captain's defense shattered in one move, the Elephant Armor Sect's ironclad formation immediately fell into chaos. Xiao Wu and the others seized the opportunity. even though the others still had thick defenses. Xiao Wu kicked and felt like she was hitting a steel plate, but there were tactics. Xiao Wu executed a teleport followed by a dragon tail sweep, kicking one of them right out of the arena, regardless of how high their defense was. Zhu Zhuqing also used her agility to trigger isolation, taking out another one. The remaining few, in front of Wu Wu, who was at level 45, were nothing more than children facing a fireball. Without a doubt, this tough battle was effortlessly won. Wu Wu was undoubtedly the MVP of the match. Who would have thought that the Elephant Armor sect, known for its invincible defense, would be crushed by us like this? However, amidst the cheers of the crowd, I noticed that Ning Rongrong's face was a bit pale, her body swaying slightly, as if she, the support, was the most exhausted after the whole battle. As soon as I got off the stage, I bumped into her father, the sect leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengji. Goodness, this old man. This sect leader Ning, had been waiting there for a long time. He immediately started a round of mutual flattery, congratulating us on our win, and then called me and Rongrong aside. I thought, oh no, is he going to break us up? But then he asked Rongrong, my daughter, is your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect's ultimate skill, the mind control, still stuck at the lowest level, the 3 apertures heart? When Ning Rongrong heard this, her little face fell, and the joy from winning the match instantly vanished by half. But then her father changed his tone, saying it was thanks to my self-created soul skill that, otherwise with her little soul power, amplifying 6 people wouldn't even last 3 seconds, but now it can last 10 seconds. It's simply a miracle. This made Ning Rongrong so happy that she directly confessed to me in front of her father. Yeah, Dad, I really like my master. Family, who understands? My CPU was about to overheat at that moment. Her father's expression was a world-famous painting, awkward enough to scrape out a 3-bedroom apartment. He probably didn't expect his daughter to be so bold, so he could only cough a couple of times and say, Rongrong, when did you become so unreserved? Ning Rongrong, not to be outdone, pouted and said, if I'm any more reserved, Master will be taken away. I really couldn't hold back anymore. So I just laughed and said, Rongrong, even a master likes you. You are my disciple, and we have similar personalities. As a result, the girl's heart instantly cooled down by half, and she muttered something about it not being the kind of master-disciple affection. Ning Fengji is also quite clever. He quickly brought the topic back to discussing how to solve Rongrong's issue of excessive soul power consumption. That old fox, while saying it was a discussion, actually just wanted me to develop a new cheat for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School for him for free. Of course, I understood, and I smiled and agreed, saying I would keep an eye on it. Ning Fengji thanked me and then left, giving us some space. Once her father was gone, Ning Rongrong became bolder and directly hugged my arm. Want to go shopping? Then she bluntly asked, Master, how are things between you and Xiao Wu? Is it that you two? Before she could finish her sentence, her face turned red first. I asked her what was wrong, and she straightforwardly revealed, I also want to be in a relationship. With you. I tell you, this little girl is really bold. I deliberately teased her, saying it's fine, I have no objections, but she should think about it. If she sees Xiao Wu coming out of my room in the future, she better not cry. As soon as she heard my approval, she was overjoyed, but the next second she started to get greedy, asking, Master, can't you just not have anything to do with Xiao Wu? I directly put pressure on her, saying, how is that possible? Xiao Wu is also my disciple. How can I just give her up? Since that's the case, let's not date then. Being master and disciple is also pretty good. Sometimes I want to hug my master, and my master wouldn't refuse me. Well, as soon as those words came out, Ning Rongrong immediately broke down, hugging my waist and starting to whine, acting cute and being spoiled. No, I want to date my master. We were in the middle of a tug of war when suddenly an old man sitting next to us on a plastic stool, drinking tea, spoke up. He said that we were so focused on our relationship that we hadn't noticed we were just going around in circles. I took a glance and said, wow, isn't that the wealth god? Oh no, it's Shrek from Douluo Academy. He used his soul skills to trap us in an illusion. When he first approached, he pretended to be friendly and tried to recruit me, but I immediately snapped back. You know I have a disciple in your Douluo Academy, and you're not training him well, yet you dare to ask me to join your 3rd-rate academy? Shrek was startled at that moment, feeling that something was off. I directly confronted Rongrong and said, Rongrong, this guy has a mental type head soul bone. How about I kill him and give it to you? Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up, showing no fear at all, and she immediately jumped into my arms wanting to kiss me. The old man exploded on the spot, furious that I was showing affection in front of him and even treating him like a wild boss monster to drop equipment. He shouted angrily, you little brat, am I giving you face? He wanted to cast an illusion on me, but I was too lazy to even move my hands. I instantly used my 8th soul skill, sending 2 blue flame elements rushing forward, then erected a firewall to block all his mental attacks. Then, right in front of him, I held Rongrong's little face and kissed her. After we finished kissing, a ding sounded and equipment dropped. A colorful, shining helm-like soul bone fell to the ground. The corpse of Shinian had already been completely burned to ashes by my blue flames. Ning Rongrong stared at the 1,000-year head soul bone with wide eyes. I urged her to absorb it quickly, but this girl actually wanted to take it back to show off to Xiao Wu and the others. I immediately refused, saying, "Aren't you putting me in a difficult position? If I give it to you and not to them, won't this harem, this team cause a ruckus?" When she heard this, she thought it made sense and started to bargain with me. Then Master kissed me again for a bit, and I'll absorb it right now. I won't mention it again in the future. Goodness, she's even learned to threaten me. Looking at her smug expression with her little tongue sticking out, I felt both amused and exasperated. After Ning Rongrong absorbed the soul bone on the spot, her soul power surged significantly, and she was so happy that she insisted on linking her arm with mine to go back. Afraid that others wouldn't know our relationship was special. Just as we reached the lounge door, we bumped into Huowu and that sycophant Feng Xiaotian. The moment Huowu saw me, her voice instantly changed, trembling as she called out, "Master, I tell you, that clip sound made my bones feel weak." The face of the person next to me, Feng Xiaotian, instantly turned green. I deliberately teased them. "Hey, what are you two doing here? On a date?" Ning Rongrong was also egging them on from the side. "You two actually look quite compatible." Huowu was so anxious that she desperately tried to distance herself, saying that Feng Xiaotian wanted her to introduce him to me as a master. The way she acted was just like trying to hide something that was already obvious. As soon as I saw Feng Xiaotian's demeanor, I directly said, "Exactly, I can't accept someone like you as a friend. Your qualifications are not up to par." Upon hearing this, Huowu acted as if she had received a royal decree and immediately urged Feng Xiaotian to leave. "Did you hear that? My master doesn't approve of you. Hurry up and go." Her disdainful expression was meant to prove to me that she had nothing to do with that guy. Feng Xiaotian's mood instantly collapsed. He never expected his heartfelt feelings would be met with such treatment. His face turned dark, and he left with a cold good, while exuding a fierce aura. After he left, Huowu felt a bit guilty and quietly wondered if she had been too impulsive. I stepped forward, pinched her cheek, and told her, "What does it matter if it stings? Your master is your strongest support." Boom! With that one sentence, I completely grasped her, and her gaze toward me almost turned starry. The next day was the final battle of the preliminaries against 12k Academy. Wow! It was a battle of all beauties versus all beauties, and the audience went wild. As soon as those girls saw me, their eyes lit up, shouting to become my disciples, and they played the match as if they were on steroids. At the start of the match, the opposing captain, Shui Binger, with her martial soul, Ice Phoenix, immediately lowered the temperature of the entire venue. Then they focused their attacks, and just like that, our side with Xiao Wu, Meng Aran, Duguyan, and Huowu was turned into ice sculptures. Only Zhu Zhuqing managed to dodge with her incredible positioning. Just as we saw the 5 girls from the opposing team rushing in to finish us off, we were all frozen like popsicles, and everyone thought we were about to lose. At that critical moment, Huowu, trapped in ice, forcibly unleashed her soul skill. Let me tell you, that scene was incredible. When Huowu executed that hardcore ice-breaking move, with a bang, a wave of fire erupted right from under her feet. The hot air instantly melting all the ice clumps on our bodies and pushing back the 5 girls charging at us by a meter. But those girls weren't pushovers either. Their reactions were lightning fast, just as I felt my body could move again and hadn't even had a moment to catch my breath. Their soul skills came crashing down on us like they were free. In no time, our 4 sisters were hit hard, and the entire audience gasped in shock, thinking we were about to be wiped out in one go. Just when it was a critical moment, our healer, Yi Lingling, finally made her move. She held a pink begonia flower in her palm, and the light, let me tell you, was like the holy light shining down, folks. The glow enveloped us, and those wounds visibly began to heal, our health instantly restored. The 4 of us revived on the spot and stood up to block the second wave of attacks from the opposing team. The whole audience was dumbfounded, shouting, "Wow, is this the legendary 9 Hearts begonia? This healing power is outrageous." Seeing that a strong attack wasn't working, the opposing captain, Shui Binger, immediately changed tactics and prepared to cast a big control skill. But guess what? Just as she was halfway through her incantation, a shadow suddenly darted out from her blind spot, and sharp claws swiped right at her face. With a clang, Shui Binger's ultimate move was interrupted on the spot, and she was knocked back several steps. At this point, not just the audience, even the big shots in the VIP section were dumbfounded. What's going on? When did that assassin named Zhu Qing sneak over? We didn't see anything. Let me tell you, it wasn't their eyes playing tricks. It was our Zhu Qing's unique skill. This girl has a passive ability called lowered presence, which basically makes you subconsciously ignore her. It's like a physical invisibility cloak. Shui Binger was startled and furious after being interrupted, quickly casting an ice ring armor for defense. But what she didn't know was that her current position triggered another, even more outrageous passive of Zhu Qing's. Isolated and helpless. As long as there are no teammates nearby, the damage she deals to you doubles. Without further ado, Zhu Qing delivered a phantom slash, and with a crisp sound, the ice armor shattered like paper. Shui Binger was directly injured internally, wearing a mask of pain on her face, her eyes filled with disbelief. A level 41 assassin took down a level 43 control Soul Master-S defense skill in one hit. Where could she possibly seek justice for that? Seeing their captain being cut down, the team from Tinshui panicked, and the remaining members rushed over to rescue her, using rain to slow down and ice spikes to attack, forcing Zhu Qing to retreat. Then, they unleashed their ultimate move. Shui Binger and another girl named Shui Wu held hands, cold air rising from their bodies. And the temperature in the entire arena dropped sharply, with snowflakes unexpectedly starting to fall from the sky. At that moment, I felt something was off. This snowflake felt like a blade. This is their martial soul fusion skill, snowflakes falling. The entire arena was raining down blades, with nowhere to hide. My sisters and I instantly had countless cuts on our bodies, wincing in pain. If it weren't for Yi Lingling's healing keeping us alive, we would have probably fallen long ago. Everyone thought we were doomed. Who could withstand such large-scale continuous damage? But they didn't know we had a hidden ace up our sleeve. While Yi Lingling was madly healing us, she quietly activated her inscription soul skill, Starring Fusion. Wow, this skill was like a remote blue absorption pump, directly inserting an invisible straw under the feet of Shui Binger and the others, crazily stealing their soul power and converting it into ours. Thus, an extremely bizarre scene unfolded. On one side, the Tinshui Academy was desperately unleashing skills, while on our side, we were enduring the blows, but just couldn't die. The two sides stalemated for over 2 minutes, and the entire arena was almost turned into an ice cellar, with the audience shivering in the stands. Finally, Tinshui couldn't hold on anymore and prepared to unleash the second part of their fusion skill, summoning a gigantic ice phoenix, hoping to take us out in one go. Everyone held their breath, watching as the outline of the phoenix began to condense. But what happened? With a puff, as soon as the phoenix's head was formed, Shui Binger and Shui Wu suddenly turned pale, directly collapsing to their knees, gasping for air. Did anyone understand? Their blue bar was completely drained. At the critical moment, they ran out of soul power. The whole arena fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. This script was wrong. Where's the ice phoenix that was supposed to wreak havoc? How did it extinguish itself first? As their soul power was exhausted, the countless ice blades, snowflakes, instantly disappeared. We sisters finally regained our strength and stood up, full of spirit. The girls on the opposite side, especially Shui Binger, looked incredulous, and in the end, could only helplessly raise their hands. We concede. As soon as the match ended, we rushed towards our master, crying out for a hug. Just as we embraced, we saw the 7 girls from Tinshui awkwardly approaching as well. Leading them was Shui Binger, who was a bit shy but looked particularly determined, directly cupping her fists towards my master. Master FengYang, we 7 also want to become your disciples. Please accept us. Wow, if you can't beat them, join them. This operation really caught us off guard. The faces of us old disciples turned green. There weren't enough spots for my master as it was. And now, there were 7 more competitors? But my master was a straightforward person, seeing the 7 fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged girls looking at him eagerly. He simply said one word, good. The 7 girls were instantly stunned. What was going on? He agreed just like that? Was it that easy? Didn't they say becoming his disciple was harder than taking a civil service exam? Even a genius like Feng Xiaodian was rejected. They thought they would have to visit him 3 times, but it was all settled with one sentence. My master watched them in a daze and added, that's right, all 7 of you are needed. You can become my disciples now, or you'll miss the opportunity. At this, the Tinshui 7 sisters finally reacted, their faces flushed with excitement. And they all knelt down at once, each taking turns to announce their names and pay their respects to their master. Let me tell you, At the moment they became disciples, I felt the master's aura change. The system notification sound in his head was probably ringing nonstop like firecrackers during the new year. Ding, ding, ding. He leveled up 2 levels for each disciple he accepted, and after receiving the 7 of them, his level shot up from 86 to 93 as if he had taken a rocket. He was instantly promoted to a title Douluo. The scene was simply a cyber ascension. The years of the soul rings on the master multiplied several times, each starting from 1,000,000 years. And he comprehended 2 new soul skills. One could summon 2 elementalist helpers of title Douluo level, and the other, the 9th soul skill, Blue Flame Storm, as the name suggests, is the kind that could destroy the world. What is even more outrageous is that the master immediately customized inscribed soul skills for the 7 new junior sisters, including skills like teleportation, invincible body, and area slow, all clearly arranged. He also upgraded the skills of us old disciples. Zhu Qin can now swap places with her clone at will, making everyone's scalp tingle. Xiao Wu's invincible body now has a counterattack effect. Whoever hits her is out of luck. Rong Rong's support skill has reduced mana consumption, maximizing her sustainability. Now, our castle is bustling with activity. 14 female disciples chattering away, nearly filling the building. The master, looking at this lively scene, is already pondering whether to set up a mountain and build our own city. Just as we were passionately discussing the future, the final rankings of the preliminaries were announced, and the awards ceremony hosted by the Snow Knight Emperor was about to begin. Sure enough, the award ceremony started right away. Goodness, the scene was packed with people. All the qualifying teams standing at attention. The old man, the Snow Knight Emperor, personally took the stage, holding a loudspeaker and began to shout, "Come, come, let's congratulate the Guardian team. 33 matches, all victories, an unbeatable record. Champions, the Empire rewards 100,000 gold soul coins." The crowd below was so envious their eyes nearly popped out. Then, the old man started making promises, saying all qualifying team members, both captains and vice-captains, will be made barons, and the rest would also be nobles, with land upon graduation. Let me tell you, this was just the appetizer. The main event was with my master. The Snow Knight Emperor cleared his throat and specially announced loudly, the leader of the Guardian team, FengYang, for his great contributions. He is specially awarded the title of Count. Suddenly, all eyes in the venue focused on my master. A count, everyone. That's a high-ranking official who can manage armies and finances. And guess what? At that moment, someone jumped out without knowing better. The Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salus, with a dark face, directly confronted my master in public. "Your Majesty, I assent this inappropriate? There has never been such a rule before. Directly awarding the title of Count seems too high, doesn't it?" At that moment, I thought, hey, the Spirit Hall really doesn't take the Empire seriously anymore, does it? They dare to act this way in front of the Emperor? The Snow Knight Emperor's expression darkened, and with a forced smile, he shot back, "Platinum Bishop, rewarding the talents of my empire is our business in the Heaven Do, and it seems to have nothing to do with your Spirit Hall, right? Why don't you take a break?" With that one sentence, he left Salus speechless, who could only hold his breath and step back. The Snow Knight Emperor was also a tough character. He directly raised the stakes and shouted to everyone, "I'll raise the stakes. If the Heaven Do Empire can produce a champion this time, the entire team's titles will be elevated by 1 rank. FengYang, am I calling out by name? It's clear he's trying to win over my master. If we really win the championship and the count is elevated, that means a marquis. What does that mean? That means a local lord, and with a piece of land, you'd be the local emperor." When we disciples heard this, we were instantly fired up, each of us clenching our little fists, eyes shining brightly as we looked at our master. "Master, don't worry. For your marquis career, we'll fight to the end." On the way back, the atmosphere felt a bit off. Uncle Ning said that the conflict between the Empire and the Spirit Hall couldn't be hidden anymore and was about to reach a breaking point. Old Man Douluo was even more direct, saying, "I saw the look in Salus's eyes. He looked at Brother FengYang as if he were looking at a dead man. The killing intent was almost overflowing. His meaning was clear. Either you submit to our Spirit Hall, or you die." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the car dropped to freezing point. The girls were all scared, surrounding our master and worrying excessively. Uncle Ning and a couple of Gai Shilong quickly expressed their stance, saying that if the Spirit Hall dared to take action, they would definitely stand by my master's side. But my master, as if nothing were wrong, smiled lightly and said thank you. However, this serious atmosphere didn't last long, and the topic took a turn. Old Man Meng Shu suddenly looked at my master and then glanced at Ning Rongrong, who was holding my master's arm, and couldn't he help but ask, Brother FengYang, I just want to ask, what is your relationship with Rong now? Uncle Ning also joined in the teasing. Yeah. Rong master, I've asked this girl several times, but she just one T say. Goodness. As soon as this question came out, all the girls' gossip radars went off. And they all stared at my master, especially Xiao Wu, whose little face tightened. Ning Rong shyly lowered her head. My master chuckled lightly and said, I treat all my disciples equally. Rong is my earliest disciple, so it's normal to be a bit closer. Once this was said, most people breathed a sigh of relief. But who knew that Ning Rong, in the past few days, seemed to have realized something? Probably understanding that not clarifying the relationship is better than clarifying it directly, and suddenly gained some courage. In front of everyone, she shouted, Master, I want to kiss you. Then she dashed forward and planted a kiss on my master's cheek. The entire place was frozen. Uncle Ning's expression was both gratified and bittersweet, like he was marrying off a daughter. Dugabo and Gai Shilong were internally screaming, probably wondering why their granddaughter wasn't this proactive. This action stirred up a hornet's nest. When the other girls saw this, they couldn't hold back. Master, I want to kiss you too. Me too. And me. In an instant, they all surrounded him, puckering their little lips, ready to lean in. Ning Rong immediately spread her arms to protect her territory. No way. Can you all kiss him? My relationship with Master can't be the same as yours. My master was also looking extremely awkward at that moment. Who understands this sweet trouble? Being both a master and a mentor is just too difficult. In the end, there was no other choice but to bring out my master's authority and shout. Whoever gets too close to my face again, I'll hang them up and beat them. All of you go back and practice. Only then did the girls pout and disperse, still whispering among themselves as they walked away, saying things like, who do you think is the most flirtatious? Seriously, don't even mention the second brother. Just as we were about to head back to the castle, a voice came from behind, Brother FengYang. I turned around and saw, it was the Crown Prince Shrek. He still had that refined demeanor and immediately began to compliment me, saying how powerful my master's teachings were and how talented the disciples were. My master was delighted and joked, what's this? Are you regretting not being my disciple now? Shrek just laughed and said something quite ambiguous. Brother FengYang is so outstanding, not to mention your female disciples. Even my heart can't help but flutter. My master, being a master of jokes, took the bait and burst into laughter, putting his arm around Shrek shoulder. Is that true? If His Highness really likes me, then I'll accept. Goodness, Shrek immediately froze, his heart racing, his face turning red. My master's operation was all about extreme teasing. He didn't let it go and leaned close to Shrek's ear, whispering, doesn't His Highness have a flower? Boom! Shrek's CPU practically short-circuited. He jumped back as if he had been electrocuted, stammering at my master for a long time, but unable to say a word. Seeing his awkward expression, my master couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. The bodyguard beside Shrek, Snake Spear Douluo, wanted to come over and act cool, but was shot down by Shrek's glare, which also led to Shrek educating his guard. It's just a joke between brothers, understand? I can only say, Qianren Shui really played his role well. After all that, Shrek was still not giving up and insisted on inviting my master for afternoon tea. This time, my master didn't refuse and even took the initiative to drape his arm over Shrek's shoulder, saying, let's go, today we'll fulfill His Highness's dream. Shrek looked quite uncomfortable, yet there seemed to be a hint of anticipation. He said he wanted to go to a place called Moon Pavilion, where the tea and the girls were said to be exceptional. My master laughed at him. I didn't expect His Highness to enjoy this. Shrek quickly explained that they were going to listen to music, not for anything else. He then mysteriously gossiped to my master, saying that the owner of Moon Pavilion, Tang Yuehua, was actually his father, the Snow Night Emperor's lover. My master, upon hearing this, showed no surprise, but became even more curious. How could such a beautiful woman fall for the Snow Night Emperor, who is already half buried in the ground? The way he said it nearly sent Shrek away. When we arrived at the Moon Pavilion, it truly was elegant. The owner, Tang Yuehua, was an exquisite beauty. Her figure and charm made it hard to tell her age. My master was sizing her up, probably thinking of some mischievous trick again. Shrek introduced his sister, Princess Shrek, to us. After a performance, Tang Yuehua came over to greet us, and when she realized that the person in front of her was the famous FengYang, she was quite surprised, not expecting him to be so young. My master teased her, don't be so polite, maybe I'm actually around the same age as you. Tang Yuehua was a bit surprised, but then Shrek immediately ruined the moment. Brother FengYang, don't joke, I feel like your bone age is only about 20. At this, Tang Yuehua looked at my master with shock, as if she had seen a ghost. My goodness, I tell you. The expression on Tang Yuehua's face at that moment nearly screamed, "Is this young man a monster?" And though she spoke politely, she immediately changed her tone to little brother. My master's flirting led to a downgrade in status, which was hilarious. After staying at Moon Pavilion for a while and sharing a dinner, my master finally bid farewell to ShrekSeven. The crown prince was reluctant to part, inviting my master to come back in a few days to listen to music together, clearly indicating that their relationship had visibly strengthened. By the time we returned to our castle-like residence, it was already dark. Goodness, Lu Erlong was wearing a maid outfit, standing at my master's door like an AI butler. Expressionless. As soon as he returned, she greeted him, saying, "Welcome back, master," and then helped him take off his coat and hung it up. The whole process smooth as silk. My master was quite direct, instructing her, "Go give me a basin of hot water for a foot soak." Just as Lu Erlong left, my rabbit-like junior sister, Xiao Wu, sneaked in like a secret agent, checking to see if anyone was around before darting inside. My master was speechless. "What are you doing? You look like a thief." Xiao Wu didn't care and jumped onto his lap, gazing at him with big, sparkling eyes. "Today, Rong kissed you. And I didn't get a kiss. I want one too." Saying this, she pressed her lips against him. Family, who understands? Just as the kiss was getting heated, Lu Erlong walked in with the foot-soaking water. The atmosphere froze, and Xiao Wu shyly buried her face in my master's embrace, not daring to look up. My master, being quite bold, directly told Lu Erlong, "Put the basin down and go rest in your own room." Guess what happened next? Lu Erlong didn't leave. She actually said, "It's okay. I'm here to wash the master's feet." Then she added a heart-stabbing line. "Master, you and Xiao Wu don't need to mind me. I'll just wash your feet." What the heck? What is this called? This is called "as long as I'm not embarrassed." The one who's embarrassed is others. She just squatted down and really started taking off my master's shoes. Xiao Wu was so anxious she was almost crying, her eyes pleading. My master saw this and said, "Fine, you want to watch, right? Then watch to your heart's content." Right in front of Lu Erlong, he directly started to touch Xiao Wu. I estimate that Lu Erlong's expression at that moment was such that her eyes were about to fall into the foot basin. The next day, the Soul Master Competition's promotion matches officially began. The competition format changed to a personal elimination system, meaning one person goes on stage. If they win, they continue to fight until one person takes out the entire opposing team, or they themselves are defeated. My master directly sent Zhu Zhuqing to be the first to compete. Just as we finished arranging everything, Ning Rong clung to me again, pouting and acting cute. "Master, I wanted to talk to you yesterday, but I heard Xiao Wu making those sounds in your room. Were you two practicing again?" "My silly Rong, your father Ning Fengji is right there in the audience. What kind of practice are you talking about that your father wouldn't know?" This is simply asking to elope in front of the father-in-law. My master quickly told her to shut up and behave. Zhu Zhuqing's match began. The opponent was a guy with a hedgehog spirit covered in spikes, who activated a counter-armor and arrogantly taunted. "Little girl, I heard you have great strength. Do you dare to attack?" Zhu Zhuqing looked at him like he was a fool, too lazy to respond. She directly launched a shadow-piercing strike with a 200 attack power buff for being isolated, and charged at him with a bang. What counter-armor? She smashed both the person and the armor to bits with a single claw. Instant kill. Then came Zhu Zhuqing's personal showcase, effortlessly taking down 7 opponents. It was incredibly clean and smooth. The entire audience was stunned. A agility-type Soul Master displayed destructive power that even strength-type Soul Masters couldn't achieve. It was simply absurd. As soon as the match ended, Wu quietly pulled my master aside, saying she wanted to talk privately, and led him into a small grove nearby. After walking for a while, my master couldn't help but complain. "Are you planning to take me to hunt soul beasts?" Only then did Wu stop, her face as red as anything, stammering, Can I practice with you, master?" My master was teasing her. "Do you know what skill Xiao Wu and I are practicing?" Without saying a word, Wu tiptoed and kissed my master's cheek, and that's it. Wow, what initiative, really focused on not wasting energy. Poor Feng Xiaodian was squatting in the bushes behind, and upon seeing this scene, his heart was almost shattered into a QR code. My master laid it all out directly, his expression very serious. "Okay, but you can't let anyone know. I will agree to you." This translates to, "I'm just a scumbag. Think carefully about whether you want to be with me." Wu was taken aback for a moment, probably in a battle of thoughts, but finally gritted her teeth and said, "Master, I won't say anything. I just like you." All right, having said that, my master focused his mind, and with a loud boom, a 50-meter-high blue firewall rose from the ground. enclosing a 100-meter radius around them into a sealed space. The scene was like opening a domain, almost incinerating Feng Xiaotian, who was still peeking. Feng Xiaotian rolled and crawled out, scared silly, only able to listen to the commotion inside the firewall, his heart aching to the point of being unable to breathe, cursing the bitch, and I felt sorry for him just listening to it. 3 hours later, the two of them slowly returned. Huo Wu's walking posture was such that her legs were almost glued together. The few sisters in the team immediately understood and deliberately asked her, "Huo Wu, are you injured?" She stubbornly said, "I'm fine, I just like walking like this." Hilarious. In the end, she couldn't sleep from the pain and went to find Yi Lingling for treatment, even lying to her that she fell. Who would believe her? Coincidentally, in the next match, our Guardian team faced Tang San and his royal team from the Heavendo Empire. Before the match, my master specifically reminded me that Tang San might pull out his father's Haotian hammer, which has terrifying power. He then assigned the task of dealing with Tang San to Xiao Wu, as her teleportation and invincible golden body just happened to counter him. Xiao Wu even spilled some beans, saying she had just mastered a new skill called Super Rebound, which can reflect 50% of the damage while in the invincible golden body. Goodness, this is preparing to defeat magic with magic. The match began. Xiao Wu against Tang San. The audience went wild as soon as they saw Tang San, mercilessly mocking him for his 8-year soul ring. Tang San's face was as black as a pot bottom. He stared at Xiao Wu, his eyes filled with both hatred and desire. Simply unbelievable. Xiao Wu wouldn't let him off easy, placing her hands on her hips and directly confronting him. "Little San, don't use that disgusting expression to fantasize about me." Tang San immediately broke down, gritting his teeth and cursing, "Damn bitch, the biggest regret of my life is not dealing with you back then." As a result, Xiao Wu laughed out loud. Look how anxious you are. You'll never have the chance in this lifetime." 8-year soul ring. Ouch, this damage. Every hit is a critical. Tang San was so furious he trembled all over, directly revealing his twin martial souls, the Haotian hammer in his left hand and blue silvergrass in his right. The entire audience was instantly shocked. But when he saw Xiao Wu's expression of "Is that all?" he was so angry he almost spat blood. First soul skill. Bind. Tang San wanted to restrain Xiao Wu first. Xiao Wu didn't play along, dodging with a teleport and kicking back. Tang San had also trained his movement skills, using some ghostly shadow technique to dodge frantically. The two exchanged blows for several minutes, neither able to touch the other. Xiao Wu grew impatient and directly unleashed her ultimate move. Hextech Ultimatum. A blue pentagram magic array instantly trapped Tang San inside. Tang San still wanted to escape using his movement skills, but as soon as he ran out of the circle, he was forcefully pulled back with a whoosh. Then, it was Xiao Wu's personal showcase time, her long legs kicking with a bang. Bang, bang. She landed a series of fierce kicks to Tang San's face, knocking out 3 of his front teeth on the spot. The entire audience was dumbfounded, mouths agape, all with expressions of "what the hell? What kind of heaven-defying soul skill is this? It can even forcibly displace the opponent?" Tang San, beaten into a pig's head, surprisingly got up like an unkillable cockroach, countering with a parasitic web binding, tying Xiao Wu up tightly. With his wind-blown mouth, he growled viciously, "Damn bitch. It's my turn now." Then, he raised the hammer in his left hand, and with a loud boom, the true form of the Haotian hammer martial soul manifested, dark clouds gathered, and thunder roared. The momentum was terrifying. Chaos cloak. Tang San leaped high, swinging a world-destroying hammer down at the motionless Xiao Wu. Everyone thought Xiao Wu was doomed this time. However, Xiao Wu simply calmly called out, "Fourth soul skill. Invincible golden body." A layer of dazzling golden light instantly enveloped her entire body. Tang San's earth-shattering hammer struck heavily against the golden light, not budging an inch. At the moment the hammer made contact with the golden light, Xiao Wu silently chanted, "Super Rebound." The next second, the ferocious smile on Tang San's face instantly turned to extreme pain. An irresistible force traveled from the hammer handle throughout his body. Puffed! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body flew out like a broken sack, crashing down even worse than before. The entire venue fell silent, everyone stunned, jaws dropping to the ground. What is going on? Did he just hammer himself away? I tell you, I was right there, watching Tang San, that kid, bruised and battered, lying on the ground with a face full of confusion, thinking, "Who am I? Where am I?" And stuttering, how is it possible? Then suddenly he just passed out. Goodness, Xiao Wu over there immediately popped open champagne, sprinting straight into Master FengYang's arms, looking so joyful, you'd think they were long-lost sweethearts. Who understands this, folks? The value of this moment made FengYang's image in my mind soar to 2 meters 8. Then I looked at that bunch from Shrek, all of them looking like wilted eggplants, completely disheartened. That kid Oscar was regretting so much, probably looping in his mind, it was you who wanted to part back then, thinking he should have chosen FengYang as his master. Douluo Bai, upon hearing this, widened his eyes and retorted, "What? Have you forgotten the hatred of a stolen wife so quickly?" But before they could even sort out their own argument, those troublemakers from the Tiando Royal Academy, like Yufeng and Osro, started clashing with Douluo Bai. "You said you guys are no good, and I said you wanted to be our master, but were stepped on instead." It was about to escalate into a real PK. Flinder, that old man, was already annoyed, and when he heard them all praising how amazing FengYang was, his face turned green, and he shouted, "Enough!" Guess what? His students rebelled right then and there. They pointed at Flinder's nose and started cursing. "Old man, what are you yelling about? Back then, you bragged endlessly about wanting to be our teacher. And what did you teach us? Look at FengYang's disciples, creating their own soul skills like it's nothing. And you? I tell you, as soon as those words were spoken, the ears of the audience perked up, and they burst into laughter. Ning Rongrong laughed the loudest beside them, feeling a great sense of revenge, soaring with joy. Flinder couldn't maintain his composure. I was about to take action to clear the scene. Fortunately, the Dream God Machine from the Education Committee and the Snow Knight Emperor quickly stopped him. Otherwise, the Tiando Royal Academy would have truly lost face. The Snow Knight Emperor's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he probably had already put Flinder on his blacklist in his heart. The following matches were merely formalities. Douluo Bai faced off against Zhu Zhuqing and was defeated in one move, even though his soul power was 4 levels higher. The Snow Knight Emperor's blood pressure must have skyrocketed to 280. In any case, our Guardian team won first place without a doubt and was ready to set off to the Soul Arena for the finals. Let me tell you about this scene. 500 Royal Knights escorted Master FengYang, who directly sat in the top-tier super soft carriage specially provided for the prince, spacious enough to roll around inside. Just as the carriage hadn't stabilized, a fire broke out in the harem. Xiao Wu pretended to go to the bathroom, wanting to sneak into Master S' carriage, but was caught red-handed by Ning Rongrong and Huo Wu. The three started arguing at the carriage door, saying things like "You're embarrassing," "No, you are," which amused the knight standing guard nearby. Master FengYang, probably feeling bored, was annoyed by their noise and directly pulled back the curtain. "All of you get in here." Now, it was good. Dougie Yin and Meng Aran in the back carriage saw this and thought, "Sisters share blessings." They rushed over too. A spacious carriage suddenly filled with 5 beautiful women, turning it into a bustling marketplace, chattering away. Master S' face darkened. "Shut up. If you keep talking, I'll throw you out." Finally, the world became quiet. Then Master started assigning tasks. Xiao Wu pinched the left shoulder, Rongrong pinched the right shoulder. Huo Wu and Meng Iran pinched the legs, and Dougie Yin, the one sitting farthest, peeled the sunflower seeds. Dougie Yin immediately became unhappy, pouting as if she could hang an oil bottle. "Why? You all get to sit next to Master, and I'm the only one peeling seeds?" FengYang didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. "If you don't peel, you get out." Dougie Yin instantly shrank back, reluctantly starting to peel the seeds, while mumbling quietly, "Humph, I'm going to tell Grandpa. Master is biased." You would believe it. She really went to complain. Old Dugabo, being a protective grandfather, directly came over to confront FengYang, saying he was treating them differently. FengYang had no choice but to let Dougie Yin sit beside him. As a result, the old man took advantage of the situation and started matchmaking on the spot. "Brother FengYang, look how well you and my yin-yin match sitting together. Let her accompany you all the way." Once Dougie Bo left, the atmosphere in the carriage dropped to freezing point. Master stared at Dougie Yin with a blank expression. Who understands family? This girl immediately switched to a whiny mode. Her eyes turned red, and with a choked voice, she said, "I know Master doesn't tea like me. Letting me sit aside is just for my grandpa's sake. But I still love Master. I just want to cry a little woo-woo-woo. Goodness, this tea art, this emotional intelligence, who can withstand this?" FengYang was immediately caught off guard, pulling her into his arms, his voice softening. "What are you saying? How could Master not like you? This little girl really has something." And in less than 10 seconds, she fell asleep in Master S' arms. Lu Erlong watched from the side, both angry and anxious, thinking, "I can do this too." She imitated Dougie Yin, leaning against FengYang. "Master, woo-woo-woo. I also want to cry." I almost spat out my drink at that moment. FengYang rolled her eyes up to the sky and said, "Sister, you're already 42. What are you playing at with this pure desire vibe?" "Huh, that was real damage, truly lethal." Liu Erlong was caught off guard, and the two started arguing again. In the end, it was Master S promise that she could enter the family tomb after her death that settled the matter. While we were staging our own version of Zhen Huan Zhuan, on the other side, in the spirit hall, that scumbag Yu Xiaojiang was busy flattering Bibi Dong, begging her to help eliminate FengYang. Let me tell you, Bibi Dong, despite being deeply in love, was putting on a facade of a cold queen, saying, "Why should I help you?" and scolding Yu Xiaojiang mercilessly. As soon as he left, she gathered Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo and directly ordered 1,500 soul masters, set off immediately. Be sure to bring FengYang's head back to me. And there she was, getting all emotional. Xiaojiang, this is a surprise for you. Oh my, this love-struck mentality is simply a disaster for this continent. Cutting back to us. Our convoy had been bumping along the road for 12 days before finally driving into a broken canyon. The atmosphere was eerie, with crows cawing in the sky. It was clearly a place where something bad was about to happen. Sure enough, as the knight commander reined in his horse and called for a stop, everyone sensed something was off. FengYang warned us to be careful, saying she felt a killing intent. Just as she finished speaking, a thunderous crack sounded in the sky, and a blue-purple lightning bolt instantly condensed into a massive dragon claw, tearing through the air and heading straight for Master S' forehead. Let me tell you, that scene was incredible. The Thunder Dragon's claw came with a devastating momentum. But what happened? My master casually raised his hand, and with a whoosh of blue fire, he blew that Thunder Dragon's claw to smithereens in midair. It was as easy and enjoyable as setting off a firecracker. Then I looked up at the mountaintop, and wow, there was a massive crowd. All of them were from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. At least 500 people, all activating their martial souls. The scene looked like a grand light show, filled with blue and purple electric lights. Leading them was a middle-aged man whose hair flowed like in a shampoo commercial. With a long and sour face, his eyes like knives, glaring fiercely at my master. Who is this guy? The patriarch of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, Yu Engine. A level 95 super Douluo, someone who could walk sideways in the outside world. I heard him shout from the mountaintop. Today, our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family is here solely to kill FengYang. Anyone who dares to interfere will be opposing our entire family. With that shout, the entire valley fell silent. Those from the Royal Knights, teachers, and students from various academies all seemed to have been muted, not daring to make sound. Of course, who would dare to provoke a level 95 madman? But what do the family members understand? My master is not fighting alone. Old man Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, Dragon King, and Snake Lady, and Old man Bo all stood by my master's side, directly forming a protective squad for him. Ning Fengji was the first to speak. His voice not loud, but very firm. Yu Engine, that's enough. Do you really want to go to the extreme? If you insist on making a move today, our 7 treasure, Glazed Tile, sect cannot just stand by. The Dragon King and Snake Lady quickly expressed their loyalty. They say our martial soul fusion technique is comparable to Tidal Douluo, whether it's true or not. We can test it out on you today. Bo was even more domineering, directly stating, whoever touches my little brother FengYang is touching me. Bo. With these people's powerful presence, the 500 people on the opposite side suddenly looked a bit less imposing. But at that moment, let me tell you, the plot twist came. Yu Engine grinned, and suddenly 2 people emerged beside him. One looked eerie, and the other was effeminate. I focused and thought, wow, isn't that the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo from the spirit hall? How did these 2 guys end up with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus people? The chrysanthemum Douluo's duck-like voice rang out. Patriarch you just go ahead, we'll hold off the others. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand. And oh my God, from all directions, whether on the cliffs or in the air, a large crowd emerged. They blocked out the sun, and the entire valley went dark in an instant, with at least 1,500 soul masters from the spirit hall. This is it. It's completely over. With over 2,000 people on the opposite side, and 3 Tidal Douluos. This setup is going to turn us to dust. Those academies that were just now too scared to breathe were now all in their carriages gloating, their discussions bubbling like a boiling pot. I told you, FengYang is too arrogant. He will end up finished. Ha! He's definitely dead this time. No god can save him. Tang Sin was so excited his face turned red. His fist clenched tightly. Great. FengYang, you're doomed. Dai Mubai chimed in beside him. Even though I can't kill him with my own hands. Watching him die here is just too satisfying. I roll my eyes up at the sky, thinking these clowns were just kicking us when we were down. With over 2,000 people surrounding us like a tight iron drum, my senior sisters turned pale, each clutching the corner of our master's clothes. Master, are we doomed? Master, if we're going to die, I want to die with you. My master turned a glance at them and actually smiled. That smile, how should I put it, was as if the more than 2,000 people in front of him were not here to seek revenge, but to present him with a banner. On the mountaintop, Yuanjin saw my master still smiling. His face turned green with anger. He pointed his finger at my master and yelled, FengYang, today, you can't escape. I'll give you a chance. Kill your disciple Zhu Zhuqin, and then you can take your own life, and I'll let the rest of you go. Zhu Tuo next to him was unhappy and sarcastically said, Oh, Yu Zuchang, why are you wasting your breath on him? Just kill them all and be done with it. Yuanjin cast him a glance, as if to say, if you're so capable, why don't you do it yourself? It seems he was heavily beaten by my master last time, and now has a psychological shadow. Seeing your sister, Zhu Zhuqin nervously called out, Master. My master patted her shoulder, then turned around, looking at the more than 2,000 enemies above and below, and said calmly, Today, let them witness my true strength. As soon as these words were spoken, not only my senior sisters, but even Ning Fengji and Jiandoa were stunned, their eyes wide open. What does this mean? At this moment, Master, do you still have a trump card? Yuanjin was completely enraged. You are really seeking death. My master finally replied to him, You're seeking death. In the next moment, my master moved. Boom! A surge of blue flames erupted from his body, soaring into the sky. The temperature, let me tell you, instantly turned the entire valley into a giant oven. The onlooking academy students could no longer remain calm. One by one, they screamed and activated their martial souls, with soul power draining like a flowing river. Those who were closer had their hair nearly scorched, and they all scrambled away in a panic. In the sky, Chrysanthemum wiped his sweat and exclaimed, My God, this kid makes such a big commotion just by activating his martial soul. Ghost Douluo also cursed, damn. This temperature is making me very uncomfortable. As for Yuanjin, he was completely stunned. He looked at my master as if he had seen a ghost, pointing and trembling. How is this possible? How long has it been? You were actually a 93rd level title Douluo? What the hell? In the entire venue, one and all, everyone was dumbfounded. Ning Fengji, Sword, Douluo, Douluo, all looked as if they had been petrified, their mouths agape enough to fit an egg. Title Douluo, an 18-year-old title Douluo, the youngest title Douluo in history, has been born. My senior sisters were so excited that they were about to cry, each one screaming, Master, Master. Their adoring little eyes were almost sparkling. Tang San and Dai Mubai's group had their smiles freeze on their faces, looking even worse than crying. Why? They couldn't understand, but there was nothing they could do. However, family, this isn't even the most explosive part. Bang! The soul rings on my master's body popped out one after another. The first one, crimson gold. That light dyed the entire valley golden. Everyone felt their hearts gripped by an invisible giant hand. Bang! The second one, still crimson gold. The pressure increased even more. The third one, crimson gold. The fourth one, crimson gold. The eighth one, crimson gold. The ninth one, a million years crimson gold. 9. Exactly 9 crimson gold million-year soul rings. They slowly rotated around my master, and let me tell you, the CPUs of everyone present completely overheated. They were completely stunned. Everyone forgot to breathe, just staring blankly, feeling that what they were facing was not a human, but a god descending from the heavens. My master's voice was not loud, but it spread to everyone's ears like the pronouncement of death. Today, I will unleash a massacre. As soon as he finished speaking, Douluo, who was beside him, was the first to respond, shouting passionately, Brother FengYang, today I, Douluo, will accompany you in this massacre. Ning Fengji also shouted at the sword Douluo, Chen Xin, let's kill. But my master waved his hand, his gaze locking directly onto the opposing Yuanjin, the Chrysanthemum Douluo, and the Ghost Douluo. Everyone protect my disciples well. I'll handle those 3. My goodness. One person is going to fight 3 titled Douluos. Yuanjin and the others were nearly furious. Kid, what a big mouth. Just a mere 93rd level, and you dare to be so arrogant. My master completely ignored them and directly used his 8th soul skill. With a loud bang, 2 identical blue flame figures appeared out of thin air in front of him. Even more terrifying was the fact that the aura emanating from these 2 flame figures was actually at the title Douluo level. Damn, a casual move, and there are 2 title Douluos as my opponents? How am I supposed to play this? No merci. At my master's command, those 2 fiery figures charged straight at Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo. My master himself flickered and went straight for Yu Yuanjin. Yu Yuanjin was so scared that he nearly lost his soul, no longer daring to act tough. He immediately activated his martial soul true form, transforming into a gigantic blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. He unleashed all his powerful skills, from the 3rd soul skill to the 9th soul skill, all at once. With 9 massive thunder dragons roaring as they lunged at my master, the scene looked quite terrifying. However, my master didn't even activate his martial soul true form. He just hovered in midair, and with a flash of blue light beneath him, a gigantic blue flame drill surged forward to meet the 9 thunder dragons. Boom! With a tremendous sound, it was like a nuclear bomb exploding. A blue mushroom cloud erupted in the sky, distorting the entire space. Yu Yuanjin's 9 imposing thunder dragons, in front of that flame drill, were like paper instantly pierced through. Yu Yuanjin desperately poured out his soul power, his face turning a deep shade of purple. But he still couldn't stop the drill from advancing. He screamed hoarsely, "Impossible! A mere 93rd level, not even activating the martial soul true form. How could it possibly suppress my 95th level super Douluo?" My master chuckled lightly in midair. A complete set of soul bones from 700,000 years. Today you get to see for yourself. What? A complete set of soul bones from 700,000 years. The whole audience was once again shocked. Before Yu Yuanjin could react, my master's gaze turned cold, and he uttered a single word, "Die." In an instant, he merged into that blue flame drill. And with a whoosh, the drill pierced through Yu Yuanjin's massive dragon body. Yu Yuanjin's eyes widened in disbelief, his face filled with shock, as his life and soul power rapidly drained away. Without even a sound, with a bang, his entire body was ignited by blue flames, and finally, with a loud explosion, he was blown into a sky full of ashes. The leader of one of the 3 great sects, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, a level 95 Super Douluo, Yu Yuanjin, was killed. Not even a complete corpse was left behind. Patriarch, brother. The 500 members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan on the mountaintop instantly went mad, crying out for their father and mother, their eyes blood red. Yu Yuanjin's brother, the second in command, named Yu Lumian, pointed at my master and roared, "FengYang killed our patriarch. Avenging the patriarch. Kill him. Kill." More than 500 people rushed toward my master like they had been injected with adrenaline, shouting wildly. My master looked at the group that was rushing to their doom and instead smiled. He flipped his palm, and a ball of blue flame appeared. With a gentle wave towards the oncoming crowd, whoosh, that small flame instantly transformed into a vast sea of fire, swallowing the first few dozen people whole. Ah! The screams echoed as those people covered in blue flames rolled on the ground but couldn't extinguish it. In less than 3 seconds, they were all burned to char. The Yu Luo Yuan was quite resilient, bravely facing the flames and casting skills at my master. However, my master couldn't be bothered to even look at him. In a flash, he appeared in front of him and slapped him with his backhand. With a crisp sound, the head of Yu Luo Yuan spun a full 180 degrees. His face now facing his back, and he died on the spot. What followed was a pure slaughter. My master was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep among the crowd, taking down one with a punch and a group with a kick. The attacks from those people hit him, but even the protective flames around him couldn't be broken. In less than a few minutes, over 500 elite members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family were completely wiped out by my master. On the other side, Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo, along with 6 old Douluos, struggled with great difficulty to shatter my master's 2 flame avatars. Yet, before they could catch their breath, the flames on the ground surged, and the 2 flame avatars stood up again, completely unharmed. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. This thing can't be killed. Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo exchanged glances, their souls nearly scared away. Seeing the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family annihilated, they had no fighting spirit left. "Withdraw. Quickly retreat," Ju Douluo shouted and took the lead in running. The grand army of 1,500 Spirit Hall members instantly scattered like birds and beasts, wishing they had 2 more legs. "Want to escape? It's too late." My master's voice echoed softly. "I have said that I will unleash a massacre." 5th soul skill, Blue Flame Wall. Boom! In an instant, massive blue firewalls rose up from the ground, shooting directly up to 50 meters high, forming a gigantic square cage that trapped all the people from the Spirit Hall inside, not leaving a single one out. The fastest-running Soul Master crashed headfirst into the firewall, instantly turning into a fiery figure, letting out a scream before turning to ashes. I tell you, Those people behind simply couldn't stop, one after another, like dumplings being dropped, all crashing into that blue firewall without even a sound. The scene was simply a hell on Earth Plus version. I tell you, the air was filled with the smell of roasted meat. But it's definitely the kind you wouldn't want to eat. There was a level 70 soul saint who was lucky enough to roll out from the fire. But I tell you, in that condition, it would have been better to die. He was completely burned into a piece of blackened charcoal, his face wrinkled like a walnut. Just looking at him could give you nightmares for days. He survived purely because he was a water type. Otherwise, he would have been sent to heaven like everyone else. Now everyone was dumbfounded, looking up at the towering blue fire wall on all sides. Goodness, it was almost reaching the sky, at least 100 meters high, right? And the thickness at least 10 meters. So thick that you couldn't even see what was outside. It was like a big blue pressure cooker. My God, is this soul skill meant to demolish houses? A casual wave could summon 2 invincible tidal Douluos, and another wave could just lock us up and roast us? I can't take it anymore. I feel like I'm about to dehydrate. It's as hot as the sands of the Sahara. Shui Bingya. Where's Shui Binger? Hurry and give me an ice throne. Everyone was going crazy. Ning Fengji also had a shocked expression and couldn't help but ask FengYang, Master Rongrong, may I ask, how many years has this soul skill been around? FengYang was incredibly calm and casually replied, oh, just 2. 6 million years. Just? Does anyone understand? This guy is showing off. I give him full marks. 2. 6 million years. And he still adds, just. With such a tone, one might think he was talking about $260. No wonder it's so abnormal. The people from the spirit hall completely lost their fighting spirit. All huddled together like lambs waiting for slaughter, their faces full of despair. Now they couldn't even think about fighting. Just touching themselves felt too hot. This was still under the condition of desperately urging their soul power to withstand it. But everyone knew that if they continued like this, within 10 minutes, everyone's soul power would be drained. And at that time, FengYang wouldn't even need to lift a finger. They would just turn into a pile of corpses. What to do? Gue Douluo was so anxious he was about to cry. Zhu Douluo also wasn't happy. Aren't you the one with the most tricks usually? Why are you asking me now? At this moment, an old soul emperor couldn't hold on anymore and trembled as he said, 2 Douluo masters, how about? We surrender? Zhu Douluo's gaze turned cold, and before he could speak, the crafty one, was even fiercer. Let me tell you, he darted over in a ghostly shadow, grabbed the old man's neck, and then shouted at everyone. We, the people of the Spirit Hall, live as Spirit Hall members, and die as ghosts of the Spirit Hall. Who dares to mention surrender again will end up like him. With a crack, the old man's neck was directly snapped, and then, as if throwing away trash, he casually tossed it into the nearby blue firewall. In just a few seconds, a living person turned into a pile of ash. Now, who would dare to have second thoughts? Zhu Douluo quickly seized the opportunity and started to PUA. Gue Mei is right. Such a strong firewall. FengYang's soul power consumption must be enormous. He can't last long. If you want to live, come at me together. With over 1,000 people, we can wear him down with a wheel battle. Goodness. These 2 crafty ones were working together, using both soft and hard tactics, and the effect was really good. Anyway, they were going to die either way, being roasted to death or dying in battle. Of course, they'd pick the latter. These people were already close to going crazy from the heat, and upon hearing this, their minds heated up, instantly igniting their spirits. Fight to the end. Kill FengYang. Kill FengYang. The shout shook the heavens, each one like they had been injected with adrenaline, howling as they charged towards FengYang. FengYang stood there, not moving at all. As soon as the first soul master rushed up to him, he reached out and slapped that person's head down to the ground. Blue flames erupted from the ground in an instant. When the next 20 or 30 people rushed up, all they heard was a loud explosion. I tell you, that scene was like a small nuclear explosion. A 5-meter-wide fire pillar shot up into the sky, and those 20 to 30 people were instantly blown into the air, turning to ash mid-flight, drifting down like snow. Then, over 1,000 people unleashed their soul skills as if they were free, bombarding FengYang in a riot of colors. The light pollution was unbelievable. FengYang shouted, 4th soul skill, fire the great earth. Boom! Another explosion sounded, this time even more exaggerated, as 4 blue flames erupted from his body in a cross shape, sweeping out in 4 directions. With a shock wave passed, whether you were a soul sect or a soul Douluo, if you got hit, you ignited instantly, becoming screaming fire people. With this move alone, several hundred more were lost. Everyone was in shock. In front of FengYang, what was a 40-level soul sect or an 80-level soul Douluo? There was no difference. They were as fragile as paper, and no one could approach him. This wasn't T fighting. This was purely a dimensionality reduction strike, a slaughter as easy as eating and drinking. And what about Douluo and Douluo, those two old schemers? They were playing a supporting role in dying, urging their underlings to charge forward while hiding at the back to watch the show. As they saw the numbers dwindle, the firewall showed no signs of extinguishing, and the two exchanged glances, their throats nearly dry. What to do? Run? Just look at that firewall. Do you think we can charge out? At that moment, Douluo suddenly sensed something was off. Hey, Mei, why do I feel like you're not that hot? Douluo, at first stubborn, replied, Of course I'm hot. I hate the heat more than you know. Douluo didn't believe it and reached out to touch his face. Wow, it was icy cold. You little brat, are you hiding something? Spill it. Only then did Douluo reluctantly admit, I have a frost gem in my body that can reduce the burning sensation. Douluo's eyes turned red upon hearing this. A frost gem? Why didn't you take it out earlier? Saving it for your offspring? Douluo tried to struggle a bit. But if we run away like this, what about the others? How do we explain later? Douluo was almost laughing with anger. My foolish brother, do you still think there will be a later? Open your eyes and look. 3 minutes later, besides FengYang, who else will be alive here? As soon as he finished speaking, boom, another wave of blue flames erupted, and dozens more were lost. From a troop of 1,500, there were now less than a third left. Douluo gritted his teeth. Let us go. He pulled out the frost gem and let Douluo hold half of it. Let me tell you, the feeling was like stepping from a sauna into a freezer, refreshing enough to make Douluo shiver. Without a word, the two charged towards the firewall. As soon as they dove in, the scorching heat of over 10,000 degrees nearly overwhelmed the frost gem, almost melting it. Their faces contorted like demons. They gritted their teeth and held on. Normally, they could cross 10 meters in mere seconds, but with the immense resistance, it took them a full 2 seconds to break through. As soon as they emerged, they were engulfed in flames, their faces burned like ghosts, and the frost gem in their hands turned into a puddle of water. They exchanged glances, startled by each other's appearance, then sat down heavily on the ground, gasping for breath as if they had narrowly escaped death. With such a monster around, the spirit hall is probably doomed. Douluo said, still shaken. It can't be that bad, can it? The Pope and the Grand offering Douluo are working together. They should be able to suppress him, right? Douluo still had some doubts. Maybe. Douluo looked back at the blue cage of death, shivering slightly. Stop talking. Hurry up and leave. If FengYang kills everyone inside and finds out we're not there, we're dead. The two rested for less than a minute before scrambling away, deliberately taking a long route to avoid being caught by FengYang. Inside the firewall in just 10 minutes, FengYang had wiped out the Spirit Hall's army of 1,500 without leaving a trace. The moment the battle ended, there was complete silence. The blue firewall slowly dissipated, but the ground still felt like a furnace. Everyone stared blankly at FengYang, their minds blank. The elite of the Spirit Hall, 1,500 strong, plus the 500 from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and so many experts, had been completely annihilated by him alone. What upper 3 sects or the strongest Spirit Hall? In front of FengYang, they all became a joke. Ning Rongrong was the first to react, screaming as she rushed into FengYang's arms, hugging him tightly. Master, you're really amazing. I think I'm going to fall in love with you. At this, Xiao Wu, Dugian, and Huo Wu couldn't hold back anymore, and all rushed over. Even the usually aloof Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling had stars in their eyes, visibly excited. At this moment, no one felt jealous or envious. Everyone had the same thought in their hearts. With FengYang being so powerful, it's a blessing for these beautiful disciples to be around him. FengYang comforted each of them one by one before turning his gaze to the people from other academies. I tell you, when his gaze swept over, everyone trembled with nervousness, especially Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, and Flinder, who wished they could dig a hole and hide. But FengYang completely ignored them, his emotions stable as he shouted, All right, the bandits have been wiped out. Let us continue on. After saying this, he went back to the carriage and closed his eyes to rest. It felt as if he was saying, You little trash are not even worthy of me getting my hands dirty. The captain of the Royal Knights finally came to his senses and quickly ordered the departure. The people from other academies got on the carriage with their heads down, regretting that if they had just shouted a word of support before the battle, their treatment would definitely be different now. Inside FengYang's carriage, it was a royal treatment. Master, drink some water. Master, let me massage your shoulders. Master, let me knead your legs. Master, you rest. I'll peel some nuts for you. A group of beautiful girls surrounded him. Even the usually fiery Lu Erlong felt too shy to approach. At that moment, a voice came from outside the carriage. Brother FengYang. It was Shrek, who couldn't sit still anymore. As the main force continued forward, Shrek directly boarded FengYang's carriage. Once inside, he saw the scene surrounded by beautiful women and didn't find it strange at all. Rather, he felt it was the normal operation. Your Highness, did you need something from me? FengYang asked with a smile. Shrek had a belly full of words, but when asked like this, he didn't know where to start and could only say dryly, I just wanted to chat with Brother FengYang. Your strength really opened my eyes. Hee. Then Your Highness, don't just stand there. FengYang patted the seat beside him. Xiao Wu, let the prince sit here. Xiao Wu's position was right next to FengYang's. That was quite intimate. However, she was very understanding and stood up in response. Shrek hesitated for a moment, but still sat down. The two were very close, and as Shrek looked into FengYang's eyes, his heart began to race, and he even felt a bit shy to make direct eye contact. FengYang, however, was unreserved and reached out to wrap his arm around his waist. Your Highness's waist is really like a girl's, so slim and soft. Ning Rongrong was the first to lose it, bursting into laughter, which spread to all the girls. Shrek face turned red from embarrassment, and he thought he wouldn't have figured out I'm a girl, would he? He could only force a smile and say, Brother FengYang loves to joke. No joking. FengYang grabbed his sweaty hand, which was tense, and placed it on his waist, saying, You won't believe it until you wrap your arms around my waist. Just compare and you'll know. At that moment, Shrek face turned completely red, but once his hand was on there, he really felt a bit reluctant to let go. He instinctively said, It feels pretty good. As soon as he said that, several girls in the car were stunned. If he weren't a guy, they would probably have turned jealous. Ha ha. FengYang laughed heartily. Brother FengYang, may I ask where your soul rings come from? Shrek finally couldn't help but ask a serious question. Just then, the main group came to a stop. Reporting to His Royal Highness, we have arrived at Yinshan River. Should we stop to rest? Shrek looked at FengYang, who nodded, and so the entire army rested in place. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle. Master, Xiao Wu wants to go beat up Tang San and want to go beat up Dai Mubai. Is that okay? FengYang looked at these two little witches, thinking that having a strong backing makes a difference, and directly nodded. Go ahead. He then looked at Lu Erlong. Erlong, you go too. Bring Flander over and give him a beating. Lu Erlong hesitated for less than a second before following along. On the other side, in Tang San's carriage, Dai Mubai had just gotten off and was still bragging. No matter how strong FengYang is, if he dares to retaliate privately. My star Luo Empire has 1,000,000 troops. One spit from each would drown him. Tang San chimed in. It's a pity that in this lifetime, getting to beat up FengYang for revenge seems difficult. Not necessarily. Dai Mubai became more energized when I take over the star Luo Empire. I'll send 6 title Douluos and lead 1,000,000 army to hang him on a flagpole, letting everyone take a shot at his little ding-ding. They were all laughing heartily. Suddenly, a cold gaze swept over. Dai Mubai's smile instantly froze, and when he turned around, he saw Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. He was immediately stunned. It's over. The main person heard him bragging. Ning Rongrong strode over fiercely. Without saying a word, she slapped him hard across the face. I find you are really looking for death. You dare to insult our master. With a swift movement, she slapped him again. Xiao Wu thought she was too gentle, so she stepped forward, grabbed Dai Mubai by the collar, and threw him to the ground, kicking him in the face. Kneel down. Dai Mubai still wanted to act tough. But Ning Rongrong spoke directly. Did you hear me? Kneel down. Do you want my master to personally come and ask you to kneel? As soon as these words were spoken, Dai Mubai's legs went weak. Ning Rongrong kicked him in the face repeatedly while scolding. This is for insulting my master. This is for threatening me back then. You're not afraid of my 7-treasure glazed tile school, are you? Or are you afraid of my master FengYang? After a dozen kicks, Dai Mubai was beaten so badly that his nose was crooked, looking pitiful. Xiao Wu then walked up to Tang San, who was so scared he kept retreating. Slap. Xiao Wu delivered a slap. Kneel down. Tang San covered his face. Xiao Wu, do we have to do this? Weren't you very happy when I was using the Haoyan hammer on you? Xiao Wu kicked him 2 meters away and then rushed over to kick him again. From now on, when you see me, you have to kneel, do you understand? Tang San's face twisted in pain as he glared at her. What, you want to glare at me? Xiao Wu's gaze turned fierce, and she raised her foot, kicking him with all her might right between his legs. Bang! Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air as Tang San covered his lower body, unable to make a sound due to the pain. All the men present felt a chill in their pants as blood seeped out from Tang San's trousers. Folks who understands. This kick sent him away, making him a eunuch in the physical sense. This is what you get for always looking at me with those lewd eyes, Xiao Wu said coldly. On Lure alongside, she had Flander pinned to the ground, giving him a flurry of slaps until his face was swollen like a pig's head. After they finished, Ning Rong announced with authority, Dai Mu Bai, Tang San, from now on, when you see us, kneel down voluntarily. Did you hear? Tang San was trembling in pain, and Xiao Wu stepped on his face. Did you hear? Tang San could only humiliate himself and nod. On the other side, by the lakeside, FengYang heard Tang San's agonizing scream and was shocked. Wow, how ruthless is that? He wouldn't have actually been killed, would he? Shuqinghe was also stunned. Your Highness is being too harsh. FengYang smiled and brought the topic back. Right now, he doesn't even have the qualification to talk to me. I only want to take a bath with your Highness. Shuqinghe nervously clenched his little hands, trying to appear calm. Brother FengYang, if I'm not mistaken, you really have a lot of interest in me. Yes, very interested. FengYang stared at him intently. But I'm a guy. FengYang then placed a hand on his shoulder, leaning close to his ear. He whispered, Didn't I say before, Your Highness, you have a back door? Good heavens. I tell you, when these words came out, Shuqinghe froze, feeling a tightness in his rear, and his face turned green. Brother FengYang, please don't joke around. His expression was a mix of embarrassment and apology, truly amazing. But then FengYang, with a serious face, said, I'm not joking. Look at you. You wouldn't be my disciple, and you wouldn't let me have your back door either. You keep calling me Brother FengYang, but nothing is happening. Do you think I lack disciples? Folks who understands this sense of pressure. Shuqinghe was completely panicked, feeling completely unable to handle the person in front of him. His mind raced, and he quickly tried to make up for it. How about I accompany Brother FengYang to swim in the water as a way to make amends? Okay. FengYang finally nodded reluctantly. All right, it's better than nothing. Then, Shuqinghe began to take off his prince's robe, acting all casual. But I tell you, FengYang's gaze was like a hook, staring at him intently, making this big man's face turn completely red, and his movements became awkward. He must have been feeling nervous. It's over, this guy really doesn't like men, does he? Thinking of this, he felt a little disappointed inside. Isn't that strange? He couldn't hold it anymore, and said, Brother FengYang, please stop looking at me. I feel embarrassed. FengYang directly replied, We're both guys. What are you shy about? This left him with no retort. Shuqinghe could only wear a white undershirt and shorts, and with a splash, he elegantly dove into the water, wanting to quickly distance himself from this monster. After swimming a lap, he popped his head up. Brother FengYang, come down. FengYang said, coming. Then, he also began to take off his clothes. I tell you, a high-energy scene is coming. When FengYang took off his shirt, revealing his well-defined chest, abs, and mermaid line, Shuqinghe in the water stared wide-eyed. I dare bet he definitely swallowed hard. His gaze nearly wrote greedy on his face. FengYang splashed into the water and swam over to him, and I bet his heartbeat could be heard even through the water. FengYang laughed at him. Your Highness, is that look of yours really interested in me? Shuqinghe's little face instantly turned as red as a monkey's, and he quickly changed the subject. Let's have a competition. Let's see who swims to the little island first. FengYang looked and saw that the island was about 3,000 meters away. He rolled his eyes, and a mischievous thought came to mind. A competition is fine, but there has to be a bet, otherwise it's boring. The loser has to agree to one condition from the winner. How about that? Upon hearing this, Shuqinghe thought this was great. Being able to make FengYang owe him a condition was an enormous opportunity. Without thinking, he agreed. Okay, any condition is fine. Of course. Deal. Shuqinghe was quite confident, readying herself for the race and waiting for FengYang to call the start. However, this guy really had no sense of sportsmanship. As soon as he shouted 3, he dove into the water like a torpedo and swam off. Shuqinghe was stunned, and when she reacted, she shouted angrily, Hey, Brother FengYang, you're cheating. Then she quickly started swimming after him. To be fair, Shuqinghe's swimming skills were impressive. Although FengYang had a 2-second head start, she caught up to him in 10 seconds and surpassed him by over 100 meters in less than a minute. Looking at the 3,000-meter distance, she had already left FengYang behind by 1,000 meters, just a few meters away from the finish line. FengYang saw this and thought, this won't do, I can't lose face. In the next second, he activated his hidden ability, secretly using his soul skill. What happened next was astonishing. A long wave line surged beneath the water, and in just 1 second, he had dashed to the opposite shore. By the time Shrek'ing reached the shore, she was dazed, staring at the guy who was grinning widely at her, and her voice turned into a high pitch from anger. That's not fair. You cheated. You used a soul skill. FengYang, utterly shameless. Burst into laughter. You never said I couldn't use it. Shrek'ing protested. That doesn't count. Let's do it again. No soul skills allowed. But FengYang wasn't having any of it. He plopped down on the beach. If you won't accept losing, this isn't fun. Shrek'ing couldn't argue or fight back. So she could only hold her breath and ask then, if you win, what are your conditions? FengYang patted the sand beside him for her to sit down. After a moment's hesitation, she joined him. FengYang casually draped an arm over her shoulder, leaning his head against hers. The position was too intimate for just being good friends. Shrek'ing's heart raced like a drum. Then FengYang whispered in her ear, my condition is to kiss you. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly pecked her lips like lightning. Boom! Shrek'ing's mind went blank, buzzing in shock. This was her first kiss. She had never been this close to a guy before. Her face turned so red it could fry an egg. After several seconds, she stammered, Brother FengYang, this is my first kiss. FengYang laughed heartily and flirted. How about I take responsibility for you? Bang, bang, bang. That line was a total shock, making Shrek'ing's heart race to the point she felt it might jump out of her throat. At that moment, she probably thought, if I say I'm a girl, would you still like me? It was shocking for someone so career-driven to have such romantic thoughts. Even she was taken aback. She could only weakly insist, Brother FengYang, I'm a boy. FengYang smiled and nodded, not arguing with her, then glanced down and said something flirty. Your Highness, how about we compare who's bigger? Shrek'ing was completely stunned. She didn't have that kind of thing. All she could awkwardly say was, no thanks, that's too embarrassing. The two stayed on the island in the lake, wandering around but finding nothing. As night fell, FengYang casually caught a fish, grilled it with blue flames, and handed it to her. As Shrek'ing took the grilled fish, that strange feeling returned. She took small bites, and FengYang said, such a big fish. Can you finish it? Let me have a bite. As he spoke, he took a big bite next to where she had bitten. They shared the fish, taking turns to eat it, and the atmosphere was sweet to the point of being overwhelming. That night, they lay on a stone slab, watching the moon. As they chatted, FengYang fell asleep. Shrek'ing quietly lay down next to him, initially keeping some distance, but as the night grew cooler, she unconsciously snuggled up to him like an octopus, tightly hugging FengYang. The warmth of his body was incredibly comfortable. The next morning, FengYang woke up and pinched her cheek to rouse her. When Shrek'ing opened her eyes, their gazes met, and she instantly woke up, sitting up abruptly and blushing as she explained, Brother FengYang, I'm sorry, it got a bit chilly at night. FengYang smiled as he looked her over. No need to be polite. But your Highness, your waist is really slim and soft. I can even feel your panda is not small, looking so flat. Did you use some illusion? Shrek'ing's face turned bright red, all the way to her neck. She felt that if she stayed any longer, her disguise as a boy would collapse, so she hurriedly dragged him back. Once they returned to the army's camp, his precious disciples surrounded him. Ning Rongrong teased him. Master, you can stay out overnight, even in the wild? FengYang asked if they had enjoyed their revenge the day before. Ning Rongrong said, it was great. That guy Dai Mubai will never look down on our 7-treasure glazed tile school again. Xiao Wu added more ruthlessly, and Ning Rongrong jumped in. She kicked Tang San so hard he was completely incapacitated. What a blow. At that moment, Meng Yiran came over and said, Master, my grandparents want to see you. FengYang nodded and followed her to her family's carriage. However, once inside, it was empty. There were no signs of her grandparents. Only 5 dishes and a pot of wine on the table. Meng Yiran, acting suspiciously, stammered. I don't know. Maybe they went shopping again. Seeing this, FengYang understood what was happening. He sat down to eat, while Meng Yiran poured him wine and massaged his shoulders, being exceptionally attentive. FengYang glanced at her white thighs and casually asked, why aren't you wearing stockings today? Meng Yiran's face immediately flushed red, and she quickly took out a pair of black stockings from her storage soul tool and, right in front of him, began putting them on in the best view possible. I'll tell you, at this moment, her grandparents happened to be strolling back outside, and the knights reminded them, your granddaughter's master is in the car. The old couple exchanged a glance and showed a sly smile. Oh, no need for that. Well, isn't this just sending their granddaughter into the tiger's mouth? Inside the car, Meng Yiran put on her stockings, turned around, and flirtatiously asked, Master, does it look good? FengYang let her come over, and after a few drinks, with the beauty nestled against him. He couldn't help but realize what the trio of grandparents were plotting. He directly wrapped his arms around FengYang's slender waist and asked, "Come on, tell me, did your grandparents teach you this, or did you already know?" FengYang, looking like a pure little bunny, blushed and said, "My grandma taught me. Both my grandparents want me to have a baby with my master. Coincidentally, I also want to have a baby with my master. Is that okay?" FengYang was shocked and asked, "What else did your grandma teach you? Show me everything." FengYang then began, "Grandma taught me a few romantic phrases. Master, whether it's lust at first sight or love at first sight, I like you from the very first glance. I just like you." FengYang felt a bit embarrassed. She then leaned in closer and whispered, "Master, do you want to know my depth? Damn, who can handle this? This is not sweet talk. It's like a highway driving straight onto my face." FengYang saw his reaction and continued to make her move. "Master, let me gasp beneath you." Before she could finish her sentence, she kissed him directly. While FengYang was lost in a moment of tenderness, the entire continent was in an uproar because of him. With his own strength, he wiped out 500 elite members of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, and even the clan leader, the 95th level super Douluo engine, was killed in one blow. Once this news got out, everyone was stunned. Now the whole world calls him the human slaughter Douluo, and just mentioning his name makes people shiver. At this moment, in the Spirit Hall, Yu Xiaojing still doesn't know that disaster is approaching, and he is boasting to Bibi Dong, looking very pleased. "Your Holiness the Pope, thank you so much this time. Calculate the time. FengYang should be dead by now, right?" As soon as the words fell, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo returned. Let me tell you, they looked terrible, as if they had been pulled out of a fire. Their faces covered in burn scars, nearly scaring the gatekeeper to death. As soon as the two entered the main hall, they knelt down directly, their voices trembling. "Your Holiness the Pope, we have failed your entrustment. 1,500 people, all killed by the wind. We barely saved our lives after being disfigured." Boom! Bibi Don and Yu Xiaojing's minds exploded on the spot. 1,500 elite soul masters, all gone. 2 titled Douluos were beaten like this? Bibi Dong shouted in disbelief. "How is that possible?" Zhu Douluo trembled and said, "FengYang. He is already a level 90 titled Douluo." Boom! Another bolt of thunder struck. Moreover, the leader of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, the 95th level Yu engine, was defeated in one move, and even his soul bone was turned to ashes. Bibi Dong was completely stunned. "How did he do it? Didn't you work together?" Gue Douluo reported with a face full of terror. His soul ring, starting from the first one, is a crimson golden million-year soul ring. The 2 blue flame elementals he summoned both possess the strength of titled Douluos and cannot be killed at all. What's even more terrifying is that he has a soul skill called Blue Flame Wall, which is hundreds of meters high. Just a touch turns you to ash, trapping all 1,500 of us inside like killing a chicken. Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaojing have completely lost their composure. The former feels an unprecedented sense of unease, while the latter is purely terrified. With FengYang's strength, killing him is like crushing an ant, right? Gue Douluo finally said, "Your Holiness, I am worried that FengYang will come for revenge. We need to plan ahead." Bibi Dong's heart sank. This was exactly what she feared the most. Zhu Douluo added fuel to the fire. "If only we had recruited him back then." As soon as these words were spoken, Bibi Dong's gaze shot towards Yu Xiaojing, sharp as a knife. Yu Xiaojing was so frightened that his legs went weak. If it hadn't been for his insistence on seeking Bibi Dong back then, the Spirit Hall's strategy towards FengYang would have been to recruit him. He hurriedly defended himself. The Spirit Hall has a strong army, so why should they be afraid of just one FengYang? Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo looked at him with eyes as if they were looking at a dead person. Gue Douluo directly compared with Bai Dong and said, "Your Holiness, if possible, it would be best to side with FengYang. Those who have seen his terror definitely do not want to be his enemy a second time." Yu Xiaojing became anxious. If it were Yin, could he, as the instigator, have a good outcome? He quickly said, "Your Holiness, I understand FengYang. He is unruly and impossible to cooperate with." As a result, Ghost Douluo directly confronted, "Your Majesty, besides being strong, have you heard about FengYang's ability to teach his disciples?" His disciples each created their own soul skills, far stronger than that level 29 useless master who only talks big. Yu Xiaojing's pupils contracted. He never expected to be trampled into a waste in front of others. "Don't you know that I am that master? If we, the Spirit Hall, were to become enemies with such a person, what would the consequences be? It is truly hard for me to imagine." Zhu Douluo continued. Bibi Dong's gaze became sharper. and her decision was made in an instant. What Juju Douluo said felt like the words of a close friend. No one had ever spoken about you, Xiaojiang, like this in her ear before, and she had always held a fixed mindset about him. Now that she thought about it, Yu Xiaojiang really did seem like a waste. Being at level 29, he could only ever be considered useless, and even the few theories from the top 10 soul masters couldn't hold up after she was promoted to title Douluo. Moreover, he was already old and frail, truly a case of being useless. Useless master, what else do you have to say? Zhou Douluo looked at Yu Xiaojiang, also showing a hint of surprise. Soon after, he put on a disdainful expression. So, you are the so-called useless master? Master of waste. Do you realize the grave mistake you made by misleading people, causing the death of 500 elite soul masters from the Spirit Hall? Douluo Douluo directly accused him. Yu Xiaojiang could no longer stand firm. Deep down, he felt an urgent and frantic turmoil in his mind. Your Holiness the Pope, if you truly intend to place the blame on me, wouldn't that indicate to the world that your incompetence led to the tragic deaths of 500 elite soul masters from the Spirit Hall? This statement shook Bibi Dong's heart. It felt reminiscent of Cao Cao. Perhaps she knew she was wrong, but acknowledging her mistakes was absolutely out of the question. Otherwise, where would the dignity and authority of such a noble identity as the Pope be? Outrageous! Zhou Douluo shouted. How dare you be so disrespectful to His Majesty? But at this moment, Yu Xiaojiang couldn't care less about that. Bibi Dong, he shouted directly now. We are grasshoppers tied to the same rope. Don't you have any feelings for the past? Boom! Bibi Dong's forehead had not been stirred like this for a long time. After all, it was still about the person she once loved deeply. She couldn't completely turn a blind eye. The Wind Yang killed 500 elite spirit masters of the Spirit Hall, causing the Spirit Hall to lose face. This grudge must be avenged. Bibi Dong said this with authority and closed her eyes, showing no intention of discussing it further. Yu Xiaojiang let out a long sigh of relief. The two titled Douluos, Zhu Douluo and Douluo Douluo, suddenly felt a chill. They were even more resentful towards Yu Xiaojiang. Zhu Douluo was especially impulsive. Your Holiness, if we really have to engage in battle with FengYang, even if we win, the losses for the Spirit Hall would be absolutely incalculable. Once FengYang arrives at our Spirit Hall, can we still allow him to act recklessly? Bibi Dong lightly said. However, Zhu Douluo still wanted to continue persuading, but was stopped by the somewhat ghostly Ghost Douluo, who shook his head at him. All right, you all go down and rest, Bibi Dong said. The two clasped their fists. We take our leave, Your Excellency. They all exited. Bibi Dong. Thank you, Yu Xiaojiang said, clasping his fists. Killing FengYang is definitely eliminating a strong opponent for the Spirit Hall. Don't say any more, Bibi Dong interrupted directly. I'm not an 18-year-old girl who can be swayed just by your words. Yu Xiaojiang was instantly embarrassed. Obviously, the benefits of opposing FengYang far outweighed the drawbacks. Anyone could see that clearly. But you were right about one thing. This Pope will never admit to being wrong. Bibi Dong turned around and said, You can leave now? Yu Xiaojiang smiled. In his eyes, Bibi Dong was just looking for excuses. Actually, it's just that I still love myself, but I'm unwilling to say it. Otherwise, when he just called her name, Bibi Dong, she didn't get angry at all. Looking at Bibi Dong's enchanting figure and silhouette, Yu Xiaojiang's heart surged. In the past, when he was young and reckless, he didn't care and didn't think too much. Now he truly felt an impulse to take her from behind. Bibi Dong, he said softly. Actually, not being able to be with you still makes me heartbroken to this day. If I could, impossible. Bibi Dong interrupted again, turning around, her eyes looking down at him. You don't even see how useless you are now? You think you deserve it? The disdainful words struck directly at his heart, not knowing whether it was out of hatred or genuine feeling. However, the master described by Ghost definitely awakened Bibi Dong to how useless the person in front of her really was. Outside the palace, a choice would determine the fate of the Spirit Hall. Yudoru Saihid. If the Spirit Hall really fought against FengYang again, I dare say that for the next 30 years, the Spirit Hall won't have the capital to compete with the Heaven Do and Star Luo empires. You know it. I know it. But now His Majesty is obsessed with that useless master. What can we do? Sigh. I really wonder if His Holiness the Pope will ever regret it. We still have to consider ourselves, whether to continue being cannon fodder, or, as titled Douluos, the two of them didn't have the courage to fight FengYang at all. Chapter 107. The Angry Kiss of ShrekSeven. The army continued to march. Everyone actually felt extremely tired. Only FengYang was living a life like a deity, being well taken care of by his female disciples, comfortable and pampered. Meng Shu looked at his granddaughter. Still, how is it? Your period should not have come, right? How much he hoped Meng Yaran was directly pregnant. Grandpa Meng Yaran said in a spoiled tone, looking shy. Why are you asking such an embarrassing question? Exactly. Chao Tianxiang took over, you old man. If you want to ask, let me ask. Unfortunately, Grandma, it seems I am not pregnant, Meng Yiran said, looking at Meng Shu's worried expression. You too, Grandpa and Grandma. Master is not that kind of scumbag. He has still treated me the same as before these days, without any intention of abandoning me. I already told you about Xiao Wu's situation. All right, old man, since it has come to this, we can only see Yiran's fate. We can't interfere too much, or it might make FengYang uncomfortable, Chao Tianxiang said. Okay. Being brainwashed by Chao Tianxiang every day, Meng Shu also became enlightened. As long as Yiran got pregnant, even if FengYang didn't acknowledge it, it wouldn't matter. When the time comes, the child will have the surname Meng. With the powerful genes of the blue flame, martial soul. Who knows, it might lead the Meng family into the ranks of the three sects on the continent. They were only 2 days away from the Heaven Do Empire. Originally peaceful, seeing FengYang made the happy Shui Qinghe unable to sit still. Inside the carriage, Shimiao Douluo brought him the news. His Holiness, the Pope, has decided that after the competition ends, the Spirit Hall will encircle and kill FengYang. What? Shui Qinghe stood up in shock. To ensure nothing goes wrong, all titled Douluos are gathering, and I and Shimiao Douluo are among them, said Qi Tandoa. Shui Qinghe gritted his teeth, feeling as if a heavy stone had collapsed in her heart. That foolish woman. Why would she make such a decision? Why? She felt utterly confused. The 2 titled Douluos in front of her were also dumbfounded. This made Qian Rinxiu anxious. How much does she care about FengYang? According to Zhu Deluo's description, it was because Master Yu Xiaojiang was meddling, as if Yu Xiaojiang and His Holiness the Pope once had an unbelievable relationship. Shui Qinghe clenched her fists, her expression extremely grim. That foolish woman. Because of love, she neglected me for 20 years. Now, for the sake of love, she wants to establish such a powerful enemy for the Spirit Hall. Clearly, my relationship with FengYang has almost reached a common stance. By doing this, she ruins all my efforts. Obviously, as the granddaughter of Qian Daolu had told her a lot about her father Qian Xuanjia. The mother and daughter were now at odds, looking at each other with disdain on the surface. I really want to split open her brain to see what she's thinking. She gritted her teeth, filled with rage. Clearly, she was extremely furious. Your Highness, at this point, the order has been given. It seems irretrievable, said Qi Tandoa. Shui Qinghe took a deep breath. Since it is like this, I can only. You all invite FengYang to me. After a pause, she added, forget it. I'll go myself. She arrived at FengYang's carriage. After greeting him, FengYang let Shui Qinghe come up. What's wrong, Your Highness? Although we're walking on a main road, it's been 2 days since we've seen each other. I really miss you. FengYang. Shui Qinghe cupped her fists and said. Inside the carriage, Lu Erlong felt goosebumps all over her body. Is it not cheesy for a man to speak like this? Ha ha ha. FengYang laughed heartily, looking quite pleased. All right. Come sit over here, let me hug you. Okay. Shui Qinghe replied, directly sitting beside FengYang. After so long of getting along, the physical contact between Shui Qinghe and him had become much more natural. However, Lu Erlong really couldn't bear to watch. FengYang, can we be alone for a moment? Shui Qinghe asked. FengYang also glanced at Lu Erlong. Erlong, you can go down for a bit. Okay. Lu Erlong had long been unable to stand it. The 2 men being so intimate was just the right opportunity for her to escape. With only the 2 of them left in the carriage, FengYang slowly spoke. Your Highness, being alone together, do you want to kiss me? Looking at FengYang's face and thin lips, Shui Qinghe indeed felt a surge of impulse. If FengYang doesn't mind, then I don't mind either, she said with a laugh. FengYang directly leaned in and kissed her lips. The sight of 2 men kissing felt quite strange. Shui Qinghe gradually became more engaged, even wrapping her arms around his neck. After all, she was still a girl. How could she resist the temptation of love? FengYang, do you know? This time the people who came to encircle and kill you, besides the blue electric tyrant dragon, who else is there? Shui Qinghe asked seriously. I think those who know Zhu Daw and Goes Daw should know it's the Spirit Hall, right? FengYang replied. That's right. But if they fail to encircle you and they reach the Spirit Hall, what will happen then? Shui Qinghe said. Huh? FengYang was taken aback. Could it be? 1,500 soul masters, 3 titled Douluo attacking me, and they couldn't inflict any damage on me. Does the Spirit Hall still want to make a move against me? Has the Pope of the Spirit Hall lost his mind? This thought struck a chord with Shui Qinghe. Yes. I also think that the Pope of the Spirit Hall's brain is just a mess. FengYang looked at her in surprise. Brother FengYang, no matter what, the Spirit Hall's influence is not small, and there are more titled Douluo than can be counted on one hand. It's extremely dangerous. Why don't you just skip this match and turn back? Shuqing said seriously. FengYang never expected that the one tried to persuade him to turn back would actually be Shuqing. As for the poisoned Douluo and Ning Fengji, they didn't advise him because they shared the same thought. The spirit hall couldn't possibly go to such great lengths at an enormous cost to deal with FengYang. Then I can only tell you, that's impossible, FengYang said. Shuqing fell silent. She was somewhat like her father, Qian Xuanji, decisive in action, with profit as a priority. Unlike Bibi Dong, who was love-struck. Once the spirit hall went to war with FengYang, the losses would be immense, simply incalculable. Your Highness, please take me as your disciple. I can teach you how to create your own soul skills. How about that? FengYang smiled, although he could face the spirit hall with his current strength without much issue, to ensure absolute certainty. It would be even better to take in Shuqing as a disciple. Shuqing was silent, thinking that although she didn't understand why he was so eager to take on disciples, if it could make their relationship closer, it wouldn't be a bad thing. At the very least, if she revealed her true identity, even if their positions were different, it wouldn't harm her, right? Chapter 108. Taking in a disciple, Qianrenshu said. Actually, I still hope we can become friends. Don't worry, on usual days, you don't have to call me master, just go through the motions, you're still my friend. FengYang said. Shuqing felt confused. She originally thought calling him master would give him a sense of superiority, but what was this really for? Was it simply to make their relationship closer, or had he already figured out her self-created soul skills and was looking for a reason to gift them to her? Upon reflection, it could only be these two reasons, right? Even if she were to die, Shuqing would never have imagined that this was FengYang's cheat. Brother FengYang has already said this much. If I don't agree, it wouldn't be friendly. All right, Shuqing, am willing to take Brother FengYang as my master. After saying that, she directly got up and knelt down in front of FengYang. Ding! The long-awaited mechanical sound rang out. Passive task completed. Apprentice taken. Qianrenshu, the intelligent system, directly displayed Shuqing's real name. Level 71. Talent 290. Top-level rewards granted. Complete set of soul bones. 720, 000 years 1, 000 years. Blue flame domain becomes even more powerful. Soul power core strength increased. Congratulations. Host level increased. 9396. Under the concentrated soul power of title Douluo, it directly soared 3 levels, equivalent to taking in 6 disciples with below 100 talent, and 3 disciples with above 100 talent. The soul bones directly reached 1,000,000 years. At this moment, without needing to release any soul skills, FengYang felt a power that could shatter the heavens with a single punch. Congratulations, host's first disciple taken with over 200 talent. Congratulations. Host has gained double soul ring enhancement again. And soul skill evolution. First soul skill, stretching dragon. Soul ring age, 2, 800, 000 years. Controls a blue flame fire dragon in the palm. Second soul skill, 8 young girls. Soul ring age, 3, 400, 000 years. Converts energy into form with intent. Third soul skill, 8 wine cups. Soul ring age, 40, 000 years. 8 directions explode simultaneously. All surrounding things will freeze. Fourth soul skill, sweep the ground fire. Soul ring age, 4, 600, 000 years. A blue flame shockwave can extend 460 miles. Fifth soul skill, city of blue flames. Soul ring age, 5, 200, 000 years. A city of blue flames descends from the sky, enveloping the earth. All things within will cease to exist. Comprehended sixth soul skill, blue flame light sphere. Soul ring age, 5, 800, 000 years. The whole body is wrapped in a blue flame light sphere, walking through the air, flying speed, 5,800 kilometers an hour, produces a sonic boom. Wherever it goes, not a blade of grass grows. Kills invisibly. Seventh soul skill, true form of martial soul. Soul ring age, 6, 400, 000 years. Fire messenger descends. The whole body transforms in a blue flame shape. All attribute damage, speed, soul skill damage, and effects increased by 1, 640, 000 equivalent soul power. Super strong suppression effect. Everyone will submit. Last for 640 minutes. 8th soul skill. Summon blue flame element 2. Soul ring age, 7, 000 years. Casually summon 2 super low-level blue flame elements, lasting 700 minutes. Comprehended 9th soul skill. Blue flame storm. Soul ring age, 7, 600, 000 years. The apocalypse descends, destroying heaven and earth. All ages are doubled. Almost all soul skills have become even more explosive. FengYang just wanted to say one thing. Spirit Hall, if you want to make a move, what awaits you is destruction. Ding! The most suitable inscription skill replication has been found for Qianrenshua. Justice Angel LV1. Within a range of 10,000 meters, designate a 100-meter area. Temporarily increase soul power by double. Descending from the sky. Those who do not escape, those who cannot resist, will bleed from all 7 orifices and die on the spot. 8-winged angel. 12-winged angel. Angel's punishment. Under level 100, one sword cuts all. Other inscription skills are fine. Even if they reach the 12-winged angel, they only become more perverse and powerful. But this angel's punishment, under level 100, one sword cuts all, what the hell? It's really a bit perverse. If I haven't reached level 100 by then, wouldn't that mean I would be cutting myself? Looking at Shui Qinghe kneeling in front of him, FengYang stood up, preparing to take off his pants. Shui Qinghe was taken aback. Brother FengYang, what are you doing? Of course, I'm going to give you a bite, FengYang said. Looking at his extremely shocked face, FengYang laughed and pinched his smooth face. Just kidding. In that moment, Shui Qinghe almost couldn't handle the heat. Here, your inscription soul skill. FengYang handed it over. Shui Qinghe also watched one by one, the shock on his face gradually intensifying. The Angel of Justice. Jumping a distance of 10,000 meters? Does that mean I can teleport 10,000 meters instantly? That's right, FengYang said. The soul techniques behind these inscriptions are even more perverse. 8-winged angel. Increases soul power by 8 times. 10-winged angel. Increases soul power by 10 times. 12-winged angel. Increases soul power by 12 times. Especially the angel's punishment inscription skill. Under the god level, one sword can cut down everything. Such a simple and domineering introduction. As long as I master this soul skill, even a peak Douluo at level 99 can be cut down by me with a single sword? That's right. Shui Qinghe was extremely shocked and could only say one thing. Brother FengYang, I almost want to call you master. Otherwise, I feel like I owe you something. After all, this inscription skill is truly a great blessing. He used to think that even if he created his own soul skills, they wouldn't be that exaggerated. And he wasn't lacking. But now it seems he was indeed short-sighted. Even FengYang was surprised. Perhaps having high talent makes a difference. The inscription soul skills created by the system are simply explosive. Hee, FengYang chuckled. No need for that. But if you want to call, you can call me Dad. Shui Qinghe's heart was both agitated and excited. She finally understood why FengYang's female disciples always wanted to rush into his arms. Because at this moment, Shui Qinghe also wanted to. She wanted to say thank you, but felt that thank you was completely insufficient. She took a step forward, hugged his neck, and directly kissed him deeply. Although her soul bone's camouflage was very powerful, her natural girl fragrance was still hard to conceal. Especially her heavy breathing, which only girls could emit, sounded like delicate gasps. She was completely enchanted. FengYang was also somewhat impressed by this girl. Her body was so honest. Yet she hadn't confessed her identity to him, nor had she expressed her feelings for him to start a real romance. Chapter 109. Xiao Wu and Huo Wu, Passionate Dance. Just like that, under the radar, Qianrenshua and FengYang completed the Master Apprentice ceremony. The army set off. 2 days later, they finally arrived at the Soul Master City. A scene of abundance, where people lived in peace and happiness, completely rivaling the city of Tiando in the Tiando Empire. All the academies were arranged in their own manner. The girls were too tired to fight for it, casually choosing a room and going in to catch up on sleep. The entire manor was extremely quiet. Xiao Wu quietly came out of her room. She directly bumped into Huo Wu in the living room. Why are you out? Aren't you resting? Huo Wu asked. I was going to ask you, Xiao Wu replied. Of course, I came out to see the moon, Huo Wu said. I also came out to see the moon. Xiao Wu said. Stop pretending, Huo Wu said. Caught off guard, Xiao Wu felt a little guilty. Don't call me out. Since that's the case, Huo Wu said, directly dropping the act, I admit it, I was looking for Master. Then let's go together. The two secretly entered FengYang's room. Seeing FengYang sleeping so undly, the two girls exchanged glances. With perfect tacit understanding, one chose to lie on FengYang's left side and the other on his right side, closely snuggling against him. FengYang couldn't help but wake up. However, he was currently a bit tired and decided to wait until he was fully rested to deal with it. However, after a while, the two girls couldn't lie still anymore since FengYang hadn't moved. What should we do? Master hasn't woken up. Xiao Wu whispered to Huo Wu. What do we do? We'll wait for Master to wake up after he gets enough sleep, Huo Wu said. Did you secretly do something with Master? Xiao Wu asked. Both girls hadn't done anything for over 10 days and were already a bit impatient. Plus, they had been inseparable from Lu Erlong on the carriage. And there was also the soundproofing issue. No. After a pause, Huwu continued, if you want it so much, are you brave enough to sit directly on Master S' lap? Huh. Xiaowu was taken aback. This operation seemed a bit bold, right? She glanced at FengYang's quiet face. Deep down, Xiaowu felt a surge of impulse. After all, FengYang was a title Douluo that everyone feared. Do you dare? I don't dare, Huwu said. Idare. Huwu watched Xiaowu perform. In the end, FengYang woke up. A flurry of slaps followed, and Xiaowu cried all night, begging for mercy the whole time. The other girls were all awakened. What happened? What did Xiaowu do wrong? Why was she beaten like this? No one dared to go in and persuade Master. Better not. Huwu seemed to be persuading him inside. How terrifying. In the end, according to Huwu's description, it was Xiaowu sitting on FengYang's face that caused her to be slapped. This shocked the other girls. They looked at Xiaowu with wide eyes. Xiaowu, you're so bold. Xiaowu, I admire you. You even dare to sit on Master's face. Xiaowu, weren't you begging for mercy all night? Why don't I see any injuries? Lingling, did you help her heal? No. Yi Lingling shook her head. The girls were still sympathizing with Xiaowu. But Xiaowu wanted to say, I was wrong, but I still want to sit on Master's face next time. On the other side, Shueqinghe met secretly with Bibi Dong in the Hall of the Pope. What are you doing here? Don't you know that if people find out the Prince of the Tiando Empire is secretly meeting with the Pope of the Spirit Hall, it will raise suspicions? Bibi Dong scolded. Shueqinghe, as usual, stood with one hand behind his back. However, his expression was very serious, devoid of any friendliness. If I don't come, the Spirit Hall will be gone. Bibi Dong narrowed her beautiful eyes. What did you say? Ignorance breeds fear. You have never experienced FengYang's terror. That's fine. Let me tell you again, Shueqinghe said. I don't want to hear any information about him, Bibi Dong said. With FengYang, Yi Yuanjun, and the Super Douluo, alongside Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo, the three of them can cooperate without any pressure, even without using their martial souls. If they did, shut up, someone. Throw him out. Bibi Dong interrupted, shouting. She didn't want to disturb her inner peace or create anxiety for herself. Shueqinghe stopped talking. He didn't expect Bibi Dong to be so love-struck to the point of wanting to be enemies with FengYang. You will regret this. He left behind a sentence. Shueqinghe turned away in anger. Bibi Dong revealed a cold expression. With my peak soul power at level 99, am I really afraid of a mere FengYang? After resting for 3 days in the Spirit Hall, the finals also commenced. The teams chosen by the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, including a team directly promoted by the Spirit Hall, would compete in the final elimination rounds. The Guardian team drew Shrek Academy. The two teams finally faced off. This was a particularly strong team, especially Feng Xiaotian. The power of an agility-type soul master was comparable to that of a strength type. He had a self-created soul skill that was even more powerful. The strategy given by FengYang was also to end the battle quickly. After defeating all his teammates, they would gang up on the opponent. The match began immediately. Toxic Mist. Duguyin pushed with both hands, releasing her soul skill. Whoosh, a toxic liquid sprayed in an arc within a 100-meter radius, creating a toxic cloud that lasted for a minute. Anyone affected would be poisoned on the spot. With their speed reduced by 50, the entire purple mist quickly spread across the opponent's field. Everyone present was astonished. This kind of area control could be said to be the most disgusting. Especially the slowing effect of the toxic mist severely restrained the speed of Shrek Academy. Originally, Shrek Academy relied on fast attacks. But once the effect took place, the opponent's speed was clearly halved. The audience was in an uproar. What kind of abnormal control skill is this? Indeed, when they finally made a move, they restricted everyone on the opponent's side. Even Feng Xiaotian couldn't speed up. Go! Zhu Zhuqing called lightly. She took the lead, followed by Xiaowu, Meng Aran, and herself. In just one exchange, they defeated all 6 members of Shrek Academy, except Feng Xiaotian. The crowd was in an uproar. Such a strong Shrek Academy was entirely eliminated in one exchange, resulting in a 7-1 situation. Feng Xiaotian knew that if he didn't unleash his ultimate move now, it would be too late. Self-created soul skill. Gale Demon Wolf 36 strikes. A terrifying aura emerged. Each strike would increase in power, reaching an incredible level by the 36th strike. Chapter 110. Do you see the person standing above? FengYang. Gale Demon Wolf 36 strikes. His wings and arms merged into one, continuously striking the opponent with increasing power and speed. The biggest feature was using speed and gravity to constantly enhance his attack power. The first strike was aimed directly at the center position, Fire Dance. As a magic-type Fire Dance, her soul power was absolutely explosive. However, facing a close-range strength type was still quite tricky. With no time to dodge, boom, a kick directly met Feng Xiaoyan's hand blade strike, pushing him back 2 steps. Before she could react, Fire Dance's second strike came rushing toward her. Seeing this, FengYang used a snake blade to meet it. Boom! Following that, the third strike again targeted Fire Dance. Zhu Zhuqing also used a hand blade to intercept it. Boom! After being pushed back again, the fourth strike once more aimed at Fire Dance. Xiao Wu jumped up and met it with a kick. Feng Xiaoyan's fifth strike came again targeting Fire Dance. It was clear that even if he lost the match, he wanted to take down Fire Dance. Anyone could see that there must be a grudge between Feng Xiaoyan and Fire Dance. Boom! Another collision. Just like that, boom, 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 boom. The girls in the front row enhanced their various attributes to meet Feng Xiaoyan's increasingly heavy strikes. The scene resembled a youth soccer match. Feng Xiaoyan was the goalkeeper, and several girls took turns to meet his attacks, leaving the audience somewhat dumbfounded. As they reached the final 36 strikes, Feng Xiaoyan's speed and power had already reached their peak. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Meng Yiran had almost exhausted all their moves to hold on. This included Meng Yiran's external soul bone burst, Xiao Wu's invincible body, and even Zhu Zhuqing's isolated support, which were all starting to struggle by the 33rd strike. The 36th strike was undoubtedly still aimed at Fire Dance. The other girls were already gasping for breath, completely unable to help her defend. Thus, this final strike had to rely on Fire Dance herself. No one believed Fire Dance could withstand Feng Xiaoyan's last strike, even though after the 36 strikes, Feng Xiaoyan would be completely exhausted and eliminated. The Guardian team would directly win. But how severely would Fire Dance be injured by this strike still made people feel anxious. However, Fire Dance's face was serious, and she did not give up directly. Almost at the moment Feng Xiaoyan's strike came, she began to upgrade her soul rings. Bang! First soul ring, 300 years, 4,300 years. Second soul ring, 800 years, 4,800 years. Third soul ring, 2,000 years, 6,000 years. Fourth soul ring, 8,000 years, 12,000 years. Before everyone's eyes, Fire Dance's soul rings changed from yellow and purple to purple, 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 and black. Moreover, this time, all soul rings increased by 4,000 years. Clearly, this upgrading skill had been raised to level 4 by Fire Dance. Fusion. Instantly, the 4 soul rings compressed together, all combining into one ring. Fourth soul skill, Fire Dance Radiance. With both hands raised, she condensed a terrifying flame. Especially after the soul rings fused, this flame grew larger and hotter. In the end, the 4 rings completely merged into one, creating a soul skill with a soul ring age of 27,100 years. This scene truly stunned everyone present, especially the team from the Star Luo Empire. As Fire Dance Radiance locked onto the opponent, she hurled the fireball directly at the rapidly descending Feng Xiaoyan. Boom! Originally descending at high speed, Feng Xiaoyan was instantly slowed down by the explosion of flames. But the 36th strike was incredibly powerful, still gradually breaking through the raging red flames. Fire Dance gritted her teeth, her beautiful face showing great difficulty. Inspiration. A voice rang out. Bang! Fire Dance's whole body instantly grew larger. Due to the increase of 2 levels, her entire soul power doubled. Instantly, the red flame she controlled became heavier, causing Feng Xiaoyan to be unable to advance even half a meter after pressing forward. Although his face was already twisted in rage, wanting to cut through, the impact of the 36th strike was gradually dissipated by that flame, ultimately vanishing completely. Her entire body was engulfed in flames, falling straight down from midair. Bang! Heavily crashing to the ground. The audience was in an uproar. No one expected that this fierce 36 consecutive slashes would be shattered like this. This red-haired girl, Shengtai, merged rings and then released her soul skills. So many layers? That's terrifying, right? And this support system. What exactly is a soul skill? What kind of terrifying team is this? Everyone at level 40 or above, and so many self-created soul skills? Did you see the person standing up there? Who is he? FengYang. That's right. It's him who taught this team their self-created soul skills. Wow. Wait a minute. Why does the name FengYang sound familiar? Could it be the one who single-handedly fought against 3 titled Douluos and killed Yu Engine, the 93rd level title Douluo among 2,000 soul masters? Wow, so scary. To be a 93rd level title Douluo at such a young age? I want to apprentice under him. Xinghua Royal Academy's team. Shinfeng Academy's Feng Xiaodian is indeed strong. With such self-created soul skills, the 36 consecutive slashes and the final burst of soul power might even compete with the boss's evil Eye White Tiger fusion skill. That's right. If it weren't for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's disciple bonus, perhaps that red-haired girl would have really been heavily injured by him. Not necessarily. That red-haired girl can merge all soul rings together and use them as one soul skill. With such soul skill consumption, even if the 36 consecutive slashes came, there wouldn't be much power left. The team members discussed among themselves. Regardless, Davis, Dai Mubai's brother, took over the conversation, saying that this disciple of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School must be paid special attention to and should ideally be the first to be eliminated outside the field. Next to him, Zhu Zhuqing's sister, Zhu Zhuyun, looked less cold and more enchanting. I understand, but it seems we overlooked that poison control girl. Everyone looked over. Duguyen grew control, causing everyone to slow down. Even our strongest attacks might be restricted. Yes, if we can't hit the target, no matter how high the attack power. It's all in vain. That's right. Davis also became serious. It seems we must think of a way in advance. After this battle, everyone realized what it means to be a guardian team. Backstage, supported down from the stage, Feng Xiaodian took a deep look at Huwu, just a little bit away. Chapter 111, Dai Mubai is incapacitated. Huwu, why is Feng Xiaodian targeting you? Xiao Wu asked. It was just a little unpleasantness with him before. Huwu said, Master, do you have any more powerful soul skills to teach us? I thought I wouldn't be able to withstand Feng Xiaoyan's 36 consecutive slashes today. Meng Yiran said. FengYang also thought so. But your talents can only go this far. Unless you have a direct 290 qualification like ShrekSeven, every skill upgrade would be explosive. You're struggling to comprehend your current soul skills, and you want to learn more powerful ones? FengYang reprimanded. The girls all lowered their heads. I must raise Sheng Tai's level to 10, so that I can easily deal with it by increasing the soul ring by 10,000 years. Huwu said confidently. Ning Rongrong followed closely. Me too. If I can raise my whimsical idea to level 10, I can let you all break Feng Xiaoyan's 36 consecutive slashes with just a casual attack. Xiao Wu chimed in. And my fierce dragon tail whip only canceled out one of his slashes. If I raise it to level 10. All right. FengYang interrupted. Stop bragging. The girls were directly amused by FengYang's words. Master, how do you know they're bragging? Ning Rongrong said happily. Aren't you embarrassed to say that? However, FengYang's words also encouraged the girls. It made them realize a principle. It's not that the inscription soul skills aren't strong enough, but that the inscription soul skill levels are too low. Despite this, the soul skills are already very strong. Therefore, under just 5 days of training, Duguyen's Toxic Fog LV1 directly upgraded to LV2. A poison cloud sprayed out in a 200-meter radius, lasting for 2 minutes, instantly poisoning anyone who got caught, reducing their speed by 100. The 200-meter range almost directly covered the entire half of the field. Additionally, she began to awaken a new inscription soul skill, Petrification. Snake Woman, casting it up close. Anyone who tries to get close to her control range is directly petrified for 5 seconds. Once again, they drew the Tindo Royal team, which is Tang San and Dai Mubai's team. Under the gaze of all teams, the two teams stood facing each other. Ha, what a coincidence. Ningrongrong sighed playfully, placing one hand on her waist and pointing. That Dai, you still don't kneel when you see me? You want to hit me, don't you? Dai Mubai clenched his fists, wanting to resist. After all, being stared at by so many eyes made him feel utterly ashamed. Xiao San, do you need me to say it? Xiao Wu said. Tang San's face was gloomy, filled with rage. He had long heard from Flanders that his father was waiting for him in Wuhuan City. As long as he arrived at Wuhuan City, his father would help him make decisions. Once, he was also the powerful Haoqianhua who fought against the 3 titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall, and how many soul masters chasing him. In Flanders' words, Xiao San fight. With FengYang summoning that elemental Douluo, your dad will come and smash a little friend with one hammer, and FengYang himself will be turned into a meat pie. So how could Tang San kneel? Enduring such humiliation, especially since that day, his lower body had directly broken and dislocated, and he had never been able to recover. Not to mention having children in the future, he couldn't even do it himself. Filled with hatred, he shouted angrily, Xiao Wu, don't go too far. It's a competition now. The only reason he didn't curse was that he still felt fear towards FengYang, who was looking down on them from above, suppressing his interest. That's right. Dai Mubai quickly took over the conversation. After all, he was the 3rd prince of the Xinglua Empire. and his brother Davis was also present. If he were to kneel down to a girl for no reason in front of so many eyes, that behavior would absolutely disgrace the royal family. The competition for the crown prince would be out of the question. I, the dignified third prince of the Xinghua Empire, you say I should kneel? Dai Mubai pointed at Ning Rongrong, speaking with rage. Do you even deserve it? What? Ning Rongrong, with her fiery temper, as a teammate. The girls were united in their anger. Xiao Wu, you must get rid of those 3 chickens from the Douluo Empire, she said fiercely. As soon as the words came out, everyone couldn't help but feel like laughing. Accompanied by the announcement from the host of the Spear Hall, Toxic Mist. Whoosh! The purple mist, pushed by Dugian's palm, instantly enveloped the entire half of the arena. The range was so vast that it shocked everyone present, especially the mist, which was even denser than before, giving a feeling of impending obscurity. The sounds of girls fighting erupted as they rushed into the mist. Oscar, quickly use the detox sausage. Tang San shouted. I've been ready for a long time. However, as soon as Oscar responded, a scream rang out. Just one encounter, and screams came from all around. Especially Dai Mubai's scream, which was as horrifying as a pig being slaughtered, made everyone shudder. How painful could it be? When the mist dissipated, Dai Mubai was seen clutching his bloodied lower body, his face twisted in pain. Everyone's eyes widened. What was going on? Was he directly incapacitated? Damn, these girls are ruthless. Wait, how could one encounter lead to total annihilation? Next time you challenge me, if you don't kneel before me, I'll make your face crooked. Ning Rongrong pointed at Dai Mubai. It was truly shocking. What a contrast. Such a beautiful girl, pure as ice and jade, yet spoke such words. Wasn't she just a little demoness? Ning Fengji also received many gazes and could only force a smile. When Tang San saw that Dai Mubai was also incapacitated, he felt much better. Finally, someone was in the same boat. It was like children from the same village who were both struggling. If he was doing poorly, he hoped others would too. He even pretended to care about him. Davis, he was so happy he jumped up. If Dai Mubai was directly incapacitated and couldn't have children, then the struggle for the throne was out of the question. It was like removing the biggest threat. Meanwhile, a crisis also surfaced throughout the Spear Hall. That was Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year spirit beast. Not only did the Spirit Hall realize it, but even the 4-titled Douluo sent to escort from the Douluo Empire noticed it. The allure of a 100,000-year spirit ring was unimaginably great. People die for wealth. Birds die for food. Crazy things often happen in a moment of impulse. Chapter 112, Bare-Faced Humiliation at Night. Dai Mubai lay in bed. Whether it was the doctor's treatment or Oscar's sausage, all had been tried. There was no way to reverse the result of being incapacitated. Dai Lauda, it's hopeless. Xiao Wu was too ruthless. Just like Tang San, he was directly reduced to nothing. Only if they could invite the miracle of the spirit world, the 9-heart flower, within a limited time, could they quickly heal external injuries and restore him. Otherwise, it truly was hopeless. But the 9-heart flower, Yi Lingling, was FengYang's disciple, and Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's teammate. How could they possibly help? Hearing Oscar and Yu Feng discuss the possibility of recovery, Tang San was still quite nervous. But when he heard it was the 9-heart flower, Yi Lingling, he instantly felt happy. The reason Yu Feng and the others were discussing this was that they had already started to enjoy it. There was a sense of schadenfreude. Let this guy Dai Mubai compete with them for the position of leader. Big brother, from now on I'll accompany you. We are the same, Tang San said seriously, looking sympathetic. But at that moment, Dai Mubai's heart was filled with unwillingness and anger. He just wanted to explode. I want to be like you. I am the 3rd prince of the Douluo Empire, someone who might inherit the throne in the future. This shout instantly darkened Tang San's face. What did that mean? Did he think he was unworthy to be compared to him? Dai Mubai seemed oblivious to Tang San's emotions, still wearing a twisted face filled with hatred. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, FengYang, I will definitely kill you, he roared out. Hearing this result outside, Davis walked in with a smile. Third brother. The moment he saw Davis, Dai Mubai's heart became even worse, feeling utterly miserable, especially with the beautiful Zhu Zhuyun standing next to him. Initially, Zhu Zhuyun was supposed to be arranged for Davis, while Zhu Zhuqing was arranged for Dai Mubai. Now, she was directly snatched away by FengYang and had become a thorough enemy, even an unforgivable foe. Davis looked at Dai Mubai's exposed lower body, shaking his head repeatedly, appearing to show pity. Anyone could feel his sarcasm and delight. Third brother, you are so pitiful. How did you offend that girl for her to use such poison against you? Get lost. If you come in front of me to gloat again, I'll kill you. Dai Mubai roared in fury. He looked like he had gone mad. After all, he was used to having women on both sides and even visiting brothels. He couldn't do that anymore. For a normal man, what was the difference between this and death? If it were before, Davis would undoubtedly retaliate angrily. But with Dai Mubai in this state, he only felt relaxed and comfortable. Oh dear, third brother, I know you're in a bad mood, but you still have to accept it, right? As he spoke, Davis didn't forget to wrap his arm around Zhu Zhiyun's waist. Don't worry, third brother. Leave the matter of women to big brother. This scene was a bare-faced humiliation. Dai Mubai felt like his lungs were about to explode. His teeth seemed to be grinding to pieces. White Tiger Lightwave. Boom! He unleashed a fierce attack towards Davis. This made Davis widen his eyes in shock. White Tiger Shield. He blocked it, but was instantly enraged. You can say anything, but you can't make a move. Damn it. If you dare to kill me, I am your big brother. Davis took a step forward. Slap. He slapped Dai Mubai. Slap, slap, slap. Then came a series of slaps. Tang San didn't help. He just stood there dumbfounded because what that kid just said meant he was of low status, and being incapacitated was equivalent to being ruined. Tang San. A voice came. Tang San turned around, hardly able to believe it. The man with disheveled hair and unkempt beard. Father. He rushed over as if finding support. Tang Hao stroked his head. What happened? Did you suffer such great grievances? Clearly, Tang Hao still didn't know how Xiao Wu was mistreating him on the way. After all, FengYang's feat of single-handedly battling 3 titled Douluo and killing 2,000 soul masters was indeed too remarkable. As for Tang San, who was he? Not to mention being crippled. Even if he died, no one would know, let alone discuss it. Even the discussions about the titled Douluo and Soul Emperor who had died in the Spirit Hall were much more prevalent. In fact, the child also. Tang San didn't finish his sentence. Tang Hao's heart sank. He looked incredulously at Dai Mubai on the bed. Could it be that your lifeline was also shattered? Tang Hao asked. Yes, Tang San nodded in pain. Boom! In an instant, Tang Hao felt as if he had been struck by lightning, feeling as if the sky had collapsed once again. This FengYang, how dare he? The guilt within him was boundless. This was his beloved woman's child, left behind by Yin. Not protecting the child was equivalent to letting Yin down. He originally thought that if FengYang didn't want to die, he wouldn't take action against Tang San. After all, who was he, the Haotian Douluo? Just the name alone could make the entire continent tremble. I just want FengYang to die now. I want Xiao Wu to suffer more than death. Tang San shouted with a fierce hatred. At this moment, he was also expressing the long-suppressed emotions. Good, I will make him die, Tang Hao said angrily. It's indeed time to put an end to this. He couldn't let FengYang continue to develop. It felt like upgrading every few months, terrifying to the extreme. Father, can you really kill FengYang? Tang San expressed his doubts. Don't worry, your father has just been promoted to titled Douluo, and he single-handedly fought against 3 titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall, causing 1 death and 2 injuries, Tang Hao said solemnly. He was filled with extreme confidence. What surprised everyone was that Haotian Douluo. Davis spoke up to Tang Hao. Aren't you being a bit too arrogant with that statement? Tang Hao looked over. What? You still don't intend to support me? Davis asked. Tang Hao fell silent. Davis wasn't pretending at all. He let go of Dai Mubai, who had been beaten to a pulp and even fainted, and walked up to him. You saw it. My third brother is completely crippled now. My father won't give him the chance to get close to the position of heir. Do you still want to make a choice? Clearly, since Dai Mubai and Tang San were teammates previously, even though the Haotian sect had been subtly supporting the Star Luo Empire, the Haotian sect didn't represent Tang Hao now. Moreover, supporting the Star Luo Empire didn't mean supporting Davis. Davis had always been trying to find a way to win over Tang Hao. But Tang Hao had always left himself some leeway. What if Tang San supported Dai Mubai, while he supported Davis? What kind of situation would that be? Father-son opposition? If you're willing to support me, along with your Haotian Douluo, our 5 titled Douluo from the Star Luo Empire will definitely lead to FengYang's death, Davis said firmly, looking very shrewd. Before Tang Hao could respond, Davis continued, Of course, that 100,000-year spirit ring will be left for me. Father. Upon hearing this, Tang San became anxious. No, Xiao Wu must. Suddenly realizing this sounded a bit fawning, Tang San quickly changed his words. That 100,000-year spirit ring must be mine. Tang Hao wasn't a fool. Although teaming up with other titled Douluo from the Star Luo Empire to deal with FengYang would be more secure, the cost would be the loss of the 100,000-year spirit ring, which he couldn't leave to Tang San. This deal was a loss no matter how one looked at it. After all, that was a 100,000-year spirit ring, something rare and hard to come by. The temptation was still immense. One couldn't overlook the 100,000-year spirit ring just because FengYang had a million-year spirit ring. That would be too foolish. Davis, you want to rope me in to support you, and you still want the 100,000-year spirit ring? Tang Hao sneered. You're really calculating well. Huh. Davis chuckled lightly. So how and Douluo, you still refuse to support me? I must remind you, don't end up losing everything while trying to win a chicken. Is FengYang something you can deal with alone? Davis's flippant provocation stirred Tang Hao's emotions, who had originally wanted to kill FengYang himself. Then open your eyes wide and see how I kill FengYang tomorrow. Good. Seeing him speak arrogantly, Davis was also furious. On the surface, he responded, but internally he was vowing, let's see how you die tomorrow. On the other side, today was really great. Ha. Davis has finally been crippled. Let him look down on our 7-treasure glazed tile school. Ningrongrong sight. That little appearance. Or was there any trace of a young lady from a great sect? Chun Xian shook his head directly. Sect master. What has Rongrong learned from her master? Ning Fengji chuckled lightly. It's okay with such a master. Being a bit arrogant isn't a big deal. Chun Xian. Then do I get meal from you? Xiao Wu said to Ning Rongrong. Of course, from now on. I won't argue with you. You're my best sister. Ning Rongrong linked arms with Xiao Wu. That's quite realistic. Xiao Wu scoffed dismissively. Master. Zhu Zhuqing came to FengYang's side. The list is out. Tomorrow we face the Star Luo team. Okay. FengYang Jaswali Ripliet. Master, can you help me tell my sisters? Tomorrow's match Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head slightly. Her large eyes calm, yet resolute. We must win. FengYang understood why Zhu Zhuqing needed to win. It could be said to be a battle of life and death. However, with FengYang around, such a situation where someone must die couldn't happen. Relax, it's just the Star Luo seed team. Just play as usual. Zhu Zhuqing won't be your opponent. Simple encouragement gave Zhu Zhuqing a sense of reassurance. She nodded heavily. The next day, in the Seoul Hall's arena, welcome everyone to the 3rd round of the finals. The first match. The announcer from the Seoul Hall spread his arms wide. This match features the Star Luo team against the Guardian team. Everyone silently watched this match. This confrontation would also determine who would advance to the final match. The Star Luo team, as the most outstanding seed team of the Star Luo Empire, faced the strongest team of the Heaven Do Empire. Who would win? Let's wait and see. As the Star Luo team and the Guardian team walked towards the stage simultaneously, both sides exchanged sharp glances. Zhu Zhuqing. Davis spoke first, originally thinking that she had traveled a long way to the Heaven Do Empire to partner with Dai Mu Bai. But unexpectedly, she became the captain of the Guardian team and even had such a powerful master. Impressive. I have to say, you sound a bit frivolous, Zhu Zhuqing said. Davis chuckled lightly, obviously agreeing, as if he really didn't take FengYang seriously. From a status perspective, shouldn't one be frivolous when facing everything in the world? This kind of sharpness made the girls want to go up and slap his face. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward softly and called out. In terms of temperament, she was much steadier than Davis, truly gentle like an older sister. And that panda was even larger than Zhu Zhuqing. So arrogant. You've made it to the top 8, but let us stop here. Mom and Dad miss you very much, but we cannot go against our ancestors' teachings. After the competition, you should come back with me, Zhu Zhuqing said softly. Zhu Zhuqing, you don't need to put on a show here. If I hadn't left home, I might have already died at your hands, right? Miss me? Is there really such familial affection in our family? Zhu Zhuqing said coldly. A memory followed. It was a dark valley. Zhu Zhuqing used a dagger to stab in a mountain wall, dodging the fierce soul beasts leaping from below. In such a life and death moment, she alternated with the dagger on the mountain wall, nearly falling several times and becoming prey for the soul beasts. After hard work, she finally climbed up. But waiting for her were the archers that Zhu Zhuqing had already ambushed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Amidst a flurry of arrows, she barely avoided several scratches. Zhu Zhuqing covered her face with cloth and directly faced the battle. After much effort, she barely saved her life. Danger lurked at every step. Zhuqing, you have no evidence. So don't speak carelessly. That wasn't me, Zhu Zhuqing said. Talking more is useless. Zhu Zhuqing turned her little face aside. All right, I want to see what skills you've learned after leaving home all these years, Zhu Zhuqing said. The two sides met for the first time, both full of firepower. Now let us take a look at both sides' profiles the host introduced. On the Guardian team, Captain Zhu Zhuqing, level 45. Xiao Wu, level 44. Meng Yaran, level 44. Ning Rongrong, level 45. Du Guiyan, level 46. Yi Lingling, level 44. Huo Wu, level 49. Obviously, Huowu benefited from the good enhancement of her soul skills and her innate talent, quickly leveling up to 49, creating a larger gap with her teammates. On the Xing Luo team, Captain Davis, level 49, just one step away from becoming a Soul King. Zhu Zhuqing, level 47, stood on the front line with Davis, full of attacking momentum, perhaps planning to use their soul power advantage to defeat the Guardian team in one fell swoop. Among the team, the 3rd and 4th ranked soul powers were level 44 and 43. The back row stood at level 42. Overall, the strength was quite similar. Top der Sadanelites Ningrongrong. Magic possession. The battle was about to erupt. Poisonous mist. Whoosh. Dugian threw out her crowd control skill, as usual. Purple mist instantly spread across the Xing Luo team's half. All 7 members in the team felt a sense of stagnation. The spectators' vision also began to blur, just as the Guardian team launched a full-scale attack. Martial Soul Fusion Skill. The best is like water. Great virtue can carry all things. 2 voices called out in unison from mist. Bang! In an instant, a rain-colored light split through the mist. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was indeed the 2 support students from the Xing Luo team, Dong Hui and Yang Mingxin. In just a few seconds, the entire half-court of poisonous mist dissipated completely. How is this possible? The crowd control skills were broken, just like that. The Xing Luo team has some skills. The audience was in an uproar, feeling it was unbelievable. Even Du Guyan felt astonished. Davis sneered. Self-created soul skills are very powerful. But you have your plan, and I have my means. After 3 days and nights of research, our 2 support students from Xing Luo specifically created a martial soul fusion skill for your poison. This scene was something even FengYang hadn't expected. I have to say, the soul masters who can enter the top 8 have some talent. All right, the game has just begun. Davis casually commanded. Zhuqing, leave Zhu Zhuqing to you. Saying that, he suddenly released his soul skill into the crowd. 3rd soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. His body's muscles swelled, and black stripes appeared on his skin. During the half-hour transformation time, his resistance to abnormal states, attack power, and defense power doubled. 2nd soul skill, White Tiger Radiant Wave. He spat out a milky white energy ball from his mouth, a long-range attack skill. Boom! Instantly spraying towards the front row, Xiao Wu and Meng ran. The 2 girls felt this powerful force and chose not to confront it directly, jumping to the sides. This also gave Davis the opportunity. In other words, his goal was to disrupt the Guardian team's formation, rather than directly take down the front row. With the support of his exclusive assistant, he moved at an incredible speed. He suddenly appeared in front of Ning Rongrong. 7 treasure, glazed tile, school disciple. You must fall first. He punched out fiercely. The explosive power hadn't even reached Ning Rongrong's face, and her hair was already flying. The audience was in an uproar. My goodness, this Davis is extremely arrogant. He has something else. His target is actually the support of the Guardian team. If this disciple of the 7 treasure glazed tile school is taken down, Davis might dominate this match. The Guardian team is finished. Even Ning Fengji and ShrekSeven began to feel nervous. Rongrong, being approached by a strong attack soul master is indeed something that makes support classes feel tense. However, Ning Rongrong remained calm and composed, still as light as a cloud. It seems that it can't be hidden anymore. Magic possession. With a thought, she transformed into a blue light. Davis's fist struck directly at the shadow left by Ning Rongrong. Meanwhile, she chose to rush into the protection of Du Guyan. Only a blue light circled around her, along with Ning Rongrong's silver bell-like laughter. Whoosh! The audience was astonished. My heavens, what kind of skill is this? She directly merged into her teammate's body? Am I seeing this correctly? Does the 7 treasure glazed tile school have such a soul skill? Is there even need to ask? It must be her master's self-created soul skill. A genius. Truly a genius. With this, isn't it completely impossible to cut to the support type? All the colleges, including Ning Fengji, ShrekSeven, Douluo, as well as the title Douluos from the Star Luo Empire and the Spirit Hall, including Ghost Doa, Chrysanthemum Doa, and Bibi Dong, were all shocked. What kind of godly genius is this? To create such a divine soul skill. An attack-type soul master, with a support-type soul master hanging on them. Just thinking about it gives a great sense of security. Whether it's an attack-type soul master or a support-type soul master, it's a mutual sense of security. Bibi Dong, who had always stood at the top and remained silent, couldn't help but glance at FengYang, who was standing not far away, calm and composed. Then looked at the shocked Yu Xiaojiang, standing below. Without comparison, there is no harm. The ghost Douluo and chrysanthemum Douluo exchanged glances. Your Holiness, the amazing part of FengYang is far from just this. Shut up and watch properly, Bibi Dong interrupted. My goodness, this time I really admire Rongrong's master to the core, said Sword Douluo. Yes, it's so shocking. I've never seen Rongrong use this before. If it can really merge into teammates during battle, it provides both sides with confidence and protection, Ning Fengji sighed. All attack-type Soul Masters hope to have such a support hanging on them. All support-type Soul Masters hope to learn this soul skill and then hang it on the most reliable person. Their respect for FengYang has almost reached a new height. Over at the Botany Academy, the captain said, I don't care about any nurturing grace, even if the dean kneels down to beg me. I still want to worship FengYang as my master. I can't joke about my future. The other students from the Botany Academy echoed. That's right, Captain. We can't be foolishly loyal. Once we learn the skills and leave our master, we can still come back to serve the Botany Academy. Clearly, these girls from the Botany Academy had long had the idea of worshipping FengYang as their master, but were hindered and imprisoned by the dean of the Botany Academy. Okay, Captain Yao Zi took over the conversation. You can do as you wish, but I suggest you go privately. Our dean is quite petty. If you end up with nowhere to go, think it through. After all, if you go to worship a master and FengYang refuses to accept you due to poor aptitude, returning to the Botany Academy would be quite awkward. The battle continued. The shocked Davis was momentarily stunned, but beside him, Douluo was already fiercely attacking him. In a hurry, Davis directly met the attack. Bang! Bang! The two punches collided, directly pushing Douluo back. Level 49 is still level 49. Douluo, who is only level 46, belongs to the control type. Oomph. A mere control type dares to fight me. An attack type in close combat? That's just seeking death. Davis directly unleashed his momentum. Chapter 115, Shadow Essence. Shape-shifting shadows. Oomph. A mere control type dares to fight me. An attack type in close combat? That's just seeking death. Davis directly unleashed his momentum. The not-so-friendly Douluo instantly became furious. Everyone thought I was a control type and couldn't fight in close combat. Today, I'll let you know how to write the words Douluo. After response, she used her first soul skill, phosphorescent red poison, stimulating the nerves, increasing speed and power by 30. Plus, with Ning Rongrong hanging on her, providing her with a power boost. Bang! Bang! The two punches collided again, directly engaging, not falling behind at all. They became briefly entangled, especially when Douluo used her second soul skill, phosphorescent blue poison, increasing her defense by 30, which made it difficult for Davis to attack her. Douluo was indeed at a disadvantage because the match couldn't involve death. Her most powerful third soul skill couldn't be used. Otherwise, even if they could resist the poison, they would still lose half their life. Meanwhile, seeing that Ning Rongrong was already hanging on Douluo, Xiao Wu and Douluo also put pressure on the other Star Luo teammates. Since the opponent seemed to have done their homework, many of the already revealed soul skills didn't catch them off guard, just like Xiao Wu's Dragon Tail Strike, which completely denied her a chance to kick her off the field. Douluo used her third soul skill, with all attributes boosted, to pressure an attack-type teammate. After Davis instructed her, Zhu Zhuqing had already leaped up. First soul skill, Nether Piercing Strike. Almost simultaneously, first soul skill, Nether Piercing Strike. Zhu Zhuqing used the same soul skill and technique. Her claws suddenly extended, pouncing towards the opponent. At that moment, almost everyone could see that the two were undoubtedly sisters. Clang! The two women collided in midair. Almost instantaneously, Zhu Zhuqing felt the soul power impact brought by Zhu Zhuqing, which was nearly impossible to withstand. After a cry of pain, she quickly flew down and stumbled back. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing slowly descended from the point of collision, exuding elegance amidst her cool demeanor. How is this possible? Zhu Zhuqing, barely stabilizing herself, widened her eyes in disbelief. On the Star Luo Academy side, seeing the same soul skill, but with such a vast difference, everyone was dumbfounded. Zhu Zhuqing was at level 47, and Zhu Zhuqing at level 45. How could it possibly be that the lower level one had so much more soul power? Zhu Zhuqing, what's going on? Didn't you eat enough at noon? Davis teased. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't smile back. Facing Zhu Zhuqing before her, the pressure instantly rose. What on earth is happening? You'll have to discover that slowly, Zhu Zhuqing said, directly launching an attack. Second soul skill, Nether 100 Claws. Unyielding, Zhu Zhuqing also used this move. Second soul skill, Nether 100 Claws. Bang! Again, a complete collision. Under Zhu Zhuqing's isolated 2-level advantage and a 200 power boost, Zhu Zhuqing rolled back again. This time, She couldn't stabilize herself, and one knee was already half kneeling on the ground. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing remained calm and composed, as if she could handle it effortlessly. At that moment, she finally realized how monstrous her engraved soul skill was. The sister in front of her, who made her feel apprehensive and fearful, was merely dominating her. The gap was simply too vast. Third soul skill, Nether Slash. Zhu Zhuqing remained quite calm. She knew the gap in soul power. Even if she was unwilling, it wouldn't help. But just as she stood up, Zhu Zhuqing's hands came together above her head, and the claws on her 10 fingers quickly fused into a sharp blade about a foot long, striking down towards her opponent. With no way to evade, Zhu Zhuyin gritted her teeth and used her third soul skill, Netherworld Slash. Bang! She directly met this blow. With one collision, her internal organs rolled, unable to withstand the shock any longer. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out. Just as she was about to be defeated, Davis seemed to finally realize that something was wrong. If Zhu Zhuyin was taken away directly, there would be no way to use the martial soul fusion skill. So what was the point of fighting? He abandoned Douluo Yin and rushed to Zhu Zhuqing's side. Extinction, self-created soul skill, fiery light cutting line. Bang! A thin line of light filled with immense lethality seemed capable of cutting a person in half at the waist. Zhu Zhuqing dared not slack off for a moment. Fourth soul skill, Netherworld Shadow Clone. Buzz in an instant, Zhu Zhuqing trembled all over and managed to evade the fiery light cutting line. She suddenly split into 6 clones, along with her main body, creating a formation of 7 Zhu Zhuqing figures in a horizontal line. For a moment, everyone present was left dumbfounded, completely unable to distinguish which one was the real Zhu Zhuqing. First soul skill, Netherworld Thrust. The 7 Zhu Zhuqings simultaneously unleashed their first soul skill and lunged at Davis. What the hell? 7 clones activating their soul skills simultaneously. Is it really that exaggerated? This is too outrageous. Nowadays, as long as these girls perform well, it will be attributed to FengYang's guidance, including this soul skill. First soul skill, White Tiger Protective Barrier. A circle of white light shield formed around Davis for defense. Bang! The first clone's soul skill smashed directly into Davis's protective barrier. Bang! Second clone, third clone, fourth clone, fifth clone, sixth clone, finally the 7th, which is Zhu Zhuqing's main body. Bang! With this strike, the force was clearly substantial. Not only did it break through Davis's protective barrier, but it also knocked him back a step. Anyone could see that this was definitely the main body. Only the main body could possess such explosive power. At this moment, Davis finally realized how terrifying the power of this girl in front of him was. Even his White Tiger Protective Barrier could be broken through. It should be noted that they were 4 levels apart. The main body is you. Davis's target was clear. Fourth soul skill, White Tiger Annihilation. Centered on the captured main body, a punch of destruction was unleashed. Bang! A shockwave. Zhu Zhuqing and the surrounding clones instantly recoiled and dissipated. The power was astonishing. Oomph! Too weak to withstand a single blow, Davis arrogantly shouted. However, everyone soon noticed something was off. The clones were shattered, which was normal, but even the main body was shattered. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, one Zhu Zhuqing instantly appeared in front of the other members of the Star Luo team. Her claws already extended. Flesh was torn, blood gushed. With a scream, a member of the Star Luo team fell to the ground, rolling in pain. What on earth happened? Did she switch places with the farthest clone at the same time Davis called out his soul skill? Chapter 116. The Guardian team is too weak in personal ability. The Shadow Secret Art. Shadow Shift. Zhu Zhuqing's main body had already exchanged positions with the farthest clone. What the hell? Is it really that cool? The previously stalemated situation was directly torn open by Zhu Zhuqing, forming a scenario of many against few. The entire Guardian team launched a full counterattack. After helping Xiao Wu defeat her opponent, the two who had just freed up rushed to support Huo Wu and Meng Yiran. Bang! In a single encounter, 2 more members of the Star Luo Academy team were eliminated. The entire situation had completely turned into an overwhelming advantage. One could say that in this battle, the Guardian team taught Bibi Dong and the Spirit Hall team a good lesson. The dazzling array of various soul skills was overwhelming and unbelievable. If it weren't for the strength of the Star Luo team, almost no team could force the Guardian team to reveal so much of their power. Everyone was filled with emotion. The Star Luo team is indeed powerful. They were actually able to force out so many new soul skills from the Guardian team. If it weren't for them, perhaps we wouldn't have been able to witness such a spectacular duel. After all, they're the strongest seed team of the Star Luo Empire. Praised as the three great geniuses of the Spear Hall's golden generation, Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin, all were unable to remain calm, staring in shock at the battle below. Only Hulaina's beautiful eyes fell on FengYang's face. With so many dazzling self-created soul skills, what kind of genius is he? She murmured. Yes, Xiaoyu also murmured in response, his gaze fixed on FengYang, and the key was still his own strength. He was already a 93rd level title Douluo at such a young age. I can't help but feel that the Guardian team is simply too weak in personal ability. Yin said with crossed arms. Huh. The siblings were taken aback. His master created so many unexpected and powerful soul skills for them, yet they still struggled so much. Yin said seriously. So it seems, that's indeed the case, Hulaina replied, just as the situation seemed about to slip out of control. With teammates on the verge of being eliminated, Davis and Zhu Zhuyun immediately activated their soul skills. Martial Soul Fusion Skill. Netherworld White Tiger. The two spun around as their soul power transformed in a light that enveloped them completely, turning into a purple sawtooth tiger over 5 meters long. Roar. The sudden roar was filled with pressure. They exuded soul power exceeding that of a 70th level soul emperor. Victory will ultimately belong to us. Davis's voice echoed along with the roar of the tiger as he lunged at Zhu Zhuqing with astonishing speed. Zhu Zhuqing raised her claws in front of her. Bang! Due to the martial soul fusion skill, the isolated skill completely lost its effect at close range. In midair, she was directly injured and fell to the ground, severely wounded. The entire arena was in an uproar. To everyone's surprise, this team actually possesses 2 spirit fusion skills, and this spirit fusion skill is evidently powerful to an astonishing degree. Almost everyone understood in that instant that the Guardian team was in trouble. This made Davis and Zhu Zhuyun instantly proud. An attack with a soul power exceeding level 70. Even if triggered in isolation, you are no match for us. Moreover, you won't even be able to trigger it. Next, let's tear you apart one by one. Roar. A roar rushed towards the nearest Xiao Wu in a furious attack. Faced with such a momentum, the entire Guardian team remained calm. Xiao Wu directly teleported to evade. 9 Hearts Begonia. Yi Lingling, whose presence was almost lower than Zhu Zhuqing, unleashed her soul skill. A pink begonia floated towards Zhu Zhuqing and entered her body. In just a few seconds, Zhu Zhuqing stood up as if nothing had happened, her deep black eyes still full of sharpness. Is this the 9 Hearts Begonia spirit? After being heavily injured, she instantly radiated vitality. It's terrifying. Then I will knock you down once again. The enormous nether white tiger pounced towards Zhu Zhuqing again. Like a mountain pressing down, the entire shadow swallowed Zhu Zhuqing. The sense of oppression was immense. 7 treasures are famous. 1 is power, 2 is speed, 3 is soul. The entire 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda floated above Douluo Yan's head. But everyone understood that it was the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. And Ning Rongrong had made her move. At this moment, Xiao Wu, Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Mengaran, and Douluo all spun with 3 color enhancements. Everyone seemed to finally understand. The 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Ning Rongrong had just made her move. Moreover, it was a full power move. Everyone was a bit surprised at this moment. Could it be that Ning Rongrong was just waiting for this moment? Meanwhile, the nether white tiger pounced down on Zhu Zhuqing. Bang! The sound of steel colliding. Compared to the previous strike, Zhu Zhuqing was only knocked back a few meters. However, likewise, after receiving the boost, the teammates launched their attacks against the nether white tiger. Several girls launched a joint assault, and regardless of power or speed, they had already closed the gap to an extreme, leaving everyone present astonished. Bang! 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 In an instant, each collision was filled with soul power, their figures flickering. Among them, Ning Fengji, who understood his own spirit best, was even more surprised and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Secmaster, Rongrong's full attribute enhancement for all teammates can actually last for 10 seconds? Given Rongrong's current soul power level, it should be at most 4 seconds, right? Chen Xian couldn't help but shout. I also find it unbelievable. Ning Fengji had counted it clearly, and last time he casually mentioned it to Master Rongrong. But he didn't expect such a significant improvement. Master Rongrong is truly a genius. Hexdeck Final Ultimatum. Crack. The 5-star restriction circle under Xiao Wu's feet directly stepped onto the nether white tiger. Many people still hadn't realized what this was. Immediately after, the other girls launched their soul skills, delivering the final blow to the Nether White Tiger's fusion skill within the full attribute enhancement that Rong could sustain. Second soul skill, Snake Blade. Under Meng Yiran's third soul skill with double power enhancement, along with the external soul bone state and Ning Rong's enhancement, the second soul skill unleashed. The terrifying power was likely close to level 60. A sharply pointed weapon pierced through the air. Davis and Zhu Zhiyun sensed danger and let out a fierce roar, jumping 3 feet high to dodge. However, what surprised everyone present was that the Nether White Tiger was directly pulled back by the current connected by 5 corners. Bang! The sound of electrical gravity echoed. It forcibly yanked it back. Chapter 117. Tang Hammer has made his move. Bang! The sound of electrical gravity echoed. It forcibly yanked it back. Poof! Meng Yiran's second soul skill, Snake Blade, directly stabbed into the body of the Nether White Tiger, blood instantly spraying out. The cries of pain from Davis and Zhu Zhiyun suddenly rang out. Fourth soul skill, Fire Dance Radiant Sun. Huo Wu similarly unleashed the strongest strike under the Rising Ring fusion. Boom! Immediately, the trapped Nether White Tiger was engulfed in red flames. Like a cornered beast, it couldn't evade. Third soul skill, Nether Slash. Zhu Zhuqing immediately took action. However, such a destructive soul skill still couldn't break through the enhancement of the Nether White Tiger's fusion skill's defense, which was also quite terrifying. First soul skill, the Phosphorus Wraith Poison. Meng Yiran punched fiercely upwards. A fierce dragon swept its tail. Then, she kicked the Nether White Tiger in the face. Bang! Finally, under Xiao Wu's last kick, the Nether White Tiger was kicked up 10 meters high, ultimately disintegrating in midair. Davis and Zhu Zhiyun's bodies fell without support, crashing heavily to the ground. The stab wounds on their chests, the burns across their bodies, and the severe blows to their faces left them battered and bruised. The match was finally declared over. The girls were all gasping for breath. Faced with the soul fusion skill of level 70, they had exhausted all their moves and spared no effort. If the final clash with the Spirit Hall team occurred under mutual understanding, it could be said to be quite tricky. First of all, Zhu Zhuqing's isolation may not give her any chance in positioning. Of course, facing the many tricky soul skills from the 7 girls, the Spirit Hall team would also have a headache. Everyone was discussing this matter. Do you think the Guardian team might actually defeat the Spirit Hall team? There's a possibility, right? Impossible. You have to know that in previous Soul Master competitions, the champion has always been this one, the Spirit Hall team. Moreover, this time the Spirit Hall team is the strongest it has ever been, with 3 members referred to as the Golden Generation. If the Guardian team is this strong yet can't defeat the Spirit Hall team, then the Spirit Hall team would be truly outrageous. Originally heavily injured and uncertain of life or death, Davis and Zhu Zhiyun, under Yi Lingling's 9 Hearts Begonia's healing, instantly stood up with all their stab wounds and burns healed as before. This allowed everyone to see the potential of the Guardian team while also recognizing the miraculous nature of the 9 Hearts Begonia spirit. It's simply more useful than having 100 doctors. As both sides passed each other, Zhu Zhu nodded at Zhu Zhuqing. Sister, I lost. If it really came to a life and death moment, I don't know if you would show mercy. This surprised Zhu Zhuqing a bit. It seemed like Zhu Zhiyun's goodwill was palpable, as she was already worried about the judgment moment for her family. Survival of the fittest. Only the strong can live. You didn't lose to me. You just lost my master. Zhu Zhuqing is still fundamentally kind-hearted, because her words also serve as a reminder to Zhu Zhiyun. If you want to live, if you want to change the situation of your family, you might consider taking her master as your teacher. In that case, as a disciple. FengYang will definitely protect her. What family iron rules? In the face of true strength, they are all empty talk. Zhu Zhiyun's pupils trembled slightly as she unconsciously looked towards the second floor. FengYang, perhaps, as long as she takes him as her master, she could really become powerful. However, suddenly, Zhu Zhiyun's pupils widened in shock as she looked at FengYang. There was a hint of crisis in her gaze. It turned out that above FengYang, a flash of golden light suddenly flickered. Boom! A loud explosion issued. It sounded like thunder roaring with lightning intertwining. In the center of that immense whirlwind, amidst the rotation of 9 soul rings, everyone felt an overwhelming pressure and looked up in awe. Dan Hao! Dan Hao! Dan Hao! The people from Spirit Hall were all shocked. Tang San was even more excited, overwhelmed by that powerful force. As Tang Hao descended closer, with red electric currents intertwining, a massive lightning hammer was already in his hand. FengYang, if you have the ability, then take my Hao Ian True Body S attack. He shouted fiercely. Originally, Bibi Dong still wanted to shout, "How dare you be impudent in front of the hall of the Pope?" But unexpectedly, Tang Hao's target was actually FengYang. The entire steel giant hammer was raised, carrying the power to destroy the heavens, making everyone present feel unsteady on their feet. For a moment, everyone's hearts trembled. Is this the Haotian Douluo? And the reason Tang Hao said this was clearly to force FengYang to take action rather than dodge. Those who had not witnessed FengYang's strength thought that Haotian Douluo was already the peak of pressure, believing that FengYang would definitely choose to evade this strike. But now, why would FengYang need to dodge? The Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo had absolute confidence in FengYang. Buzz. As the blue flame martial soul activated, the entire Pope's Hall was filled with an extremely intense heat. Bang! The soul rings then resonated. Without comparison, there's no harm. The first ring, red gold, a 2.8 million year super large soul ring, seemed to extend throughout the entire Pope's Hall. Everyone felt an even stronger sense of oppression. Where it passed, the ground shook and trembled. With the second soul ring, red gold, a 3.4 million year super large soul ring, extending out. Under such pressure, many people had already fallen to the ground. The third, for million years, red gold. The fourth, 4.6 million years, red gold. The fifth, 5.2 million years, red gold. The sixth, 5.8 million years, red gold. The seventh, 6.4 million years, red gold. The eighth, 7 million years, red gold. The ninth, 7.6 million years, red gold. From level 30 to Bibi Dong's peak, Douluo, everyone felt that terrifying pressure from the soul rings. It was as if 9 million year soul beasts, capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, were roaring in unison. The hearts trembled to the point where they could not fight. What is oppression? This is real terror? FengYang, the oppression from the soul rings seemed to have become even stronger. This means that the years of his soul rings had increased again. Especially the last few soul rings made people feel as if they were about to surpass the million-year range. It was heart-stopping. Those who had previously witnessed FengYang in action felt that something was different. And for those seeing FengYang take action for the first time, even the proudest person could only widen their eyes in shock at this moment. Especially the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo. Seeing Bibi Dong's beautiful face filled with shock at FengYang, felt secretly pleased. Chapter 118. Tang Hammer is instantly defeated in particular. The Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo, watching Bibi Dong's beautiful face filled with shock at FengYang, felt secretly pleased. 9 red gold, super, large million-year soul rings almost froze the entire scene. The oppression reached its peak. Before he even made a move, Tang Hammer's fierce and terrifying Haotian strike had already dimmed in comparison. It felt like a flickering candle dared to compete with the brilliance of the bright moon. So terrifying. Wait, if he wasn't mistaken, it seemed he had already reached level 96 as a titled Douluo. Everyone was once again shocked. FengYang seemed to be on a roll. For others, leveling up to a titled Douluo could take countless years, even a lifetime, with little progress. From the last time he acted until now, in just over a month, he had already risen from level 93 to level 96. Leveling up was as simple as eating. He also hadn't to use soul rings or soul skills, but rather the soul skills from his martial soul. Facing the descending Haotian strike, FengYang kicked out. Boom! The blazing blue flames shot towards Tang Hao, who was preparing to strike down with his giant hammer. Bang! In an instant, the blazing blue flames erupted around Tang Hammer, freezing him in midair. In the entire expanse of heaven and earth, there was no trace of Haotian hammers or a left. Everyone was horrified, as if they had forgotten to breathe. This Haotian, who could once battle 3 titled Douluos, was completely immobilized and unable to move with just one strike from FengYang. What kind of godly power is this? It can be said that the name Haotian Douluo has an extremely high reputation throughout the continent. He was hailed as the #1 genius of his time. Whenever Haotian Douluo appeared, the entire land would tremble. But now, he was being frozen by blue flames, as if by frost. Even a massive Haotian hammer he held high was also frozen. In midair, where was there even a hint of the Haotian hammer's might? Even Tang Hammer himself, wrapped in blue flames, had a grim expression, gritting his teeth, trying to break free, but to no avail. Under everyone's gaze, the 6-linked scarlet blue electric drill. At that moment, FengYang's entire figure suddenly disappeared from his spot. This was a skill he mastered after stepping in a level 96 Super Douluo, reaching the pinnacle of speed. No one reacted in time. Above the frozen Tang Hao, 6 scarlet blue electric drills had already appeared, pointed directly at Tang Hao. The aura of death at this moment was palpable to everyone present, even though that heavy power was just a small range. The next second, the azure drill plunged down in a series of strikes. Bang, 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 bang. 6 drills pierced through Tang Dazue's body with an average interval of 0.1 seconds. Previously, Yu Yuanjin had only suffered a single azure drill and died on the spot. Now, however, it was 6 azure drills violently penetrating him. The sound of penetration was heavy, and not only was his body penetrated, but his internal organs were completely shattered. No way could it be. Everyone was in disbelief. Father! Tang Sin shouted frantically. Tang Hao was in so much pain that he couldn't manage his expression. Clearly, he was completely incapacitated. To put it bluntly, he was already dead. At the last moment of penetration, FengYang's afterimage swept through Tang Hao's body and landed steadily on the ground. Before FengYang could turn around, the next moment, boom! In front of everyone's eyes, Tang Hao's whole body ignited in blue flames. Unlike the previous time when he was engulfed in blue flames, this was a clear burning. Ultimately, his entire head began to shrivel and turn to ashes. Everyone present gasped in shock. The once mighty Haoyang, who ruled the world, fell just like that under FengYang's single blow, without leaving any room for survival. If it weren't for witnessing it with their own eyes, hardly anyone would dare to believe it was real. Looking at FengYang, everyone felt a chill down their spines. To face such a person, it was simply a nightmare. Father! Tang Sin wept bitterly, crying out in anguish. Clenching his fists, he was filled with nothing but rage. The greatest support in his life had disappeared, but it was merely impotent fury. Because of his greed and Tang Hao's greed, insisting on obtaining the 100,000-year spirit ring from Xiao Wu, it led to such an easy demise. Ha! Davis also sneered coldly. Despite the shock, he felt no pity for Tang Hao. What a fool. Did he want to die? Is this the power of FengYang? Zhu Jian murmured. Not just her. At this moment, for all the girls present, including Hulaina, it was hard to suppress their admiration for strength. They all gazed longingly at FengYang. At this moment, he felt so unattainable, like a distant dream. Your Holiness, the Hao Yianduo, who has dominated our spirit hall for so many years, couldn't withstand a single blow from FengYang and was killed as if he were a child. Ghost Douluo said, Your Holiness, I suspect FengYang hasn't even shown his strongest move yet. Zhu Douluo said. Bibi Dong was already shocked to the extreme. After being reminded by the two, she finally reacted. She glanced at them out of the corner of her eye. Are you trying to become FengYang's lackeys? The two hurriedly lowered their heads in fear. We dare not. Then why are you so pleased with FengYang's power? Bibi Dong said unhappily. Your Holiness, you misunderstand. Bibi Dong snorted coldly. She was merely trying to save face. But her heart had already begun to waver. Just as she spoke slowly, almost simultaneously, FengYang seemed to remember something. He turned and waved towards Tang Hao's corpse. The originally burning blue flames instantly seemed to be under his control. Sure enough, within 2 seconds, 3 golden soul bones appeared. They were the left leg bone, right arm bone, and right leg bone. Wow! The entire place erupted in an uproar. The rarest items on the continent, soul bones. They're the only items capable of creating a significant gap between spirit masters. As soon as they appeared, they were something countless spirit masters would risk their lives to snatch. Under normal circumstances, the appearance of such soul bones would be like an antelope being hunted by a tiger, with surrounding hyenas rushing in to snatch the food. But at this moment, everyone only looked on with longing eyes, and no one dared to take a step forward. This showed the extent of FengYang's intimidation. Chapter 119. Humiliation indeed. There was no dodging, but he was directly countered by FengYang, leaving everyone present in shock, especially the female disciples, who really wanted to say, Is that it? Among them, Xiao Wu's heart was completely at ease. This big hammer, who previously wanted to hunt us down, now came to deliver himself to death. And he even brought 3 soul bones. Ningrong lauket. FengYang waved his hand. The 3 soul bones floated into his grasp. Among them, the right leg bone emitted a blue-silver aura. Clearly, this was the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone, although it was the weakest position among soul bones. It was incredibly powerful due to being a transformed soul bone after 100,000 years. It had special abilities of flight and healing. Almost wasted. The last time he killed Yu Yuanjin, no soul bones dropped because they were all burned to ashes by FengYang's blue flames, showing how terrifying the temperature of those flames was. At first, FengYang didn't know, until Ning Fengji reminded him that Yu Yuanjin had 3 soul bones. Only then did FengYang realize that the temperature of the blue flames was too high, incinerating the soul bones. This time he hadn't missed out. Everyone could only watch helplessly. Only FengYang's closest female disciples dared to observe from up close. Master, the aura emitted by these soul bones is truly powerful and mesmerizing. And just then, Tang San, whether out of madness or ignorance, dared to stand up and shout angrily. FengYang! He stared at FengYang. You have killed my father. Why do you want to take his relics? Moreover, one of the soul bones has the sin of my mother. Give them back to me. Everyone was stunned. They had never seen someone so oblivious. Your father was killed, and who is still discussing this with you? Ha ha ha. Ha ha. The whole place burst into laughter. Of course, aside from finding it funny, it was also to show off in front of FengYang. Some even directly insulted him. Kid, you really don't know how to die. Kid, don't act like a clown. Let me tell you, the blue flame Douluo doesn't care about you because he doesn't want to dirty his hands. I'm not afraid to help the blue flame Douluo teach you a lesson. Immediately, regardless of whether FengYang knew them or which academy and battle team they belonged to, they all activated their soul rings and rushed towards Tang San to give him a beating. This truly made FengYang laugh at this farce. Thus, the scene ended. It seemed calm, but in reality, it was full of turmoil. The main players were the Spirit Hall, Davis, and Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang. Tang San, battered and bruised, seemed to have lost everything and was almost going crazy. In the end, he could only go find Yu Xiaojiang, although he knew very well that this useless teacher couldn't help him in terms of strength at all. Tang San noticed that Yu Xiaojiang seemed to have some connections with the Spirit Hall. At this moment, how was Yu Xiaojiang not in a precarious situation? As long as the Spirit Hall decided to reconcile with FengYang, Yu Xiaojiang would undoubtedly become a sacrificial victim. Even if Tang San didn't come to seek him, he would still go. Inside the Pope's Hall, looking at Bibi Dong, who was sitting on the dragon chair with her back to them, Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo exchanged glances for a while, not daring to make a sound. But in the end, Zhu Douluo couldn't sit still any longer and finally spoke up. Your Holiness, how will the Spirit Hall proceed from here? Bibi Dong's back was to them, naturally not wanting them to see her conflicted and wavering expression. She was calculating the gains and losses. If they fought FengYang, how much loss would it bring to the Spirit Hall? If it didn't fight FengYang, what would be the consequences? After all, would FengYang really let go of past grievances and ambush the Spirit Hall's 1,500 soul masters in that canyon? Now that FengYang was at level 96, what would happen if he reached level 99 or even became a god? What else could happen? The soul master competition continued. And if it were to be terminated now, how could so many teams be willing? Bibi Dong said, Your Holiness, you know that I am not asking this question. Ghost Douluo said. At that moment, an old man with a white beard walked in. Although he had no expression, he gave off an intimidating presence. Great offering. Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo hurriedly greeted him respectfully. The visitor was none other than the grand offering of the Spirit Hall and the Judgment Elder, one of the 3 unparalleled Douluos known as Sky Invincible, Douluo. He slightly nodded, his gaze directly landing on Bibi Dong's face. Regarding the matter of confronting FengYang, let's think it over. Clearly, after witnessing FengYang's strength, Douluo didn't dare to engage in battle with FengYang, considering the potential massive losses to the Spirit Hall. This statement carried significant weight. Bibi Dong nodded directly, as if she had found a way out. I understand. It should be noted that she was the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Douluo had little to say to her. After confirming, he turned and left. This could be considered a long-term plan. After all, the Soul Master competition had not yet concluded, and there was still time to deliberate. However, shortly after Douluo left, Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo had just breathed a sigh of relief, glad they wouldn't have to be cannon fodder, when a guard came in to report. Your Holiness, Yu Xiaojiang has arrived. Upon hearing this name, Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo's faces immediately darkened. If it weren't for the fact that Yu Xiaojiang had a relationship with Bibi Dong, they would have beaten him up already. Bibi Dong hesitated for a second. Let him in. Yu Xiaojiang appeared dejected, unexpectedly followed by Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang, greeting your Holiness. Tang San, greeting your Holiness. If this scene hadn't been seen by FengYang, as a transmigrator, he knew very well Tang San's pride. In the original story, there were instances of kneeling and licking boots, but apart from that, no one could make Tang San kneel. Yet now it was fine. Bibi Dong also glanced at the battered Tang San. Although she knew he was a twin martial soul, under FengYang's reputation and the extraordinary performance of his disciples, he had been completely overshadowed. Is this your disciple? Bibi Dong asked. Yes, Yu Xiaojiang quickly took over, a rare super genius with twin martial souls. As long as your holiness is willing to help him take revenge for his father, he is willing to join the spirit hall and be loyal for life. BB Dong couldn't help but laugh at this rare occurrence. A mere level 40 trash. What if he has twin martial souls? Why should I offend a level 96 super Douluo for you? The humiliation was already written all over Tang San's face. Chapter 120. Just an ant. BB Dong laughed again. A mere level 40 trash. What if he has twin martial souls? Why should I offend a level 96 super Douluo for you? The humiliation was already evident on Tang San's face. He was extremely unwilling. Clearly, he had such a good start, with no more than 3 twin martial souls in the entire continent. Yet now, under everyone's scrutiny, he was nothing more than an ant. Anyone could step on him. Your Holiness, I will work hard. I am confident that I can become a titled Douluo in the future. I will serve the Pope's Hall and your Holiness with all my might. The reason why the title Douluo in the Pope's Hall could be so loyal was that they almost all joined the Spirit Hall when they were in their 20s. Going through years of trials before being promoted to title Douluo, Tang San's actions were completely normal from the perspective of the Spirit Hall. Similarly, Yu Xiaojiang also felt a flush of embarrassment. This not only slapped Tang San's face, but also showed no regard for Yu Xiaojiang. Your Holiness, I believe in my vision. The disciple Yu Xiaojiang, have taken will definitely become a title Douluo in the future. Yu Xiaojiang shouted. BB Dong looked at him for 2 seconds and couldn't help but want to laugh again. Hey, your vision? Now I want to ask you, what have you taught this disciple? A single question left Yu Xiaojiang speechless. Clearly, under the comparison with FengYang, BB Dong had already seen him as a joke, especially Zhu Douluo, who showed a look of disgust towards Yu Xiaojiang. A waste who was only level 29, trying to take on a disciple. What could he possibly teach others? Ha ha. Ghost Douluo laughed along. It's probably hard for you to even help your disciple kill a soul ring, right? Yu Xiaojiang couldn't help but clench his fists but dared not speak out, nor show his anger. He was so frustrated that he felt like fainting. Right now, he was in a miserable state. The Iron Triangle, friends were gone. His family was exterminated. BB Dong was no longer the easily deceived 18-year-old girl from back then. She now looked down on him directly. It could be said that he was now in a position where he had almost nowhere to stand. He felt that all of this was caused by FengYang. Unbeknownst to him, if it weren't for his fleeting thought that made FengYang leave Shrek, he could have enjoyed all these honors alongside FengYang. Unfortunately, Yu Xiaojiang's ambition was too great. He wanted to be on top. Everything was self-inflicted. Everything was deserved. So, does this mean that your Holiness the Pope is no longer going to hold FengYang accountable for the deaths of the 1,500 soul masters from the Spirit Hall? He is now in a difficult position. Discussing anything else seems meaningless. Only by killing FengYang can he relieve the hatred in his heart. In fact, it might even be the only way for him to survive. Once these words were spoken, BB Dong's expression also changed for the worse. It was not hard to see the deliberate provocation. Yu Xiaojiang, are you daring to provoke me? How could I dare? But if we really turn around and try to win FengYang over, what will the entire continent say about the Spirit Hall? FengYang is powerful. Even the Spirit Hall fears him. Not only will there be no revenge for the dead 1,500 soul masters, but they will also try to win FengYang over. And the most critical point is that FengYang might not even give them face. Yu Xiaojiang continued to speak. This not only made BB Dong's expression grow even worse, but even the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo beside her felt anger. You useless thing, are you looking for death? Let me tell you, stop spreading your nonsense in front of the Pope. It will only increase casualties. Can you bear that, you useless thing? After being scolded and ridiculed by the two for the second time, it was said that when Yu Xiaojiang first came to the Spirit Hall, the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo had a bad attitude towards him, but BB Dong immediately supported him. Now, they were merely looking at him coldly. This contrast made Yu Xiaojiang feel very uncomfortable, especially since, under his words, BB Dong remained completely unmoved. He had always fantasized that if he could rekindle his past relationship with BB Dong, he could stand beside her and let everyone who looked down on him, including those he thought had betrayed him, such as Lu Erlong, Flander, and the 2 titled Douluo mocking him. Even Tang San, who had begun to look down on him because of their words, know how amazing he, Yu Xiaojiang, really was. But ever since Yu Xiaojiang proposed to rekindle their past relationship and was ruthlessly mocked by BB Dong, that hope was shattered. This also led to the fact that he no longer had the qualifications to stand with BB Dong, or even behind her. He no longer refuted, showing a sad and sorrowful expression, attempting to use their past feelings to gain BB Dong's sympathy. Because of FengYang, my brother turned against me, my father died, tragically, and my family was destroyed. If your Holiness the Pope can help me take revenge, I am willing to be a dog under your Holiness. he shouted with deep sorrow, directly kneeling down on both knees. At this moment, he no longer cared for his dignity. The poisoned Douluo and the ghost Douluo felt that something was amiss. Seeing the person he once loved in such a humble state, how could Bibi Dong, with a romantic mindset, not feel a little moved? That feeling was akin to Chun Meijia encountering Xiao Longren, leaving people unable to understand. In this complicated interplay of love and hate, Bibi Dong felt she had won, but she couldn't feel any happiness. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes, seemingly unwilling to see Yu Xiaojiang's humble appearance. The poisoned Douluo and the ghost Douluo exchanged glances. At this moment, they did not dare to continue to verbally abuse Yu Xiaojiang. They could tell that even Yu Xiaojiang's humble appearance was hard to bear. So how could this strict and powerful pope bear to see Yu Xiaojiang in his dying moments? Let alone hand Yu Xiaojiang over to gain forgiveness for the encirclement and killing of FengYang. You can leave now. Bibi Dong spoke slowly. At this moment, Bibi Dong was only considering how to resolve the conflict with FengYang and cleverly preserve Yu Xiaojiang's life. She had not yet decided to completely sever ties with FengYang. However, the next moment, Davis, accompanied by his four-titled Douluo, came to the spirit hall to see Bibi Dong, which would completely change her thoughts and also give her courage. Your Holiness the Pope, FengYang's strength is at its peak. With the information from my royal family, we are well aware of FengYang's details. In a short time, FengYang has skyrocketed from a mere great soul master to a titled Douluo. Given time, FengYang will only grow stronger. If the spirit hall wants to reconcile with him, even if FengYang agrees, it will only be waiting to become a peak Douluo. Once he reaches that level, he will surely seek revenge for the spirit hall's encirclement and killing. Davis analyzed fiercely. Chapter 121. Distributing Soul Bones. The strength of the Star Luo Empire still makes it very difficult for the spirit hall to penetrate. Just this time, there are four titled Luo accompanying to participate in the battle. Moreover, the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire is a titled Douluo himself. Therefore, Davis spoke with great confidence, especially since this time, he had the opportunity to compete with Dai Mubai, who was also incapacitated. Your Holiness the Pope, FengYang's strength is at its peak. With information from my royal family, we are well aware of FengYang's details. In a short time, FengYang has skyrocketed from a mere great soul master to a titled Douluo. Given time, FengYang will only grow stronger. If the spirit hall wants to reconcile with him, even if FengYang agrees, it will only be waiting to become a peak Douluo. Once he reaches that level, he will surely seek revenge for the spirit hall's encirclement and killing. Davis analyzed fiercely. So what? Bibi Dong said softly, still maintaining a high and mighty posture. Davis did not dwell on it too much and directly replied. A ruthless look flickered in his eyes. Therefore, it would be better to take advantage of this opportunity to collaborate with the spirit hall, with all titled Douluo going all out. We will definitely be able to eliminate FengYang and completely eliminate our worries. It can be seen that Davis's determination to kill FengYang is quite strong. FengYang killed Tang Hao. It seems that Tang Hao has broken away from the Hao Ian sect, but if Tang Hao truly dies, the Hao Ian sect will not remain indifferent and will definitely request the royal family of the Star Luo Empire to jointly kill FengYang to avenge Tang Hao. Indirectly, FengYang will inevitably become an enemy. In addition, there is also the matter of Xiao Wu's 100,000-year soul ring. To obtain it, one must first pass FengYang's test. There is no other way to obtain it except to kill FengYang. The most important thing is that FengYang's strength is too terrifying. Such power is completely uncontrollable, posing a disaster that could explode at any time for the rulers of the continent. Huh, Bibi Dong sneered. You really have a good calculation. Thinking that with just your words, you can have the spirit hall take the front lines? Your Holiness the Pope misunderstood. This time, the four titled Douluo accompanying me can all take the field, plus the titled Douluo of the spirit hall. I believe that even if FengYang is strong, he cannot match us, right? Davis said. Zhu Zhuyan behind him also fell silent. All titled Douluo going all out. This time, there are four titled Douluo from the Star Luo Empire alone. The spirit hall has nearly 20 titled Douluo. FengYang is really going to be finished. Bibi Dong fell in a deep thought. As the peak Douluo, she had long estimated the consequences of killing FengYang. Given FengYang's current strength, attempting to kill him would definitely result in significant casualties. It was hard to say how many titled Douluos would die. Your Holiness, there seems to be no hesitation needed here, right? FengYang will undoubtedly become an enemy of the spirit hall, and it cannot be denied that he will also become an enemy of the Star Luo Empire. After all, he is the closest to the Heaven Do Empire. With all his disciples being subjects of the Heaven Do Empire, and he even has the full support of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's daughter. The key point is that if FengYang can return this time, he will definitely be granted a title and land by the royal family of the Heaven Do Empire. And once he has soldiers, it will be difficult to eliminate him. They would first have to destroy the Heaven Do Empire to kill FengYang. But how can they destroy the Heaven Do Empire with FengYang around? I believe your holiness should consider this matter. Davis went on to say a lot, but it was all to the point, even considering many subsequent matters. He seemed as carefree and arrogant as Dai Mu Bai, yet he had some calculations and intellect. However, what he didn't consider was FengYang's true strength. Not only did he fail to consider it, but everyone present also overlooked it. Bibi Dong was completely moved. Her goal had always been to take down the Heaven Do Empire first. But if the Heaven Do Empire had FengYang, that would be truly troublesome. Since they had to be enemies, it would be better to act decisively. I will think about this matter, and I will give you a response before the competition ends. All right, since that is the case, I will take my leave first, Davis said. No need to see you off. Clearly, Bibi Dong intended to discuss the pros and cons with Qian Daolu. On the other side, the girl disciples crowded around FengYang. Master, how will you distribute that soul bone? Master, let me use that 100,000 year blue silver emperor right leg bone. I'm an auxiliary system, if I can also fly. I won't be scared anymore, Ning Rongrong said. With your soul skill, you can hide in our bodies. Why do you need to fly? Meng Yiran said. Exactly. Dugian interjected. According to what you said, that right leg bone also has repairing abilities, which can enhance Lingling's martial soul recovery ability. After all, they were the original teammates. They could all think of benefits. Yi Lingling, who had been invisible all along, was also present. FengYang smiled and replied, Rongrong, you definitely won't have a chance with these 3 soul bones. Ning Rongrong pouted, looking displeased. After all, she was still greedy. She already had the head bone, while the other girls didn't, and she still wanted more. Master, she began to act coyly, rubbing against his chest like a little kitten, but FengYang pulled her away. Stop it. Seeing an opportunity, Xiao Wu quickly snuggled into FengYang's arms. Master, I'm not greedy. I just want that 50,000 year left leg bone to increase my foot power output. How should I say it? It really suits Xiao Wu. After all, she uses her feet. All right. Xiao Wu was astonished and felt exceptionally delighted. The others looked at this scene with envy. This master is a real master. Such a rare soul bone. And he just gives it away? At that moment, everyone wished they could worship him as their master. Master, the right arm bone. The right arm bone is suitable for me. Meng Yiran quickly shouted. Although she had an arm martial soul, she also exerted power through her right arm. There was nothing to say. After all, as long as one was an attack-type soul master, having a soul bone would definitely be better than not having one. All right, I'll give you this right arm bone, FengYang said. Thank you, master. Meng Yiran excitedly expressed her gratitude. Soon, the second soul bone was also distributed. With only one left, the girls all wore expectant expressions, hoping FengYang would give it to them. Under the gaze of FengYang's disciples, one by one, they stopped competing and obediently stood in place, waiting for FengYang to choose. However, to many people's surprise, FengYang directly chose the girl standing in the corner. Yi Lingling, come here. The girls all looked at her with envy. Yi Lingling felt incredulous, a hint of surprise appearing on her otherwise indifferent face, which she didn't even notice herself. She walked up to FengYang. Master, this right leg bone is for you. FengYang directly handed it to her. Yi Lingling received it with both hands, looking at the radiant soul bone, filled with unique soul power. This was the first time she had seen a soul bone so closely, even holding in her hand. She was so excited that her whole body trembled slightly. Master, this 100,000 year blue silver emperor right leg bone feels a bit wasteful for me. I think it will be better for an attack-type soul master. That's what you say. But this right leg bone has 2 other effects, flight and healing, which can greatly protect you. Take it. Don't be polite, FengYang said. Thank you, master. She was so excited that her voice became choked with emotion. She originally thought she might never receive FengYang's favor. After all, she always stood silently in the corner. She was not as lively and cute as Xiao Wu or as bold as Huo Wu and Meng Yiran. She thought the master wouldn't like her, and she never expected him to think of her. Unexpectedly, Yi Lingling suddenly gained confidence in herself. She felt an impulse inside, thinking she could compete with those beautiful and passionate girls. The other girls who didn't receive soul bones felt somewhat disappointed. Like Huo Wu and Duge Yin, especially Zhu Zhuqing, who was the first disciple to enter the 7-member team, didn't get a soul bone at all, which felt too unfair. Why is that? Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but wonder. Why not give it to her? That right leg bone, if it could fly, would be very suitable for attacking from the air, and it could also self-repair. Could it be because these girls had given themselves to the master and she hadn't? Zhu Zhuqing thought about it and became more certain. Xiaowu didn't need to say much. It was almost known that she had practiced with FengYang. It was obvious what FengYang did during the several days he spent in Meng Yiran's grandparents' carriage on the way here. But when did Yi Lingling do that? Wasn't that too insidious? Usually silent, was she actually operating in secret? All right. Seeing the other girls looking somewhat disappointed, FengYang also comforted them. Those who haven't obtained a soul bone, don't worry. If you win the championship in this competition, there will still be 3 soul bones as rewards. I believe you can achieve it. Huh, really? That sounds great. We must win the championship this time. What do you mean must win? I think it would be better if they just handed us the awards directly. Seeing these girls so arrogant, many students from the Spirit Hall felt extremely displeased. What the heck? After all this effort, we finally made it to the top 4, and they dare to speak like this? Handing them the awards directly? Look at how cocky they are. Once they see the Spirit Hall team in action, they'll know what it means to have people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. When we go back, we'll tell Boss Yeyu that we must crush this team until they can't find their teeth. Of course. However, these Spirit Hall students didn't dare to say it out loud. They just huddled together and whispered, mainly afraid of FengYang's retaliation. Grandpa and Grandma, Master really loves me the most. He gave me another soul bone. Meng Yiran proudly showed the sparkling arm bone to Meng Shu and KO-Xiangxiang. The two were also extremely happy. Previously, they had unexpectedly helped Meng Yiran obtain an external soul bone, and now she got another right arm soul bone. The two exchanged a shy glance. Sigh, Meng Shu sighed, thinking that if Yiran had given herself to FengYang, he wouldn't care about her, but unexpectedly. I was too narrow-minded in my judgment of others. You're the kind of person who thinks of FengYang that way. KO-Xiangxiang said. Huh, old lady, what do you mean by that? After spending over 100 years with me, don't you know what kind of person I am? Meng Shu replied, unhappily. Ningrongrong, why didn't you get a soul bone? You don't seem sad at all? Vivian asked. Ningrongrong was also not someone who could hide secrets. To show off, fine. I'll tell you quietly then, actually, Master gave me a head bone that is over 30,000 years old long before you guys. Saying it quietly, but really, who can't hear it? She was afraid everyone would think she was falling out of favor. What? This left Wu Wu and Meng Yiran a bit stunned. After all, the head bone is the second most important part after the external soul bone, and not far away. Chen Xian also felt much more comfortable. I didn't expect this twist. Ha. Ning Fengji also chuckled lightly. Privately, Zhu Zhuqing took the opportunity to call out to Yi Lingling. Ye Lingling, what's wrong? The two indifferent girls exchanged glances. You. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a moment, but still asked straightforwardly, when did you give yourself to Master? Huh. Yi Lingling was taken aback. A faint blush appeared on her icy white face. What do you mean I gave myself to Master? I originally thought you would be an honest person who wouldn't stoop to lying. Zhu Zhuqing said. I didn't lie. If you didn't lie, why are you blushing? Zhu Zhuqing stared at her intently. I shouldn't be. Yi Lingling touched her cheek, feeling a bit warmer than usual. Zhu Zhuqing snorted coldly. Fine, maybe it's because I... Before Yi Lingling could finish her sentence, Zhu Zhuqing turned and walked away. I already had that thought, that's why I blushed. Yi Lingling watched her back and finished speaking to herself. That evening, FengYang checked their inscription skills again. He couldn't be careless in the upcoming match against the Spirit Hall team. If they were all incapacitated in one round, that would be quite embarrassing. However, when Zhu Zhuqing saw him coming, she directly brushed past him without even glancing his way. Oh, this really got FengYang's mood up. Zhu Zhuqing. She finally stopped, turned around, but her deep black eyes were still unwilling to look at him, looking quite petulant. Didn't you see me? You didn't even say hello? FengYang said with a slight seriousness. Master is so disgusting, I don't want to talk to you. Zhu Zhuqing replied. FengYang frowned. What the heck? Why am I disgusting? Zhu Zhuqing met his gaze, but looked hesitant. Forget it, if I had known what kind of person Master was, I wouldn't have been disappointed. Chapter 123, The Frozen Tomb. Zhu Zhuqing finally met his gaze, but looked hesitant. Forget it, if I had known what kind of person Master was, I wouldn't have been disappointed. FengYang was momentarily stunned by her words. Just say it clearly. She feigned silence. Do you believe I'll spank you? FengYang said, as he prepared to grab her shoulder. It's all because of Master thinking about the girl's body. Giving you soul bones just because you gave him your body, treating them well if you do, and treating them poorly if you don't. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing's wronged expression, yet still pretending to be cold, FengYang couldn't help but want to laugh. He had no intention of explaining, just teasing her a little. As long as you know. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned awkward. Bang! The sound of a heart breaking. She stared blankly at FengYang. She never expected that Master wouldn't comfort her at all, and he really was biased in this way. She pretended to be strong, forcibly swallowing down her sadness. Well, anyway, I won't care about Master anymore. She had a high and cold demeanor, but her tsundere nature was already showing. Well, fine, then you better behave. Or if you make a mistake, I'll spank you. FengYang said. Zhu Zhuqing's heart sank again. Also, before facing the Spirit Hall Academy, you must level up to level 5 in isolation and support, or you'll get spanked. FengYang continued. Zhu Zhuqing was speechless again. Now she was only at level 3.5, and she needed to reach level 5 in just a week? Wasn't this deliberately making things difficult for herself? Master, are you being so disgusting just to have my body? Yes, you said it yourself. Master is a disgusting person. If I'm not disgusting, then what is disgusting? FengYang Lao get. Zhu Zhuqing was completely at a loss. The subsequent quarterfinals were also quite exciting. It was the Lightning Academy, known for its strongest offensive capabilities among the 5 Elements Academy, against the Heavenly Water Academy. From the very beginning, the Lightning Academy launched a strong offensive. After a round of ordinary control, they forced the Heavenly Water Academy, Shui Bing'er, and Shui Wu to directly unleash their martial soul fusion technique, ice and snow drifting. The entire battlefield was instantly covered in ice and snow. Create a dark cloud that begins to snow, with each snowflake as sharp as a blade. All the snowflakes swirl down, transforming into an ice and snow vortex that sweeps towards the opponent, delivering an unending barrage of slicing attacks. It was initially thought that the Tianshui Academy would continue to win with this ultimate move and smoothly advance to the top 4. However, it was unexpected that the Thunder Academy was already well prepared. They activated a 7-person fusion technique, Thunderstorm. The 7 formed a circle, gathering the power of lightning to withstand this explosive fusion technique. All the icy blades falling on the Thunder Academy caused no damage at all, in a decisive manner. After all, Shui Bing'er's fusion technique consumed a tremendous amount of soul power, while the Thunderstorm fusion technique consumed relatively little. Waiting for the main force's soul power to be depleted, the entire duel would come to an end. However, Shui Bing'er directly stopped the second phase of the martial soul fusion technique, Ice Phoenix. Instead, she activated the inscription soul skill, Glacier's Path. She unleashed a mass of icy magic claws, 10 meters in diameter, freezing everything in their path, and could instantly teleport to the current location of the icy claws. In an instant, she arrived at the center of the 7 members of the Thunder Academy who were huddled together for warmth. Everyone was somewhat dumbfounded. What on earth is this? This soul skill actually has such an ability? However, she voluntarily entered their encirclement. Is she seeking death? The people of Thunder Academy couldn't help but laugh. Haha, then let us give Shui Bing'er a fatal blow. However, as the 7 launched their attacks towards Shui Bing'er, a deep shout rang out, Frozen Tomb. The dark ice instantly wrapped around Shui Bing'er, granting immunity to any damage and making her untargetable for 5 seconds. Although unable to perform any actions, a cold light emanated within a 5-meter radius, reducing opponent's attack and speed by 50% for 5 seconds. This kind of control and battlefield division not only left everyone present dumbfounded, but even the Thunder Academy members were momentarily flustered. They fell into a trap. Quickly dodge, quickly retreat. But with their attack and speed reduced by 50%, and all 7 affected, Shui Bing'er's other teammates had long activated their soul skills and surged forward. Within those 5 seconds, they knocked all 7 opponents to the ground. The match was over. Wow, the audience was in an uproar. My God, this is too impressive. What was initially thought to be a lone attempt to find death unexpectedly turned out to be a solo charge into battle. This must be a self-created soul skill. Shui Bing'er from Tianshui Academy is absolutely on par with FengYang's female disciples. Had he been living under a rock? The 7 girls from Tianshui Academy had already apprenticed under FengYang during the Great Selection of the Tiando Empire, including Shui Bing'er. Wow, this all seems to explain a lot. Soon, the team that everyone was most looking forward to, the Spear Hall team, made their entrance. This was also the match to advance to the top 4 of the Spear Hall. As soon as they appeared, they received enthusiastic support from many teams. After all, there were 3 competitors who had received the Spirit Hall's purple record medal and had broken through level 50 at a young age. Especially Hulaina. Under her fox martial soul, her enchanting charm made all the men present feel a flutter in their hearts. just like in a drama. Hulaina immediately unleashed her charm soul skill. The entire half of the opponent's area was quickly enveloped in pink mist. Those with low soul power could not see clearly at all. If Zhu Zhuqing had a low presence, then Hulaina raised the presence significantly, making everyone focus on her. Even if one did not look in her eyes, they could still form a martial soul fusion technique, enchantment, with her brother Xiaoyu. Within the entire area covered by the pink mist, everyone's sensory soul power actions would be reduced by 50%. Master, what should we do if we can't see anything? Ning Rongrong asked. This charm soul skill is much more powerful than mine, Xiao Wu said. Boom! The unfortunate team from the Star Luo Empire, having entered the top 8, was thrown out from the red mist before they even realized what was happening. Everyone was astonished. They were thrown out without even hearing the sounds of battle. It seemed that they wouldn't get to see them in action today. One after another, the second, third, and fourth teams were thrown out. Just like that, a team that made into the top 8 was utterly defeated by the martial soul fusion techniques of Hulaina and Xiaoyu, shaking the entire venue. It was so shocking. Is this the Spirit Hall team? How terrifying, compared to the flashy skills of the Guardian team. The Spirit Hall team feels much simpler and more brutal. Indeed, even though the previous match of the Guardian team was eye-catching compared to the Spirit Hall team, it felt like they were not even on the same level. Who would argue otherwise? There is no doubt that the final champion will belong to them. The other students of the Spirit Hall team also began to mock. Did you see? Once the enchantment is out, what does the Guardian team's strength count for? In the face of true power, all methods are merely frivolous. Xiaoyu provocatively pointed his curved blade at the Guardian team. This also counts as being the first person. Such courage. Chapter 124, BB Dong's qualities, both chosen and unique this time. After witnessing the strength of the Spirit Hall, the girls began to feel uneasy. Inside the room, 3 Soul Kings above level 50 had strength that surpassed them by a lot. The key was that there was also a group-type martial soul fusion technique. Could it be that we, like other teams, will be directly thrown out by their martial soul fusion technique? Although Hulaina had surpassed level 50, her qualifications were actually comparable to those of these girls. Otherwise, she wouldn't be the same age as Qianren Xue, one just at level 50, while the latter was already at level 70. Looking at them, FengYang also took over the conversation. Instead of worrying here, it's better to hurry up and practice. Only then did the girls begin to intensify their training in inscription skills, never having been this serious before. Within a few days, the most important were Xiao Wu and Meng Yaran, as their new inscription soul skills were crucial for their encounter with the Spirit Hall. Xiao Wu's Power-Splitting Mountain concentrates power for 3 seconds. Upon hitting, it can directly split a martial soul fusion technique, a rather explosive soul skill. This means that from now on, the power of martial soul fusion techniques will no longer exist. Golden Holy Shield provides shield for all teammates within the area, lasting for 60 seconds. With such an enhancement, it can be said that even if they were enchanted and attacked, there would still be a chance to buffer. Under the undercurrents, the semi-finals of the 4-into-2 were still proceeding smoothly. And today, before the draw, all the teams were lined up in the center of the Soul Arena. With the announcement of His Holiness the Pope has arrived, Duong, all the soldiers of the Spirit Hall knelt on one knee, bowing their heads and clasping their fists towards the upper end of the Spirit Hall. Long live! Long live! Long live! The grandeur was comparable to that of a royal emperor. Under everyone's gaze, at about the 5th level of the Pope's Hall, a stunning woman slowly walked out. With fair skin and nearly perfect features, she wore a dazzling golden gown that sparkled from head to toe, adorned with over 100 red, blue, and gold gemstones. The 9-curved purple gold crown on her head radiated brilliance, and she held a 2-meter-long scepter embedded with countless gems. An air of nobility and solemnity emanated from her. It was precisely because of her high position that she had watched many matches unnoticed. Manwile, FengYang Scanet BB Dong. Ding. Name, BB Dong. Level, 99. Qualification, 305, over 300 qualifications. Even higher than her daughter Qianren Xue. Truly a chosen one, and also the only one. It seems that in the current continent, no one can surpass her. After looking around, BB Dong's gaze locked onto FengYang. Despite her oppressive stare, she couldn't shake FengYang's calm demeanor in the slightest. This made her clench her fists involuntarily. No one dared to look directly at her in front of the Pope BB Dong. She slowly withdrew her gaze. The decisive battle of the Soul Master competition was about to begin, and the ultimate victor would receive the grand prize from the Spirit Hall. With a wave of her scepter, BB Dong said, "Buzz." The brilliant light began to overflow, dazzling everyone's eyes. Almost instantly, They all showed expressions of covetousness, until 3 soul bones floated into the air. Wow, I didn't expect the Spirit Hall to be so generous this time. Yes, we knew the reward would be soul bones, but we didn't expect it to be 3. Unfortunately, most of our teams are out of luck. I'm a bit impulsive. With so many titled Douluo present, do you dare to fight for it? BB Dong's Ghost Douluo stepped forward to introduce. These 3 soul bones all come from 10,000-year soul beasts, namely the wisdom skull of mental concentration, the flame right arm of explosive combustion, and the wind-running left leg of rapid advancement. Among them, the wisdom skull comes from a soul beast over 50,000 years old, personally slain by the former pope, making it a top-tier soul bone. There can only be one victor. BB Dong continued. Therefore, these 3 soul bones will belong to the final champion. The semifinals will be held this afternoon, and the winner will directly enter the finals tomorrow. The reason for this arrangement is obvious to most people. After all, FengYang had just distributed the 3 soul bones he obtained from Tang Hao to his disciples. Absorbing soul bones is indeed urgent. Once they absorb the soul bones, their strength will definitely rise to a new level. However, if it's a quick battle, that can't be guaranteed. At this time, the strength of the Spirit Hall is absolutely overwhelming. Moreover, in their eyes, the super genius FengYang, who knows what extraordinary skills he will design for his girl disciples. In this semi-finals, the Shrek Academy faced the Guardian team. Shrek Academy chose to forfeit directly. The Guardian team advanced to the finals effortlessly. The final battle would still be against the Spirit Hall. This made everyone filled with anticipation, especially the teams from both sides. It was impossible to say they were not nervous. Inside the Spirit Hall, the 7 who were about to enter the finals stood with their heads bowed and fists clasped. BB Dong languidly leaned against the Pope's chair, crossing her legs. Her enchanting posture was captivating. Yet, because of her authority, no one dared to harbor any disrespectful thoughts towards BB Dong. You should all know what this match means. Not just an opportunity for you to become famous, but it also symbolizes the ownership of the 3 soul bones. With the 7 treasure, glazed tile sect, and so many high-level soul master academies watching, the Spirit Hall cannot go back on its word. BB Dong said softly, "Understood, Your Holiness." The 7 nodded in unison. All the skills used by the Guardian team. You should be clear about them now, right? Understood, Your Holiness. They all nodded. With true strength in battle, they definitely won't be your opponents. BB Dong asserted. Yes. However, Your Holiness, I'm worried that FengYang might teach his disciples some special soul skills that will catch us off guard, Hulaina said. As soon as these words came out, the other 6 also looked at her, feeling a bit anxious. Humph. BB Dong snorted. I've seen the qualifications of those girls. They're just average. Even if FengYang has the ability to teach, those girls don't have the qualifications to learn. The reason I arranged the matches so tightly is precisely for this. Understood, Your Holiness. Hulaina clasped her fists. Juju Douluo stepped forward. You should know what this match means, right? It's not just an opportunity for you to gain fame. It also symbolizes the ownership of the 3 soul bones. With the 7 treasure glazed tile sect and so many high-level soul master academies watching, the Spirit Hall cannot go back on its word. Juju Douluo. Xiaoyu clasped his fists. Didn't you say you wanted to tear your face off with FengYang? Why do you still care about this? Ghost Douluo stepped forward. Do you think tearing your face off with FengYang and the distribution of soul bones are the same thing? What do you mean? Xiaoyu asked. It's simple. Tearing your face off with FengYang is just targeting him alone. However, if the rewards of the entire Soul Master competition are not fulfilled, it not only means that the Spirit Hall has broken its promise, which would undermine its credibility, but could also lead to the Tiando Empire questioning us. After all, we, the Spirit Hall, paid the price of 3 soul bones to hold the finals here. Ghost Douluo said seriously. In the past, the Soul Master competition was either held in the Tiando Empire or the Xingluo Empire, and it was never the Spirit Hall's turn. After all, no matter how strong the Spirit Hall is, it is still not a country. But this time, the Spirit Hall said it would offer 3 soul bones, which led to an agreement to hold it in the Spirit Hall. This made the Soul Masters and ordinary people believe that the current Spirit Hall could rival the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire. Its credibility is even higher, making it easier to attract a large number of Soul Masters to join, especially in the later stages. The 2 major empires had almost no fresh blood left and had all joined the Spirit Hall. Unfortunately, in the end, the Spirit Hall was still destroyed. I understand. Xiaoyu nodded. This is both a reward and pressure for you. If you lose, I will throw you all into the mysterious canyon for 3 years of training. Ghost Douluo's face was somewhat grim. The 7 members of the team felt a tightness in their hearts. The mysterious canyon was purely a dark place, filled with all sorts of monsters and demons that could appear at any moment. Looking at the progress of the girls, FengYang felt there was no hope. Even though they had absorbed 3 soul bones, they still couldn't fully master or use them. At this rate, it seemed that they wouldn't be able to defeat the Spear Hall team, FengYang said slowly. The girls lowered their heads, seemingly acknowledging this, lacking confidence. Master, we will give it our all. Yi Lingling unexpectedly stepped forward, encouraging everyone. That's right. We will do our best. We will win. Even if our soul skills have been studied by them, we will give it our all. We won't let Master down. The girls all declared. Haimpeha FengYang Chuklet. If shouting slogans was effective, then what was the point of having strength? The girls fell silent again. To be honest, if these girls were taken individually, none of them could stand on their own. After all, the main plot relied on Xiao Sanzi's unique strength. Even though Xiao Sanzi now hated FengYang to the point of wanting to drink his blood and eat his flesh, nothing was worse than watching her father die tragically while his soul bones were divided. All right, you all take this, FengYang said lightly. With a wave of his hand, various exotic immortal herbs appeared in his palm, radiating magical colors that attracted the girls' attention. Wow, were these fresh immortal herbs? The spiritual energy is so abundant. It seems to fill the entire room. These fresh, immortal herbs must be quite old, right? The girls exclaimed in awe. That's right. FengYang Continent. These top-grade immortal herbs are comparable to 100,000-year soul rings. Master, are you really giving these to us? The girls were astonished. FengYang stopped talking nonsense and directly began calling names. Rongrong. Ning Rongrong happily stepped forward. Master, she sweetly called out. This one, the Chihuahua tulip, is yours. FengYang said. Thank you, Master. Lingling. Master. The 8-petal immortal orchid. Thank you, Master. Finally, the Chirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum, Wangchuan Qiushui Du, and Chicken Crown Phoenix sunflower were all distributed. However, Xiao Wu unexpectedly picked the Heartbreak Red, and in the end, exchanged it with Huo Wu. This also indirectly showed that Huo Wu so easily revealed a sincere heart. In the end, only Zhu Zhiqing had not received an immortal herb. She felt wronged again in her heart, thinking that she seemed to have really fallen out of favor, especially since FengYang had made all the girls consume the immortal herbs to absorb their effects. Yet he still overlooked her. Zhu Zhiqing just stood there, staring blankly at him, until FengYang turned his gaze and locked eyes with her. Zhuqing, what will you do if I didn't prepare anything for you? FengYang smiled. Zhu Zhiqing paused for a moment, suppressing her sadness. If there's nothing, then forget it, I'm not surprised. Haha. FengYang laughed. Then you can go first. Zhu Zhiqing turned around, but the unwillingness in her heart forced her to care more than she wanted to. So, she turned back again, her eyes already showing a trembling that she herself hadn't noticed. Master, how can you do this? What's wrong? FengYang held back a laugh, looking at her. If Master likes me, just tell me what to do. Why use this dismissive method? Zhu Zhiqing said with a cold expression. Just say it. That would be too embarrassing. You have to take the initiative. Otherwise, how can we maintain our positions? Feeling that it was about time to stop teasing, FengYang laughed again. I'm just teasing you. Look at you so impatient. This is a water immortal jade bone. Looking at the immortal herb radiating rich soul power, it seemed more potent than the others. This made Zhu Zhiqing feel a sense of favoritism. Master, are you really just teasing me? She asked with wide, confused eyes. Yes. Really not thinking about my body? She continued to ask. Of course not. FengYang replied seriously. Zhu Zhiqing felt a strange sense of disappointment rising in her heart, thinking, Master is so cunning. He must be playing hard to get. I must keep my composure. All right, quickly go absorb it. Tomorrow morning at 8. I want to check the effects of what you all consumed on time. FengYang said. After a night of digestion, the immortal herbs had filled the girls' bodies. The enhancement made every girl excited and happy. Among them, Huo Wu directly broke through the level 50 bottleneck, reaching level 51 and becoming a soul king. Not only that, but her inscription soul skill also rose from level 4 to level 6. This meant her soul rings would be even more extraordinary. Chapter 126. How are they trained? Huo Wu directly broke through the level 50 bottleneck, reaching level 51 and becoming a soul king. Not only that, but her inscription soul skill also rose from level 4 to level 6. This meant her soul rings would be even more extraordinary. Ningrongrong. Just like in the main plot, transformed her 7-treasure glaze tile into a 9-treasure glaze tile, enhancing various soul skills by 20 based on their corresponding level ratios. This meant she was now a level 40 Soul Master, with a 40 increase, directly becoming level 60. Not only that, her level also jumped from level 45 to level 49, just a step away from becoming a Soul King. Douluo directly stepped into level 50 from level 46. Yi Lingling went from level 44 to level 48, and her inscription soul skill also improved. The star infusion rose to level 3, slowly draining the soul power of opponents within a 20-meter radius and converting it to restore the soul power of allies. The skill to detoxify from the bone marrow. Cleansing Heart was also mastered. Douluo Bo's detoxification method of waiting for the stars and the moon could finally begin. The two abilities of the soul bone, repair and flight, also became effortless. FengYang went from level 44 to level 48. The latest inscription soul skill, Golden Holy Shield, was also mastered. Xiaowu went from level 44 to level 48. The latest inscription soul skill, Splitting Mount Hua, was also mastered. The water immortal jade bone that Zhu Zhuqin consumed had the most significant enhancement, breaking through the bottleneck from level 45 to level 50 and reaching the realm of Soul King. If it weren't for a bottleneck here, leveling up to 6 or 7 would definitely be possible. Now the girl's confidence has also risen. They are all touched and reluctant to let go of FengYang. Master, I want to kiss you. Me too. And me. This scene somewhat resembles FengYang being wall-slammed and kissed by several flirty girls. In a while, his face was already covered with lip prints from a few girls. You all like to kiss, right? FengYang pretended to be serious. Why? The girls looked at him without any fear, as if they knew he wasn't really angry. Master, what do you want? After today's competition, I'll be waiting for you in bed, FengYang said. Instantly, they let go of themselves. Whoosh! The girls turned red in an instant, squealing shyly. Unexpectedly, the next second, Master, you said it. Ning Rongrong said directly. Master, I've been waiting for this day for a long time, Douluo said. Master, I'm worried about your health. How about we take turns? It's fine anyway. Yi Lingling can help the Master recover. By the way, Lingling, can you heal your body and restore your energy? I should be able to. Then Master, tonight. I'll be waiting for you. This scene left FengYang stunned. Is this a place for romance? He originally thought he was a big bad wolf. But who knew that under the physiological thirst of these girls, he was actually a little sheep. And in the final battle of the Soul Master competition, the curtain was also raised. The moment the 7 entered the Spirit Hall's battle arena. The Spirit Hall team had long been waiting there in various relaxed postures and with smug taunts. Finally here, today they would show them what true strength is, what the Spirit Hall really is. The gap in spirit power is an insurmountable chasm. Facing 3 Soul Kings, I want to see how they can win. Not only that, the surrounding onlookers believe this would be a battle without any suspense. Do you think the Guardian team can withstand the first round of the Spirit Hall? It's hard to say, especially since this first round is the most difficult. Facing the taunts, the girls were not angry at all. After taking the Spirit Grass to enhance their spirit power, their anxiety disappeared. Instead, they were filled with confidence and composure. Then we can only fight quickly. That's right. In the competition early and go back to accompany the Master. Just thinking about being with the Master soon makes every cell in my body jump. Me too. I feel so excited. Every time I ask Xiao Wu what it feels like to be with the Master, she never wants to say. But now I can finally experience it myself. Haha, but I want to go first. Why should you go first? Because you're a panda? At this moment, everyone present was dumbfounded. This good Soul Master competition had turned directly into a chaotic classroom. Looking at these beautiful girls with alluring figures and listening to their remarks. How could a normal man withstand such impulses? Listening to this discussion, Ning Fengji, Douluo Bo, and others couldn't help but cover their faces. After all, their daughters and granddaughters are inside. This is simply outrageous. FengYang also felt embarrassed. Although he was close to revealing everything, he couldn't help but sigh. When girls get lewd, men really have no part in it. Please, all members of the Guardian team, pay attention. This is the solemn place of the Spirit Hall, not your lewd place. Please stop the filthy language. An elder from the Spirit Hall sternly shouted. Ha! The whole place burst into laughter. Even Bibi Dong, who stood at the top, looked at FengYang with a disgusted expression, although she didn't say a word. Perhaps it was because of the trauma from Qianshuan's illness back then. Seeing so many girls being so lewd and fallen, she shifted all the blame onto FengYang. After all, are you a disciple or a harem? Bibi Dong's disgusted gaze was also evident. The solemn and sacred Spirit Hall? It definitely needs some renovation. The girls finally realized and restrained themselves, no longer speaking. A person's recklessness must have powerful backing. Just like Xiaoyu daring to point a curved knife at the Guardian team, it was because he was backed by the Spirit Hall. As both sides activated their spirits and rhythmically moved their soul rings, the Spirit Hall team had always been the dominant force in this decisive arena. Xiaoyu Yan and Hu Laiina were the youngest recipients of the Purple Record Medal in history, making them the golden generation of the Spirit Hall Academy. Now, let's take a look at the profiles of the Spirit Hall team members. Xiaoyu, Spirit Moonblade, level 52 Assault System Soul King. Hu Laiina, Spirit Demon Fox. Known as the Heavenly Fox, level 51 Control System Soul King. Yin, Spirit Flame Lord, level 52 Assault System Soul King. Sun Chuantao, Li Kai, level 48, level 47. Agility Attack System, Zhang Ping, level 47. Support System, Weapon Soul Sect Suyu, level 46. In terms of levels, the Spirit Hall Academy still crushes the entire arena. Wait, what about the Guardian team's levels? Everyone in the audience widened their eyes, looking at the girls in disbelief. Chapter 127. The showdown begins. Wait, what about the Guardian team's levels? As all eyes turned to the girls, it was almost instant. All major teams, including Ning Fengji, Douluo Bibi Dong, and their opponents Xiaoyu and Hu Laiina, all looked at the Guardian team girls with disbelief. Zhu Zhuqing, level 50. Du Guiyan, level 50. Hu Wu, level 51. Ning Rongrong, level 49. Xiao Wu, level 48. Meng Iran, level 48. Yi Lingling, level 48. All the girls showed significant level increases. At least they all rose by more than 4 levels. 3 Soul Kings. This immediately caught up with the Spirit Hall Academy's levels. This is too outrageous, right? It's only been a few days. How on earth did this happen? Do we even need to ask? It must be their master, FengYang. Amid the shocked discussions, almost everyone looked at the young FengYang at the top. He stood there calmly, as if everything seemed so natural. What kind of supernatural means did he use? In just 2 or 3 days, he was able to help his disciples level up so much. It's truly terrifying. With such a master, even the most useless person would probably succeed, right? Who says otherwise? I could do it too. At this moment, FengYang's terror almost reached a new level. If FengYang was once synonymous with the term human slaughterer, then now the entire continent would have a new term, divine and ghostly means. Bibi Dong couldn't help but frown, sighing inwardly that such a person could not be used by her. He was destined to be extraordinary and would never submit to others. The only way to prevent future troubles was to kill him. In this way, the Guardian team indeed had the qualifications to compete with the Spirit Hall. Even so, would that really be enough? After all, the champion of the Soul Master competition had always been this team. The trend of the championship was shifting from one-sided to somewhat controversial. Even the Spirit Hall team felt some pressure facing the sudden appearance of 3 Soul Kings. Hu Laiina, Xiaoyu, and Yin frowned even more. The Pope said that these girls had average qualifications and might not even be as high as ours. Yet they had improved so much in such a short time. What kind of divine and ghostly figure was their master, FengYang? There might be more surprises to come. Regardless, we cannot lose, Xiaoyu shouted. It's hard to imagine that the 7 members of the Guardian team managed to forge 3 Soul Kings in such a short time. This made the championship of the competition seem uncertain. I announced that the Spirit Hall team will face the Guardian team. The match begins with the host's announcement. Both sides immediately began to unleash their soul skills. Second soul skill, charming. Hu Laiina's voice remained enchanting and seductive as her fingertips brushed her red lips, captivating. A gigantic fox, resembling a magical celestial fox, settled in front of her. With a gentle wave of her palm, the 7-colored fox leaped towards the opponent. Instantly, a pink mist began to spread. The effect began to collectively influence the girls. However, as Hu Laiina attempted to charm Xiao Wu simultaneously unleashed her charm skill, directly countering. Immediately, both girls were repelled by each other. Seeing this 4th soul skill, Bright Divine Edict, the opposing support immediately used a soul skill to enhance their teammate speed. At the same time, it accelerated the fusion skill speed for Hu Laiina and Xiaoyu. The two stepped forward together. Spirit Fusion Skill. Enchantment. Buzz the two's soul power began to spin together rapidly, ultimately materializing into a figure clad in armor, wielding 2 crescent blades. Meanwhile, a terrifying red mist began to envelop the Guardian team, affecting all attributes of the opponents. It turned out their Spirit Fusion Skill was humanoid. This fusion skill was incredibly fast. It must be related to their support system. They were about to attack, unleashing all soul skills. The girls, surrounded by the red mist, were nervously discussing. After Zhu Zhuqing's reminder, Toxic Mist. Whoosh, Douluo directly sprayed purple mist onto their half of the field. Instantly, the purple mist and red mist intertwined, creating a bizarre effect. It also reduced the attack and speed attributes of the opponent. They chose to inflict mutual damage. For a moment, the two colors fused. Ordinary Soul Masters could not see the scenes inside, leaving them shocked and amazed. Magic Possession. Ning Rongrong first hung onto Douluo to protect herself. Soaring. Yi Lingling used the flight effect of her 100,000-year-old right leg bone, leaping up to hover 20 meters in the air, protecting herself. Star Infusion. She then released Star Infusion, subtly consuming the opponent's soul power and converting it into her teammate's soul power. Golden Holy Shield. Boom. FengYang radiated a massive white shield, enveloping all 7 teammates and herself in the white shield. Almost all moves were unleashed. Bibi Dong, Ning Fengji, Chen Xen, Ghost Douluo, and other major Douluo watched in shock. How many skills had FengYang taught these disciples? Did he still have a backup plan? The Spirit Fusion skill, Enchantment, dashed down at high speed, knowing the support couldn't cut through, and aimed directly at the front line for an attack. Just as it was about to reach FengYang, it suddenly vanished from its original spot, reappearing behind FengYang. Although the attribute enhancement of the Spirit Fusion skill was terrifying, under the influence of the purple toxic mist reducing attributes, the sense of disparity was diminished. Third soul skill, Spiderblade. FengYang shouted coldly as the skill activated. Boom! A loud sound erupted. The tip of the snake blade in her hand opened up with 8 claws, significantly amplifying her soul power. Crack! Meanwhile, the external 8 spider soul bones behind her opened up. FengYang amplified her soul power again. The Spirit Fusion skill, Enchantment, had not yet struck FengYang. Boom! Utilizing the explosive force of this soul skill, she directly repelled the enchantment humanoid by several steps. What? How is that possible? Hulaina and Xieyu were both shocked, feeling it was too unscientific. Even with her 2 soul bones, it was impossible for her to contend against their dual Soul King's Spirit Fusion skill alone, right? Damn! Unwilling to accept defeat, the two immediately chose to strike out. Boom! The clash between the Crescent Blade and the Snake Blade. This time, FengYang did not have the impact of the third soul skill's explosion and was directly pushed back 3 steps. Chapter 128, FengYang, Crown Star. The clash between the Crescent Blade and the Snake Blade. This time, FengYang did not have the impact of the third soul skill's explosion and was directly pushed back 3 steps. Xieyu and Hulaina's Spirit Fusion skill, Enchantment, though powerful, also had to face the speed reduction from the purple mist, especially since the opposing teammates, apart from the support system enhancing their speed, could only stand outside the red mist. First soul skill, Ghostly 100 Claws. Zhu Zhuqing used a low presence skill to launch an attack from the side against Enchantment. After all, it was still Enchantment's home ground. The advantage of the Crescent Blade weapon was that it could resist attacks from all around at the fastest speed. Unfortunately, due to the close positioning of their Spirit Fusion skill, they couldn't trigger the significant 3-fold amplification of soul power damage. Otherwise, even facing Enchantment, they could probably push it back. Bang! Under the barely held defense, it resulted in a standoff. First soul skill, Waist Bow. Xieyu seems to have done quite a bit of research on Xiao Wu. Once hit, there is a high possibility of being kicked out. She chose to bend down and dodge directly. That kick brushed right past her face. Douluo followed closely behind. Boom! What followed was the flames from Wu. Hee. It seems you guys are not that impressive after all. Just stay here and have fun with us, Xieyu taunted. The master is right. If Xieyu can't take us down, he will find a way to hold us back. Over time, as our soul power is exhausted, we will face the attacks of the other 4 teammates from the Spirit Hall in their peak state, Zhu Zhuqing said. Oh, you actually know? But how can you escape the control of this soul fusion skill? Xieyu continued to apply pressure, charging towards Zhu Zhuqing who had just attacked. The speed was extremely fast. The strength was tremendous. Even Zhu Zhuqing, who was an agility attacker, had to hurriedly jump back to dodge. Can we take him down? Ning Rongrong asked. His speed is just too fast. Even with Douluo's poison fog limiting him, we can't catch up. If we can't cut off the support that enhances his strength, we will only become more passive, Zhu Zhuqing said. Obviously, but this red fog is like being in a vast ocean. We can't move in a straight line, Xiao Wu said. Should I give you a speed boost individually? Ning Rongrong suggested. If I give a full speed boost to my teammates, we might barely be able to keep up with Xieyu's fusion skill speed. At least we won't be suppressed by him. But that will be meaningless. Although a single speed boost consumes less soul power than a full attribute boost. Even if it lasts for a minute, it might not be enough to take down the agile and charming one. This is not a solution, Yi Lingling said. She was in a high position and could clearly see the support type on the opponent's side, increasing the speed of the charming one with a single boost. Such a single boost is terrifying, not only in movement, but also in soul skills. Iran, don't you still have that move? Yi Lingling said. Huh? Meng Iran seemed to catch on. You mean the third inscription soul skill, Crown Star? That's right, the soul skill you've never used before, Yi Lingling said. But I don't know the direction, Meng Iran frowned. Turn right, Yi Lingling directed. Meng Iran followed the instruction. About 150 meters ahead is where that support type is located, Yi Lingling said. Okay, I got it. Meng Iran suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Crown Star. Gathering strength, leaping into the air with a light shout, she threw it into the blind spot based on her instinct. In front of everyone's eyes, a snake blade shot out from the red and purple fog in an arc. What is going on? What is going on? The 5 members of the spirit hall outside were also looking up, especially that support type who was currently holding the staff with both hands, surrounded by golden light, continuously boosting Xieyu's speed. When he saw a snake blade coming straight at him, he was quite startled. He hurriedly stopped the boost and took a step back. Bang! The snake blade pierced the ground directly, flipping the stone slab. After seeing nothing happened, he finally let out a long breath. Did a weapon just get thrown away? Ha ha! That is hilarious. The person must have been knocked down on the spot. However, just when everyone thought the weapon had been knocked away, Meng Iran's figure suddenly disappeared in the red fog. She transformed into a beam of golden light, bursting forth like wings. The accompanying impact force directly broke the shackle from the charming red fog. Diving out, Meng Iran landed directly where the snake blade had fallen. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Before anyone could react, the first soul skill, Crown Star Blade, Meng Iran, who was already prepared, used the snake blade to thrust up, accompanied by light. Ghoul! It directly tore through the chest of that support type and sent him flying into the air. Bang! He crashed heavily to the ground, directly unconscious. Wow! The entire arena was instantly in an uproar. Damn! 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 Such an awesome soul skill. It broke through the charming shackles and flew right into the face of the level 52 Yin. Who could have imagined that? So outrageous. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Bibi Dong had her eyes wide open, unable to believe it. Such a change was unexpected for anyone. Damn it! Seeking death. How dare you come alone into our midst? Everyone attack! Yin shouted angrily. For him, this was undoubtedly an insult. Finally reacting, his nearby teammates, 2 strong attackers and 1 agility attacker, all rushed to attack Duyan. Various soul skill damages made it difficult for Meng Yiran to hold on, retreating 1 step at a time. This made Meng Shu KO Xingxiang very worried. Two. Accompanied by an agility attacker, she suffered a slashing injury, blood splattering everywhere. 9 heart CP&E. Yi Lingling immediately activated her healing soul power. In just 1 second, the wound healed. It was quite explosive. Although she could maintain a healthy bloodline in an instant despite the pain, it was somewhat cruel, especially for her grandparents. Meng Shu KO Xingxiang. Every injury was a pain in her heart. The key is that no one knows how long Meng Yiran can hold up under the 4-person siege. Even though she has 2 soul bones, her soul power level is not comparable to level 52. Meanwhile, in the fog, after the opponent's support was taken out, the charming one's speed was clearly unable to overwhelm the girls. This created more possibilities for the assault against him. But the lively one still couldn't find an opportunity for Xiao Wu to deliver that final kick. Even so, with several people's soul power levels exceeding 50, and close to 50, this put a lot of pressure on Hulaina and Xieyou, who had no speed boost. Chapter 129. Winning the championship under the circumstances where several people's soul power levels exceeded 50 and were close to 50. This put a lot of pressure on Hulaina and Xieyou, who had no speed boost. Damn it, we must first deal with the opponent's control type. This purple mist is too annoying. Obviously, the two also felt the constraints caused by this purple mist. Xieyou dodged and lunged directly at Du Guyan with his crescent blade. Du Guyan was suddenly startled, gritting her teeth to dodge. But her backward speed couldn't keep up at all. Buzz. Blue lights surged all over her body. Clearly, Ning Rongrong had applied a speed boost to her, just as Xieyou was about to attack for the 2nd time. Damn it, Du Guyan was furious. She decided to fight back. Petri Fengstare. Wah! A voice accompanied by a scream emitted from Du Guyan's eyes, radiating a gray-silver haze that instantly froze the enchanting figure facing her. It seemed as if she had been petrified, her entire body immobilized. Especially the curved blade of Xieyou, which was already at her neck, was also instantly petrified, indicating the horror of the situation. Good job, Yin Yin. The petrifying gaze hit and petrified for 5 seconds. Xiao Wu teleported to the front. Her calf raised high above her head. Power. Chop. Huashan. Gathering strength for 3 seconds, the solid power enveloped her calf. The enchanting figure, still unable to recover, was struck down by Xiao Wu's kick, which descended with golden light, smashing heavily against the enchanting figure's forehead. Bang! A heavy impact. The light burst open. Ah! A joint cry of pain came from both of them. In an instant, the enchanting figure was sent flying, passing through the haze. Everyone watching the fusion technique was left dumbfounded, especially in the next second. Clap! The enchanting figure's armor shattered, splitting into two. It was the disheveled Xiaoyu and Hulaina falling to the ground. Wow! The audience erupted in astonishment again. What the hell? What the hell? My goodness! The martial soul fusion skill was broken? They were thrown out? How on earth did this happen? This is too terrifying. It was always the enchanting figure throwing other teams out. They had never seen the enchanting figure being thrown out. Most people looked bewildered. Only a few titled Douluos could see the entire picture clearly. It was simply shocking. Bibi Dong couldn't help but glance at FengYang. Her heart already shaken to the extreme. One could directly break the martial soul fusion technique with a soul skill. How could this be created? And how could the disciples grasp it so quickly? How incredible is this? Meanwhile, the Crescent Moon Guards. Bang, 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 bang. Duguyan swept 360 degrees, instantly forcing back the other Spirit Hall team members who were attacking her by several steps. The power increased again. The Spirit Hall team members originally wanted to continue their attack, but they were stunned by the enchanting figure that had been thrown out. Even a fusion technique disintegrating in midair. In the next second, the red mist dissipated due to the contact of the martial soul fusion technique. And the purple mist also faded away as Duguyan's inscription soul skill reached its time limit. The entire battlefield returned to its original state. The 6 girls reappeared in everyone's sight. Under the gaze of all, Xiaoyu and Hulaina, holding their painful chests, stood up. Despite the shock, they showed no signs of surrender. Since our martial soul fusion technique was broken fine, now the game has just begun. Let us fight with our true strength. Xiaoyu and Hulaina stood up again. Their ambitions reignited the entire scene. Just as everyone was preparing to enjoy this real fight, Xiaoyu and Hulaina were ready to showcase their personal abilities. As soon as they moved, both of them clutched their chests and fell to the ground, as if they had exhausted all their strength, collapsing there, unable to support themselves. What happened? What happened? What happened? The entire audience was confused, completely unaware of what had occurred. How did these two suddenly become like this? Only Bibi Dong, Sword Douluo, and a few others saw the clues. Their gaze fell directly on the support type, Yi Lingling. Too terrifying, it was probably another godly soul skill created by FengYang. The faint soul power conversion absorbed the soul power of Hulaina and Xiaoyu, distributing it to enhance herself and her teammates, most likely starting from the very beginning. With such a divine master, which team could not win? Still not admitting defeat? Xiao Wu shouted towards the opposing camp. The members of the Spirit Hall looked at each other, gritting their teeth. With 3 teammates gone, even mainstays like Hulaina and Xiaoyu were exhausted and unconscious on the ground. It could now be said to be a 7v4 situation. Yin stepped forward, his expression fierce. Spirit Hall, we cannot lose, even if I am the only one left. Overestimating oneself, Huo Wu stepped forward, seeing he also had a fire martial soul. Naturally wanted to compete. Let me have a go at you. 5th soul skill, Flying Sand Frenzy. 4th soul skill, Fire Dance Sunlight. The battle of fire against fire commenced. Seeing they would not admit defeat, the girls had no choice but to continue fighting. As always, you've worked hard. Leave the rest to us, Zhu Zhuqing said. Then she surged forward directly, full of momentum, targeting a physical attacker. That's right, Xiao Wu responded, choosing one of the strong attackers nearby. Tianyin Wave. Echo Strike. Seeing Xiao Wu kick over, he still wanted to run. Hex's Ultimatum. Swish. Directly locking onto the opponent. A flurry of kicks followed. Duguyan directly chose the last strong attacker from the Spirit Hall. 9 Treasure turned into Glazed. 9 treasures are famous. The first is Strength. The second is Speed. The third is Soul. The 4th is Defense. Buzz. All 4 attributes enhanced for the team. Directly unleashed. Delivering the final blow to the Spirit Hall. Wow, the audience erupted again. 9 treasures. 9 treasures. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tower has directly transformed into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower. What the hell? How on earth did FengYang help her disciple achieve this? In the future, wouldn't the 7-treasure glazed sect become the 9-treasure glazed sect? This is too outrageous. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, the Guardian team gave the Spirit Hall team a good lesson. Similarly, FengYang also gave Bibi Dong a good lesson. Under the enhancement of the 9-treasure glazed tower, the remaining 5 members of the Spirit Hall could no longer withstand it. Xiao Wu's calves kicked rapidly from various angles. Bang bang bang. Hu Wu, under enhancement, directly overpowered with firepower. With everyone falling to the ground, this Soul Master competition ultimately ended with the victory of the Guardian team. I announced that the champion of the Continental Soul Master competition is the Guardian team. How about taking a break tomorrow? Chapter 130. Whoever touches her, I will make him die. After beating the Spirit Hall team, not a single person stood up. They were utterly convinced, with no suspense at all. The girls all soared high. Even Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling couldn't help but wear radiant smiles on their faces. The Spirit Hall has been the champion for several consecutive years, but was defeated by the Guardian team. Everyone was shocked, especially the older generation, who had deep-rooted beliefs about the Spirit Hall's champions. They never imagined someone could take the title from the Spirit Hall. As Douluo said, there has only ever been one champion in each Soul Master competition. But unexpectedly, that was shattered, even though they witnessed it with their own eyes. It felt like a dream. The 7 treasures glazed tower, in its true form, hung in mid-air, emitting an icy blue light that shimmered over the entire venue. It replenished the soul power of all members of the Guardian team and the Spirit Hall team until Hulaina and Xie Yu could stand again. Next came the awards ceremony. The elder from the Spirit Hall announced, "Please welcome His Holiness the Pope to present the award to the winning team. Congratulations on your final victory." Bibi Dong had already moved to the front, calling out to the girls. The girls just stood there, looking at her without responding. In the next moment, with a thought, Bibi Dong summoned 3 soul bones that floated out with a glow. "Please have a representative from the Guardian team come up to receive the championship reward," the elder continued. The girls exchanged glances. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward and approached the place where Bibi Dong had stood before. "Go back and tell your team members that if they don't want to die, they should join the Spirit Hall now," Bibi Dong said slowly. "Huh?" Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. Her big eyes suddenly became sharp as she stared at Bibi Dong. "You want us to betray our master? Impossible." "Well, then I can only say that you have the opportunity to obtain the soul bones, but no chance to use them," Bibi Dong said, leaving that sentence before turning to leave. The 3 soul bones fell into Zhu Zhuqing's palm. "Master, how should we distribute these 3 soul bones?" Zhu Zhuqing asked FengYang. "Simple, the rapid pursuit soul bone for your left leg, speed enhancement. Zhuqing, you can keep that one. The burning flame soul bone for the right arm, for Hu. The wisdom skull of spirit concentration for Douluo. Thus, all 7 girls now possess soul bones. Just after the distribution of the soul bones was done, the heavy footsteps of the Spirit Hall's armored army emerged from various passages. The surrounding soul masters, who had already been prepared, were also ready to strike. A wave of murderous intent filled the air. Everyone sensed something was wrong. It seemed a bloody storm was about to break out. "Master, just now that Pope wanted me to inform everyone to join the Spirit Hall," Zhu Zhuqing said. "Join the Spirit Hall? How is that possible?" "Unless the Master joins, I will join." "Master, you can't possibly join the Spirit Hall, right?" The girls shouted in unison. Their families were in the Heaven Do Empire. How could they abandon their kin to join the Spirit Hall? In almost an instant, all the titled Douluos on the field focused their eyes on Xiao Wu, including Bibi Dong. Clearly, she had decided to use Xiao Wu as a point of conflict to confront FengYang. Since this competition has successfully concluded, I should also do something beyond the competition, Bibi Dong said slowly, drawing everyone's attention. "Gui Mei, Yu Guan, take that girl down." Bibi Dong pointed her staff at Xiao Wu. The two exchanged glances. They felt considerable fear facing FengYang, but thinking of how the Spirit Hall was well prepared and determined to kill FengYang despite the great losses, they no longer hesitated. With a whoosh, the two transformed into 2 streaks of light and rushed toward Xiao Wu at an unbelievable speed. It was a speed that ordinary people could not withstand. Terrifyingly, Xiao Wu was so scared that half her body hid behind FengYang. As they were about to reach her, FengYang raised his palm. Boom! A blue flame erupted, as if it had exploded, forcing both of them to fly backward. The power was astonishing. In just a snap of the fingers, he easily repelled 2 titled Douluos. What was the difference between titled Douluos? The two steadied themselves, looking at FengYang with horror, until Bibi Dong disappeared from her original position and floated in front of them, relieving Gui Mei and Yu Guan from the pressure emanating from FengYang. "FengYang, your disciple is a 100,000-year transformed soul beast. Soul beasts and soul masters have always been enemies on the biological chain, from ancient times to the present. Our spirit hall has the right to kill soul beasts, Bibi Dong said to FengYang leisurely. Heh, FengYang chuckled lightly, you're not wrong. But this soul beast is mine. If anyone touches her, I will make them die. That simple sentence created a tense atmosphere in the air. In front of the titled Douluos, Xiao Wu was like a quail, half bowing her head and hiding behind FengYang. Although Bibi Dong was her mother's murderer, she dared not face her directly. It was only by hiding behind FengYang that she felt a sense of safety, especially with his words, if anyone touches her, I will make them die. It moved Xiao Wu deeply. Bibi Dong and FengYang stared at each other for several seconds, knowing that FengYang would never bow down and was destined to be an enemy of the spirit hall. A hint of authority appeared on her beautiful face. Bang! Bibi Dong struck her staff against the ground. Instantly, the soldiers of the spirit hall, who were already prepared, marched with heavy steps, shaking the ground of the spirit hall, beginning to surround FengYang and his girl disciples from both sides. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In midair, groups of soul masters soared out, unleashing various soul rings, covering the sunlight. In just a few short seconds, hundreds or thousands of soul masters flooded in, surrounding them tightly, making escape impossible. Among them, there were already 10 or more titled Douluos appearing. The pressure was overwhelming. The tense atmosphere permeated among the girls. Master, the elite of the spirit hall is out in full force. No matter how strong you are, you can't be their opponent. Otherwise, you should just ignore me, Xiao Wu said, trembling. FengYang looked at her. Their main target is me. Even if I give you up, it won't help. Moreover, if I truly give you up, what will happen to my reputation in the future? Master, Xiao Wu said, moved to tears. FengYang, today, either you submit to the spirit hall, and you, your disciples, and that 100,000-year soul beast can all be safe, or there will be no mercy. Bibi Dong shouted. Chapter 131. This will be a massacre. FengYang, today, either you submit to the spirit hall, and you, your disciples, and that 100,000-year soul beast can all be safe, or there will be no mercy. Bibi Dong shouted. At that moment, almost everyone understands that the goal of the spirit hall has always been FengYang. If today FengYang bows to the spirit hall, then everyone will be happy. Otherwise, it will be a bloody storm. The choice lies solely in FengYang's hands. It can be said that FengYang's choice is crucial for both Ningfengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and Douluo. Today, our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will advance and retreat together with FengYang. Douluo feels the same way. Meanwhile, Davis is also feeling very tense. If FengYang joins the Spirit Hall, it would be extremely unfavorable for him and for the Star Luo Empire. Why say so much? He directly stepped forward, followed by 4 titled Douluo, with 9 soul rings already pulsating. His disciple used the competition to cripple my brother Dai Mubai, making it so he can never experience the pleasures of women. This grudge, as his brother, I must repay. His words were so realistic and moving that one might think the two brothers had a very good relationship. Naturally, this made the instigators Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu very unhappy. If I get the chance, I will cripple him too. Bibidong's gaze was fixed, with her eyes locked on FengYang. If she cared about these people's choices, she would have acted long ago. FengYang remained calm and smiling. Submit to the Spirit Hall? After already dominating the world, to submit to the Spirit Hall and listen to your orders? Isn't that a joke? Just a million-year full set of soul bones already provides immeasurable power, far beyond what the Spirit Hall can resist. Looking at the beautiful Bibi Dong, FengYang already had the intention to tease. Lady Pope, if you become my concubine, I can join the Spirit Hall, he said with a smile. Boom! Everyone present felt as if they had been struck. In this situation, he actually said such disrespectful words. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, a queen-like figure. And you want her to be your concubine? Ridiculous. Almost the entire Spirit Hall was enraged. Is the Spirit Hall too generous to you? Bibi Dong naturally felt greatly humiliated. One person even stood up directly and pointed at FengYang, scolding him. FengYang, you should look at yourself. How dare you let Bibi Dong be your concubine? Do you think you are worthy? Everyone turned to look at you, Xiao Jiang. This left people a bit dumbfounded. What does this show-off mean? Is he expressing that he has a past with the Pope and cannot tolerate another man disrespecting her? FengYang ignored this clown. Once he dealt with Bibi Dong, he would go find you, Xiao Jiang. As for Bibi Dong, what could she say? Bibi Dong gritted her teeth, furious. It had been many years since someone dared to be so arrogant in front of her. Kill. A single word, yet filled with gloom. The first wave of attack. The army's assault began. Thousands of armored warriors charged forward, shouting, Ning Zhongzhu, Douluo, protect my disciple. Leave the fighting to me, FengYang said. With battle intent surging, today, a massacre would commence once again. First soul skill, stretching dragon, controlling a blue flame, fire dragon from his palm. Boom! Roar! Accompanied by the blue flames spewing from his palm, a fire dragon formed, roaring as it swung its tail and ignited all the thousands of armored warriors. In just 3 seconds, from a scream to their entire bodies, including the armor, being melted away. Terrifying, shocking, horrific. The slaughter officially began. The second wave of Soul Master troops, composed of thousands of Soul Emperors and Soul Saints plus hundreds of Soul Douluos, unleashed powerful soul skills toward FengYang, aiming to kill him on the spot. They had only one mission, to kill FengYang. Watching the various colorful and strange soul skills, it seemed they wanted to tear him apart in an instant. Yet, FengYang remained calm. This will be a massacre, he said slowly. Third soul skill, 8 wine cups. Boom! A heavy muffled sound. 8 directions exploded simultaneously, freezing everything around. In an instant, the entire spirit hall shook, the hall swaying. All the soul skills flying towards him turned to nothingness. Second soul skill, 8 young girls. Boom! Boom! Bang! Under the control of his mind. The blue flames resembled cannonballs amidst a sea of fire. They indiscriminately attacked all nearby soul masters, regardless of their level. For 1,000,000 years soul bone and millions of years of soul skills, whether they were soul emperors, soul saints, or soul Douluos, it was all the same. Any soul master that was touched just an inch instantly died on the spot. Some were blown apart like being torn limb from limb. In just a moment, over 100 soul masters fell dead on the spot. Such power, such speed of slaughter, shocked everyone present. Our estimates were wrong, Yueguan said. Your Holiness, the Pope. It's clear that FengYang is even stronger than last time. Gue Mei quickly said. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow. Even though they were well prepared this time, the sacrifices needed to take down FengYang seemed to be more than expected. Everyone, no more holding back. Use all your strength to kill FengYang. The order was given. All the titled Douluo stepped into the fray. Good. Hearing that Bibi Dong was going all out to kill FengYang, Davis was excited. For him, this was the perfect opportunity to take advantage of the chaos. He shouted to the 4 titled Douluo behind him, "You all come with me. I want all of his female disciples to become my harem." Yes, Davis also took advantage of the situation, personally stepping in to show those girls what was what. At the same time, in this uplifting moment, it was Yu Shaojiang and Tang San. The master and disciple held each other tightly, staring intently at FengYang. Every time a soul master's attack landed on him, the two gritted their teeth. Let him die. Give him another stab. He is still not dead. Deity. How urgent they were. Yet every time hope was dashed, FengYang effortlessly waved his blue flames, instantly reducing that soul master to ashes. Facing the 4 titled Douluo advancing towards the girls, Zhu Zhuqing coldly asked, "What do you want to do?" Davis revealed a lewd smile. "Today, FengYang is undoubtedly going to die. You might as well surrender. I will take good care of you." Chapter 132. Half of the Spirit Hall will submit. Davis revealed a lewd smile. "Today, FengYang is undoubtedly going to die, so you might as well surrender. I will take good care of you." Davis's demeanor made the girls feel utterly disgusted. How repulsive. He must be dealt with too. Davis smiled even wider. Deal with me? Ha! The attack of a titled Douluo is not something you can resist. The 4 titled Douluo moved forward. The pressure from the 9 soul rings rendered the girls immobile. How bold. Do you really think you can act recklessly just because you outnumber us? Chun Xan, Douluo, and Meng Shu Kaoxingxiang stood in front. They engaged directly with the 4 titled Douluo from the Star Luo Empire. Although Meng Shu Kaoxingxiang's martial soul fusion skill could contend with titled Douluo, the opponent still had the advantage of an extra titled Douluo. Ning Fengji also directly enhanced the 3 of them with full attributes, hoping to quickly take down one of the opponent's titled Douluo to achieve a fair situation. Davis, along with the remaining titled Douluo who had not yet engaged, continued to press toward the girls. Still unwilling to surrender. Are you? The girls exchanged glances. 8th soul skill, blue flame element. Boom! A humanoid figure made of blue flames appeared right in front of the girls, radiating the aura of a super Douluo above level 95. In an instant, both Davis and that titled Douluo froze in place. This super Douluo with a blue flame martial soul above level 95 can be summoned so easily? Or are there 2? There was no response at all. The mission of the blue flame martial soul was to kill, and it struck towards that titled Douluo. The master has made a move. Take care of this, Davis. The girls felt their pressure lighten, and they were enraged. They rushed towards Davis en masse. Davis was instantly thrown into a panic, desperately defending himself. Bang, bang, bang. But how could the girls at the Soul King level face so many soul skills when Davis was only at level 49? Help! Help me! He cried out. However, at this moment, he truly found himself in a situation where no one would answer his calls for help. The titled Douluo beside him, in just 2 exchanges, was turned to ashes under the dual onslaught of 2 super Douluo's blue flame. He quickly turned to help Chun, Xian, Dugabo, and the others. Bang! With a single punch, he knocked Davis to the ground. Bang, 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 bang. The girls proceeded to pummel him mercilessly. In an instant, his face was bruised and his ribs were broken. Ah! He let out a blood-curdling scream while shouting threats. You dare to hit me. I am the crown prince of the Star Luo Empire, and the Star Luo Empire will not let you go. Hit you? Today I'm going to kill you. Dugu Yin said coldly. Killing him would be too easy. For the royal family, it would be better to directly cripple him, making him like Dai Mubai, a waste who cannot inherit the throne. Ningronggrong, sai fiertedi. Exactly. And for a pervert like him, not being able to stand up is simply worse than death. Wu said fiercely. These girls were all more vicious than the last. They immediately took action. Bang! Xiao Wu kicked at Davis's lower body. Ah! A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed throughout the spirit hall. Soon, blood began to seep from his lower pants. You! Davis shrieked, wishing he could tear the girls in front of him to pieces. But when he saw the 4 titled law he brought with him, all burned to black ash by the blue flame martial soul, a wave of fear surged in his heart. He never expected FengYang's strength to reach this level. Just by summoning, he was able to kill the 4 titled Douluo he brought with him on the spot. Suddenly, his head fell back, and he fainted. His teammates truly did not dare to come forward to help. Rong, Yin Yan, are you okay? Ning Fengji, Dugabo, and the others all inquired. Boom, boom, boom. Just as they stopped, they realized the super battle FengYang was facing. Over 1,000 soul emperors, hundreds of soul Douluo, and more than 30 titled Douluo had joined the battle against FengYang, surrounding him completely. Various soul skills rained down upon him. The ferocity of the battle was indescribable. In every second, hundreds of soul skills were directed at him, especially since the Spirit Hall was continuously reinforcing its ranks. This scene left almost everyone present dumbfounded. A single person could be this powerful, fighting against dozens of titled Douluo, hundreds of soul Douluo, and thousands of soul emperors? Bibi Dong felt as though she had been struck hard, filled with shock. The casualties of the Spirit Hall exceeded everyone's imagination. The blue flames enveloping his entire body could almost directly crush and engulf all the titled Douluo's soul skills, then continue to burn, a fiery blaze. Although dozens of people died as human shields under FengYang's blue flames every second, the relentless attacks also thoroughly enraged FengYang. 7th soul skill, martial soul, true body. Boom! The blue flames wrapped around him like a light flame, directly beginning to condense and increase in weight. The clothes and appearance that were originally visible began to be covered little by little. At the same time, an enormous invisible pressure began to spread in all directions. Scorching, terrifying, oppressive, until the moment it fully took shape. Buzz, within a radius of 1,000 meters. All the soul masters present suddenly felt as if a 1,000-pound weight had descended upon them, collapsing down. All the soul masters' bodies sank. Most of the Spirit Hall's soul masters fell to their knees, while those in midair fell to the ground, collapsing down. No matter how hard they tried, they could not stand. Only those who could lift themselves at all were on their knees. The originally dense crowd of Spirit Hall soul masters was instantly reduced to a few scattered hundreds. Obviously, except for the soul Douluo and those below titled Douluo, no one could resist the gravitational pressure emitted after FengYang unleashed his martial soul. This scene was incredibly spectacular. It was as if half of the Spirit Hall was surrendering to FengYang. At this moment, Bibi Dong, shocked, became even angrier. Suddenly, she personally attacked FengYang. However, just as the light of her scepter flickered, 2 super dual blue flame elements stood directly in front of her. Damn it! Bibi Dong immediately unleashed her soul skill. 3rd soul skill, Spider of Death. A deep purple aura emanated from her palm, looking like toxic gas, somewhat at odds with her glamorous appearance. A strange sound of airflow instantly scattered the blue flame element in front of her. Oomph! Bibi Dong snorted coldly. Chapter 133, Long Live. A strange sound of airflow instantly scattered the blue flame element in front of her. Humph. BB Dong snorted coldly. At this moment, there was no turning back. However, as soon as her words fell, the originally scattered blue flame element reformed and stood up again. What? BB Dong was instantly shocked. In the end, she had no choice but to use her control skills to temporarily suppress the blue flame element's attack. All titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall obeyed and attacked FengYang with all their might. BB Dong took the lead, leading nearly 50 titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall to charge towards FengYang. Kill! 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 The deafening shouts filled the air. Such a scene was terrifying. What kind of experience would it be to be besieged by nearly 50 titled Douluos? Presumably, even if FengYang were strong, he would still become a corpse, right? However, FengYang seemed to have just made a decision of destruction. He revealed a sinister smile. Then, let the entire Spirit Hall be destroyed. As soon as he spoke, everyone present felt a chill in their hearts. Facing the siege of nearly 50 titled Douluos, he actually had the confidence to destroy the entire Spirit Hall. Ninth soul skill. He pronounced each word clearly. At this moment, the aura of destruction seemed to have begun to emerge. Blue flame storm. Boom! In that instant, a super strong heat wave rose above the entire Spirit Hall's dimension. It seemed to evaporate everything in the world directly. The originally white desolation instantly turned into a scorching color. Suddenly, a super strong storm rose from the surrounding whirlwind. 100 meters high, dozens of meters wide. Just from a distance, every person present felt a sense of shock, making them shiver. Boom! The storm began to sweep through. The world seemed to be in chaos. The earth trembled. The entire storm, like lightning, indiscriminately invaded the people and buildings of the Spirit Hall. Wherever the storm passed, whether it was Seoul Daw or Tidal Daw, or the iconic buildings, all were swallowed. The roaring sound. Soon, one Tidal Daw was directly torn to shreds due to failing to dodge in time. Seventh soul skill. Martial spirit true body. Seventh soul skill. Martial spirit true body. Seventh soul skill. Martial spirit true body. Ninth soul skill. Ninth soul skill. Ninth soul skill. All titled Douluos used their strongest move, trying to resist the sweep of the blue flame storm. Unfortunately, that was just a futile effort. They could not stop the storm's sweep in the slightest. Wanting to escape, but the speed of the blue flame storm left them feeling hopeless. The second title Douluo dead. The third title Douluo dead. The fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh. Under the blue flame storm, the title Douluos were like ordinary chicks, unable to withstand a single blow. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the storm directly swept past the Spirit Hall. After a loud crash, it collapsed into a pile of ruins. In less than half a minute, the entire area of the Spirit Hall had turned into an apocalyptic scene. BB Dong stood dumbfounded in place, wanting to stop this scene. But just getting close to the storm made her feel like she was being torn apart. She watched as the Spirit Hall, which she had managed for so many years, was crushed bit by the storm, watching as the soul master she had nurtured for so many years were torn into flesh and mud one by one. In her anger, her dual martial spirits stirred simultaneously. Eighth soul skill. Spider Emperor Avatar. Seeing her still struggling to resist, FengYang immediately dealt the final blow to the Spirit Hall. Fifth soul skill. City of Blue Flames. A city covered in raging blue flames descended from above. All flying soul masters would have nowhere to hide. Even titled Douluos would find it difficult to break free from the shackles. Even the last time when Poison Daluo and Ghost Daluo used Ice Gem to escape, this time the city of blue flames was obviously even more solid and heavy. Soon, the entire city completely covered the Spirit Hall. The temperature of the flames was almost enough to melt everyone inside. Just as FengYang said, the Spirit Hall was doomed. Within the city of blue flames, the blue flame storm, like a demon, devoured all the soul masters and buildings inside the Spirit Hall. The titled Douluos, whom everyone looked up to, at this moment were like dead dogs trapped behind closed doors, unable to resist, unable to escape. Those who just came into contact with the walls of the blue flame city were immediately burned, forcibly entering for a few seconds, their soul power completely exhausted, and they turned into fire people. Watching this scene, BB Dong was completely stunned. The FengYang before her was as powerful as a god descending. Unresistible, untouchable. They were simply not on the same level in battle. Even if the entire Spirit Hall fought together, they could not harm him in the slightest. At this moment, she finally realized how ridiculous she was. She thought she could help Yu Xiaojiang regain his dignity and prove the gap between them. Let Yu Xiaojiang feel heartbroken and sorrowful. But the price paid was far too great. At this moment, she regretted it immensely. She regretted not listening to her daughter Qianrenchue's words. Bibi Dong closed her eyes in despair. The spirit hall ultimately perished at her hands, just so easily destroyed in her hands. FengYang, the god, don't kill me. I surrender. Accompanied by a tidal Douluo directly giving up resistance and kneeling to FengYang in midair. Immediately after, FengYang, the god, I also surrender. FengYang, the god, I am willing to be your servant for life. More and more people knelt down. At this moment, the entire spirit hall had already become a ruin, and it could be said that a glance could see thousands of meters. In just 30 seconds, the spirit hall, which could accommodate tens of thousands of people, with thousands of soul masters from level 30 to titled Douluos, all knelt down, willing to submit to FengYang. Looking afar, only Bibi Dong was still standing there. FengYang hesitated for a few seconds. In the end, he withdrew the blue flame storm and the city of blue flames. The scorching feeling began to slowly diminish. All the soul masters kneeling on the ground, like a great amnesty, once again bowed their heads to FengYang. Long live FengYang, the god! Long live! Long live! Long live! The shouts echoed throughout the entire spirit city. The common people outside the spirit hall looked on in disbelief at this scene. FengYang, with just one battle and relying solely on himself, has brought all the soul masters that the spirit hall has nurtured for many years under his control. At this moment, it is truly astonishing. And at this moment, everyone realizes that the Douluo Continent is likely to undergo earth-shattering changes, all contingent on FengYang's thoughts. Chapter 134. Bibidong's oath to kill Yu Shaojiang in the Spirit City. Without any warning, the atmosphere changed dramatically. The impressive Spirit Hall, with its buildings spanning thousands of meters, has all turned into ruins. The shock is overwhelming and unbelievable. FengYang alone has destroyed the Spirit Hall, which had instilled fear across the continent. FengYang slowly descended to the ground and approached Bibi Dong, looking at her pale face as if it were dead. So, how should I punish you? A simple sentence made Bibi Dong shudder. At this point, she resembled a deposed monarch, having lost all dignity to survive. I only hope to die together with you, Shaojiang. I hope you will fulfill that. Even now, she is still obsessed and unrepentant. Watching all this from the shadows, Shui Qinghe finds it amusing. FengYang is also taken aback. Is this really the Bibi Dong who is eager to think that even the air around you, Shaojiang, is fragrant? I didn't see it before, but you truly are a big fanboy, FengYang said. The surrounding crowd, from low-ranking soul masters to titled Douluos, all sighed in amazement. At this moment, they seemed to see clearly what was happening. Bibi Dong was actually opposing FengYang for the sake of that man, to avenge him. FengYang, the god above, stepped forward with respect. Your Holiness, you were misled by that man. Please ensure that he is torn to pieces. Exactly. Gui may step forward, cupping his fists. FengYang, this is all Yu Shaojiang's fault. After all, these two have been closely following Bibi Dong for many years and are quite loyal to her. Even at this time, they're still trying to plead for Bibi Dong. FengYang ignored them, his gaze still fixed on Bibi Dong. All right, I will fulfill your wish. Hui Mei, Yu Guan, bring Yu Shaojiang here and execute him along with this fanboy. By the end of his words, FengYang's tone had turned sharp, completely devoid of any joking demeanor. This made Shui Qinghe panic immediately. Despite her already strained relationship with Bibi Dong, she could not bear to watch her mother be executed right in front of her. The entire venue felt a jolt in their hearts. Who is Bibi Dong? She is the invincible pope, a queen admired by thousands. Yet at this moment, she is being sentenced to death. But at this moment, no one dared to speak for Bibi Dong. Everyone's apprehension towards FengYang has surpassed all historical precedent. Gui Mei and Yu Guan hesitated for a moment, but quickly bowed their heads and cupped their fists. Yes, the hesitation was not due to concern for Yu Shaojiang, but for Bibi Dong in front of them. They gazed at Bibi Dong for a few seconds before both floated away. Bibi Dong remained expressionless, her head slightly lowered. It seemed she thought that dying together with Yu Shaojiang would be a regret-free death, her obsession dissipating. Meanwhile, FengYang surveyed the surroundings, noticing that all the soul masters of the spirit hall were in a state of disarray. Master, please let us out. Ningrongrong solted. It turned out that in one direction, a blue flame sphere had enveloped FengYang's female disciples, protecting them from the storm. FengYang smiled lightly, and with a thought, the blue flame vanished. Master, Master, Master. The girls rushed towards him, showcasing their pride in being his disciples. Master, you are so strong. Master, you truly are God descended from heaven. Master, I will follow you for the rest of my life. Master, can I execute her later? I want to avenge my mother. Xiao Wu glared at Bibi Dong, filled with resentment. Before FengYang could respond, Gue Mei and Yu Wan hurried back, reporting to the deity. Yu Xiaojing has escaped the spirit hall with Tang San. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. It was clear that the two had already slipped away when they sensed something was amiss. Damn it! Yu Xiaojing and Tang San are really slippery. The girls shouted angrily, wanting to beat him up for being the instigator, yet he had managed to escape. Suddenly, a loud laugh erupted, capturing everyone's attention. Bibi Dong. The laughter carried a hint of madness and cruelty as she looked up to the sky with a bitter smile. The laughter was so piercing that it seemed to echo her realization that she had become the greatest joke in the world. Originally, she wanted to die together with Yu Xiaojing, thus fulfilling her long-held obsession and wish. But unexpectedly, Yu Xiaojing abandoned everything, including her, and fled for his life. It should be noted that Yu Xiaojing was indeed the true instigator. Had it not been for him, FengYang's strategy would have leaned more towards inclusion. In the end, Yu Xiaojing ran away first, especially when Bibi Dong had openly stated she wanted to die together with him, in front of so many people. Yet he fled first. How ironic, how ridiculous, how humiliating. It almost shattered the last remnants of Bibi Dong's dignity. From her crazed laughter, one could hear how deeply her heart was filled with hatred, like a female villain on the brink of suicide in a drama. Bibi Dong, it seems you can only die now, FengYang said, as if watching a grand joke unfold. Bibi Dong's smile gradually froze as she slowly turned to look at him, her eyes filled with deep malice. Please give me a chance. I want to personally tear Yu Xiaojing apart. She gritted her teeth, emphasizing each word with force. Anyone could see Bibi Dong's determination and immense hatred. Don't worry, as long as I kill Yu Xiaojing with my own hands, I will end my own life, she added. At this moment, Bibi Dong appeared so tragic. Perhaps, at the moment Yu Xiaojing escaped, her heart had already been shattered. All that remained was despair and hatred. However, FengYang merely looked at her, remaining silent for a long time. Even his female disciples could no longer bear to watch. Master, a man so heartless. Should you really give her a chance? This pope is just a pitiful person. Even Xiao Wu spoke up. Master, for such a disgusting man, we must not let him live. I can seek revenge on this woman later. However, FengYang remained indifferent, but no one dared to speculate on his thoughts. Especially since aside from his disciple who dared to plead, the others who surrendered to the spirit hall had no right to speak. Until Chapter 135, YearRing appears. Bibi Dong was so sorrowful that everyone could feel it. However, FengYang seemed to hesitate, delaying his response to Bibi Dong's request. The reason he did this was, first, to let everyone present know that FengYang was not easy to deal with. Second, to enjoy the feeling that everyone could only wait for his decision. Until Brother FengYang. Shrek has stepped forward. He still looked the same, one hand behind his back, with a calm and confident smile on his face, walking over leisurely. No one could tell that inside. He was already anxious, only wanting to save his mother's life. The moment Bibi Dong saw Shrek appear, she felt even more humiliated, thinking he had come to mock her. Unexpectedly, Shrek had not looked at her at all. FengYang looked at him. I want to speak to you alone. Shrek said calmly. What is it that can't be said in front of everyone? FengYang smiled. Shrek glanced around. Almost everyone's gaze was focused on FengYang, making it difficult for him to say what he wanted. In a moment of inspiration, he stood on his tiptoes and whispered in FengYang's ear. Can we talk about that matter alone? Only then did FengYang show a different smile and looked around. There were ruins all around, and there really was a place to talk privately. Sixth soul skill, blue flame sphere. Immediately, FengYang waved his hand. Boom! The two wrapped in the blue flame sphere instantly lifted off the ground. Bibi Dong and the girls, along with the disciples, all had their skirts and hair blown up by the wind. In just a blink, they were already thousands of meters in the air, leaving everyone stunned. Your Highness, go ahead and say, what does that matter? FengYang asked her deliberately. Shrek showed an embarrassed expression. Brother FengYang, you mentioned it to me before. So your Highness plans to offer your... FengYang said. Shrek face had already turned crimson, more or less. Haha. FengYang laugid heartily, feeling an inexplicable sense of conquest. What is it like to have YearRing? How about we do it now at this height of thousands of meters? FengYang said. Brother FengYang, actually, I don't need that. I have something else for you. Shrek face had turned extremely red. Huh? FengYang felt all his cells jumping at her words. The meaning was quite clear, but it was something that could only be understood but not spoken. Is that so? She slowly replied. The next moment, however, she became serious. But, Brother FengYang, I hope you can spare the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Why? Because Shrekseven couldn't bear to look him in the eyes, lowering her gaze. I also hate that disgusting waste of a man. I hope she can personally take revenge on that waste. Otherwise, I feel she will never rest in peace. Still unwilling to tell the truth, the Spirit Hall is gone. Does Shrekseven really want to become the prince of the Heaven Do Empire for the rest of her life? What if I don't agree? FengYang asked seriously. Buzz. This simple question made Shrekseven's heart race. She stared blankly at FengYang, momentarily at a loss for words. Despite being anxious, she still maintained her composure. Why? In the end, she could only awkwardly ask these 3 words. There's no reason, FengYang said casually. Brother FengYang, I think you should be a person with feelings, Shrekseven has said. Yes, but it depends on who it is. Besides, your highness is willing to offer yourself up for revenge, even sacrificing your own, to plead for Bibi Dong. What hidden truth is there? Are you really not planning to tell me? How can that show any feelings? FengYang said. Shrekseven's expression changed. She knew this matter couldn't be hidden anymore. In her view, a person as clever as FengYang would never let go without hearing the whole truth. All right, brother FengYang, I'll tell you the truth. This is my biggest secret. I'm the daughter of Pope Bibi Dong, and my name is Qianrengshu. The next moment, under the effect of her soul bone, she glowed with golden light, and in just a second, she transformed into a dazzling young lady, dressed in a golden palace-style long gown, with minimal decoration, simple yet elegant. The golden collar protected her snow-white and slender neck, and her long golden hair casually cascaded down her back. She looked to be in her early 20s, with skin whiter than snow, a straight nose, slightly delicate phoenix eyes, and a stunningly beautiful face. Her figure was curvaceous, with long legs partially exposed. Qianrengshu had officially made her entrance. In front of him alone, Qianrengshu seemed quite pleased with FengYang's gaze upon her, full of admiration, yet without a hint of surprise, as if she had anticipated this all along. Brother FengYang, this is my true self. FengYang nodded, accompanied by Qianrengshu's narration. Everything from the past seemed to replay. From Qiang Sunji forcefully taking Bibi Dong, to Qianrengshu painfully leaving the Spirit Hall, meeting the real Shrekseven, and masquerading as Shrekseven for so many years, she laid it all bare. Brother FengYang, I hope you won't tell anyone what I told you today. All right, since you told me everything and didn't treat me as an outsider, I'll tell you a secret as well, FengYang said with a smile. What? Actually, I've known for a long time that you are a woman. I've been deliberately taking advantage of you, FengYang said. Huh? Qianrengshu was taken aback. Her small face looked exceptionally delicate, especially after being teased. It flushed a rosy hue, making her even more charming. You knew all along? Yes, otherwise. Do you think I really want a man? Well, why didn't you just point it out to me? Point it out? What is the point of that? At that moment, Qianrengshu didn't know whether to feel happy or not. She suddenly realized that it seemed her identity as a woman had already been noticed by him. Should she be happy? Being noticed by someone as formidable as him was quite an honor. Should she be unhappy? It seemed he was only focused on her being a woman. However, it seemed that none of that mattered now. She came to her senses. So, Brother FengYang, are you willing to let her go? It's been delayed for so long. The foreplay has been sufficient. There's no need to continue dragging it out. Since you said it this far, then I'll agree to you. Qianrengshu's eyes brightened. Thank you, Brother FengYang. As she spoke, she directly wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed his lips. Chapter 136, Huaxia Palace. Huaxia City. The two slowly descended to the ground. Qianrengshu also transformed back into her original form, Shrekseven. Everything on the ground, including everyone's positions, had hardly moved. It was evident how great FengYang's authority was. Even Bibi Dong stood still, showing no intention of escaping. After all, if she wanted to run, no one from the Spirit Hall would stop her. FengYang's gaze also fell on her. I can agree to let you seek revenge. In an instant, everyone from the Spirit Hall felt relieved. They had placed all the blame for the Spirit Hall's misfortunes on Yu Xiaojang. They all wanted to see Bibi Dong return to the Spirit Hall with Yu Xiaojang's head. Bibi Dong herself looked at FengYang, her pupils trembling slightly, as if thanking him immensely. He was willing to give her this opportunity. Yet she couldn't bring herself to say the words of gratitude. She couldn't help but take a deep look at Shrekseven by FengYang's side, realizing unexpectedly how well her daughter got along with FengYang, so well that he could change his mind. Deep in her heart, she regretted again. If she had listened to her advice earlier and not opposed FengYang, all of this would not have happened. But not now, FengYang added. When will that be? Bibi Dong hurriedly asked. This moment, it was truly a rare sight. Almost everyone had never seen Bibi Dong needing to seek someone else's permission before. When the time is right. FengYang said something that left everyone speechless. When is the right time? Are you playing with me? Bibidong's nature made her show some displeasure. However, FengYang was unyielding, wearing a serious expression. Even if I were to play with you, what of it? Bibidong seemed to fully understand who was the real king now. She had no authority. Everything had to be approved by FengYang. She also wisely chose not to speak further. FengYang ignored her and looked around. Spirit Hall is finished. Everyone disperse. He spoke the most chilling words that made everyone present feel cold. Is the Spirit Hall, which dominated the continent, really gone like this? Especially Bibidong, filled with guilt. The Spirit Hall perished in her hands. Despite her unwillingness, there was nothing she could do. Only endless regret. At this moment, everyone knew that FengYang seemed to belong to the country of Shui from the Heaven Do Empire. But Shui had other thoughts. She still didn't want to see the Spirit Hall perish. Otherwise, what had she worked hard for all these years? The people from the Spirit Hall looked at each other. After leaving the Spirit Hall, they found themselves with nowhere to go. They all hesitated. Many wanted to follow FengYang. After all, being with such a person could mean becoming a figure of great importance on the continent. In fact, up until this point, whether it was Ning Fengji or Douluo, they were all waiting to return to the Heaven Do Empire with FengYang and be granted titles. But ultimately, the Soul Masters who had long stayed in the Spirit Hall and had no real ties to the Heaven Do Empire put forth a suggestion. Lord FengYang, please stay in the Spirit Hall and become the new Pope of the Spirit Hall. As soon as these words came out, the whole place erupted in admiration. What good idea. The Spirit Hall has always revered the strong. Lord FengYang can truly become the new Pope of the Spirit Hall. I am willing to serve under Lord FengYang and offer my utmost loyalty. Lord FengYang, not killing us is the greatest grace. I am willing to pledge my life to Lord FengYang. I am also willing to pledge my life. Pledge my life. Pledge my life. Pledge my life. In an instant, all the Soul Masters from the Spirit Hall knelt before FengYang. They didn't care at all that the person they had once sworn loyalty to was still beside them. Feeling lost, perhaps in Bibidong's heart, due to a little personal feeling, she had let the Spirit Hall fall into such a predicament, and they were already somewhat disappointed. Moreover, FengYang's strength was unassailable. There was no room for dissent. Currently, although he was only level 96, FengYang's power had already reached the pinnacle, making him the strongest in the world. What he pursued next could only be the peak of power. Amidst the fervent support, the supreme authority began to surface from the depths of FengYang's heart. What was the point of going back to the Heaven Do Empire to be granted a title? If he was going to do it, he should aim to be an emperor. Lord FengYang, please rebuild the Spirit Hall and become the new pope. Yu Egwan, with a crafty smile, expressed his loyalty. FengYang surveyed the crowd. All right, I am interested in rebuilding the Spirit Hall, but cannot be called the Spirit Hall anymore. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Lord FengYang, what should it be called? Yu Egwan asked. FengYang glanced at him. Huaxiao Palace. After a pause, he scanned around. The Spirit Hall City will be renamed Huaxia City. His voice was not loud, but it was powerful, although everyone didn't know why it should be called that. They all understood in their hearts that the Spirit Hall would ultimately become a thing of the past. Huaxia Palace, Huaxia City, accompanied by someone shouting it out loud. Everyone present echoed in unison, Huaxia Palace, Huaxia City, Huaxia Palace, Huaxia City, Huaxia Palace, Huaxia City. In an instant, the shouts were deafening and almost everyone supported it. FengYang also kept an eye out, looking at those who had come with him to support the Heaven Do Empire, such as Douluo and Ning Fengji, wondering what their expressions were. Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang were beaming with smiles, very pleased. After all, their family in the Heaven Do Empire was not even among the top 3. But now it was different. The higher FengYang's status, the more their Meng family's wealth would rise. Douluo felt the same way. As a guest elder of the Heaven Do Empire, he had always preferred to do things because his granddaughter was FengYang's disciple. As long as his granddaughter was well, everything would be well. The key point was that FengYang held the lifeline of both him and his granddaughter. Ning Fengji's unexpectedly darkened face showed his displeasure with FengYang taking over the Spirit Hall in Spirit Hall City. After all, he still supported the Heaven Do Empire. Perhaps there were some unbreakable grievances hidden within. Or perhaps there were more complex issues involved. It feels just like Cao Cao's Copper Sparrow Terrace, where the fate of the Han Dynasty is only a thought away for Cao Cao. With power and military strength dominating the court, many ministers, including Sun Yu, still disagreed. However, this matter could not be halted due to Ning Fengji's dissatisfaction. I announced the construction of the Huaxia Palace and the renaming of the Spirit Hall City to Huaxia City, delegating this task to Yu Guan to be executed immediately. FengYang said. Yes. Yuan accepted the order and left. At this moment, everyone present from the Spirit Hall was somewhat excited, as they were about to welcome a new beginning. Gui Mei, you will conduct a tally of the deceased from this incident and report it to me, FengYang instructed. Yes. Gui Mei accepted the order and left. FengYang then looked at Bibi Dong, who manages all the finances of your Spirit Hall. Soon, an old man at the Douluo level stood up. He had been quite loyal, unwilling to relinquish the Spirit Hall's finances until Bibi Dong sighed in resignation and nodded, prompting him to relent. With the Spirit Hall's vast funds, rebuilding the Huaxiao Palace was naturally no longer a problem, especially since FengYang planned to construct it in the style of ancient palaces, resembling the Forbidden City. As Gui Mei gathered all the Soul Masters and began roll call, even Qian Rinchue's grandfather, the peak Dao Qian Douluo, had his status as elder temporarily revoked to stand with everyone else. Soon, aside from the girls, there were no other members of the Spirit Hall around FengYang. Ning Fengji stepped forward. Master Rongrong, isn't this matter a bit abrupt? What's wrong? FengYang looked at him. Ning Rongrong also appeared somewhat confused. In her view, if her master were to become a figure like the Pope of the Spirit Hall, standing on equal footing with the emperors of the two empires, it would be quite impressive, and she, Ning Rongrong, would benefit from it. After all, the Guardian Battle Team represented the Tiando Empire in the Spirit Hall's Soul Master competition, but Master Rongrong was here claiming territory, which was extremely sensitive for the imperial family and could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings, Ning Fengji said seriously. Huh. Feng naturally laugedly. He had already decided to rename it Huaxia. Did he still fear misunderstandings? If there was going to be a fight, then let them come. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Xue Qinghe beside him. If they could win the Tiando Empire without bloodshed, it would be a good thing for the soldiers, as it would mean no casualties. Then please inform the Tiando Emperor that I, FengYang, will only declare myself the city lord and will not claim the title of emperor. Once these words were spoken, Ning Fengji knew that further discussion on this matter was pointless. Since that was the case, it seemed Master Rongrong would not be returning to the Tiando Empire, so they would part ways here. He cupped his fist towards FengYang. No need to see you off, FengYang replied straightforwardly. Your Highness, let us return to the Tiando Empire, Ning Fengji said to Xue Qinghe. All right, teacher, Xue Qinghe nodded. Rongrong, come back to the Tiando Empire with me. Many family members in the clan miss you very much, Ning Fengji said. No, I don't want to leave my master, Ning Rongrong said stubbornly. Rongrong, be obedient. Ning Fengji's tone became more serious. Over the years, he had never been this serious with Ning Rongrong. No, Daddy, I said I don't want to leave my master. Saying this, Ning Rongrong directly clung to FengYang's arm, clearly seeking help. Faced with Ning Rongrong's immaturity, Ning Fengji was uncharacteristically anxious. After all, once the war started, it would mean meeting on the battlefield. What would happen if father and daughter encountered each other there? Rongrong. His expression became increasingly serious. FengYang also spoke up. Ning Zhongzhu, Rongrong is my disciple. I won't let her go, and she doesn't want to leave you either. Ning Fengji was a person who understood the situation. He knew this was not the time to fall out with FengYang, nor should he. All right, in that case, I ask Master Rongrong to take good care of Rongrong for me. Rest assured, FengYang said. Ning Fengji, along with Chun Xian, Xue Qinghe, and the 500 royal knights, set off on the road back to the Tiando Empire. As they were leaving, Xue Qinghe looked at FengYang with great reluctance. In their final embrace, Xue Qinghe whispered in his ear the last sentence. I will help you take down the Tiando Empire. Please, brother FengYang. Be sure to protect her life. This or didn't need to be thought about, as it was understood to be Bibi Dong. To be fair, Qian Rinchue was much stronger than her mother. On the other side, Davis and others, escorted by the Xingluo Empire's army, hurried towards the Xingluo Empire, fearing that FengYang would change his mind and kill Davis and the others. After all, the four titled Douluo of the Xingluo Empire had all perished. This time, the enmity between FengYang and the Xingluo Empire was completely established. Besides the deaths of the four titled Douluo, Davis and Dai Mubai had also been rendered impotent. On the official road, inside the carriage, Davis lay there, looking at his already shriveled little brother. His face contorted with rage. How I hate it. I really hate it. Sitting across from him, Zhu Zhiyun felt no sympathy whatsoever. Originally, it was fine to watch the show, but he had to act with lustful intentions and target the girl. Unexpectedly, she was so powerful that just the summon elements were enough to annihilate titled Douluo. He thought this in his heart, but could not say it out loud. Your Highness, maintain a good mindset. You're talking nonsense. Davis interrupted angrily. How can I maintain a good mindset like this? In the future, not only will I be unable to enjoy myself with women, But my father will not allow a prince who cannot reproduce to become emperor. It's really damn. He gritted his teeth and shouted, FengYang, and those damn bitches. I will definitely kill them. Kill them. But no matter how hard he shouted, he could not relieve his hatred. Zhu Juyan also stopped speaking. Davis was already in a half-mad state, making it impossible to have a normal conversation. Dai Mubai rode up to the carriage. Although his manhood was also ruined after so long, he had already come to terms with it. After all, what else could he do if he didn't compromise? Especially after learning that Davis had also been disabled, he felt the same way as he did back then with Tang San, if not even more so. He was so happy that he directly smiled with mockery. Big brother, don't be afraid. You have third brother with you. It's just that you can't touch women in the future and can't inherit the throne, right? At least we are still alive, ha ha. Upon hearing this, Davis trembled with anger. All right, but Dai Mubai was still relentless, glancing at Zhu Juyan, sister-in-law, according to the Zhu family rules. When passing through the door, one cannot give away their chastity. I guess Big Brother should say he hasn't touched you, right? Chapter 138. Self-proclaimed City Lord Davis trembled with anger. All right, but Dai Mubai was still relentless, glancing at Zhu Juyan, sister-in-law, according to the Zhu family rules. When passing through the door, one cannot give away their chastity. I guess Big Brother should say he hasn't touched you, right? Zhu Juyan. Upon hearing this, Davis was already boiling with rage, unable to suppress the urge to spit blood. Big Brother, what a pity, sister-in-law, is so beautiful, with such a good figure, yet can't be with her. It's painful. It's really more painful than not having her at all. Just as Dai Mubai's mocking voice fell, Davis couldn't hold back and directly spat blood out of anger. Get lost. You get lost. He shouted at Dai Mubai. Ha ha. Dai Mubai laughed heartily and left the side of the carriage, satisfied. Davis's face was gloomy. He suddenly looked at Zhu Juyan, and this stare made her feel a bit of a prickling sensation on her scalp. Zhu Juyan, I tell you, you are mine. For this lifetime, you are mine. Even if I can't touch you, you are still mine. Looking at Davis's crazed face, no one knew what he would do in this state. Zhu Juyan quickly nodded to reassure him. Your Highness, don't worry, I will definitely be yours. Seeing Zhu Juyan's sincere appearance, Davis's expression softened. But because of his own impotence and despair, he slumped down. If I can't have your body, how can you be mine? This is almost a common problem among men. Under that strong possessiveness, having the heart is far from enough. Sometimes obtaining the body is even more important and carries a stronger desire for possession. That kind of pain is imaginable. Davis in front of me is likely to become increasingly crazy. Returning to Xing Luo, he may become even more irritable, drinking, fighting, and tormenting Zhu Juyan. At this moment, Zhu Juyan felt an overwhelming sense of worry. But given the current situation, she couldn't stay directly. Not to mention that Zhu Juqing's attitude towards her was unclear. What if FengYang didn't take her in or accept her as a disciple? The most important thing is that if she stays, the Zhu family in Xing Luo would likely face disaster. On the other side, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang were fleeing without a moment's rest. Finally, they found a wild forest to rest. Teacher, what should we do next? Tang San asked politely. At present, there were only two of them relying on each other, and there was really no other way. Yu Xiaojing also placed all his hopes on Tang San. Next, find a place for you to practice diligently. Become a god as soon as possible, and then come back to avenge the humiliation. At this moment, Tang San had already suffered too many blows from FengYang. He didn't believe that he could become a god, and even if he did, he felt that he might not be FengYang's opponent. Can I really do it? Seeing him so dejected, Yu Xiaojiang directly ignited his hatred and anger. It's not that you can't do it. You have no way out. Think about Xiao Wu, who had her life ruined by FengYang, and think about your father, who died tragically at his hands. You have to know that Xiao Wu was originally yours. Can you really tolerate the thought of Xiao Wu serving FengYang every night? Can your heart be at peace? Every word pierced Tang San's heart, making him grit his teeth in anger. One could say that every sentence was a painful stab to his inner self. This life is unforgettable. Ah! His face was twisted, and he suddenly screamed, FengYang, I must kill you. Seeing Tang San finally getting back on his feet, Yu Xiaojiang felt joy in his heart. At least there was someone to fight for him. After all, when it came to risking their lives, it would definitely be Tang San, and he just needed to hide in the dark and support him with his eyes. Tang San, you can definitely do it. Our enmity with FengYang runs deep, and we are left with just the two of us. Everything else is gone. All because of him. But where can we go now? Tang San asked. To the Xing Luo Empire, or we could go to the Haotian sect. FengYang absolutely cannot reach there. Right now, he and the Luo Empire are definitely at odds, Yu Xiaojiang said. My father has already been expelled from the Haotian sect. If I go back, I will definitely be ostracized and not accepted. I don't want to go, Tang San replied. It was clear that after this period, he felt very tired. Then I'll go to the Luo Empire, find a hidden place for you, and you can concentrate on cultivating. First, reach level 60, then go to Sea God Island. It will definitely help you increase your strength, Yu Xiaojiang said. All right, Tang San finally found a bit of direction and comfort. Thank you, teacher. Fortunately, you are still by my side. You are welcome. You are my only disciple, Yu Xiaojiang said, directly embracing Tang San. Perhaps because Tang San had lost his brother, his voice became a bit softer, and even his body felt weaker, which made Yu Xiaojiang feel extremely good while hugging him. Without thinking too much about it, Tang San assumed it was just an elder's affection for a younger one. In fact, Yu Xiaojiang felt immensely pleased. In just one day, under the gaze of all the residents of Wuhuan City, the three big characters Wuhuan City on the city gate were taken down. The characters Huaxia City were hung up high instead. Additionally, a flag was added, fluttering in the wind. The characters at the top were not single, but double. FengYang. FengYang made it clear to everyone that Huaxia City belonged to him. In the temporary mansion, FengYang held a booklet, which was the census report presented by Ghost Awe. After the destruction of the Blue Flame Storm that day, over 10,000 people died, most of whom were high-level soul masters above Soul King. The precise numbers included over 1,000 soul emperors, more than 400 soul saints, over 100 soul Douluos, and 15 titled Douluos. It can be said to be quite tragic. Although the Wuhuan Palace claimed to have 70,000 soul masters, 90% of them were low-level soul masters. It was entirely a situation where quantitative change led to qualitative change. After all, the welfare treatment of the Wuhuan Palace for soul masters was quite good. Every village sent soul masters to help awaken the martial souls of children. And once they reached a certain level, they could register at the Wuhuan Palace to receive gold soul coins. With such good treatment, most would choose to join the Wuhuan Palace. However, in the Tiando Empire and Luo Empire, the number of soul masters that the empire could control was only 1/3. Among them, the major sects had at least hundreds of soul masters. The decree was issued, summoning all soul masters of the Spirit Hall to participate in the City Lord's ceremony 3 days later. FengYang said yes. The ghost Douluo was ordered to go. 3 days later, as scheduled, a traditional Chinese ceremony was held to announce to everyone that the Pope of the Spirit Hall was renamed the City Lord of Huaxia City. FengYang actually didn't believe in this, but becoming a City Lord with just one sentence and without any sense of ceremony felt too simple and shabby. In the end, amidst the cheers of the crowd calling him City Lord, it was successfully completed. Chapter 139, A Time of Peaceful Revelry. The news that FengYang had rebuilt the Spirit Hall and renamed it Huaxia City, claiming the title of City Lord, quickly spread, shocking the entire continent, especially the major sects. The power of the Spirit Hall was a deeply rooted existence in their minds. They didn't dare to provoke it easily. Who would have thought that the Spirit Hall would be destroyed by FengYang and renamed Huaxia, creating history? The Snow Knight Emperor of Tiando felt uneasy upon hearing this news. A soul master like a god, if there were really power struggles, it would undoubtedly lead to a bloody storm. Esteemed lords, what do you think of this matter? The Snow Knight Emperor asked the nobles sitting below. The officials exchanged glances. Your Majesty, there's no need to mention FengYang's personal strength. Now that he has incorporated the entire military and soul masters of the Spirit Hall, if war breaks out, it would likely lead to a national destruction. When the Spirit Hall was at its height, we didn't dare to easily start a war, let alone now. With FengYang in control of Huaxia City, which is even stronger than the previous Spirit Hall. Furthermore, if war breaks out, it is likely that the Star Luo Empire will reap the benefits. Moreover, compared to the Spirit Hall claiming to be the Pope, FengYang now only claims the title of City Lord, showing no intention of declaring himself an emperor. I suggest we temporarily recognize FengYang's position as City Lord. Your Majesty, I second that. We all agree. The officials chimed in. The Snow Knight Emperor nodded. Originally, he had planned to confer titles and lands to FengYang upon his return, but unexpectedly, he had directly occupied the Spirit Hall. This way, he would acknowledge him as the City Lord. I wonder who is willing to go to Huaxia City and deliver my words. After a long silence, Ning Fengji finally stood up. Your Majesty, I will go. Although he knew FengYang's ambition was gradually growing. After sitting as City Lord for a few days, FengYang found it uninteresting. He might declare himself emperor or even initiate a war. Wasn't the Spirit Hall like this back then? It started as a religious organization, leading people to worship the gods, and ultimately, because of the first-generation pope being granted this land, he declared himself pope to test the limits of the two empires. Not only Ning Fengji knew this, everyone present was aware, but directly starting a war was completely impossible. They could only show goodwill and wait for an opportunity. Very well. Sect Master Ning, I will trouble you to make another trip, said the Snow Knight Emperor. Star Luo Empire. Upon hearing the news, the Star Luo Emperor was greatly shocked. The Spirit Hall had been eradicated. FengYang renamed it Huaxia City and claimed to be the city lord. This was originally a good opportunity for the Star Luo Empire to win over. However, when the Star Luo Emperor learned that 4 titled Luo had died there, including 2 of his sons, he was furious. This was not merely about losing his sons. It was about not taking the Star Luo Empire and the Star Luo Emperor seriously at all. If FengYang had considered their princely status, he would not have done such a thing. As a monarch, how could he swallow this humiliation? Wasn't this a slap in the face? If he really swallowed it, the dignity of the Star Luo Empire would be directly shattered. Damn it, I must avenge my sons. The Star Luo Emperor shouted in the hall. The ministers clasped their fists. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. FengYang, with his own strength, destroyed the entire Spirit Hall, and even dozens of titled Luo and thousands of soul masters could not do anything to him. Our knights are just flesh and blood. How can we go to war with him? We implore your Majesty to calm down. The crowd advised. Since the Dai family inherited the throne, they always selected the most capable person. Anyone who sat in that position must have fought through countless strong opponents and siblings, showing considerable courage. The Star Luo Emperor, in his 40s, was no different. Can my sons be humiliated like this? And can my Star Luo Empire just endure this? The Star Luo Emperor roared. For a moment, the entire hall fell silent. 2 sons had been brutally killed. Even ordinary people would fight to the death in such a scenario, let alone royalty. This was not only a matter of royal face, but also concerned the entire Star Luo Empire. If this matter were to be tolerated, everyone would think that the Star Luo Empire was finished, and its dignity would surely be greatly diminished. Thus, everyone present fell into a dilemma. It was impossible to fight, and it was impossible not to fight. At that moment, a soldier in armor rushed in and knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, the sect master of Haoyan sect, Tang Xiao, requests an audience. Dang Xiao, the sect master of Haoyan sect, a super Douluo of level 96. Upon hearing this name, the Star Luo Emperor was overjoyed. Quickly, invite him in. Soon a man walked in, standing over 2 meters tall, with a strong build and a face that looked like it was chiseled from stone. White short hair, but still with piercing eyes. Upon reaching the front, he solemnly knelt on one knee and slightly bowed his head. Tang Xiao pays respects to your Majesty. The Star Luo Emperor immediately walked down, supporting Tang Xiao up with both hands. Please rise. After standing up, he thought, I believe Sect Master Tang has come because of FengYang, right? Indeed, Tang Xiao replied, his expression serious. Although Tang Hao was expelled by the old sect master, he is still my closest brother, raised by me. Now that he has tragically died at FengYang's hands, I will not forgive him, and neither will the Haoyan sect. Therefore, this time, I will lead 100 disciples of the Haoyan sect to seek revenge for my brother. Good, the Star Luo Emperor decisively said. With the Haoyan sect, my Star Luo Empire can certainly swallow the Huaxia City in one go and kill FengYang. Thus, the plan to attack Huaxia City began to be formulated and prepared. In the blink of an eye, the Huaxia Palace in Huaxia City, based on the palace map drawn by FengYang, had already taken shape. However, to settle in, it would take at least 3 to 5 months, or even 3 to 5 years. This was still because the people in this world were as if they had taken hormones, growing much taller than usual, resulting in significantly higher work efficiency. FengYang hoped to complete it within a year. Judging by the progress, it wasn't too far off. In a manor where the girl apprentices lived, the air was filled with their laughter, and it was quickly turning into a chaotic harem. Because Xiao Wu, Hu Wu, and Duga Yin are not making an effort in their cultivation, they have started to learn singing, dancing, and playing the piano just to please FengYang, so they can accompany him in a life of revelry, enjoying songs and dances every night. Life has become too decadent. FengYang is also feeling somewhat carefree, completely lacking any sense of crisis, especially with the Snow Knight Emperor of the Tianzhou Empire, unexpectedly sending Ning Fengji to congratulate him and gifting him 10,000 taels of gold to help him rebuild the collapsed Spear Hall. One person truly cannot sit still, and that is Bibi Dong. It's been so long. Aren't you going to let me take revenge? Chapter 140. Romance, it's been so long. Aren't you going to let me take revenge? Bibi Dong approached and asked. On the surface, she seemed calm, but inside, she was already stormy. She couldn't wait at all. FengYang slowly looked at her. Do you know where Xiaojiang is? Are you going to find him? Bibi Dong's expression remained serious. It's precisely because I don't know that I need to find him. What a reasonable argument. FengYang found himself unable to refute it. All right, when do we set off? Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong was genuinely a bit excited. The sooner, the better. Fine, then let's go tomorrow. I will accompany you, FengYang said casually. Bibi Dong's heart sank, and she couldn't help but frown. Accompany me? How? Faced with FengYang's stern question, Bibi Dong could only nod. I understand, but can you tell me why? First, what if you run away and don't come back? FengYang said bluntly. These words shattered Bibi Dong's heart. As someone whose heart was already dead, once she avenged her great hatred, how could she have any belief in living on? How could she not come back? But she wasn't in the mood to explain this issue right now. She simply responded with a cold smile. Second, if you don't eradicate the roots, the spring wind will bring them back. Therefore, you Xiaojiang and Tang San must die. FengYang continued. Bibi Dong felt that the person before her was much more ruthless than she was. After Bibi Dong left, Master. Tomorrow you will follow Bibi Dong to find you Xiaojiang and Tang San. What about Huaxia City? Ning Rongrong asked. FengYang glanced at the girls and finally settled his gaze on Zhu Zhuqing's face. It will be entrusted to Zhu Qing. Zhu Zhuqing looked shocked, never expecting FengYang to trust her to this extent. Not only did he make her the captain, but he also let her manage the city. It should be noted that among the girl disciples, her rank was never the highest. I will summon all the spirit masters tomorrow for a meeting. All spirit masters, including title Douluo, will be dispatched by Zhu Qing, FengYang continued. Wow, 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 the girls exclaimed in amazement. What would it be like to dispatch title Douluo? Master, I will definitely not disappoint you, Zhu Zhuqing said. Yes, of course, FengYang continued to scan them. You have been down for nearly 20 days. But do not forget your identity as spirit masters. When I return, if I do not see your progress, watch how I punish you. The girls suddenly felt the pressure rising. Then, Master, since you are going out tomorrow, we don't know how long it will take. Tonight, let me serve you well. Xiao Wu said. Xiao Wu, how can you say that? You stayed in Master S room until dawn yesterday, Meng Aran said. I was the only one who stayed in Master S room until dawn, Xiao Wu retorted. Hu immediately lowered her head. Ning Rongrong became bolder and directly sat on FengYang's lap. Her pair of snow-white long legs, highlighted by her blue short skirt, truly made one's blood boil. Coupled with her pure appearance and a hint of learned flirtation, today, Master is only mine. I won't let anyone else have him. It was simply that your inner self did not match your outer appearance. Who can withstand this? That night, under Zhu Zhuqing's initiative, FengYang also had the most fun he had ever had. Originally possessing a proud figure, combined with Ning Rongrong's imaginative cooperation. It was like a scene straight out of an anime. A panda bigger than FengYang's head. It was going to be a super joyful and romantic night. The next day, all the registered spirit masters looked up at FengYang with reverence. After I temporarily leave Huaxia City, my disciple Zhu Zhuqing will take full responsibility, including the defense of Huaxia City and the dispatch of spirit masters, from title Douluo down to the common people. Is that clear? FengYang showed that, yes, we will strictly obey the city lord's orders. Everyone knelt on one knee. They were not surprised by this matter. After all the spirit masters present were originally from the spirit hall. It was normal not to be fully trusted and to choose a spirit master who was only level 50 to manage the city. Moreover, in their minds, they would even speculate. The city lord's departure this time is ostensibly to accompany His Holiness the Pope, but in reality, it is to test our loyalty. If we show any disrespect towards Zhu Zhuqing, we fear our good days will also come to an end. Upon hearing this, everyone felt it made sense. As Zhu Zhuqing stepped onto the stage to speak, FengYang also walked down. A charming blonde beauty approached him, bowing respectfully. City Lord. It was none other than Hulaina. Among the spirit masters of the original spirit hall, few were willing to leave. Even though the three of the golden generation were personally trained and favored by Bibi Dong, with nowhere else to go and wanted to be closer to Bibi Dong, they also chose to serve FengYang. In the first few days, Hulaina often went to Bibi Dong's room, persuading her not to be soft-hearted, saying that a man like that was not worth it. In her despair, Bibi Dong instead encouraged her to work hard on her cultivation and not to fall in love when her strength was insufficient. What is it? FengYang asked. I want to follow the city lord, so I can take care of the city lord's daily needs, Hulaina said. After saying this, she didn't forget to glance at Bibi Dong beside her. Is she here to take care of Bibi Dong or the city lord? FengYang couldn't help but smile. However, having one more beautiful woman to command on this journey isn't a bad thing. Before he could say anything, Bibi Dong became anxious and glared at Hulaina. What nonsense are you talking about? I haven't settled the score with you for losing the match. Shouldn't you focus on training? Hulaina. After all, she was supposed to be sent to that devilish place for 3 years of training. But because of the significant changes in the spirit hall, it was all left unresolved. Seeing that Hulaina didn't retort, FengYang took the opportunity to respond. Since you have such feelings, I accept it. Now, it was Bibi Dong's turn to stare wide-eyed. Thank you, City Lord, Hulaina said, clasping her fists. Let's get ready and set off directly. FengYang nodded. Seeing Hulaina, Yin, who had liked her for many years, became anxious and hurriedly stepped forward to clasp his fists toward FengYang. City Lord, since we're going out this time, we probably won't be back for a while. We definitely need a coachman, right? FengYang glanced at him, naturally aware of his intentions. However, a coachman was indeed needed. After all, Bibi Dong and Hulaina are women. If they encounter blazing sun or storms, it would be quite troublesome. Alrig, FengYang nodded. Thank you, City Lord. Yin was overjoyed, thinking that he could be with Hulaina, and even just watching her every day would satisfy him. After that, Yin caught up with Hulaina and followed FengYang's pace. Nana, we could be together now. Hulaina glanced at him expressionlessly. You really don't need to do this. It's fine, I'm happy to do this, Yin smiled. He was indeed a devoted admirer. And so, a luxurious carriage, filled with enough supplies, was driven by Yin as they headed out of Huaxia City. Since it was learned that Yu Shaojiang and Tang San had already entered the Star Luo Empire, it was impossible to send a large army to search for them. After all, once the war started, Yu Shaojiang and Tang San would definitely hide in the mountains and never come out again. This matter had to be resolved first. Furthermore, FengYang's purpose for this trip was not just that. He had his eyes set on Bibi Dong as well. Therefore, going lightly and quietly was the best approach. Inside the carriage, FengYang sat in the center, with Bibi Dong and Hulaina on either side. The silence in the air made Hulaina feel somewhat awkward. After all, sitting in such a small space with a powerful figure like FengYang, she felt it was inappropriate to just sit there without doing anything. City Lord, let me pour you a glass of water. Pour it, FengYang said softly. Hulaina stood up, and, after pouring the water, she looked at Bibi Dong. The Pope suddenly realized that continuing to address her that way seemed a bit inappropriate, but for a moment, she didn't know what else to call her. Your Grace, let me pour you a glass as well. From now on, just call me teacher, Bibi Dong said somewhat coldly. Hulaina was taken aback. Teacher, does that mean we are master and disciple? Before Bibi Dong could respond, FengYang interjected, Hulaina, become my disciple. Hulaina was instantly struck with disbelief, feeling somewhat incredulous. She had heard about FengYang's ability to take on disciples, but she never expected that she would be fortunate enough to be chosen by him. She couldn't help but glance at Bibi Dong beside her, considering her feelings. That was quite loyal of her. Hulaina, you still haven't realized the situation, have you? FengYang said, his tone slightly serious. Hulaina instantly felt terrified. After all, the implication was too clear. It meant that Bibi Dong couldn't decide anything he could decide. She quickly knelt on the ground. No, City Lord, I'm just overwhelmed by your kindness. FengYang chucked lightly. After a brief silence, Hulaina slightly raised her head. City Lord, are you really willing to take me as your disciple? I see how loyal you are to your previous pope, so let's forget it. I don't want any traitors among my disciples, FengYang replied. Hulaina suddenly felt as if the world was collapsing around her. Being able to take FengYang as a teacher was a dream come true for many soul masters. She understood that if she showed her loyalty now, she might still have a chance. But with Bibi Dong beside her, it made it very difficult for her to do such a thing. Suddenly, an idea struck her. City Lord, I am also very loyal to you. Even if I were given 100 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to be your enemy. That also was indeed well placed. All right, then I'll reluctantly accept you. FengYang said. Hulaina's eyes lit up. I can really become your disciple. Hulaina pays respects to master. Ding. Passive task completed, took on disciple. Hulaina. Level. 52. Qualification 190. Rewards granted. Transcendence 3 realms spirit structure. Blue flame domain becomes even more powerful. Soul power core. Strength increased. Congratulations. Host level increased. Level 99. Level 99. The reason why he remained at peak Douluo was naturally because he had previously accepted 7 girls from the Plan Academy, plus 3 others from different academies, all of whom were quite good-looking but had average qualifications. He went directly from level 96 to level 99. Now accepting Hulayina as a disciple didn't increase his level much. It seemed that to become a god from peak Douluo, he would need to accept many disciples in between. Of course, if he could accept Bibi Dong as a disciple, with her qualifications exceeding 300, he might directly reach level 100. Therefore, from the perspective of FengYang's own interests, he definitely wouldn't easily let her die. First soul skill, Stretching Dragon, Soul Ring Year, 2, 800,000 years. Controls a blue flame fire dragon with palm. Second soul skill, 8 young girls, Soul Ring Year, 3, 400,000 years. Materializes energy with thought. Third soul skill, 8 wine cups, Soul Ring Year, 40,000 years. Explode simultaneously in 8 directions. Surrounding everything will solidify. Fourth soul skill, Purifying Earth as Fire, Soul Ring Year, 4, 600,000 years. A shockwave of blue flame can extend for 460 miles. Fifth soul skill, Blue Flame City, Soul Ring Year, 5, 200,000 years. Directly calls down a blue flame city from the sky, covering the earth. All residing things will cease to exist. Comprehended sixth soul skill, Blue Flame Sphere, Soul Ring Year, 5, 800,000 years, surrounded by a blue flame sphere. Walking in the air, flying speed, 5,800 kilometers an hour, produces sonic booms wherever it goes. Not a blade of grass will grow. Killing invisibly, seventh soul skill, Martial Soul, True Body, Soul Ring Year, 6, 400,000 years. Flame Messenger descends. The whole body transforms into a blue flame shape. All attribute damage, speed, soul skill damage, and effects are increased by 1 followed by 6. 4 zeros of equivalent soul power. Super strong suppression effect. Everyone will submit. Last for 640 minutes. 8th soul skill. Summon Blue Flame Element 2. Soul Ring Year. 7,000,000 years. Casually summons 2 super level Blue Flame elements. Last for 700 minutes. Comprehended 9th soul skill. Blue Flame Storm. Soul Ring Year. 10,000,000 years. Doomsday descends. Destroying heaven and earth. The 9th soul ring, prominently reaching 10 million years. It has reached deep blue. Just like a star. The higher the temperature, the bluer the color. This 10 million year soul ring is almost one of the top soul rings on the continent. If it continues to rise, perhaps it will have to leave the continent and go to the divine realm. And Hulayina also obtained her inscription soul skill. In terms of level, is still surprising, but the damage is far less powerful than the soul skill obtained by Qianren Xue. Chapter 142. Over the knee black stockings. This travel journey officially began. Starting from the Wuhuan Hall to the Star Luo Empire, the scenery along the way is quite beautiful. Before entering the ground of the Star Luo Empire, there are no towns. This journey lasted 24 hours without rest. To be precise, the horses in the cart, as well as Yin, did not rest. FengYang in the cart had already fallen asleep twice. Accompanied by the sound of hooves stopping, Yin lifted the curtain, and despite being a soul master, he also looked tired. City Lord, we have now arrived at the border between the 2 countries, a place called Shibi Village. Let's take a break. The people are not tired, but the 2 horses are also exhausted. After shaking in the cart for so long, it was indeed time to get out and take a look. All right, after FengYang responded. Hulayina jumped down from the cart first and extended her jade hand towards FengYang. Master, let me help you. This made it seem as if FengYang was old and frail. However, FengYang did not refuse and directly held her hand. At that moment, when Hulayina's fingertips touched FengYang's, Yan's heart skipped a beat. This was the scene he had longed for, but never realized. He suddenly realized. Has Hulayina acknowledged FengYang as her master? While generally lamenting Hulayina's good fortune, he also comforted himself that she should only have filial piety towards FengYang. It seemed that Hulayina had no other improper thoughts about FengYang. However, such thoughts made Yin very uneasy. After all, who doesn't he know about FengYang's harem now? Almost all female disciples serve him in various ways. The key is that no one dares to say a word against FengYang. While fearing his strength is one aspect, the second aspect is that almost everyone can see how much his female disciples like him, mainly because they're too proactive. After all, it is hard to fault someone like FengYang. He is unprecedented and maybe unrepeatable. The girls who like him are even lined up to Tianshui City. This has completely achieved FengYang's initial idea. After getting off the cart, FengYang scanned the village. The scenery was still very nice. A tranquil and clean stream. Wooden houses on both sides of the country road seemed very cool. After Hulaina inquired if there was an inn, the four of them headed towards the only inn in the village. Hello for guests. Do you have 4 rooms? Yin asked arrogantly. Yes, we do. The boss replied. Hurriedly walking to the table they approached, wiping the tabletop as if it hadn't seen guests in a long time. However, it could be assumed that an inn in such a village wouldn't have much foot traffic. Most would choose to go directly to Birdsiang City, 50 miles away. Let's start with a few small dishes. FengYang said. All right, the boss replied. FengYang then directly sat down on the stool. Bibi Dong and Hulaina stood to the side, but they didn't move at all. Clearly, since he hadn't told them to sit, they hadn't planned to sit. FengYang smiled. Sit down, don't just stand there. What's the point of me eating alone? Okay, master. Hulaina finally responded and sat down. Bibi Dong also followed suit, and also called for the waiter to first feed the horses some dry food before coming back in. Come and sit. It's been a tiring journey. FengYang said. In that moment of care, Yin felt as if he was being treated with great favor. However, he still didn't dare. After all, sitting at the same table with FengYang and Bibi Dong, 2 big shots, was inherently unnatural. Only those who have experienced it would understand. Thank you, City Lord, but I'm a bit tired. Can I have a few dishes sent to my room? After eating, I just want to rest. That is fine. Thank you, City Lord. Yin also ordered a few small dishes and a pot of wine, then went upstairs. Soon, a few dishes were served. FengYang took a bite of the food, tried it, and could barely eat it. But seeing Hulaina and Bibi Dong sitting there without moving, it seemed quite awkward. FengYang directly served both women a piece of potato and placed it on their plates. Eat up, don't daze around. It makes it seem like I have a bad temper. The 2 women's expressions changed, especially Bibi Dong. It felt unprecedented to be served food and placed in her bowl. Hulaina had plenty of admirers around her, all of whom were eager to please her. However, this time's feeling was still unprecedented. A powerful figure like FengYang, as a city lord, didn't he have the slightest arrogance in serving her food. Perhaps this is also the reason why his female disciples can be so intimate with him. Thank you, master. FengYang responded lightly and looked at Bibi Dong again. Bibi Dong, why are you so nervous? Although you have sentenced yourself to death, life still has to go on before that, right? Only then did Bibi Dong pick up her chopsticks and start eating the potatoes. That's more like it. Is it good? FengYang asked. Just average, Bibi Dong replied. It really is quite average, FengYang said. As the Pope, I guess you haven't shared a meal with anyone else at the same table for so many years, right? FengYang continued to ask. Bibi Dong was taken aback. Indeed. Then why not talk about how you feel at this moment? FengYang smiled. Don't tease me, City Lord. Bibi Dong said lightly. Heh, FengYang chucklet. The main purpose of this trip is to tease you. If I don't tease you, you look like I owe you money. Who can stand that? Huiyina, don't you think so? FengYang looked at her. Huiyina glanced at Bibi Dong, and she didn't dare to express her opinion. She could only remain silent. Bibi Dong's expression remained unchanged. It seemed that changing her was quite difficult. First, she was used to being high and mighty, always holding herself with composure. Second, there was resentment in her heart, blocking her from being happy. Lustfully, fighting FengYang. She was even less likely to show her emotions directly, suppressing them instead. Just then, a woman slowly walked in. Boss, I'm here. The boss greeted her. Where's the guest need? Give me a good room and bring me some drinks and dishes, the woman said straightforwardly. All right, please wait a moment. When the woman chose her seat, she also picked one. She just happened to choose a square table next to FengYang, as Bibi Dong and Huiyina sat on either side. So the opposite side of FengYang was empty. They made eye contact. The woman was quite attractive, with thigh-high black stockings, very charming. While looking at FengYang, she even winked at him, making it seem like she was teasing a wedding car driver like Lin Wanyu. It almost pulled FengYang in. What did this woman want? Chapter 143. Mysterious superiority. What did this woman want? But FengYang didn't approach her. However, after a short while, 4 brawny men came in, behaving rudely, surrounding a table, and started shouting and propping their legs up. Waiter, bring me the wine. Bring me your best dishes. We're in a hurry. Hurry up. All right, coming right up, the boss replied. How long is right up? The 4 brawny men glared at him. After I finish cooking for this lady guest, I will immediately cook for you 4 guests. It won't be too long, the boss said. We've already said we're in a hurry. The 4 brawny men were unhappy, especially when they saw the woman in thigh-high black stockings. They suddenly found her very beautiful. their eyes already filled with lust. They immediately whispered among themselves and surrounded her. "Hey, are you alone? Why don't we share a table and eat together?" This scared the woman in black stockings, and she stood up right away. "Hey, who wants to share a table with you? Get lost." "Oh, you have quite the temper. Do you know who we are? How dare you talk to us like that?" The four men were completely unafraid, acting all high and mighty. "I don't care who you are. I don't want to share a table. So hurry and get lost." The woman in black stockings shouted. "I think you're looking for death. You know we are soul masters, right? It's an honor for you to be with us, little girl. You should be happy." The four men, with their inexplicable superiority, were clearly visible. In the world of most ordinary people, soul masters were still considered superior. However, such incidents rarely spread in the soul master world because there were very few soul masters who would stand up for ordinary people. After all, those who meddle in others' business often get into trouble and tend to choose to be bystanders. "I'm also a soul master. You'd better get lost. Otherwise, I won't be polite." The woman in black stockings shouted nervously. "Oh really? You're also a soul master? Then show us your spirit rings and see how many you have." The four men teased while unleashing their martial souls, revealing their spirit rings. Two had 3 rings and 2 had 4. Their levels were obviously not very high. "Want to make a move? Then come on." The four men were emboldened. The woman in black stockings grew more terrified. Meanwhile, the boss was also very anxious, quickly trying to mediate. "Gentlemen, please don't do this. I will cook your dishes first. Okay? Get lost." The men shouted fiercely at him, scaring the boss to retreat several steps. Clearly, this shop owner was just an ordinary person and couldn't handle such matters. FengYang remained indifferent. Out of the corner of his eye, he was also observing Huiyuna and Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong's gaze was calm, not moving at all, clearly not intending to intervene. Huiyuna's expression showed obvious displeasure. If one were to say that these two women were more beautiful than the woman in black, it would definitely be the case. But the four men seemed to completely ignore them. FengYang was also considering whether to intervene. "Master, I think Huiyuna can no longer sit still and is considering whether to take action." FengYang had not yet nodded when the four men had already begun to act. Suddenly, Bibi Dong unexpectedly slammed her palm on the table, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Her eyes turned icy to the extreme, giving off a chilling feeling. But the four men were completely clueless about the situation. One of them even reached out towards Bibi Dong. "Oh, what do you mean? Are you letting us have some fun?" Bibi Dong raised her jade hand. In an instant, a surge of soul power directly tore through the man's neck. His head instantly flew off, blood splattering everywhere. The laughter came to an abrupt halt, leaving only thick terror. "Humph. The type of men who forcibly take advantage of girls are the ones I hate the most in my life. They all deserve to die," Bibi Dong said coldly. Clearly, it was due to her own experiences that made her loathe such things so deeply, even leading her to kill directly. The remaining 3 men turned pale, their faces filled with fear. The woman before them merely raised her hand and killed a companion of over 40 levels, her strength unfathomable. They immediately knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. "Heroine, spare us. Spare me, female hero. Spare me, female hero. This guest, our shop cannot afford to have another death. Otherwise, if the officials come, I won't be able to keep this shop open. Please show some mercy." The shopkeeper hurriedly begged for mercy. However, the long-standing resentment of Bibi Dong seemed to have found an outlet. After all, killing in the original Spirit City meant targeting her subjects whom she had managed for years. But this place was different. Puff, puff, puff. In a flash of light, 3 men kneeling on the ground suddenly collapsed forward, dying on the spot. The shopkeeper was so shocked that he sat paralyzed on the ground. The woman in black silk was also terrified. However, she seemed to recover quickly. Walking up to Bibi Dong. "Thank you, miss, for your help." Bibi Dong still looked coldly at her and did not respond. FengYang took over the conversation. "Just a thank you?" The woman in black was taken aback, seemingly surprised that FengYang would say such a thing. After pondering for a moment, she said, "Then, I'll treat you to this meal as a thank you." "Alright," FengYang replied. "Good. Can I share a table with you?" The woman in black asked. "Please do," FengYang said. "Thank you." After the woman in black sat down, Huiyuna said, "Shopkeeper, aren't you going to deal with the bodies?" The shopkeeper was still in a daze. Killing was as simple as killing a chicken. No psychological burden at all. He could only work with his only waiter to carry the bodies one by one to the yard, covering them with a cloth, planning to dispose of them in the wilderness at night. "May I ask where you were headed?" the woman in black asked. After some casual conversation, they learned that the woman's name was Mulan, 22 years old, from the Luo Empire. "I'm going to the Spirit City to take care of some matters." Before anyone could respond, she continued, "Oh, the Spirit City has changed its name to Huaxia City. I heard the city lord is a very young person. That's amazing," Mulan said. Holy Na also showed a hint of a smile. "The city lord of Huaxia City is sitting right across from you. Since you're also going to Xing Luo, can we travel together from here?" Mulan asked. "Do you know much about the Xing Luo Empire?" FengYang inquired. Clearly, he intended to understand the situation in Xing Luo to facilitate finding Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San. Chapter 144. It turns out to be the city lord since you're also going to Xing Luo. Can we travel together from here? Mulan asked. "Do you know much about the Xing Luo Empire?" FengYang asked. Mulan note that. "I know quite a bit. I'm aware of how many Soul Master sects there are and how many towns exist." Her confident demeanor made FengYang feel a sense of suspicion. This woman in black. If she wasn't a Soul Master, how could she know so much about the Soul Master world? But if she was a Soul Master, she had just nearly been attacked and only dodged out of fear. "All right, let us travel together," FengYang said. As soon as he said this, Bibi Dong looked directly at him. "City Lord, isn't this inappropriate?" In Bibi Dong's view, their trip was simply for revenge, and involving an outsider didn't make sense. "City Lord?" Mulan looked astonished. Although she knew their status was not ordinary, considering they were such powerful Soul Masters, she didn't expect him to actually be the City Lord. "Bibi Dong. Cool Lina. You're so young, could it be?" Mulan began to guess. "Could you be the City Lord of Huaxia City, which was renamed from Spirit City? Since you recognized me, how dare you be so rude?" Holy Na scolded. Mulan quickly stood up, kneeling on one knee and clasping her fists. "I pay my respects to the City Lord." Since she had been figured out, FengYang did not hide it either. He was now invincible. A city could be reduced to ashes with just a snap of his fingers. Whether it was a conspiracy or an outright attack, everything was trivial in the face of true strength. "Get up." "Thank you, City Lord," Mulan said as she stood up. "City Lord, may I not accompany you?" Holy Na was speechless. How could this girl be so thick-skinned? "If you want to come, then just come. We'll be riding horses tomorrow," FengYang said. "Thank you, City Lord. I will definitely ride well," Mulan said happily. "How persistent you are, City Lord. Being with you makes me feel safe all of a sudden," Mulan said with a smile. "What? Have you been harassed by others?" FengYang asked. Mulan put on a shy demeanor. "City Lord, with my looks, shouldn't I be harassed?" FengYang chucklet. Cool Lina. Watching Mulan's flirtatious behavior, couldn't help but glare at her. "Look at how flirtatious you are." Hearing this, Mulan not only didn't get angry, but instead laughed. "Ha ha ha. Of course, although I'm quite beautiful compared to the two heavenly sisters here, I'm naturally a bit inferior. Women still like to be praised for their beauty." Even Bibi Dong couldn't help but feel moved. Perhaps she seldom heard such words. After all, it would be seen as impolite. Huoli Na felt her previous annoyance dissipate entirely, replaced by a good impression of her high emotional intelligence. "City Lord, let me tell you, there's a place called Shuifeng Ridge nearby where many bandits gather, so I didn't dare to travel alone," Mulan said. "Bandits?" "Yes. I heard that half of them are composed of Soul Masters, so it's better for us to take a detour. Otherwise, encountering them would be troublesome," Mulan explained. "No problem, just bandits. If we encounter them, we can easily take care of them. It would also be a service to the local people," FengYang said. "Wow, the City Lord is truly the City Lord. Your vision is so high." Mulan thighs. Huoli Na looked at FengYang with shining eyes. Even Bibi Dong was somewhat surprised. Was FengYang really such a noble person? Nothing particularly special happened next. That night, Yin knocked on Huoli Na's door. Wanted to talk to her, but Huoli Na said she was already asleep and suggested he talk tomorrow. In that moment, Yin felt something was off. Huoli Na seemed a bit colder towards him than before. He thought it might be due to FengYang, but he didn't dare to have any inappropriate thoughts due to the gap in strength. This is often how jealousy works. One can only envy those slightly stronger than them. If the other party is significantly stronger, all that's left is admiration and worship. "City Lord, good morning." Mulan Gvit. "City Lord, who is this?" Yin asked. "A new coachman," FengYang replied. A casual remark from FengYang made Yin feel anxious and uneasy. He quickly cupped his fists and said, "City Lord, did I do something wrong, or did I neglect you? Please let me know." "Ha ha." FengYang also wanted to laugh. "Do you think I sent you home because I thought you weren't doing well? You misunderstood. She's just a new coachman. If you're tired, you can switch." "All right. If there's nothing else, let's set off," FengYang said. Yes. The carriage continued towards the Xingluo Empire, with the two of them sitting at the front together, guiding the horses. "Hey, who are you? Why are you with us?" Yin asked. Mulan glanced at him. "My name is Mulan. As for why I'm with you, It's of course because the city lord allowed it. Her demeanor was bold and fearless, completely different from how she acted in front of FengYang. Yin frowned involuntarily. This answer was no different from not answering at all, so he ignored her. Suddenly, from the dense forest on both sides, a crowd of people rushed out. 8 men dressed in leather looked much better off, likely soul masters, while the 5 or 60 people behind them, armed with long knives, seemed to be just ordinary thugs. Humph. Yin snorted coldly from the front of the carriage. These bandits are too rampant, ambushing and robbing on the road. They're asking for death. He was about to jump down to handle the situation, but Mulan stepped in first. Brother, let me handle it. She walked directly out and stood in front of the bandits. Are you looking for death? You dare come find me? Mulan said coldly, showing a stark contrast to her previous lively and charming demeanor. Humph, you made us play a show, and the 4 brothers who accompanied you all died and were tossed out in the wild. Why do you think we're looking for you? Said the leader of the small-eyed bandits. That wasn't my doing. I advise you to leave quickly. The people in the carriage are not something you can provoke. Mulan replied, not joking at all, but the small-eyed bandit didn't believe her. Looking at the luxurious carriage 20 meters behind her, he couldn't help but harbor ill intentions. I've inquired. It's them, right? Today is just the right time to recover all our losses. Upon hearing this, the bandits behind him became excited. Recover it! Recover it! Recover it! They began shouting. Inside the carriage, those who were originally unworthy of FengYang's attention heard the shouting and casually asked, what's going on? Hulaina then lifted the curtain of the carriage. Yin, the city lord asks what's happening. In response to the city lord, we encountered bandits. That one called Mulan has already gone to handle it, Yin replied. FengYang followed his gaze and looked over. The next moment, dozens of bandits raised their large knives and rushed towards the carriage. Kill! Mulan was so frightened that she ran back. Looking for death. Yan's gaze turned cold. He directly jumped down from the carriage. His martial soul, Flame Lord, appeared behind him. The 5 rings of soul rings instantly activated. In an instant, the dozens of bandits hesitated. It's actually a 5-ring soul king. We're finished. Run. What are we afraid of? They're just a 5-ring soul king. And there are so many of us. They don't have any soul masters above level 50. Most of them are only in their 30s or 40s. Encouraged, the bandits gathered their courage and charged at Yin. Soon, their combined efforts meant that Yin didn't gain a significant advantage right away, which made the bandits even bolder. Some of them continued to charge towards the carriage. City Lord, leave it to me, Hulaina said. Let me handle it. Bibi Dong's killing intent is still quite strong. She added, her eyes gleaming as she looked at the charging bandits, resembling a younger Lu Erlong who took pleasure in slaughtering, especially wanting to kill up close. As her 9-ring martial soul activated, the air around them instantly became heavy and terrifying. The bandits were left stunned, unable to breathe. They never imagined that a 9-ring powerhouse could be sitting in such an ordinary carriage. If there had been soldiers or an army leading from behind, they wouldn't have dared to rob this carriage at all. Even as the bandits begged for mercy, Bibi Dong remained cold and merciless, killing them one by one. Master, the hatred in her heart is too deep, Hulaina sighed. Love-struck brain, that's how it is, FengYang casually remarked. Hulaina looked deeply at FengYang, feeling something she couldn't quite express. Master, may I ask you a question? Ask away. Among your disciples, who do you like the most? Hulaina inquired. I treat them all equally, FengYang replied. No preference at all? Hulaina pressed. Is there a difference between treating them equally and having no preference? No, I mean, whether it's the first or the last, she clarified. Of course. Oh, what are you trying to say? FengYang looked at her. I just worry that Master won't treat me like the other girls, Hulaina said, her head lowered. Ha ha ha. You don't want me to pamper you, do you? FengYang laugid heartily. Hulaina's face turned bright red. Looking at her, he said, aren't you a fox? Why are you so innocent? Master, she said, still shy and fidgeting, my martial spirit is a fox, but I'm not a fox. Ha ha ha. If Master wants to hug you, will you let me? FengYang asked. This left Hulaina utterly stunned, unable to meet FengYang's gaze. Master, is it a hug from an elder's perspective or from a man's perspective? She shyly asked. What's the difference? Of course there is. So you mean, if it's a hug from a man's perspective, you won't let me? FengYang teased. Just as Hulaina was about to struggle with this, Bibi Dong returned to the carriage. The cold aura around her had not yet dissipated as she glanced at Hulaina, whose face was flushed. What's going on with you? Are you feeling hot? Hulaina felt even hotter. A bit, she replied. Bibi Dong looked at FengYang's smile and already understood. Is he flirting with her? To be able to make a girl blush like this. The carriage continued its journey and officially entered Hadrian City of the Star Luo Empire, after passing through Shuifeng Ridge beneath the Golden City mountain range. This city is also the closest to Spirit City. Speaking of the geographical location of Spirit City, it is quite favorable. To the north is the Sword City of the Tiando Empire. To the west is Soto City of the Tiando Empire. To the east is the Star Do Forest. And to the south is Hadrian City of the Star Luo Empire. This city appears very lively, bustling with people, and many soul masters can be seen, reminiscent of the feeling of participating in soul battles in Spirit City. The city lord is somewhat different from those in the Tiando Empire. The soul master community has the concept of martial arts alliances, with the martial arts leader being hosted by the city lord of Hadrian City, aimed at recruiting top soul masters from the continent. As long as one can make it to the finals, the rewards are quite generous, Murong introduced. This piqued BB Dong's interest. If it is a soul master competition without age restrictions, soul masters would definitely want to participate. Individuals like Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San might show up there. City Lord, why don't we go take a look? BB Dong suggested. FengYang naturally thought of this too. After all, with no particular destination, why not join the fun? All right. After discussing, FengYang also planned to find an inn near the competition venue in Hadrian City, Huajian Villa. However, he didn't expect Murong to follow along. Don't you have your own business to attend to? FengYang asked. Murong showed a hint of embarrassment, playing with her little braid in front of her chest. City Lord, please don't drive me away. I really have no fixed place to stay. He had a feeling that this girl seemed to have intentions toward him, but he couldn't find any evidence. Could it be that she wanted to seduce him to gain a position? FengYang thought to himself. However, he reminded himself not to be too narcissistic. After all, as a city lord, he shouldn't just bring someone to his bed because they were pretty. He still needed to maintain a sense of identity. City Lord, you can treat me as a maid. Don't worry, I can do anything, Murong quickly pleaded. All right, thank you, City Lord. Finally, he learned from Murong that the current alliance leader, Ouyang Ing of Huajian Villa, along with other martial arts families, belonged to the 3rd or 4th tier, or even 5th or 6th tier. For instance, the Meng Yiran family, due to Meng Shu's connection to Seoul Douluo, could at most rank in the 2nd tier. After all, super families like the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Haoyan School are directly requisitioned by the royal family. It can only be said that the circles are different. Thus, Meng Shu felt very honored to have made acquaintances with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School under FengYang's influence. Chapter 146. Frostfall. FengYang and the others wandered around Hadrian City and Huajian Villa for 3 days without encountering Tang San or Yu Xiaojiang. This made BB Dong somewhat anxious. After all, if someone really wanted to hide, it would be quite difficult to find them in such a vast continent. Take Tang Hao. For instance, he managed to hide in Holy Soul Village for so many years without anyone recognizing him. Early this morning, FengYang had just come down from the 2nd floor of the inn when he saw the irritable Yin arguing with the shopkeeper, looking like they were about to burst into a fight. The horse and carriage were left in your inn's backyard, and you're actually shirking responsibility? The shopkeeper protested confidently. We never said we wouldn't take responsibility, but you claim that there are over 10,000 gold soul coins in your carriage. How can we take responsibility for that? Well, over 10,000 gold soul coins. The crowd gasped. For ordinary people, 1 gold soul coin was enough to cover their expenses for a month. What does having over 10,000 gold soul coins mean? I seriously suspect you're trying to extort us, the shopkeeper said. I think you're asking for death. Yin was immediately furious. He activated his martial soul and soul rings. The presence of a 5-ring soul king shocked those around him. This made the shopkeeper feel guilty in an instant. Do you think we are afraid of you just because you are a soul master? This is Hadrian City. Neither the city lord nor the martial arts alliance leader of Huajian Villa will easily tolerate soul masters bullying others. He pretended to be brave and said, I'm not bullying. I'm going to kill you today. Yan's killing intent had risen. The red flames spread immediately. Stop. FengYang immediately shouted, attracting everyone's attention. Upon seeing FengYang, Yan quickly retracted his martial soul and clasped his fists. City Lord. City Lord? The crowd gasped again, looking at FengYang in disbelief. A city lord so young? Which city is he from? They didn't know him. But judging from the attitude of this level 50 soul king, there was immense respect for this young city lord. Indeed, the originally angry expression on his face instantly turned respectful. FengYang stepped forward and looked at the shopkeeper. Regardless, the carriage was left in your inn's yard. You should take responsibility, right? The reason FengYang stopped Yin was naturally that this was not a place for killing. Once the matter escalated and their identities were fully exposed, it would definitely be more harmful than beneficial. Although FengYang wasn't afraid of having his identity exposed, It was always better to avoid trouble. This lord, we have already reported to the authorities, and Huajian Villa has sent soul masters to investigate. However, since you claim there were so many gold soul coins in the carriage, our ends simply. The shopkeeper continued his explanation. But at that moment, a clear and cold voice cut through the air. We found the thief and the stolen goods. Everyone turned to look, including FengYang. It was a girl in her early 20s, dressed in white, with an expressionless face, exuding a calm and steady aura. Around them, people immediately began to discuss. Did they find it so quickly? This must be the most valued disciple of the Martial Arts Alliance leader, Yang, right? That's right. Her name is Frostfall. Wow. She is beautiful, composed, and highly capable. Yes, in recent years, even the reputation of the senior sister Kai Wei from Huajian Villa has been overshadowed by her. It's said that the senior sister is not pleased about this. The shopkeeper was overjoyed and immediately greeted her. Oh, truly worthy of being the most valued disciple of the Martial Arts Alliance leader, Yang. You managed to resolve this so quickly. Frostfall approached. You flatter me. After entering the backyard, I asked a few questions and concluded that it must be an inside job by someone in your inn. After a search, we ultimately found over 10,000 gold soul coins in his room. What? Everyone looked at the man indicated by Frostfall. The shopkeeper was even more furious. Liu Bin, how could you do such a thing? The man had a mournful expression. Boss, I had no choice. Clearly, under his so-called reasoning, he just admitted it directly. Frostfall also directly looked at FengYang. This lord of the city, who didn't he know where he came from, should check if anything is missing. It's hard to say where this lord of the city came from. FengYang gave Yin a glance. He really wasn't sure how much was missing. After counting, Yin shook his head at FengYang. Lord, nothing is missing. Good. FengYang responded and looked at Frostfall. Then thank you for helping us find our lost items. This is all part of my duty, Frostfall said. I want to let this go for now. We'll settle the score later. The shopkeeper glared at the man who had stolen and then turned to FengYang and Frostfall. Regardless, this is an issue from our shop. I'd like to invite both of you to a meal as an apology. Yin snorted. Didn't you say that there were no more than 10,000 gold soul coins in the carriage? Such important items should be carried with you at all times. This with such important things, it would be better to carry them with you, the shopkeeper replied. You're still arguing. When you explained, you said that the items in the carriage were very important, Yin said. I sincerely apologize. Whatever you want to eat or drink today is no problem. The shopkeeper no longer argued. Let us skip the drinks. I still have to report back. Frostfall said, looking at FengYang. I wonder which city this lord is from. Would it be convenient for you to visit our Huajian Mountain Villa? It would allow us to extend our hospitality. Clearly, because of FengYang's special identity, it was understandable that he didn't know, but now that he knew the other party was a lord, he couldn't neglect him too much. Although, it was very likely that the two sides had little to do with each other. And the fact was indeed like that. FengYang originally wanted to refuse outright, but then he thought, what if Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang were in Huajian Mountain Villa? It would be quite difficult to enter if he didn't participate in the battle. I really want to see the soul battles in Huajian Mountain Villa, but I don't want to cause too much trouble. Can I just go in and watch the battle? FengYang said. Frostfall was very clever and immediately understood FengYang's intention. That might not be possible. All the seating and standing arrangements in Huajian Mountain Villa are predetermined. If the Lord doesn't reveal his identity, I'm afraid there won't be a seat. Is there really no other way? FengYang asked. Frostfall paused for a moment, her eyes still appearing very calm. Why should I help you? Because we are friends, FengYang said. Frostfall paused again. The conversation had come to this point, and it would indeed be awkward for her not to give face. After all, the other party had a Soul King subordinate over level 50, and even if he was a lord, his identity was still not ordinary. If possible, let your subordinate participate in the soul battle at Huajian Mountain Villa. That way, you can enter logically. Chapter 147 Tang San has appeared. If possible, let your subordinate participate in the soul battle at Huajian Mountain Villa. That way, you can enter logically. Frostfall said. FengYang grunted at Yan. He also understood and clasped his fists in response. Lord, I will go register now. FengYang replied softly. Then I'll take you there, Frostfall said. Thank you. This way, please. Yan also followed Frostfall. 2 days later, the soul battle competition at Huajian Mountain Villa officially began. Due to FengYang not revealing his identity, he was just blending in with the crowd. This was also good, as it allowed him to observe better from the shadows. The environment for the soul battle here was somewhat like a beast fight. A 100-meter pit was in the center. The children of major families and soul masters were gathered around. There were no ordinary people watching this competition. A middle-aged man with a dignified beard stood on a high platform and slowly flew to the center, introducing himself and opening the event. I am Ouyang from Huajin Mountain Villa. Welcome everyone to participate in this martial arts soul battle. This is authorized by the Lord of Hadrian City. Those who perform excellently and have outstanding soul power, regardless of whether you are from a noble family or a commoner, can enter the officialdom and serve the Lord. Rising to prominence. Of course, even if you're not selected, there is a winning reward, and you can receive a weapon crafted by Huajin Mountain Villa. Good, good, good. The crowd cheered, appearing extremely excited. The atmosphere was also heightened. Almost all the contestants were itching to go. After all, these soul masters in the martial world were almost all those who had brushed through the Continental Soul Master competition, or even those who were not qualified to participate in the Continental Soul Master competition. Finding a means of livelihood was quite difficult, and job opportunities for soul masters were still too scarce. Opportunities like this to enter officialdom were very precious. Moreover, winning a weapon crafted by Huajin Mountain Villa could fetch a good price. As the soul battle began, FengYang still felt very bored. These soul masters were quite old, acting like simpletons, with levels only in the 20s, 30s, or 40s. Such waste could hardly be valued. Ordinary jobs were looked down upon. However, they didn't have high enough levels to impress the crowd. Even helping to kill a soul beast to obtain a soul ring made people feel uneasy. After all, even if you planned to kill a soul beast of level 20 or 30 in the forest, if something went wrong, you could end up losing your life. The price for helping to kill soul masters in the martial world was still quite high, especially for soul rings above level 50. Prices start at 3,000 gold soul coins. Therefore, for most soul masters, level 50 was definitely a dividing line. Next match, wow, the host exclaimed. Only 23 years old and already a level 53 soul king. This is truly a genius among geniuses, and his martial soul is a very powerful flame lord, known as the Overlord of Flames. Wow, the crowd erupted with excitement, feeling astonished. Where did this genius come from? A 23-year-old is already a level 53 soul king? How can I, a 53-year-old at only level 23, compare? It's too outrageous. The martial soul is also the flame lord. It can be seen how much the royal family values teams that can stand out in the Continental Soul Master competition. They can almost be considered the backbone of the continent for many years to come. Just a level 53 soul king already astonished everyone to this extent. Let us welcome our level 53 soul king, Yin, to the stage. The host shouted. Yin also slowly walked into the central circle, appearing in everyone's view. Looking at his opponent, who was 44 years old and level 33. 44 years old and level 33. Indeed, there's no harm without comparison. As soon as that man came up, he looked at Yin with a fearful expression. Standing in opposition, the host called out, "Please both sides reveal your martial souls." Buzz Yin's entire body was enveloped in red flames, and the figure of a flame lord appeared behind him. 5 soul rings spread out one by one. The eternal soul ring of the 5th challenge is quite astonishing in this place. "I admit defeat," the man shouted in fear. Yan's face, which was already disdainful, became even more so. It's really boring. However, in the crowd, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang were among them. The moment Yin took the stage, the two were taken aback. A chill suddenly surged in their hearts, and they exchanged a tense glance. The Spirit City was renamed Huaxia City, and all spirit masters in Spirit City had to surrender to survive. This was almost common knowledge across the continent, especially for Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San, who were closely monitoring the situation that concerned their lives. As for Yin, they naturally knew him. Yin is here, which means FengYang might also be here. We can't stay here any longer. Just like last time when they escaped from Spirit City, Yu Xiaojiang was decisive. "Teacher, let's go." Tang San had no intention of continuing the competition and slipped away quickly. Soon, the host announced the next contestant, who was already at level 46 at young age, with the spirit being Hao Yin Hammer. "Please welcome our Tang San," the host shouted. Tang San? Hao Yin Hammer? Amidst the noise, FengYang and Bibi Dong exchanged glances. The name and the spirit matched directly, leaving no room for coincidence. Bibi Dong stood up abruptly. Since Tang San was here, Yu Xiaojing must also be here, and she was eagerly searching for them. However, several seconds passed, yet no one appeared on stage. The entire venue felt suspicious. "Your Majesty," Hulaina interjected. "Could it be that the two of them know Yin, so just in case we find them, they ran away first?" Bibi Dong glanced at her. "Isn't that the case?" She agreed wholeheartedly and left her spot, heading outside the mountain villa. FengYang and Hulaina followed closely behind. Outside the battle arena, they encountered Luo. City Lord, where are you going? Luo asked. Do you know Tang San? FengYang Goentret. I know him. He's a disciple of Hao Ian's sect. When he came to the villa, he received preferential treatment from both the city lord and the alliance leader. I just saw him heading outside the villa and asked him a question. It was almost his turn to compete, but he said he had urgent business to attend to. Luo replied. Is there a man named Yu Xiaojiang with him? Bibi Dong quickly asked. I don't know his name, but he is indeed often accompanied by a man whom Tang San calls teacher, Luo said. Bibi Dong's brow furrowed deeper, and she immediately began searching the outskirts. City Lord, is something wrong? Luo inquired. Thank you for the information. I'll explain it to you later when I have the chance, FengYang said, and he followed suit. Chapter 148. Taking action after looking around outside. They still couldn't find Tang San or Yu Xiaojiang. Even FengYang soared into the air to overlook the entire city. Although it didn't feel like searching for a needle in a haystack, it was still too easy for two people to hide among so many buildings and alleys. On the way, Master Hulaina, who was searching separately, jogged over. Didn't find them? FengYang asked. No, it seems they are hard to find. They must be hiding and probably won't show up for a while, Hulaina said. FengYang chuklet lichtli. It's fine. FengYang was indifferent. But Hulaina's little face showed a troubled expression. But your majesty. FengYang looked at her little face, took a step forward, and rested an arm on her shoulder. The warmth of their skin contact made Hulaina a bit nervous, her whole body starting to tingle. Let me tell you, FengYang's expression remained calm, as if whispering, leaning close to her ear, if you really find Yu Xiaojiang and avenge yourself, are you really going to watch her commit suicide? FengYang's serious words gradually restored Hulaina's composure. So, Master, you never intended for your majesty to die? With the potential to become a god, why would she need to die? Exactly, FengYang said. But isn't there a saying that two tigers can't coexist on the same mountain? Hulaina asked, confused. Have you ever heard the next line? What? Unless one is male and the other is female, FengYang said. Huh? Hulaina's little mouth opened, momentarily stunned. The next second, she burst into laughter, realizing something. Master, you have thoughts about your majesty too? Such a beauty. If she were to die just like that, what a waste, FengYang chuckled. Do you agree? Of course. I agree with Master's decision. Then it's settled. Later, we'll say we've heard news that Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San headed south, FengYang said. Hulaina was clever. How could she not understand his meaning? They just needed to stretch the journey a bit further to change Bibi Dong's urgent thoughts and hatred. But deceiving your majesty like this, isn't it bad? This is called a benevolent lie, FengYang said. All right. Hulaina looked quite helpless. The fox spirit did not seem to possess any cunning of a fox. The two returned to the villa first. Yin had been waiting at the door for a long time. City Lord, I just heard one of the contestants is named Tang San. We only went out searching after hearing this name, Hulaina said. What was the result? Yin asked. Hulaina shook her head. He probably slipped away as soon as he saw you. Yin looked self-reproachful. You don't need to blame yourself. No matter how he enters the villa, Tang San will find out, FengYang said. Thank you, City Lord, for not holding it against us. Let's go inside and wait for Bibi Dong, FengYang said. Yes. In the battle arena, a woman stood and directly defeated her opponent. Wow. She defeated her opponent in one move. This is the senior sister of Huajian Villa, Kai Wei, right? She is the most capable female disciple of alliance leader, Ouyang Ying. However, Luo showed no intention of leaving the stage. Instead, she bowed to Ouyang Ying of Huajian Villa. Master, everyone says my third junior sister Luo not only surpasses me in ability, but also in level. So, if you have any matters, let her handle them. Taking advantage of today's opportunity, I would like to spar with her. I wonder if Master allows it. This statement caused everyone present to turn their attention to the figure standing at the edge of the audience, Luo. Ouyang Ying's expression darkened. This undoubtedly implied in front of everyone that he was biased. If he disagreed, it would confirm the bias, but if he agreed, it would surely upset the harmony between the sisters. Especially this senior sister Kai Wei. Although she worked hard enough, her talent was slightly inferior to Luo, and she harbored resentment as the later arrivals caught up in levels. Luo, are you willing to battle with your senior sister? Ouyang Ying asked. Her gaze signaled to Luo not to agree, to avoid an unpleasant situation that would make the onlookers laugh. However, Luo was also a strong-willed person. Luo, you wouldn't be afraid, would you? After Kai Wei provoked her, she stepped forward. I accept your challenge. The two sides formally stood opposed. Kai Wei, level 45, Martial Soul, Devourer, a strong offensive type among plants. Shuangluo, level 46, Martial Soul, Seal, a swift offensive type among beast martial souls. The duel officially began. In the end, Shuangluo created ice glaciers on the ground, cleverly dodging the Devourer's attacks, and launched a surprise attack, defeating Kaiwei. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Kaiwei immediately fell to the ground, furious, feeling utterly humiliated. In front of so many people, she lost. She had wanted to prove herself. Senior sister, I concede, Shuangluo apologized. Just as she was about to turn and leave the stage, Kaiwei, enraged, suddenly unleashed her Devourer martial soul and launched a fierce attack on Shuangluo. Everyone present was shocked and stared wide-eyed at this sudden turn of events. Shuangluo was also startled, feeling a chill run down her back. If she were to be swallowed by the gaping mouth of the Devourer, she would at least lose an arm or a leg. She quickly drew her sword, channeling her level 46 soul power, and with a swift motion, she slashed back. Puff! In an instant, the Devourer was severed, and not only that, but she also inflicted a deep cut on Kaiwei's chest, blood immediately gushing out. The scene froze. Kaiwei pointed at Shuangluo, unable to utter a word, and collapsed to the ground, not knowing whether she had fainted or died. Senior sister. The disciples of the Huajian villa rushed forward to check on Kaiwei's injuries. Shuangluo stood there, dumbfounded, unsure what to do. Ouyang also stood up suddenly. The healing soul master hurriedly approached to assess the injury and began treatment. A minute later, Leader, I've barely stabilized her injury, but due to the depth of the wound, she might need to stay in bed for 4 to 5 days. The healing soul master reported. This made Ouyang breathe a sigh of relief. Okay, thank you. Meanwhile, the disciples of Huajian Villa turned their hostility toward Shuangluo. Shuangluo, how dare you seriously injure the senior sister? Fortunately, we have a healing soul master here today. Otherwise, the senior sister would have surely died due to the lack of prompt treatment. Shuangluo, what are your intentions? This barrage of accusations left Shuangluo speechless. She ignored them and turned to Ouyang, clasping her fists. Master, you saw it too. And I believe everyone here saw that it was the senior sister who ambushed me. And in my moment of desperation, I severely injured her. Chapter 149. Killed by someone, Master. You saw it too. And I believe everyone here saw that it was the senior sister who ambushed me. And in my moment of desperation, I severely injured her, Shuangluo said to Ouyang while clasping her fists. Master, even if the senior sister attacked first. Shuangluo's response was too ruthless. Yes, Master, Shuangluo clearly dealt a lethal blow, and severely injuring the senior sister is a fact. It was agreed that it would be a spar, with no injuries allowed. This clearly violates the rules of the tournament. The disciples of Huajian Villa continued to press the issue. Ouyang stroked his beard, deep in thought, finding it difficult to make a decision. After all, both sides were at fault. If he let it go like this, it would definitely seem like he was favoring Shuangluo, but if he punished her too harshly, it would mean harming his capable disciple. Given the special circumstances, Shuangluo did indeed violate the tournament rules and nearly took Kaiwei's life. I announce that Shuangluo will be confined in isolation until Kaiwei's injury is healed, at which point further decisions will be made. Clearly, Ouyang still favored Shuangluo. Once Kaiwei's injury is healed, then this matter will basically be over. What further decisions? Master, Kaiwei's sycophants continued to press. Ouyang, however, shouted sharply at that disciple. Shut up. Have I been too kind to you? All usually? The few disciples hurriedly fell silent, no longer speaking. Everyone, Ouyang addressed the crowd. Due to the special circumstances today, the soul duel will end here. We will continue tomorrow. Thank you all for your hard work. The crowd dispersed. FengYang had remained silent throughout. After all, this was an internal matter for them, and he didn't intend to interfere. He planned to wait until late at night. After all, Shuangluo had helped him, and as a friend, he would go check on her, say goodbye, and fulfill the code of the martial world. After meeting with Bibi Dong, she looked grim, clearly furious upon learning about the clues regarding Yu Shaojiang, but finding nothing. Found nothing? FengYang asked. Bibi Dong gritted her teeth and shook her head. You haven't found anything? You wouldn't be deliberately avoiding finding them, would you, to prolong their time of death? FengYang said deliberately. Bibi Dong shot him a cold, sharp look. FengYang laughed fearlessly. Don't be angry. I know you fear neither life nor death. Just teasing you. Bibi Dong was speechless. Only FengYang would dare to act this way in front of her. If it were anyone else, they would have died several times over. Seeing that teasing her had no effect, FengYang found it uninteresting. All right, you don't need to worry. We've already traced Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang's route. They're fleeing south. South? Bibi Dong frowned. Doesn't that mean they're heading deep into the Star Luo Empire? Yes, FengYang nodded. Bibi Dong suddenly felt like looking for a needle in a haystack. So, tomorrow we will head south. FengYang dropped that statement and turned to Hulaina. What are we having for dinner tonight? Master, I'll go buy some local specialties to try, Hulaina said. Okay, late at night. The guards at Huajian Villa were still quite strict. FengYang used several teleportations to bypass dozens of Soul Master guards and directly entered the room where Shuangluo was confined. The inside was empty, devoid of anything, surrounded by walls. The flickering candlelight cast her shadow. In the night, it seemed somewhat desolate. Hi. FengYang called out to her back. Shuangluo turned around, somewhat surprised. City Lord, how? I didn't expect it to be you, FengYang said. That's right. As a friend, when a friend is in trouble, I should come to see you, right? FengYang smiled at her. Her cold and beautiful face warmed Shuangluo's heart. Originally, I thought that when he mentioned friends, it was just a polite gesture to enter the villa, but I didn't expect him to be serious. Thank you. Want something to eat? FengYang raised his palm, presenting the local specialty of Hadrian City, the apricot pastry. Thank you, City Lord, but I am currently in confinement. So eating this is, Shuanglu said straightforwardly. If you don't say it, I won't say it. Who would know you ate this? FengYang replied. One must learn to be flexible, FengYang continued, directly placing it in her hand. Quickly take it, don't embarrass me. FengYang said. Shuanglu felt warmth in her heart again. Thank you, City Lord. Go ahead and eat. She opened her small mouth and took a small bite, feeling a bit shy under FengYang's intense gaze. See, City Lord, do you have other matters for visiting me? She asked, slightly embarrassed. Just came to greet you. I will be heading south tomorrow, FengYang said. She was quite clever and immediately straightened her expression. To find that person named Tang San? I must, FengYang replied. City Lord, I wonder how this disciple of Hao Yin sect offended you? Shuanglu asked curiously. It seems she mentioned he was a disciple of Hao Yin's sect to imply that FengYang should not easily provoke hatred against him. FengYang chuklet liekli. Because I slept with his wife, he wanted to take revenge on me, but he doesn't have the strength, so to prevent him from gaining that strength in the future, I had to eradicate the root of the problem, lest spring winds give rise to new growth. Shuanglu was taken aback, staring at him. She seemed to be judging whether what he said was true or false. Her heart was somewhat shocked. You slept with his wife? Yes. FengYang nodded. Shuanglu seemed half-believing, but couldn't help but smile. By the way, do you need me to lend a hand and go with us? FengYang asked. Thank you, City Lord. But this little matter doesn't require such, and if I need the City Lord's help, I will speak up, Shuanglu said. All right. After chatting a bit more, FengYang left. Shuanglu watched his departing figure, lost in thought. After this separation, I'm afraid I don't know how long it will be until we meet again. Then, she looked at the apricot pastry in her hand, brought it to her mouth, took another bite, and slowly chewed. The next day, the fighting spirit competition was supposed to be held as usual. However, within the Huanjian Villa, an explosion occurred. Because the senior sister of Huanjian Villa, Kai Wei, was dead. Master, a disciple knelt in the main hall, crying out to Ouyang Ying. I went to deliver breakfast to the senior sister in the morning. Called her several times with no response, thinking she was still asleep, but when I got closer, I found she had already stopped breathing. I was so scared that I ran to report to the master. Boom! It can be said that the entire villa, inside and out, was in shock. Within the city, everything was peaceful and prosperous, but under the feet of the alliance leader at Huanjian Villa, his disciple was actually killed. This is simply Shuanglu. It must be Shuanglu who was confined, harboring resentment, so she sneaked out at night and killed the senior sister, one disciple asserted confidently. New book, Ultimate. I started a desire competition, Combat Power Explodes. Those who like the Ultimate series can check it out. Chapter 150. FengYang Tok Action Shuanglu. It must be Shuanglu who was confined, harboring resentment, so she sneaked out at night and killed the senior sister, one disciple asserted confidently. Impossible. I was guarding at the door all night and didn't see the third senior sister come out at all. A disciple argued for Shuanglu, slightly afraid. With your level, how could you possibly perceive it? Besides, Shuanglu's martial soul can turn the ground into water. If she wanted to leave the confinement room, she could do so without anyone knowing. That's right. Who in the entire Huanjian Villa would go against the senior sister? It must be Shuanglu. In an instant, all the accusations pointed at Shuanglu. Ouyang Ying's expression was serious. Although she believed her disciple, Shuanglu, was not that kind of person, there was no evidence to support her claims, so she did not speak up for her directly. After all, This incident coincided with the gathering of the martial arts families. If not handled properly, her position as the alliance leader might be in jeopardy. Bring Shuanglu up. Soon, two disciples brought Shuanglu up. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately, they were met with sharp gazes and a surge of emotions from the disciples. Shuanglu, you murderer. You actually killed the senior sister in secret last night. Today, you must pay with your life. Shuanglu, who had been in confinement, was completely unaware of what had happened. Hearing such words, she was stunned and felt a chill in her heart. The senior sister Kaiwei was actually dead. Although Kaiwei had targeted her in every way over the years, she had never thought of killing her. But who killed her now? Could it be that someone framed her? Sharp-minded, she immediately thought of this possibility. She raised her head to look at Yang. Master, I was in confinement last night and didn't step out even once. Please see this clearly, Master. You say you didn't step out, but is there any evidence? Exactly. You used your martial soul to sneak out. The disciples retorted one after another. Shuanglu was not to be outdone and directly swept her gaze across. You say I killed the senior sister. What evidence do you have? Just based on your usual discord with the senior sister? The conflict escalated yesterday, so you struck hard and killed the senior sister. You're the most capable disciple under the master, the biggest beneficiary. From all the evidence, it must have been you. You murderer, stop your excuses. The disciples of Huanjian Villa were sharp-tongued. Even though Kaiwei, who had promised not to treat them poorly, was dead, they still each aspired to become favored disciples of Ouyang Ying and worked hard for it. Ridiculous. Shuanglu scoffed. Not so easy to deal with. Even if the senior sister was here, would I not be the most capable disciple under the master? Did I need to kill her? You. After a round of accusations, the disciples were left speechless. No wonder Ouyang Ying liked to let Shuanglu handle matters. Just her eloquence and confidence were not something ordinary people could possess. Just then, a bearded man stepped forward. Ouyang, no matter how eloquent Shuanglu is in her defense, what your disciples analyzed is ultimately somewhat reasonable. She has the strongest motive to kill, and she is the biggest suspect. Anyone who can call Ouyang Ying Ouyang must have a status that is vastly different from Ouyang Ying, and naturally, their age is also close. This person was the patriarch of the Shangwan family, a level 62 soul master. Shangwan Xiong is right. Another clan head from a similar family, Xiahou Jie, spoke up. Shuangluo had an unyielding demeanor, clearly defiant and likely to resort to violence against other disciples. The key now is to continue the competition. As it concerns the City Lord's talent selection, in my opinion, imprisoning Shuangluo in the City Lord's prison would make her unable to speak so arrogantly. Once this statement was made, Ouyang Ying furrowed his brows, rendered speechless. The City Lord's prison? The reason for the low crime rate in Hadrian City, where even soul masters dare not bully others, is precisely because of the City Lord's prison. Once inside, you will be tortured to the point of becoming unrecognizable. Even if you didn't commit the crime, you couldn't withstand the tortures inside. This is why there are so many mountain bandits outside Hadrian City. Once captured, they would rather become bandits than face such a fate. If Shuangluo goes in, it would be no different from death. Ouyang Ying gave Xiahou Jie a cold laugh. Xiahou Xiong, are you trying to push my disciple to her death? It seems that all the major families are united, but the ranks are similar. Who doesn't want to take the position of the leader? Especially for Ouyang Ying's Huajian Villa, being under the City Lord's command gives them an advantage. In recent years, they have recruited many talented disciples, including Kaiwei and Shuangluo. Just one of them is likely stronger than the disciples of other families. What are you saying, Ouyang Xiong? Xiahou Jie's expression was emotionless, fully confident, questioning whether Ouyang Ying intended to shield his disciple from her crimes, which included murder. Well, since that's the case, let your disciple stay in confinement. This statement was truly a lethal blow, forcing Ouyang Ying into a corner. Looking at Shuangluo before him, he couldn't help but feel a ripple of emotion. Although he also suspected that Shuangluo was 99 likely framed, without evidence, all suspicion was directed at her. What had be done? Shuangluo's face was also pale. Having handled cases often, she knew well the circumstances of the City Lord's prison. I know, I am the prime suspect now. I ask everyone for 2 days to find the real murderer and restore the truth. She assured. Nonsense. Let the prime suspect investigate the case. Shuangluo, have you lost your mind? You are the truth. Faced with the public's condemnation, Shuangluo understood that no amount of defense would help. The family heads pressed on. Ouyang Xiong, what are you waiting for? Do you really want to wait for the City Lord to arrive? Xiahou Jie said. Ouyang Ying stared fixedly at Xiahou Jie. Xiahou Jie's gaze was equally unyielding. as if he were the mastermind behind the scenes, determined to throw Shuangluo into the prison. However, a murder suspect should indeed be imprisoned. Yang, fearing for his position as leader, dared not argue for Shuangluo. Internally resolved, he closed his eyes, unable to bear looking at Shuangluo any longer. Imprison Shuangluo in the city lord's prison. The simple statement felt especially cold. In that moment, Shuangluo, who had been staring intently at Yang, felt her heart sink and her pupils tremble. She never expected her master would truly send her to such a hellish place. Just as she hesitated for a moment, bang, 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 the surrounding spirit rings activated, and the soul rings vibrated, overwhelming the scene. More than 100 people appeared, exuding vibrant colors. For Shuangluo, the pressure was immense. It felt as if she couldn't escape. Shuangluo also ceased struggling, preparing to surrender. Boom! Suddenly, a sound like burning air erupted. The surrounding hot air illuminated everyone's faces with a blue hue. Everyone widened their eyes, looking up at the sky, astonished. Chapter 151. Take care of yourselves. Everyone gasped in shock, staring up at the sky. It was a blue sphere, resembling a blue sun, engulfed in roaring flames, rapidly descending. Everyone felt an irresistible pressure. Terrifying, scorching, oppressive, astonishing, especially Shuangluo, who could sense the sphere heading straight for her. Inside, there was a person. Could it be? They quickly guessed who was inside. It was almost instantaneous. Bang! The entire blue sphere crashed to the ground. Boom! The resulting shockwave spread out in a circular pattern like a mushroom cloud, sending all nearby soul masters flying several meters away, landing unceremoniously on the ground. No one could withstand even a glance from him. From the leader to ordinary soul masters, everyone was left in a disheveled state. Before him, dignity was irrelevant. Today, I don't wish to stain my hands with blood. Please take care of yourselves. He left behind a single statement, not pausing at all. As the soul masters present struggled to open their eyes, the blue sphere enveloped Shuangluo, already suspended in midair. Everyone, filled with shock, took a moment to react. That was the one who single-handedly slaughtered the Spirit Hall, forcing all the soul masters within to surrender, and renamed Spirit City to Huaxia City, the title Douluo FengYang. Yes, it was him. Terrifying. Just one glance, and without even lifting a finger, he nearly melted everyone present. Thankfully, he was in a good mood today, and didn't he wish to kill. Otherwise, we would all have died here. Everyone felt a wave of dread. They never expected Shuangluo to be acquainted with such a person. Upon hearing this, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines, especially the leaders like Shangwan and Xiaoho, who felt even more terrified, nearly suffocating. Yang, however, looked at the two with a cold smile. Today, the city lord of Huaxia City is in a good mood. Otherwise, with a snap of his fingers, you would be reduced to ashes. Although there were so many people present, the two still dared not refute. Instead, Xiaoho Jie's son, Xiaoho Shang, feeling embarrassed in front of everyone, began to show off. Humph, a mere city lord dares to show off in our presence. Does he really think he can kill us? As soon as the words left his mouth, boom, a blue flame descended from the sky, directly striking him. Instantly, he was engulfed in flames, becoming a human torch. Ah! Xiao Shang screamed in agony. Shangya! Xiaoho Jie shouted nervously, but he didn't dare to approach at all. In just a few seconds, he stopped screaming, his head turned to ash and fell down. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Everyone present gasped in shock, feeling horrified and terrified. Shangya! Xiaoho Jie knelt on the ground, helplessly watching as Xiaoho Jie was burned to nothing. At this moment, no one felt pity for him. They only thought he deserved it. Did you mock others for not daring to kill? You probably don't know what it means to be a titled Douluo, do you? Or a titled Douluo who single-handedly challenged the entire Wuhan Hall. I'll kill you right now. Yang sneered again. Brother Xiaoho, you must be careful in teaching your son in the future. After all, trouble comes from the mouth. Xiaoho Jing was furious, glaring at Yang. He knew he was being ridiculed, but felt powerless. After all, trouble did come from the mouth. At this moment, he didn't dare to speak recklessly. In the sky, FengYang took Shuangluo away from the spot. Looking at FengYang in front of her, Shuangluo's pretty face was filled with shock and admiration. The person in front of her was actually the new lord of Huaxia City. A titled Douluo, so young, based on bone age, he seemed even younger than her. How could this not shock Shuangluo? Lord, how? FengYang smiled and said, I really didn't expect you to be the new lord of Huaxia City. Haha, Lord, thank you for saving me, but this way, you've offended many sects equivalent to also offending the lord of Hadrian City, Shuangluo said. Do you think I care about this? FengYang said casually. Shuangluo fell silent. Her cool little face pursed her lips. Such a divine being could already act recklessly. Xiaoshang was killed by him with just one sentence, as easy as squashing an ant. So where are we going next? She asked. Clearly, she had no intention of going back. After all, her master, Ouyang, knew what kind of person she was but still sent her to prison, which was a form of abandonment. This made her feel very disappointed. I don't know, just head south. Wherever we go is fine, FengYang said. Soon, they caught up with a carriage that had already left Hadrian City and directly landed on it. Lord, Yin and Mulan greeted in unison. FengYang nodded. He brought Shuangluo into the carriage, where she also greeted Hulaina and Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong remained haughty, not deigning to acknowledge her, not even a little. Hulaina nodded slightly. This atmosphere made Shuangluo feel quite uncomfortable. Lord, why not let the two outside rest for a bit? I'll drive for a while. She was quite understanding. Okay, FengYang nodded. Shuangluo then went to change. Inside the room, the clan leader of the Shangwan family, Shangwan Xian, paced back and forth with his son Shangwan Shu, feeling frustrated and anxious. Father, think of a way, Shangwan Shu urged. Aren't I thinking? What's the use of your anxiety? Shangwan Xian looked at him. Who knew she would know such a person? That's a title Douluo, one that even the entire Wuhan Hall can't deal with. Damn it, this plan was so perfect, exploiting the conflict between the two sisters, without anyone knowing. Clearly, the one who killed Kai Wei was exactly the Shangwan family. It was thoroughly a conspiracy. Once Shuangluo entered the prison, I could manipulate her and transfer her martial spirit. I could become a twin martial spirit. And now everything is gone. Clearly, Shuangluo had a special constitution, which was why the Shangwan family had their eyes on her. On the surface, it was a family power struggle, but in reality, they coveted Shuangluo's special constitution. As long as they united, they could obtain Shuangluo's martial spirit, and thus become twin martial spirits. Chapter 152, Training Bibi Dong. FengYang led Bibi Dong, Hulaina, Yin, Shuangluo, and Mulan southward. The journey was picturesque and scenic. Hulaina sat in the carriage, looking outside, quite enjoying the tranquility. Bibi Dong still wore a heavy expression, looking deeply troubled. Master, look, that place is so beautiful. FengYang also looked over. It was indeed quite nice. Blue skies, white clouds, majestic peaks, ancient trees. Everything was filled with mystery and beauty. As he spoke, FengYang looked at Bibi Dong. Doesn't this move you at all? Bibi Dong. She remained silent, which made FengYang a bit annoyed. After all, human patience is limited. Since they left, she had maintained a sour face, and no matter what he said, it was truly unbearable for FengYang. Are you out of other expressions? FengYang suddenly became serious, causing the air in the carriage to thicken. Shuangluo looked over as well. Hulaina also had no mood to admire the scenery, feeling anxious inside. Bibi Dong glunged at FengYang, seemingly unfazet. She had an expression of fearless defiance, as if she was ready to face death. What expression do you want from me? She retorted. So infuriating. Smile, FengYang said. Bibi Dong paused, her beautiful eyes still sharp as they met his gaze. I won't. Won't? Do you want me to help you? FengYang countered. Seeing her still hesitating, FengYang directly moved in. He wrapped his arm around Bibi Dong's waist, going around her neck. The fragrance of a woman enveloped FengYang's nose. Let go of me, Bibi Dong shouted, struggling against his grip. FengYang forcibly placed his hands on both sides of her mouth, pulling her cheeks to the sides, forcing her to smile. Seeing this scene, Hulaina was utterly dumbfounded. She had never seen the powerful Pope Bibi Dong treated like this, nor had she dared to even think about it. Bibi Dong continued to struggle. Let go of me. Do you believe I will kill you right now, so you can never take revenge? FengYang threw out the net. Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong's struggles suddenly stopped, as if she had lost all her strength. FengYang successfully forced the corners of Bibi Dong's mouth upward. She finally smiled. Good, smile by yourself, FengYang said to her. She smiled again. Hulaina, Shuangluo, Mulan, Yin. Clearly, the commotion inside was also heard by the two outside, driving the carriage. Yin, like Hulaina, was filled with shock. As powerful as Bibi Dong is, she was easily grasped by FengYang. The Star Luo Empire. Report. A royal knight rushed into the main hall. Your Majesty, FengYang has appeared in Hadrian City. What? All the civil and military officials, including Tang Xiao, the leader of the Haotian sect, were shocked. They looked at each other, feeling puzzled. What is going on? The Star Luo Emperor quickly asked. It started with the soul battle at the Hua Jin Mountain Villa. The royal knight detailed what he knew, from Frostfall's killings to FengYang's intervention, especially how FengYang, upon appearing, knocked down hundreds of soul masters from the various gates of Hadrian City. With no resistance at all, his strength seemed even more formidable than before, especially his temperament, which appeared to be even more fierce. Just because of a single taunt from a kid from the Xiaohou family, he killed him on the spot. The entire hall was in shock. How despicable! The Star Luo Emperor stood up in anger. This FengYang actually came to my Star Luo Empire to act as a tiger's minion, even saving a murderer in front of so many people. And he killed someone right there. Does he really think there is no one in Star Luo? At this moment, the Star Luo Emperor felt that the dignity of his royal family had been severely damaged. It was bad enough that the lifeline of his two sons had been severed. Now, before he could seek revenge, FengYang had come to the territory of the Star Luo Empire to commit crimes. Now, perhaps the entire Star Luo populace was discussing how FengYang was invincible in the world, doing whatever he wanted, with no one able to stop him. Despite this, none of the ministers dared to speak. After all, to speak up meant to sanction FengYang. Wasn't that seeking death? Ultimately, it was Tang Xiao, the leader of the Haotian sect, who stepped forward. Your Majesty, if we don't teach FengYang a lesson, he might truly ride on our heads. I suggest we change the direction of the assembled 100,000 royal knights and deal with FengYang first. As long as we throw his head under Huaxia City, I believe the city will naturally collapse without fighting. Good, the Star Luo Emperor replied, and looked at the royal knight who reported the news. Which direction did FengYang go? South. Good. The Star Luo Emperor's eyes sharpened. Tang sect leader, the 8-titled Douluo gathered, along with the 100,000 royal knights. We'll all be under your command. You must take FengYang's head, he ordered angrily. Clearly, he was filled with hatred for FengYang. Yes. Tang Xiao clasped his fists. There was undoubtedly hatred in his eyes, just like the Star Luo Emperor, with a determination to kill FengYang. The revenge for his brother Tang Hao was a must. Besides the 8-titled law prepared by the Star Luo Emperor for Tang Xiao, there were also 100 elite members from the Haotian sect, including 16 soul de law. It was a grand display of strength. Departing from Star Luo City, they set out to confront FengYang. Such a large-scale movement quickly spread throughout Star Luo City. Some said the royal family was serious this time, and FengYang was in trouble. Others said FengYang's strength was so great that even the entire Spirit Hall couldn't handle him. Going after him would be seeking death. There were also those who said that with the addition of 100,000 royal knights, even if they were just fodder for FengYang, they could exhaust his soul power, and then all the soul masters could join in. Perhaps they could really take down FengYang. FengYang, who was heading south, was still unaware of the royal family's considerable movements, until scouts who had dispersed discovered him. Immediately, one of the scouts returned to report. The other two continued to follow the carriage. Following for a while was fine, but following him continuously was unbearable for FengYang. It seems my appearance in Hadrian City has already reached the Star Luo royal family. I think soon they will come to intercept me, FengYang said. Just then Yin, who was resting in the carriage, also clasped his fists. City Lord, I will go deal with those two right now. All right, FengYang nodded. Yin jumped down from the carriage. At a corner, he crossed his arms and waited quietly. In just 3 minutes, the two scouts appeared in sight. Looking at Yin, who was waiting for them. It's over. We've been discovered. Don't panic. Turning back now would be easy to expose us. We'll just pretend we're also traveling this way. The two of them continued to pretend to move forward on their horses. Closer and closer. 100 meters. 50 meters. 30 meters. 20 meters. Yin raised one hand, signaling them to stop. The two scouts were clever enough to understand that if they didn't stop, it would be suspicious. After stopping their horses, one of them pretended to be calm and clasped his fists. Brother, may I ask why you stopped us? Huh. Yin sneered coldly, speaking few words. Of course I want your lives. Was the 53rd level soul power erupted directly. The opponents were merely scouts with only 27 levels of soul power. The two were filled with terror. Run. First soul skill, Hell Lava Charge. Boom. Yin did not hold back at all, unleashing his martial soul and soul skill in just 2 seconds. A flame instantly pursued the two who had just turned their horses around. It burned them immediately, causing them to fall off their horses and die on the spot. Yin also directly took the 2 royal horses back. Catching up to FengYang's carriage, he reached the side window. City Lord, it has been resolved. And I also captured 2 horses. Yin clasped his fists. Good. FengYang nodded. City Lord, those 2 horses look majestic. They must be royal horses bred with soul power. May I give a try? Frostfall in the carriage said. Clearly, she didn't want to sit awkwardly in the carriage. Although FengYang had told Bibi Dong not to make a sour face, it actually made the atmosphere even more awkward. FengYang looked at her. Wait a minute. I have a question for you. The city lord asks. Now that you know my identity, and the Star Luo royal family scouts have arrived, I believe the army is behind. What is your stance now? FengYang asked. Frostfall immediately clasped her fists, as if she had already thought about her stance. City lord, you saved me in my most difficult moment. Your stance is my stance. Her tone was firm. Good, go ahead. FengYang nodded. After seeing Frostfall get off the carriage, Hulaina spoke up directly. Master, this Frostfall is ultimately from Star Luo. Will she secretly send a message reporting our movements? FengYang looked at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, what do you think? Bibi Dong, unable to stand FengYang, forced a smile, her authority gone, and her mood was also terrible. What are you looking at? If you don't believe it, just kill me, she said impatiently. Bibi Dong, FengYang. Although FengYang did not know that Shuang Luo could transmit martial souls to others just like the Dragon God sect by engaging in intercourse while still a virgin. To be precise, it was about copying one's own martial soul to the other party. However, considering Shuang Luo's extraordinary beauty and her decent personality, otherwise, she wouldn't have saved her. How could it be possible to kill her? 5 hours later, the carriage stopped. The curtain was lifted, revealing Mulan's face. City Lord, ahead is the Catastrophe Mountain Range. Should we pass through or detour? What is the difference between passing through and detouring? FengYang asked. If we pass through, we can reach Antonio City quickly and get to the south as soon as possible. If we detour, it might take a week to reach Gongxin City, Mulan explained. Although they had left Hadrian City, they were still within its jurisdiction. The entire Catastrophe Mountain Range was almost entirely under Hadrian City's control. To the west of Hadrian City was the Disaster Mountain Range, Gongxin City to the east, and Antonio City to the south. Starfall City was located to the east of Gongxin City. Therefore, the army from Starfall City would definitely come directly to Gongxin City to intercept them. If they passed through the Catastrophe Mountain Range directly, they might avoid confrontation. Detouring for 7 days is such a waste of time. Let's pass through directly, FengYang said. All right, City Lord, but I need to report the situation inside the Catastrophe Mountain Range to you, Mulan said. Go ahead. There's a hidden family within the mountain range, the Miao Jianggu family, with a martial soul. Goo insects, which is even more troublesome than poison-type martial souls. The goo insects that she manifests with her martial soul, once they enter the body, often cause severe headaches even for those at much higher levels, and can even manipulate them, Mulan introduced. Miao Jiang. FengYang's first reaction was one of wonder. He didn't expect that the Miao Jiang family was hidden in the Douluo Continent. After all, the descriptions of the Starfall Empire were too sparse. Who knew better than the locals like Mulan, who had traveled extensively? Shuang Luo, I see on the map that this Catastrophe Mountain Range also belongs to Hadrian City's jurisdiction. Do you know this family? FengYang asked Shuang Luo, who was looking out the window. I don't know. I've never heard of them, Shuang Luo replied. City Lord, Mulan continued. This Miao Jiang family has been hiding in the Catastrophe Mountain Range for decades, and they haven't come out, because their martial soul is too insidious. They were expelled by various martial souls across the continent. Moreover, this family has relatively weak combat power, and their levels are not very high in cultivation, so naturally, they do not have the ability to resist. It's normal that Miss Shuang Luo doesn't know about them. I see. FengYang nodded, understanding the general situation. Since that's the case, what is there to fear? Yin directly interjected. Moreover, with the City Lord here, if they provoke us, the City Lord can easily wipe out their entire family with one soul skill. This Yin seemed to be acting like FengYang's little fanboy. That's true. Then I'll head straight toward the Catastrophe Mountain Range, Mulan said. Upon entering the Catastrophe Mountain Range, it felt as if they had entered a new world. Without a planned road, their journey was winding and bumpy. Even though FengYang's carriage was the best in the Star Do Empire, it couldn't withstand the rough mountain roads, especially with the lush trees requiring them to navigate around. However, there was a refreshing breeze that kept one from feeling too anxious. FengYang chose to get off and walk. Bibi Dong was also a tough character, sitting inside without showing her face, as if the road did not deserve her feet to touch it. City Lord, why did you get down? Yin asked with a smile. Just stretching my legs. You've worked hard riding the horse, FengYang replied. Hee, it's not hard at all, Yin said with an awkward smile. FengYang ignored him. City Lord, after spending so much time together, I feel your personality is particularly good, Yin suddenly said. Huh? FengYang was surprised. Really? I feel no pressure at all when interacting with you. I really enjoy working with you, Yin said sincerely. Wow. For the first time, FengYang felt that he actually had personal charm. Not bad, not bad. Before long, sounds slowly emerged from the forest, reaching their ears. Are you going to say it or not? This was a female voice. In a dialect with a sharp tone, there was a hint of seriousness and sharpness. Demoness. Following was a weak voice. FengYang and the others looked over. About 50 meters away stood a girl. She wore a light purple outfit with a strong ethnic style, with the hem of her skirt pleated inch by inch, cinched at her slender waist with a deep purple woven belt. Her dark purple hair was tied in a small braid with bangs. Her small face was fresh and lovely, without any makeup, and she was also not very tall. From the back, she resembled a girl in ethnic attire like Xiao Wu. The girl held a wooden stick resembling a flute, pointing it at the old man sitting there. Do you dare to scold me again? If you don't tell me FengYang's whereabouts, I'll kill you. FengYang thought he had heard wrong until Yan Hulaina, Mulan, and Shuang Luo all looked at him. Clearly, he hadn't misheard. They were looking for him. Chapter 154. Is this girl very malicious? The girl held the wooden stick resembling a flute, pointing at the old man sitting there. Do you dare to scold me again? If you don't tell me FengYang's whereabouts, I'll kill you. Demoness. The old man exuded a sense of determination. You killed my wife and children, exterminated my entire family, slaughtered my whole village, you. Upon hearing this, FengYang chuckled lightly. This girl was not very old, but was surprisingly malicious. Talking about exterminating entire families and slaughtering villages. Interesting. Shuang Luo and Mulan also gasped. Only someone as powerful as FengYang, who felt that the whole world posed no threat to him, could hear such words without any ripple of disturbance and even find it interesting. Demoness, go ahead and kill me. The old man shouted. Killing you is easy, but you first have to tell me FengYang's whereabouts, the girl said softly. This time, everyone heard clearly. She was indeed looking for FengYang. Don't say I'm just a fortune teller. Whether I can calculate it or not is another matter. Even if I could, I wouldn't tell you, you demoness who exterminated my family. The old man shouted, directly closing his eyes, looking like he was waiting to die. FengYang gave in a glance, and he nodded, walking over directly. So, you really want to die? The girl's cute little face displayed a sharpness in her eyes. Yet, she heard the rustling sound of grass beside her as someone walked towards her. She slowly turned to look. Yin was stepping towards her. Who are you? I advise you to mind your own business, she said playfully. Yin remained expressionless. Let him go. Why should I? You say to let him go, and he just goes? The girl placed her hands on her hips, her small face full of arrogance. As she spoke, she glanced at the old man. He can tell fortunes. I'm counting on him to help me find someone. Let him go. I know where you can find FengYang, Yin said. Really? You know FengYang? The girl exclaimed, her eyes brightening with joy. Great, you can leave now. With that, she kicked the old man in front of her and walked towards Yin. I've already let him go, so take me directly to find FengYang, the girl said. Yin put on a smile and glanced at the carriage. The lord you're looking for, FengYang, is right there. The girl looked back behind Yin. In front of the carriage stood 3 beautiful women, and in front of them was a middle-aged man. Wow, this young man looks really handsome, the girl said in a flirtatious tone, then turned her gaze to Yin. But why did you lie to me? You just randomly picked someone off the street to impersonate FengYang, the title Douluo? Just as she was speaking cutely, her expression suddenly turned cold, and she unexpectedly jumped to attack Yin. Yan's eyes widened in surprise. He never expected this girl, who seemed so sweet, would attack him directly. In a hurry, he took a half step back and blocked her punch. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged blows under the shade of the trees, kicking up dust and causing leaves to fall. This girl must be from the Miao region in the mountains, right? She's quite skilled, Shuang Luo remarked. Didn't you say that people from the Miao region have very weak combat abilities? Hulaina looked at Mulan. Ah. Mulan showed an awkward smile. There are always exceptions. Shuang Luo also looked at Mulan. Didn't you say that the Miao people hide in the mountains and don't come out? How did she end up on the outskirts? She came out to find the Lord, Mulan replied. Just then, with a jump and a kick bang, the girl kicked Yin in the chest, causing him to fall backward. However, at the moment he fell, he suddenly kicked up with both legs. Bang! He kicked the girl back, causing her to fall as well. This strike ended in a draw. Damn it! The girl stood up, looking very displeased. Buzz! Martial soul activation. A martial soul suddenly appeared behind her, causing all the girls present to gasp in shock. It was a terrifying sight. A giant centipede of agate color, standing on 18 legs, with a head that was grotesque and filled with hideous fangs. No one could imagine that such a cute girl could possess such a terrifying martial soul. No wonder she was ostracized by the people of Central Plains. Just seeing this martial soul was enough to scare them. This martial soul is truly indescribable, Hualayin aside. A regular 4-ring spirit master at such a young age. Already at level 48, impressive, Shuangluo remarked. Clearly, Yin was momentarily stunned by the sight of such a martial soul, but feeling that she was only level 48. The pressure she emanated was completely incomparable to that of a soul master above level 50, which made him feel a bit relieved. Martial soul unleashed. The pressure of the Flame Lord was still quite strong. The girl on the opposing side was also momentarily stunned. A level 53 soul master. Second soul skill, Hellfire. Yin decisively released his martial soul without saying much. Boom! Dark flames surged up beneath the girl's feet. She tensed up all over. First soul skill, Rhythm. The girl suddenly moved like a fish, dodging the attack. Whoosh! The trees within a 5-meter radius instantly turned to charcoal. The girl let out a breath. Just as Yin was about to continue his attack, she quickly waved her hands. Wait. This girl was quite clever. It was hard to tell what she was planning. Yin, being a simple-hearted person, actually stopped releasing his soul skill. What's wrong? Before the girl could say anything, a voice came from a distance. Wife, you're alive. I thought you were dead. I missed you so much. Everyone looked over. The old man the girl had just let go was suddenly hugging a big tree, his face filled with relief and joy, gently stroking it and even kissing the surface of the tree several times. This is the Miao region's goo technique. He must have been enchanted by that girl's soul bug. Milan replied, That's amazing. Hualaina felt it was even more confusing than her charm skills, and it was done so stealthily. What did you do to him? Yin frowned and asked. The girl smiled gently. Clap, clap. She clapped her hands twice. The old man immediately regained his senses, saw himself hugging a tree, and stepped back in shock, looking bewildered. What happened? Why am I still here? He looked at the girl and Yin. Hey, old man, don't you remember this demon girl? Yin pointed at the girl. She killed your wife and children and slaughtered your entire village. Huh? The old man was taken aback. What are you talking about? I've been single for 60 years. Where would I have a wife and kids? And hey, you little brat, do you know any manners? Calling me old man? All the girls were dumbfounded. Even FengYang was secretly surprised. This bug was indeed quite powerful. It could confuse the old man to such an extent that he experienced such severe hallucinations and thoughts, as if he were dreaming. Hee, the girl chuckled proudly. I consider this a good deed, letting you at your age experience what it feels like to lose a wife. One could only say that this girl wasn't malicious. She was just a bit mischievous. However, just as Yin was about to explode at the old man, angrily calling him a dirty old man, he suddenly felt an unbearable pain in his stomach. Did I accidentally get bugged? Chapter 155, Direct Descendant of the Miao Goo Girl. Just as Yin was about to explode at the old man, angrily calling him a dirty old man, he suddenly felt an unbearable pain in his stomach. With a cry of pain, he felt his legs go weak and dropped to his knees, clutching his stomach. In just a few seconds, he was already drenched in cold sweat. What did you do to me? Yin asked angrily. Of course, I placed a bug on you, the girl said cutely. This is called stone bug. It not only makes your stomach hurt, but can also make you bloated. Hee. She continued to smirk mischievously. Yan's level was much higher than hers, yet he had unknowingly fallen victim to the bug. It was indeed stealthy. No wonder it gave other spirit masters such headaches. Shuangluo sighed at this side. Meanwhile, Hualaina felt no concern for Yin at all, seeing him in pain and unable to stand as a former teammate. She didn't show the slightest worry. Until, Lord, save me, Yin also shouted out directly. It seemed to be really painful. After all, Yin was also the tough guy type. If it weren't unbearable pain, he wouldn't ask for help. FengYang also slowly walked closer. Little girl, you can stop now. The girl looked back, as if she had a better impression of FengYang, revealing a smile that had a charming quality. Big brother, what is he to you? He is my subordinate, FengYang replied. Oh, you just said you were the FengYang who swept away all the soul masters of the spirit hall? The girl asked. That's right. The girl looked at FengYang with slightly widened pupils. I'm not that easy to fool. How could someone as godlike as that look like you? This remark really made FengYang laugh with anger. Then what should I look like? At least 3 heads and 6 arms, right? The girl said cutely. The girl might be more prone to imagination. Anyway, you need to let my subordinate go first. FengYang said. No way. She placed her hands on her hips. Unless you take me to find the real FengYang. This language sounded very cute in FengYang's eyes. However, in Hualaina's eyes, it was a kind of defiance against FengYang. Impudent. I've already told you. This is the city lord of Huaxia City. FengYang, how dare you be so rude? Are you looking for death? Oh, the girl looked at her. Do you want to try some stone poison too? Buzz. Hulaina immediately activated her martial soul. The soul rings pulsed. Seeing that her fifth ring was a black 10,000-year soul ring, the girl also showed a hint of surprise. Wow, Big Sister is also a soul master of over level 50. You all are so amazing. However, that appearance, combined with the previously deceived Yin, gave a somewhat cheap feeling. Such a lowly seemed to need some discipline. It directly provoked FengYang's wicked thoughts, making him want to have her kneel in front of him and hold her head down. Girl, I'll give you another chance. Release my subordinate from the curse. FengYang said with a hint of seriousness. The girl pouted, looking at him. Big brother, you're actually bullying the weak with numbers. I see you all want to be cursed. Looking for death. Hulaina immediately prepared to attack. Seeing this, the girl lightly touched the ground, and her whole petite body lightly landed on the tree branch above her. Let us see who is looking for death. She picked up the flute in her hand. The melody of music slowly began. Within just a few seconds, the sound of rustling around echoed. It seemed like an extremely large number of creatures were appearing. This is a control technique for insects that only the direct descendants of the Miaojianggu women can learn, capable of summoning thousands of poisonous insects and snakes. Mulan introduced. The Miaojiang direct descendants, meaning only the biological daughters of the Miaojiang Lord, could learn this insect control technique aside from martial souls. Clearly, this girl had an extraordinary identity in Miaojiang. It was evident that this girl was the type who wouldn't shed tears until she saw the coffin. Like Xiao Wu, she needed to be taught until she was completely convinced. However, for FengYang now, it was indeed a different time. Back then, his soul power was not higher than Xiao Wu's, using some tricks and weaknesses. Now, it could truly turn to ashes with just a snap of his fingers. Soon, the rustling sounds between the trees grew louder, and a dense swarm of insects rushed out. Moths flying in the air, crawling insects on the ground, adding up to not just thousands, but perhaps tens of thousands. It gave people an intense fear of crowds. The several girls all activated their martial souls, their bodies trembling. Upon seeing this scene, they couldn't help but feel a wave of goosebumps, somewhat panicking. If they were surrounded by this, wouldn't they be eaten to the bone? The girl put down her flute, grinning mischievously. You're already surrounded. It's still not too late to beg for mercy now, otherwise For a moment, the several girls were all at a loss. Facing an army of tens of thousands indeed brought a feeling of powerlessness. FengYang raised his hand. The power of blue flames directly descended from above, causing the girl and the other girls to look up. The blazing blue flames formed walls on all sides, as if a city of blue flames was about to cover them. Instantly, various emotions surged in their hearts. Heat, oppression, terror, as if it was already hard to breathe. At that moment, the girl suddenly widened her eyes and stared at FengYang in front of her. Although she had never seen FengYang, the only person with a blue flame martial soul in the entire continent, and this unique blue flame city soul skill. Especially the aura of a peak Douluo at level 99 radiating from him gave a divine feeling. Bang! The first wall fell directly, making a loud sound like steel crashing. It was even more surprising. From this sound, it was easy to tell that this blue flame was as heavy as steel. Even a title Douluo level would find it difficult to break through with all their might. Bang! The second wall. Bang! The third wall. Bang! The fourth wall. Bang! The last part of the blue flame fell, completely sealing off the entire area, and the army of insects and mice summoned by the girl, before they could approach the city of blue flames, had already been scorched to ashes. This made the girl realize what AoE destruction meant. Now, you're the one surrounded. FengYang said. The girl, under pressure, seemed to show no panic. Instead, she looked at FengYang with sparkling eyes. You really are. That city lord FengYang. Suddenly, the girl spread her arms wide, took 2 steps forward, and tightly hugged FengYang around the waist. The others were all taken aback. It was too sudden. So great, woo woo woo. The girl cried out in excitement, not knowing if she was pretending. My great city lord FengYang. I went through countless hardships, used all my strength, trying to find out your whereabouts, and spent a full 2 hours finally finding you. Chapter 156. Husband. The girl, seeing that the person in front of her was indeed the famous FengYang of the continent, excitedly jumped down from the tree branch and pounced into his arms, wrapping her arms around his neck, her graceful and light body hanging on him. Her not too large chest had already been pressed into a flat shape. I spent a full 2 hours finally finding you, woo woo woo. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded, especially the few girls. Who was the person in front of them? The number 1 person in the continent. Peak Douluo at level 99. The city lord who established Huaxia City. The man-eater FengYang. This girl actually hugged him so tightly. As long as she is a girl, everyone has a feeling of wanting to get closer, but they just don't have the courage. FengYang has never had much emotional fluctuation, seeing that this girl did not intend to be his enemy. He didn't particularly make it difficult for her. However, if someone dares to challenge FengYang now, they must have lost their mind. Sigh. FengYang grabbed her braid and pulled her back, bringing her small face into view. Their eyes met. To his surprise, a tear flowed down her beautiful face. Is it really that exaggerated? What are you doing? Go away. At this moment, FengYang's temperament was naturally much more restrained than in the past. The beautiful girls surrounded him, and with his rising strength, he had an aura of a transcendent master, completely not thinking of taking advantage of the girl. After pulling her down from his body, the girl also lowered her head, extending her index fingers, poking at each other in a situation where they couldn't see, and every time they could poke their fingertips. She was just too excited. She really didn't expect to encounter the Lord so easily. Well, now that you found me, what do you want? FengYang asked. The girl's spirit suddenly lifted, and she opened her big eyes, raising her little face to look at FengYang. It's just that I admire the Lord very much, and I want to be the Lord's wife. The girl's words were astonishing, shocking several people again. Indeed, she had great courage, in front of several girls, and now, being the Lord. FengYang didn't intend to agree so frivolously. This is similar to how business tycoons will play some tricks before taking off. Once they take off, they must be based on integrity. No, you say you want to be my wife, so you just become my wife? With these words from FengYang, Mulan and Shuang Luo both breathed a sigh of relief, even feeling quite relieved. They thought, where did this little girl come from? Wanting to be the Lord's wife right off the bat? It's not your turn. Ah. Upon hearing this, the girl's heart sank. Her face was full of sadness, and she stepped forward, hugging FengYang's arm. Husband, please let me be your wife, I beg you. Calling him husband directly is also ridiculous. Let go. There's nothing else. We still have to hurry. FengYang said coldly, shaking off the girl's arm and turning around. Let us go. He walked toward the carriage. I'm not messing around. The girl hurriedly shouted, but FengYang ignored her. The other girls followed behind, and in just 10 seconds, the carriage had already moved on. The girl stood there a bit at a loss, pouting her little mouth, gazing into the distance. Inside the carriage, Hulaina lifted the curtain at the back of the carriage and observed faintly. Master, isn't it too cruel to treat a girl like this? What's cruel about it? FengYang retorted. She seems to really like the Lord. Anyway, there are already many women around the master. One more 1T make a difference. Hulaina said. One less 1T make a difference either. FengYang replied. Hulaina, what are you pretending for? Bibi Dong suddenly interjected. This piqued FengYang's interest, and he couldn't help but smile at her. Pretending? What am I pretending? Do you think I don't know about those things you did before? That brat came to the Wuhuan Hall to find me and told me everything. Bibi Dong said. Clearly, that brat she referred to was Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang's treatment of Xiao Wu indirectly made Xiao Wu and Tang Sen turn against each other. Wait, for remembering this, FengYang couldn't help but laugh. No wonder Bibi Dong disliked him so much. Even with such power, he couldn't attract her, seeing that FengYang actually admitted it without denying it. Hulaina couldn't help but feel curious. Master, can I know what is going on? She asked weakly. Bibi Dong still had a blank expression, but she still knew her limits. Just ask your master. Hulaina looked at FengYang. Master. Before she could speak, she was interrupted by FengYang. Adult matters are not for children to inquire about. FengYang said. Actually, it wouldn't hurt to say it. The halo around FengYang now was enough to extinguish everything. It would only shrink, not expand. Clearly, the master's real age is about the same as mine. Hulaina muttered softly. What did you say? FengYang said sternly. Nothing. Hulaina avoided his gaze, looking back toward the rear of the carriage, just in time to change the subject. Master, that girl is actually following behind. FengYang also turned back to look. Sure enough, about 50 meters away, that short figure was following step by step, her determined gaze showing her unwavering resolve. Mainly, this mountain road was bumpy, and the carriage couldn't move too fast, almost akin to walking. Otherwise, they would have shaken her off long ago. Stop the carriage. FengYang called softly. The carriage slowly came to a stop. FengYang jumped down, turning to face the girl, waiting for her to come closer. Seeing this, the girl felt a bit nervous. Her clever mind quickly thought of what to say, and she continued to walk forward confidently, until 5 meters away. Wow, husband, you actually waited for me here. For some reason, hearing her call him husband still touched FengYang's heart. Perhaps it was the novelty playing tricks. I'm waiting for you to ask. Why are you following me? Oh, husband, you walk your way, I'll walk mine. We just happen to be on the same route. Is this mountain your home? The girl said sweetly. Fine, then please don't call me husband. FengYang said. It's on my lips, so I'll call you husband, husband, husband. This scene, aside from his identity, made him feel like they were having a small quarrel. FengYang felt speechless and directly turned around, no longer paying attention to her. Chapter 157, The 10,000 Poison Array. To say this little girl is really persistent. She followed FengYang closely for several hours, and her smile grew brighter. Soon you will stop the carriage and beg me. Sure enough, inside the carriage, FengYang, who was resting with his eyes closed, had already sensed an unusual aura. That aura didn't have much effect on him, but the strength in Hulaina's hands pressing on his shoulders was gradually weakening, until a head landed on his back. FengYang turned his face. Hulaina? Master, I feel so dizzy, my whole body has no strength. Hulaina fell into FengYang's arms and weakly said. Bibi Dong also looked over, her eyes sharpening. Soon after, the carriage stopped. Lifting the curtain, Yan Shuangluo and Mulan were in a similar condition to Hulaina. FengYang laid Hulaina flat on a small bed and went down with Bibi Dong. City Lord, Yin shouted forcefully. It seems like they've been poisoned. FengYang observed his surroundings and seemed to see a colorless and odorless white mist dispersing in the air. Is this some forbidden area in the mountains? Just as he was pondering, a Miaojiang girl walked by humming a song similar to a newspaper seller's tune, looking quite proud while seemingly not recognizing FengYang. This made Yin instantly furious. They were all in such a state, yet she pretended to be carefree. Hey, you! It must be you who poisoned them. Facing Yan's biting accusation, the girl placed her hands on her hips and pointed. Hey, don't you dare slander me. If it wasn't you, who else could it be? Yin shouted. Can't you see? Even your city lord can't see it. The mist in these mountains stretches for miles. I can't possibly have that kind of ability, the girl replied. FengYang observed for a moment and indeed found it to be true. The vast area was astonishing. Forcing his way through, even he might not be safe. If this girl really had such abilities, that would be impressive. The girl suddenly looked astonished at Bibi Dong. This big sister is actually a titled Douluo and can withstand this 10,000 poisons array? You know, even a soul Douluo tea lasts a few minutes inside this array. Miaojiang isn't treated poorly for no reason. There are just too many messy and ghostly things. FengYang also glanced at Mulan, who looked so weak she couldn't even speak. It seemed that even though she had traveled far and wide and seen a lot, her understanding was only superficial. After all, her strength was limited, and she couldn't delve deeper. FengYang's gaze fell on the Miaojiang girl. What is this 10,000 poisons array? Oh, this 10,000 poisons array. The girl began to explain, but then seemed to realize something. Why should I tell you? What isn't it for me? FengYang's emotions started to rise. Bibi Dong's eyes were icy. Speak, or I'll kill you, she said cleanly, her body filled with murderous intent. The Miaojiang girl seemed genuinely frightened. After all, Bibi Dong was decisive in her killings. If she wanted this information, the girl might have been killed in an instant. Husband, I'm so scared, she screamed, burying her little face in FengYang's arms. Faced with such a soft and cute girl, FengYang ultimately couldn't bring himself to kill her and had to suppress the impulse to slap her dead. She was truly more troublesome than Xiao Wu. He pulled her whip and dragged her out. If you're scared, then hurry up and speak. The girl looked shy. Unless husband calls me wife, I won't tell you. For some reason, these two simple words, which would have been easy for someone who prides himself on being shameless like FengYang, suddenly became difficult to utter. Could it be that this is the principle of pretending to be a pig for too long and actually becoming one? After holding onto his identity for too long, did he really become cultured? If you don't speak, I might want to kill you. FengYang's gaze turned cold. Fortunately, the girl still knew some boundaries. All right. No need to be so fierce. This 10,000 poisons array is formed from the poisonous gas released after the death of 100,000 poisonous insects in our Haokai mountain range. Utilizing the ethereal array to preserve the gas, which finally formed this 10,000 poisons array. How long until we can get out? FengYang asked. Get out? Hee. The girl found it amusing. Don't joke, we're already within 10 rings of Miaojiang. Unless we Miaojiang people, who possess a unique martial soul constitution, no outsiders can traverse Miaojiang. I see. It seemed Mulan's understanding was indeed superficial. It wasn't that Miaojiang was isolated from the world, but rather that those inside didn't dare to come out, and those outside didn't dare to go in, which led to their isolation. 10 rings? Just how big is Miaojiang? FengYang asked. About 3 or 4 Hadrian cities in size, the girl said casually. Is there no other way to traverse? FengYang continued to ask. There is. As long as husband calls me wife, I will tell you. The girl said, but when she saw FengYang's expression, she quickly added, all right. It's the poison avoidance pearl. However, the poison avoidance pearl is also a rare item in our Miaojiang. It can avoid poison within a radius of several meters. And I know of a place where it might be found. Where? Gu City. Lead the way, FengYang said decisively. Husband, aren't you unwilling to let me follow you? The girl said. FengYang raised his hand directly. All right, I'll lead the way. The girl quickly changed her tone. However, when FengYang saw the few who had already fallen unconscious, he decided to treat them as a last resort. He unleashed the blue flame orb. Under the enhancement of the million-year soul ring, the range enveloped by his blue flame orb was already terrifying. But FengYang only wrapped the entire carriage. After all, making it that large would only waste soul power. Wow, husband, you're so amazing. You lifted both the carriage and the people into the air. The girl excitedly provided emotional support. Hurry and point the way, FengYang said. Based on his current soul power, lifting so many people along with the carriage and 3 horses into the air could last at most 3 to 5 hours. At the current speed, they would definitely arrive in 10 minutes, the girl estimated. After all, 58 million kilometers per hour. What kind of concept is that? The air would be on fire. Husband, my name is Gumeng, and you? The girl asked. FengYang looked at her speechlessly. Ah, husband is called FengYang. Ha. Gumeng laughed. Chapter 158. Tried out about 5 minutes later, they landed in a basin. Don't be fooled by the short flight. They had actually traveled hundreds of kilometers. This place was also on the outskirts of the mountain range, so there was no poisonous gas. The reason why outsiders still knew very little about this place was simply because the mountain roads were rugged, with altitudes reaching several thousand meters. Then, they had to descend into the basin. Following Gumeng's guidance, a cave at the foot of the mountain was the Gu City she described. Taking a glance inside the cave, it was not easy to bring the carriage in, especially since Yin and the others were still unconscious. Bibi Dong, you stay here and watch them. I'll go in with her. Bibi Dong nodded gently. Entering the cave, we walked for hundreds of meters inside, surrounded by complete darkness. If it weren't for the strength of a tidal Douluo, one might think that this dream plot was sinister, actually bringing people to this ghostly place. Until there were a few candlelights ahead. They illuminated the surroundings, and after a quick scan, it was clear that the area was all rock, looking completely devoid of any path. Are you sure there's a way? FengYang asked. Husband, don't be anxious, Gumeng replied. She took out a coin-sized hard coin from her pocket and walked to the center of the candle holder. With a clink, she dropped the coin in. Buzz! Suddenly, the flames of the entire candle holder became bright. Bang! A wall on one side rose like a mechanism, revealing a path under the swirling dust. Husband, hurry up! Not only was there a mysterious mechanism in this basin, but it seemed completely intent on keeping anyone outside of the Miao people from entering. We passed through the passage. Here is our Miaojiang's largest market, where everyone, whether they're soul masters or not, comes to trade, Gumeng introduced. FengYang scanned the area. In the darkness, the firelight and candlelight illuminated paths with vendors on either side. The flow of people was quite substantial, combined with the bustling noise around. It felt like a market day in a small town. Each person was dressed in ethnic cultural attire, with some having snakes coiled around their arms, playing with spiders in their palms, toads resting on their shoulders, and crabs perched on their heads. A myriad of sights, all beyond what an ordinary person could imagine. Here, whether it's rare herbs or strange artifacts, even rare bug techniques or poison techniques, you can buy it all. So, sometimes don't underestimate us Miao people without soul power. If you're not careful, you could end up dead without knowing why. Gumeng continued to explain. Where's the poison-proof pearl? FengYang asked. Gumeng looked at him. Such a rare item as the poison-proof pearl is hard to find. It's just a matter of luck for us to come here. We browsed through the stalls. Generally speaking, items like the poison-proof pearl would never be in the hands of these small vendors. We still had to participate in the auction here to try our luck. If there's nothing at the auction, then this trip might really be in vain. You wait here. I'll go buy some clothes for you to change into. Otherwise, people here might not welcome you in your outsider's outfit, Gumeng said. 5 minutes later, FengYang walked out of the alley. Wow, the splendid ethnic attire instantly gave off a feeling of a Miaojiang young master. Gumeng couldn't help but exclaim, wanting to hug him, arms wide open. Husband, you look so handsome. FengYang quickly raised his palm to block her head. The adorable Gumeng, with her feet rushing forward. but her hands couldn't reach FengYang was quite funny. Let us get down to business. Oh dear. Gumeng, straighten her body. Husband, this can't be rushed. The auction won't just start because you want it to. The head of the Gu market has to speak first. Not to mention my identity as the city lord. Just my identity as a titled law should make the head of the Gu market come to meet me. He wouldn't dare neglect me. Right? FengYang said. Wow. Husband, you're so impressive. Gumeng clasped her hands together, looking at him with shining eyes. But the next moment, she regained her composure, clearly not completely infatuated. I still have my wits about me. But since we're here, let us follow the local rules. Let us go eat first. I haven't eaten all day. FengYang didn't move his feet. Let us go. Let us go. I'll treat you. Is that okay? Gumeng pulled on his arm. Isn't your Miaojiang full of poisonous insects and snakes? What good food can there be? FengYang said. Who says there's no good food? There's plenty. What? You'll know when you get there. They walked into a restaurant, a wooden structure built into a suspended second floor. They sat down by the window. Despite several lamps being lit, it was still somewhat dark. 2 bowls of oil tea to start, Gumeng called out skillfully. Coming right up, the waiter responded. Soon, 2 bowls of oil tea were served. A quick glance revealed clear soup, green onions, and some unidentifiable herbs. Let me tell you, if I don't drink oil tea soup for a day, no matter how many dishes are on the table, they one tea taste good. This is our favorite thing. Gumeng said. The dishes weren't particularly extravagant. What about 3-color rice with 3 different colors of rice? Black medicine stewed chicken, meow, king fish, cotton vegetable cakes, spicy bones. These are all quite normal. Until 9 meow roasted big worms. FengYang almost felt like throwing up. After they finished eating, FengYang put down his chopsticks. Gumeng, what do you want from me? She was momentarily stunned, then pretended to be coy. Of course, I heard about your fame in Hadrian City. I admire you greatly, and I want to be your woman. FengYang chucklet gleefully. With her quirky, somewhat clever demeanor, her intentions were definitely not that simple. Is that so? Of course. If not, shall we consummate our marriage tonight? Gumeng leaned closer to him, speaking without a hint of shyness, completely at ease. Seeing him silent, Gumeng directly held his arm, shaking it in a spoiled manner. Husband, please. What kind of wolfish words are these? 24 FengYang had this expression now. He didn't know what kind of scheme this girl had, and what she was offering for free. She seemed about to say something else, but FengYang made a shushing gesture. This auction is getting worse and worse. There's not a single good item. Yeah, it's really wasting my time. I took a month to get here, and thinking about going back and forth up the mountain makes my scalp tingle. Don't mention it. From what he said, it seemed the auction had just ended. FengYang bonded it. However, 2 outsiders spent so much money to buy the poison-proof pearl. What were they planning to do? Isn't it simple? They must be unable to survive outside, so they came to our Miaojiang to try their luck. Oh, isn't the promotion conference about to start? An outsider without a poison-proof pearl shouldn't even think about entering the core area. Damn, bro. You know a bit too much. Of course. The two continue to chat and boast. Chapter 159, Murder and Treasure Hunting. The poison-proof pearl. In Miaojiang, it's considered a rare item, but it's not particularly precious, because 90 of Miao people don't need such things at all. So, in the eyes of the 2 Miao people, the antidote pearl appearing at the auction was a waste, and there was no need to occupy resources at all. What surprised them was that it was actually taken away by outsiders. FengYang also gave Gumeng a look, signaling her to gather information. She understood immediately and used her accent to avoid raising suspicion among the locals. Excuse me, brothers. May I ask which direction the 2 outsiders who took the antidote pearl went? Sure enough, Gumeng's accent made the 2 let their guard down. They must have left the market. After all, outsiders really don't like the environment here. Little girl, you seem to be a pure Miao person. Why are you inquiring about the antidote pearl's whereabouts? They asked curiously. To be honest, brothers, I am from the Wanda Cave, hiding among the Gu persimmons to prevent outsiders from using the antidote pearl to enter the Wanda Cave, Gumeng replied. Oh, I didn't expect a young girl like you to be a secret agent for the Wanda Cave, my apologies. No need to mention it. I'll take my leave now, Gumeng said. After leaving the inn, she asked, Husband, what should we do now? Should we kill and seize the treasure? She spoke the most malicious words in the cutest tone. A hint of sharpness also appeared in her eyes. If you think this girl is just a lowly, then you're too naive. From a certain perspective, she is much more efficient than Xiao Wu, who only knows how to beat people into a pulp. Although later, Xiao Wu was trained by FengYang and could also kill a wolf. Is there any other way? FengYang asked. No. The antidote pearl is something that can only be encountered by chance. It is naturally nurtured in our Miao region. and the fact that it was found requires immense luck. Who knows when the next antidote pearl will appear? Yiming explained it. Hearing her say this, there was indeed no reason to stay here any longer. They could only kill and seize the treasure. Then let's go, FengYang decisively concluded. For him, killing and seizing treasures was not a first-time experience. FengYang activated the blue flame sphere and headed straight for the Gu Persimmon's entrance. The half-hour walk was covered in the blink of an eye. Upon exiting the cave, the sky was still bright, and FengYang felt much more comfortable instantly. Just as the two Miao people said, outsiders really couldn't get used to being inside. The carriage was still parked at the entrance. City Lord, Master, FengYang glanced up. Yen, Hulaina, Shuang Luo, and Mulan had all recovered their strength and were looking at him. You're all fine? FengYang was somewhat surprised. Reporting to the City Lord, we no longer feel any exhaustion, Yen replied with a fist salute. FengYang nodded. It's good that you're fine. I originally wanted to bring some detoxifying items from the market inside for you, but it turns out there was nothing. The next moment, wait a minute. Gumeng said seriously, why does the air have a smell of blood? Gumeng was quite sensitive to smells. Generally speaking, she could tell what kind of insects or snakes were nearby just by the scent. Who did you fight with? FengYang asked. Hulaina glanced inside the carriage. It's the two of them. Oh, it turned out that 20 minutes ago, two Pure Star Luo people had emerged from the Gu Persimmon's cave. I never expected to be so lucky without anyone competing with us. We directly purchased the antidote pearl for 1 million gold soul coins. If you ask me, this thing is worthless to the locals, so naturally, no one would fight over it. That makes sense. We should hurry to report to the City Lord. Originally, this conversation was not heard by Bibi Dong and the others standing at the entrance, including Bibi Dong herself. However, as the two approached, Yin suddenly felt a refreshing sensation, as if she was bathed in spring wind. Your Highness, he called out. You're awake, Bibi Dong asked lightly as she turned around. I don't know why, but I felt very exhausted just now, and suddenly I have a bit of energy, he said, but before he could finish, Yin fell down again. What's going on? Has it worsened? Not only that, but the other girls were also in the same condition. Bibi Dong's sharp eyes scanned the surroundings and immediately locked onto the two-star Luo people who had just passed by. With a leap, she blocked their path. The two were startled and, seeing that Bibi Dong was a beautiful woman, exchanged glances and relaxed their guard significantly. Hey, blocking our way is asking for us to play with you, right? There's grass nearby. Why don't we just have some fun? Yin also stumbled over. Surprisingly, her condition seemed to be getting better and better. Your Highness, these two must have some antidote treasures on them, Yin reported. Seeing the two staring at them with lewd expressions, Bibi Dong stopped wasting time. With a buzz, the Spider Emperor Martial Soul was activated and the 9 rings suddenly erupted. The two were instantly startled, trembling in fear. T-titled Douluo. The threat of death surrounded them, forcing the two, who should not have revealed their identities, to blurt out. Your Highness, we are subordinates of the City Lord of Antonio City. If you kill us, it would be equivalent to offending the City Lord of Antonio City. Bibi Dong couldn't care less about that now, nor did she care about their petty matters. In the blink of an eye, heads rolled, blood splattered, and the air was filled with the scent of blood. The decisiveness of her actions was shocking. Yin immediately searched the bodies and found a black pearl the size of an egg. The moment she held it in her hand, Yin felt all the discomfort from the poison disappear completely. She was overjoyed. Your Highness, this is definitely the antidote pearl. After obtaining it, the effects were indeed felt within seconds. FengYang was also taken aback. My God, this is possible? Gumeng was also dumbfounded. Did you not ask what the City Lord of Antonio City wants the antidote pearl for? FengYang asked. Yin shook her head. Your Highness acted too quickly. There was no time to ask. Gumeng snorted coldly. Is there any need to ask? It must be some scheme with that dog thing, Guli. FengYang looked at her. This little girl, usually quirky and lively, seemed somewhat out of sorts when it came to this matter. Who is Guli? He is my uncle and also my greatest enemy, Gumeng said fiercely, her small fists clenched tightly. In that moment, FengYang seemed to understand something. Chapter 160. Too full to eat I am. Gumeng was about to answer when she finally reacted. Oh no. Now that we have the antidote pearl, husband, let us hurry up. FengYang looked at her. Where are we rushing to? Gumeng was taken aback. It really is somewhat funny. Husband, you are too cruel. Aren't you? After all, I helped a lot, yet you want to abandon me just like that. Yin, give her 10 gold soul coins as a reward. FengYang said. Yes. Yin immediately started taking out money. What? You want to send me off with just 10 gold soul coins? Gumeng clenched her fists, stomping her feet in anger. But FengYang had already gotten into the carriage and set off. Husband, husband, you can't do this. Gumeng shouted from behind. In the end, she directly yelled in anger. FengYang, you heartless beast, shameless, filthy, stop right there. But FengYang didn't care at all. Let her shout. But this quirky girl, there's nothing she can't do. Help! Someone. The person in front has defiled someone and is now running away. This truly left FengYang and the others dumbfounded. This is too outrageous. Master, that girl really seems to like you. Why not let her join us? Hulaina said. Whether she likes him or not is another matter. The fact that she refuses to reveal her identity and has ulterior motives must be dealt with harshly, FengYang said. Otherwise, wouldn't that mean he was being manipulated by her? However, suddenly, a scream from Gumeng came from behind. This made FengYang lift the curtain at the back of the carriage and look over. 3 men. All had activated their martial souls. They all belonged to the insect type, martial souls. One was level 55, one was level 56, and one was level 60. Husband, help! Husband! Gumeng continued to shout. FengYang also directly got off the carriage. The master is really concerned about that girl. He went down immediately. Hulaina said, Humph. Bibi Dong snorted coldly, seemingly uninterested. Holy Maiden, we finally found you. Please come back with us immediately for judgment. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. The 3 men were aggressive. Naturalu, Yiming, who was only level 48, was no match for them. She could only shout desperately. Did you see? My husband has come down. Don't seek death. Gumeng looked at FengYang ahead. The level 60 man glanced at FengYang. Holy Maiden, how can you be so disrespectful? Escaping from the poison cave and finding your husband privately? This time, when you go back, the King of Li 1T let you off. The King of Li? How dare he call himself that? Yiming school did. Take her down. The level 60 man ordered. The other 2 immediately moved. Gumeng saw that FengYang was just watching the show and didn't seem to want to help. Husband, are you really not going to help me? FengYang chuckled lightly. Hearing them call you the Holy Maiden shows that your identity in Miaojiang is not ordinary. Go back and be your Holy Maiden properly. Hearing him say this, Gumeng became anxious. Hey, husband, you heartless one. You don't care about your subordinate's life, do you? Snap, with a snap of his fingers. The next second, Yin, who was standing behind FengYang, suddenly experienced unbearable abdominal pain, kneeling directly on the ground. His face twisted in agony. The city lord. The stone curse hasn't been resolved. FengYang was taken aback. This Gumeng is quite cunning. The next second, Yan's stomach began to swell. He was bearing all of it. This was the second stage of the stone curse. The stomach swelling, which wouldn't lead to death, but felt like being pregnant. Stop it. FengYang shouted. Help me, and I'll help him detoxify. Yiming quoted. FengYang's anger had already begun to rise. He hadn't been threatened by anyone for how many levels now? He had swept through the entire spirit hall, with countless soul masters bowing to him. Today, he was actually threatened by a level 48 girl. What happened if this got out? It's no wonder that Miaojiang's curse techniques are indeed looked down upon. Fine. FengYang suppressed his anger and said softly. At that moment, Yin endured the excruciating pain, staring fixedly at FengYang, moved to tears. He never expected that the invincible city lord before him would actually soften to a little girl for his sake. Snap! Gumeng snapped her fingers. Yin suddenly felt no more pain, and his stomach shrank back to normal. However, the 3 men were also enraged. The level 60 man looked at FengYang and directly spat in anger. Hey, kid, no matter what happened between you and the Holy Maiden, I advise you to get lost quickly. Buzz. Blue flames erupted from FengYang's whole body. The pupils of the 3 men shrank at the same time, their eyeballs trembling. Blue flames. ISNT he the City Lord of Huaxia City, the Butcher, FengYang. The name of a person and the shadow of a tree. Once the blue flame martial soul was activated, it almost shook the entire continent. After all, legends about him could take 3 days and nights to finish telling. The level 60 man reacted quickly, kneeling on the ground. Please spare us, Lord City Lord. We will retreat immediately. FengYang snorted coldly. He wasn't a good person to begin with, and now that he was being threatened by Gumeng, he was a bit annoyed and naturally wanted to find a few unlucky souls to vent on. Once the blue flames were unleashed, there was no reason to take them back. Whoosh! With a wave, the blue flame shot out. Watching that blue flame ignite in the eyes of the 3 men, despair hung on their faces, even as they took a step back, trying to resist. Boom! It exploded directly. In an instant, it ignited the 3 men's bodies. Their screams echoed across the sky, and in just a few seconds, they turned to ashes, scattering with the wind, as if these 3 men had never existed. Seeing this scene, Gumeng couldn't help but swallow her throat, feeling a tremor of fear inside. Is this FengYang's anger? With just a wave of his hand, 3 powerful soul masters have turned to dust. Step, step. FengYang walked toward Gumeng step by step. The slight seriousness on his face made Gumeng feel extremely flustered. She forced a smile on her little face. Who husband so powerful? She stammered. You like to cling to me, don't you? FengYang said coldly. The next second, the blue flame sphere enveloped the two of them, slowly rising into the air. In the blink of an eye, they were already thousands of meters high, and apart from that blue flame sphere, nothing else could be seen. I have never seen the city lord this angry before, Luo said. I'm still quite curious about what the city lord is doing with Gumeng high up in the air. Mulan said. That must be a punishment. Yin said. How will he punish her? Mulan asked. That is hard to say. Yin said. Humph. Bibi Dong snorted coldly again, as if she guessed something truly shameless. Hyena, could it be that you're doing that kind of thing in midair? Bibi Dong understands FengYang quite well. In midair, FengYang looked at Gumeng, who appeared like a frightened little rabbit before him. Kneel down. What for? Gumeng hesitated, anxious about how FengYang would punish her. Under FengYang's imposing presence, thud. Gumeng didn't dare to delay for even a moment and knelt down immediately. Open your mouth, FengYang commanded. Seeing his action, Gumeng slowly widened her eyes, finally realizing what he was about to do. Although a bit nervous, there was also a sense of anticipation in her heart. Her little mouth was indeed struggling to contain it. Chapter 161. Overturning the world, this is something you've brought upon yourself, FengYang said coldly. Gumeng squinted her eyes, and after some adjustments, the blue flame orb fell rapidly. Gumeng pretended to cry in front of him, sniffing. Husband, I'm already yours now. You can never abandon me. Why do I feel like you're quite pleased with yourself? FengYang asked. Gumeng couldn't hold back her laughter any longer. She forced herself to suppress her happiness. No way. I'm about to cry all my tears out, boo-hoo. She turned around. At that moment, it was hard to tell whether she was laughing or crying. As she landed, City Lord, several people greeted her. However, seeing Gumeng closely huddled next to FengYang, they couldn't help but wonder what kind of punishment this was. Why did it seem like the two were even closer now? All right, let's get going, FengYang said. Following that, he got on the carriage. Gumeng also chatted to herself, following behind FengYang onto the carriage. Just as her little foot was about to step onto the carriage, Yin directly reached out to block her, looking serious. What are you doing? Clearly, after being pranked by Gumeng several times, Yin was extremely displeased to see her. What do you mean, what? I'm getting on the carriage. Gumeng said confidently. Not allowed. Yin replied. Not allowed? My husband didn't say I couldn't, so what are you not allowing? Yiming quoted. Yin glanced inside the carriage and saw that FengYang wasn't paying attention at all. At the very least, the city lord hasn't indicated that you can get on the carriage. Gumeng was left speechless. She immediately called out to the carriage. Husband, let me get on. FengYang remained silent, pretending not to hear. Husband, it's hard for me to walk. Gumeng's sweet voice came again. Swish. Hyena, Bibi Dong, and others turned their gazes toward FengYang. FengYang was speechless. He both loved and hated this little demoness. All right, come up, he said. Okay. Gumeng immediately stepped up, not forgetting to cast a triumphant glance at Yin. Remember to call me City Lord's wife from now on. Inside the carriage, Gumeng snuggled tightly against FengYang, her entire body almost collapsing onto him, completely disregarding Hyena and Bibi Dong sitting opposite. You're the saintess of Miaojiang, right? Gumeng lifted her little face and affectionately kissed him on the corner of his mouth. Husband, don't be so distant. Just call me wife. She was truly skilled at flirting. That's not important. What matters is that FengYang has a calm demeanor. Our route is through Miaojiang. And if you still don't intend to tell me the specifics of your situation, I won't run another trip to Miaojiang for you. Hearing such a ruthless remark, Gumeng felt a sinking feeling in her heart. The quirky her often spoke differently from others. It's okay. I'm already my husband's woman now. I will no longer be the saintess of Miaojiang, and any deep grudges have nothing to do with me. After all, my father's original intention was to let me escape Miaojiang and live a stable life. This retreating to advanced strategy and pretending to be pitiful truly made FengYang unable to resist. However, he certainly wouldn't let her manipulate him. In that case, very well, FengYang said indifferently. Gumeng grew anxious. Oh, husband, of course. If you're willing to help me take revenge, that would be wonderful. After all, you're a peerless Douluo. With just a snap of your fingers, you could turn him to ashes. Just move your finger, and you could deal with that traitor in Miaojiang. Then tell me what exactly happened, FengYang asked. Gumeng also stopped being lazy and got serious. My uncle, Guli, has grown more ambitious with the expansion of the 10,000 poison cave. He was unwilling to work under my father and even turned against him, using cruel methods. My father fought desperately to let me escape from the 10,000 poison cave. When I secretly went back to check, my father was actually dismembered and hung out in the sun to dry. You have to know that he was his own brother. How could he do such a thing? As Gumeng spoke, tears of sadness and pain fell uncontrollably. This time, there was no hint of pretense. Her little fists trembled slightly. I must avenge my father. Otherwise, I will never find peace in this life. FengYang, Hulaina, and Bibi Dong. Then why did you come to me? FengYang asked again. I originally wanted to go to the spirit hall to see if I could meet someone to help me, but when passing by Hadrian City, I heard that you replaced the spirit hall and changed the city to Huaxia City. After I learned that you were heading south, I kidnapped a fortune teller, hoping he could tell me your whereabouts, but he wouldn't tell me, saying he couldn't calculate where you were. Don't you think he deserves a beating? Gumeng said. In such a serious moment, FengYang inexplicably wanted to laugh. In her scheming, there was indeed a hint of innocence and cuteness. Yiming, is it possible that the fortune teller was just a fraud, and he really couldn't calculate where your master was? Huh? Is that so? Gumeng was puzzled. Husband, let me tell you, if you hadn't intervened today, I would have been captured and offered to that foolish son of the city lord of Antonio City. Even my goo flute and insect control technique would have been taken away and left to die under the sun, Gumeng said. So they were planning to extract your remaining value? FengYang chuckled. Yeah, otherwise why would that beast Guli desperately look for me? Yiming replied angrily. After a pause, she said, Husband, I must tell you, that beast has united with other city lords of the Star Luo Empire, attempting to overturn the world. My father forbade it, saying it would bring disaster to Miaojiang. But that beast formed alliances and said my father was cowardly and stagnant on the mountain, which led to such a tragedy. Gumeng looked serious. Husband, I heard that the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire is also after you. As long as you help me take revenge and kill that beast Guli, I think I can regain control of Miaojiang. If you have the idea of annexing the Star Luo Empire, I'll be the first to support you and work with you from the inside. The words made FengYang's eyes light up. This little girl not only has some cleverness, but also grand ideals. Chapter 162. Sleeping together with my husband every day. In the following time, FengYang directly entered the core of the Miao region. In this regard, Bibi Dong still had some resentment. Clearly, this trip was to seek revenge on Yu Shaojiang. But FengYang gave off a feeling of traveling and seeking beautiful women everywhere. However, Bibi Dong dared not express her anger and could only hold her breath, following into the Miao region. Gumeng was even more excited. Almost everything was developing as she had imagined. She knew very well that if the Miao region supported FengYang to unify the continent as a condition, FengYang would definitely not refuse. The reason for the dedication was naturally to have a backup plan. What if Guli used the same condition to persuade FengYang? It can be said that the seemingly naive and lovely Gumeng was actually quite scheming. Every step was carefully considered. 12 days later, the Lord of Antonio City, FengYang, met with Guli. My lord, I'm really sorry. The antidote bead that you waited for several months was actually snatched away by someone else. So you had to come personally to retrieve it, the Lord said. Guli waved his hand. There's no need for formality. Our cooperation is inherently discreet. And I believe you wouldn't want to publicly protect the antidote bead. The Lord can understand, and that comforts me. It seems our cooperation will certainly succeed, the Lord said. Please, Guli directly made way. Meanwhile, Gumeng could not swagger into the Miao region and took 15 days to arrive at the heart of the 10,000 Poisons Cave. This place was not like a city, with gates guarded from all directions. Even as the king of the Miao region, it was just a village. Almost everything inside the village could be observed from the outside. Seeing Gumeng's sneaky appearance, FengYang asked, What are you doing? Just call Guli out. I'll help you kill him, and it will be done. Huh? Is it that simple and crude? Yiming replied. What else do you want? All right. She agreed and walked to the front of the village, beginning to shout and scold. Ye Li, you beast! Get out here! For a moment, it gave FengYang a feeling of shouting insults on the battlefield. Soon, a subordinate from the Miao region entered the tent to report. Report. The subordinate rushed in a panic. Guli glared at him. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Don't you see I'm discussing matters with the Lord? My lord, the saintess has returned, the subordinate replied. Oh, the Lord of Antonio City. FengYang's eyes lit up. The saintess is back. Then my son's daughter-in-law is here. Hee hee. Guli chuckled lightly and looked at the subordinate again. It's good that the saintess is back. Why are you panicking? She didn't get captured, but came back on her own, and she's challenging you at the entrance, telling you to get out. What? Gully was instantly enraged and walked out of the tent, with FengYang following closely behind. Just as they stepped out of the tent, they heard Gumeng's extremely unpleasant shouting. Gully, you beast worse than a pig or dog. No wonder at your age you can't have children. It's all because you're so wicked that heaven punishes you. Today is your death day. I will dismember you into 8 pieces. 5 horses will tear you apart, and then I'll feed you to the dogs. This directly made many other subordinates unable to bear it. Saintess, how dare you disrespect the king? Shut up. 2 people jumped out from the crowd. Their insect martial spirits extended to 7 or 8 meters high, and 5 soul rings resonated as they attacked Gumeng. Bang! Bang! Gumeng was directly knocked back dozens of meters. It was FengYang who moved forward and caught her waist as they landed. Gumeng was instantly furious and shouted at the 2 who attacked her. Huizi, Shuizi, how dare you strike at me? From this sentence, it could be heard that Gumeng seemed quite surprised, thinking these 2 should be very loyal to her. Before the 2 could say anything, Gully walked forward, his old face looking somewhat terrifying. Clearly just a middle-aged man, he seemed to carry the wrinkles of an old woman. Saintess, it's good that you're back. Just in time, the Lord is here today as well. You can have a good discussion. Gumeng gritted her teeth. You shameless, despicable dog. FengYang was also pondering the meaning of the sentence. Because previously, Gumeng had mentioned wanting to marry the Lord's foolish son, but Gully said to let Gumeng communicate with this Lord. Was she caught between the father and son? This is impressive. No wonder Gumeng was so furious. With the continuous insults, Gully finally couldn't take it anymore. As the king of the Miao region, was he really going to lose face like this? Saintess, please behave yourself. What? Someone, capture her. Gully directly ordered. Dozens of soul masters activated their martial spirits and resonated their soul rings. For a moment, FengYang felt as if he had entered a nest of insects. Almost every soul master was at a higher level than Gumeng. It seemed that most of the Miao region's main forces were here. Under such pressure, a hint of paleness appeared on Gumeng's small face. She seemed not to have anticipated that those who were originally loyal to her father had seemingly turned against her. Saintess, surrender. A level 61 soul master charged at her. FengYang immediately acted. Boom! Bang! In an instant, that soul master ignited in midair. In just a few seconds, he turned to black ash and fell. The audience was shocked. Everyone stared at FengYang in disbelief. Blue Flame, Martial Spirit. Peak Douluo at level 99. He is the Lord of Huaxia City, FengYang. No way. How is it possible? How could the Saintess invite such a person? While everyone was discussing, FengYang took a step forward, blocking Gumeng behind him. Today, I, FengYang, will ensure Gumeng becomes the ruler of the Miao region. Those who are not afraid of death, come and experience my blue flame. Boom! Instantly, his entire body was covered in blue flames, the raging fire evaporating everyone present, causing them to feel a tingling sensation on their scalps. No one dared to move. The whole scene seemed to repeat itself. In the past, the Spirit City. Today, the Miao region. With just himself, he crushed the entire force psychologically. But suddenly, FengYang sensed a strange thing rapidly dispersing towards him. At the same time, husband, be careful. Gumeng also reminded him. Boom! Poof! Under the extreme temperature, the so-called invisible insect poison, upon touching the blue flames on FengYang, turned into a wisp of black smoke. Gumeng was stunned. Haha, I couldn't help but burst out laughing, mocking Gully right in front of him. It's just too funny. I sleep with my husband every day and still can't use any poison, yet you dare to use it on my husband from so far away. Instantly, Gully's face darkened. With only a little over 70 levels, he felt his heart tremble and his scalp tingle under FengYang's piercing gaze. Recommended new book, Douluo. I established an academy, starting with Limit Douluo Chapter 163, the place of Slaughter City under FengYang's gaze. This was the second time in Gully's life that his heart raced so violently. The first time was when he killed his older brother, who was also Gumeng's father, and the second time was now. The tension reached its peak, especially as FengYang's palm suddenly expanded into a 10-meter ball of blue flame. Gully felt a call of death. Before FengYang could throw the ball in his hand, Gully suddenly knelt down. Please, Lord City Master, don't kill me. I swear here that the entire Miaojiang will obey your orders. Indeed, the plot was just as Gumeng imagined. Once FengYang made a move, the entire Miaojiang would have to submit. Faced with the threat of death, Gully would definitely kneel and beg for mercy. If there was truly nothing between her and FengYang. Unfortunately, FengYang chuckled lightly, looking down at him. Miaojiang, do you think you have the final say? Guli was stunned. From now on, Miaojiang, you have the final say. Such flattery, yet FengYang remained cold. Don't play clever with me. What I mean is, if you have the final say in Miaojiang, then what about the saintess? Buzz. With those words, Guli gasped, feeling a chill down his spine. I'm not rambling, Lord City Master. That girl's prestige in Miaojiang is very low. Please, Lord City Master, Guli, you're at death's door, so stop quibbling. Guming interrupted directly. Did you not hear me call him husband? Guli's heart trembled again. He originally thought Guming was just joking, but unexpectedly, FengYang did not deny it. He didn't waste any more time with Guli, instead scanning the surrounding Miaojiang crowd. Those who are willing to support Guming as the new lord of Miaojiang, I give you a chance to take down Guli. If you don't act, I will make you disappear from this world alongside Guli. With that casual remark, a wave of tumult swept through the soul masters present. No one could remain calm, because if they didn't show loyalty, they would be the ones to die. And Guli felt even more despair. What is true ruthlessness? It is making them kill each other. Kingly, you were the one who rebelled first. Today you face this outcome. Don't blame others. One of the Miaojiang soul masters, who was around level 60, couldn't help but shout out for some psychological comfort to himself. That's right. Now that the saintess has returned, she should be the lord of Miaojiang. Kingly, you have offended. As he spoke, dozens of soul masters rushed towards Guli, each eager to show their hostility towards him. You all. Guli glared, and his survival instinct kicked in, prompting him to fight back. But faced with so many people attacking, he quickly couldn't hold up, getting beaten black and blue, filled with worm poison, and was tied up and brought before FengYang and Guming. Kneel. They kicked Guli to the ground. Following that, everyone present knelt on one knee and clasped their fists. Lord City Master, Saintess, Guli has been captured. Good job, you've worked hard, Guming said, looking down at Guli with malice. I will use the most vicious poison arts of Miaojiang to turn him into a dry corpse. After staying here for half a month, Guli was turned into a dry corpse, locked in a cage, exposed to the sun, and completely lost his sanity. The Lord of Antonio City wanted to reach a new cooperation with Guming and FengYang, but FengYang didn't trust him at all, mainly because Guming sensed that this lord had ulterior motives towards her, just like Guli, ending up as a dry corpse. Since the Lord of Antonio City entered Miaojiang for a secret meeting, his death would likely become a mystery. Guming successfully became the Lord of Miaojiang, and everything seemed stable. Husband, this time, I really want to thank you specially. Guming's heart was filled with excitement. Before FengYang could say anything, her lips were already pressed against his. It was yet another romantic night. The Miaojiang region was thus mistakenly recovered. The next day, husband, are you leaving already? Stay a few more days. Yiming pouted. We have important matters to attend to. Do you think we really came out for a vacation? FengYang replied. In fact, Bibi Dong's nature had been gradually worn down by FengYang. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed here for half a month. A few days into their stay, Bibi Dong sent Hulaina to say they should hurry south to find Yu Shaojiang. FengYang, however, deliberately delayed. Almost every day, he had Hulaina come over to ask when they would set off. FengYang still deliberately said, we'll leave when it's time to act. This made Bibi Dong go crazy. But FengYang firmly taught her a lesson. Being frantic is useless. Being anxious is also pointless. Seeing that she had calmed down considerably these past 2 days, FengYang finally said it was time to set off. I want to go with you, Guming said. Miaojiang isn't stabilized yet, and the various tribes have not fully submitted to you. If you don't take this opportunity to manage and recover properly, and just follow me around, when you return, Miaojiang will be in chaos. FengYang replied, wow, husband understands so much. Guming looked at FengYang with shining eyes. In truth, she understood this reasoning, but she provided FengYang with strong emotional value every time. This also made FengYang a bit reluctant. All right, wait for me to return from the south, then I'll come see you. Guming sighed, realizing that being the Lord of Miaojiang wasn't all that great. Farewell, Lord City Master. The entire Miaojiang, from top to bottom, saw FengYang off together. A new journey had begun again. This time, in the Haoxiao Mountains of Miaojiang. They spent over a month. Thus, they also inadvertently avoided Tang Xiao, hundreds of soul masters, and an army of 100,000 coming in this direction. This sudden disappearance left Tang Xiao with a headache. He thought FengYang was afraid of him and was deliberately avoiding him. He had been stationed in Gongxin City for a month as well. Little did he know that FengYang had traversed the Haoxiao Mountains and directly entered the territory of Antonio City. If one were to say Antonio City was more peaceful than expected, it was evident that the vice city master inside still thought the city master was discussing matters in Miaojiang, completely unaware that he was already dead. Otherwise, the entire Star Luo Empire would be in an uproar. The city lord is dead, which is no small matter. After spending a few more days in the city, Bibi Dong showed no sign of anger at all. She was now completely certain that FengYang was just out for a leisurely trip. And as for helping her find Yu Shaojiang for revenge, that was merely secondary. If they encountered him, they would, and if not, they would just enjoy themselves. There was no news of Tang San or Yu Shaojiang in the city. The group continued their journey southward. In fact, FengYang was not sure that even if they reached the farthest southern lands, they would necessarily find the two. The main purpose was to cultivate Bibi Dong's temperament after burying her hatred. They continued southward. After leaving the jurisdiction of Antonio City, they officially entered the last province of the southwestern wind of the Star Luo Empire. This province is called the Dragon Flame Province. In the center is Dragon Flame City, near the eastern Long Mountain City, and to the west is a place known as the Extreme Western Wilderness. In the play, the city of slaughter that Tang San experienced is located there, as well as a place referred to as the July Fire Desert. There's a city there called Shasa Chio City, known as the hottest place on the entire continent. Chapter 164. Rain in the desert. The carriage continued to head south. Look at the color of this river, said Shuang Luo. Everyone flashed a look of surprise because the river before them was blood red, as if a war had just occurred, with blood flowing like a river. This river is called the Dragon Blood River. Dragon Blood River? A river formed from dragon blood? Yin said. That explanation is quite silly. Mulan Lauget. It's just named the Dragon Blood River. In fact, the source of this river is in the city of slaughter, where dozens to hundreds of people die almost every day, and it is known for the Huangquan Du. At this point, Mulan suddenly held back. Forget it. I won't say anymore. I don't want to scare you. You. Yin looked at her as if she looked down on someone. When FengYang heard that the source of the river was in the city of slaughter, he understood what was going on. As for Huangquan Du, it was actually human blood. Those who die in the city of slaughter are likely thrown into this river. Thus, FengYang smelled a faint fishy odor, even though the city of slaughter was over 1,000 kilometers away from where he was. Let us find an inn and take a break, FengYang said. The two finally stopped arguing. Half an hour later, the carriage stopped. City Lord, Wei Ve arrived at the inn. Anyone who dares to open an inn in the wilderness must be a tough person, at least a soul master above level 50. FengYang got down, and before him was a simple inn with a makeshift canopy and a wooden sign hanging overhead with the character for tea written on it. It felt very much like the world of rivers and lakes. They found a round table nearby. FengYang, Bibi Dong, Hulaina, Yin, and Shuang Luo sat down directly. Under FengYang's guidance, Bibi Dong also no longer had an aloof demeanor. If it had been before, she would have firmly refused to get off the carriage unless FengYang had forcibly pulled her down to eat. FengYang took a sip of tea, which had a faint fishy taste. Looking at Bibi Dong, she finally seemed to be more human now. Bibi Dong ignored him. The innkeeper served whatever was available. In the wilderness, there wasn't much to choose from. It must be said that inns are always sources of information. The neighboring tables started chatting directly. Have you heard? It has actually been raining continuously in the July Fire Desert these days. Huh? Is there such a thing? Impossible, right? The July Fire Desert hasn't rained for many years, has it? Shasachio City has probably been abandoned by the Star Luo Emperor. If you don't believe it, go ask around and you'll find out. FengYang became somewhat interested and looked at Mulan, the local who had traveled extensively. What is going on with Shasachio City? The Star Luo Emperor doesn't want it anymore? Well, kind of. In the new map, Shasachio City isn't marked at all, Mulan said. Why? It hasn't rained for 3 years. And most of the residents of Shasachio City have probably moved away, Mulan replied. But why did it suddenly rain? Yin became curious. How would I know? City Lord, if it's not too much trouble, shall we go take a look? Yin suggested. No. Mulan directly refused. Why not? Yin asked. Because it's just a desert with nothing to see, Mulan stammered an explanation. I've never seen a desert before. I want to take a look, Yin insisted. FengYang did not pay attention to their argument. Instead, he took out a map to take a look. This was a continental map drawn by the Tiando Empire. So Shasachio City was still marked in the July Fire Desert. As for their current location, the city of slaughter was in the lower left corner, and the July Fire Desert was in the lower right corner. It seemed close, but in reality, the two places were over 3,000 kilometers apart. Then let us go see the desert and find out what this rain is all about, FengYang finally decided. Mulan suddenly became a bit nervous. City Lord, how about we go to the extreme western wilderness? There are many criminals and fugitives hiding there. It's very possible that the Tang San and Yu Shaojing you're looking for are there. But the two places are over 3,000 kilometers apart. If they aren't there, it would be like walking over 1,000 kilometers for nothing. However, if we go to the desert first, we can pass through the city of Slaughter on our return journey and conveniently enter the Antonio province from there, FengYang said. But, Mulan still wanted to argue, lowering her head slightly. I want to go back to my hometown and take a look. Oh, FengYang was unmoved. Then you go back. We're going to the desert. Mulan was directly stunned. Then forget it. I'll go with you to the desert. It was evident to anyone that Mulan definitely had something she hadn't disclosed. After finishing their meal, they boarded the carriage. Master, I feel that Mulan is not simple, Hulaina whispered to FengYang. FengYang nodded but said nothing more. Master, aren't you worried? Hulaina asked. In the face of true strength, all schemes and tricks are just fancy decorations. What is there to worry about? FengYang replied Jaswali. Hulaina immediately showed a look of admiration. Wow, Master, you're really handsome. FengYang was taken aback. You haven't learned anything else. But you certainly picked up that set from Lemeng, haven't you? It's not because of Master. I just like Lemeng's style. That is why I learned it, Hulaina said. FengYang. Bibi Dong. This was truly someone who possessed a fox spirit martial soul and the charm of a fox, but had none of its cunning. She was too honest. If it were Lemeng, she would never have answered like that. As for Mulan's issue, FengYang had some guesses. It was definitely related to her hometown. She wanted to take FengYang to her hometown. What exactly was her purpose? That remained to be explored. And so, the group set off towards the desert. Although they hadn't entered the desert yet, the temperature already felt slightly elevated. Especially closer to the desert, the population becomes scarcer. Sometimes you can hardly see a person for an entire day, until the yellow sand becomes more and more pronounced. The desert marks the official entry. Looking out at the endless sea of sand, glancing at the sky, the big sun seems to have no intention of raining. Just a few steps into the desert, it already feels extremely difficult. Because the cart simply cannot enter, the wheels easily sink in, and the horses cannot adapt to the current environment at all. Ultimately, it was decided to abandon the horses and proceed on foot. Just half an hour later, dryness, heat, and fatigue swept over their bodies and nerves. The consumption of energy in the desert is several times more than on normal terrain. The speed of drinking water is also very fast. Logically speaking, as a Fire Lord martial soul, Yin shouldn't be afraid of heat, but he is extremely thirsty. The little water he originally brought was long gone. I can't take it anymore. I'm so thirsty. When will it rain? Yin said. Didn't you want to see the desert? Mulan snot Gonli. Chapter 165. Divine Dragon Noir. I can't take it anymore. I'm so thirsty. When will it rain? Yin said. Didn't you want to see the desert? Mulan snot Gonli. She seemed to be in much better condition, truly worthy of having traveled south and north. Yin wasn't in the mood to argue with her at all. Do you have water? Let me have a sip. Mulan's eyes turned. Sure. 1 gold soul coin per sip. What? Yin was dumbfounded. 1 gold soul coin per sip. Are you robbing me? Fine, I won't drink. This desert road is still long. Mulan was about to turn around immediately. Fine. 1 gold soul coin it is. Yin said. Only then did Mulan show a smile. Thank you for your patronage. Stepping on the yellow sand, there was a soft feeling. The soles of his feet were quite comfortable. But apart from the comfort of the soles, everything else was really difficult. After continuing to walk in the desert for another half an hour, suddenly, white mist spread, slowly enveloping down, as if it wanted to cover the entire desert. It was now afternoon. The sun was scorching. Why did such a thick mist suddenly arise? Shuang Luo said curiously. Can the desert have fog? Hulaina also felt curious. FengYang did not respond. This is the fantastical Douluo Continent. Everything cannot be understood based on the knowledge before crossing. It is simply not the same concept. Perhaps something unusual is about to happen, or perhaps it has something to do with it raining in the desert. Mulan said, just after a few words. The originally scorching sun was already covered by haze. Looking up at the sky, it gave a feeling of dark clouds, as if blue electricity was surging. Seeing the unusual movement, FengYang waved his hand. The entire blue flame sphere enveloped the group and soared into the sky. Is the city lord in a hurry? FengYang replied liquidly. 1,000 meters high, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 4,000 meters, 5,000 meters. A large mass of dark clouds was clearly visible, as if right above their heads. Rumble, the thunder suddenly roared. Crack, lightning suddenly illuminated that pitch-black cloud. In that instant, It seemed as if an extremely long creature resembling a divine dragon swept across the clouds. Accompanied by the lightning, it then disappeared from view. What was that in the clouds? I saw it too. That purple thing, it went through the clouds. It was quite large. So terrifying. That sense of oppression seemed to be even stronger than what the city lord brought. Just a glance, yet left everyone with vivid memories, trembling with fear. Splash. Heavy rain soon poured down. The desert, it actually rained. And this rain seems to be anything but ordinary. Perhaps we encountered a divine dragon. FengYang said lightly. Everyone's eyes widened. Divine dragon? They felt shocked. In reality, the Tianqing Niumang in the Stardo Great Forest has a semi-dragon feeling. Is that considered a soul beast? Mulan asked. The city lord said it's a divine dragon. Clearly, it has surpassed the category of soul beasts, Yin said. It's a pity that the divine dragon flashed by, and I continued to penetrate into the cloud layer without seeing its figure, FengYang said. In fact, FengYang, who already felt his strength dominating the continent, also felt for the first time that something could make his blood boil. Perhaps it was something that could draw him in. And FengYang also felt for the first time that he was getting closer to divinity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly referred to that dragon-like creature as a divine dragon. At the same time, he was still a bit conceited. If that cloud-riding creature is truly a divine dragon, then its strength is actually only on par with his own, lacking the kind of oppression brought by a true deity. Or perhaps, with the blessing of millions of years of soul rings, he has already surpassed the strength of demigods. Indistinguishable from true gods? In just 10 minutes, the blue flame sphere had already traveled several hundred kilometers, its speed astonishing. The city of Shisakyu appeared before them. Looking far into the distance, that city of Shisakyu is located in the center of the entire July fire desert, like a solitary city. Whether for transportation or interaction, it is quite difficult. After all, FengYang's ability to fly with people is unparalleled. Moreover, after years without rain, the significance of that solitary city is indeed minimal. No wonder the Xing Luo royal family directly abandoned it. Perhaps in a few years, it will be designated as a forbidden area. And the strange occurrence of continuous rain in the desert also made FengYang feel somewhat curious. Clearly, they could have arrived here quickly. Yet they insisted on walking for so long. Bibi Dong suddenly said, expressing her dissatisfaction. FengYang looked at her, his eyes slightly sharp. Master, the crown princess means no harm. She just doesn't like sweating, feeling uncomfortable when wet, Hulaina quickly explained. Don't like sweating? FengYang revealed a mischievous smile. Before FengYang had a chance to explain, Bibi Dong hurriedly spoke. Don't ask. Just look at his smile to know it's definitely not a good thing. Hulaina. FengYang then looked at her. Nana, if you want to know, ask me privately again, and I'll tell you. Hulaina seemed to sense the ambiguity in FengYang's words. The hormones in her blood surged, making her cheeks flush. Master, are you being mischievous? In the midst of their chat, the city was already at their feet. The blue flame sphere also landed directly. As the altitude decreased, the desert city became clearer and clearer. The entire building no longer had the previous luxurious white walls, elegant and unique. Instead, due to the blowing of yellow sand, the entire city's color had an ancient yellow hue, an ancient charm, giving it a different feeling. After landing, despite the rain falling due to the thickness of the desert, not a single puddle could be seen, only a slight trace of water droplets lingered in the air. A middle-aged man stood at the entrance of the Shasachi city, with a camel tied nearby and some items, looking somewhat like a traveling merchant. FengYang and the others originally did not plan to greet him, but he called out to them in a panicked tone. Everyone don't go in. Just one sentence made FengYang and the others turn back. What is wrong? Yin asked. It is said that since the year before last, Shasachi city has lost all contact with the outside world. Whether it's the residents inside, the outsiders who enter, or the tourists, once they go in, they never come out again. They just vanish without a trace. At first, my friends, and I didn't believe it, but we heard that it had been raining continuously in this desert, so we came to visit. My 4 friends went into the city and asked me to stay outside to wait for them, but it's been 3 days now, and there hasn't been a single sign of them. I'm afraid the situation is dire, the man replied with a horrified expression. The group listened in shock, having never encountered such a strange occurrence. Could it be that there are assassins inside, killing anyone who enters? What is going on? Is there really such a mystery? Why does it make my back feel cold? You all know that once you go in, you won't be able to come out, and yet you still went in? Yin asked. The middle-aged man looked bitter. I initially suggested not to go in, to observe the situation outside first, but they couldn't wait and insisted on going in. There are always a few who don't believe in evil. Frostfall was facing Shasachi City, and the entire gate was open, allowing a clear view of the interior. City Lord, I see people moving around inside. It looks normal, she said, glancing at FengYang. A glimmer of light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. Did I hear wrong? Is he actually the city lord? Such a young city lord? It looks normal, but when I called out to them from outside, no one responded. As if no one could see me, the middle-aged man said. There's such a strange thing. Rain falls in the desert, only entering but not exiting. All the strange occurrences have collided together. FengYang looked up at the city. As he squinted his eyes, he could feel the city was covered in soul power. This soul power was very thin yet very strong, which made it impossible for many soul masters like Yin, Frostfall, and Hulaina to sense it. Bibidong also felt it, but this woman never spoke about it. Let us go in and take a look, FengYang said. Don't act rashly. She stepped forward to stop him. FengYang glanced at her. You all stay here. I'll go in. As he walked towards the city gate, the others compared Bibidong and felt it was safer to follow FengYang, even though the front was fraught with danger. How can we let the master go in alone? Hulaina quickly followed behind him. Right? We can't let the city lord enter such a dangerous place alone. Yin hurriedly followed. Frostfall and Milan, who were already following FengYang, naturally stayed behind him, leaving Bibidong standing confused, sighing at how things had changed. Your Majesty, it's possible that Yu Shaojiang is hiding inside, Hulaina said. With a way to back down, Bibidong also stepped forward. Then we must go take a trip. Hey, you all. The middle-aged man raised his hand to shout. He originally wanted to wait for the two to return together, as it was safer in the desert. But after waiting for days without seeing anyone, now a group of people had finally come, yet they directly entered, without any hindrance. They stepped through the gates of Shasachi City. However, what they saw outside was completely different from what they saw inside. It was not a harmonious scene at all, but rather desolate. A glance revealed hardly any people. How strange. What kind of illusion is this? From the inside, they could not see that man. At the entrance of the city stood 3 people. Woo woo woo. One of them cried softly, I want to go out. I want to get out. Among them was a 5 or 6-year-old child who seemed to have long been accustomed to the environment here, neither crying nor making a fuss. Another person saw them come in and exclaimed, it's over. Suddenly there are so many mouths. The group looked over. It was a woman. Excuse me. What do you mean by that? Milan asked. The woman sighed. Another group of people who know nothing and dare to rush in. Let me tell you, you can't get out of the city anymore. You can only stay here and wait to die, just like us. Although everyone was mentally prepared, hearing such words still gave them a psychological shock. Why is this happening? Frostfall asked. Doesn't T the city lord care? Milan asked. This city is located in the desert, with little rainfall. Over the past few hundred years, desertification has become increasingly severe, but there are still a few rivers nearby and several wells inside the city. However, 3 years ago, the rivers dried up and the well water began to run out. Only a few wells remain near the palace. Months ago, in order to survive, we dug deeper for water, only to disturb the ghost of the city lord of Shasachi City, who died 3 years ago. After the city lord awakened, the whole city was enveloped in strange soul power, becoming a dead city that only allows entry but not exit. At night, the city lord's spirit and his followers wander around the city, which is terrifying, the woman explained. Only able to enter but not exit? Is there really no way out? Yin turned around and stepped towards the gate. It seemed he was directly passing through the gate, but a layer of soul power energy flickered, and he found himself back where he started. He exchanged glances with FengYang and the others. Huh? Yin was stunned, feeling it was incredibly strange. He turned around again to run out the gate, but the same result happened. He began to panic. City Lord, could it be that we really have to wait to die here? Why panic? FengYang said calmly. He glanced at the soul power covering the entire city above. This is just a barrier created with soul power. Yin, use your soul skill and attack the sky to give it a try, FengYang said. Yes. Yin responded, just as he was about to activate his martial soul. No. The woman hurriedly stopped him. There are many soul masters in the city who have used this method, but the ones who died were us. How could that be? Yin couldn't believe it. It's just that those soul masters were too weak. Buzz. The flame lord appeared, and the 5 rings pulsed forth. From the woman's astonished expression, it seemed to be her first time seeing a 5-ringed soul master. 5th soul skill. Raging sand flames. Boom. The golden red flames in Yan's palm surged like a sea of fire, rushing towards the sky. Bang! After a loud explosion, the entire city seemed to tremble. Then, the sea of fire that Yin had released rebounded back. Boom! A few people were almost scared to death. FengYang acted immediately. transforming the blue flames into a flat wall that completely blocked the falling sea of fire. Chapter 167. Bibi Dong has become strange. FengYang acted directly, transforming the blue flames into a flat wall that completely blocked the falling sea of fire. Rumble. Under the intense noise, not a bit of energy leaked out. The woman and several other locals widened their eyes in surprise, looking at FengYang in front of them. This can actually block it. However, the barrier's soul power suddenly fell at a sharp angle onto a person walking 30 meters away. Accompanied by a scream, the person died on the spot. Someone's dead. Another person is dead. The surrounding residents suddenly felt terrified. Yin and the others were all dumbfounded, feeling a wave of fear. If it weren't for FengYang's intervention, anyone within a 10-meter radius would have died here. Look, I told you not to act. Don't act. The woman shouted angrily at Yin. Yin did not refute, looking at FengYang like a child who had made a mistake. City Lord, this barrier formation is extremely domineering. It not only has a rebound effect, but also a shattering effect, FengYang said. What? Even the City Lord? Frostfall hadn't finished speaking when Hulaina solemnly took over the conversation. Impossible. Master, soul skill is enough to destroy a city. A mere barrier, even if created by a tidal Douluo, cannot withstand your attack. FengYang chuckled lightly, not denying it. I estimate that the soul power of this barrier is indeed above that of a tidal Douluo. With one strike, I could destroy the barrier, but as I just said, this barrier not only has a rebound effect, but also a shattering effect. This means that after the barrier shatters, the falling soul power is enough to destroy this city of Shasa Hill. I could lead you all to safety, but the remaining residents of this city would all die. The few of them were dumbfounded. It's not an attack, but it's also not attacking. Faced with the residents present, they did not directly propose to rush out of the city regardless of their lives. After all, they had just entered and were not yet that agitated. Tonight, let's come out and see what's going on with this ghost. Let's just walk around first, FengYang said. The few of them followed behind him. They casually chose a direction and walked over. The sounds of crying occasionally came from around. Why am I so unlucky, entering this dead city that I can't leave? Sobi. He has been here for 3 days, crying for 3 days, so annoying. Hey, don't mind him. When we first came in, we cried too, but later we accepted it. I don't even know what the outside world is like. You young ones have come here. It's pitiful. If you want to go out, I suggest you save your strength. I've stored 6 barrels of water here. If it weren't for the recent, continuous rain, we might have already died of thirst inside. In fact, when the city lord of Shasa Hill was alive, he was a very good lord, loved by the people, always thinking of them. One day, 3 years ago, he suddenly fell ill and died within a few days. The other subordinates of the city lord requested royal assistance, but the royal family didn't care. The other subordinates then left one after another, and most of the residents followed suit. However, this city is located in the center of the desert, and it's not easy to get out. Even Seoul king-level powerhouses have difficulty leaving. So, a small number of people chose to spend the rest of their lives here. Who would have thought that the ghost of the city lord of Shasa Hill would come back and do such heinous things? The situation in the city was mostly one of wailing. City lord, over there seems to be an inn, Yin said. FengYang and the others chose to go in as well. Innkeeper, bring us some small dishes and a few rooms, Yin shouted loudly. What are you thinking? A few small dishes? Mulan glared at him. The boss also smiled bitterly. The rooms are free to stay in, but as for small dishes, I would also like to get some. In this dead city that can only be entered and not exited, where would the supplies come from? They are probably the kind that you eat one meal and miss another. Fortunately, the few of them were all soul masters. Even if they didn't eat or drink for 10 days, it wouldn't matter. Just relying on soul power could sustain their vitality, but it would be quite uncomfortable. How about this? Everyone go and rest well. Let's meet at the entrance at 11 o'clock tonight, FengYang said. Yes, City Lord. Good City Lord. At 9 o'clock at night. While FengYang was in a deep sleep, he heard a knock on the door. Who is it? It's me, Master. It was Hulaina's voice. FengYang immediately waved his hand. Click. The door opened directly. Under the faint candlelight, a charming figure stood at the door. She walked in and didn't forget to close the door behind her. FengYang just looked at her without speaking, a hint of playfulness on his lips. Fortunately, Hulaina did not feel awkward. The moment she turned around, she spoke directly. Master, do you think we won't be able to get out? FengYang had just wanted to say that with me here. It's impossible. But then he thought that Hulaina came prepared. If he answered so straightforwardly, it would be too foolish. After all, Hulaina was quite confident in his strength. There is that possibility. What should we do? A hint of anxiety appeared on Hulaina's beautiful face. Then we will live here, FengYang said. She seemed hesitant. It seems I need to take the initiative. FengYang skillfully wrapped his arms around her slim waist and leaned close to her ear. What's wrong? Don't you want to live with me here? Hulaina lowered her head slightly, looking a bit shy, especially with the warm breath near her ear, making her feel a little tingly all over. I have never been this close to anyone in my life, whether man or woman. Of course, not in that way. Do you want to sweat? How to sweat? I can teach you. The tingling heat came, and the words made Hulaina's heart surge. Is it finally coming? Hulaina hesitated for 2 seconds and nodded heavily. FengYang picked her up and took off her high heels, revealing her fair, jade-like feet. On a quiet night, Hulaina sat there, half biting her lip, her small face showing a hint of pain. Although she was already very restrained, she still couldn't help but let out intoxicating sounds, causing Shuanglu and Mulan in the neighboring rooms to be unable to sleep, directly eavesdropping at the door. After not experiencing the taste of a man for decades, Bibi Dong couldn't help but feel a stir in her heart, her slender jade hand unconsciously reaching towards her pockmarked face. She was startled by her own behavior, becoming serious all of a sudden. All along, she had been very resistant to it. She secretly wondered, how did I become so strange? Chapter 168. Yearning on the bed in the room. Master, it's already past 11 o'clock. Shouldn't we go out and see what's going on outside? Hulaina said. You should rest well. FengYang was about to get up, but Hulaina hugged him from behind, the gentle and soft touch coming from his back. Her small face pressed tightly against his back, looking as if she was in love. I want to go too. Aren't you tired? FengYang turned his head. A little. But I just want to be with you, master. She suddenly turned into a clingy little fox. Is this the road to the soul, the path to the underworld? All right, then I'll get your clothes for you. Okay. FengYang got up and walked to the chair, took the clothes from it, and placed them by the bed. Just as she was about to sit up and put on her clothes under the spring light, she met FengYang's direct gaze and immediately shyly covered herself with the quilt. Oh no, master, don't look. This made FengYang laugh. When he helped her with her clothes just now, he saw everything clearly. He also intended to tease her. Oh, you little vixen, after taking advantage of the master. You don't want the master to look anymore, right? Hulaina was completely stunned, not understanding FengYang's thought process. Then let me see you, FengYang said. Just now. It was the hormones in his brain acting up. Now, rationality occupied 90 of his mind. Master, don't. Then I can just go ahead. FengYang said as he stepped forward. Hulaina screamed, burying her entire head into the quilt. This contrast made FengYang want to laugh. Where is the promised seductive fox? She isn't seductive at all. She's even less so than a little rabbit. All right, I won't look. FengYang stopped teasing her. Otherwise, if he touched her snow-white, smooth skin, he might feel it again, and if that happened, it would take at least an hour. You stopped. Hulaina looked at his turn back, feeling a bit lost. She thought to herself, the feeling of teasing someone has come, and then it stopped. When FengYang and Hulaina walked out of the room, it was already 11:30. They walked down the stairs one after the other and saw Bibi Dong, Shuanglu and Yin already and standing at the inn's entrance. Their eyes all looked at the two of them in unison, their expressions somewhat off, staring blankly. Clearly, they knew what the two had been up to. What are you doing? Don't you recognize us? FengYang asked. City Lord, you're too much of a scoundrel. It hasn't been long since you were with Gomeng, and now you've got Laina into bed, Mulan said. Hulaina's face turned red instantly, unable to look them in the eye. Say that again, and see if I throw you into bed too, FengYang said with a hint of seriousness. Huh, really? Mulan's beautiful eyes widened with excitement. Is there such a good thing? Then she looked around excitedly. Lord, Yin, Shuanglu, you all heard that. Remember to testify for me. FengYang, Bibi Dong, Yin, Shuanglu, Hulaina. It really confirms that saying, if I were young and accomplished, wouldn't I have a bunch of women? All right, enough nonsense. Let's set off, FengYang said. Everyone, wait a moment. A voice came from behind. It was the innkeeper. After approaching, he asked, you all are going to find the city lord's soul, right? Yes. We can't just stay trapped here forever, Mulan said. But won't doing so make the city lord's soul even angrier, leading to greater disasters? The innkeeper said. Hey, Yin interjected. Aren't you just waiting to die here? All right, it can only be like this. Here's a map of Shisacha City. It might help you, the innkeeper said, handing over a piece of paper. During the day, they made a round and roughly knew the location of the city lord. Most of the city lord's residences were in the center of the city, but having a map is definitely better than not having one. The few of them set off directly. The moon was bright and the stars sparse. The night sky seemed to carry a layer of mist, giving a very gloomy feeling. Although everyone was a soul master, Visibility wasn't particularly good, and with no one around, a sense of fear surged in their hearts. A gentle breeze blew. It felt extremely cold. The temperature difference between day and night in the desert is quite large. In such an environment, let alone monsters appearing, even if there weren't any, no one would dare to come out. This is too eerie, Hulaina said. I always feel like there's something beside me that I can't see, Xuanlu said. Don't say that. My back is already getting cold, Mulan said. It's hilarious. A few soul masters are scared, Yin said disdainfully. What are you pretending to be? Mulan retorted. Hulaina glanced back at Bibi Dong, deliberately slowing her pace to walk parallel with her. Your Highness, did you want to say something to me just now? Bibi Dong glanced at her and continued to scan the front. What feeling? She blurted out. Huh? Hulaina was taken aback. What feeling? Bibi Dong suppressed the words stuck in her throat. What was it like sleeping with him? Hulaina was completely dumbfounded. She never expected that the high and mighty Bibi Dong, who was untouchable and not of this world, would actually ask such questions. Whether it was a compromise with fate, a loss of her previous dignity due to FengYang's influence, or envy towards Gumeng and Hulaina, wanting to be a true woman. This is a bit hard to describe, Hulaina stammered. What do you find hard to describe? Do you really have to say it? Hulaina felt a bit embarrassed. This is an order. After hesitating for a moment, Hulaina shyly spoke up. There was a sense of satisfaction in being possessed. Satisfaction in being possessed? Could this feeling arise because she liked him? Under the satisfaction, there was a sharp pain that gradually began to weaken, followed by a feeling of numbness and itchiness. At the moment of collision, it became clear that this was something that could only be understood, not expressed. It was unclear whether Hulaina's description was too detailed, but Bibi Dong felt somewhat captivated. Sigh. FengYang stopped about 10 meters ahead, turned around, and looked at the two. What are you whispering about back there? Let's talk later. Bibi Dong and Hulaina said softly. Hulaina was dumbfounded. Aren't we done talking? We have a talk later? It's nothing, Bibi Dong replied. In reality, her blood was boiling. FengYang didn't dwell on it. Keep up, the fog is getting thicker, don't fall behind. Chapter 169. Experience babies keep up? The fog is getting thicker, don't fall behind, FengYang said. The two women glanced around. Under the pitch-black night, visibility was decreasing, making it extremely eerie. When they first left the inn, they could still see the twinkling stars, but now it was completely covered. At this moment, they were already less than a kilometer away from the city lord's mansion. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound came from their ears. What sound is that? It sounds like a lot of bugs crawling, Xuanluo said. The chaotic noises grew faster and closer. There are quite a few. Could it be that the ghost sent someone to welcome us? This city lord is really polite. Haha, Mulan said, showing her true nature. FengYang looked at her. Under his gaze, I'm so scared. The city lord has to protect me. So disgusting. It's mainly too fake. Just protect yourself. FengYang said. They're coming. What is that? Long, thick bodies with dark skin and slime dragging on the ground. Is that a giant earthworm? On the side, there were relatively smaller, yellow wriggling worms. Giant caterpillars? Above, there were bat-like creatures circling. They were all huge. These must be soul beasts over 10,000 years old. They all had one thing in common. They emitted a dark aura, making them look extremely eerie and sinister. With dozens of them, there were probably even more hidden in the fog. They directly surrounded them, eyes fixed on FengYang and the others, as if waiting for a command to pounce. Are these still considered soul beasts? They seem so sinister, Xuanluo said, feeling a deathly aura all around. Besides FengYang and Bibi Dong, they no longer hesitated and all activated their martial souls and soul rings. The energy from their soul power made the surroundings shine brightly. In an instant, all the deathly soul beasts lunged at them. Yin, Xuanluo, and Hulaina all unleashed their attack soul skills. Second soul skill. First soul skill. Third soul skill. FengYang was just about to act when he realized these soul beasts weren't as strong as he had imagined. Each person took a different direction. Boom! In just one exchange, they wiped out a third of the soul beasts. Huh! Yin was stunned. These soul beasts were all bluster without strength. Indeed, they felt somewhat good-looking, but useless. After the competition, Yin had leveled up to 53, while Hulaina, due to her inscribed soul skills, had also reached 53. Xuanluo was still at level 46. In Hadrian City, Xuanluo's talent was considered outstanding, but compared to the other two, there was still a gap. As for Mulan, although she was still pretending to be an ordinary person, her soul power level shouldn't be too high either. Boom! 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 In just a minute, the surrounding soul beast had been completely wiped out, and it seemed there were no more to show up. Awesome. It's been a while since I've moved like this, Yin said. They're really weak, Mulan said, being able to command so many soul beasts at once. The city lord of Shashachio has extraordinary abilities. We should be careful. Shuang Luo was still used to being cautious. Master, Hulaina exclaimed, I think I've leveled up. And by 2 levels. Huh. The others were all stunned and looked at Hulaina. She had been continuously unleashing her martial soul without stopping. Isn't that so? In such a short time, she went from level 53 to 55. She thought it was because of the inscribed soul skills FengYang taught her, which is why she called out to him. In reality, the inscribed soul skills FengYang taught her were quick movement and quick killing skills. Once learned, it naturally led to leveling up, but clearly, leveling up 2 levels at once couldn't be solely due to the inscribed soul skills. In the next moment, I leveled up too, Shuang Luo said, her tone a bit excited, and by 3 levels. From level 46, she jumped directly to level 49. Unbelievable. At this point, everyone seemed to have found a reason and looked at Yin. That's right, City Lord, I also leveled up by 2 levels, Yin said excitedly. It seems these Go Soul Beasts are experienced babies, FengYang said. Master, we're experienced babies. Hulaina asked. It means killing them can quickly level you up. FengYang explained it. Actually, everyone had already guessed it, but after FengYang said it, they became even more excited. Mulan's eyes lit up, feeling quite tempted. I never expected such a thing to happen. This opportunity is truly on Douluo Continent. What can't happen? Who knows? Maybe after we kill them all, we'll even get an additional year added to our soul rings. Then what are we waiting for? Let's charge into the City Lord's mansion and wipe out all these experienced babies. Yin said, let's go. FengYang waved his hand. Yin, Hulaina, and Shuang Luo ran in the front. All the way, there were indeed groups of 3, clusters of 5, wandering in packs on the road. Upon seeing someone approach, they initiated an attack. The 3 were in high spirits, leaving none behind. Within a kilometer, they had just gotten 200 meters closer. Bang, the 2 leveled up again. The reason Shuang Luo didn't level up might just be due to the level 50 bottleneck. Sure enough, in the next minute, Shuang Luo became a level 50 Soul King. In an instant, it was hard to tell whether the City Lord of Shashachio was helping or trying to kill them. Could it be like the Sea God Island's big exam? So thrilling. Mulan saw that the 3 were leveling up and gaining a lot, and her heart could no longer hold back. Finally, her soul power flashed brightly. The martial spirit erupted, revealing the dark flower snake. Bang, 4 rings resonated. Level 44. Hey, you guys, leave a few for me. With that, she charged forward. This snake must have mutated, right? FengYang said. Bibida nodded. It was not hard to tell from the pitch-black flowers on the martial spirit's head that the flowers must have been a different color before the mutation. Neither of them made a move, as they both understood the situation. To become a limit Douluo, it was no longer enough to just increase soul power by a little. The 3 turned back to glance at her. Didn't you say you weren't a soul master? Yin said irritably. Are you anxious now? What does it have to do with you? Just like that, they killed their way to the City Lord's mansion over a distance of 1,000 meters, climbing dozens of steps. Yan, level 59. Hulaina, level 59. Shuang Luo, level 54. Mulan, level 49. If there were a dozen more for Yin and Hulaina to kill, they might directly break through level 60. Shuang Luo had increased nearly 8 levels, but still didn't have the 5th soul ring. Mulan had also caught up, having at least leveled up by 5 levels. They all reached the top step of the City Lord's mansion. A heavy voice came from ahead. Anyone who trespasses this City Lord's mansion, kill. Chapter 170. Bibidan's anger as they all reached the top step of the City Lord's mansion. A heavy voice rang out. Anyone who trespasses this City Lord's mansion, kill. It sounded incredibly imposing, especially the ethereal quality of the voice, making it seem quite extraordinary. Before them, a mass of black mist gathered, exuding a strange aura. For a moment, it felt terrifying, oppressive, and cold. Yin, Hulaina, and Shuang Luo, who were originally at the front, also halted in their tracks, not daring to step forward. But how could FengYang be scared off by such a scene? He stepped forward, passing the 4, and stood at the forefront, staring at the black mist. Let me see what exactly you are. His calm words seemed to provoke the entity. Insolent. How dare you be so disrespectful to this city lord? It seems you truly want to die. The black mist trembled slightly and floated upwards. A humanoid figure emerged in the air, its body large and bloated, with a mass of black mist swirling at its feet, obscuring its legs. It was precisely because of this bloated appearance that its authority was significantly undermined. Even Yin began to judge based on appearances. What a fat ghost. This remark completely enraged it. Seeking death. How dare you insult the city lord of Shisashu? The dark energy spread from both hands, suddenly spinning. 8th soul skill. 100 Meter Zandwurm. Boom. The entire ground shook violently. A real 100-meter-long sand worm rose from the ground, opening its enormous maw, which was at least 2 meters wide, capable of swallowing a person whole. In that moment, except for FengYang and BB Don, the others, including Shuangluo, were shocked and involuntarily took a step back, feeling an overwhelming pressure and terror. It actually summoned such a powerful soul beast like the Master. FengYang wondered it. From the beginning, they had encountered so many ghost soul beasts. Naturally, he would think along these lines. BB Don's eyes were cold. According to the records in the Spirit Hall, it has indeed appeared before. Do you think you are the only one who can summon? Why do you have to mock me while speaking? FengYang replied. No, City Lord, this guy is above title Douluo level. It's difficult to handle. Yin said nervously. Whoever can kill this thing could easily level up by 8 levels. FengYang Laogit. Are you kidding? This summoned creature is at least a 70-level soul sage. This is simply impossible for them. Let's all attack together. Whoever kills, it gets the credit. Hulaina suddenly said confidently. Okay. Shuangluo also stepped forward. The temptation of leveling up was naturally worth the risk. If FengYang or BB Don killed it, they would get nothing. The 4 immediately charged toward the 100-meter-tall worm, showcasing their skills. Normally, 3 Soul Kings above level 50 and 1 Soul Master at level 40 would have no chance against a level 70 Soul Sage. But it was a summoned creature after all. Its attacks were singular, and its soul skills were also very simple, only able to spray venom. This allowed the 4 to surround the giant worm and occasionally tear open a wound on it, although it seemed not very effective. A roar like a dragon's cry directly knocked the 4 back. They exchanged glances and continued to attack. The battle was intense. Oomph. The city lord of Shisashu scoffed coldly. With your little strength, you will undoubtedly die today. FengYang and BB Don had yet to make a move, but the city lord of Shisashu was already full of confidence. Ha! FengYang chuckled lightly. Fat city lord, you use your soul power to imprison the entire city, letting the people inside wait to die. Why is that? Are you unwilling to die alone and want everyone to accompany you in death? Upon hearing this, BB Don beside him revealed a cold expression, seeming quite angry at such behavior. That's right. The city lord of Shisashu shouted angrily. This city lord, for the sake of the residents of Shisashu, has worked hard, traveling far and wide, only to ensure they can live well. For so many years, it has been this city lord's grace alone, but 3 years have passed, and after my death, these lowly people actually forgot me completely. There is not even a statue of this city lord, nor a worship altar. This city lord will never forgive them. I want them all to die. Can't forgive, BB Don said coldly, narrowing her eyes and staring directly at the city lord. As a city lord, you should have some dignity and grace. Now you look like nothing but a waste. FengYang also looked at BB Don in surprise. All this way, she had never taken the initiative to speak. Is this her hatred for evil as a fellow city lord? You, the city lord of Shisashu, glared at her with eerie green eyes, actually insulting the city lord? As the city lord, it is your responsibility to benefit the citizens. Now that the city is in danger, since you have awakened, why don't you think a way to save it? But instead want to turn it into a dead place? BB Don said, this city lord does things. Why do I need you to point fingers? The fat city lord shouted. Waste. BB Don suddenly pointed forward, still wanting a statue and altar. I'll make you die once more. FengYang was stunned. BB Don seemed a bit agitated, though it couldn't be ruled out that she had been holding back her emotions for too long. The most important thing is still when BB Don was the master of the Spirit Hall. She was indeed dedicated to doing good for everyone, helping to awaken their martial spirits and providing financial assistance with gold spirit coins. It seemed like a long-term plan for the Spirit Hall, but in the end, she didn't want to appear too pretentious. Damn it, the city lord will tear you to pieces. The fat city lord shouted. But when he saw BB Don's soul ring pulsating with energy, he exclaimed, 9 rings. You're also a title Douluo? No, you are actually a peak Douluo. Realizing that BB Don was actually a 99-level Douluo, the fat city lord was horrified, feeling that disaster was imminent. It was already too late to know. BB Don decisively made her move. 6th soul skill, blood-sucking spider spike. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of steel rang out frequently as countless purple spider spikes hovered above her head. The fat city lord released his 4th soul skill, directly activating a black shield. Uft! The first spider spike directly shattered the shield and pierced through his body. Above Douluo, each level is vastly different. Moreover, the Fat City Lord was 8 levels lower than BB Dong. Countless purple spider spikes penetrated the Fat City Lord's body. He was completely dead, and the spider spikes continued to pierce through. Black blood flowed from the holes of various wounds. The giant bug he summoned also transformed into green sludge after the Fat City Lord died again. Yin, Hulaina, and others were stunned. Chapter 171 Today, I will kill a god. The Fat City Lord fell. The ghost was killed again. The city's confinement should have been lifted, right? They all looked up at the sky. A layer of fog still obscured the sun. There was no change. It seemed that there was none. Suddenly, a wave of black energy seemed to fall from the sky, directly landing on the Fat City Lord lying on the ground. As it surrounded him, not only did his body, riddled with wounds, begin to heal, but even the dark aura on the Fat City Lord began to recover. A more bizarre and terrifying feeling surged in their hearts. What is going on? Is he not dead yet? BB Dong narrowed her fierce eyes, staring intently at the Fat City Lord, ready to strike again and make this ghost lord die once more. Suddenly, the Fat City Lord's body stood upright, his eyes emitting a ghostly light, and his form floated slowly up to a height of 2 meters. Ha ha ha! The Fat City Lord laughed maniacally. Then, he looked seriously at BB Dong. Good, very good. A mere human. How dare you ruin my good deed? The tone of his voice was completely different from before. The Fat City Lord's voice was heavy, but now it suddenly sounded a bit sharp. Who are you? BB Dong asked directly. Clearly, she sensed that the other party had completely changed. An ant like you is not worthy to know my name. If you say that, FengYang interjected. Do you mean you're a god? God, God, God. Everyone, including Shuang Luo and others, was astonished. Ha ha! The Fat City Lord laughed again maniacally. Kid, smart. I am the summoning god who attained divinity 1,000 years ago. BB Dong's eyes narrowed as she looked at FengYang and whispered. The records of the Spirit Hall's history mention that a summoning genius appeared on the continent 1,000 years ago and attained divinity. It must be him. So that's it. In an instant, FengYang understood a rough idea. I thought, how could a mere 91-level title Douluo create such a barrier that enveloped the entire city? Only a god could achieve this level. Ha! The Fat City Lord laughed proudly again. Speak, you resurrected the City Lord of Shisachu and brainwashed him to kill. What exactly do you want? FengYang asked. That is not something you should know. Today, one of you must stay and become my new vessel in the human realm. The Fat City Lord said darkly, his gaze falling on BB Dong. Beautiful lady, I think you're quite good. Surrender. The Fat City Lord's large body suddenly became light. Whoosh, 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 he swiftly floated in midair, a supernatural divine power suddenly gathering, thick and black like oil. Immediately, the black viscous substance formed into a black mud figure. Rolling towards BB Dong, the air seemed to freeze. In an instant, that extreme oppressive aura made BB Dong's eyes widen, yet she couldn't move at all. Even though she was a limit Douluo, facing divine power, she was utterly helpless. Just when she thought she was done for, a warning sounded. With a light shout, FengYang suddenly stepped forward. Boom! Blue flames surged all over his body. Boom! The soul rings began to swirl out like explosions. The first 2, 8 million years, crimson gold. The second, 3, for million years, crimson gold. The third, for million years, crimson gold. The fourth, 4, 6 million years, crimson gold. The fifth, 5, 2 million years, crimson gold. The sixth, 5, 8 million years, crimson gold. The seventh, 6, for million years, crimson gold. The eighth, 7 million years, crimson gold. The ninth, 10 million years, deep blue. The soul power that erupted instantly melted the black viscous mud figure summoned by the Fat City Lord. The 9 soul rings illuminated the entire world in that dark night, directly piercing through the oppressive black mist. The surrounding city surface reflected a crimson gold hue. The Fat City Lord, the summoning god, suddenly widened his eyes. He was incredulous. On the continent, how could anyone accumulate soul rings to this extent? All millions of years, especially the last one, which was deep blue, completely transcending a dimension. Did he combine all the soul beasts of the continent? The overwhelming pressure was comparable to that of a true god. How is that possible? Today I will kill a god, FengYang said softly. Killing a god? Ha ha. The Fat City Lord laughed. No matter how many years of soul rings, they are merely ants on the continent. Before he could finish the words, ants, boom. FengYang's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. In the moment of his attack, it was like a nuclear bomb exploding, producing a terrifying roar. The summoning god completely dared not take it head-on. His large body suddenly retreated into the air, circling around a block. Bang! The soul power erupted like a flowing explosion, scattering in colorful hues across the night sky. Bang! 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 Two figures that were completely unrecognizable sped back and forth in the night sky. It was a true clash of gods. Has Master S strength really reached the realm of gods? The strength of the city lord must be divine. Otherwise, how could he have single-handedly challenged the spirit hall and its 50 titled Douluos? Now he is even fighting against a true god. A few of them murmured. Bibi Dong widened her eyes, once again feeling the gap between her and FengYang, as if they were worlds apart. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in midair. The body of the fat city lord was ignited by blue flames, bursting apart uncontrollably. Ah! The summoning god inside let out a terrifying scream, having no choice but to detach from this body and transform into a cloud of black mist, rapidly ascending into the sky. Damn it! In the human world, a god can only exert 50 of their power. You little brat, if you dare enter the divine realm, I will ensure you have no place to die. After saying this, the black mist completely vanished. The confinement that had enveloped the city also dissipated, completely lifting the crisis of Shisashiu City. FengYang slowly descended to the ground from the sky, feeling somewhat frustrated. Damn it, I haven't even entered the divine realm yet, and I'm already being threatened. Master, City Lord, everyone gathered around. So, your strength is already comparable to a true god. It's so shocking. FengYang looked at them. In fact, if it weren't for this incident, I wouldn't have known that my strength had already reached such a level. Haha. The others laughed in their own ways. FengYang's gaze also met Bibidong's. Thank you for saving me, she spoke. You seem to have truly become a normal person, without so much burden, FengYang said. Chapter 172, Dragonhead. You seem to have truly become a normal person, without so much burden, FengYang said. This sounds like I wasn't normal before. Bibi Dong did not refute, only feeling emotional inside. However, upon reflection, she also felt that she seemed to have changed. Perhaps, all the responsibilities of the vast spirit hall had fallen on her shoulders, and some things she should maintain could not be lessened. Or perhaps, no one in the vast spirit hall had ever made her say the word thank you. Only after she said thank you to FengYang did she realize that her shoulders were no longer burdened, and having someone to rely on might not be so bad. Just as everyone was preparing to return, Benefactor. Many people suddenly surged up the steps below, each with an excited expression, moved to tears. They came to stand before them, but all their gazes fell on FengYang. Benefactor, thank you so much. It must be that the true God sent you here to save us. Benefactor, under your soul ring's rhythm, you pierced through the darkness. Perhaps only you can do this in the world. Benefactor, I truly don't know how to thank you. Benefactor, you saved my life. I bow to you. Everyone spoke at once. In the end, they all knelt down on the ground. Clearly, they had witnessed the tremendous commotion during FengYang's battle with the other party, but had not dared to come out until the fight was over. Benefactor, this time you saved all of us. We want to collectively fund a statue for you to commemorate you forever. Everyone, please get up. There is no need to be so polite, and besides, saving this city is not solely my achievement, FengYang said. Benefactor, please do not decline. Tomorrow we will hold a celebration to treat all our benefactors. After everyone dispersed, the entire Shisashiu city was brightly lit, with almost everyone feeling excited. Unable to sleep all night. After entering the inn, FengYang planned to sleep soundly. Nana, come my room. Let us talk, Bibi Dong said. Bulaina's expression showed hesitation and awkwardness, appearing somewhat funny. However, Murong suddenly became serious. The next day at noon, as FengYang opened the door, he saw Murong standing at the doorway. What are you doing? You didn't even knock. It's nothing. I just have some doubts I want to discuss with the city lord, Murong said. Go ahead. Should we go inside? Murong looked at the room behind FengYang. So eager, huh? All right. FengYang turned and walked in first. She sat down at the table in the middle. What doubts is it about? FengYang sized up Murong, wanting to ask if it was about her body changing strangely. Unexpectedly, Murong continued. It's about that fat city lord from yesterday. FengYang was taken aback. That fat city lord? Yes, I seem to have seen him 3 years ago. He was just as fat then, but he was only in his 50s. He should have been away from Shisashiu City for a while before he died. Murong said. What is so strange about that? Haven't you heard the saying, the king of hell will not let you live past the third watch? FengYang said. Murong looked confused and shook her head. What is the king of hell? In any case, my point is that life, old age, illness, and death are normal. FengYang said. Impossible. He is a soul master. Murong argued. All right. FengYang didn't continue to debate with her. After all, he had indeed never heard of a soul master dying from illness. There have been many who died from poisoning, though. Where did you see him? What was he doing at that time? In my hometown, she said decisively. She saw FengYang's disbelieving expression. Really? He went to my hometown, seemingly to help the residents of Shisashi City, looking for a divine object that could hold a massive amount of water, the Shinongding. And then? Then he died. Don't say any more. You just wanted to go to your hometown, right? It's just right. We can go there on the way back, FengYang said. Really? Morong became anxious, standing up to explain. The black mist emitted by the summoning god that appeared yesterday has been lingering in my hometown for 10 years, blocking out the sun and never stopping. Seeing this, FengYang realized she didn't seem to be making things up. However, some things she couldn't explain clearly and seemed to still be hiding something. It looks like I really need to go to your hometown and take a look. She paused, but then said, maybe we shouldn't go. FengYang was truly speechless. This woman was acting foolishly. She wanted to take him there before, but now she was saying not to go. Staying here for a day, especially with so few people in the city and nothing fun to do. FengYang felt so mohat and enthusiastic. I really miss girls like Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Right away, I unleashed a blue flame fireball, taking Bibi Dong, Hulaina, Yin, Shuang Luo, and Mulan straight into the sky. Bibi Dong, shall we go to the city of slaughter to find someone? FengYang asked. Whatever. It doesn't matter if we find them or not. Bibi Dong replied. Is this woman starting to act foolish? Of course, FengYang had some understanding of Bibi Dong. What's wrong? Do you think your life should have some different colors and not just live in the past? FengYang said with a smile. Bibi Dong glanced at him, surprised that he understood her so well. Indeed, I shouldn't live in the shadows and obsessions of the past, and that you Xiaojiang, that wasted life, isn't worth me searching the entire continent for him. Wow, she's completely let go. Your Highness, it's really great that you can think this through. Hulaina exclaimed with joy. It seems this trip to the July Fire Desert was not in vain, FengYang said. Bibi Dong, huh? That's not right. FengYang seemed to remember something. According to our previous agreement, once you kill Yu Xiaojiang, I will kill you. What do you mean by that? Deliberately stalling for time? Bibi Dong, Hulaina, Yin, then if you want to kill, just do it, Bibi Dong said. Following that, she closed her eyes, appearing as if she was going to her death. Hang your neck on your head first, and wait until I want to kill before you do it, FengYang said. Boom! Thunder rumbled, dark clouds gathered. The entire sky suddenly turned gloomy. An oppressive aura rushed toward them. That feeling seemed to reappear once again. With a crackle, a bolt of lightning split the dense dark clouds apart. Chapter 173, more mysterious than the city of Shasa. From the clouds, the sound of thunder could be faintly heard, and dark clouds spread, from which a huge dragon had emerged. FengYang, I am the divine dragon. I cannot participate in human affairs. Unable to stop the summoning god from wreaking havoc, I can only bring rain to delay the vitality of the city of Shasa. If possible, go to Ziyun village to completely sever the root of the summoning god. Following that, the giant dragon head directly disappeared from sight. Huh, has it really left? This is the real divine dragon. The divine dragon brings rain. Is there really that much contradiction in the divine realm? As long as there are people, there is a Jianghu. As long as there is a Jianghu, there will be conflicts, FengYang said. Since that's the case, City Lord, since we've already offended this summoning god, why not go to that Ziyun village and directly cut off its roots? Yin said. FengYang nodded, naturally having this thought. It would save this summoning god from easily descending to the mortal realm to possess people. If he can't get to him, getting to his women is also quite hateful. But I don't know where Ziyun village is. That's my hometown, Mulan suddenly interjected. Your hometown? The others were a bit surprised. In fact, I had some suspicions in the city of Shasa that the whole matter was done by the summoning god. I'd also informed the city lord. Mulan continued. Good. It's great that someone knows. FengYang didn't ask too much. They would know the situation when they arrived anyway. They flew quickly. Even though it was 2,000 kilometers away, for FengYang, it was just a matter of half an hour. The great West Wilderness was already beneath their feet. From the sky, the city of slaughter could be seen, and its bloody killing intent was palpable. Is that the city of slaughter? Hulaina asked. Nana, do you want to go there to experience it? Yin asked. Hulaina looked at FengYang. Master, what do you think? I don't think it's necessary, FengYang said. Why not? Although training there can indeed make one stronger, completing the challenge might even grant the domain of the god of killing. But the difficulty factor is also very high, and the death rate is extremely high. Moreover, while killing intent can indeed be somewhat useful in intimidating others, in the face of true strength, it's merely flashy, FengYang said. In the main story, Tang San obtained the domain of the god of killing, and then went to Yuexian to control and evolve killing intent. It's purely redundant. Then I'll listen to Master. In the Great Wilderness. It was precisely because of the city of slaughter that it became the Great Wilderness. For hundreds of miles, even the sunset seemed dim. Crows flocked together, often seen pecking at rotting corpses. This place could be considered their paradise. Everything here seemed devoid of life, exuding an eerie and murderous aura. And the people there radiated a beast-like quality, as if their eyes would turn crimson at any moment, plunging them into madness. Following Mulan's guidance, Ziyun village was getting closer. Looking up at the sky surprised the group. Black mist, thick black mist, covered everything. It was impossible to see what was happening inside Ziyun village. The sunlight couldn't penetrate at all. It's hard to imagine that in broad daylight, there would be an area of several thousand meters to that extent. If the city of slaughter was filled with crimson madness, then Ziyun village was lifeless and devoid of any vitality. Especially as the group walked further inside, that feeling became even more pronounced. An oppressive atmosphere made breathing somewhat difficult. Passing through a 100-meter forest, they officially entered the village. Mulan was also familiar, leading the way. We're almost there, but we can't stay inside for too long, otherwise, we will also die. In the darkness, wooden houses appeared before their eyes. Overall, it looked like a ghost village, not a single lamp in sight. Ordinary people, even soul masters, would probably not dare to enter casually. This was much more terrifying than the city of Shasa, where you could only enter but not leave. It's really scary. I feel like a chill running down my back. Mulan, is your village like this 24 hours a day? Yes. At the village entrance stood a boy of about 10, looking up at the sky, perhaps contemplating life. King Yi. Mulan greeted first. King Yi. The others exchanged glances, as he looked clearly several years younger than Mulan. The boy was stunned and suddenly showed joy. Xiaolan is back. Yes, that's great. The boy quickly ran into the village. Xiaolan is back. Xiaolan is back. It seemed like this was good news for them. Soon, many figures emerged from the wooden houses, all wearing expressions of eager surprise. Xiaolan is back. Mulan, why do you still call that boy Chinga? He clearly looks younger than you, Shuang Luo asked. This should be a matter of seniority, Yin said. No, it's a long story. Mulan's expression darkened, as she might have argued with Yin earlier. Before she could say much more, the villagers all gathered around. Among them was a little girl, only 5 or 6 years old, with a sweet smile and a soft voice calling out, "Sister, sister," the moment Mulan saw the little girl. She couldn't help but burst into tears. Sister, then she hugged the little girl tightly. It was obvious they were siblings, especially since the little girl looked just like Mulan when she was young, cute yet beautiful. Sister, are you doing well outside? How about you? I'm good too. Just feel a bit bored and want to see the outside world, the little girl said. Mulan instantly fell silent, her heart aching as tears flowed again. Until an old man asked, Xiaolan, who are these people? Oh, Mulan then put the little girl down. This is the city lord, and this is the limit Douluo. She briefly introduced them. The villagers were all amazed that Mulan had met such important figures after going out this time. Mulan began introducing them one by one. This is my sister, Mutong. There weren't many villagers, just over 200 people. Why haven't I seen Kadi? Mulan asked. Kadi, unwilling to live like this, no matter how we persuaded him, he ran out of the village and collapsed just a few steps away. One person replied. I saw a corpse at the village entrance, Mulan said anxiously. It's him. The situation sounded increasingly bizarre, seemingly more serious than the incident in Shashachio City. Xiaolan, did you find the antidote this time? A young man asked. What antidote? Actually, I feel that living like this forever is quite good, an old man said. That's right, living like a deity, never aging, isn't that great? Another old man added. You are all so old, being able to live forever is certainly good, but we are still young. Exactly, they argued among themselves. Hearing this, it seemed there were people who liked this state. All right, everyone stop arguing, I brought back a lot of candles, Mulan said. Great, I can play chess with old son again, so he won't always cheat in the dark where I can't see. After distributing the candles, Mulan picked up her sister Mutong and returned home with FengYang and the others. The house had a middle living room and bedrooms on both sides. A very typical rural house. Sorry, because they don't need to drink water or eat. There is no water or food at home. What? Not drinking water, not eating? Isn't that really like a deity? Hulaina exclaimed. Not necessarily. Dead people don't need to drink or eat, Yin said. Sister, does that mean we are dead since we don't need to eat or drink? Mouton suddenly interjected. Her soft expression had a hint of sadness. Yin, with some kindness in his heart, quickly corrected himself. Sorry, I misspoke. I just think living in such a dark place can't be considered being a deity. I have to say, Yin, who seemed a bit simple-minded, hit the nail on the head. Mulan's expression darkened, and she still didn't argue with Yin. What he said is correct. Dead people also don't need to eat or drink. At first, I didn't believe it either. Until I experienced the City Lord incident in Shashachio. The others looked at her. Finally, the story began to flow from her lips. Many years ago, due to an earthquake, our village was at the epicenter. A crack opened in the eastern part, frequently emitting this black mist, which spread throughout the village. At first, the villagers didn't pay much attention, thinking the black mist would dissipate slowly and wouldn't affect their lives. But unexpectedly, this black mist seemed to condense and cover the area around our village. From then on, the entire village became darker and denser. Most villagers noticed something was wrong and chose to leave, which is why there are so few people in the village now. And then, those who left the village all died mysteriously, as if cursed. At that time, I was outside studying martial spirits. When I returned, I was shocked to see this scene. My parents, who also went out to find a way to save the village, died outside. Later, everyone realized that as long as they didn't go out, they wouldn't die. I had just returned not long ago, and the villagers urged me to leave quickly. I thought staying here wouldn't help, so I went out to find a solution and look for an antidote. And then I would come back every few months, never stay more than 5 hours. This was a conclusion drawn from many villagers' deaths. As long as one stayed more than 5 days, or even spent the night in the village, they would die after leaving the black mist the next day. And then I also discovered that the villagers not only don't need to eat or drink, but their appearances are also fixed. Years have passed without any change, which is why I called the girl at the door sister. She's older than me. Oh, my sister. Mulan looked at Mu Tong fondly. Although she looked like a 5 or 6-year-old girl, she was actually 15 or 16 years old, just that she hadn't grown at all over the years. This city lord. Mulan looked at FengYang. If I remember correctly, the city lord of Shashachio died here because he stayed too long looking for the Shinong Ding and couldn't resist the invasion of the Yin energy. However, after his death, he was locked by the black energy and then revived by the summoning god who infused him with the same black energy. Upon hearing this, FengYang finally understood. So, it can be said that when the black mist spread, anyone who stayed in it for too long had already died once. You could say that. Mulan nodded. Mutong's little face showed sadness. So we're not deities, but ghosts that have died once. The cute little expression was truly heart-wrenching. FengYang looked at her and directly picked her up, placing her on his lap. Don't be afraid, your brother is here. No, master, who, Laina interjected, looking at the girl who looked only 5 or 6 years old, but was actually 15 or 16. Isn't it inappropriate to hold her like this? It's fine. My brother is handsome. I like being held by my brother, Mutong said. The others, you don't want to marry FengYang, do you? You're so small, can you even fit? It was obvious. Having lived here for so many years, Mutong had long since gotten used to it and had nothing to be afraid of. All right, then I'll just keep holding you, FengYang said. If you keep holding me, I'd rather not. If I stay here too long, you won't be able to leave either, Mutong replied. The city lord, Shuang Luo, interjected. The divine dragon said we should deal with the source, which must be the source of this black mist. But if we resolve it and the black mist disappears, what will happen to the people in this village? FengYang also raised his gaze. Isn't that right? Without the black mist, the people in this village will die. Not a single one will escape. He fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he seemed to see a shadow floating in the black mist, and that shadow looked like Mutong's. Could it be a soul? Even more exaggerated, he saw that Mulan seemed to have her soul being pulled as well, as if it was about to escape from her body. He immediately stood up. Mulan, you might not be able to stay here any longer. You come back here from time to time. Although it's intermittent, it seems to be nearing its limit. Huh? Mulan was surprised. I have a way, FengYang said. What way? My understanding is that because of this black mist, your souls have been shed. Within this range, you naturally won't die. But imagine once you leave this black mist range, how can a soulless person survive? A few of them suddenly had a realization. I have a heavenly herb, the soul-rooting grass. This herb was naturally picked from the eye of ice and fire. Because he was particular, he picked one himself. Perhaps it could help reintegrate the souls into their bodies, thus resolving the crisis here. FengYang said. Really, is it true? Mulan found it hard to believe. We can only try now. It's all up to you. You decide for the people in your village. Mulan fell into thought, looking at her younger sister. This would be an experiment, and whether it would succeed would come the cost of death. Sister, actually, I've long since not wanted to stay here. Every day, I just sit in this dark environment, unable to do anything. I'm willing to give it a try. Yang Qinyu is the main character of my new book, Douluo. I founded an academy, starting with Extreme Douluo. Writing together easily mixes up character names. It's not for any other reason. If you have time, big brother, you could take a look. It's also a story with a bit of suffering and excitement. Chapter 175. Mulan and Mu Tong offer themselves. Sister, actually, I've long since not wanted to stay here. Every day, I just sit in this dark environment, unable to do anything. I'm willing to give it a try, Mu Tong said, her soft face filled with determination. Mulan hesitated for a few seconds. All right. Immediately, FengYang took out the soul-rooting grass. Despite the pervasive black mist, it still emanated abundant spiritual energy. It's worth noting that every flower and tree in this village had already withered and died. Wow, this truly deserves to be called a heavenly herb. It looks extraordinary, Mu Tong said. Here, just swallow it directly. Thank you, big brother. Mu Tong took the heavenly herb and, under the gaze of everyone, gradually swallowed the soul-rooting grass. The effect was evident. Although Mu Tong's body showed no obvious changes, under FengYang's gaze, her ethereal soul began to tug at her body in midair. Clearly, the soul-rooting grass was having an effect. A few seconds later, the soul-rooting grass finally began to pull that ethereal soul back in her body little by little. Closer and closer, until it merged in. Merged! FengYang exclaimed. Everyone was stunned, completely unaware of what was happening. Even Mu Tong herself felt nothing at all. City Lord, why can't I see anything? Mulan asked eagerly. Isn't it obvious? It's because the City Lord's soul power is strong, akin to a true body, which allows him to see, Yin said. Your Majesty, can you see? Hulina asked. Bibi Dong did not respond, but it was clear from her expression that she found the question inappropriate. Little Tong, FengYang lifted her up, looking in her eyes. Now that your soul has merged with your body, do you want to try going outside the village with me? Yes, I want to, Mu Tong answered without hesitation. But you need to be mentally prepared. You might pay the price of your life, FengYang warned. Brother, I'm not afraid at all now. Dying in your arms wouldn't be so bad, Mu Tong said. Fortunately, he knew she was 15 or 16 years old. Let's go. FengYang no longer hesitated and carried Mu Tong directly out the door. Mulan and Bibi Dong followed closely behind. You all come out with me first. Staying in here for too long isn't good. Naturally, they had no objections. The blue flame orb activated and rose into the air under Mu Tong's astonished gaze. Brother, are you a god? Looking at her, FengYang smiled without answering. You're almost like a god. Wow, no wonder you're so powerful. In just a few sentences, they had already arrived at the village entrance. That half was still bright and clear. FengYang did not hesitate and flew out directly, enjoying the somewhat dim sunset on the ground. I'm out. This is the outside world. Mu Tong looked around in wonder. At this moment, Mulan felt an inexplicable excitement ignite in her heart. Little Tong, are you really not feeling any discomfort? Mu Tong smiled, seemingly just realizing it, feeling delighted. I'm fine. I'm really fine. This is wonderful. Mulan excitedly hugged Mu Tong tightly, tears streaming down her face. I waited too long for this moment. Sister, I'm really so happy. Actually, I had no hope of seeing the outside world. Mu Tong couldn't help but cry as well. After looking at Mu Tong for a few seconds, Mulan seemed to realize something. She immediately knelt down to FengYang. City Lord, thank you for saving my life. Just saying thank you? FengYang smiled. She didn't know she was too grateful to the point of being overwhelmed, without the slightest hesitation. From now on, I am willing, no, my sister and I are both willing, to offer ourselves to be concubines or maids, anything. Everyone was stunned. Yes, I'm also willing. Mu Tong also knelt down towards FengYang and said, Brother, please accept us. The others were completely dumbfounded. FengYang wanted to ask Mu Tong, is your body still growing? Otherwise, if someone sees us, they'll think I'm a super pervert. The girl couldn't even satisfy herself and directly targeted Tong. Seeing FengYang hesitating, Mu Tong lifted her small hand and tugged at his collar. Brother, please? FengYang couldn't help but look at Bai Dong. If it weren't for them being present, he would have acted without hesitation. After all, this little body would be, what are you looking at? You've been a pervert for more than a day or two. Bibi Nong said. Fine. FengYang no longer pretended. Then you can act as my maid for now. As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with disdainful looks from Bai Dong and Hulina. Thank you, City Lord. Thank you, brother, The two girls expressed their gratitude. Get up, FengYang said. The next issue was still a tough one, especially for Mulan. Mulan, I just caught a glimpse of the essence of the summoning god from high above. There's a 10,000-year soul beast guarding the rift, and that rift keeps releasing black mist. A 10,000-year soul beast. Everyone was surprised. It should have been summoned, right? If we could have that soul ring. They began to fantasize. Regardless of whether it was summoned or not, with your levels, you probably can't absorb it, and what I'm trying to express isn't about that. FengYang said, I know it's our Zayin village's problem. Mulan took over. That's right. If we eliminate that soul beast and the black mist disappears, all your fellow villagers in Zayin village will die. If we don't solve it, the summoning god might use the black mist to bring disaster to the human world. FengYang said, I can't decide their lives or deaths, nor do I want to cause more suffering for others. City Lord, is there only one solid soul grass? Mulan asked. Even if there's a second one, what difference does it make? There are more than 100 people in your village, FengYang replied. Mulan lowered her head, feeling very troubled. Let me help you make the decision, FengYang said. After all, they've already died once. We can't let them cause more people to die tragically. Think about the future of Shashachio City if we hadn't gone there. Perhaps soon the entire city would become like your Zaiyun village. Exactly. I agree with what the city lord said, Yin directly echoed. Although it may be cruel, it's the best way, Luo added. Mulan still didn't respond. All right, it's decided. Of course, if I can save some, I will definitely do so, FengYang said. Mulan's eyes lit up. Her gratitude towards FengYang seemed to surpass mountains and rivers. Don't look at me like that. As Bai Dong said. As the city lord, I must have some demeanor, FengYang continued. Chapter 176, Returning to Huaxia City. Don't look at me like that. As Bai Dong said. As a city lord, I must have some demeanor, FengYang continued. Everyone looked at FengYang with shining eyes, including Bai Dong. She seemed to have never thought that one day she could gain FengYang's recognition. It's even harder to imagine that the person in front of her was actually a boy, yet had such awareness. Perhaps it's because of his behavior that no one could tell he was a boy, causing everyone to forget his real age. City Lord, you are so handsome, Yin said. Master, I admire you, Hulai said. All right, I need to return to the Tino Empire to find someone and see if he still has any celestial herbs. I'll save as many as I can, FengYang said. City Lord, I want to go with you, Mulan said. Why? I'm going there anyway. What's the point of going together? It's a one-way trip of 7,000 or 8,000 kilometers, back and forth. That's over 10,000 kilometers. Are you trying to exhaust my soul power? FengYang replied. The others exchanged glances, naturally understanding not to mention following him. Someone has to accompany the city lord to take care of you, Mulan said, implying something more. Brother, I also want to go with you, Mu Tong pleaded softly. Regardless, he indeed needed someone by his side to assist him. FengYang nodded. All right, then you two can come along. Thank you, brother. Mu Tong opened her arms, barely able to hug his waist. Then shall we go check out the slaughter city? Yin suggested, seeming quite interested in it. I want to see it too, Luo said. Hulai also silently agreed. FengYang looked at Bai Dong. It's quite dangerous in there. It's hard to say if Tang San and Yu Xiaojing are really hiding in there. I understand. I will follow them, Bai Dong said. Good, then it's settled. After leaving this sentence, FengYang took Mulan and Mu Tong into the sky, soaring rapidly towards the north. An altitude of 10,000 meters. They flew at a terrifying speed of 5,800 kilometers per hour. Despite this, a round trip would take at least 3 hours without rest. City Lord, after thinking it over, there is something I must tell you, Mulan said. FengYang looked at her with a hint of surprise. You actually have something to hide from me? Mulan paused for a moment. I'm sorry. Hurry up and say it. Actually, Mulan lowered her head, hesitating for 2 seconds before gathering her courage to look up. Actually, I approached you for other reasons at first. What reason? To take you back to my hometown. Isn't that what you've already achieved? FengYang replied. But my original intention wasn't like that. After hesitating for another 2 seconds, she continued. The original intention was to harm you. Harm me? FengYang frowned. Mu Tong also widened her big eyes, curiously looking at her sister. Staying too long in that black mist would lead to death, so I initially thought of keeping you there, Mulan explained. FengYang stared at her for several seconds, feeling somewhat displeased inside. His face showed no signs of emotion, but it made Mulan extremely nervous. However, I changed my mind later. When we were in Shashachio City, you said you wanted to go to my hometown. I said I didn't want you to go, and later, I directly confessed to the city lord. The city lord knows about this. Please forgive me. FengYang continued to look at her. Mulan lowered her head, completely unable to make eye contact. Why? Is it because I have enmity with your star Luo royal family? FengYang asked. No. It's because of the blue electric tyrant dragon family. Blue electric tyrant dragon. FengYang was surprised. How did it go so far? Yes, City Lord. This goes back to before. Didn't the City Lord kill Yu Engine, the patriarch of the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan, along with all the high-ranking members of the clan? The remaining minions have always wanted revenge. While I was in Wuhuan City, Huaxia City, I encountered Yu Tianxin from the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan. Yu Tianxin, the cousin of Yu Tianheng, a student at Thunder Academy. I knew him before, so he was aware of the situation in my hometown and gave me 10,000 gold soul coins, asking me to lead you in. After the job is done, he would give me another 100,000 gold soul coins. Mulan continued, her face already showing fear. So I pretended not to be a soul master and even hired a few mountain bandits to put on a show. Impressive. It seemed exaggerated. But in reality, FengYang's tone was unfriendly. You've hidden it quite deep. If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have known until now. Scared, Mulan hurriedly knelt down. City Lord, please believe in my loyalty and admiration for you now. How can I believe you? FengYang asked. I can prove it with action. I can kill Yu Tianxin to prove myself. Mulan said resolutely. Oh, you still have some guts. Brother, please trust sister. I believe she generally wouldn't lie. Mutong also spoke softly. The City Lord just needs to believe that a godlike figure like the City Lord can drive a woman crazy. As long as she can be by the City Lord's side, I believe no woman, under any conditions, can resist. Mulan said firmly. That's the bold statement. All right, I'll give you a chance to prove it. FengYang said. Thank you, City Lord. After more than an hour, they passed through Antonio City, then the Catastrophe Mountains, Hadrian City, and finally arrived at Huaxia City. It seemed like it hadn't changed in half a year. Only the city defenses appeared to be even more fortified than before. Whether residents, travelers, or merchants entering or leaving the city, they would undergo strict inspections. Everyone stay alert. There have always been spies sent by the Xinglua Empire, and war could break out at any time. Our information in Huaxia City must not be leaked casually, a seemingly commanding captain shouted. FengYang also walked over. That soldier routinely stopped him. Wait a minute. FengYang wore a friendly smile. I am City Lord FengYang. The soldier sized up FengYang and immediately scoffed. Humph. City Lord FengYang? This is the 5th person impersonating the City Lord this week. Arrest him. Huh. FengYang was taken aback. Someone is impersonating me? How bold. Just as several soldiers were about to surround him, FengYang prepared to use his blue flame for proof, not wanting to lash out. The guards were indeed doing their job properly. City Lord. A puzzled voice came from below. FengYang looked over, and after making eye contact, the other party was slightly excited. It really is the City Lord. The other party seemed somewhat agitated. In fact, FengYang didn't recognize him. He guessed that he might have seen him before. Chapter 177. Meeting the City Lord? Great. Hurry in and notify them that the City Lord has returned. The other party said. Huh. The soldiers seemed to finally believe it, looking at FengYang with awe, and complied. Then, he hurriedly ran back to report. City Lord, please. The other party raised his hand to give way. Inside the city, the scene was as prosperous as during the reign of the Wuhuan Hall, with people living and working in peace. Not long after stepping into the city, the sound of hose vibrated the ground, rapidly coming this way. Buzzing. In the air, soul power surged, quickly flying toward them. From a distance, one could still see various flying soul masters. Soon, whether from the ground or the sky, all the soul masters surrounded FengYang. Such a display immediately drew the attention and discussion of the citizens. What is going on? Is that boy a spy from the Xinglua Empire? Even if he were a spy, would there be such a grand display? It felt like title-level powerhouses had arrived, and even the Deputy City Lord was present. Under everyone's watch, over 100 soul masters from Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo to title-level powerhouses, down to Soul Douluo. Soul Emperor and all of his disciples like Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Huo Wu, and Yi Lingling dismounted or landed. Finally, as Zhu Zhuqing rode up, she dismounted. Everyone knelt on one knee before FengYang, clasping their fists. We meet the City Lord. A simple yet solemn address. This scene stunned all the citizens. The City Lord? He is actually the City Lord. It's FengYang. Immediately, all the surrounding citizens knelt in unison to express their admiration for the City Lord. This scene undoubtedly ignited FengYang's desire for power deep within, the feeling of having the world submit. Everyone, please rise. FengYang said softly. Thank you, City Lord. After the formalities, Master, Xiao Wu, Huo Wu, Yen, Ning Rongrong, and Mingya ran. 5 girls ran toward him with open arms. Anyone could see their longing and excitement for FengYang. Ning Rongrong, as a support type, couldn't run as fast and was left behind by a large distance. She saw she was missing her chance to be affectionate. Creative thinking. Boom! Instantly, FengYang grew to a towering height of 3 meters, leaving everyone in awe. Then, as a gap opened, Ning Rongrong rushed to FengYang. This scene was almost envied by everyone present. 5 stunning girls tightly hugged him, their ample chests pressed against him. Just thinking about it felt exhilarating. Not bad, Rongrong. Your creative thinking has reached level 4. FengYang smiled. Yes, I just reached level 4. I haven't practiced much. Ning Rongrong sighed. Master, my self-created soul skill has also reached level 4. Mingya Ran said. Me too, all at level 4. Douluo Yin said. Sorry, I have a soul skill at level 5. Xiao Wu said. Don't brag. I'm at level 13. Did I say anything? Wu Wu said. How dare you say that? Your fusion ring is inherently easier to level up. Okay, Xiao Wu said. Exactly. Not afraid. Do you believe I can beat you up? Wu Wu said. Now that the master is back, I'm not afraid of you. Xiao Wu said. The scene of girls arguing and chattering made FengYang feel a sense of nostalgia and warmth. Moreover, it seemed that Wu Wu had become the leader among their arguing group. Because of her one unique soul skill, she also became the easiest to level up. A 13th level soul skill meant she had already leveled up 13 times. Stop arguing, let's head back first, FengYang said. He walked straight ahead, with Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling stepping aside to walk on either side of him. All the soul masters followed behind them. This scene gave an inexplicable sense of grandeur. FengYang glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling. Half a year had passed, and they were still the same. Neither was a particularly enthusiastic person. How are you both doing? Back to Master, my soul skill has reached level 5, Zhu Zhuqing said. Master, mine is level 4, Yi Lingling added. How's the poison elimination coming along? Poison Douluo. FengYang asked. City Lord, I didn't expect you to care so much about me, Douluo said, appearing from somewhere. Seeing him, FengYang smiled. Brother Douluo, you've become so polite too? Douluo felt a pang of sourness in his heart. Being called brother in front of so many people gave him face. Well, it is what it is. Regardless of status or strength, I should respect you as City Lord. After all, you're quite a bit older now. I understand that times have changed. FengYang could call him Brother Douluo, but he had to change his address. All right, how's your poison doing? FengYang asked. I have to say, your disciple is too impressive. If it goes on like this for another 6 months, it might be completely eliminated, Douluo replied. That's good. Then I'll find you later to discuss some matters, Douluo said. Okay. Ghost Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo, FengYang called. The two immediately came to his side, cupping their fists as they walked. City Lord, how's the palace coming along? After working day and night. In another 10 days, the City Lord can move in and use it directly, Ghost Douluo replied. So fast. FengYang was surprised. Knowing that the City Lord might return at any time, we pushed things along, Chrysanthemum Douluo explained. Good. If I may ask, Your Highness, did you come back with someone? Chrysanthemum Douluo asked cautiously. I have to say, there's quite a loyalty to the former pope. No. FengYang looked at him. Don't worry. She's doing well. Chrysanthemum Douluo immediately became flustered, hurriedly lowering his head and cupping his fists. City Lord, please don't misunderstand. I was just asking casually. After all, you're now loyal to FengYang, and if you're still worried about the former pope, then unless you have lost your mind. FengYang naturally didn't mind. Master, should we head to the temporary deputy lord's mansion first? Zhu Zhuqing asked. Sure. FengYang nodded. Soon, they arrived at a large manor at a turn. The gate of the manor had 4 characters written, Deputy Lord's Mansion. After FengYang entered, Zhu Zhuqing turned back to look at all the soul masters. Except for Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, everyone else should return. Yes. Everyone cupped their fists, showing considerable respect for Zhu Zhuqing. Although it was largely due to FengYang's strength, she was indeed quite impressive. However, none of the other girls felt pleased. They all shot sideways glances at Zhu Zhuqing. What are you so proud of? Without Master keeping you in check, could you really command these soul Douluos and title Douluos? Exactly. Zhu Zhuqing didn't really care about their dissatisfaction. Perhaps only Xiao Wu, Mingya Ran, and Douluo Yin dared to speak to Zhu Zhuqing like that. Zhuqing, you're doing a great job as the Deputy Lord. The entire Huaxia city is very stable and united, and there hasn't been any unrest for quite some time, right? FengYang asked. No, this is all due to the continued use of the former Spirit Hall's rules. There have been no changes for either the common people or the soul masters, Zhu Zhuqing answered. under a set of world rules. It didn't matter who was in power at the top for those at the bottom. What mattered was that their lives and interests remained the same as before. Many small villages were still being served by soul masters sent from Huaxia City to help awaken the children. After reaching level 10, they could receive a subsidy of 1 gold soul coin after a month. If this were to stop, it would inevitably lead to dissatisfaction. And Huaxia City would be worse off than under the rule of the Spirit Hall. Such statements would inevitably alienate people's hearts. This kind of thing should either not be started, or once started, it couldn't be stopped. Unless the continent was unified, the rules would need to be completely re-established. Is the gold soul coin sufficient for circulation? FengYang asked. After all, he had built a palace of considerable scale, and the cost in gold soul coins must have been astronomical. City Lord, after you left, we reorganized the former Spirit Hall's industries, such as banks, restaurants, and tea houses. Within a month, even the industries of the Douluo Empire are operating normally. However, the Douluo Empire has not only forcibly destroyed our industries, but has also uprooted the former Spirit Hall's branches. They are clearly intent on breaking relations with us. Chrysanthemum Douluo said. The Douluo Empire had been pursuing him, and FengYang was aware of this. Upon entering the house, there was a main seat and side seats, and even a strategic map, which was quite impressive. Master, recently the Douluo Empire has been eyeing us. Last time, their royal army crossed the border without our knowledge. We warned them, but the opposing captain ignored the warning, and in the end, a conflict broke out. Moreover, we have heard that the Douluo Empire is mobilizing 100,000 troops, so now the entire Huaxia City is on alert, Zhu Zhuqing reported. Well done, FengYang said. This is all thanks to Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo for their long-standing counsel, Zhu Zhuqing said. Good work, FengYang also praised them. The two cupped their fists. This is what we should do. All right, I need to attend to a personal matter now. After that, even if the Douluo Empire doesn't initiate a war, I plan to declare war against them, FengYang said. Huh. Ghost Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo, Zhu Zhuqing, and even Xiao Wu were all somewhat surprised. Master, you've decided so quickly? Our palace isn't even finished yet. What if we can't win and get swallowed up? Can you not talk? With Master here, how could we possibly lose? It had to be said that it was a bit sudden. FengYang himself was also acting on a whim, preparing to extend his power across the continent. Coincidentally, the Douluo Empire was also eager for war, so there was no need to hold back. Lord of the city, the Xingluo Empire is indeed too arrogant. Our Wuhuan Palace has 50,000 iron cavalry, not Huaxia iron cavalry, and they have been training every day, already prepared and ready to follow your orders at any time. Ghost Douluo said, the army will definitely be useful, including soul masters. After conquering cities and lands, we will need them to occupy key positions. All right, including the soul masters of the Wuhuan Palace, starting from level 30, we will make an overall plan. Those who are willing to go to the battlefield to achieve merit will receive 3 times the monthly gold soul coins. For those who are unwilling, we want to make it difficult for them. FengYang said yes. Also, those old guys from the former Elder Hall of the Wuhuan Palace, although it has been disbanded, if they are willing to achieve merit, in the future, unifying Huaxia, they will also have a place, even the position of City Lord. FengYang said. At this moment, Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo exchanged glances, showing a look of difficulty. Lord, those old guys from the Elder Hall, when the Wuhuan Palace was up, did nothing every day, but were still greatly respected and received generous treatment. Now asking them to go to the battlefield, they will definitely be unwilling, Zhu Douluo said. Zhu Douluo's words made FengYang want to laugh for some reason. Just notifying them is enough. They should understand that the times have changed. It is no longer the era of the Wuhuan Palace. FengYang said yes. Is there anything else to prepare before the war? FengYang asked. Food, Ghost Douluo replied. All right, prepare the food. As for the other details, you can discuss with Zhuqing, and I will try to go and return as soon as possible, FengYang said. Master, where are you going? Are you leaving now? Xiao Wu stepped forward and grabbed his hand. Yes, didn't I say it? Go early and return early. FengYang said. Oh no, Master. I still have a lot to talk to you alone. The soft and cute little face was filled with urgency. She was just short of directly saying, Can I talk to you before you leave? Master, I also have a lot to talk to you alone. Huo Wu stepped forward and grabbed FengYang's other hand, saying together with Xiao Wu, That's fine. Master. Several girls all surrounded him. It was indeed too enticing. Would they be able to leave without satisfying them? FengYang also stepped outside. Mulan and Mutong were also standing outside, seeing him come out. City Lord. FengYang looked towards Dugu Bo, Brother Dugu. What do you want to tell me? Do you still have any solid soul grass from your ice and fire yin-yang eye? FengYang asket. Hiss, Douluo gasped in surprise, frowning and thinking. This, I really can't remember. By the way, what is solid soul grass? FengYang was speechless. All right, I still have to run over in person. Then I need to go check your ice and fire yin-yang eye. If there is any, I want to pick it all. Sigh what the city lord said. Whatever immortal herbs you want, as long as they are there, the city lord can pick them, Douluo said. All right, FengYang nodded. Besides, I think you should also know that the conflict between the Xinglua Empire and Huaxia City is becoming more and more intense, and war is just a matter of time. In any case, you seem to be a guest elder of the Tiando Empire. Before he could finish his sentence, City Lord, Douluo interrupted. Your stance is my stance. I have said this before. I'm not like Sect Master Ning, who has sect concerns. No wonder Douluo still does things according to his preferences. A person is carefree. Chapter 179, Yin-Yang, I Wild Hunt. Since that is the case, shall we walk and talk? FengYang said. That is fine. The old man will accompany the city lord for a trip, Douluo said. Let us go. FengYang raised his hand, and blue flames erupted, wrapping Mulan, Mutong, and Douluo, soaring into the sky at high speed. They headed towards the ice and fire yin-yang eye. All the buildings became blurred. Feeling the speed of the blue flames, Douluo was also astonished. City Lord, your soul power is probably close to becoming a god, right? I can become a god at any time. FengYang said. Upon hearing this, Mulan suddenly looked at him, her expression even showing a bit of panic. Once a god is achieved, one must leave the continent. There is a rule that they cannot interfere in the lower realms. Almost all soul masters know this, as over the years, no one who has become a god has ever intervened in the lower realms. Even the previous summoned god only utilized the descending divine technique. He himself did not come down. Just this alone drew the intervention or obstruction of the divine dragon. If FengYang had not appeared, perhaps the divine dragon would have acted directly. Moreover, the summoned god in the divine realm may not have escaped the pursuit of other gods. It's just that FengYang and the others do not know about the affairs of the divine realm. Additionally, FengYang also has significant concerns. Once he becomes a god and leaves the continent, what if the summoned god is really waiting for him at the entrance of the divine realm? He was already so powerful just using the descending divine technique. If he meets the real person, who knows what divine powers he might have? Thus, this is also the reason why he no longer accepts disciples. Otherwise, Mulan, Shuangluo, and Gumeng would have been accepted long ago. Even Bibi Dong. FengYang's plan is also to let Bibi Dong, along with Sea God Island and Poseidon, become disciples, significantly enhancing their strength before becoming a god. Perhaps it would give this so-called summoned god a surprise. Therefore, FengYang will still find time to visit Sea God Island. I believe the city lord also has many attachments to the continent, right? Douluo said. Of course, at the very least, I need to arrange for my disciples. FengYang said. Ha ha. With such a strong sense of responsibility from the city lord, my granddaughter will also enjoy the benefits, Douluo said happily. Hee. By the way, city lord, you haven't introduced these two girls yet. Douluo looked at Mulan and Mutong. This is Mutong, my little sister. Her name is Mulan, the sister of Mutong, FengYang introduced. This introduction made Mulan feel very uncomfortable. Clearly, she had been with FengYang for nearly half a year, and they should be somewhat familiar by now. Yet, he introduced her sister first, and then introduced her as her sister's older sister, such a distant manner. Hello, senior. Mutong greeted Douluo with a cute smile. Oh, this little girl knows to call me senior at such a young age? Douluo said. Don't be fooled by her appearance of 5 or 6 years old. She's actually already 15 or 16, FengYang said. Huh? Douluo was taken aback, completely unable to believe it. A story gradually unfolded. The ice and fire yin-yang eye is located in the Sunset Forest, which is also 5,000 kilometers away. After passing through the Sword Mountain Range, Shilu City, and Silvis City, they finally entered the Dao province, which is the province where Tiando City is located. However, this Sunset Forest is still over 500 kilometers away from Tiando City. From the edge of the Sunset Forest, one can see the gateway to Tiando City, Jialing Pass. I really didn't expect that so many strange events would occur on the City Lord's trip to Xinglua City. Along the way, listening to FengYang's narration, Douluo was also filled with emotion. So, reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. There's a reason for that. FengYang said. Profound. Douluo said. Hee. So, does that mean the city lord offended a god before even ascending to the divine realm? Douluo asked. Yes, perhaps right now. That god is watching my every move in the divine realm, FengYang said. It's just like in a serious drama. Tang San intervening in the continent clearly shows he understands the situation well. After becoming a god, FengYang plans to continue accepting disciples in the divine realm. That statement from the city lord is a bit creepy, Douluo said. After entering the sunset forest, various old beasts roared in response. FengYang did not linger too long and headed straight for the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye. A volcano and an iceberg stand in opposition to each other. The ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye is quite hidden. Under Douluo's guidance, it was much easier, at least they didn't have to search around. Various rare herbs flourished in this unique environment, growing 10 times faster. There were basically no signs that FengYang had picked many herbs before. City Lord, what does the solid soul grass look like? Douluo asked. The outer skin is yellow-brown, the cross-section is yellow-red, the leaf stalks are long and curved, and the leaves are oval-shaped and heart-shaped, Mutong said. FengYang's eyes brightened. You only consumed it once, and you can remember it so clearly? The key is that her expressive ability is outstanding. This little girl's description is really precise. Now I know. City Lord, follow me, Douluo said. After walking a few hundred meters inside, Douluo pointed to a patch of herbs on the ground ahead. That should be the one, right? Yes, that's it. Mutong said excitedly. Just thinking about saving the people in the village made her very happy. No way. Douluo was surprised. What's wrong? FengYang asked. I thought this kind of grass was a weed and pulled out quite a few before, Douluo said. This is a talent. FengYang couldn't help but retort. This is the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye, a unique environment. If it weren't a rare herb, how could it grow here? It would have withered away long ago. Douluo was taken aback, showing an embarrassed expression. Now I know. After a pause, he added, but there are many. I thought it was a weed because it always grows among those vibrant herbs. Senior Douluo, does that mean as long as we search, we can find many? Mulan's eyes lit up. That's right, Douluo nodded. In that case, let's all get busy and search the entire Yin-Yang Eye to see how many we can find. FengYang said. Okay, the solid soul grass generally isn't very useful. Perhaps Douluo had consumed it himself and, finding it useless, regarded it as a weed. FengYang also walked along the eastern side while scanning the ground for it. Behind him, Mulan followed. City Lord. FengYang glanced at her. Why are you following me instead of going with your sister? City Lord, are you still mad at me? Mulan asked. Mel? FengYang felt boozlet. As a city lord, is my temperament that small? Then why did the city lord introduce me like that? She seemed to carry a hint of grievance. FengYang then realized. He immediately looked at her. How do you think I should introduce you? The two stared at each other. After 3 seconds. Even a maid sharing the same room would be fine, Mulan said. Is a maid really a better introduction than a sister? However, it does sound like the relationship is closer. In FengYang's surprise, Mulan stepped forward, stood on her tiptoes, and directly pressed her lips against his. She even boldly took FengYang's hand and placed it on her chest. I have to say, in such an environment, it really has a unique flavor. Chapter 180. The River of Longing for Qianren Shui. The roaring sound continued one after another. FengYang glunjed down. Drops of fresh blood oozed from the cracks. City Lord, don't be so heavy, Shuang Luo shouted uncontrollably. This immediately attracted Mu Tong's curious gaze, appearing 10 meters away. Brother, sister, what are you doing? Shuang Luo's Hoa abruptly stopped. FengYang also halted his movements, thankfully covering himself with his pants between the two, looking at Mu Tong. Don't come over. Mu Tong's steps came to a halt. Brother, what's wrong? Go back. 3 hours later, a total of 26 solid soul grasses were picked. That was quite good. Whoever they wanted to save would be up to Mulan to decide. FengYang would directly eliminate the soul beast there. But Mulan still couldn't cheer up. Sulking there. This made FengYang too lazy to pay attention to her. After all the effort, saving 26 people was already good. What more could she want? Douluo comforted her. Child, just do your best. If you put too much pressure on yourself, it's just self-inflicted trouble. Mulan, note that. Thank you, senior. I will try to adjust. All right, let's set off. The 4 of them soared into the air. By the way, City Lord, have you been to my granddaughter's room at night? Douluo asked with a smile, showing no hesitation. Mu Tong and Mulan were right there. Clearly, they had also heard Mulan's enchanting pleas and screams. FengYang smiled during the days of song and dance, with 7 girls accompanying him day and night. How could he not be busy? When I come back this time, I'll go, FengYang pretended. You better hurry. I want to hold my great-grandson, Douluo said. He also wanted to elevate his relationship with FengYang. After all, there were too many girls around FengYang. In the end, some girls would inevitably be neglected. If there were no children, who knows if Douluo, Yin would be the one. Staying alone for months, who could stand that? Ha ha. FengYang laughed out loud. All right. After thinking for a moment, it was indeed about time. FengYang planned to open a valve. In the blink of an eye, they were almost out of the sunset forest. FengYang looked towards the direction of Tiando City and suddenly made a decision. Since I've decided to open the valve, let's start with Qianren Shui. Since I've come this far, I plan to visit the Crown Prince, FengYang said. Brother, you're amazing. You even know the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire, Mutong said. Hee hee. FengYang chuckled. It's just the same intoxicating atmosphere in the air. The voluptuous figure and the character's appearance truly made FengYang feel a bit nostalgic. City Lord, you go meet the Crown Prince. I won't go in. When the time comes and I'm asked, I won't know how to answer, said Douluo. Almost no one knew that Shui Qinghe was actually Qianren Shui, and even fewer knew about the relationship between FengYang and her. After all, she was someone who would give the entire Heavendoe City to FengYang. How about this? You wait for me at a tea house outside Heavendoe City, FengYang said. He didn't enter through the main gate. Instead, he descended from the sky in a blue flame, landing in the back garden of the Eastern Palace. It was better not to expose that he, FengYang, had come to Heavendoe City. After all, he was also a person of some standing. You've come to Heavendoe City, entered the royal family, and yet you don't go meet the Snow Knight Emperor. Instead, you go to meet the Crown Prince. What exactly do you want to do? Plotting or rebelling? On the way, he encountered two patrolling soldiers. The people planted in the Eastern Palace should all be Qianren Shui's trusted aides. They seemed like ordinary patrolling soldiers, but in reality, they were soul masters. FengYang still arranged for them to use the snake spear Douluo and the porcupine Douluo. Hey, who are you? The two patrolling soldiers were very alert upon seeing the unfamiliar FengYang. Give this pearl to your Crown Prince and have him come here to see me. FengYang took out a pearl. It was polished from golden diamond and matched perfectly with Qianren Shui. This was also the pearl that Qianren Shui inadvertently pulled off when FengYang grabbed her neck after she had stripped him midair. Qianren Shui had also given this pearl to him as a token. The two soldiers were momentarily stunned. Who exactly was this person? How dare he have the Crown Prince come to see him? Perhaps sensing FengYang's strong aura, they didn't look down on him. One exchanged glances with the other, and one went to report while the other kept an eye on FengYang. In the Eastern Palace, Qianren Shui, still dressed as Shui Qinghe, looked at the documents of the Heavendoe Empire. Your Highness, someone actually had the audacity to ask you to meet him, and this is what he presented. Shui Qinghe lifted her eyes. Instantly, her eyes widened, and she stood up abruptly. Where is he? The soldier was taken aback. In the back garden, Qianren Shui immediately left the table, her whole demeanor showing urgency and joy that she couldn't suppress. Just as she reached the door, she didn't forget to turn back. Give me the pearl. After receiving the pearl, she hurriedly walked out. FengYang, Qianren Shui called out. FengYang turned around. Even though he saw Shui Qinghe's appearance, his blood couldn't help but race. Your Highness, he approached and opened his arms, directly embracing Qianren Shui. The two soldiers were taken aback. They naturally knew that Qianren Shui was a woman. Wasn't this taking advantage? FengYang, come inside. Okay. Watching the intimate figures of the two, for a moment, it didn't seem like they were just brothers. Once inside the room, Qianren Shui asked FengYang, how come you suddenly have time to come find me? FengYang tilted his head to look at her, naturally leaning in for a kiss. Of course, I missed you. Following that, he pressed his lips against hers. Qianren Shui didn't resist. Instead, overwhelmed by longing, she wrapped her arms around his neck. After kissing for a while, FengYang picked her up by the waist. Where's your bedroom? Qianren Shui pointed to the left room, her face flushed with embarrassment. Today we're going to have a baby, FengYang said. Huh, but I'm still Shui Qinghe, the Snow Knight Emperor, and I haven't been poisoned by you yet? FengYang replied. Without Douluo, there was basically no one who could help the Snow Knight Emperor control the poison, and Tangsun wasn't there to detoxify him either. I haven't done that. I am now the Crown Prince of the Heavendoe Empire, and I already have the power to govern. As long as you're not in a hurry, the Heavendoe Empire will eventually fall into my hands. In the original story, it was precisely because Bibi Dong was too anxious to unify the continent that Qianren Shui poisoned him, drawing Douluo's attention. Chapter 181. 500,000 troops feeling this. Qianren Shui revealed a hint of playful anger, creating a stunning scene on her exquisite face. Aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? Your soul bone can conceal even such a large panda, let alone your belly, FengYang said. Do you really want a baby? Do you think I'm just doing this for fun? FengYang asked. Qianren Shui bit her lip, the corners of her mouth revealing a hint of joy. For a woman, him wanting to have a child with her was a sign of love. Aside from that, She really didn't know a better way to prove it. Then she looked at him and asked, "Did you bring me a gift?" FengYang was taken aback, genuinely surprised. He didn't expect that the seemingly composed Qian Rinxue would also act like a little girl wanting gifts. "I came empty-handed, right?" A glimmer of disappointment flashed in Qian Rinxue's eyes. "Who said that?" "I prepared it, but you were too busy to get it," FengYang said seriously. "What? Where is it?" "I will definitely make time to get it," she said earnestly. "In the star Luo Empire." "Huh? 100,000-year soul ring. Huh? Really? Is it true?" she asked, unable to believe it. "Yeah," FengYang nodded. "Do you know I just broke through to level 80? FengYang was momentarily stunned, but then nodded. Yet Qian Rinxue's delicate eyes were already filled with affection. The next second, she threw herself at FengYang. 3 hours later, "I'll go ahead. Wait for me at the tea house outside Heavendo City," FengYang said. "Okay." Just as FengYang stepped out, Qian Rinxue transformed back into ShrekSeven. And after ensuring there was no problem with her appearance in the mirror, she also headed towards the Snow Knight Emperor's palace. Being a regent and a crown prince was still a significant difference. The regent crown prince almost acted as the emperor, handling state affairs. The guards at the door saw her and didn't report. Instead, they nodded and greeted her. "Your Highness." After Qian Rinxue walked in, she saw the nearly withered vitality of the Snow Knight Emperor. "Father," she exclaimed. The Snow Knight Emperor took a difficult breath. "Qinghe is here." He was completely unguarded. "Has Father's health improved?" "Cough, cough, cough, I'm old." "Father, don't say that. I believe you can stand up again," Qian Rinxue said. The Snow Knight Emperor responded. "Is there something important?" Qian Rinxue clasped her fists. "My level has broken through to level 60. I need to go out tonight to hunt soul rings. I don't know if I can make it back tomorrow, but Father, you can't get up right now." It was evident. Level 60. He also lied about it. If he said it was level 80, the Snow Knight Emperor probably wouldn't dare to believe it. Because at his age, he himself is only around level 80. Good. Breaking through level 60 is a good thing. If you can't make it back, then just don't attend the court tomorrow. "Yes." After a pause, she said, "In that case, I won't disturb Father Emperor's rest." After Qian Rinxue walked out, she looked at the setting sun in the sky. This is basically the rhythm. The main thing is that the Snow Knight Emperor doesn't suspect her. In a short time of half a year, or a long time of a year, he will naturally feel at ease to leave. Moreover, even if he is not willing to leave at ease, given time, Qian Rinxue is confident that she can replace all departments and the Royal Knight Commander with her own people. She called over the Snake Spear, Douluo, and who were pretending to be guard knights. 3 horses set off towards the outside of Tiando City. Upon seeing FengYang, the 2 quickly knelt on one knee to greet him. "Greetings, City Lord." "Greetings, City Lord." "Get up," FengYang said. "Greetings, Your Highness," Douluo said. Upon seeing him, Qian Rinxue's heart tightened. "Senior Douluo, why are you here?" "Hee, Senior Douluo wanted to go to Huaxia City, so I offered to take him part of the way." FengYang smiled. Obviously, FengYang did not tell Douluo that ShrekSeven is Qian Rinxue. This is not about trust or distrust. The secret is too big. The more people know, the more danger it brings. Once leaked, it would be catastrophic. What was originally a very easy matter would become extremely complicated. "I see. I thought Senior Douluo would help me hunt soul beasts too." Qian Rinxue was also tight-lipped. With the city lord present, how could I, Douluo, embarrass myself? Douluo smiled. "Senior Douluo, you're too modest," Qian Rinxue said. "All right, let's not waste time. Let your 2 guards wait here," FengYang said, looking at Snake Spear Douluo, and, "All right." Immediately, the 5 of them set off. When passing by Huaxia City, they let Douluo off. Now he didn't dare to leave Huaxia City at all. Besides taking care of his granddaughter, he also had Yilingling detoxify him. Along the way, FengYang introduced Qian Rinxue to Mu Tong and Mulan. "I really didn't expect such a thing to happen. Flying back and forth. We have already been flying for more than 10 hours. Now that we have entered the star Luo Empire, let's find a place to eat something," FengYang said. "That's fine. It's been a long time since I tried the delicacies of the star Luo Empire," Qian Rinxue said. They stopped at Antonio City, just before entering the extreme West Wilderness. Due to the city lord of Antonio City being absent for a long time, there was no news. The deputy city lord had successfully taken over. The original conspiracy with the Miaojiang region had completely sunk without a trace. No one mentioned it, and no one dared to bring it up. However, inside the inn, they were still discussing the most explosive topic. "Have you heard? FengYang has safely returned to Huaxia City." "Huh? What? Didn't they say the royal family and Hao Ian sect were looking for him?" "Don't mention it. The royal family and Hao Ian sect have been played like monkeys, searching for several months, and they wish they could turn over several nearby cities. but they couldn't find even a hair of FengYang. Damn, how could they find someone who is like a divine dragon, seen only at the beginning and never at the end? A person can recklessly return from our star Luo Empire. This is really absurd. So what are you saying? As soon as the scouts said FengYang returned to Huaxia City, the Haoyan sect and the 100,000 troops were still frantically searching. It's really a slap in the face. It seems that the royal family and the Haoyan sect are really done for. Not necessarily. Now the royal family and the Haoyan sect are completely enraged, using this half a year to gather all the troops, totaling 500,000, probably ready to besiege the city. So you're saying Huaxia City still has a chance of being taken? Definitely. How many troops does Huaxia City have? In the Spear Hall's barracks, there are only about 50,000 people. Although there are more soul masters, fighting still relies on numbers. Your soul masters have limited soul power, and with 500,000, even if you stretch your neck out to be beheaded, you would probably be chopped until the knife is dull, right? It seems FengYang is really going to be in trouble. He will probably abandon those beautiful apprentices and wives and flee the city. Chapter 182. Call me husband. The FengYang at the next table was still smiling. One could already imagine how dark the faces of the star Luo royal family and Tang Xiao would be. Brother FengYang, it looks like a big battle could break out at any time. Are you ready? Qianren Shui asked. Don't worry, Huaxia City's sense of crisis is even heavier than mine. They've already set up defenses, FengYang said. It seems Brother FengYang has chosen the right people. Indeed. But what does the Snow Knight Emperor think about the war with the star Luo Empire and Huaxia City? FengYang asked. Qianren Shui shook her head. He naturally wants me to take a wait-and-see attitude, and although I can monitor the country and issue imperial edicts for him, I hope Brother FengYang understands. If Qianren Shui unilaterally sends troops to support Huaxia City, this matter could be big or small. The key is that those old ministers of the Snow Knight Emperor will definitely have opinions. How's the court situation? Qianren Shui shook her head again. It's difficult. Although the 6 ministries of state have completed their handover with me, the most important minister of war and the Royal Knight Commander are still hard to mobilize. I've tried several times, but for any deployment exceeding 100 people, I must produce the Emperor's decree. In the main drama, although Qianren Shui controlled the Snow Knight Emperor's palace, preventing Tang San, Dugu Bo, and others from visiting, once the commotion got big, the entire city was filled with soldiers rushing over. The main point isn't it just stinky and tough? FengYang said. Haha. Mutong was amused. Little girl. Mulan quickly called her, making a shushing gesture. Qianren Shui glanced at the 2 girls, took a small sip from her wine glass. That's not the most critical part. My uncle, Prince Shuixing, has 2,000 troops in his hands, stationed just outside the city. As for my master, Ning Fengji, so far, I haven't found any breakthrough method. I'm afraid that even if I smoothly ascend to the throne and take over, he will only obey Shuixing. Mulan is a smart person. Apart from pausing with her chopsticks, she didn't show any other signs of surprise. Of course, this sentence, she didn't quite understand either. Her cleverness lies in not asking too much. FengYang also sighed. No wonder in the main drama, Bibi Dong is getting anxious. If she really waits for all the secrets to be in her hands, it would indeed take a lot of time. Otherwise, she would have jumped against it long ago. Returning to the extreme north region, Ziyun village, the 4 also entered together. Qianren Shui frowned, feeling a bad aura as soon as she entered. Perhaps, as a light and angel martial spirit, she particularly dislikes darkness. I can feel that if you stay here for too long, people will die. FengYang looked at her. You're right. This entire village is actually full of dead people. As they ventured deeper, Mulan's mood grew increasingly heavy. Despite having rehearsed her words in her mind numerous times, when the moment came, she still found it hard to speak, feeling it was too cruel. FengYang understood this naturally, so he wouldn't give her too much time. You need to be quick. I will only give you 5 minutes before I slay that soul beast. FengYang didn't pay attention to the emotional scenes, but went straight to the location of the crack with Shuixing, a massive black python, over 100 meters long and 2 meters wide, lay coiled there. Just the sight of such a colossal creature was enough to make one's heart race. Its tail was stuck in the crack, preventing the ground from healing, and the crack continuously emitted black gas. Buzz! FengYang's body was engulfed in blue flames, and he was about to strike. Brother FengYang, let me handle this, Qianren Shui said. With that, she leaped into the air, her body radiating golden light, illuminating everything around her in gold, as if she shattered the darkness, creating a large space free of black mist. With a whoosh, golden wings unfurled behind her, resembling an angel descending. FengYang counted carefully. 4 wings, 6 wings, 8 wings, 10 wings, 12 wings. Qian Rinxue, who originally had 4 wings, had directly broken through 4 stages of the inscribed soul skill taught to her. No wonder she had rushed to level 80. The giant python, accustomed to the blackness of its surroundings, was enraged by the sudden influx of golden light and the bright scent in the air, which was completely contrary to what it favored. It couldn't help but seethe with fury. Its several-meter-long forked tongue flicked out, and it arched its body, hissing ominously. Boom! It moved. The body below its head coiled and then extended like a rope, stretching straight up to 10 meters high, matching Qian Rinxue's height in the air. It charged forward. Qian Rinxue did not dodge or retreat, wielding the angel sword. First soul skill, Angel Assault. The deep energy from her 12 wings concentrated on her angel sword, exuding a suppressive effect as she met the python head-on. With one sword strike, she slashed down. Boom! A tremendous explosion sounded as the giant python's defenses shattered instantly. Visibly, its massive head split in 2. Bang! The sound of cutting through steel echoed. The angel sword in Qian Rinxue's hand forcefully tore through the python's scales, extending downward. Whoosh! By the time Qian Rinxue landed on the ground, the entire angel sword had also struck the earth. In the next second, the 10-meter-long body of the python was cleaved in half, tilting to both sides, followed by a heavy thud as its body crashed to the ground. A 100,000-year soul beast was actually slain by an 80-level soul power with a single sword strike, demonstrating just how terrifying the 12 wings under the inscribed soul skill truly were. It is said that the higher the level, the greater the disparity, even for a single level of soul power. Yet, Qian Rinxue managed to achieve the feat of slaying a 100,000-year soul beast with 80-level soul power. One must remember that a 100,000-year soul beast is at least of title Douluo level compared to soul masters. Bang! The 100,000-year red soul ring floated out from its body, spinning in midair. Seeing the 100,000-year red soul ring, Qian Rinxue couldn't help but brighten up. FengYang, thank you for the gift. FengYang Smilet. What did you just call me? FengYang, isn't that okay? Aren't you used to calling me Brother FengYang? There's no one else here. Since there is no one else, then call me husband. Husband? As in Fu Jun. Qian Rinxue felt a bit shy. I'll absorb the soul ring first. At that moment, rumble. The ground trembled with a roar. As the 100,000-year giant python died completely, the earth, no longer supported by it, began to heal slowly. Even though the python's body was still stuck inside, it could not hinder the earth's healing, which pressed it into a bloody pulp before finally sealing it off completely. From then on, the black mist ceased to be released. Qian Rinxue began absorbing her 100,000-year soul ring. Chapter 183. The Power to Become a God. Transcending limitations in the center of Ziyun Village. You use it. After all, I'm quite old. You're still young and have a bright future ahead. Fade, sobi. Why should you use it? You worthless dog. Do you even deserve to live? I was once the village chief's son. Damn. Xiaolan, give it to me. Xiaolan, don't give it to him. Have you forgotten that I used to like you? Xiaolan. In the face of life and death, there were emotional moments and moments of humanity. Rumble. Along with the ground shaking, Mulan knew that the situation was urgent. If they didn't use the soul-solidifying grass soon, the people before her would die. But some scenes were completely out of her control. She couldn't decide who should live. You all decide for yourselves. She finally hardened her heart, scattering the soul-solidifying grass, taking her sister Mutong directly toward the soul beast to avoid witnessing this unbearable scene. The black mist quickly diluted in the air. Without the continuous release of black mist, the black fog in the entire village had already thinned considerably. In just 10 minutes, a glimmer of light began to shine through. The entire scene became increasingly chaotic. Of course, who lived and who died no longer mattered to Mulan, who had completely let go. City Lord, Mulan called out. FengYang looked at her. Have you divided it up so quickly? Mulan shook her head. There's no way to choose, and no one is willing to give up their life. Now they're fighting among themselves. FengYang Smilet, this is the kind of exciting scene that should exist. Brother, their fighting looks really cruel and scary, Mutong said. Do you have a preferred winner? FengYang asked with a smile. Yes, it's that one. In the midst of casual conversation, Qian Rinxue had successfully absorbed the 100,000-year soul ring. FengYang, she was about to share her joy with him when she noticed Mulan and Mutong beside her and quickly added another word. I've finished absorbing it. How does it feel? FengYang asket. Very good. It seems that whenever there are others around, her emotions and expressions are always limited. Why not show a little? Or maybe not. All right. Next, let's go to the city of slaughter to find Bibi Dong, and then head back, FengYang said. Bibi Dong. Every time Qianren hears this name, she always feels a complicated emotion. The city of slaughter. As soon as they got close, a strong smell of blood mixed with rotting flesh hit them. The cawing of crows echoed in their ears. In this extreme western wasteland underground, there was hardly a single tree with leaves. It was all a scene of dryness and desolation. In the villages they passed, there were several half-dead people on either side of the road, stretching out their arms, begging for help. Yellow spring dew, give me yellow spring dew. It seemed that without it, they didn't even have the strength to stand. Upon seeing this scene, Mutong couldn't help but lean closer to FengYang. That tender little body always exuded a youthful charm. After all, she was still in her blooming years. It is said that to enter the city of slaughter, one must drink yellow spring dew. Otherwise, the entrance cannot be opened, Mulan said. The so-called yellow spring dew is merely human blood. In the blood-red river of the city of slaughter, there's a kind of slow-acting poison that can control people. And the king of slaughter also controls the people of the city of slaughter in this way. I seem to want to see if I can enter without drinking this yellow spring dew, FengYang said. After entering the inn in the village, they found 5 big men filled with hostility inside, each wearing a wild grin. You actually brought a child to the city of slaughter. How interesting. I've killed so many adults, but I've never killed a child. Should we give it a try? The 5 men immediately stood up. FengYang's peripheral vision glanced over. Compared to his former sharpness, he now appeared so at ease. Perhaps it is in this environment filled with hostility and ferocity that he could better express that calm demeanor he exuded. The so-called killing intent and hostility are merely intimidation tactics. Boom! With a thought, blue flames formed a wave of energy and rolled towards the 5 men approaching. In an instant, the 5 were engulfed by the blue flames, without even a scream. Ashes began to fall from their heads, until their entire bodies turned to ashes, as if they had never existed in this world. Watching FengYang, Qianren's pupils constricted. She could no longer feel the temperature of the blue flames. But after being unleashed, it instantly turned them to ashes, not even allowing a scream to escape. Was this the ultimate power of a limit Douluo? As FengYang's gaze landed on the innkeeper's face, the innkeeper's body tightened, as if he had never experienced such fear. Do you need yellow spring dew? I don't need it. Tell me, where is the entrance to the city of slaughter? FengYang said. The innkeeper immediately showed an uncomfortable expression. To enter the city of slaughter, you must drink yellow spring dew. FengYang smiled. Then should I kill you first before entering the city of slaughter? The innkeeper unconsciously swallowed hard. Although he seemed so kind, he was even more terrifying than this group of people who had come out of the city of slaughter, radiating killing intent and hostility, making one's scalp tingle. I was just kindly reminding you. I'll open it for you. Click. A mechanical sound echoed. Inside the building, the floor directly flipped downwards, revealing an entrance. A rich red aura wafted up, giving off a mad scent. This was the aura of killing intent. Mulan, you stay with Mutong up here. I'll go down, FengYang said. I'll go too, Qianren said. I thought you didn't want to see her. FengYang replied. I just want to see what this so-called city of slaughter is like. It has nothing to do with her, Qianren said. All right. After responding, FengYang looked at the innkeeper. If I come up with even a single hair missing from these 2 girls, you know what will happen. Rest assured, as long as I don't die, I will definitely protect them, the innkeeper said. The 2 jumped down one after the other. That leap felt as if they had jumped thousands of meters. There was a blood-red moon in midair, swarms of bats, and ahead stood a grand and solemn black city. It is said that here is where bears use their soul skills. My martial soul truly cannot be unleashed. Is that so? Buzz. Blue flames surged all over FengYang. Qianren couldn't believe it. How could this be? This city of slaughter is merely left behind by 100-level deities. Naturally, there are rules they set. But if my soul power can crush these so-called 100-level deities, these rules cannot limit me. FengYang bro. Qianren's eyes widened. Chapter 184. Bibi Dong wants to be a disciple. This city of slaughter is merely left behind by 100-level deities. Naturally, there are rules they set. But if my soul power can crush these so-called 100-level deities, these rules cannot limit me. FengYang bro. Qianren's eyes widened. While marveling at FengYang's strength, she seemed to sense that he was about to reach the 100-level deities. Would he also leave then? Let's go. FengYang stepped forward, heading towards the building ahead. Below the iron bridge, magma bubbled. On the iron bridge, soldiers with black armor and long spears stood guard, all exuding a murderous aura. Halt! A solemn voice rang out. A ball of red energy spiraled down to the ground. A knight, as if emerging from hell, appeared. You have not consumed yellow spring dew. violating the rules of the City of Slaughter. You probably cannot enter this City of Slaughter. Buzz. FengYang's blue flames ignited once again. The blue flame domain completely covered the killing intent here, as if wanting to melt everything, including the killing intent. The powerful knight before him felt his heart race. Even facing the King of Slaughter, he had never experienced such fear. You can unleash your martial soul. Could it be that you've reached the 100-level deities? I do not wish to enter the City of Slaughter. Please go in and notify a friend of mine named BB Dawn to come out, FengYang said. All right, please wait a moment. The knight turned and left quickly. In the entire City of Slaughter, even the King of Slaughter did not dare to offend BB Dawn. BB Dawn had reached level 99 limit Douluo after passing through the Killing God realm. Upon entering the City of Slaughter, even the King of Slaughter must treat her with respect. In the main plot, when Hulayina came here alone, he even dared not arrange for Hulayina and Tang San to engage in a life-and-death battle. However, just as FengYang and Qian Renxue were leisurely waiting, Qian Renxue suddenly felt a surge of divine consciousness in her mind. Her eyes turned crimson, her small face twisted in struggle and pain, and she let out low gasps. What's wrong? FengYang asked. I feel like my soul is being pulled away, Qian Renxue said with great difficulty, as if her rationality was truly on the edge. Could it be that the divine consciousness of the Shura god recognized Qian Renxue as the heir to the divine position, and thus launched a mental invasion against her? It should be noted that the current King of Slaughter in the City of Slaughter is actually Tang Chun, who also lost his sanity due to the Shura god's divine consciousness and ultimately had his body taken over by the blood-red, nine-headed Bat King. It's a pity for such a 99-level peak Douluo. With a snap of his fingers, FengYang enveloped Qian Renxue in a blue flame sphere. He believed that the blue flame, which could even block air, would provide her with some protection. How do you feel? FengYang asked. Qian Renxue seemed to gradually calm down. However, before her eyes appeared a figure of the Shura god, visible only to her. You can only leave here by defeating me, the figure said. In Qian Renxue's consciousness, being wrapped in the blue flame sphere was crucial for her. Otherwise, she would be unable to face the Shura god's divine consciousness. Do you want to keep me here forever? Dream on. At the same time, BB Dawn came out with Yin, Hulayina, and Shuangluo. It must be said that this back door was opened without going through the final selection of the City of Slaughter. It should be noted that in the outer city of the City of Slaughter, those who could not pass the 100 victories became failures and wandered there, unable to leave the City of Slaughter, forever becoming its slaves, having to submit 2 cups of yellow spring due every day. However, they came out at an opportune time. Qian Renxue, under the protection of the blue flame, was already able to release her soul skills. With her 12 wings spread wide, she charged into the air. BB Dawn and the others were confused and unaware of what was happening to Qian Renxue at that moment. Angel's punishment. With a light shout, Qian Renxue wielded the angel sword and unleashed the strongest strike FengYang had taught her. Below level 100, one sword could cut through all. Watching the angel sword in Qian Renxue's hand gather countless golden lights, it seemed as if it was about to condense the power of all things in the world into one sword. The entire City of Slaughter, even the crimson sky, was enveloped in golden light. It felt like a mighty aura of justice that instantly cleansed all the killing intent and malice in the City of Slaughter. Those who had lost their mind from drinking the yellow spring dew seemed to awaken in an instant, no longer craving the yellow spring dew. Was this the power of a sword that could cut through everything below level 100? FengYang couldn't help but marvel at the strength of this strike. After all, she was the one with the best talent. In such a short time, she had already comprehended this strongest strike. BB Dawn looked at Qian Renxue in midair and felt a pressure from the angel descend upon her. Even though she was a 99 level limit Douluo, she felt a shortness of breath, unable to bear it. It was as if that sword would turn her to ashes if it fell. Angel's punishment. Qian Renxue held the sword with both hands, the golden light reaching its boiling point. Slash! She suddenly struck heavily towards the direction of the City of Slaughter. Bang! At the moment the strike was made, the golden light emitted a terrifying hum. The entire golden light instantly permeated the City of Slaughter. In the next second, without any sensation of cutting, it directly split the City of Slaughter in two. Boom! It collapsed towards both sides. Countless people cried out in pain, their screams echoing as if they were all submerged in the golden light. BB Dawn watched this scene before her, filled with shock. One sword had actually cut the entire City of Slaughter in half. It should be noted that everything here was formed from the divine consciousness left by the Shura god when he departed. This sword seemed capable of directly severing all things below the divine level. She could hardly imagine how Qian Renshue could comprehend such a powerful soul skill. She was only at level 82 now. At her age, such talent was not surprising in Bibi Dong's eyes. Moreover, her soul rings showed no signs of movement, indicating that this was her self-created soul skill. Wait a minute, a self-created soul skill? Bibi Dong couldn't help but think back to how many outstanding soul master soul skills in the previous competition were created with FengYang's help. She looked towards FengYang beside her. Besides him, Bibi Dong couldn't think of anyone else who could help Qian Renshue unleash this strongest strike. Was it possible that becoming his disciple would lead to a tremendous boost? If I become his disciple, could I reach level 100 and ascend alongside him? Thinking of this, Bibi Dong's heart began to surge. Level 99, she had been stuck for too long, but she was always just one step away. Chapter 185, The War Begins. In Qian Renshue's consciousness, she struck down at the Shura god, directly breaking through the Shura god's divine consciousness. What came into view was the city that had collapsed and split apart, now a pile of ruins. The King of Slaughter was extremely furious. After all, the city of Slaughter was his foundation. Even though he sensed the explosive golden light was nearly divine, he could not allow the Slayer to leave just like that. Transforming into a mass of crimson blood mist, he suddenly appeared in front of the city. Who destroyed my city of Slaughter? He looked at Bibi Dong and asked. Bibi Dong also looked at Qian Renshue in the air. Qian Renshue's pupils contracted. She never expected Bibi Dong would directly point her out. It was you who destroyed my city of Slaughter? The King of Slaughter looked at the 12-winged Qian Renshue with a murderous gaze, only to realize that her aura was not as strong as it had been with that sword. Instantly, he had no more concerns. Today, I will make you pay for the city of Slaughter. However, what the King of Slaughter did not expect was that Bibi Dong directly attacked him. Bang! With one exchange. Under the smooth division the King of Slaughter looked at Bibi Dong in confusion. I only said he destroyed your city of Slaughter, but I did not permit you to kill her. Bibi Dong said domineeringly. The King of Slaughter was even more confused in their eyes. No one knew the true relationship between Snow Qinghe and them. As Bibi Dong personally killed the King of Slaughter, not only did Tang Qin die alongside him, but the city of Slaughter also came to an end. Thus, the long chain of events that lasted for several months concluded. FengYang also led everyone towards Huaxia City. At this moment, the entire Huaxia City had erupted into a very intense and brutal battle. Tang Xiao led an army of 500,000, divided into 4 routes. Among them, for the 5 titled Duo elders of the Haotian sect, Tang Jin, Tang Li, Tang Ling, and Tang Ao, were willing to help Tang Hao seek revenge. Tang Jin led 20 soul Douluos and 100,000 troops to attack the west gate of Huaxia City as one route. Tang Li led 20 soul Douluos and 100,000 troops to attack the north gate of Huaxia City as another route. The titled Duo of the Xinglua Empire, Bailey, led 20 soul Douluos and 100,000 troops to attack the east gate as yet another route. The last route was led by Tang Xiao, who personally commanded Tang Ling and Tang Ao, 2 titled Douluos, along with 30 soul Douluos and 100,000 troops for a frontal assault on the south gate. Among them, the ranks of soul saints and soul emperors reached a staggering 500, distributed among the 4 gates. The momentum was colossal. Almost all of the high-ranking soul masters of an entire nation had joined this battle. On the side of Huaxia City, the 7 offerings, except for Qian Douluo, had all died in battle against FengYang. Golden Crocodile Douluo, Qing Wan Douluo, Lion Douluo, Light Feather Douluo, Qianjun Douluo, and Demon Subduing Douluo. This was also why the entire Spirit Hall felt despair during that battle. After all, these are all super Douluos. Among the elders of the Spirit Hall, Shilong and Tuoba, she also perished. Ghost Leopard Douluo, Demon Bear Douluo, Spirit Kite Douluo, and Jiaoling Douluo were interrogated by Yu Guan and Gue Mei. The latter 2 were unwilling to participate in the battle and had decided to go into seclusion to strive for becoming super Douluos. Thus, in this battle, the formerly participating titled Douluos of Huaxia City were only 4, Yu Guan, Gue Mei, Ghost Leopard, and Demon Bear, along with 30,000 soul masters above level 30 and 50,000 troops. In such a large-scale war, the roles played by Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Huo Wu were negligible. At best, they were just slightly higher-level cannon fodder. Therefore, it appeared that the soul masters of the Spirit Hall vastly outnumbered the opponents. However, in terms of quality, it was not high. There were only 4 titled Douluos and over 50 soul Douluos. In the battle against FengYang, The front line had suffered too many casualties. Before the south gate, Tang Xiao took the lead in applying vocal pressure, shouting toward the city walls. The people inside Huaxia City heard him. I, Tang Xiao, the sect master of Haotian sect, today lead 5 titled Douluos, hundreds of soul Douluos, thousands of soul masters, and 500,000 troops to the city walls, with one purpose only, to kill FengYang, to avenge the prince of the Xingluo royal family, to avenge my deceased brother Tang Hao. As long as you open the city and surrender, I, Tang Xiao, will not make things difficult for you. Otherwise, once the city is breached, not a single chicken or dog will remain. Upon hearing this, the city began to panic. 5 titled Douluos, hundreds of soul Douluos, and 500,000 troops were not exaggerated. They were already at the city walls. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward, poking her head out to look down at Tang Xiao. If you want to kill our city lord, you must consider whether my 30,000 soul master troops agree. Her cold words were filled with determination, showing no sign of retreat. 30,000 soul masters? Upon hearing this, the residents of the city began to observe. You must be Zhu Zhuqing, right? Your Zhu family has always had a marriage alliance with the royal Dai family, with a close relationship. Are you not breaking the bond between the two families by siding with outsiders? It is not too late to repent and surrender now, Tang Xiao said. Surrender? Dream on. Today I, Zhu Zhuqing, will repay my master's kindness with my life. Zhu Zhuqing continued resolutely. Old fool, you don't need to instigate us. Today, it will be either your death or mine. Huo Wu shouted down. Let us start the battle, old fool. Start the battle. Start the battle. FengYang's female disciples shouted in unison. Tang Xiao's expression turned cold, and he stopped wasting words. Start the battle. With a single command. It was as if the mountains and rivers shattered in a roar. The armies moved simultaneously. At that moment, the ground shook and the sound was deafening, as if it would swallow Huaxia City whole. On the side of Huaxia City, after the 4 titled Douluos assigned the guards to the gates, they directly engaged the enemy. Titled Douluo against titled Douluo against Soul Douluo, Soul Saint against Soul Saint, Soul Emperor against Soul Saint. The confrontations between soldiers unleashed various energies and soul skills, tearing through the glassy sky. In just one encounter, casualties were already numerous. Layer upon layer of clashes ensued. Minutes passed, and blood had already stained the city walls. Bodies piled up to several meters high. Everyone witnessed the brutality of this war. Granddaughter, granddaughter. Meng Yiran heard affectionate calls from her ears. The two turned around to see Douluo Bo and Meng Shu. Grandfather, grandfather, why are you here? You're so old. How can I let you die before me? Grandfather, let's fight together. There was no need for much persuasion between the two sides. Whether it was their personal ties with FengYang or the granddaughter's friendship with him, they had always supported FengYang until now. Though this time, it was a real war. Chapter 186. Kill in the rear. Tang Xiao watched Huaxia City resist so fiercely, and his face turned extremely dark. He originally thought that, given the level of Huaxia City, they had just recently converted from the Spirit Hall, and their loyalty should not be high. Under such a siege, he expected the war to turn overwhelmingly in his favor within half an hour. Yet the opponents managed to hold their ground. There was no sign of advancement at all. He glanced at the 2 titled Douluos from the Tang family beside him, Tang Ling and Tang Ao. It seems we must take action. Whether the opponents are ordinary soldiers or soul masters, we can kill them indiscriminately. Understood, Sect Master. The 2 responded. Ka. They all drew out their Haotian hammers and charged toward Huaxia City. Boom! In just one encounter, dozens of people turned into corpses and dismembered limbs. Originally, it was titled Douluo against titled Douluo against Soul Douluo, Soul Emperor against Soul Emperor, and soldiers against soldiers. Although the soldiers were outnumbered 10 to 1. The presence of tens of thousands of soul masters allowed them to withstand the enemy's advance. However, once the 3 titled Douluos entered the battlefield, the entire situation began to shift. Large groups of soul masters and soldiers fell. Soul masters of lower levels were utterly unable to withstand the impact of the Haotian hammer dropped by the titled Douluos. Zhuqing, we're doomed. That Tang Xiao is slaughtering his way over. In less than a minute, he will reach the city walls. No one could stop him. The girl disciples on the city walls watched clearly and could not help but feel anxious. Yuan faced off against Tang Ling, and Douluo Bo faced off against Tang Ao, but they were left with the strongest Tang Xiao, who was simply unmanageable. Zhu Zhuqing saw this scene clearly. She knew that if this continued, the breakthrough opened by Tang Xiao would soon lead to a total collapse. It seems we cannot hold on until the master returns. What to do? Fight to the death, or retreat. Once the order to retreat is given, it means giving up on Huaxia City. We'll master and we go afterward. But fighting to the death, it will lead to death. The pressure has unexpectedly all fallen on Zhu Zhuqing. Whether it is to fight to the death or to retreat, she will bear the consequences of many lives. Today I, Tang Xiao, will unleash a massacre. Tang Xiao wielded the giant hammer, growing fiercer with each kill. As if he were addicted, filled with excitement. Corpses were smashed into limbs and blood, splattering everywhere, making one's scalp tingle. The soldiers and soul masters surrounding Huaxia City all felt intimidated. They began to dodge and retreat, not daring to face the enemy head-on. Bang! As Tang Xiao shouted, he swung out again. Another wave of deathly screams followed. The unstoppable Tang Xiao fought his way to the foot of the city, raising his hammer towards the sky. Stubborn women, do you all love FengYang so much? Then I will kill you all. He suddenly leaped towards the city wall. The girls had already sensed a surge of despair. In their peripheral vision, a blue flame quickly entered their sight. Standing within a sphere of blue flame high in the air was a person, hands in pockets, calmly observing the scene. The girls all showed expressions of surprise. Master! Master! The master has returned. Cheers erupted. Tang Xiao suddenly felt something was wrong and looked back. In the rapidly descending sphere, it was none other than FengYang. Boom! Where the blue flame passed, it instantly ignited the army of the Star Luo Empire, turning it into a sea of fire. The sounds of screams and struggles were incessant. The reason for using such a method was to ensure that the Star Luo army, in their struggle to escape, would all be engulfed in blue flames. The rolling heat waves seemed to ignite the very air itself. Tang Xiao suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. He raised the Haotian hammer, wanting to directly execute FengYang in front of him. FengYang, you finally came. I want to see just how strong you are. He shouted fiercely, raising the hammer towards the rapidly approaching FengYang. A strike of the sky. With one swing, he tore through the air, aiming heavily at the blue flame sphere covering FengYang. Accompanied by the roar of the sky strike. Suddenly, Tang Xiao felt as if the Haotian hammer he swung was about to be melted by the blue flames. It felt so weak and powerless. Even though FengYang made no movements at that moment, Tang Xiao finally realized just how terrifying FengYang's strength was. In the past, he had sparred with his grandfather, the 99th level peak Douluo Continent. Though it was quite terrifying, it was not to the point where he couldn't fight at all. It seemed to surpass his grandfather Tangshun by more than 10 times. It could be said that he had entered the realm of the divine. The Haotian hammer grew closer to the blue flame sphere, but appeared increasingly weak, until it finally made contact with the surface of the blue flames. The Haotian hammer was instantly reduced to ashes. A sense of horror and dread rose in his heart. Tang Hao could not withstand a single blow, let alone the mere 97th level Tang Xiao. It's my turn. Especially when FengYang slowly uttered these 3 words. It made Tang Xiao feel an unprecedented fear. He started yelling in panic. Someone, block him. He ran desperately towards the back, until the descent of the blue flame city, covering an area of over 10,000 meters from the sky. The 100,000 troops in front of him, not to mention splitting the battlefield. They were all directly enveloped within it. It was as if the battle had suddenly ended. Tang Chun was among them, along with 2 titled Douluo from the Haotian sect and several soul Douluo. The scorching heat was nearly melting their bodies. The sounds of screams were incessant. Some wanted to charge the city directly, but as they got close, they were already melted. Even soul Douluo level could not touch the surface without being unable to retreat. Death permeated the entire Star Luo army. All were lowly wailing in despair. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt shocked. They couldn't help but sigh in relief, grateful they had held on and not surrendered. FengYang was still that FengYang who had destroyed the entire spirit hall, even more terrifying than before. Everyone, don't panic. Such a vast area of Blue Flame City consumes a lot of soul power. He can't hold out for more than a few minutes. Tang Chun shouted. Huh! A cold laugh rang out from above, and cold sweat immediately spread down their backs. Let's see if he can last a few minutes. FengYang directly passed through the blue wall and stepped into the Blue Flame City. At that moment, the entire Star Luo army felt fear, oppression, death, and despair. A mix of various emotions. The other 3 armies were also suffering from the burning of the blue flames at this moment. The previously desperate soldiers of Huaxia City, upon seeing the blue flame element, erupted in confidence. That is, the blue flame element. The city lord has returned. The city lord has returned. Chapter 187 Blue Flame Storm comparable to a tidal Douluo. The power of the blue flame element left everyone astonished. One arm swung out violently. The flames extended dozens of meters. Just touching the starlit soldiers, the Star Luo soldiers were instantly ignited and exploded. The terrifying degree of it made all the Star Luo soldiers and Soul Masters present feel their scalps tingle with despair. The Soul Masters of Huaxia City, who were in a bitter fight, suddenly erupted with confidence. That is, the blue flame element. The city lord has returned. The city lord has returned. Kill, kill, kill. Surrounded on all sides. The blue flame element was like an invincible god of war. All weapons swung at it, arrows shot at it, and soul skills thrown at it were all melted. It felt as if one person could block thousands. In just a few minutes, a burning path of blood was carved out. Two tidal Douluo from both sides were engaged in a desperate battle. The sudden appearance of the blue flame martial soul directly broke the balance. Under a blue flame, Tang Jin was ignited on the spot. No matter how he tried to defend, the burning pain twisted his face. Ultimately, he was slain by Yu Guan. Tang Li was killed by Gui Mei. Another tidal Douluo from a different door was slain by Bibi Dong. And thus, the collapse of the Star Luo Empire began. Countless soldiers and soul masters saw that the tidal Douluo had been killed, and they lost all courage to continue fighting, choosing to flee in panic. Meanwhile, at the southern gate, the 100,000 Star Luo army, enveloped by the city of Blue Flame, was filled with a mix of fear, oppression, death, and despair as FengYang stepped in. I'll give you 3 seconds to consider surrendering, or else, FengYang said softly. At that moment, at least half of the Star Luo soul masters and soldiers wavered. But due to the short time for consideration and Tang Zhao's incitement, they hesitated. Stop listening to his bluster. I want to see how you can kill so many people. Tang Zhao shouted arrogantly from the crowd, as if he truly believed that FengYang could kill them all before exhausting his soul power. Looking at the terrified faces, their actions remained frozen. FengYang sneered coldly. Well, being able to see this move before you die is something you can take comfort in. In those calm words, everyone in Star Luo felt a heavy weight in their hearts, as if they could already smell the scent of death. The impulse to surrender was at their fingertips. However, 3 seconds passed, and FengYang did not give them a chance. Blue, flame, wind, explosion. The moment he finished speaking, FengYang had already turned and walked out of the city of Blue Flame. What remained was countless storms descending from the sky within the entire city. Boom! 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 The blue flame storms, dozens of meters high and over 10 meters wide, began to sweep through just a single rotation, and 1,000 people were instantly engulfed by the blue flames, not even letting out a scream, turning to ashes in an instant. Where it passed, not a blade of grass remained. The apocalypse had arrived. Destruction of heaven and earth. Outside the city of Blue Flame, the soul masters and soldiers of Huaxia City watched as the blue flame storms swept away the lives of the Star Luo army. In that moment, their lives felt as fragile as ants, dying so easily. Whether ordinary soldiers, 30-level soul masters, 60-level soul emperors, or 70-level soul saints, all were indiscriminately burned to ashes. Even if some knelt and begged for mercy, they did not feel even a shred of pity. Instead, a surge of hot blood and shock filled them. On the battlefield, where enemies faced each other, there was only hellish cruelty and boiling blood. The city lord is really too strong. This is definitely a god. Only a god could unleash such soul power, directly killing the enemy without hesitation. In the center of the 100,000 army, Tang Zhao looked on with a face ashen as he witnessed this scene. Just one encounter, 5 seconds. 5,000 people dead. After a spin, 10 seconds. 10,000 people dead. 20,000. 40,000. 60,000. The high temperature of the blue flames even burned away the stench of the corpses, leaving only a deep-seated despair rising in his heart. He finally realized that annihilating the 100,000 army required no more than a few minutes for FengYang. Under this apocalyptic blue flame storm, just 1 minute was enough. 80,000. 100,000. 10 blue flame storms had already rushed toward the center at lightning speed. Tang Zhao still maintained a shred of dignity, despairingly closing his eyes in the face of impending death. Although he hoped for a miracle, for a rain of heaven and water to extinguish all the blue flames. Boom! The 10 blue flame storms swept past him in an instant. It was so gentle, with no obstruction whatsoever, as if he had never existed. Only a wisp of black smoke lingered, quickly dissipating. Tang Zhao was dead. We, Huaxia City, have won, accompanied by a loud cheer. Huaxia City, Huaxia City, Huaxia City. The deafening shouts echoed for dozens of miles. The residents of Huaxia City widened their eyes in disbelief. Did Huaxia City really win? Did they defeat the vast Star Luo Empire with the strength of a single city? At the four city gates, hearing the passionate shouts from the south gate, everyone was stirred up. Huaxia City, Huaxia City, Huaxia City. For a moment, the cheers reverberated, shaking the surrounding Stardow forest, causing the soul beasts to roar. Inside the royal banquet hall of the Star Luo Empire, Your Majesty, Tang Zhongzhu leads 500,000 troops to directly attack Huaxia City. With so many soul masters assisting, it should be easy to take down the small Huaxia City. That's right, as long as Tang Zhongzhu doesn't overreach, facing FengYang and the siege of 500,000 troops, there would be no chance of rescue. The ministers said one after another. Ha ha! The Star Luo Emperor laughed joyfully. Everyone, let's celebrate Tang Zhongzhu's triumph in advance. Cheers! As a cup of wine went down, Dai Mubai stood up, clasping his fists. Father, after we take Huaxia City, FengYang's female disciples should all be arranged as my maids. Brother, don't forget to give me a few, Davis added. Ha! The entire hall erupted in laughter. Behind the scenes, they mocked. You two brothers are really true brothers. Do you have any self-awareness? You're all useless now, yet you still want maids? Ha ha, agreed. The Star Luo Emperor laughed. However, just at this moment of merriment, a scout rushed in a panic. Your Majesty, what happened that makes you so flustered? The Star Luo Emperor asked displeased. Not good. The scout choked slightly. Tang Xiao and the 4 titled Douluos he led, including himself, have all perished in a combined force of FengYang City of Blue Flame and the Blue Flame Storms. Other soul masters have suffered heavy casualties, with 70 to 80% dead, and the army of hundreds of thousands is in disarray, with less than 1/10 escaping. Boom! Upon hearing this news, the Star Luo Empire Emperor, Dai Mubai Davis, and all the various ministers standing below felt as if they had been struck by 5 thunderbolts. Their minds exploding, eyes wide open in disbelief. It was as if their brains had all crashed at once. Chapter 188. Claiming the Emperor, displaying the might of Huaxia. The entire hall fell silent. It felt as if time had stopped. Tang Xiao, along with the 4 titled Douluos he led, all perished. 70 to 80% of the soul masters dead. 500,000 troops almost entirely wiped out. Each piece of news was like thunder crashing into the minds of the Star Luo Empire royal family, Dai Mubai Davis, and all the ministers. After a few seconds, how is this possible? The Star Luo Emperor suddenly roared. Your Majesty, how could I dare to lie about such a major military matter? The scout replied anxiously. Even if everyone is unwilling to believe it, at this moment, they know the severity of the situation. With such a luxurious lineup defeated, does the Star Luo Empire really still have a chance? How strong is FengYang really? Can he truly turn the tide by himself? Dai Mubai and Davis clenched their fists. They had never imagined that as princes, seeking revenge could be such a difficult task. The Star Luo Emperor suddenly slumped in his dragon throne, as if all his strength had been drained away. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Everyone stood up in panic and shouted. Could it be that heaven wants to destroy our Star Luo? The Star Luo Emperor looked up at the sky in despair and murmured. As an emperor, he understood the state of national power even more. Engaging in war with Huaxia City like this, FengYang would certainly not let it go easily. The horn of counterattack would likely sound soon. At that time, what could the Star Luo Empire use to resist? All the various ministers fell silent. Dai Mubai and Davis seemed not to realize this step, even feeling unwilling. They couldn't believe that the vast Star Luo Empire could be destroyed. Father's words are too heavy. Our Star Luo Empire has 4 great kingdoms, 2 great duchies, and 7 major provinces, with a combined military force of over 1 million. Even if there are no high-level soul masters, we can still gather tens of thousands of soul masters easily. That's right. Dai Mubai took over the conversation. Eldest brother is right. The foundation of our Star Luo Empire cannot be swallowed by a mere Huaxia City. No matter how strong FengYang's Blue Flame Storm is, can it really devour an army of over 1 million? At this moment, the 2 brothers were surprisingly in agreement. The various ministers were also breaking out in cold sweat, secretly cursing these 2 brothers for being foolish. If they really did that, it would be a disaster for the people, rivers running with blood. The Star Luo Emperor looked at the 2 brothers below. Such grandiose words ultimately ignited some spirit. Yes, I'd rather die in battle than be a king of a fallen nation. Those who can be emperors of the Star Luo Empire are at least not weaklings. All right, notify the major kingdoms and provinces to immediately gather all military forces and assemble in Star Luo City for a decisive battle against Huaxia City. Once the order was given, there would be no possibility of retreat. FengYang had killed Tang Xiao, and the 500,000 troops had been completely wiped out. The entire populace of Star Luo was shocked upon hearing this. People began to panic. Heavens! How did the Lord of Huaxia City, FengYang, manage to do this? That godlike figure, with a single soul skill, was enough to destroy everything. No one could stop him. It felt like the end of the world. So terrifying. If FengYang comes over, our entire city might be destroyed. What should we do? What can we do? Next, we'll see how the Star Luo royal family faces it. The Tiando Empire, upon learning this news, the Snow Knight Emperor, unsure where he found the energy, sat up directly from his bed. FengYang has become this powerful already? He repelled 10 times the military force. Qian Rinxue nodded. Yes, father. FengYang is too powerful. It makes one have to be wary. Father, we need to strengthen military deployments at the border. This seemingly sounded like a reminder, but was actually meant to urge the Snow Knight Emperor to relinquish military power. The Snow Knight Emperor analyzed it himself. FengYang would inevitably counterattack the Star Luo Empire. Deploying at the border was indeed useful, but it had little significance. To completely eliminate the threat from FengYang, the problem had to be solved at its root. Gome, invite Prince Xuexing and sect leader Ning over. Yes. A eunuch took the order and left. Qinghe, stay here for now and see what opinions Prince Xuexing and sect leader Ning have, the Snow Knight Emperor said. Yes. Clearly, the Snow Knight Emperor trusted his brother, Prince Xuexing, quite a bit. Qian Rinxue also breathed a sigh of relief because she realized that her previous suggestion to strengthen border defenses did not seem like the idea of a wise leader. She inwardly blamed FengYang for making her anxious, wanting to help him as soon as possible. Fortunately, the Snow Knight Emperor did not become suspicious. At such a critical time, he did not send her out, but instead held a discussion together, clearly having settled the issue of succession. At the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, FengYang, having defeated Tang Xiao with a tenfold difference and wiped out 500,000 troops after this battle, his ambitions would likely be unstoppable. The Tiando Empire would inevitably clash with him. I'm worried about that girl Rongrong. Why is she so willing to stay by FengYang's side? Said Gurong, the Bon Douluo. Yes, I'm also in a difficult position, Ning Fengji said. This time, with the crisis in Huaxia City, our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect has not shown up. I'm afraid FengYang will have a prejudice against us. What are you afraid of? Gurong said, not realizing the seriousness of the situation. If he dares to harm a hair on Rongrong, I would risk my life to make him pay. I don't think FengYang would threaten us with Rongrong's life. However, if Tiando really goes to war with Huaxia, what should we do if Rongrong appears on the battlefield? Chen Xian said. Report, sect leader. The Snow Knight Emperor requests you to go to the royal city immediately. Ning Fengji stood up. No matter what, I'll go meet His Majesty first. In Huaxia City, in front of the Huaxia Palace, all soul masters and soldiers gathered there. FengYang stood at the top of the 99 steps. His female disciples stood on either side of him. Esteemed soul masters, esteemed warriors, you have all worked hard. FengYang showed that his voice was not loud, but was transmitted to everyone's ears through soul power. It is the Lord who has endured the most hardship in repelling the Star Luo Empire. That's right. The Lord is our God. Lord, our God. Lord, our God. The crowd below cheered excitedly. Through this battle, their admiration for FengYang was palpable. Lord, Yueguan stepped forward and clasped his fists, now that the Lord is invincible. The Huaxia Palace has been completed. With the timing, location, and people all in our favor, why not directly proclaim yourself Emperor to display the might of our Huaxia? Lord, reconsider. Gue Mei directly agreed. Lord, proclaim yourself Emperor. Lord, proclaim yourself Emperor. Gue Bao and Mo Xiong, two Douluos, also chimed in. Chapter 189. No merci. We ministers participate at your Majesty's command. 10,000 people all knelt in worship. In the year 2650 of the Douluo calendar, on October 1st, FengYang proclaimed himself emperor in the Huaxia City Palace, changing the country's name to the Huaxia Empire. At this moment, the entire continent became aware of FengYang's ambitions. Upon learning this, the Star Luo Empire quickly seized the opportunity to ally with the Tiando Empire. A diplomatic envoy arrived in Tiando City, only to be detained by Qian Rinxue and met with as the regent prince. Your Highness, currently FengYang has declared himself emperor in Huaxia City. Although his primary target is our Xingluo Empire, since he has declared himself emperor, he will inevitably aim to unify the continent. At that time, once the Xingluo Empire is destroyed, the thousands of years of heritage of the Tiando Empire will likely be lost in an instant. Only by forming an alliance between our two countries can we destroy Huaxia City and kill FengYang. Then, the Xingluo and Tiando nations can continue to coexist peacefully without infringing upon each other. Upon hearing about the destruction of Huaxia and the killing of FengYang, Qianren Shui's face revealed an imperceptibly dark expression. A few days ago, the Snow Knight Emperor had just discussed with Prince Shuixing and Ning Fengji, ultimately concluding that as long as FengYang did not declare himself emperor, they would observe the situation to avoid offending him. However, it was unexpected that FengYang, fully aware that declaring himself emperor would lead to attacks from both nations, still arrogantly chose to do so. If the Tiando Empire were to attack Huaxia City from the rear during the invasion of the Xingluo Empire, who would know that he came from Xingluo? Qianren Shui asked the snake spear Douluo, standing beside him. Xingluo envoy. Reporting to your highness. No, the guards are our own people. After the report, I directly brought him to the hall before you. The snake spear Douluo replied. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Qianren Shui's mouth. Kill. Huh. The Xingluo envoy gasped, feeling very confused. Your highness, FengYang is so powerful. Both countries are in a precarious state. Why must we kill him? Puffed. The snake spear Douluo pierced his heart with a spear. Even the envoy couldn't understand why he was killed. He had only come to Tiando as a negotiator, not as an envoy for Huaxia, and ended up dead here. However, one must remember that if one wants to avoid being discovered, they must not act. The news still reached the Snow Knight Emperor's ears. An order to summon Shui Qinghe into the palace was issued. Qianren Shui walked in as usual. Ning Fengji and Prince Shuixing were present. Father, the Snow Knight Emperor looked at him. Qinghe, do you have anything to report? He appeared old and serious. Qianren Shui was taken aback. Reporting to father, FengYang has declared himself emperor in Huaxia City. Yes, FengYang has declared himself emperor. Yet you killed the envoy sent by the Xingluo Empire. What does this mean? The Snow Knight Emperor asked. Qianren Shui thought it was not good. For a moment, he found it hard to explain. Fortunately, his mind was quick. Reporting to father, my son received the envoy from Huaxia City, who stated that Emperor FengYang only wished to conquer the Xingluo Empire and hoped that the Tiando Empire would not intervene. Afterward, the two countries would continue to coexist peacefully with the Stardo Forest as the boundary. Therefore, my son agreed to the envoy from Huaxia City. To demonstrate sincerity, I killed the envoy sent by the Xingluo Empire. Upon hearing this, the Snow Knight Emperor's expression gradually softened. After all, he was his son, Shuixing, without any flaws. One could hardly imagine that the person before them was no longer Shuixing. Qinghe, do you truly believe that FengYang will keep his promise? During the Soul Master tournament, when we went to the Martial Soul, I had some private dealings with him. I believe he would not deceive me. Moreover, our Tiando Empire has not offended him. When we built the Lord's Palace, we even sent him gold soul coins. For whatever reason, he should not. Qianren Shui spoke with clarity, appearing quite persuasive. However, the Snow Knight Emperor sighed. If only it were as simple as you think. If FengYang were to swallow the Xingluo Empire and then turn his sights on our Tiando Empire, have you considered what we would do then? In response to father, FengYang's strength is beyond imagination, already surpassing what humans can contend with. Even if we could take advantage of his weakened rear to attack Huaxia City, we may not necessarily be able to kill FengYang. As long as he is alive, our Tiando Empire cannot withstand him. You must know that FengYang has annihilated the 500,000 elite troops of the Xingluo Empire. Therefore, given the current situation, rather than angering FengYang, it is better to choose to trust him, Qianren Shui replied. The Snow Knight Emperor looked at Ning Fengji. Ning Zongzhu, what do you think? What His Highness said indeed makes sense, but putting our sovereignty in the hands of the other side is far too passive. The reason we have not had major conflicts with the Xingluo Empire over the years is due to mutual checks and balances. Our strengths are comparable. But if the Xingluo Empire is truly destroyed by FengYang, our Tiando will face a significant gap compared to FengYang. Under such a gap, will FengYang really tolerate our Tiando Empire? Ning Fengji sighed. So what should we do? War or peace? The Snow Knight Emperor asked. Everyone fell silent. FengYang naturally knew that after declaring himself emperor, he might face attacks from two nations. Yet he still arrogantly chose to declare himself emperor because the choice rests with the Tiando Empire, not him, FengYang, and his goal has been achieved. Just the name FengYang alone has plunged the entire Tiandou into a stalemate over whether to go to war or make peace for several days. In the palace hall, draft the document. FengYang said, the Xingluo royal family dares to mobilize troops against Huaxia City, attempting to pacify Huaxia, but did not expect that 5 titled Douluos, 1,000 soul masters and 500 elite troops would be completely annihilated. Today I, FengYang, march south with the intention of wiping out the Xingluo royal family. When the proclamation is issued, those in the Xingluo royal family who do not surrender will be killed without mercy. The campaign begins. Those serving the Xingluo royal family will be killed without mercy. When the troops reach Xingluo, those assisting the Xingluo royal family will be killed without mercy. He issued a proclamation, just a few hundred words, clearly outlining his strength and the fate of the Xingluo. He separated the Xingluo royal family from the rest of the Xingluo Empire. While filled with a sense of slaughter, it still carried a hint of mercy, provided it could be grasped. Over 10,000 copies of the proclamation were copied and directly scattered across various principalities and provinces of the Xingluo Empire. All Xingluo people seemed to fall into a state of fear, especially the kings of these relatively powerful principalities. Originally, under the summons of the Xingluo royal family, they were preparing to gather troops. But this proclamation caused them all to worry. Once they went to gather, it would be equivalent to assisting the Xingluo royal family, and they would undoubtedly face FengYang's merciless slaughter. In front of Huaxia City, Tang Xiao led an army of 500 and after being enveloped by the blue flame city, countless surrendered. But it was only because they failed to seize 3 seconds of time that they ended up turning to ashes. Chapter 190. Breaking the city in front of Huaxia City. Tang Xiao led an army of 500 and after being enveloped by the blue flame city, countless surrendered. But it was only because they failed to seize 3 seconds of time that they ended up turning to ashes. This scene is still vividly remembered. Therefore, no one thought FengYang was joking. However, 3 days passed, yet there was no action, and they privately contacted FengYang. At the same time, scouts reported that the kingdoms and principalities originally prepared to gather at Xingluo City were all stationed within their cities, not moving. This was good news. A single proclamation had subdued them, saving a lot of trouble. But there are always exceptions. In the city of Hadrian, the Lord of Hadrian chose to march to Xingluo City for a meeting. FengYang no longer hesitated, seizing the opportunity to make an example of others. He assembled an army of 30,000, with 10,000 soul masters above level 30, and only brought along Yu Guan among the titled Douluo. He left Dubo and 4 other titled Douluo, along with 10,000 soul masters above level 30 and 20,000 troops, to guard Huaxia City under Zhu Zhuqing's command, to prevent a surprise attack from behind by the Heavendou Empire. The Hadrian Kingdom lies beneath the Spirit Hall, while the Xingluo province is adjacent to the Hadrian Kingdom on its east side. The Spirit Hall has only 2 routes to attack Xingluo City, either through the Hadrian Kingdom's territory or through the Stardow Forest. Clearly, taking the route through the Stardow Forest is out of the question. Encountering soul beasts there would only lead to unnecessary casualties. Marching towards the Hadrian Kingdom is different. Not only can they occupy Hadrian City as a base for their advance, but can also intimidate other kingdoms and principalities. The Lord of Hadrian City had already gathered his troops and set off towards Xingluo City, but halfway there, scouts reported that FengYang was leading tens of thousands of troops to attack, scaring him back to prepare for a defense, while planning to summon the royal family of Xingluo for assistance. Report: FengYang's army is less than 10 miles away from here. A soldier reported from the Lord's mansion in Hadrian City. All soldiers, follow me to the city wall to confront the enemy. Inside Hadrian City, the residents learned that their lord had no intention of surrendering, but instead vowed to resist to the death, causing a wave of panic among them. What should we do? The lord is actually going up to the city tower to fight the enemy. We all know that FengYang's blue flames are indiscriminate. No matter what, that Emperor FengYang shouldn't involve us, right? Who knows? It's safer to hide in the house. Soon, FengYang's army was at the gates of the city. Tens of thousands of troops, arranged in neat formations, were ready to attack at any moment. FengYang personally soared into the air, stopping 20 meters in front of the city wall. You must be the Lord of Hadrian City, FengYang asked. Indeed I am. And you are FengYang? Replied the white-haired old man. Seeking death, Yu Guan shouted, daring to call out the name of Emperor FengYang directly. The white-haired old man still wore a stern expression, even showing a fierce light. In my heart, there's only the Emperor of Xingluo. What do you FengYang count as? Haha. FengYang laughed instead of getting angry. It seems you don't care at all about the lives of your soldiers or the citizens in your city. My soldiers are all brave men. Why would they fear death? The lives of the citizens in the city are protected by my 13 armies with flesh and blood, the white-haired old man retorted, showing a stubborn attitude. FengYang decided to stop wasting words. It was pointless to say more. Blue flames, storm. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding area suddenly became scorching hot. A fiery wind swept out, almost burning people's faces and clothes. The white-haired old man seemed unaware of what was happening, thinking this fiery wind was bearable. However, the residents inside the city began to feel something was wrong and started to panic. What's going on? This wind is too hot. I can't take it. I want to go inside. Just as he spoke, a sudden scream pierced the air. Everyone's eyes widened in the direction of the scream, and their pupils constricted in fear. Not far away, a towering blue flame storm surged forth. Wherever it passed, not a blade of grass remained. Whether it was buildings or people, merely touching it turned them to ash and dust. The heat wave surged, causing people to collapse to the ground, simply waiting to be consumed by the approaching blue flame storm. Ah! Help! Run! Cries of despair, terror, and pleas for help intertwined, transforming the city into a hell on earth in just a few seconds, like the end of the world. People scrambled to escape, but just a few steps away. Another blue flame storm swept in again. There were at least 10 such storms. Despair, fear, my lord, look behind, shouted a terrified subordinate of the white-haired old man. He turned to look. In that moment, it was a sight he could never forget. On the path of hundreds fleeing, a blue flame storm suddenly rolled in. Boom! Instantly, they were all engulfed. The despair and curses before death echoed. Old man, what kind of lord are you? Ignoring our lives and choosing to fight against them. What will you say to the souls of over 1 million people? No one blamed FengYang. All the blame fell on the white-haired old man. At that moment, his heart trembled violently, his eyes nearly bulging out. In that moment, he finally understood what FengYang was. How 50,000 troops could be defeated. It was like a massacre. The once prosperous Hadrian city was quickly becoming a ruin. He never expected the person before him to truly be as ruthless and callous as the rumors suggested, disregarding human life. He gritted his teeth. How can you attack those who are utterly powerless? Aren't you afraid of retribution? FengYang scoffed coldly. The one who should fear retribution is you. Your arrogance has led to the tragic deaths of innocent citizens in your city and your soldiers dying without peace. Buzz, the old man, though loyal to the Xingluo royal family, felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Please stop, he pleaded. Suddenly, he drew his long sword and slashed it across his own neck. With a splash, blood spurted out. He collapsed to the ground beneath the city. Seeing this, the soldiers behind him, already terrified to the point of losing control, all knelt down. Spare us, Emperor FengYang. Please spare us. With a heavy clang, the gates of Hadrian city slowly opened. Chapter 191. Qianren Shui's poisonous scheme. As the gates of Hadrian city opened, FengYang waved his hand. The army enters the city. A glance around revealed that the entire Hadrian city looked as if it had experienced a catastrophe, filled with ruins and desolation. It was a sight that was unbearable to witness. The air was thick with residual heat, making it almost impossible to breathe. Once bustling streets were now filled with desolation and emptiness, devoid of life and vitality. The surviving residents, filled with sorrow and fear, hid behind the rubble. Watching the army enter, daring not to make a single sound, even the death of their loved ones still restrained their sadness, fearing that the FengYang army would continue to deliver fatal blows. The banner of Huaxia was planted on the city wall and stationed inside the city. FengYang has spoken. Yes. The news quickly spread to various places. In just 3 minutes, FengYang had turned a city into ruins without losing a single soldier. The hundreds of thousands of troops in Hadrian city had been defeated without even drawing their swords. The lord of Hadrian city took his own life. The various kingdoms and duchies of the Luo Empire were horrified. It truly echoed that proclamation. When the proclamation arrives, for those who do not submit to the Luo royal family, there will be no mercy. The conquest has begun. For those who serve the Luo royal family, there will be no mercy. When troops arrive at Luo, for those who assist the Luo royal family, there will be no mercy. This was not a joke, nor was it to scare people. Once the troops were at the city gates, there would be no chance. The Kirikri's kingdom, which was adjacent to the west of Hadrian city, chose to surrender directly. This once again shocked the entire Luo. FengYang ordered the lord of Kirikri's city to continue as lord. He wanted everyone to know that as long as they surrendered to him, everything in Star Luo would remain the same as before. Soon, once again from the west, the Pelagi Kingdom and Yunluo Duchy led their troops to surrender. Only the Xingyao Duchy and the Benlang Kingdom, two vassal states, remained inactive. The main reason was that Star Luo City was still between them. If FengYang attacked, he would have to go through Star Luo City first. Therefore, for them, staying put was the best strategy. If the Star Luo royal family could withstand FengYang's attack, they would not have to feel embarrassed and could easily find an excuse to muddle through. If they could not withstand it, at least they would not have violated FengYang's proclamation and would not have helped the Star Luo royal family. But the Star Luo royal family was terrified. Reports came in, FengYang had approached the city, destroying more than half of Hadrian City without losing a single soldier, and the hundreds of thousands of troops had scattered, with the Lord of Hadrian City taking his own life. Reports came in, the Karikri's kingdom had surrendered to FengYang and combined forces with him. Reports came in, the Pelagi Kingdom had surrendered to FengYang. Reports came in, the Yunluo Duchy had surrendered to FengYang. Those pieces of news were like heavy bombs, each one more terrifying than the last, each one a heavier blow. In the blink of an eye, 1/3 of the Star Luo territory had completely belonged to FengYang. The Star Luo Emperor's face turned ashen, and he lost confidence once again. The provinces of Antonio, Longyan, West Amers, East Amers, Tianqing, and Falx. The remaining 6 provinces still had a relatively high degree of submission to the Star Luo Emperor, and 5 of them had already sent troops to join the Star Luo royal family. However, it was extremely difficult to provide support. The Lord of Gongxin City in the Antonio province had just led his troops out of the city towards Star Luo City. Shortly after, Gumeng led 10,000 Miao tribesmen and 100,000 locust troops to ambush Gongxin City. The Lord of Antonio City in the Antonio province, although he was a vice lord, had long harbored thoughts of rebellion and chose to remain inactive. The remaining Longyan province, West Amers province, Falx province, and Tianqing province were all near the coast, thousands of kilometers away from Star Luo City. It would be impossible to arrive in less than a month. Only the East Amers province could reach within a few days. There were also those duchies and kingdoms surrounding Star Luo City on both sides. But the left side had already been completely wiped out by FengYang, and the FengYang army had officially set out towards Star Luo City. In such a situation, whether the Star Luo Emperor would fight to the death or flee in a hurry became his biggest choice. On the side of the Tiando Empire, a significant decision was also made. The ministers discussed that not a single one of them was willing to attack Huaxia City, because as Lu Su said, a king of a country can have everyone surrender, as they can retain their original positions after surrendering, but the king cannot. Prince Xuexing pointed this out. Gathering 200,000 troops, Prince Xuexing, leading Xueqinghe and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School for support, set off toward Huaxia City. Upon receiving the news, Huaxia City also made a calculation. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School had 2 title Douluos, but there were 4 title Douluos within Huaxia City. Although they were at a disadvantage in terms of manpower, they could still fight. However, Ning Rongrong was unwilling to face her father on the battlefield. In the end, it was Qian Renxue who thought of a poisonous plot. She informed Zhu Zhuqing about the internal layout, where the voids were, where the supplies were. It could be said that everything was clear. That night, the Ghost Douluo led 1,000 soul masters of level 50 and above to launch a surprise attack on the barracks. The Poison Douluo led 1,000 soul masters of level 50 and above to launch a surprise attack on the supplies. They directly broke through, forcing the Tiando army to retreat. They also spread the news that Ning Fengji of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School did not want to meet his daughter Ning Rongrong with weapons on the battlefield. Hence the information about the situation in the barracks was leaked. Immediately, Prince Xuexing was furious. In the big tent, Ning Zongzhu, you betrayed the enemy. What punishment should you face? What nonsense are you talking about? Bon Douluo shouted. Ning Fengji remained calm and directly raised his hand to interrupt. Prince Xuexing, you should know what kind of person I am. How could I do such a thing? Ha! Prince Xuexing sneered. You cannot do such a thing. But the other party has your daughter. Who doesn't know that you love your daughter the most? If you want to add a crime, there is no need for a reason, Ning Fengji said. Enough of your nonsense. Someone, arrest Ning Fengti. Let his majesty decide. Prince Xuexing ordered. Yes. 4 armed soldiers immediately moved forward. Do you want to die? Bon Douluo and Sword Douluo erupted their martial souls and stood in front of Ning Fengji. Suddenly, the 4 soldiers retreated. Prince Xuexing was furious. Ning Fengti, are you trying to rebel? Uncle, Qian Renxue interjected. I also believe that my teacher is absolutely not that kind of person. Isn't it inappropriate to take him down now? Prince Xuexing, if you really think this way of me, I will take my 7 treasures glazed tile school back to the sect from now on. The life and death of the Tiando Empire has nothing to do with me, Ning Fengji said. Following that, he directly walked toward the outside of the tent. With 2 titled Douluos present, Prince Xuexing did not dare to stop him. Just like that, the 7 treasures glazed tile school was withdrawn. Chapter 192. The card is turned over without the 7 treasures glazed tile school. The Tiando Empire's offensive appeared extremely weak and powerless. Almost every battle resulted in heavy losses. As soon as a titled Douluo appeared, the ordinary soldiers of the Tiando Empire had no suspense or resistance at all. Even if they were well equipped, it was useless. For this reason, Emperor Shuya wore a worried expression, his already heavy body becoming ill from overwork. He wanted to ask the 7 treasures glazed tile school for help again. Unfortunately, he did not wait for any response and passed away due to overwhelming pressure. Qian Rengshu Shui Qinghe officially ascended the throne in Tiando City. Prince Xuexing was executed for his military defeat. All commanding generals were replaced with her own people. She set up a banquet to summon all kingdoms and principalities to Tiando for discussions on state affairs. In the end, they were all executed by Qian Rengshu. After ascending the throne, Shui Qinghe did not think about attacking Huaxia, but only focused on consolidating her power and eliminating dissenters. This puzzled Ning Fengji. He had no official position in the Tiando Empire, and he had no right to speak, so he had to give up. FengYang's army was at the gates. Emperor Xingluo chose to flee. However, under the pursuit of FengYang's 5,800 kilometers per hour, the blue flame sphere produced a sonic boom at the fastest distance. Obtaining the head of the general from 1,000,000 troops was as easy as reaching into a pocket. Emperor Xingluo, Davis, Dai Mubai, and all the royal family members were killed. After half a year, all the hard bones in the provinces were cleared one by one. The Xingluo Empire completely ceased to exist. After the entire territory was divided into Huaxia, FengYang finally turned his hands against those principalities and kingdoms. Within his territory, there would be no principalities, kingdoms, and certainly no kings. All would be referred to as city lords. Starting from Pelagie City, the former king was escorted to Huaxia City to enjoy a comfortable life. Douluo, Yueguan, Gue Mei, Meng Shu, and including his girl disciples, would all be appointed as city lords, as only trusted people could be relied upon. However, Douluo, Yueguan, Gue Mei, and his girl disciples were unwilling to leave him, preferring to stay by his side. FengYang thought that as Huaxia City served as the capital, having no other title to law would not work either. In the end, he dispatched the second-generation contributors to be city lords, such as Yin and Xiaoyu. Thus, all the provincial cities of Xingluo were replaced with his own people. Moreover, even the names of the cities were changed, such as Kaifeng, Jingzhou, Gusu, Bashu, Jinling, and Chaoge. It increasingly resembled Huaxia. At Huaxia Palace, it was still bright at 10 o'clock at night. FengYang was burning the midnight oil, busy with government affairs. With such a vast area, there were too many documents waiting for his review and approval, completely eliminating the previous ease. When he picked up the next document, it was from Tiando City. Brother FengYang, it has been 7 months, and my belly is getting bigger. When will you come to marry me? Clearly, if he didn't go soon, Qian Rengshu and his child would be born. At that time, it would be quite a laugh if an unmarried Shui Qinghe suddenly gave birth to a child. He immediately decided that tomorrow Yueguan would lead 50,000 troops to attack the Tiando Empire. Your Majesty, it's time to draw cards. Mutong came over and said cutely. Indeed, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Dugian, Hu, Mengaran, Yi Lingling, Hulaina, and even Zhu Zhuyan were all included in the harem. In the first month, FengYang enjoyed it to the fullest, indulging in them every day. He even gathered them together for hot springs. However, they never seemed to have enough, whether it was for favor or something else. Even after FengYang had just finished with one of them, they still wanted more. Perhaps that feeling, shared too many times, felt too fleeting and naturally was not satisfying enough. To balance the girl's feelings, he then devised a card drawing system. Everything was random, and it all depended on luck, so no one could fight over it. Putting down the document, he reached out. When he turned it over, it read Ning Rongrong. Seeing it was Ning Rongrong, FengYang thought of her snow-white long legs, and indeed, it had been a week since he last visited her. Sometimes, if he really couldn't get to them, he'd forget. After all, each girl was an exquisite beauty, and there was always something he missed about them. All right, I'll go over now. FengYang stood up. Your Majesty. Mutong blocked him. I had the kitchen make mung bean and lily porridge. Do you want to eat a bit before you go? Oh, FengYang looked at her. The child, like her, however, was meticulous, well-behaved, and even knew how to act cute. Being a personal maid was truly wonderful. Okay, you understand me quite well now. Of course, I've been following you for almost a month now, Mutong said. Soon, the porridge was served, along with some small dishes. What is this? FengYang asked. This is the specialty pickled vegetables from Jinling City, sent by Lord Yan. Said to be very refreshing, Mutong replied. FengYang smiled knowingly. Yan was quite thoughtful. Among these second-generation male members, Yan was indeed very close to him. Yes, he even said if you find it delicious, let him know, and he'll send more next time, Mutong said. FengYang took a bite of the pickled vegetables, and they paired well with the lily porridge. Mutong, do you think it's too tiring for a child to serve me alone? You wait by my bedside in the morning until I sleep before you go back to rest. Should I call another person to take turns with you? Huh? Mutong pouted, immediately showing an unhappy expression. I don't want that. I like following you, helping you with things. Even if it's just standing by and watching you is fine. Your Majesty, please don't call anyone else. All right then. Thank you, brother, Mutong said happily, directly leaning close to FengYang and sitting next to him. Brother, I also want to eat a bite. FengYang picked up the pickled vegetables with chopsticks and scooped a spoonful of porridge, placing the pickled vegetables on top of the porridge. Here, Mutong took a bite, feeling completely satisfied. Chewing, she revealed a shy expression. Your Majesty, how about after we finish eating, we try again? FengYang looked at her. This appearance was somewhat suggestive. He couldn't quite bring himself to it. After all, his soul was so large. Mainly, hadn't they tried it last time? It didn't work at all, and she cried. Oh, last time I was too nervous. This time I promised not to cry. Mutong said. Considering how difficult it might be, it affected his mood. He decided to let it go. Don't let it be that when the time comes. You faint directly, that would affect the mood even more. The next moment, she was already under the table. FengYang was stunned. Where did she learn this? Chapter 193. The final epilogue of Douluo Continent, Qingyu Palace. The description of Ning Rongrong was like being as pure as ice and jade, clear and transparent, resembling flawless jade. However, Ning Rongrong, aside from her appearance, was completely unrelated to any of this. She angrily scolded the maid. Didn't I ask you to give those 8 cards of mine to the eunuch? Why haven't I drawn one yet? Goodness. Xiao Wu, Huo Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and others had only a dozen cards in total, and 8 were placed in there. The maid knelt on the ground. Madam, I have already instructed and confirmed that 8 of them are your cards. How could it be that none were drawn? Impossible, Ningrongrong soktet stuporni. Until His Majesty has arrived, came the shout from outside the courtyard. Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up, and her mood instantly brightened as she rushed out. Your Majesty. The moment she saw FengYang, she embraced him directly. I miss you so much I could go crazy. FengYang glanced at the several maidservants kneeling inside the room, looking sorrowful. They must have been venting and scolded by Ning Rongrong. I can tell. FengYang, come in quickly. I prepared something very beautiful for you. Ning Rongrong took his hand and eagerly walked toward her room. Inside her boudoir, it was filled with petals and splendor, and a faint fragrance wafted through the air, seemingly having a calming effect. On the large round bed, various stockings were neatly arranged. White, red, black, pink, long, short, and transparent. Wow, this really doesn't match the purity and clarity at all. In the next moment, her beautiful eyes looked at FengYang, tiptoeing up, wrapping her arms around his neck, and gazing into his eyes. Husband, which one do you like? I can change into it right now. In this brief moment, she had already changed her address to him 3 times. The girl's fragrance also masked the calming scent, making it even more intoxicating. No need to change. I came over just to see your long white legs, FengYang said, already wrapping one hand around her slender waist. If you really like my long legs, then why haven't you come over in half a month? Instead, you seem to prefer Xiao Wu's fans and Zhu Zhuqing's black stockings, going over nearly 3 times a week. This should be luck, right? Didn't we agree that whoever draws the card is the one? FengYang said. Upon mentioning this, Ning Rongrong felt a bit guilty. After all, she was up to no good. Then I can only say I have bad luck. FengYang raised his hand and gently scratched her small nose. Don't be unhappy. I'm here now, and I will properly make it up to you today. Ning Rongrong's exquisite face flushed with shyness. She said, as a hand slid over her thigh, her skin still as tender as a lychee. This was another romantic night. The next day, after handling state affairs, Yuguan led the army north towards the Heaven Do Empire, claiming to attack the Heaven Do Empire. In reality, they encountered almost no resistance. The city lord on the Heaven Do side would surrender, making it seem like just a formality to accept the city. However, this process was still very time-consuming. After leaving the main hall, he saw the morning sun when Shuang Luo approached. She was now at level 57, but her 5th ring still lacked a spirit ring, mainly because no one had taken her to hunt for this spirit ring. Everyone was very busy, and she wasn't particularly good at socializing. Your Majesty, because I don't have a spirit ring, my level is increasing particularly slowly. I tried going to the Star Do Great Forest by myself recently, but when I encountered spirit beasts over 10,000 years old, I struggled to deal with them and had to come back. The meaning was very clear. All right, I will have Gui May take you to hunt for a spirit ring, FengYang said, preparing to turn around. Your Majesty, Shuang Luo called out to him. What is it? Could you personally take me to hunt? Shuang Luo said with a somewhat coy demeanor. Why? You'll know once I absorb the spirit ring. Shuang Luo maintained her half-lowered head expression. Originally, FengYang planned to meet Bibi Dong and then head to Sea God Island. Indeed, he had already decided to carry out the final conclusion of the Douluo Continent. At the same time, he intended to take Bibi Dong and Poseidon as disciples, directly becoming a god. There were 2 ways to become a god. The first was to reach level 99 and, if unable to break through, choose to inherit the divine legacy left on the continent to become a god. The second was to reach level 99 and, relying on one's strength, directly break through to become a god. This way of becoming a god allowed one to create their own divine position, just like Tang San inheriting the sea god in the main drama. Because it was a self-created divine position, even upon reaching the divine realm, it was incredibly powerful. But precisely because of this, the difficulty was unimaginable. Just look at Bibi Dong, who compressed her level for so many years to reach level 99, but still hadn't become a god. Although FengYang could become a god at level 100 by taking in Bibi Dong, he had offended the summoning god, which caused him to hesitate. Once he became a level 100 god, there was a chance the summoning god would appear before him and shatter his divine position. After all, once he became a god, the summoning god would have clear and actual reasons to say that he wanted to kill not the people of the continent, but a god. Just in case. Before heading to the divine realm, FengYang was determined to maximize his strength. Seeing Shuang Luo being coy, he didn't force her to speak now. After all, helping a soul master over level 50 hunt a spirit ring was really a matter of minutes. Moreover, the Star Do Great Forest was right next door. With a bit of luck, they could be done in 10 minutes. All right, let us go. FengYang activated his blue flame, took Shuang Luo with him, and headed towards the depths of the Star Do Great Forest. In just 3 minutes, they had already stepped into the Star Do Great Forest. High above, the roars of spirit beasts echoed longer, and various spirit beasts were more visible. What about that one? FengYang pointed to a flower leopard below that was around 10,000 years old. I want one from the water. Then we must go to the Life Lake in the middle of the Star Do Great Forest, which is also the home of the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python. Where did you hunt your previous spirit beasts? At level 10 and 20, I hunted outside Hadrian City at the Yen River, and at levels 30 and 40, I hunted at the Do God Lake in Star Luo City. The Star Do Great Forest was vast, comparable to the total area of a province. Therefore, it took FengYang a good half an hour to fly over. When they got within dozens of kilometers, it was almost rare to see any spirit beast, because the Titan Giant Ape had a very strong territorial awareness. Even the slightest disturbance was hard to escape its ears. However, FengYang's speed was too fast, and he directly reached above the Life Lake. Chapter 194, Dual Spirit Souls. The size of the Life Lake was comparable to a small city. Perhaps due to FengYang's rapid entry, the entire lake's surface was quite calm. Bang! A mushroom-shaped creature, slightly round and resembling a square box, emerged from the water propelled by a water column. It spouted from its body. It hovered over 5 meters high for 3 seconds. The mushroom-shaped head plunged first into the lake, dragging over 100 ribbon-like tentacles, each 3 meters long. FengYang still hadn't recognized what spirit beast that was. Your Majesty, I want that box jellyfish. Shuang Luo shouted directly. As expected of a water-type martial soul, she recognized the soul beast in the water at a glance, clearly having done a lot of research on it. Following that, she took a step forward, walked out of the fireball, and jumped into the lake. With her water-type martial soul, a seal, she could breathe and absorb energy in the water. Fourth soul skill, gravity compression. Shuang Luo utilized her soul power to twist the water into a single unit, creating pressure that she directly unleashed. Boom! the water surface exploded, shooting up 10 meters high. However, the jellyfish did not emerge from the explosion, clearly not suffering much damage. The jellyfish, although appearing to be soft-bodied, was not an easy opponent. Its tentacles were densely lined with pouch-like structures, each containing a nearly invisible hollow, stinging needle filled with venom. Quite dangerous. Seeing over 100 tentacles extending towards her, she stomped on the water and suddenly leaped into the air, breaking the water surface. Bang! The jellyfish's tentacles also emerged. FengYang, who was in the air, saw the hundreds of jellyfish tentacles swirling slowly and, not knowing any better, might have thought it was a ghost hair, truly giving a sense of trypophobia. He then made his move. A ball of blue flame was directly slashed out. Instantly, the entire water surface was cut open, dispersing to both sides. Bang! One struck directly on the jellyfish's mushroom head. Boom! Although it seemed to be underwater, it was ignited directly, and all the extending tentacles were instantly burned. The layers of blue flames on the water surface were shocking to behold. Clang! The soul rings also floated out. However, because it was FengYang who killed it, there was no reaction from Douluo. Truly not sturdy at all. No problem. Let's look for the next one, FengYang said. Douluo, okay, your majesty. Who dares to kill soul beasts recklessly in my lake of life? A solemn voice suddenly rang out. The next second, splash, a massive creature resembling a dragon's head suddenly emerged from the water not far away. The bull's head had a diameter of at least 4 meters, with large eyes shining like lanterns, connected to a massive snake body that was blackish green and several times thicker than a water tank, extending in the water with no idea how long it actually was. An overwhelming sense of pressure instantly arose, causing Douluo to frown and unconsciously move closer to FengYang. However, this pressure was nothing to FengYang. It felt like childish play. After all, any of his soul rings had already surpassed 1,000,000 years. Your Majesty, is this the Tianqing-Yogong? FengYang's gaze met that of the Tianqing-Yogong. How? The entire Douluo Continent is mine. Can I not kill? The aura emanating from the Tianqing-Yogong became even more solemn and powerful, as if it wanted to swallow a person whole. I don't know how many years it's been since anyone dared to speak to me like this. Soul Master, I acknowledge your relentless cultivation. Leave this place within 10 seconds. Today, I will claim a 10,000-year soul ring. Boom! FengYang's soul rings began to rotate. The first ring immediately diminished the Tianqing-Yogong's momentum by 8 parts. Second ring. Third ring. The Tianqing-Yogong was already feeling terrified. Its intelligence was no lower than that of humans. It could not only speak but also sense all human emotions. All its soul rings were over 1,000,000 years old, with any single one being higher than its entire soul ring. The pressure from the soul rings swept through the surrounding area. The Titan great ape at the lake's edge let out a terrified roar. Are you the Emperor FengYang mentioned by Sister Xiao Wu, who possesses the blue flame martial soul? Asked the Tianqing-Yogong. Oh, she actually mentioned me? That makes things easier, FengYang smiled. Deming greets Emperor FengYang and hopes the Emperor will not hold my earlier rudeness against me. The Tianqing-Yogong quickly lowered its head in submission. No problem. After all, I suppose I am your big brother-in-law now. I urgently need a 10,000-year soul ring. So please arrange it, FengYang said. Yes, may I ask what soul beast you require, Emperor FengYang? I want a box jellyfish, Douluo said. Understood. The Tianqing-Yogong hesitated not at all. Bang! Just a thought made another box jellyfish leap out of the lake, floating on the surface. Now I command you to voluntarily sacrifice yourself to Emperor FengYang, the Tianqing-Yogong told the box jellyfish. With just a single sentence, the box jellyfish chose to sacrifice itself without any hesitation. This shows the Tianqing-Yogong's dominance over this lake of life. Perhaps the soul beasts in the water also knew that facing FengYang's explosive 1,000,000-year soul rings, the soul beasts in the entire lake had no ability to fight back. Absorb it, FengYang said. Yes, your majesty. Douluo directly drew the black 10,000-year soul ring that was rotating in midair. The black 10,000-year soul ring moved directly above Douluo. Because the box jellyfish voluntarily sacrificed itself, Douluo found it exceptionally easy to absorb the soul ring without any struggle or attack on her soul. She even obtained the soul bone from this 10,000-year jellyfish. Indeed, it proved the saying, the probability of obtaining a soul bone from a voluntarily sacrificed soul beast is very high, almost 100%. The key point is that FengYang discovered Douluo's secret, 2 martial souls floating in midair. These two martial souls were not twin martial souls, but the same martial soul facing each other. Anyone who saw this would find it curious. Perhaps FengYang still did not understand what was going on, but the Tianqing Yogong, having lived for so many years, was very clear and exclaimed in surprise. This young lady's martial soul is actually a rare double martial soul that occurs once in 100,000 years. Once in 100,000 years? Isn't that rarer than any innate full soul power or twin martial soul? What does that mean? FengYang asked, when this double martial soul appears, whether male or female, as long as they mate, they will pass on their own martial soul, allowing for dual use. In simple terms, it means they can directly acquire each other's martial soul. The Tianqing Yogong explained. FengYang looked at Shuangluo. Emperor FengYang, generally, those with this type of martial soul only reveal it when absorbing soul rings. So they usually keep this secret to avoid becoming the innocent person who suffers for having something precious, the Tianqing Yogong continued. Indeed, once they mate, anyone can become a rare double martial soul. Doesn't that just explode? This is incredibly rarer than anything on the continent. What soul rings, soul bones? Cannot compare to this at all. I believe the talent level of soul power can rise several tiers. They can go from being an ordinary person to a genius in everyone's eyes. This will definitely become a hot commodity. Perhaps Shuangluo was targeted in the past, and there might be some secrets behind it. But this young lady is willing to reveal herself in front of Emperor FengYang. I think her feelings need not be said further, the Tianqing Yogong sighed. FengYang, due to the soul beast's active sacrifice, Shuangluo absorbed the soul ring very quickly. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at FengYang. Her beautiful eyes seemed to say everything without uttering a word. Chapter 195, Twin Spirits, Your Majesty. Under FengYang's gaze, Shuangluo lowered her head slightly. I am ready. Among all the men in the world, I only want to give my martial soul to you. Then I want to be polite. FengYang also acted without hesitation, directly starting to seize the martial soul. Shuangluo was somewhat surprised. The environment she imagined shouldn't be this hasty. The claw strips were still there, just targeted. She could only suppress her nervous emotions and began to soften and weaken under his familiar moves. Just thinking about the man in front of her being the number one in the world, she was very satisfied and fell into obsession. Puff with one sword strike. Buzz. FengYang felt a surge of soul power crashing into his body, as if it wanted to occupy half of his consciousness. And he seemed to be able to see Shuangluo's small face within his consciousness. With squinted eyes, a tear hung in his eye socket, and his pained face showed a hint of agony. Gradually, the seal martial soul began to form. However, under the pressure of the blue flame martial soul, it mutated directly. That soft and cute seal appearance seemed to be devoured, leaving only the properties of the sea. Especially when he released the seal martial soul. He could no longer see the seal, only the blue waves wrapping around his entire body. If it weren't for the somewhat cold feeling, most people would think this was the blue flame. What made FengYang feel regretful was that the system did not ring because of the transformation into twin spirits. As if this second martial soul was not under its jurisdiction. Your Majesty, Shuangluo had already pulled up her pants, with a hint of curiosity. Are you really a twin spirit now? Yes. Why can I see it? Maybe your martial soul is too weak in front of the blue flame and was directly burned away, FengYang said with a smile. What are you talking about? Didn't you see that there was no soul ring when I just activated my martial soul? FengYang continued. Then next, do I need to absorb the soul ring? Shuangluo asked. Shuangluo's gaze was also very sharp. She directly bypassed FengYang and looked at the Tianqing Yomang behind him. The big face of the Tianqing Yomang showed nothing, but its big eyes suddenly shrank sharply, clearly terrified. You want TB turning into a soul ring right away, will you? Seeing FengYang's gaze, it hurriedly spoke. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on becoming a twin spirit. You will definitely have no rivals upon returning to the continent. As your younger brother, I feel very proud. This Tianqing Yomang's remark about having no rivals, as your younger brother, was quite appropriate. One was to remind FengYang that he was now invincible across the continent, and didn't he need a 100,000-year small soul ring from it. The other was to remind FengYang that he was his brother-in-law, and he couldn't disregard him. FengYang also chuckled. All right, then I will leave first. I bid farewell to your Majesty. Watching FengYang's disappearing back, the Tianqing Yomang breathed a sigh of relief. It had finally saved its life. Your Majesty, do you still remember Hadrian City? After I was framed and about to be sent to prison, fortunately, you descended from the sky and saved me. Otherwise, I would have surely lost my martial soul, Shuang Luo lamented. Who framed you? This has become a mess, FengYang said. I know who it is. But at that time, I had no evidence, and I didn't want to directly point it out. If I were to mention the motive, the fact that I have twin spirits would become known throughout the city, which would surely bring greater trouble, Shuang Luo said. FengYang looked at her. You're really clever, but who exactly is it? The Shangwan family. Shuang Luo's eyes turned sharp and cold, referring to the family head Shangwan Shu's son, Shangwan Xian. 3 years ago, he already knew I was a twin spirit and kept pursuing me crazily. Why didn't he agree? He started to cling to me. In the end, he even threatened me. If I didn't agree, he had ways to send me to hell. Unexpectedly, not long after I was framed, FengYang nodded. So, it does have a high possibility. Those heartless wolves, in order to frame me, directly killed my senior sister. How malicious, Shuang Luo said coldly. Then why didn't you tell me at that time? I would have gone to destroy the Shangwan family, FengYang said. Shuang Luo hesitated. Although at that time you treated me as a friend, it was only a few days. I couldn't let you kill for me. FengYang Lao get. Really? Are you sure it's not to hide your twin spirit matter? Shuang Luo fell silent again. Reporting to your majesty, I indeed had some worries at that time. I thought you saved me just because I was a twin spirit, but I didn't expect you to know nothing and that so much time had passed. After my big fire, is the Shangwan family still in Hadrian City? FengYang asked. The Shangwan family is not in Hadrian City, but to the west. It is now called Chaoga City, Shuang Luo replied. That means the Shangwan family is still doing well. Shall we go there now? Your Majesty, for such a small family. There is no need for you to go personally. I can go myself, Shuang Luo said. That is fine. Returning in glory will be more satisfying. At that time, I will send 100 soldiers to follow you and support your scene, FengYang said. Thank you, Your Majesty. Soon, Huaxia City was already within reach. The back and forth took only half a day. Your Majesty, then, can I still find you to sleep with you? She had a blush on her fair face. Ha ha. FengYang laughed, wrapping his arm around her waist. Of course, but you also have to draw lots. Thank you, Your Majesty. Being able to draw lots was already very satisfying for Shuang Luo. Just as they entered the palace, Your Majesty, brother, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong are arguing in the harem, Mutong said. FengYang was taken aback, feeling a headache coming on. What is it this time? Clearly, this was not the first time. Since they officially entered the harem, these girls had not settled down, constantly competing and being jealous. Because Ning Rongrong made a lot of lots, which increases the probability of you drawing lots at night. Damn, the harem is full of schemes, as expected. Ning Rongrong looked pure and clean, but always played by her own rules. As soon as they stepped into Qingyu Palace, you're still arguing. Do you believe I'll tell Huo Wu and Dugu Yin about your secret? Xiao Wu shouted loudly. This is my Yuqing Palace. Don't shout here. Are you bullying me because I'm an auxiliary system and don't dare to fight you? Ning Rongrong sopted. Chapter 196. Eldest daughter, Wind and Snow. You're still arguing. Do you believe I will tell your secret to Huo Wu and Dugu Yin? Xiao Wu shouted. This is my Yuling Palace. Stop shouting here. Ning Rongrong retorted. Are you bullying me because I'm a support type and don't dare to fight you? You want everyone to know, right? I just want to say, let me put up 8 signs too. Why can't you admit it? Xiao Wu said. Anyway, I didn't. Ning Rongrong kripiet. If you keep doing this, I will tell everyone. She added. Is Ning Rongrong the type of person who can't stand to see others do well if she can't? Xiao Wu was speechless at Ning Rongrong's response and decided to be resolute. Fine. I'm going to tell Huo Wu and Dugu Yin right now. Is this ever going to end? Stop arguing. FengYang interfinet. Upon seeing him, both girls showed immense surprise and rushed over. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. They both opened their arms and hugged him tightly. You are both the wives of the emperor now. Why are you acting like little girls? FengYang said. I just love being the little wife, Ning Rongrong replied. Master, I finally see you. It's so hard to see you now, Xiao Wu said. There's no helping it. There are hundreds of memorials on the table every day. Can't you help me out? FengYang asked. It's more suitable for Zhu Qing to handle this. Xiao Wu hesitated. The problem was that Zhu Qing was also unwilling to do it. She needed to train hard for 16 hours straight and had no time for anything else. She wanted to work hard to become a god and ascend to the divine realm with FengYang. So, after thinking it over, this matter could only be entrusted to Qian Renxue. With explosive talent and innate soul power at level 20, nothing could stop her talent. In fact, Zhu Qing didn't need to be that diligent. The rules of the divine realm state that as long as FengYang becomes a level 1 deity, he can bring his family along. However, there are only a few dozen level 1 deities in the divine realm, while there are over 100 level 2 deities. Thus, The difference in power and authority between level 1 and level 2 deities is vast. However, considering that even Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai could become level 2 deities, with FengYang's strength, being a level 1 deity might just be the minimum requirement. Since no one can help, I don't have time to accompany you, FengYang said. Master, do you have time now? Xiao Wu asked with wide eyes and perked ears. What for? Even if I have time, you have to come to me. Ningrongrong asserted. Xiao Wu immediately glared at her. You really have a nerve? I haven't even settled the score with you for cheating last night. I told you. I didn't cheat, Ning Rongrong said, hands on her hips. With her righteous demeanor, one might think Xiao Wu was wronging her. Fine. I'm going to tell Huo Wu and Ning Rongrong and see if they come to argue with you, Xiao Wu said. Your Majesty, look at her. She's deliberately trying to stir up trouble in the harem. Ning Rongrong pouted. Xiao Wu, do you have evidence that Ning Rongrong cheated? FengYang asked. Of course. This morning, that eunuch was holding the signs, and another one knocked them over, scattering them everywhere. I just happened to see it. They were all Ning Rongrong signs, Xiao Wu explained. That's none of my business. Besides, that eunuch didn't say it was me, Ning Rongrong replied. With your unreasonable young lady temper, if that eunuch admitted it, would he still have a life? Xiao Wu remarked. Upon hearing this, FengYang was certain that Ning Rongrong had indeed cheated. Rongrong, you go in and rest. Xiao Wu, come with me, he said, watching the two leave the Qingyu Palace. Ning Rongrong had her hands on her hips, thinking to herself, anyway, Master loves me. He won't blame me. Master, it must be her instigation, Xiao Wu continued to insist. I know, FengYang replied. Huh? Master knows, and yet doesn't scold her? If this continues, what was the point of setting this rule in the first place? Xiao Wu said. In fact, FengYang also thought that this rule was indeed a bit based on luck. Like last time, he drew Yell Lingling 5 times in a row. Even though FengYang went all out against her, she seemed to be unfazed. Eventually, FengYang realized she was playing self-healing, saying she was too afraid of pain. It really made FengYang want to change his target, but he couldn't break the rules he set himself. Otherwise, it would be like slapping his own face. In the end, that night, FengYang prohibited her from self-healing. Don't be angry. Let's go to your palace now, FengYang said. Xiao Wu exclaimed with joy, feeling relieved from the frustration of not drawing a sign for days. Xiao Wu's long hair cascaded down to her waist, contrasting with her pinkish-white stockings and little skirt. Every inch of her touch was savored. Xiao Wu also enjoyed this feeling, as if he cherished every inch of her. She bit her lip slightly, her little face filled with enchantment as she turned to look at him. Husband, don't pull my ear. After 2 months, the southern and northern continents were unified. The entire map displayed the characters Hua in the upper half and Xia in the lower half, standing out prominently. Most people didn't find it strange. Perhaps they had long since compromised to the idea of the southern and northern continents eventually uniting. All the Tiando royal family, including Xue Qinghe, were killed. Huaxia City gained a new figure, Qianren Xue. Some speculated that Qianren Xue was Xue Qinghe, who had disguised herself in the Tiando imperial city for many years. But this ultimately became a story. At the same time, FengYang and Qianren Xue's daughter was born in Huaxia City. Looking at his newborn daughter in his arms, FengYang felt quite excited. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Huo Wu, and Duge Yin all gathered around. Wow, she looks so much like Master, Xiao Wu exclaimed. Yeah, it's like seeing Master when he was a child, Duge Yin said. But her nose and eyes are quite like her mother's. With a straight nose and slightly delicate phoenix eyes, Huo Wu added. FengYang's gentle gaze made Qianren Xue feel a pang of jealousy. Look at how you don't even look at your daughter with that kind of gaze. Are you jealous of your daughter? FengYang Lao Get. Of course. You've never looked at me like that. After all, FengYang had spent too little time with her. All right, I'll just keep looking at you. Always looking at you. FengYang said, looking at Qianren Xue, which made her shy. She raised a hand to block his view. Don't look. Fine, then I'll look at our daughter. Qianren Xue. What should we name her? How about Feng Shui? FengYang suggested, looking at Qianren Xue. Feng Shui. Qianren Xue nodded, showing her satisfaction. This name was indeed simple and hasty. Chapter 197. Bibi Dong wants to be called baby, must be at the innermost part. The intense impact brought warmth, making the girls feel satisfied. Eagerly wanting to have a love child with FengYang, her original plan was repeatedly postponed. One sentence. Do you hope that the child won't see his father before he's born? Truly made FengYang feel reluctant. Thus, for the next year, FengYang focused on procreation, resulting in a series of adorable daughters. As for the governance of the Huaxia regime, it was fully entrusted to Qianren Xue. A year had passed, and her prestige was quite high. Qianren Xue wanted to become the empress, but FengYang did not agree. It wasn't that he was reluctant to give up the position, but he was concerned that Qian Rinxue, being ruthless, would make things difficult for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Moreover, if he became the empress, where would FengYang's harem reside? Would he have to leave the palace? Although the rules were set by him, it would be easy for things to go awry in his absence. Furthermore, there had never been peace in the harem. It could be said that after the unification of the North and South, the biggest battlefield was the harem. Despite FengYang repeatedly warning them and setting down 3 rules. 1. No foul language allowed in the harem. 2. Noise levels must not exceed 70 decibels. 3. No fighting allowed. However, the insinuations and taunts still had their own effectiveness. Oh, Sister Na, you look particularly alluring today. Little Yin, you seemed very comfortable last night. Your moans could probably be heard throughout the harem. Such remarks continued, and even Qian Rinxue often found herself in disputes over jealousy with them. The key issue was that Qian Rinxue's tolerance was not very high. Therefore, she managed the nation and the harem as the empress, which was just right for FengYang. Next, FengYang began to take his final step. He planned to go to Sea God Island and also to add soul rings to his second martial soul. In a corner of the palace, which was not part of the harem, there was a room that could be considered a guest room. Only 2 maidservants were there. Apart from Hulaina occasionally visiting to chat, hardly anyone dared to disturb her. She was Bibi Dong. Upon entering, Bibi Dong came out to greet him, her face as expressionless as usual. Your Majesty, I pay my respects. She slightly bowed her head. No need for formalities. It's been a year since we last met. I thought you had forgotten me, Bibi Dong said, raising her head. You seem to have been quite patient, not coming to find me at all, FengYang replied. Your Majesty is busy with state affairs during the day and indulging at night, so I assumed you had no time, Bibi Dong said flatly, her words carrying a hint of sourness. With a smile, FengYang assessed her. Her small oval face was still beautiful, devoid of any makeup, yet her skin remained fair. Perhaps this was the reason for being the peerless Douluo. Even though she was over 40 years old, due to being the peerless Douluo, she could live for thousands of years. In comparison, Bibi Dong could easily be described as youthful. However, after staying in the deep palace for so long, her sharpness seemed to have been completely worn away, and her eyes no longer held the previous fierceness and sharpness. Look at you, you seem to lack spirit. FengYang observed. Bibi Dong did not refute this. Instead, she lowered her head and sighed. At this moment, I really don't know what motivates me to keep living or why I'm alive. Hasn't Yu Xiaojiang not been found yet? FengYang asked. Speaking of Yu Xiaojiang, Tang, Sim was indeed good at hiding. After the North-South unification, FengYang issued a nationwide wanted notice, yet there was not a single lead. He was likely hiding overseas. This nationwide wanted notice was not issued lightly. It required local lords to search from districts to towns to villages, almost going door to door. Anyone who dared to harbor him would face extermination of their clan. In the main story, Tang Hao managed to hide Tang San for so many years mainly because the Wuhuan Palace's influence had not spread throughout the country. Bibi Dong's expression showed no reaction. Instead, she looked up at him. Your Majesty, please don't discuss me. Whether or not we find him doesn't affect my mood at all. Is that so? Then let me tell you, after a year of effort, we have discovered that Yu Xiaojiang is on a place called Sea God Island, FengYang said, carefully observing her. Her gentle face showed no change, and there was no sparkle or hatred in her eyes. Then please, Your Majesty, just kill him directly. You don't plan to kill him yourself? I'm afraid it would dirty my hands. All right, it seems you really find life boring, FengYang remarked. Then would you like to accompany me on a trip to Sea God Island? Huh? Bibi Dong finally showed a hint of surprise. After all, with so many beautiful girls around him, how could it possibly be her? Going out to play was not like going out to fight. Why would it be me? Why are there so many questions? Do you want to go or not? FengYang asked. I'll go. She no longer hesitated. Life was already quite boring every day, and she had always wanted to find an opportunity to talk about apprenticeship and see if her soul power could advance further. However, there had never been a chance. It was that simple. The two changed into casual clothes, and FengYang ignited his blue flames, soaring into the sky towards the vast and boundless ocean. Who did you leave your country to? Bibi Dong asked. To your daughter, FengYang replied. Every time Qian Rinxue was mentioned, the atmosphere seemed to become less joyful. I didn't expect it would just be the two of us, Bibi Dong remarked. That's exactly how it should be. Just the two of us in our world. FengYang said lightly. Bibi Dong looked up at him. Despite her tall stature and previous domineering aura, she was actually more of a petite type, even a few centimeters shorter than Xiao Wu. Feeling his gaze, FengYang also looked back. What's wrong? Can't I flirt with you? Flirt? She questioned. FengYang directly reached out and playfully pinched her nose. That means teasing you. Bibi Dong's heart, which had been as calm as still water, began to race uncontrollably. She felt a little shy and turned her head away, pretending to be very casual. I could be your mother. Ha! FengYang chuckled, placing a hand on her shoulder. Then I can call you baby. Bibi Dong shivered all over, feeling a wave of embarrassment. How disgusting. Your Majesty, please don't call me that. How about calling you dear? She fell silent, feeling at a loss. Yet, her blood was boiling, and her heart was racing, as if life had finally regained a bit of vitality and excitement. You would T wanting to call you mother, would you? Boring, not a bit of reaction. FengYang then let her go. Bibi Dong finally looked at him. He was already gazing ahead, secretly thinking, I've just trained myself to not show my emotions. Chapter 198. Staying in a hotel with Bibi Dong. As for how far Sea God Island is from the mainland, few people know. Therefore, the map does not have specific markings. FengYang flew for 4 hours, calculating at 4,800 kilometers, covering nearly 20,000 kilometers, before finally seeing Hanhai City, the closest city to the mainland. Half of that distance was traversed through Huaxia City and Tiandou. Even so, this distance is still quite exaggerated. Hanhai City is completely surrounded by the sea, and it can definitely be considered the largest coastal city in the western region of the Tiandou Empire. As the city became clearer, a faint salty breeze wafted through the air. Do you still have enough soul power? Bibi Dong asked. It's okay, FengYang replied, glancing at her. What's wrong? Nothing, I just never saw you fly for so long. I thought you couldn't do it, Bibi Dong said. Can a man say he can't? FengYang replied. As they were only 100 meters above the ground, looking down from the sky, they could already feel the prosperity and vitality of Hanhai City. The changes on the mainland had no impact here. There weren't even any discussions about it. Perhaps what mattered in Hanhai City were only the events happening on Sea God Island. After landing, looking at the bustling streets and the crowd, Bibi Dong's mood improved. People do need to get out and walk after being cooped up in an environment for too long. The fruits and fish here seemed particularly large. She looked at the stalls and said, yes, this is a place of abundance. I'm a bit thirsty. How about we buy coconut water to try? FengYang suggested. All right, you pay. I don't have any money, Bibi Dong replied. She had never carried any gold soul coins. Not even when the assets of the original Wuhuan Hall were all converted into Huaxia City's assets. FengYang had never given her any money, not even copper soul coins. Besides, you're already an empress. How can you still ask me for money? Just teasing you. Why are you so serious? FengYang said. Bibi Dong had always been a serious person and couldn't keep up with FengYang's rhythm. However, when FengYang took out money, he found that he hadn't brought any either. They were both stuck. Now what? No money, no dinner, and we might have to sleep on the street, FengYang said. Sleep on the street? For Bibi Dong, not eating was acceptable, but sleeping on the street was a bit hard to accept, especially since the sun had already set. Did you not bring a tent? We could camp outside the city. FengYang Laoget. With no money, why would I bring a tent? Is there no other way? We could just rob someone. FengYang said. Bibi Dong shook her head, clearly disdainful of the idea of robbery. Eventually, the two sat on a bench in a garden, gazing at the starry night sky. The temperature difference between day and night here was quite significant, and it felt a bit chilly. FengYang rested his shoulder against hers again. Do we look like a couple on a date? Not really. Not really? Everyone can tell I'm older than you. How could we look like one? But your beauty cannot be hidden, FengYang smiled. Do you not have any feelings for me? Bibi Dong was stirred by this question, but remained rational and even defensive. No, and I think you're only getting close to me for my body. Once you have it, you'll just keep in your deep palace. Haha, why do you think that about me? I'm not that kind of person, FengYang laughed. If they want to come out and play, I certainly wouldn't refuse. But this time, my purpose is not just for fun. What else is there? She asked. FengYang turned serious. Do you want to improve? She looked back, feeling a bit excited. You can't really help me improve, can you? You've seen the power of my daughter's sword, and you think you, as a limit Douluo, can withstand that sword? FengYang said. Bibi Dong recalled the scene in the City of Slaughter. That sword's might seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth. It was something she couldn't withstand, and that sword was unleashed by Qianren Xue at level 80. Then teach me. It can't be free, can it? FengYang smilet. Bibi Dong was stunned. Do I really have to give my body? She seemed a bit resentful, perhaps recalling her past experiences with Qian Xuanji, making her feel fearful about such matters. She always thought of it as a transaction. FengYang was also taken aback. Did I say you had to give your body? Bibi Dong silently gazed at him. Forget it, I don't want to talk to you anymore, FengYang said, a bit haughtily, withdrawing his arm from her fragrant shoulder. If it's to be my disciple, I can do that. Bibi Dong seemed to change her mind. No net, FengYang replied. Just as Bibi Dong was about to say something more, someone passed by, eating grilled fish skewers. It truly was a place abundant in various grilled fish. The aroma could be smelled from a distance, making FengYang crave it. I need to get some money first. I want to eat. I'll think of a way, Bibi Dong said, as if trying to please FengYang in order to become his disciple. What way? The Soul Fighting Arena. In the end, Bibi Dong went to sign up and asked the staff what level she was. When she said 99, the staff was shocked, unable to speak coherently. Even now, thinking back to that moment made FengYang laugh. Finally, the leader came over, saw the 9 soul rings in motion, and directly knelt down, giving Bibi Dong 10,000 gold soul coins. One must say, with the title of Douluo, her mere presence was worth money. The night market was brightly lit and bustling. Coastal cities love nightlife. From this angle, you could see the sea directly. Many people enjoyed the sea breeze while eating barbecued food. After finishing the skewers, FengYang, feeling thirsty, spent 30 copper soul coins to buy coconut water as big as a durian. It was still quite expensive. The vendor skillfully cut the coconut with a knife, revealing the top skin. Why only buy one? Bibi Dong asked. FengYang didn't answer. He took the coconut handed over by the vendor and inserted a straw into it. After taking a sip, he handed it to Bibi Dong. She immediately understood, but hesitated awkwardly. What's the matter? Do you dislike me? No. Then hurry up. So many people are watching. You wouldn't want to embarrass me, would you? FengYang said. Your Majesty, it's because so many people are watching that I feel embarrassed. Don't call me Your Majesty outside. I don't even call myself Fi anymore. Also, you're quite old, saying sorry. Do I have to come out? There's a woman, in her 40s, who tells me that it's embarrassing to use the same straw with a man. As soon as she finished speaking, Bibi Dong took the straw in her mouth and took a sip, the sweet taste flowing through her tongue. Is it good? Then how about another sip? This is the second time. Bibi Dong seems to have become much more natural. In the end, I even saw someone selling pearls. Under the night sky, they looked even more dazzling and beautiful. FengYang also bought a dozen pearls at once, giving the largest one to Bibi Dong. As the sky darkened, he found a hotel to rest in. It was a double suite. There was a living room in the middle with 2 bedrooms on either side. Chapter 199. She got the sheets dirty. After greeting each other, they returned to their rooms to rest. The night passed without incident. Everything seemed exceptionally peaceful. When FengYang woke up, it was just as the sun was rising. He opened the window, and the best morning sunlight poured in. Looking at the distant ocean truly made one feel relaxed and comfortable. A few minutes later, he purified himself and walked out of the room. Not seeing Bibi Dong in the living room, it seemed she had not yet woken up. He approached the door, ready to knock and call her to join him for breakfast. After all, it was definitely better to eat together than alone. However, just as he raised his hand to knock, he heard what seemed to be a faint, delicate gasp from inside, soft and tingling. It was quite unbearable to hear, so early in the morning. What exactly was Bibi Dong doing in there? It was obvious. FengYang couldn't help but smile, truly not expecting that Bibi Dong had such a preference. It confirmed that saying, you never know what kind of person a woman who appears aloof and dignified in front of others might be behind closed doors. FengYang was also considering whether to go in now. For Bibi Dong, it would definitely be super awkward. But for him, it was an opportunity. He immediately pressed the handle, ready to go in. However, he found it was locked. In that instant, Bibi Dong's voice stopped. She tensed up, her face turning red, even though no one was watching. The shame she felt for herself, not wanting anyone to know that Bibi Dong could have such a side, was overwhelming. Her fingertips moved away from the toy. Although it felt a bit uncomfortable, what was she doing? She did voice management. What do you want to eat for breakfast? FengYang didn't force his way in. That's fine. Then I'll just casually ask for a little. You hurry up and come out. Got it, Bibi Dong replied. Also a tough person, she just got out of bed without finishing her business and started splashing water on her face in the shower. That feeling of holding it must be quite uncomfortable. FengYang simply made a phone call, asking the hotel to deliver some breakfast. Unexpectedly, it was quite lavish. Wontons, rice noodles, plain porrique, vegetables, marinate dishes, bucket pancakes, fried dog sticks, buns, tea eggs, coffee, black tea, milk. Hello, this is a special gift from our establishment for you. Please enjoy. The waiter said. Is the hotel aware that Bibi Dong is the title Douluo? Otherwise, they wouldn't treat him so specially. It's just that they are afraid of the identity of the title Douluo and dare not make it public. FengYang returned to the living room and first took a glass of milk to sip on. After another 5 minutes, Bibi Dong finally came out gracefully, as if nothing had happened. Good morning. Good morning. How did you sleep? It's okay. Why did you order so much? Thanks to you, Douluo, FengYang said with a smile. Stop teasing me. Oh, you made progress. You actually know I was teasing you. Bibi Dong didn't hesitate either, picking up her chopsticks, grabbing a dumpling, and placing it into her cherry-like mouth, chewing slowly. Feeling FengYang's gaze fixed on her, she also slowly raised her head. When she saw his smile, Bibi Dong couldn't help but feel a bit of a tingling sensation on her scalp. What's going on? Can using your own hands be effective? Buzz. Bibi Dong only felt her head buzzing. Did he hear it again? She couldn't help but feel her face turn red again, and she suddenly became bold, staring directly into FengYang's eyes. Who used their hands? Did you mishear? Ha! FengYang couldn't help but laugh. Are you angry out of shame? What shame? Don't think that just because you're the majesty and stronger than me, you can slander me like this. She continued with righteous indignation. What the hell? FengYang, filled with doubts about the national essence, felt surprised and said, I must provide evidence, right? After speaking, she also walked towards Bibi Dong's room. What are you doing? Bibi Dong felt nervous and directly followed. Doesn't she know that a woman's room shouldn't be entered casually? FengYang didn't stop at all and rushed in. He immediately bent down to search on the pure white sheets. Due to the fact that Bibi Dong had slept on the blanket for a night, there was a lingering body fragrance around him. Seeing FengYang sniffing and examining the blanket and sheets she had slept on made Bibi Dong feel as if her underwear had been exposed. She directly grabbed FengYang's shoulder and said, Stop looking. I found it. FengYang suddenly said, What did you find? Look here. Bibi Dong followed the direction of Yang's finger to the bed sheet, which was clearly stained with some damp liquid, and the angle matched her position perfectly. Boom! In an instant, Bibi Dong felt as if her forehead had been blasted. Do you have anything else to say? This must definitely be because the bedsheet wasn't washed properly. Still trying to make excuses? You're really boring. Bibi Dong directly walked out, feeling very annoyed. FengYang also followed her out. I just want to ask you one question. When you use your hands, you're not thinking of me, right? Boom! Hearing this, the already tense Bibi Dong felt as if her forehead had exploded. It was as if he had truly seen through her completely, because it really was him. She frantically dodged his gaze, while FengYang relentlessly pursued her with his eyes. Could it really be me? The two of them rested until the afternoon. They looked at the distance to Neptune Island, which is located in the deepest part of the sea, probably over 30,000 kilometers away. If they were to consume soul power to reach the island directly, it would be unnecessary. FengYang himself wasn't in a hurry. He planned to find a merchant ship and prepare to set sail. Fresh fish. Come and take a look over here. These are just salvaged. Sir, do you need to go out to sea? Our ship is big and stable. Even soul beasts can't cause any harm, allowing you to enjoy the sea view perfectly. The vendors by the seaside are no fewer than those in the city. Looking at the large ship in front of us, its size is moderate, wrapped in iron armor, and its defense looks quite good, especially with the famous shipmaster standing high above on the sails, looking very professional and skilled. That is our captain, Hygel, the vendor introduced. Hygel also jumped down from the high sail, landing steadily from 20-meter distance. His skills and soul power are impressive. Gentlemen, I think there's no need to hesitate. Choosing our sea ship is the most reliable option, Hygel said. All right, FengYang responded. How much for Sea God Island? It's quite far from there, and you may encounter very fierce soul beasts along the way. You need to equip the best crew, costing at least 5,000 gold soul coins, Hygel replied. FengYang also gave Bibi Dong a glance. 5,000 is 5,000. Here you go. Bibi Dong took out the 9,999 gold soul coins given her by the owner of the Fighting Spirit Arena yesterday. Hagel's face seemed calm, but his eyes flickered as if he had already regarded these two as easy targets from overseas. FengYang couldn't help but want to laugh. His skilled demeanor clearly indicated that this wasn't his first time. Set sail. Depart. After boarding, with a loud shout from Hygel, the ship's propeller began to accelerate underwater, heading towards Sea God Island. The two stood on the deck, gazing into the distance, seagulls occasionally flying past. This sailing speed is faster than I imagined, FengYang remarked. Generally speaking, a ship traveling at 100 kilometers per hour is already very fast. For 30,000 kilometers, it would take at least 300 hours. But this ship seems to reach a speed of 200 kilometers per hour. It might be as the captain said, we could arrive in 6 to 8 days. The stars at night appeared even brighter. FengYang and Bibi Dong stood at the highest point of the deck, about 10 meters up, looking up. Don't you want to enter the divine realm? Bibi Dong slowly spoke. Why do you ask that all of a sudden? Because to enter the divine realm, one needs a divine position and inheritance, but you haven't shown any intention of seeking a position inheritance until now. Then I can create my own divine position, FengYang said. Bibi Dong fell silent for a few seconds, feeling an immense difficulty within. She couldn't help but sigh. Creating your own divine position. I once thought about that too, but decades have passed, and I couldn't even touch it. Although you're stronger than me, I can't deny that I still have twin martial spirits. Twin martial spirits? Are you proud of that? Haha. FengYang leaned against her chest, feeling a softness. Let me lean for a while. Clearly, he did not intend to explain much. In such a scene, Bibi Dong couldn't help but look at FengYang at this moment. She felt a hint of romance. I wish this could go on forever. Are you moved by me? FengYang's eyes were gazing at the night sky. Yet he sensed her looking at him from behind. I really don't know what kind of soul is hidden within your 20-year-old bone age. After touching his body, Bibi Dong naturally felt more of his real age. There are many things that require talent. Being older just means consuming more. FengYang said, although this statement sounded pretentious. You indeed have the qualifications to say it. Just admit that I am strong. No, she countered without hesitation. I admit you're a scumbag. Huh? FengYang's gaze landed on her. The two stared at each other. Isn't that so? The woman beside you. Have you ever let go of anyone? That can only mean I'm sentimental. How can you call me a scumbag? Those who deceive feelings are scumbags. I am sincere with every woman. When I ascend to godhood, they will also enter the divine realm. FengYang said, no comparison, no harm. This sentence struck Bibi Dong's heart like a blow. Remembering her past experiences, it was nothing but abandonment. Looking at her soft expression, if you're moved, give me a kiss. Bibi Dong regained her composure. Actually, I still don't know what you're going to do at Sea God Island. Become a god. The Sea God inheritance? Didn't you say you wanted to create your own divine position? You'll know when we get there. Time passed quickly. Although the days on the ship were dull, they weren't too hard to endure. 3 days passed in a blink. Surrounding them, there were no islands in sight, only the vast ocean. In such an environment, it still gave a sense of deep-sea fear, especially at night. The waves were strong, and the entire ship swayed in the sea. This made Bibi Dong, who was used to land, feel very insecure. She pressed closely against him, which genuinely made FengYang laugh. You still have things you're afraid of? You can fly, so of course, you're not afraid. Fly? I can swim too, FengYang said. Bibi Dong completely didn't believe it. Suddenly, the ship's cabin began to shake violently. There had clearly been no collisions, yet this phenomenon occurred. There was only one possibility. A massive creature was swimming beneath the ship, causing it to shake. In that moment, Bibi Dong's eyes sharpened with surprise. Something's not right. Let's go out and take a look, FengYang said. The two walked outside. On the deck, the crew members were not overly tense. It seemed they had already taken protective measures. The captain, Haijel, controlling the ship, wore a smile on his face. Upon seeing FengYang and Bibi Dong come out onto the deck, he said, ladies, hold on tight. We might have strayed into the territory of the abyssal whale. Beneath this sea area lies a trench over 1,000 meters deep, home to a 10,000-year sea soul beast, the abyssal whale. What? A 10,000-year sea soul beast? Bibi Dong instantly became furious. If it were a 10,000-year soul beast on land, she wouldn't worry at all, but this was at sea, where land soul master's powers were halved while sea soul beast powers doubled, creating a one-fold difference. Weren't you the one who said we could just avoid these soul beast territories and wouldn't encounter them? Bibi Dong questioned. I haven't been this far in a long time. Encountering a 10,000-year soul beast makes me nervous too. I will leave this sea area as quickly as possible. Haijel pretended to be nervous and said. Just as they stepped out onto the deck, FengYang caught a glimpse of Hagel's smirk. It was clear he was well prepared and had soul guiding devices that could allow them to escape and navigate quickly in the sea. He thought they were easy targets, didn't he? Unbeknownst to them, there were only 10,000 gold soul coins on his entire body. After giving them 5,000, the remaining 5,000 might not even be enough to subsidize the ship. Not to mention, FengYang was even less likely to be a fool. Heh! After a light chuckle, when it rains, it pours. If someone seeks death, there is truly no way to stop them. Hegel felt a sinking sensation in his heart as he looked at the expression in FengYang's eyes. What does this young man mean? Under the swaying bang, suddenly, a loud crash occurred. In that instant, the crew nearly lost their balance. Even Bibi Dong could only barely stabilize herself thanks to FengYang's hold. The deep-sea demon whale is coming. Activate the soul guide, Hegel shouted. At this moment, even they did not dare to be careless. Great! The 100,000-year soul ring has arrived. FengYang became excited, leaving Bibi Dong somewhat bewildered. Even if you can fly, you can't possibly kill a soul beast in the sea, right? After all, it could just dive to the seabed, and you can't do anything about it. Not to mention, it's a 100,000-year soul beast. Chapter 201. Shocked Great. The 100,000-year soul ring has arrived. FengYang's words left everyone present confused. Under the impact of the deep-sea demon whale, its entire body surfaced. Its massive form, dozens of meters long and wide, completely blocked out the moonlight. A sense of fear from a colossal creature rushed at them. As seawater slid off its body, its skin seemed to have streaks of lava-like colors. Roar! It suddenly opened its gaping maw and let out a fierce roar, exuding an overwhelming aura. This large ship seemed insignificant before it, as if it could be swallowed whole. The trembling vortex and the air seemed to freeze. The oppressive aura of the deep-sea demon whale far surpassed that of the Titan giant ape. Bibi Dong was secretly astonished. Under such tremors, various ice spikes, resembling small mountains, fell from above. The lethality was simply earth-shattering. The crew had already entered the small soul guide devices, waiting to see the spectacle. Their soul guides not only allowed for quick escape, but also had the ability to absorb gold soul coins. Boom! Blue flames suddenly spread, forming a sea of fire that poured from FengYang's palm. In an instant, it collided with the ice spikes, effortlessly melting them. What? The crew was shocked, never having expected that even the attacks from the deep-sea demon whale, which had surpassed 100,000 years, would be easily dispelled by him with a single move. The most astonished were those who had been waiting for 2,000 years to find a successor to the sea god. The deep-sea demon whale had already transformed into a dragon, definitely not comparable to an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast. The deep-sea demon whale looked at FengYang, feeling an intense sense of crisis and pressure. You can even melt my cold poison? The blue flames surged forth, filled with murderous intent. The deep-sea demon whale instantly felt furious. In its territory, it had never feared anyone. Roar! A roar akin to a dragon's echoed. From its blood-spewing mouth, a burst of red flames, like a destructive jet, gushed forth. Bang! Upon the collision of the blue flame sphere, the jet of flames exploded instantly, scattering like flowers across the night sky, creating a moment of brilliance on the sea surface. Kid, you're surprisingly strong. I'll deal with you later. Feeling that it was completely outmatched, the deep-sea demon whale dove straight to the seabed. Bang! Its enormous form created splashes on the water's surface, like a super cannonball. You don't have a later. FengYang dove directly into the whirlpool where the figure had disappeared. Bibi Dong and everyone else watched in shock as the entire ship slowly fell into silence. Inside the yacht's soul guide, too strong. That young man is definitely at the limit Douluo level. Otherwise, he couldn't be this strong. Boss, what do we do now? If we just slip away, will he cause trouble for us when he returns to Hanhai City? Yes. Hegel and the others were all trying to make a living in Hanhai City. If they left, they would have nowhere to go. After all, every island near Hanhai City was occupied by a group leader. Capturing the port is not that simple. Let's go up and talk. Hegel said. The group of 8 went back onto the large ship. Bibi Dong stood on the deck, looking worriedly at the spot where FengYang had disappeared into the underwater whirlpool, hoping he would come out soon. After all, that 100,000-year sea soul beast was even stronger than the sky-blue bull python in the forest. Moreover, being in the sea gave it an inherent advantage. Incredible. This lord, I really didn't expect your husband to be this powerful. Hegel chuckled, speaking to Bibi Dong. However, when she turned her face, Bibi Dong had a gloomy expression and did not feel any better just because Hegel referred to FengYang as her husband. You, as the escort team, encountered a sea soul beast and actually activated the soul guide to run away first? Facing Bibi Dong's dark questioning, Hegel still forced a smile. I'm really sorry. That 100,000-year deep-sea demon whale is truly terrifying. We were really scared, so... Enough nonsense. You all deserve to die. Bibi Dong's killing intent surged. Hegel became nervous. Even if we fled first, it shouldn't warrant a death sentence, right? Do you think we don't know you want to plot against us? Bibi Dong's words struck home. Hegel and the others exchanged guilty glances. Hegel himself was still the pirate captain. He laughed nonchalantly and looked at Bibi Dong with a lewd gaze. What kind of talk is this? We want to rob more than just money. We'd prefer to take advantage of beauty. As soon as this was said, Hegel's crew became tense and confused. Captain, what is going on here? Huh? Hegel laughed again. So much time has passed, that kid, even if he has a limit Douluo, is probably dead in the sea. All right, there hasn't been a single movement. The crew members began to realize. After all, the deep-sea demon whale is the overlord of the deep sea. It's naturally impossible to kill its soul ring. That kid must have underestimated the deep-sea demon whale and brought this upon himself. Little beauty, I think you should just submit to our captain so we can all have some fun. In an instant, these people revealed their true natures. Hearing them say FengYang must have died in the mouth of the deep-sea demon whale, Bibidong's heart was in turmoil, and her emotions reached a boiling point. Then I'll make you accompany him to the grave. Just based on you? Hegel scoffed. However, the next moment, Bibidong's martial soul activated, and 9 rings resonated forth. Hegel and the 8 others immediately widened their eyes in disbelief. Again, another 99 level limit Douluo? How is this possible? On the entire continent. One hand is not enough to count. Yet here they encountered 2. This brought them to the brink of despair. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Before Hegel could beg for mercy, a 10,000-year red soul ring slowly rose from the water's surface, spinning in midair. Instantly, it attracted the astonished gaze of everyone present. Their eyes glanced down slightly. Standing on the water surface was a figure. Who else could it be but FengYang? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked again. A living person can actually stand directly on the water surface. How exaggerated is that? What kind of water-type martial soul could achieve such an effect? From the pole of the red soul ring, it could be seen that FengYang had already begun to absorb the soul ring. Could it be that he also has a dual martial soul? Bibidong, astonished, was filled with joy. Now she could finally rest assured. Your Majesty. The 8 had not yet had a chance to say anything. Bibidong had already struck with lethal force. Hegel, who still wanted to resist, was directly torn apart and crashed into the sea. The other crew members had no chance of escape, all thrown into the water to feed the fish. FengYang, standing on the water and absorbing the soul ring, also smiled at this scene. I originally thought you had changed, but your inherent ruthlessness hasn't changed at all. Bibidong glanced back. Be careful when absorbing the soul ring. If you're not serious, you might interrupt yourself. For FengYang, who possessed a 1,000,000-year soul ring, absorbing this small 10,000-year soul ring was like an ordinary soul master absorbing a white 10-year soul ring. There was no pressure at all. It doesn't matter. After all, my second martial soul is only used in water. So, your second martial soul hasn't revealed itself all this time because it wasn't necessary on land? Pretty much. In just 3 minutes, FengYang had absorbed the soul ring and returned to the ship. So fast. Yeah, what is a soul skill? It can utilize the power of water, just like my blue flame martial soul. FengYang scanned the aimlessly drifting ship. You didn't even say to leave a live person to operate the ship. What do we do now? I'll drive. Bibidong volunteered. In the end, she capsized the entire ship. FengYang activated his martial soul, taking Bibidong and flying towards Sea God Island. This water-type martial soul would have all soul skills similar to that of the blue flame martial soul, provided that the corresponding number of soul rings was absorbed. If the blue flame sphere were to transform into a blue flame water sphere, walking in the water with Bibidong should save more soul power. However, in the situation where there was nothing but the vast sea, FengYang got lost. He had no idea of the directions. After flying for several hours, he felt something was off. In the end, FengYang chose to fly in one direction without changing course. Is it possible we might fly back to Hanhai City? Bibidong asked. There is indeed that possibility, FengYang replied. Really? It's still your fault for being so foolish, not even leaving one alive when killing. Luckily, after flying for an hour, they saw an island. FengYang naturally accelerated towards it. When they landed, upon seeing the people there, he realized this was not Sea God Island at all, but Pearl Island. Forget it. Since we're here, let's rest for half a day, FengYang said. Bibidong had no objections. While drifting at sea, she hadn't really slept well. The sea and land didn't suit her, and knowing that the crew had issues, she hadn't eaten much either. Looking at a fisherman by the sea, FengYang asked, Does your island have an inn? No, the man replied. Then can we rest at your house? We can pay, FengYang said. The man shook his head. No, all outsiders must register and let our leader, Pearl, know. Then please inform her, FengYang said. After the man informed, several other men came and took them into the island. The entire island was made of wooden houses, with many coconut trees and seagulls. After entering a room, a woman stood with her back facing them at the main seat. Leader, the people have been brought here. The so-called leader of the Pearl Group was a woman. With short purple hair exuding heroism, she had a captivating and enchanting figure, revealing a bit of her belly. I heard you both descended from the sky. Are you flying martial souls? Pearl asked. Yes. Then you are quite impressive, flying here from the continent. It's not just thousands of miles. You can directly fly to this place? Pearl spoke with a tone of testing. No. We sat on a ship for several days before coming here, FengYang said. Then what happened to your ship? It was capsized by her. Pearl was momentarily stunned, glancing at BB Dong, and then couldn't help but laugh. You can capsize a ship? You really are talented. BB Dong's expression darkened. FengYang held her hand and smiled at Pearl. Female drivers are like this. So where are you planning to go? Pearl asked. Sea God Island. Sea God Island? That place is not where ordinary soul masters stay. Do we look like ordinary soul masters? FengYang retorted. Pearl sized them up. You at most a soul king. This female driver is at most a soul emperor. FengYang Laogit. All right. So I suggest you don't go. That's a holy place where sea soul masters worship the sea god. Many incoming soul masters have died in the sea god's trials. Moreover, even if you pass the trials, you can only stay to serve the sea god, unable to leave for life. How could it be better than being free on this island? Pearl said, that's none of your business, right? BB Dong said irritably, we're just looking for a place to rest. If you don't agree to stay on this island, there will be no place for you to rest. Please go back where you came from, Pearl said. FengYang laughed again. Is your Pearl Island really that short on people? Hey, how dare you speak to our leader like that? A loyal man shouted. Pearl raised her hand to interrupt. How about this? Let one of you compete with me. If you win, I will provide you with free accommodation and various services. If you lose, you have to stay and serve me for life. FengYang and BB Dong exchanged glances, thinking the same thing. Someone really doesn't know their limits. Deal. FengYang asked. Of course, Pearl replied. With that, 6 soul rings appeared one after another. This is a soul emperor of over 60 levels. Who among you will come? Hurry and unleash your martial soul. Then I will be the one. FengYang's body was enveloped in a smooth blue light. For a moment, it was hard to tell whether this martial soul was blue flame or blue water. The hot and cold alternated. Bang, a 100,000-year soul ring pulsated out. Just one soul ring? And it's 100,000 years. Zhizhenju and his companions were directly shocked. How is this possible? The first soul ring is 100,000 years. FengYang chuklet li. Yes, to be precise, it's 105,000 years. From the deep-sea demon whale. Huh. Zhizhenju and the others were completely stunned. The deep-sea demon whale. In the entire ocean, there's only that one deep-sea demon whale that is over 100,000 years old. No wonder we didn't hear the terrifying sound of the deep-sea demon whale last night. Come on, FengYang said. Zhizhenju swallowed hard. The pressure of the 100,000-year soul ring made her feel immobilized. After all, he is a powerful soul emperor. She had some understanding of martial soul theory. Thinking of the person in front of her, with the first soul ring being a red 100,000-year soul ring, and even the level seemed to be hidden, it was impossible to see through. This indicated that he must have a second martial soul. It's even very likely to be a 9-ring martial soul. Otherwise, how could he have killed the deep-sea demon whale? Customer. Her voice suddenly turned flirtatious, with a hint of seduction. Then, she walked slowly in front of FengYang, swaying her body. One delicate hand rested on his shoulder. Our Pearl Island is rich in resources. Whatever service you need, just ask. FengYang couldn't help but marvel at the speed at which this woman changed her demeanor. Her red lips were about to touch FengYang's lips. BB Dong stepped forward and directly grabbed her shoulder. Please behave yourself. Zhizhenju turned to look at BB Dong. What are you doing? Are you his partner? BB Dong paused for a moment. No, and you have no say in this. Following that, she continued to sway and look at FengYang. Customer, do you need my service? That flirtatious voice indeed made FengYang's mind flash with the images of several girls. BB Dong was visibly annoyed, even her displeasure showing on her face. FengYang raised his hand to grab her face, preventing her from getting any closer. It's simple. Just bring some good food and drinks, and then tomorrow, point us in the direction of Sea God Island. The next day, a ship no less than the Hagel, the Zhizhenju ship, docked at the harbor. FengYang and BB Dong stood on the ship, gazing out. The speed seemed to be a bit faster than the former. Don't worry. We are very familiar with Sea God Island. We won't go wrong with the direction, Zhizhenju said as she walked over. We're not worried about that. FengYang said, you're just enjoying the sea view, right? Pretty much. I have received many outsiders on Pearl Island over the years, and I have never seen anyone as powerful as you, Zhizhenju said. So do you think we can come back from Sea God Island? FengYang asked deliberately. Zhizhenju also looked into the distance. There are many powerful sea spirit beasts near Sea God Island, and hundreds of demon soul great white sharks gather there. This is a very aggressive type of sea spirit beast. Even a 1,000-year level 1 can compete with ordinary 10,000-year sea spirit beasts. And the king among the demon soul great white shark clan was once the mount of the sea god, a 100,000-year guardian beast of the island. And ships approaching will inevitably be attacked. Is that so? Then it's just right for my second soul ring, FengYang said with a smile. Seeing his carefree manner, Zhizhenju momentarily couldn't tell if he was serious or joking. The demon soul, great white shark, while not as large as the deep-sea demon whale, was unmatched in speed, and under its attack, no one could escape. Moreover, as long as one of the demon soul great white sharks was harmed, all the others would swarm in to attack. Days passed. FengYang gazed at the distant sea surface and could already see an island directly ahead. Zhizhenju walked over again. "Customer, I have given you hints multiple times, but you haven't responded. Do you really not intend to leave something behind? Leaving behind a little affection is fine. Just afraid that later on, like Duan Zhengchun, one ends up with a brother-sister relationship after a young romance. Then I will wait for your return." As the distance grew closer, Zhizhenju's ship also dared not approach Sea God Island any further. FengYang, surrounded by blue flames, soared into the air with BB Dong. "Return." Zhizhenju was very decisive. The bow of the ship immediately turned around. The speed was fast. In the last stretch of 1,000 miles, FengYang landed on the island in just over 10 minutes. The entire aura here was clearly more abundant than that of other islands. There was not a hint of bloodshed. "Wait for me here for a bit. I'll go down to get a soul ring," FengYang said. Okay. After the deep-sea demon whale incident, BB Dong had no worries about FengYang at all. He could completely avoid getting touched in the water. Just like his blue flames, he would leave no trace of burning on him. As soon as FengYang entered the water, a group of people surrounded him. "What do you want?" one of them said. Although Sea God Island has produced a very powerful sea god, the remaining power, even the current ruler of Sea God Island, Poseidon, does not take lightly. "Let Poseidon come out to see me." A few people were stunned. "You have quite the audacity. You are a land soul master, aren't you?" Boom! BB Dong was also ruthless and said little, directly releasing 9 soul rings. This left the group in front of her astonished. A 99 level limit Douluo? Even so, you still have to accept the test of Sea God Island, right? Please abide by the rules of Sea God Island. Then wait a moment. I'm waiting for a friend to come out with a soul ring, BB Dong said. Just as her voice fell, FengYang had already casually floated to the surface. 2 red soul rings circled around him. Soon, the corpse of the demon soul, great white shark floated to the surface of the sea. The group was once again shocked. 100,000-year demon soul, great white shark, was actually killed by him, and it was only his second ring? FengYang. BB Dong turned her head to look, and they said, "We must accept the sea god's trial to enter the island." FengYang chuckled lightly. "Interesting, fine. Let's have the fastest clearance in history lead the way." The people from White-Clothed Island then led the way. They passed through several forest paths and arrived at an open space. Before there was a not very large water area. Seagulls flew overhead, and fish and shrimp darted below. "Welcome to the sea of the sea. This pond is like the ocean. It can be circulated underground. And the stone pillar before us is one of the 7 holy pillars of Sea God Island," the people from White-Clothed Island introduced. They then knelt before the stone pillar with a group of people. "Great Sea God, convey your will through the 7 holy pillars." A breath of tidal Douluo's aura came forth. "Reporting to Lord Seahorse, there are land soul masters here to accept the trial," the people from White-Clothed Island said. "Land soul masters, wanting to accept the trial of the great sea god? All right." As he spoke, the tidal Douluo set up a barrier above the pond with his soul power. "You must cross the sea of the sea and reach the Seahorse holy pillar to have the qualification to accept the trial." Boom! Before he finished speaking, FengYang was already covered in a blue flame sphere. In an instant, he shattered the barrier, creating towering waves. He himself had already reached the top of the Seahorse holy pillar on the opposite shore, standing on 1 foot. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Chapter 204. The 10,000-year soul ring. The entire Sea God Island trembled. Everyone was stunned. The power of a tidal Douluo was so easily broken. Is this a dimensionality reduction strike? Do we still need to continue with the test? FengYang asked Li Surili. At this moment, the so-called Seahorse Douluo already felt a sense of being subjected to a dimensionality reduction strike. His consciousness swept over, and the command he received was to see how strong the other party really was. "Needed," Seahorse Douluo said. Immediately, he also opened the level mode for FengYang, ascending the heavenly ladder. Sea God S Light. This was also a forbidden area of Sea God Island. Pressure, the power of holy light, served as a barrier. Normally, soul masters would reach the point of soul power exhaustion after climbing 30 levels. But FengYang once again demonstrated what a dimensionality reduction strike was. With BB Dong, he faced the ascent directly. Just one glance, and he was already bathed in golden light, reaching the 50th step. Although his speed slowed down somewhat, there were almost no obstacles. This left everyone astonished. The power of Sea God's light was best understood by the people on Sea God Island. A dual challenge of psychology and skills, every step filled with the unknown and danger. Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, he had already surpassed the 108th level. This had completely exceeded the height of the conventional assessment. The pressure doubled, and the rebound force would significantly increase. Perhaps he could feel that FengYang's rising speed had slowed down a bit again. 200th level, 220th level, 250th level, 300th level. Still, there was no sign of FengYang struggling to move forward. Only calmness and ease. At this moment, Poseidon had clearly realized FengYang's strength, which was the limit of level 99, infinitely close to divinity, terrifying to the extreme. Did he wish to gain the sea god's recognition and thus become a sea god? If he wanted the sea god's recognition, he should have known from the moment he entered Sea God Island that without the sea god's recognition from the start, no matter how he proved his strength, he would not receive the sea god's acknowledgement, unless he could really step over the 333rd step, 310th level, 320th level, 330th level, 333rd level. He reached the top directly. At that moment, a holy light appeared in midair. Those who could reach the top of the 333 levels were already qualified to inherit the sea god. Poseidon had searched for a successor on the road for 20,000 years. Although FengYang was not his chosen one, he could not help but appear at this moment. FengYang, you have passed my trial and can proceed directly to the 9th test to accept my sea god position. Poseidon's voice was solemn and majestic, sounding like a command. At the same time, Poseidon's beautiful eyes showed a hint of sadness. She knew very well that once the sea god's recognition was obtained, the day of the 9th test to become a god would be the day she, Poseidon, would sacrifice herself. It had ultimately arrived. However, what Poseidon and everyone else did not expect was that FengYang's voice slowly came out. I appreciate the sea god's kindness, but I cannot accept it. Boom! All the titled Douluos on Sea God Island were dumbfounded upon seeing this scene. Doesn't he want the opportunity to become a god? How powerful is the sea god? Not even worthy of being a titled Douluo's shoe shiner. Since he could create his own divinity, it would mean infinite potential. Why would FengYang pursue the title of god of begging, limiting himself? Moreover, the sea god's first successor target was not him. What did you say? The sea god's voice was slightly angry. Because I came to Sea God Island to meet the high priest of Sea God Island, Poseidon. FengYang's voice remained respectful but firm. Poseidon gasped. She never expected that this young man before her would come to see her. What on earth did he want? All right. The sea god's voice was clearly filled with anger and impatience. It had been thousands of years, even millions of years, since anyone had refused to take the position of god on his Sea God Island. Yet he encountered such a situation. How embarrassing was this? However, he could not take action against FengYang. The divine realm had explicit regulations that gods could not interfere in any matters of the mortal realm. Although becoming a sea god was a first-level deity, there were still 5 divine kings above him. I want to see what strength you have to break through 100 levels and become a god. Upon hearing this, FengYang felt a bit displeased. This guy really thought he could create his own divinity? Well, let me show you what strength I have. Boom! The blue flame martial soul erupted. 9 soul rings began to move. The first ring, golden. The second ring, golden. The third ring, golden. The fourth ring, golden. The fifth ring, golden. The sixth ring, golden. The seventh ring, golden. The eighth ring, golden. The ninth ring, light blue. The higher the temperature, the bluer the color. The 10,000-year soul ring was merely light blue. Boom! The 9 soul rings moved, shaking the entire Sea God Island for miles. Even the various soul beasts at the bottom of the sea began to feel restless. The power of the million-year soul ring was like a celestial being descending, emanating an overwhelming aura. It even made them sense a powerful presence of the sea god. Feeling such a soul ring, everyone on Sea God Island erupted in excitement. It was a color they had never seen before, completely unaware of how many years the soul ring was. However, judging from the pressure, they could also guess. It was definitely a million-year or even 10-million-year soul ring. Otherwise, it would be impossible to possess such pressure. Even the sea god gasped in surprise. Good kid. FengYang paid no attention to Poseidon. Poseidon, are you not going to invite me in? Do you want me to destroy Sea God Island? The entire place fell silent. With such strength, even if he destroyed Sea God Island and offended the sea god's dignity, he probably wouldn't fear at all. Moreover, the deified Poseidon would not easily take action. Poseidon, who was extremely loyal to the sea god, willing to sacrifice for a single word, did not receive any hint from Poseidon, as if tacitly agreeing. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "Please allow your majesty to enter the sea god temple." In the sea god temple, FengYang walked in with Bibi Dong. The stunning woman at the front of the hall immediately caught FengYang's attention. Standing at a height of 1.8 meters, she was enveloped in a layer of bright red robe, with sea blue long hair cascading down her back, almost reaching the ground. Her delicate features made it impossible to discern her actual age. She exuded a noble and elegant aura, warm and gentle. Her long legs, subtly revealed, inspired endless imagination. "Your Majesty has the opportunity to become a god, but voluntarily gave it up just to find me. I really don't know why. Such a beautiful person, yet only to be sacrificed for becoming a god. Isn't that a pity?" FengYang said. Teased by FengYang's words, Poseidon actually blushed, a faint redness appearing on her small face. "This is my mission." Her calm and soft tone carried a hint of determination. Mission? If the mission is just a sacrifice, then what significance does such a mission hold? FengYang replied. However, Poseidon was too loyal to the sea god. She couldn't take it in at all, and her expression grew cold. "If your majesty came only to make me this negotiator and betray the sea god, I will have to ask you to leave." It seemed as if she had just received a threat from the sea god. "He FengYang chuklet likely, lay surali lining against Bibi Dong's soldier." It's easy to invite a god, but hard to send one away. Today, I won't leave easily. You. Poseidon felt that today, a rogue seemed to have come to the island. Yet this rogue was someone she had no way to deal with. Just the rhythm of the soul ring made the entire sea god island tremble. What title Douluo would seem as easy to him as squeezing a chick. No wonder he could single-handedly destroy the spirit hall and even make Bibi Dong submit to him. It was simply too exaggerated. Looking out over the continent, such a freak had not appeared in tens of thousands of years. Even a sea god at the peak of level 99 back then could not be compared with him. Even if you are strong, you are not the sea god's opponent now. Do you know the consequences of angering the sea god? Poseidon said seriously. If a god can intervene in the lower realm at will, then what need is there for the existence of this continent? FengYang retorted fearlessly. It could be said that the entire divine realm was supported by some kind of offering from the continent. If the sea god were to intervene in the lower realm, other gods would feel it was unfair and would also intervene. At that time, the continent would be chaotic and the divine realm would also be in turmoil. So what do you want? Poseidon felt a headache coming on and gritted her teeth. Although FengYang was interested in Poseidon, becoming a god was more important. He didn't want to really push the sea god to a desperate point. "Once you become a god, then I'll deal with Poseidon. How about this? Kneel down and call me master." What? Poseidon was taken aback. She never expected the proposal would suddenly turn into this. Bibi Dong beside her was also stunned. "What the hell is this?" "You didn't hear wrong. It's to call me master. My strength should be enough to be your master, right? As long as we become master and disciple, I naturally won't make things difficult for you," FengYang added. Poseidon was still hesitant. FengYang used both soft and hard tactics. "You don't want to? If you don't want to, then I'll just stay on Sea God Island. Calling me master. You won't lose anything, and you'll gain a strong master. What is there to hesitate about?" After several exchanges, Poseidon finally agreed. "All right." Just as she was about to kneel, FengYang interrupted, looking to the side. "Bibi Dong, don't you also want to call me master? Join her." Both of them. Bibi Dong also showed no hesitation. Directly standing in the same position as Poseidon, lifting her skirt to reveal her snow-white thighs, and then both knelt down side by side. Poseidon and Bibi Dong. "We pay our respects to Master." Ding. The long-lost mechanical sound rang out. Passive task completed. Apprentice received. Bibi Dong, level 99, potential 305, top-tier rewards issued. Complete set of soul bones. 1 million years, 5 million years. Blue flame domain significantly strengthened. Core soul power enhanced. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Level 99, level 100. First soul skill, Stretching Dragon. Soul ring age, 5,000,000 years. Controls a blue flame fire dragon from the palm. Second soul skill, 8 young girls. Soul ring age, 5,000,000 years. Converts energy into a tangible form with thought. Third soul skill, 8 wine cups. Soul ring age, 5,000,000 years. Detonate simultaneously in 8 directions. Freezing all surrounding things. Fourth soul skill, Sweeping earthly flames. Soul ring age, 5,000,000 years. A shockwave of blue flame. can extend 500 miles. 5th soul skill, City of Blue Flames. Soul ring age, 10,000,000 years. Directly descend a city of blue flames from the sky, enveloping the earth, causing all living things to cease to exist. Comprehended 6th soul skill, Blue Flame Orb. Soul ring age, 10,000,000 years. Entire body wrapped in a blue flame orb, walking through the air, flying speed. 1,000 kilometers an hour. Produces sonic booms wherever it goes. Not a blade of grass grows. Killing invisibly. 7th soul skill, True Body of Martial Soul. Soul ring age, 10,000,000 years. The flame messenger descends. The entire body transforms into a blue flame shape. All attribute damage, speed, soul skill damage. An effect increased by 1 followed by 100 zeros of equivalent soul power. Super strong suppression effect. Everyone will submit. Last one. 000 minutes. 8th soul skill. Summon Blue Flame Element 3. Soul ring age, 10,000,000 years. Casually summons 3 level 3 divine blue flame elements. Last one. 000 minutes. 9th soul skill, Blue Flame Storm. Soul ring age, 10,000,000 years. Doomsday descends, destroying heaven and earth. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 100 and becoming a god. 10th soul skill, WR102 star. Transforms into WR102. With a temperature of hundreds of millions. Current strength assessment. Peak level 2 deity, ding. Passive task completed. Took in disciple, Poseidon level, 99. Qualification, 300, awarding top level rewards. Complete set of soul bones, 10 million years. Blue flame domain becomes even stronger. Soul power core, strength increased. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. First soul skill, Stretching Dragon. Soul ring age, 10,000,000 years. Second soul skill, 8 young girls. Soul ring age, 10,000,000 years. Third soul skill, 8 wine cups. Soul ring age, 10,000,000 years. Fourth soul skill, Sweeping Earthly Flames. Soul ring age, 10,000,000 years. Fifth soul skill, City of Blue Flames. Soul ring age, 10,000,000 years. Comprehended sixth soul skill, Blue Flame Orb. Soul ring age, 10,000,000 years. Seventh soul skill, True Body of Martial Soul. Soul ring age, 10,000,000 years. Last 640 minutes. Eighth soul skill, Summon Blue Flame Element 5. Soul ring age, 10,000,000 years. Ninth soul skill, Blue Flame Storm. Soul ring age, 10,000,000 years. 10th soul skill, WR102 star. Transforms into WR102 with a temperature of hundreds of millions. Current strength assessment. Peak level 1 deity. Poseidon's qualifications are only 5 points different from BB Dawn. This also allows FengYang's enhancements to reach their peak. All soul rings and soul bones have advanced to millions of years. He has also comprehended the 10th soul skill, just becoming a god. His strength is comparable to that of a peak level 1 deity. Boom! Accompanied by a divine light erupting from FengYang's body, it shot straight into the sky. The entire divine realm trembled. Chapter 206, Divine Realm. Boom! Accompanied by a divine light erupting from FengYang's body, it shot straight into the sky. The entire divine realm trembled. Ordinary divine officials, heavenly patrols, level 3 deities, level 2 deities, level 1 deities, and even the 5 great divine kings who govern the order of the Douluo divine realm. Destruction, life, goodness, evil, and Shura swayed their palaces back and forth. What on earth happened? It's Douluo Continent. A god is about to appear. What kind of god is it? How can it create such a dazzling commotion? Under the astonished gazes of all the deities, FengYang shot directly into the heavens through the divine light piercing the sky. This shocked all the deities even more. He actually could ascend to the divine realm with his own power. Which god chose to pass on a legacy? There was no prior mention of this. Could it be that he created his own divine position? No way. At Sea God Island, in front of her, BB Dawn and Poseidon were wide-eyed, incredibly shocked. They never expected that the FengYang in front of them would become a god, right after they had just accepted him as a master. The blue light all over him, 10 soul rings in deep blue, dazzling to the point that they could hardly open their eyes. Sea God Poseidon also felt it was unbelievable. The person before him, after taking in disciples, actually became a god right away. This was simply too absurd. The entire sea god island trembled. At this moment, FengYang finally understood the gap between becoming a god and not becoming a god, although his previous strength was already very formidable. Once his divine sense expanded, everything on Sea God Island was laid bare. He could even see the situation of the Chinese royal palace with his true eye, not to mention power. Just this alone was enough to illustrate what kind of existence a god truly is. That is, a god. At the same time, the moment his divine sense unfolded, FengYang discovered something interesting. Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San were actually hiding on Sea God Island. Moreover, they had become the lowest-level white-clad members of Sea God Island, doing reception and patrol duties outside the core circle. As FengYang opened his eyes, Bibidon and Poseidon quickly clasped their fists. Congratulations, Master, for becoming a god. This sentence was far more sincere than before. It seemed that a god was worthy of doing anything. You don't have to call me Master, just call me whatever, FengYang said indifferently. Poseidon, this is your inscription soul skill. By cultivating according to this inscription, you can also become a god. I will wait for you in the divine realm. FengYang said lightly. Huh. Poseidon was incredulous. She had never thought she could become a god. But the person in front of her said she had a chance. Bibidon, you too. Take this inscription soul skill. FengYang said. At this moment, Bibidon was emotionally shaken, extremely excited. I took him as a master, and he really could advance further to become a god. The two women held their palms up, and with a simple wave of FengYang's hand, the inscription soul skill slowly floated down into their palms. Is this what it means to be a god? They already possessed spatial power. Seeing the two women trembling with excitement, FengYang couldn't help but smile. Bibidon, come with me. With another wave, FengYang ascended into the air without needing the support of the blue flame sphere, taking Bibidon with him. Soon, they arrived at a location on the outskirts of Sea God Island. Let's see who they are, FengYang said with a smile. Bibidon glanced over and saw none other than Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San. Similarly, Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San also spotted them. At that moment, as they locked eyes, both felt a jolt of panic. Bibidon's demeanor was much calmer than expected. She had already let go, but after realizing she could also become a god, Yu Xiaojiang had become nothing more than a speck of dust in her heart. Let's go, Bibidon said. Kill them. Then we leave, FengYang replied. Is it necessary? Of course, I like to cut the grass and eliminate the roots. Now that I've become a god, I won't get my hands dirty and don't want to interfere in matters on the continent. I'll leave it to you, FengYang said. It truly was cutting the grass and eliminating the roots. The Haotian sect was turned upside down, with all its members exterminated without exception. Now, among all of FengYang's enemies, only these two remained. Bibidon, no. Yu Xiaojiang fell to his knees, a sorrowful expression on his face as he pleaded for mercy. For the sake of our past, please don't kill me. You, a weakling like you. Why do you have to talk about the past with me, Bibidon? Just mentioning it is an insult. Let's end the past completely. Bibidon's killing in Teneros. Puff. Bibidon's Spider Emperor Spike directly pierced through Yu Xiaojiang's heart. In the end, he still couldn't survive to see Tang San become a god. At the end of his life, he let out his final lament. FengYang, Tang San, will not let you go even as a ghost. Puff. Tang San's entire head flew off, blood spraying everywhere. FengYang returned to the Huaxia Imperial Palace. He bid farewell to the girls. You all work hard to cultivate and try to become gods with your own strength. I will be watching you from the divine realm. The girls were in tears, filled with reluctance. It felt like they were so far away. This also gave them a stronger determination to cultivate harder. Due to the rules of the divine realm, only 2 family members could ascend, and to break this rule, FengYang would need to dominate the divine realm, holding the ultimate authority. Therefore, if the girls could become gods on their own, it would be best. With his inscription, soul skills, they should receive considerable assistance. Qianren Xue was the one he worried about the least. Like Bibidong and Poseidon, with his support, they could all become gods. Farewells are always cruel. FengYang didn't linger too long. As a god, descending to the lower realm was quite easy, just like the sea god, who took so many years on the continent to find a satisfactory inheritance. The divine realm. Externally, it appeared as a massive rainbow cloud, resembling a tranquil beauty, but with irregular changes that gave a shocking sense of beauty. The dense primordial energy of heaven and earth lingered within the mist. And at the pinnacle of the divine realm stood magnificent palaces, shimmering with a faint golden light under the divine radiance. It was a special space formed by the thoughts of various planes. Simultaneously, above those clouds, there still existed clear land, with flowers, trees, and lush mountains and rivers. However, the immortal aura emanating from the air was enough for them to be called divine trees and heavenly waters, because even ordinary people coming here, smelling this immortal aura, could extend their lifespan. As for FengYang himself, he felt a sensation of soul power twisting in his breath, especially with each ascent to a higher level of heaven. The immortal aura became even more abundant. From a distance, the mountains of the first and second heavens displayed the heights of one mountain surpassing another vividly. Roar! Suddenly, a roar echoed throughout the sky. A sense of oppression followed. FengYang scanned the area, spotting a soul beast approximately 3 meters long, resembling a tiger with wings, revealing 2 fierce fangs. Its momentum completely crushed any 10,000-year soul beast FengYang had encountered on the Douluo Continent, even surpassing the extreme Douluo. The various deities of the divine realm looked down at this scene with curiosity. This was the Xianming Black Tiger, summoned by the god of summoning. How had this new god offended the god of summoning to warrant such a direct confrontation? It could only be said that this new god was in for a tough time. The god of summoning was a first-level deity, whose power was second only to the 5 great divine kings of destruction: life, goodness, evil, and Azura. Indeed, while the god of summoning might not be particularly strong, the beings it summoned were comparable to second-level divine beasts and even first-level divine beasts capable of summoning first-level deities, making it quite troublesome. In the divine realm, aside from the 5 divine kings, there were 18 first-level divine officials, 216 second-level divine officials, and 1,847 third-level divine officials, with ordinary divine officers and heavenly hunters numbering over 10,000. This was all categorized by strength. The 5 divine kings were the enforcers of the entire divine realm, with Azura being the strongest in charge of slaughter. Chapter 207, Great Battle. FengYang's gaze was sharp, locking tightly onto the Xianming Black Tiger before him. Its entire body was wrapped in a thick, nearly tangible dark aura, and every slight flap of its wings caused the surrounding space to ripple like a lake. Its abyss-like eyes radiated ferocity, staring fixedly at FengYang. Taking a deep breath, FengYang felt his divine power surging within him like a nuclear reaction. Seeing this, the Xianming Black Tiger took the initiative to attack, charging at FengYang with a momentum that could destroy heaven and earth. Its massive claws were accompanied by a black airflow that seemed like a curse from hell. Wherever it passed, the space was distorted beyond recognition. Aiming straight for FengYang's head, its momentum seeming to tear apart heaven and earth. The corners of FengYang's mouth slightly lifted, facing this deadly strike. He did not dodge. He gently raised his right hand, and a blue flame instantly ignited in his palm. In the blink of an eye, the blue flame gathered and compressed, quickly forming a blue sphere containing endless energy. Within that sphere, it seemed as if countless miniature suns were imprisoned, dazzling yet hiding a turbulent force. Just as the tiger's claws were about to reach FengYang's body, he suddenly pushed the sphere out. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as the sphere collided with the tiger's claws. At the point of impact, a massive energy vortex instantly formed. The surrounding clouds seemed to be pulled by an invisible giant hand, quickly being drawn into it and disappearing without a trace. The Xianming Black Tiger was thrown back by this force, tumbling in the air several times, each roll causing ripples in space before it barely stabilized its form. The fierce light in its eyes intensified, and with a powerful flap of its wings, an unmatched wind pressure swept towards FengYang. FengYang's figure flickered, moving so fast that it was almost indistinguishable to the naked eye, like a blue lightning bolt streaking across the sky, instantly appearing behind the Xuanhe tiger. At that moment, the blue flame in his hand had transformed into a long sword made of pure energy, with blue flames dancing along the blade. Without hesitation, FengYang swung the sword down towards the back of the Xuanhe tiger. Clang! A loud sound echoed as the long sword struck the Xuanhe tiger's back, causing a dazzling shower of sparks to erupt. However, it only left a shallow mark on its iron-hard scales. The Xuanhe tiger let out a pained roar and flapped its wings fiercely again, a stronger wind pressure rushing towards FengYang once more. FengYang was knocked back several feet by the wind pressure, but he performed a beautiful somersault in the air and landed steadily on a cloud. His clothes rustled in the wild wind, resembling a war god descending from the heavens. Interesting. The corners of FengYang's mouth lifted slightly as he revealed a confident smile, thinking to himself how he would slay this so-called divine beast today. With that, the soul power within him surged like a burst dam, continuously pouring into the clouds beneath his feet. Instantly, the clouds began to roll violently, boiling like water, transforming into countless giant cloud serpents that coiled toward the Xuanhe tiger. Each of these cloud serpents was as thick as a water barrel. The Xuanhe tiger roared in anger, continuously swinging its claws and flapping its wings, attempting to break free from the serpent's bindings. But these cloud serpents were incredibly tenacious, tightening their grip around the Xuanhe tiger's body, gradually rendering it immobile. Seizing the opportunity, FengYang leaped high into the air, his long sword glowing brilliantly. Slash! FengYang showed that, unleashing a torrent of blue sword energy towards the Xuanhe tiger. This strike was so hot that it even caused the surrounding space to begin to warp and distort. The Xuanhe tiger sensed an unprecedented threat, struggling madly to free itself from the bindings, but it was all in vain. This powerful divine beast was instantly cleaved in two under FengYang's fierce blow, dissipating into a black light in the air. The entire divine realm fell into a profound silence, all the deities stunned by the scene before them. They found it hard to believe that a newly emerged god, who had just created their own divine position, could so easily slay the strongest summoned divine beast of the god of summoning. How is this possible? Truly a god who created their own position. Their strength is terrifying to such an extent. Could it be that their power has surpassed that of a first-level deity, even comparable to that of a god king? The gods began to murmur among themselves, their eyes filled with shock and awe. At that moment, the god of summoning's expression turned extremely grim. He had never expected that his pride and joy, the strongest summoned divine beast, could be so easily slain by this newcomer. FengYang, you bold! The god of summoning glared at FengYang, his eyes almost spitting fire. FengYang coldly glanced at him and said, "You must be the god of summoning?" The god of summoning did not deny it. Under the gaze of the other gods, he could not deny his title. FengYang continued, "God of summoning, you cause chaos in the lower realms, leading countless innocent civilians to their deaths. I suppose you did this to absorb their life force, to enhance your summoning power?" The god of summoning's face changed. "Nonsense. You just entered the divine realm and dared to harm my summoned beast. Even if you have created your own divine position, you will pay the price today." With that, the god of summoning waved his hands and began to chant, preparing to cast another summoning spell. FengYang snorted coldly, still trying to quibble. As he spoke, the blue flames around him surged once more, and a pressure similar to that of a god king subtly emanated from the blue light, causing the surrounding air to freeze. At that moment, 5 brilliant lights suddenly appeared in the sky. The figures of the 5 god kings slowly emerged. Their appearance made the atmosphere in the divine realm even more tense, as if an invisible mountain pressed down on the hearts of the gods. However, FengYang remained calm, showing no signs of nervousness at the arrival of the 5 god kings. "What has happened? Why such a commotion?" the god king of kindness asked, his voice gentle, yet carrying an undeniable authority. The god of summoning, seeing the 5 god kings arrive, quickly stepped forward and said, "5 god kings. This new god has just arrived in the divine realm and has killed my divine beast. This shows a disregard for the rules of our divine realm." However, the god of life smiled at him and said, "Hold on, let's not rush to conclusions. We believe things are not so simple. This newly established god, please tell us the truth." FengYang briefly recounted the god of summoning's various misdeeds in the lower realm and how he had intervened to stop him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of doubt arose around him. The god of summoning has always been kind and charitable. How could he commit such heinous acts? Yes, he is a deity we admire. This newcomer must be slandering him. Supporters of the god of summoning jumped up to defend him. Hearing these remarks, the god of summoning revealed a smug expression, his eyes filled with mockery as he looked at FengYang. Chapter 208, Flowing Clouds. Utter nonsense. The god of summoning retorted loudly, "He is slandering me. How could I commit such an atrocity? God of summoning, if what I said is false, why do you block me?" FengYang sneered at, "You trespassed into the divine realm. As a first-level deity, it is natural for me to question you. Yet you directly attacked my divine beast." The god king of Shura spoke up, "Evidence does not lie. Do you have any proof to support your claims?" FengYang's expression slightly changed. Although he witnessed the god of summoning's wrongdoing, he had not retained any concrete evidence at the time. "I currently have no evidence, but I have no need to deceive you. The gods murmured among themselves again, and many deities began to harbor doubts about FengYang. The 5 god kings exchanged glances, their eyes revealing contemplative expressions. The god king of kindness frowned slightly and said, "Without evidence, this matter is indeed difficult to conclude. Since you accuse the god of summoning, you should have solid proof. I will naturally find the evidence. But is this the hospitality of the divine realm for a newcomer?" The 5 god kings remained silent for a moment, and the god of life slowly said, "Very well, we will give you some time." At this moment, the god king of destruction said, "This matter is of great importance. We will investigate thoroughly. Until then, no one is allowed to cause any more trouble." The god king of life looked at FengYang gently. "You are new to the divine realm and need a place to stay. The spirit of the world mountain is rich in aura and most suitable for establishing your residence. Would you like to go there?" FengYang thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, God King." "No," the god of summoning exclaimed urgently. "The spirit of the world mountain is a sacred place in the divine realm. How could it be allowed?" The god king of Shura coldly interrupted, "This is our decision." As FengYang followed the 5 god kings away, he could feel the hateful gaze behind him. The corners of his mouth lifted, thinking to himself, "It seems this divine realm is even more interesting than I imagined." The spirit of the world mountain is located at the highest point of the first heaven of the divine realm, shrouded in mist, with glimpses of colorful rays of light swirling within. FengYang stood atop the mountain, feeling the rich vitality of heaven and earth, and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the gods all wanted to occupy this place. "Let's begin," the kind god king said with a smile. FengYang took a deep breath, formed hand seals, and his soul power surged out. A gigantic magic circle appeared beneath his feet, with countless runes swirling in the air. With a soft shout from him, a magnificent palace rose from the ground. The palace was made entirely of white jade, with eaves that curved upwards and intricate carvings. In front of the palace, a square featured 9 coiling dragon pillars piercing the clouds, with a vivid golden dragon wrapped around each pillar. Even more astonishing was that numerous starry phantoms emerged around the palace, as if the entire starry sky had been brought here. "What a star palace!" the god of destruction exclaimed, "constructing a residence with the power of stars. Even we old fellows might not be able to do that." FengYang smiled sleekly. The god king overpraises. The 5 god kings offered a few more reminders before leaving one after another. Meanwhile, in the palace of the god of summoning, trash. "All of you are trash." The god of summoning was furious, smashing the jade table before him. "A mere newly ascended deity dares to act recklessly before me." The god of darkness knelt on one knee and said softly, "My lord, please calm your anger. I have a plan." "Speak." The god of summoning's eyes flashed with a hint of malice as he listened. "That FengYang has just arrived and knows nothing of the rules of the divine realm. We might as well." The god of summoning's eyes gleamed with a sinister light. "Good. Let us do it this way. Remember, make him unable to live or die." The god of darkness accepted the order and left. The god of summoning looked towards the direction of the master of Realms Mountain. Gritting his teeth, "FengYang, I will let you know the consequences of offending me." Inside the star palace, FengYang was contemplating the power of the stars. Suddenly, a wave of disturbance came from outside the palace. FengYang slowly opened his eyes, the starlight flickering in his gaze, quickly replaced by a look of vigilance. He stood up and strode towards the palace door. The door opened slowly, revealing a tall deity. This deity wore a moon-white robe embroidered with intricate golden patterns, each emitting a soft glow. He wore a crown studded with blue gemstones, the central gem shimmering with a ghostly light, and held a delicate silver staff. Behind him stood 2 strong divine attendants, clad in silver armor etched with mysterious symbols, tightly gripping long spears that shone with cold light, their sharp gazes scanning their surroundings. "God of blue flame, I hope to be forgiven for my presumptuous visit." The moon-white robed deity slightly bowed, his voice warm and elegant. FengYang frowned sleekly, secretly guessing the other party's intentions, but politely responded, "May I ask who you are?" "I am a god of flowing clouds, the guide of new deities in the divine realm." The god of flowing clouds said, his piercing gaze fixed on FengYang, filled with curiosity and inquiry. FengYang felt a bit relaxed in his heart and smiled. "So it's the god of flowing clouds. I have long admired your name. However, as I've just arrived, I'm still unfamiliar with many of the rules of the divine realm and may have offended you. I hope you can forgive me." The god of flowing clouds smiled slightly. "You are too modest, god of blue flame. The divine realm is vast, and the rise of new deities is common. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask, and I will answer without holding back. After exchanging pleasantries, the god of flowing clouds suggested, God of blue flame. The Master of Realms city is the core of the divine realm, gathering deities from all sides, bustling and extraordinary. And you can experience many wonders of the divine realm there. If you're interested, I would be happy to guide you there. FengYang felt a stir in his heart. He wanted to learn more about the divine realm, and the Master of Realms city was undoubtedly an excellent place. He nodded in agreement. That sounds great. I appreciate your guidance, God of flowing clouds. The two soared into the air and flew towards the Master of Realms city. Along the way, FengYang gazed down at the vast land of the divine realm, astonished by the sights before him. In the sky of the divine realm, enormous islands floated, with fairy mountains standing tall, surrounded by mist, and waterfalls cascading down the mountains. Between the islands, mysterious light bands connected them, on which deities occasionally traversed. Some flying on swords, others riding strange flying artifacts. Below, the land was vast and boundless, forests lush and green, with towering trees, each leaf shimmering with a soft glow. These lights intertwined to form a brilliant curtain of light. Within the forest, clear streams wound their way through, the water flowing like crystal, emitting a faint halo. With various strange creatures swimming within. Their scales shimmered with colorful light, like moving jewels. Before long, the Master of Realms city came into view. The city walls towered into the clouds, made from a special stone that emitted a soft blue light, with ancient runes carved all over the walls, shimmering with a mysterious luster under the light. Chapter 209, Secret Realm. At the city gate, deities came and went in an orderly manner. High-ranking deities in splendid attire radiated spirit energy, shining brilliantly, their every gesture exuding majesty, causing other deities to respectfully avoid them. Ordinary deities wore simple robes, looking hurried, holding scrolls or magical artifacts, bustling among the crowd, occupied with their own affairs. FengYang and the god of flowing clouds walked side by side through the city gate and entered the Master of Realms city. Inside the city, the streets were wide and flat, paved with flawless white jade, emitting a soft glow under the sunlight. On both sides of the street, shops stood in an orderly fashion, each uniquely crafted, displaying rare treasures or wafting enticing aromas. FengYang curiously looked around, suddenly captivated by a giant crystal statue at the entrance of a shop. The statue depicted a graceful goddess, with a voluptuous figure and stunning beauty. FengYang couldn't help but stop, feeling somewhat moved. Noticing this, the god of flowing clouds softly introduced, "This is the masterpiece of the god of spirit heart. She excels at using rare materials to carve lifelike statues, which not only have immense artistic value, but also contain powerful spiritual energy." The god of spirit heart? FengYang smiled slightly, firmly remembering this name. Subsequently, the two continued on their way. Not far ahead, a magnificent palace came into view, its doors wide open, and melodious music flowed from within. FengYang looked in and saw a group of deities in splendid attire, dancing gracefully. Their movements were light and elegant, perfectly coordinated. The walls of the palace were embedded with countless sparkling gemstones, intertwining in colorful light, decorating the entire palace like a dream. This is the Spirit Sound Palace. During important festivals, the deities of the divine realm hold grand celebrations here. The god of flowing clouds explained, his voice crisp and pleasant, like a clear spring in the mountains. FengYang marveled. The divine realm is indeed prosperous, filled with wonders everywhere. The god of flowing clouds smiled slightly, her smile resembling a flower blooming in spring, beautiful and captivating. This is merely a corner of the Master of Realms city. There are many mysterious places in the divine realm waiting for you, god of blue flame, to explore. Further ahead was a vast square. In the center of the square, a towering stone platform held a massive crystal sphere with countless facets, within which numerous images flickered and flowed. Surrounding it were deities, some gazing intently at the crystal sphere, while others whispered to each other. This is the Spirit Sight Crystal. Through it, the deities can glimpse scenes from various places in the divine realm, and even catch glimpses of fragments from the past and future, said Lu Yun. FengYang stepped forward, gazing at the crystal ball. In the brilliance, he saw the training scenes of deities in secret realms across the divine realm, fierce battle images, and some strange creatures lurking in mysterious places. Suddenly, the image in the crystal ball shifted, revealing a dark forest. An eerie aura pervaded the forest, and a massive monster slowly emerged, radiating black light and flashing a fierce glare from its eyes. FengYang was startled and wanted to take a closer look, but the image in the crystal ball suddenly vanished, returning to calm. He instinctively leaned forward, as if trying to grasp the fleeting, mysterious image. And the surrounding deities murmured in confusion. What is happening? FengYang couldn't help but ask, turning his gaze to Lu Yun beside him. Lu Yun frowned slightly, the creases between her brows adding a touch of enchanting charm. The images from the spirit sight crystal are always elusive. Perhaps it heralds a significant change, but such a sudden interruption is indeed rare. A strong sense of curiosity and unease surged in FengYang's heart. Just as he wanted to ask something further, he saw Lu Yun looking up at the sky, her expression becoming serious. Blue Flame God, let's leave first, Lu Yun said as she led FengYang out of the square. The two walked along the street. Lu Yun, what does the image in the spirit sight crystals signify? FengYang asked. Lu Yun shook her head slightly, her hair swaying gently. I can't say for certain, but I can assure you that this is not an ordinary phenomenon. The divine realm seems calm, but in reality, there are undercurrents. Perhaps some terrifying existence is awakening. Suddenly, a clear and urgent sound of divine bells echoed throughout the Realm King city. Lu Yun's expression changed drastically, a hint of tension appearing on her beautiful face. Not good. This is a divine bell warning. Something must have gone wrong in some important secret realm. Blue Flame God, follow me. With that, Lu Yun transformed into a streak of light and sped toward the direction of the divine temple. FengYang wasted no time, blue flames swirling around him as he closely followed. Soon, they arrived in front of the temple. The temple was tall and majestic, built from gigantic stones that shone with golden light. Ancient and mysterious runes were carved above the temple door, exuding a sense of the passage of time. The two stepped into the temple, which was solemn and dignified, the air filled with a faint scent of sandalwood. In the center stood a massive light screen, flickering with various complex runes and images. At this moment, several deities had already gathered there, their expressions grave, watching the light screen, whispering and discussing. Lu Yun, you finally arrived, a deity dressed in a golden robe approached, anxiety written all over his face. Law enforcement God, what has happened? Lu Yun hurriedly asked. The law enforcement God pointed to the light screen, his expression worried. Look, this is the monitoring image of the time-space secret realm. Just now, the energy fluctuations in the time-space secret realm suddenly became abnormal. It seems that a powerful force is impacting the seal of the secret realm. FengYang stepped forward, staring at the light screen, which displayed a distorted space where various strange lights flickered unpredictably and powerful energy flows occasionally swept by, as if it could collapse at any moment. Time-space secret realm? What kind of place is that? FengYang asked in confusion. Who is this? The law enforcement God looked at FengYang. This is a newly ascended deity, title, Blue Flame, Lu Yun introduced. So it's a Blue Flame God, hello. Hello. The Blue Flame God has even created his own divine position. Lu Yun's beautiful eyes sparkled. Created a divine position. The law enforcement God immediately showed respect. It has been many years since anyone created their own divine position. I didn't expect the Blue Flame God to be so unfathomable. He continued to express his amazement. Perhaps, in 10,000 years, only the sea god has created his own divine position? Haha, but let's talk about what the time-space secret realm is, FengYang smiled. The time-space secret realm is one of the most mysterious places in the divine realm, containing endless time-space power. Legend has it that it hides secrets that can change the fate of the divine realm, but it is also fraught with danger. Throughout history, the divine kings have set up numerous seals around the secret realm to prevent any nefarious individuals from intruding, Lu Yun explained. The law enforcement God also began to look serious, his gaze fixed on the light screen. If the seal of the time-space secret realm breaks, the endless time-space power contained within will run amok. Those powerful time-space turbulence could flatten a prosperous divine city, and countless deities would be scattered under this violent force. Moreover, Lu Yun interjected, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. The distortion of time and space could lead to the complete collapse of the order in the divine realm. The boundaries between the past, present, and future will become blurred, and ancient terrifying beasts may cross time and space to arrive. Chapter 210, Conspiracy. The distortion of time and space could lead to the complete collapse of the order in the divine realm. The boundaries between the past, present, and future will become blurred, and ancient terrifying beasts may cross time and space to arrive, or even allow powerful existences that have yet to be born to manifest early. The entire divine realm would plunge into unprecedented chaos and panic, Lu Yun said. Is there really such a terrifying place in the divine realm? FengYang was surprised. Yes, the law enforcement god sighed, his gaze slowly sweeping over FengYang, revealing a hint of helplessness and expectation. This time, the sudden anomaly in the time-space secret realm. While other deities are far away attending to their duties, I fear that we will need the blue flame goddess assistance. FengYang felt quite uncomfortable encountering such matters right after arriving in the divine realm. But the safety of the entire divine realm was closely related to him. So, I really can't refuse? The law enforcement god seemed to see through his reluctance. Blue flame god, as you have created your own divine position, I believe your strength must be considerable. If you can assist, the law enforcement temple is willing to offer the Eternal Star Core as a gift of gratitude. What is the Eternal Star Core? FengYang asked with curiosity. The Eternal Star Core contains divine power, and only one is born each year on the 9 heavens Tianshan. The 5 divine kings have said that only those who have made contributions in the divine realm can obtain it. Otherwise, even the 5 divine kings themselves cannot casually absorb divine power for refinement, the law enforcement god explained. So it seems that the 5 divine kings are quite fair and just. FengYang told. And does this Eternal Star Core really provide divine power faster than just absorbing it? Regardless, FengYang was intrigued and wanted to see what this Eternal Star Core was like. Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? After FengYang agreed, the law enforcement god showed a hint of relief and gratitude in his eyes. The blue flame god understands the bigger picture. FengYang and Lu Yun exchanged a glance, nodded slightly, then turned and strode out of the temple. The two transformed into streaks of light, racing toward the direction of the time-space secret realm. As they drew closer to the time-space secret realm, FengYang felt a powerful and eerie force rushing toward them, like a vortex of time and space that made his soul tremble. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of the time-space secret realm. A faint blue light curtain enveloped the entrance, shimmering with various strange runes. These runes intertwined to form a powerful barrier. However, at this moment, the light curtain was fluctuating violently. FengYang and Lu Yun exchanged glances, took a deep breath simultaneously, and slowly walked toward the entrance. The space around the entrance twisted due to the unstable energy, with light refracting at strange angles, making one feel dizzy. Just as they were about to step into the secret realm, a figure hidden in the shadows revealed a mysterious smile. It was the Dark God. He had been secretly monitoring FengYang's every move, and now, seeing that FengYang was about to step into the massive trap of the time-space secret realm, he felt a rush of pride. FengYang, once you enter, there will be no return. The Dark God murmured to himself, then transformed into a cloud of black smoke and quickly flew towards the palace of the summoning god. The golden light flickered with the aura of the Great Way, illuminating the cold face of the summoning god. My lord, the Dark God knelt on one knee, his voice low but filled with excitement. The summoning god slowly raised his head, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. How'd it go? The Dark God raised his head, a fawning smile on his face. My lord, everything went smoothly. That brat FengYang has indeed fallen into our trap. He and the god of flowing clouds are already heading to the time-space secret realm. The seal of that realm is under our control and can collapse at any time. Once they enter, they won't be able to come out alive. The corners of the summoning god's mouth slightly lifted, revealing a satisfied smile. Very good, well done. Once the time-space secret realm collapses, the chaotic time-space currents inside will tear them to shreds. No matter how strong they cannot withstand the endless power of time and space. The Dark God continued, My lord, not only can we solve the problem of FengYang this time, but we can also take the opportunity to acquire the treasures within the time-space secret realm. Once we master the power of time and space, the entire divine realm will be at your feet. The summoning god stood up and slowly walked toward the palace window. Gazing out at the divine realm, his eyes filled with ambition. That's right. The treasures in the time-space secret realm are the key for me to break through my current power. Once I obtain them, what need do I have to fear the divine kings? FengYang and the others are merely stepping stones in my plan. At this moment, at the entrance of the time-space secret realm, FengYang and Lu Yun had already stepped into the fluctuating light curtain. As soon as they entered, a powerful force of time and space surged towards them, as if countless invisible hands were pulling at their bodies. Be careful, Lu Yun shouted, the silver staff in his hand glowing brightly, forming a defensive barrier that temporarily withstood the impact of the time-space force. FengYang was surrounded by blazing blue flames, stabilizing his form. He looked around and saw that the secret realm was filled with twisted time-space cracks. Powerful energy flows occasionally erupted from the cracks, and once drawn in, they would be crushed to pieces. On the ground, strange lights flickered unpredictably. These lights seemed to contain endless mysteries of time, but were also filled with danger. This secret realm is even more dangerous than I imagined, FengYang said with a serious expression. But the more dangerous a place is, the greater the hidden opportunities may be. Lu Yun nodded in agreement. Yes, the time-space force here is extremely chaotic. If we're not careful, we could get lost in the time-space currents. After moving deeper into the secret realm for a while, they suddenly heard a violent energy fluctuation ahead. The two exchanged glances and quickened their pace toward the front. As they rounded a twisted area of light, they saw a group of gods dressed in the attire of a law enforcement temple confronting a chaotic and surging force. These gods were all from the law enforcement temple. Leading them was the god of lightning, wearing thunder battle armor and radiating dazzling electric light. He wielded a long spear that emitted blue and white lightning, with sparks jumping at the tip as if it could tear space apart. Beside him were several equally imposing gods, some wielding shields, others swinging great swords, all vigilantly staring at the chaotic force before them. As FengYang and Lu Yun arrived, the god of lightning stepped forward. God of flowing clouds, you've come to help. Yes, I also want the eternal star core, the god of flowing clouds smiled. The divine realm is such a small place. It seems everyone is quite familiar. He, who doesn't know you, god of flowing clouds, is a person of great righteousness. You're not here just for personal gain. The god of lightning chuckled. Let me introduce, this is the newly ascended god, titled Blue Flame. Oh, I've never heard of this title before. Could it be? That's right, a self-created divine position. Heavens, let's chat later. We better discuss why the seal of this secret realm can't hold up, FengYang interjected. That impact force is strange. It's sometimes crazy and sometimes stable, sometimes from the east and sometimes from the west. It's very cunning. Our gods from the law enforcement temple have been trying to maintain it for a long time, but we still can't completely suppress it, the god of lightning explained. Sometimes crazy and sometimes stable. FengYang scanned the seal's area. Since it has a rhythm, could there be some kind of pattern? The god of lightning had been dealing with it for a long time. Did he have any similar perceptions? Before, we also tried to respond to its attack rhythm. But whenever we made a move, this force seemed to be able to see through our intentions and instantly change its attack pattern, making it impossible to defend. The god of lightning frowned as he explained. So intelligent? The god of flowing clouds was surprised. Could it be that someone is secretly controlling it? If that's the case, let's split into two teams. One part continues to restrain its actions, and the other part explores its source. Perhaps we can find a way to break it. FengYang suggested. The god of lightning was stunned, suddenly feeling that this new god might not be very bright. Blue flame god, you see that impact force. Even the combined power of my thousands of gods is difficult to contend with. How can we go in and find its source? Thousands of gods. The so-called gods in the divine realm are merely the lowest existence. First-level gods, second-level gods, third-level gods, heavenly god patrol, ordinary gods. Among them, first-level gods are the most idle. They often listen to orders but don't follow proclamations, relying on self-cultivation. Second-level gods have the opportunity to manage divine realm positions. Like the god of lightning before and the law enforcement god, both belong to second-level gods. Third-level gods are also quite idle, and good jobs rarely fall to them. Although it's not explicitly stated that they must obey orders from second-level or first-level gods, they tend to form cliques, essentially having their own factions. Thus, the entire divine realm, while seemingly hierarchical, is actually fragmented and akin to a small underworld. The so-called heavenly god patrol and ordinary gods are merely transformed from the stars. Much like soul beasts, evolving from having no intelligence to acquiring divine wisdom over hundreds of thousands of years, eventually becoming patrols or gods based on their strength. Their power is compared to second-level gods, perhaps a ratio of hundreds to thousands. After all, regardless of which level of god, there are strong and weak ones. How do we know if we don't try? FengYang retorted, naturally quite confident. The god of blue flame, this secret realm is inherently fraught with danger, and even a first-level deity would not dare to enter casually. Moreover, this secret realm is currently so strange that even the god of flowing clouds shows a deep concern. FengYang chuckles softly. I just heard them chatting about how contribution determines the ownership of the eternal star core. I wonder if my contribution from resolving this crisis will be enough to obtain the eternal star core. Of course, this crisis has already triggered divine warnings, indicating that its danger level has reached the divine realm, which is why the law enforcement god said that anyone who can resolve this crisis can obtain an eternal star core. The god of flowing clouds said, I see, then I can rest easy. How about I accompany you? Huh? The god of flowing clouds was taken aback. You can take me to explore the divine realm, and I'll help you achieve merit. FengYang continued. The god of flowing clouds showed a troubled expression. Help me achieve merit? What if I end up losing my life instead? As a second-level deity, she usually wouldn't dare to enter this temporal secret realm lightly. After all, the term temporal implies instability. Who would dare to enter casually unless they are a first-level deity? Moreover, the secret realm is currently being impacted by an unknown force. It's likely that even first-level deities wouldn't dare to enter casually. Just look at those first-level deities. None of them have come over, which shows they are all waiting for benefits. They are waiting for the God King to announce that they can obtain more eternal star cores before deciding whether to take action. What? You don't trust me? FengYang retorted, god of blue flame. As a newly ascended deity, it's impressive that you've created your own divine position, but I don't want to put you in danger. The god of lightning, looking very upright, noted that the first-level deity, the earth god, had already come to take a look but had no intention of taking action. They just took a glance and left, pretending to discuss strategies. Is that so? FengYang felt that the divine realm was a bit chaotic. Suddenly, the seal of the temporal rift, which thousands of divine officials were maintaining with their divine powers, cracked open. All the gods became tense. It's not good. The god of lightning's expression suddenly tightened, and he glared. A surge of electric power manifested in his palm and rushed toward the seal. He barely stabilized the thousands of divine officials in the front row. If they fell and the seal broke, the entire divine realm would surely descend into chaos. God of flowing clouds, quickly go to the nine heavens Shura temple and request reinforcements. I'll hold them off here. The god of lightning shouted urgently. Currently, the gods of the entire divine realm are acting independently. If it weren't for the 5 great god kings speaking up, no deity would come to help. Worried you can't hold on much longer? Asked the god of flowing clouds. I may not be able to hold on, but I have to. This is the responsibility of my law enforcement temple. The god of lightning said forcefully. The god of flowing clouds immediately channeled her divine power to resist together. I can still lend you a helping hand here. God of blue flame, I trouble you to go to the Shura temple. The two looked gallant. FengYang scanned the power within the temporal secret realm. It was indeed stronger than before. In his estimation, using the protective power of the blue flame could still allow him to traverse. At this moment, it seemed a bit daunting. Just as he prepared to stay, the 5 blue flame elements, or perhaps they should now be called the blue flame second-level deity elements, were about to help them resist for a while. Boom! The entire seal completely shattered. The temporal secret realm collapsed. Countless forces surged out, illuminating the faces of many deities. From a great distance, one could feel the pain of their bodies being torn to shreds. It's over. Everyone retreat. The god of lightning shouted. Thousands of divine officials scrambled in a panic, withdrawing their divine power and began to drift backward. A few nearby divine officials were directly crushed by the impact. The terror of it was astonishing. Some in the temple. My lord, the seal of the secret realm has collapsed. The god of darkness shouted excitedly. Let's go. The god of summoning sat up. The two transformed into a black and white stream of light and headed towards the secret realm. At the secret realm, many divine officials had already been torn apart by the impact. God of blue flame, hurry and retreat. The god of flowing clouds shouted when she saw FengYang still standing there. FengYang had already seen a colossal figure slowly flying toward them, following the terrifying impact. With every step closer, it felt as if the divine realm was collapsing inward a little. The god of flowing clouds' pupils constricted. No wonder we can't resist. That colossal figure's power can only be dealt with by a god king. Otherwise, it cannot be destroyed. Today is just a good time to try this 10th soul skill. WR 102 star. Chapter 212 Shock. Today is just a good time to try this 10th soul skill. WR 102 star. Bang. In an instant, a smooth light spread out like an invisible but mighty wave, centered around FengYang, surging in all directions. When this light first appeared, it was merely a faint point. But in the blink of an eye, it expanded into a presence that could overshadow the sun and block the sky. Boom! The shock wave instantly spread out, and the powerful force made the surrounding air swirl wildly like it was being stirred by a giant hand, producing a sharp whistling sound. The originally calm space now resembled a lake's surface after a boulder was thrown in, rippling visibly. The deep blue divine power, obscuring the clouds and blocking the sun, was like sunlight falling on the earth, yet with an added touch of mystery and majesty, shining upon every deity present. The deities enveloped by this light felt an unprecedented wave of power, as if every cell in their bodies was cheering, yet also feeling suppressed by an invisible rule. Unable to move, under this blinding light, the entire air felt ignited, and the temperature rose sharply. Every inch of air became unbearably hot, as if one were in a roaring furnace. The once clearly visible scenery became blurred due to the distortion of the air. All the deadly black mist that surged out from the secret realm instantly vanished upon contact with the blue flame divine power, completely melted away as if it had never existed. The black mist faced the blue flame divine power as if snow met high temperatures, having no power to resist, rapidly dissipating. Various strange and powerful divine beasts that surged out from the secret realm also faced utter disaster. Some divine beasts were ruthlessly obliterated, as if they had never existed in this world, leaving not even a trace behind. Others were crushed by the overwhelming energy, their souls shattered in an instant, their bodies erupting in mid-air, turning into a spray of crimson blood mist, which was then instantaneously rendered into nothingness, as if they had never appeared. The high temperature of WR102 star, in the billions, is completely incomparable to that of ordinary sunlight. While ordinary sunlight does carry a scorching temperature, in comparison to the high temperature of WR102 star, it is like the light of fireflies contending with the brightness of the full moon. The energy contained in this high temperature seems capable of remelting the entire world. The rescued divine priests, the god of flowing clouds and the god of lightning, looked at FengYang in shock. In their eyes, there was both relief from surviving a disaster and astonishment at FengYang's immense power. The god of flowing clouds' robe rustled in the heat and shock, and he opened his mouth but was speechless for a moment. The lightning staff in the god of lightning's hand trembled slightly, as his hand shook involuntarily, unable to express the shock in his heart. FengYang had transformed into a deep blue planet with an area of about 10 meters, with flames continuously undergoing nuclear reactions on its surface, causing it to boil. The deep blue planet that had taken shape was surrounded by a space distorted beyond recognition, with strange beams of light weaving through it, as if connecting different dimensions. Each leap of the boiling flames on its surface was accompanied by the release of powerful energy, making the surrounding deities feel a sense of oppression from the depths of the universe. Incredible, a newly ascended god. His power is terrifying to this extent, comparable to the strength of a god-king. It turns out he was not joking. He really has the ability to enter the spatial secret realm. The god of flowing clouds murmured in amazement. Yes, I actually mocked him just now, said the god of lightning, feeling ashamed. Huh? The god of flowing clouds stared at him in surprise. The god of lightning showed an awkward expression. The divine priests looked at FengYang, and the brilliance in their eyes expressed their admiration and gratitude towards him. The god of summoning and the god of darkness gazed down at the scene in shock, their bodies flickering in the clouds, and the mysterious aura surrounding them was now chaotic due to their inner turmoil. The god of summoning's expression froze, deeply furrowing his brow. The god of darkness opened his mouth, his face showing a mix of astonishment that was hard to conceal. FengYang had transformed into a spherical planet, radiating deep blue flames of divine power. That overwhelming force, like the primordial light at the dawn of creation, completely burned away the dark power that had been building up for so long in the secret realm, powerful enough to overturn the order of the world into nothingness. The strange divine beasts that surged out from the secret realm, each with different forms, some fierce and terrifying, others bizarre, were now being exposed under the coverage of the deep blue flames, falling into a desperate situation. They struggled and fled in vain, but could never escape the burning range of the blue flames, their bodies slowly turning to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. Even that massive creature resembling a mountain, part elephant and part tiger, originally majestic and possessing destructive power, was now firmly suppressed by the blue flame light. Its limbs struggled desperately, trying to break free, but with each step forward, it seemed to sink deeper into a quagmire, as the blue flames gnawed away at its body like maggots. It let out a deafening roar, filled with pain and anger, echoing through the heavens and the earth for a long time. How is this possible? The god of darkness stared wide-eyed, shouting hoarsely, his voice tinged with terror. He is just a newly ascended god. Even the sea god who created his own divine position, after being in the divine realm for so many years, could not be this strong. The god of summoning was much calmer than the god of darkness, his face looking much more resolute. He had summoned that creature resembling an elephant and a tiger, known as the Dual Incomparable, which could be considered a top-tier divine beast and a version of the legendary creature. It had fused with dark power in the spatial secret realm. Its power was even comparable to a god king. But now, the god of summoning's palm flashed with light. He finally recited the incantation. The Dual Incomparable immediately stopped struggling, wanting to return to the spatial secret realm. "My lord, are you trying to save this Dual Incomparable?" The god of darkness shouted. "What else do you want? Do you really want that kid to destroy it? As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood." The god of summoning was very decisive. Below, the Dual Incomparable roared as it moved towards the spatial secret realm. But FengYang did not give it a chance. Transforming into the WR-102 star, he directly pursued. Boom! The entire first layer of the divine realm trembled again. He instantly caught up to the Dual Incomparable. With just a slight touch, the power was horrifying. Whoosh! The entire body of the Dual Incomparable ignited in flames. Although it accelerated towards the spatial secret realm, it still could not escape FengYang's pursuit. In just a few seconds, the Dual Incomparable's furious and painful roars had turned into a wail. Finally, it fell completely. The position where it fell was right at the entrance of the secret realm. The blazing blue flames lingered there. FengYang left behind his blue flame seal and finally transformed back into his original form. Whoosh! Upon seeing this scene, the divine priests erupted in cheers. The god of summoning was utterly stunned. Chapter 213, Fantasizing. Whoosh! Witnessing FengYang successfully seal the spatial secret realm, the divine priests first froze in place as if hit by a paralysis spell, and then the cheers that erupted seemed to break through the sky. They excitedly embraced each other, their faces glowing with relief from surviving a disaster, and their eyes towards FengYang were filled with reverence, as if he were the deity who saved the divine realm from peril. However, the god of summoning stood there as if struck by lightning. His face was as pale as freshly torn old paper, his eyes filled with disbelief and despair, as if his soul had been forcibly drawn from his body by an invisible force. The Dual Incomparable was a terrifying existence he had spent years painstakingly summoning through the continent's dark energy. He had originally calculated that not only would the Dual Incomparable eliminate the rising FengYang, but it could also seize the treasures in the spatial secret realm amidst the chaos, achieving a perfect outcome and killing two birds with one stone. But now, all the carefully planned schemes had burst like colorful bubbles, all falling apart with a pop. "My lord, what should we do now?" The god of darkness asked weakly, shrinking his neck, looking like a cautious child after making a mistake. Damn it! The god of summoning's face twisted instantly, resembling an enraged beast. "It was all my fault for being too anxious and impulsive. I should have let the Dual Incomparable lie low in the secret realm for another year or two." The god of darkness bit his lip, not daring to speak further, but his heart felt like it was carrying a restless rabbit, filled with anxiety. After all, this terrible idea was his suggestion, and he feared that the god of summoning, in a fit of anger, would hold him accountable. The god of summoning. A calm voice suddenly came through. The two looked towards the sound, instantly activating their expression management mode. They saw the god of destruction and the goddess of life standing side by side, two of the 5 god kings, usually high above. Even the god of summoning had to maintain a degree of respect in their presence. "God of destruction, goddess of life, what brings you here?" The god of summoning forced a smile, his tone deliberately enthusiastic. "How can we not come? All the gods are shouting that the divine realm is finished." The god of destruction frowned slightly, his voice deep, carrying a hint of helplessness. "Oh, it's not that exaggerated. For the divine realm, it's just like a flood breaking out on the continent. It will soon calm down." The god of summoning squinted and casually said, deliberately downplaying the crisis to cover up the embarrassment of his previous failed scheme. "Really?" The goddess of life's beautiful eyes flickered as she gazed toward the chaotic yet blue flame-protected secret realm in the distance. "However, it seems the crisis has been resolved." The goddess of life, with her keen eyes, noticed that FengYang was being surrounded by a group of priests, while the god of lightning looked particularly excited, dancing around him. Could it be that the god of blue flame solved this secret realm crisis? The goddess of life raised an eyebrow slightly, her tone tinged with curiosity. "Yes, that's why I said it's nothing to worry about." The The god of summoning replied with a forced smile, his expression not quite matching his words. The goddess of life couldn't help but let out a soft laugh, her thoughts clear as day. It was all about disparaging and suppressing the god of blue flame. However, she had no intention of delving deeper into it, nor did she harbor any resentment toward the god of summoning. But the god of summoning thought otherwise. He felt that the goddess of life smile was full of mockery. On the surface, he maintained a cheerful facade, but inside, he was seething with a wicked fire. Filled with malicious thoughts, wishing he could pin the goddess of life down right then and there, making her scream so she would know the consequences of mocking him. Nevertheless, the goddess of life was truly uniquely beautiful, fresh and natural like the girl next door. She wore a long dress in a water-green hue, as if woven from the tenderest leaves of spring, exuding a vibrant life force. Her fair and slender long legs were partially visible, adding to her charm. A gentle smile lingered on her face, although her beauty couldn't match the striking allure of the goddess of flame. The faint golden aura surrounding her radiated a lively energy that was unforgettable and made one feel exceptionally close to her. The god of flowing clouds approached gracefully, like a colorful cloud drifting in. Goddess of destruction, goddess of life, she greeted cheerfully, her voice crisp and pleasant. The god of destruction nodded slightly in response. Was it the god of blue flame who resolved the situation? The god of destruction casually asked as he looked toward the secret realm. Indeed, he single-handedly exterminated the surging dark forces and various rampaging divine beasts within the secret realm, as if he had given it a thorough cleanup. Not only that, but he also resealed the secret realm with his blue flame power. The god of flowing clouds described animatedly, her eyes filled with admiration for FengYang. They say that self-created gods have limitless potential, but I didn't expect this self-created god to be this powerful. The goddess of life couldn't help but exclaim, a hint of appreciation flashing in her eyes. Yes, the god of destruction echoed, his expression complex. His achievements will be comprehensively recorded by the law-giving god. Flowing clouds, you should return with us for now. The god of destruction looked at the god of flowing clouds. Yes, let me first greet the god of blue flame. The god of flowing clouds nodded obediently and turned to float toward FengYang. Watching her leave, the goddess of life's lips curled up slightly as she chuckled softly. Has the god of flowing clouds developed a fondness for the god of blue flame so quickly? FengYang stood at ease, looking up at the god of summoning above. Lost in thought. Why is it that all the first-tier gods didn't come? Yet he did. The god of blue flame. The god of flowing clouds drifted in front of him. Thanks to you today, I must return to report to the god of destruction. If needed, I will take you to explore the divine realm again tomorrow. Okay, but is the god of summoning really well regarded in the divine realm? FengYang asked. The god of flowing clouds pondered for a moment. He's indeed quite good, but he has a well-known little gossip. What is it? FengYang inquired with some interest. He has a fondness for the national beauty goddess. National beauty goddess? All right, let's talk about it tomorrow. The god of destruction is waiting for me. The god of flowing clouds left that remark and departed directly. The national beauty goddess? Does that mean she possesses an unparalleled beauty? FengYang muttered to himself. He truly wanted to see this stunning goddess. Unfortunately, he was only slightly familiar with the god of flowing clouds at the moment. Chapter 214, Status. At the moment the god of summoning turned to leave, his icy gaze swept toward FengYang like a sharp blade. That gaze seemed to carry the cold, murderous aura of winter, as if warning FengYang, kid, just you wait. FengYang's divine sense was incredibly sharp, instantly catching this intense and undisguised hostility. Reflecting on the peculiar outbreak of the secret realm and the subtle timing, FengYang's thoughts involuntarily stretched toward a dark direction. Could it be that this was indeed a carefully laid trap targeting him? The signs were too abnormal to ignore, leaving him with suspicions. FengYang clenched his fists secretly, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. It seemed that the god of summoning had already become a malignant tumor on his path in the divine realm, one that must be removed as soon as possible to prevent future troubles. FengYang returned to his blue flame temple, feeling heavy-hearted. Upon entering the temple, he was greeted by the stunning scenery created by his own divine power, with swirling blue flames dancing lightly, casting dreamlike shadows and enveloping everything in a mysterious and enchanting atmosphere. Yet, FengYang was not in the mood to appreciate it. He had finally stabilized his footing in the divine realm, but there were no old friends or lovers to enjoy it with him. A beautiful view is best shared by two people to truly savor its essence. He couldn't help but silently ponder what level of god he truly was in the divine realm now. Could he bring the girls from the continent to accompany him in the divine realm? At present, it seemed he had no rank. The recent display of power, resolving the secret realm crisis single-handedly, warranted at least a first-tier god status. It would be unreasonable if the divine realm didn't give him one. He thought about how the god of Shura had specifically granted him the auspicious location of the mountain of the realm lord in the seven heavens to establish his residence, the implications of which were self-evident. The nine heavens was the exclusive domain of the god of Shura, noble and dignified, overlooking the entire divine realm. The eight heavens were governed by the four great gods of goodness, evil, destruction, and life, whose powers were the backbone of maintaining order and balance in the divine realm. Starting from the seven heavens, it was the residence of first-tier gods. Being able to settle here was undoubtedly a symbol of status and strength. The six heavens housed second-tier gods with divine duties, while the five heavens were filled with ordinary second-tier gods. The 3 and 4 heavens were also territories of first-tier gods. The 1 and 2 heavens were primarily bustling with ordinary priests and the heavenly gods responsible for patrolling and protecting the peace of the divine realm. In this divine realm layout, important institutions like the Star Official Mansion, Thunder Palace, Yaoqi, Heavenly River, and Pegasus were distributed across various heavens, highlighting the vastness and completeness of the divine realm system. FengYang, having just arrived, was placed in the mountain of the realm lord in the seven heavens. Although the location was somewhat remote, it was precisely the gateway to the secret realm. This special status explained why the god of summoning was so anxious and even malicious when he learned that the god king had bestowed this place upon FengYang, attempting to destroy FengYang's temple at the moment the secret realm's seal broke. However, all that could be set aside for now. What troubled FengYang most at this moment was that once he became a first-tier god, he would have the right to bring family into the divine realm. But he could only take 2 people. This restriction feels like a shackle, leaving FengYang feeling quite unhappy, secretly grumbling about why it is so harsh. On the other side, the god of flowing clouds, after following the god of destruction and the goddess of life away, directly stepped into their temple. As soon as he entered, the god of destruction couldn't wait to ask, "How is it?" His expression was just like a superior anxiously waiting for a report, his eyes fixed on the god of flowing clouds, not missing a single change in her facial expression. After spending time together, I increasingly felt that the god of blue flames was sincere and not someone who would speak recklessly. Although a bit selfish, he was much better than other first-tier deities. The god of flowing clouds responded seriously and with certainty, obviously. Although the god of flowing clouds claimed to be the guiding goddess, in reality, it was the god of destruction who deliberately arranged for her to approach FengYang, aiming to gain a deeper understanding of this suddenly rising new god. Whether there are deeper motives behind it remains unknown. So, what he said about the summoning god using the underworld's ghostly aura to enhance his summoning power has a high possibility of being true. The goddess of life frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, a hint of worry in her eyes. The god of flowing clouds quickly took over the conversation. Analyzing seriously, I believe this possibility is extremely high. Otherwise, it's hard to explain why the god of blue flames was met with such unreasonable difficulties as soon as he stepped into the divine realm. In the divine realm, such unfounded malicious targeting is rare, so there must have been some unpleasant incidents between them before. You don't mean to say that you admire the god of blue flames, and that's why you speak for him at every turn, do you? The god of destruction's sharp gaze locked onto the god of flowing clouds, his words carrying a hint of skepticism. Of course not. The god of flowing clouds raised her voice instantly, her tone filled with grievance and urgency. I'm just providing an objective evaluation. Moreover, he previously inquired about the character of the summoning god, and I honestly told him that he is quite good. My current judgment is definitely not based on personal feelings. A brief silence followed. In any case, based on all the signs we currently have, this summoning god indeed has many doubts. The goddess of life nodded slightly, her expression serious. Just right, I've disliked that summoning god for a long time. Do you think the god of blue flames will join my camp? A glint of excitement flashed in the god of destruction's eyes as he turned to the god of flowing clouds and asked eagerly. The god of flowing clouds was momentarily speechless, unsure how to answer. Seeing this, the goddess of life shot a reproachful glare at the god of destruction and said with a hint of complaint, "Here you go again. Why are you so career-driven? As a god, can't you be calm and have fewer desires? Everything I'm doing is for the future of the divine realm." The god of destruction emphasized loudly, his face serious, but a hint of displeasure flickered across it. If the god of Shura agrees to my proposal to expand the divine realm, making our divine realm even stronger, then we will have more opportunities to explore the vast universe. Even if we encounter other divine realms in the future, we won't be powerless and at the mercy of others. The goddess of life sighed helplessly, feeling exasperated by the god of destruction's obsession. Why is it that after all these years by my side, you haven't been influenced by me at all? The goddess of life asked quietly, her displeasure evident. I wanted to ask you the same thing. After all these years, how come you haven't been influenced by me even a little? The god of destruction countered with a hint of teasing in his tone. In fact, their divine positions had been established since the creation of the divine realm and did not belong to self-created divine positions. Each divine position was closely connected to the beliefs and abilities they represented. Take the goddess of life, for example. She upholds the belief in creating and nurturing life, possessing unparalleled life force. And even when facing the most evil individuals, she always harbors compassion, choosing forgiveness and redemption. In contrast, the god of destruction represents death and destruction, exuding a strong aura of hostility. Once he discovers someone has made a mistake, he will not hesitate to unleash his wrath, maintaining what he perceives as order in his cold manner. Therefore, these inherent traits cannot be easily changed through experience. Chapter 215, Divine Power Conference. While the god of destruction and the goddess of life were arguing, the god King Shura had already called them to the Shura temple to discuss important matters. The two exchanged glances, their bodies glowing, and transformed into two streaks of light, speeding toward the Shura temple, which radiated an endless aura of slaughter. Upon entering the Shura temple, a dense, almost suffocating aura of slaughter rushed towards them. It was like a solidified black mist swirling and rampaging in the air. This aura was akin to sharp blades, slicing through the surrounding space and emitting hissing sounds. Inside the temple, the law enforcer and the god of lightning stood tall and respectfully in front of the god of Shura, systematically reporting on the recent incident in the secret realm. Your Majesty, the god king of Shura, the newly ascended god, Blue Flame, is extraordinarily powerful. He single-handedly managed to completely clear all the dark forces that surged out of the secret realm, as well as the dark divine beast that took the opportunity to invade the divine realm, minimizing the damage from this disaster. The god of lightning spoke passionately, his eyes filled with admiration and praise. The god of Shura raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of barely perceptible surprise flashing in his deep eyes. Oh, there is such a valiant person? Clearly, FengYang's feat greatly exceeded his expectations. The law enforcer quickly took over, speaking with a serious expression. Your Majesty, the god king of Shura, to encourage the god of blue flames, I have made a promise that as long as he can successfully quell this crisis, I will grant him an eternal star core as a reward. The god of Shura nodded slightly, a look of approval appearing on his face. It is reasonable for the god of blue flames to earn such a reward for his accomplishments as he first enters the divine realm. Suddenly, the tone shifted. The god of Shura frowned tightly, his expression becoming extremely serious. However, this incident happened too strangely, carrying an inexplicable oddity. Your Majesty, what do you mean by that? The law enforcer asked, puzzled and unable to help but speak up. At such a critical moment, I happened to be purifying my own intense, murderous aura with all my might at the heavenly pool. But just when I was fully exerting myself, this sudden change occurred. Law enforcer, do you not have any doubts at all? The god of Shura's gaze was piercing, seemingly able to see through the hearts of men. The overwhelming pressure made the law enforcer tremble involuntarily. The murderous aura emanating from the god of Shura was thick to the extreme, like a dark ocean, wantonly eroding everything around it. This aura severely polluted the celestial energy and divine power in the air, making it filthy and causing great interference to the spiritual energy of the lower realms. To mitigate this negative impact, the god of Shura would go to the heavenly pool at specific times each day, using the mysterious power of the heavenly pool to purify his murderous aura. Only by doing so could he minimize the adverse effects on the divine realm and the lower realms. After the god of Shura's remarks, the matter indeed raised many suspicions. The god of lightning pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "The end, God believes. This time the secret realm has erupted with a ferocity far beyond the past, and various signs indicate that it seems to be manipulated by a mysterious force. Acting very cunningly, definitely not by chance." The god of Shura's gaze instantly turned cold as ice, as if it could freeze everything. Who is behind this scheme? We must investigate quickly to uncover the truth and uproot this malignant tumor that endangers the divine realm. In response to the command of the Shura God King, the law enforcement god and the god of lightning spoke in unison. Their voices echoed throughout the Shura temple, firm and powerful, carrying an undeniable determination. However, the law enforcement god felt a vague unease in his heart. Before long, the gods of destruction, life, evil, and good successively arrived. After greeting each other, they took their seats on either side. Everyone, I believe you all understand the purpose of calling you here today. The newly ascended god of blue flame possesses exceptional strength, but the arrangement of his divine position has become a dilemma. I wonder what insights you all have on this matter. The Shura god scanned the room and slowly asked. As soon as these words were spoken, the four gods fell into silence simultaneously. This was indeed a tricky issue. At the dawn of the divine realm, all divine positions have been planned according to established rules, making it a case of one carrot, one hole. Typically, when a new god enters the divine realm, they follow the inheritance of divine positions. Those gods who pursue freedom and are unwilling to be bound by tradition would go to the lower realms to seek a suitable inheritance. A newly ascended god, like the god of blue flame, who creates his own divine position, had not appeared in 1,000 years. There was simply no first-level divine position available for him. The god of Shura and the evil god were the first to break the silence, wearing seemingly harmless smiles. The number of divine positions in the divine realm is limited, and to maintain the stability and order of the divine realm, in my opinion, we could directly appoint Blue Flame as a second-level god. That may not be appropriate. The god of destruction immediately turned his head. His gaze filled with doubt as he stared at the evil god. When Blue Flame first arrived in the divine realm, he bravely defeated the powerful divine beast summoned by a first-level god. His strength is evident for all to see. That is why the Shura God King specially arranged for him to temporarily establish a temple in the 7 heavens. Now you want him to be relegated to the 6 heavens? Does the god of blue flame not care about his face? The goddess of life gently nodded, her soft voice echoing in the temple. What the god of destruction said is very true. Such an arrangement is indeed biased. Moreover, Blue Flame has made extraordinary contributions since his arrival, which I believe has already spread throughout the divine realm. If he is forced to settle for a second-level divine position, it would be hard for him to accept. But the current dilemma is... The god of good took over the conversation, his face full of helplessness. All 18 first-level divine positions in the divine realm have been inherited for thousands of years and are deeply rooted. Which god would be willing to voluntarily give up such an important position? In the divine realm, giving up one's own divine position and the normal inheritance of divine positions are worlds apart. Each divine position is closely connected to various continents in the mortal realm, continuously receiving the spiritual sustenance of mortals. Even if a god does nothing all day, they can still naturally grow in divine power through this sustenance. Once demoted from a first-level god to a second-level god, the spiritual sustenance received would greatly decrease, and the growth of divine power would become extremely slow. The differences in the concentration of celestial energy and divine power between the different heavens may not be noticeable over a few days, but in the divine realm, a casual passage of time could mean hundreds or thousands of years, and that would be a world of difference. The god of destruction snorted coldly, visibly displeased. In my opinion, we should simply expand the divine realm. This way, not only can we strengthen the overall power of the divine realm, but we can also provide more outstanding talents from the mortal realm with the opportunity to ascend to divine positions. No one would have to argue over divine positions anymore. The Shura god's expression grew stern as he looked seriously at the god of destruction, his eyes revealing undeniable authority. I have emphasized multiple times that expanding the divine realm is no small matter. This action will cause violent fluctuations in the entire space-time continuum and could very likely lead to catastrophic disasters, such as temporal turbulence. Such disasters, with our current strength, we simply cannot contend with. You just have not perceived the dangers involved. The god of destruction remained defiant. If that's the case, then why does the Shura god even need to consult us? Just decide the rank of the god of blue flame yourself. You, the Shura god, known for his fiery temper, widened his eyes in anger, his murderous intent overflowing, and a powerful aura instantly swept through the entire temple, as if he would devour the god of destruction at any moment. Please, your majesty the Shura god, calm your anger. The goddess of life hurriedly spoke up to mediate, her voice gentle, yet possessing a soothing power. The god of destruction also cares about the divine realm, He simply spoke inappropriately and meant no harm. Oomph. The Shura god suppressed his anger, snorting coldly. If it weren't for the fact that he is also considering the divine realm, I would not be so lenient today and would have long expelled him from the divine realm council. For a moment, the temple fell into silence. The atmosphere tense enough to be suffocating. Your Majesty, the Shura god, the god of destruction. The evil god's lips curled slightly, revealing a cunning smile. Since it is so difficult to determine the rank of the newly ascended god, I have an idea. Why not hold a divine power tournament? A divine power tournament? The Shura god repeated in confusion, his eyes filled with curiosity. Exactly, just like the martial arts tournaments common in the mortal realm. All first-level gods can participate, and those second-level gods who aspire to first-level positions can also sign up to compete. In the end, based on strength, we can redetermine the allocation of divine positions. The evil god explained in detail, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This idea is indeed novel. The goddess of life's eyes lit up as if she could envision the spectacular scenes of gods battling fiercely in the tournament and immediately expressed her agreement. The other gods remained silent, clearly treating it as tacit approval. Chapter 216, A Beautiful Disaster. Inside the blue flame temple, a clear, mirror-like lake lay quietly in this divine domain. FengYang comfortably reclined on the surface of the lake, his legs crossed leisurely as he tapped his foot. He naturally exuded an air of contentment, as if he were beyond the mundane world, blending yet differing from the mysterious and solemn atmosphere of the surrounding temple. Got a blue flame, good morning. A crisp and pleasant voice, like the sound of silver bells, floated in from one side of the temple, gently echoing in this spacious yet somewhat tranquil space. Upon hearing this voice, FengYang immediately recognized the visitor as the god of flowing clouds. He turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. Good morning? FengYang raised an eyebrow slightly, a look of confusion filling his deep-set eyes, as if pondering the meaning behind the word morning. A day in the divine realm has quietly passed, and you didn't notice it all? The god of flowing clouds' lips curled into a perfectly measured smile, warmth radiating from it like the gentle sunlight of spring. Huh? FengYang's face was filled with surprise. He felt puzzled internally, as he truly had no sense of time passing. In his previous understanding, it wasn't even dark yet. How could a day have passed so quickly? But in an instant, he suddenly realized that this was the divine realm, and there was no concept of night here. Hee. The god of flowing clouds smiled, even more gently and charmingly, her smile resembling flowers quietly blooming in spring. You have just arrived in the divine realm not long ago. It's understandable that you find it hard to adapt. However, to be able to lie so comfortably on the surface of the lake, could it be that among the martial souls you once possessed, there exists a dragonfly martial soul? Ha. Upon hearing this, FengYang burst into hearty laughter, his divine power subtly surging around him. In an instant, he shot up like an arrow released from a bow, soaring into the air and tracing a beautiful arc before gently landing like a feather in front of the god of flowing clouds. It's just a water-related ability. FengYang's expression was calm, his tone naturally exuding a sense of carefree nonchalance. How nice. A fleeting glimmer of envy passed through the god of flowing clouds' eyes, almost imperceptible, before quickly vanishing. Then, her expression suddenly changed, her originally gentle face displaying a hint of playful mischief. Shall I take you to steal something to eat from the god of food? This unexpected suggestion left FengYang momentarily stunned. Steal? Is that something a god does? As a deity, food is more of a decorative aspect of life for them, rather than a necessity for survival. Yet the god of food's culinary skills are extraordinary. Even the most casual dishes must be top-notch delicacies that are hard to find in the mortal realm. I wonder if the god of food is a man or a woman now. FengYang asked out of curiosity. The god of flowing clouds was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting FengYang to throw out such a question. It's a man, she answered truthfully, her eyes carrying a hint of confusion. Then forget it. I'm not interested in food. FengYang decisively refused, his tone firm. The god of flowing clouds was a bit dumbfounded. This person is too direct, too straightforward, isn't he? However, she vaguely sensed FengYang's preferences. Sure enough, the next moment, a sly smile appeared at the corners of FengYang's mouth. Why don't you tell me about that enchanting goddess instead? The god of flowing clouds pretended to sulk, pouting. Why should I tell you? Aren't you the deity responsible for guiding new gods? That was yesterday, and the task is already complete. Complete? Then why are you here today? Today I am. The god of flowing clouds initially intended to say she came to play with him. But just as the words were about to come out, she hesitated for no reason and changed her words. Today I came to monitor you, to see what you were busy with. FengYang naturally didn't believe her. Just a moment ago, she was excitedly saying she wanted to take him to steal food from the god of food, and this sudden change felt too abrupt. Fine, but you still have to tell me about this enchanting goddess and the god of summoning. I love hearing these gossip stories. FengYang said with a smile. So what benefits do I get? The god of flowing clouds blinked her lively eyes, displaying a hint of playfulness, much like a child asking for candy. FengYang pondered for a moment. Then a flash of light appeared in his palm, and a purple pearl, radiating a mysterious glow, slowly emerged. This pearl was something he casually bought with Bibi Dong when he was on the continent at Sea God Island. This is for you, consider it a gift, FengYang said. He felt somewhat apprehensive. Wouldn't a goddess look down on this? The god of flowing clouds' gaze was instantly drawn to the pearl, her eyes lighting up like stars in the night sky. The purple pearl, illuminated by the brilliant hues of the divine realm, refracted a dazzling array of colors, beautiful and dreamlike, captivating all who beheld it. Wow, it's so beautiful. The god of flowing clouds couldn't help but exclaim in genuine admiration, her eyes filled with affection, nearly overflowing from her eyes. FengYang secretly sighed. Why does it feel like this goddess is a bit easy to deceive, even after enduring thousands, or even tens of thousands of years of time? Can I say it now? Well, all right. The god of flowing clouds held the pearl tightly, her mood instantly brightening. This enchanting goddess, like me, is a secondary deity, and as her name suggests, she is breathtakingly beautiful, surpassing even the beauty of fish and birds. Almost every deity who sees her would be captivated. FengYang mused in his heart. Isn't this just like the legendary Chang'e, who is said to be incredibly beautiful? And the god of summoning is one of many suitors. He boldly expressed his feelings and pursued the enchanting goddess with fervor. But for the enchanting goddess, the god of summoning is just one of many crazy pursuers, without anything unique about him. To rid herself of his relentless pursuit, she declared that she would only accept the pursuit of the god king. Huh? FengYang couldn't help but exclaim, nearly laughing out loud. At this moment, he probably already guessed why the god of summoning, a dignified first-level deity, would act recklessly and create chaos in the lower realms. This is simply shameless obsession. After seeing the 5 great god kings, FengYang deeply felt that there exists a significant strength gap between first-level deities and god kings. To become a god king, one must defeat those high and mighty god kings who look down upon all beings, which is almost akin to striking a stone with an egg. By then, one might not even know how they died, truly confirming the saying, beautiful women bring disaster. Of course, perhaps this enchanting goddess never anticipated that the god of summoning would have such audacity, planning those wildly extreme actions just because of her one remark. Of course, this enchanting goddess also has the suspicion of playing with the gods at her fingertips. However, it seems unlikely. As a deity, such behavior would be too mundane. Recommended new book, Douluo Time Martial Soul, I Will Control Life and Death. Chapter 217, Flowing Clouds Confesses. The two walk side by side, chatting happily while strolling through the magnificent divine realm. The towering mountain of the realm lord stood like a giant, quietly overlooking this mysterious land. The mountain was wreathed in clouds and mist, with rays of light shining forth, as if a breathtaking fairyland painting was gradually unfolding before their eyes, intoxicating all who beheld it. What's wrong? You look so surprised. The god of flowing clouds tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with curiosity as she asked softly. I was just a bit surprised. FengYang shook his head slightly, offering no further explanation. He knew that even if the god of flowing clouds believed him, he still had to convince the 5 god kings in the end. The difficulty of this was not something that could be explained in just a few words. Even though he already had a plan in mind, how could the god kings not pursue such an incredibly beautiful, enchanting goddess? Given how explicitly she had made her allure known, FengYang asked Jaswali. Her answer was clearly a refusal. In this divine realm, who doesn't know that the god kings of destruction and life are a loving couple, and the god kings of evil and good are also deeply affectionate? How could they possibly pursue the goddess of extraordinary beauty? The god of flowing clouds explained with a light laugh. Isn't there also the god king of Azura? Let's not mention the god king of Azura. In his eyes, there has never been a shadow of love. It is said that tens of thousands of years ago, when he was still an ordinary man, he was thoroughly hurt by a woman. Since then, all that remains in his eyes is endless slaughter. The god of flowing clouds sighed slightly, her tone carrying a hint of sentiment. FengYang was momentarily at a loss for words and didn't know how to respond. All he could say was that no matter how remarkable a person is, becoming a sycophant doesn't lead to a good end. Moreover, I should tell you that the goddess of extraordinary beauty is 3,000 years older than me. The god of flowing clouds seemed to suddenly remember something and added, with a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. After all, age is a particularly sensitive topic for women. How old are you? FengYang instantly asked. Why ask that? A woman's age cannot be casually revealed. The god of flowing clouds pretended to be angry. But you're already a goddess now. FengYang smiled. Oh right, then I'm 2,220 years old. She replied. The age of deities in this divine realm is indeed astonishing, often exceeding 1,000 years. So you're 2,200 years older than me, FengYang said. What? The god of flowing clouds looked at him in shock, unable to believe it. You're only 20? Yeah, impossible. You became a deity at 20? Or did you create your own divinity? Yeah, if you don't believe it, you can test my physical age. No wonder you look so youthful. FengYang was amused by her. So, by this calculation, the goddess of extraordinary beauty is already over 6,000 years old. FengYang changed the subject. To have been in the divine realm for so many years without feeling bored is truly impressive. She had also gone to the lower realms to seek a legacy, but unfortunately, she either lacked beauty or strength and had never found one. The god of flowing clouds shook her head slightly, a hint of regret flashing in her eyes. Having both beauty and strength is indeed not easy. FengYang wholeheartedly agreed. Isn't it? The god of flowing clouds blinked and looked at FengYang, her eyes filled with expectation. Then why don't you take me to meet this goddess of extraordinary beauty? I also want to see her unparalleled beauty. FengYang said with anticipation. The god of flowing clouds suddenly turned her head, staring intently at FengYang, a hint of worry instantly appearing in her beautiful eyes. No, she said firmly. Why not? FengYang asked, puzzled. If you meet her, you will definitely fall in love with her. The god of flowing clouds said seriously, looking somewhat cute. Oh my. FengYang was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. When I was on the continent, I had a dozen women around me. I've seen all kinds, and I'm not that easily moved. You had a dozen women on the continent? The god of flowing clouds looked surprised, but more than that. She seemed to feel a subtle sense of loss. Yeah, I was planning to bring them all to the divine realm. Otherwise, life would be too boring. FengYang said bluntly. The god of flowing clouds slightly lowered her head, her expression dimming, gazing into the distant colorful clouds, remaining silent for a long time. What's wrong? FengYang noticed her unusual demeanor and asked with concern. It's nothing. It's just that your idea might be hard to realize. Because even a first-level deity can only bring 2 family members to the divine realm. The god of flowing clouds said softly, her voice tinged with a hint of sadness. As a time traveler, FengYang naturally understood the rules of the divine realm. So, given the current situation, he either had to find deities to take over for all the girls or break the rules of the divine realm. I know. So I was thinking of finding another wife in the divine realm. Why don't you take me to meet the goddess of extraordinary beauty? FengYang persistently requested again. No, the god of flowing clouds rejected without a moment's hesitation. Why not? Didn't I already say, if you meet her, you will definitely fall in love with her. I won't. FengYang forward. Moreover, FengYang continued, even if I fell in love with her, if she doesn't love me back, it wouldn't mean anything. Since it doesn't mean anything, why meet her? The god of flowing clouds countered. Everyone lives in the divine realm. We will meet sooner or later. FengYang said matter-of-factly. That is not necessarily true. I haven't met many gods for hundreds of years. Seeing her resolute attitude, FengYang no longer insisted. All right, then I'll find out her whereabouts myself when I have time and go meet her. The god of flowing clouds looked at FengYang with a helpless expression and suddenly said seriously, I'm also a goddess of several thousand years. I want to beat around the bush with you. Let us be together. As soon as the words came out, her heart raced, nervously waiting for FengYang's response. Sure. FengYang agreed without a second thought. Huh. The god of flowing clouds was stunned, the anticipated joy not arriving as expected. You just agree like that? Didn't you say that at your age, there is no need to hesitate? FengYang said earnestly. This. The god of flowing clouds was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. So, are you still going to see the goddess of extraordinary beauty? Of course. FengYang replied without hesitation. You. The god of flowing clouds felt a wave of sadness in her heart. You big bad guy. I want to talk to you anymore. With that, she transformed into a brilliant flowing cloud and floated away into the distance. FengYang watched her leave. smiling slightly. Chapter 2:18. Absorbing Star Cores. Just as FengYang was watching the god of flowing clouds figure fade away, slowly walking toward the seven heavens, a familiar figure appeared in his view. He saw the god of lightning, dressed in formidable armor, standing tall and striding confidently toward the blue flame temple. Approaching, he clasped his arms in salute, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, blue flame god." His voice was loud and filled with respect. "You're too polite, god of lightning." FengYang smiled in response. "Not at all. I believe that the blue flame god will soon become a first-level deity." The god of lightning said with great admiration. "Oh, what makes you say that?" FengYang asked, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. The god of lightning quickly reported all the recent happenings. "I firmly believe that with the extraordinary strength of the blue flame god, those so-called first-level deities are no match for you." The god of lightning said with admiration, his tone filled with confidence. "Ha ha ha, all right. Although there's a divine power conference to organize, I'm still very happy. The sooner I become a first-level deity, the sooner I can bring the girls up. If I can bring two, I will." The big knife was already a bit eager. "There's one more thing." The voice of the god of lightning suddenly became deep and mysterious. A brilliance in his hand flashed like fireworks. A core crystal radiating 9-colored light abruptly appeared in his palm, resembling the morning sun at dawn. The space around this core crystal was slightly distorted due to the immense divine power it contained, as if it were a small universe on the verge of exploding. "This is the eternal star core, specially sent to me by the god king of Shura." FengYang's gaze was like a torch, instantly sweeping toward the core crystal. With just one glance, he felt the surging divine power within it. That power seemed to be the chaotic force from the beginning of the world, as if it gathered the essence of all the stars in the universe, extremely formidable. No wonder this is a treasure that all gods in the divine realm dream of possessing. Before the god of lightning even presented it, "I could already sense its aura from you." FengYang sighed. "That is natural." The god of lightning respectfully raised the core crystal with both hands, slightly leaning forward, showing great reverence. "Thank you." The god of blue flame politely responded, then said, "I will take my leave now. Farewell." FengYang directly walked into the blue flame temple, tossing the eternal star core into the air. The divine power connected directly with it, just like absorbing a soul ring. The eternal star core began to slowly rotate above his head, gradually descending divine power. On the other side, the law enforcer rushed into the summoning temple of the seven heavens like a bolt of black lightning. As soon as he stepped onto the high threshold of the temple, the surrounding air instantly solidified, an invisible barrier rapidly spreading like a tide, wrapping the entire temple tightly to prevent any sound from leaking out. "My lord, it's bad." The law enforcer's voice trembled, his face full of anxiety. Clearly, this so-called law enforcer had already betrayed his duties under the temptation of interests, siding with the god of summoning and willingly becoming his minion. Recalling at the beginning, they had carefully planned to use the eternal star core as bait, setting a deadly trap to lure FengYang into the time-space seal. They knew better than anyone that the power within the time-space seal was not something a level 1 god could contend with. However, what they did not expect was that FengYang's strength was so terrifying, far beyond their wildest imagination. It must be said that this plan was extremely vicious. If it weren't for FengYang's otherworldly strength, who knows how many gods in the divine realm would have perished here, becoming victims of this conspiracy. What happened? The god of summoning raised his eyes. The god king of Shura actually began to suspect that the sudden emergence of transcendent power breaking the seal in the time-space secret realm was intentional. In order me to have the law enforcer temple conduct a thorough investigation. The law enforcer hurriedly reported, his voice trembling slightly from nervousness. His gaze shifting constantly between the god of summoning and the god of darkness, seemingly seeking some comfort. "What?" The god of summoning suddenly stood up. Clearly, he was still quite fearful of the god king of Shura. The god of darkness, sitting next to him, also looked serious, unconsciously sitting up straight. How could the god king of Shura have such doubts? The god of darkness frowned. The god king of Shura's reasoning was that this matter was too strange. He had just gone to Tian Shui to eliminate the killing aura, and this incident happened to occur. The two fell silent. This reasoning was indeed hard to articulate. The entire temple was eerily quiet. Only their heavy breathing could be heard. This god king of Shura is perhaps too sensitive? The god of darkness couldn't help but comment, his voice breaking the silence, but making the atmosphere even more oppressive. "What should we do now?" The law enforcer looked worried. The god of lightning and the thunder god, Although they appeared to listen to my orders, if they uncover any clues, they might pursue the matter relentlessly, showing no mercy. His words were filled with concern, as if he had already seen the terrifying consequences after the matter was exposed. The god of summoning remained silent, slowly walking to the window, looking out at the seemingly calm sky of the divine realm. Don't panic. He slowly spoke. We haven't left any evidence. We can't expose ourselves because of the God King's authority. This matter should not be discussed further. The evil god and the good god of the couple's temple. Why do I feel that this proposal seems to target the newly promoted god of blue flame? The good goddess asked. The evil god revealed a wicked smile. Those who know me understand me. Why are you doing this? The good goddess asked in confusion. You know, the god of summoning has always been my most capable assistant. There are many secret realms in the divine realm, or unknown planets in space, that he summoned divine beasts to explore. Generally, which god would risk their life for such adventures? Therefore, when he proposed to kill the god of blue flame, I did not refuse, the evil god said. What? The good goddess frowned. Isn't this too much? The two, like the couple of destruction and life, are opposites and exist in mutual restraint. Just like how this world always has duality. Don't worry, I just provided a little help, allowing the god of summoning and the god of blue flame to duel under the permission of the god king of Shura. Whether he can win or not depends on the god of summoning's own strength. I won't interfere, the evil god said. Is that really the case? The good goddess countered. Clearly, she did not trust the nature of the evil god. Really, why would I need to lie to you? All right. The good goddess temporarily paused, suddenly thinking of something. However, the god of summoning seems to be targeting the god of blue flame so much. Could it be that he really did something in the mortal realm? Chapter 219, Comfortable Apprenticeship. Inside the blue flame temple. After FengYang absorbed the eternal star core, he felt extremely disappointed. If I were to use an intuitive number to describe it, the divine power provided by the eternal star core is 1/100. 1%. He would need 100 eternal star cores to advance his strength slightly. No wonder many level 1 gods are not particularly eager. Damn it, is this law enforcer trying to trick me? FengYang couldn't help but curse. He felt somewhat displeased. This is simply taking advantage of his information gap. Praising this thing to be so powerful. It might be more useful for level 2 gods. It's better to honestly take an apprentices, which is more comfortable. That doubling of improvement might not yield many apprentices before his strength surpasses the God King's, even the God King of Shura. However, most of the deities in the divine realm, especially the female gods, seem to care little about their own strength. After all, they're already eternally youthful and immortal. There is no need to continue pursuing advancement. One can see this from the Buddhist demeanor of the god of flowing clouds. In just one day's time, the notice for the Divine Power Conference had almost reached every corner of the divine realm. Such events are rare and even quite uncommon. Each year, there might be some peach blossom festival where everyone gathers, sitting together to drink, chat, and eat peaches. But many gods are unwilling to come, mainly because they feel it's not very meaningful. This time, the Divine Power Conference has attracted great interest from over 90 of the second level and third level gods. Even those who are not participating want to join in the fun. However, the first level gods are not pleased. After all, this affects their status. The last among them will inevitably be downgraded to second level gods. This is not only a matter of divine power, but also a matter of face. Which of the gods could be considered a genius among the geniuses from the lower realms? To become a first level god is even more rare, like a star among the moon. Currently, there are 18 first level gods, namely the 7 elemental gods: fire god, water god, earth god, wind god, light god, dark god, and space god. The 7 deadly sin gods: god of greed, god of sloth, god of wrath, god of pride, god of envy, god of lust, and god of gluttony. And 4 others: god of summoning, sea god, Rakshasa god, and angel god. Coincidentally, these 4 all come from Douluo Continent. Therefore, even the inheritance is on Douluo Continent. Among them, the god of summoning's attitude towards FengYang goes without saying. Planning this competition is precisely to kill FengYang directly and eliminate future troubles. The sea god also harbors hostility towards FengYang. When he was in the lower realm, he even looked down on his inheritance. It is certain that he will take this opportunity to teach FengYang a lesson. Other gods also have opinions about FengYang. The divine realm has been stable for thousands of years, and they don't know what he is up to, creating a new divine position out of nowhere, leading to the need for a childish divine power conference. How could they not be furious? Once, when the god of summoning first arrived in the divine realm, he was also a second-level god, but when a first-level god suddenly fell in the time-space secret realm, It allowed the god of summoning to ascend to first-level god. Among the current second-level gods, there are indeed a few eager to try. The next day, in the king's city of the five heavens, it seemed to be infused with boiling vitality, bustling with activity. Countless gods traversed the air, either riding various aerial mounts, radiating unique brilliance, or leisurely stepping on soft, fluffy clouds, their figures ethereal. Their discussions all revolved around this highly anticipated divine power conference, and the buzzing chatter intertwined, making this space vibrant. In the misty clearing, a stage meticulously crafted by the god of spiritual insight rose from the ground. Above the stage, 5 noble seats stood silently, seemingly conveying the supreme status of the gods. However, even so, not many paid attention, because it was so beautiful. A light sigh, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirred up layers of waves. The goddess of national beauty has also arrived. This shout exploded like thunder among the crowd. In an instant, 1,000 gods on the stage seemed to be pulled by an invisible hand, turning their heads in unison, their gazes focused in the same direction. In every pair of eyes, the breathtakingly beautiful figure of the goddess of national beauty was reflected, their gazes frozen, staring intently, as if under a spell. At the moment she appeared, the originally colorful divine realm seemed to have its colors drained, and everything faded into dullness. The gods either gaped, unable to close their mouths for a long time, emitting waves of unconscious admiration, or their eyes became misty, lost in her unparalleled beauty. Even the high-level gods, who usually had few desires, couldn't help but feel their hearts surge and their breathing quicken. Those male gods who usually prided themselves on their superiority were utterly captivated, losing all their previous restraint and dignity. FengYang's gaze was also fixed on the face of the goddess of national beauty. She wore a magnificent long dress, the hem flowing like a galaxy, covering both her feet. Dense jewels were embedded within, shimmering with a mysterious and enchanting glow with each step, as if she were walking among the stars. The dress was woven from thin silk, embroidered with lifelike divine bird patterns, making the birds seem ready to soar, adding a touch of grace and majesty to her. Her skin resembled the finest mutton-fat jade, delicate and warm, radiating a soft glow. Pure and warm like the first rays of sunlight on a spring morning, gently caressing all things, making one unable to resist wanting to get closer to feel that beauty. Each blink of her eyes seemed to sparkle with starlight, and her deep gaze appeared to hide endless cosmic mysteries, easily drawing in one's soul, intoxicating and disorienting. The slight upward tilt of her eyes carried an innate charm, yet her noble aura made her seem neither flirtatious nor vulgar, instead adding a touch of cold elegance that inspired both awe and fascination. The key was still her talent. Due to the 2 panda bears, her loose long dress was transformed into a bikini-like appearance, which was simply too exaggerated. She walked gracefully towards the stage. Wherever she went, a gentle breeze brushed by, and a faint, strange floral fragrance wafted through the air, intoxicating the gods even more. The surrounding mist seemed to come alive, automatically parting to make way for her. As the mist rolled, it further highlighted her ethereal beauty, like a fairy from the heavenly realm, extraordinary and unearthly. The moment she stepped onto the stage, the entire venue fell silent, all gods holding their breath, as if the entire divine realm had stopped breathing at that moment, solely to imprint her extraordinary grace deep in their hearts. Chapter 220, the Goddess of National Beauty. Goddess of National Beauty. Goddess of National Beauty. A group of bold, extroverted gods could no longer contain their inner fervor and began shouting towards the goddess of national beauty. Their voices echoed in the air above the divine realm. They eagerly anticipated that even a fleeting smile or just a passing glance from the goddess of national beauty would be an immensely precious gift for them. Sure enough, whether in the bustling human world or the high, solemn divine realm, flattery and admiration for beauty are never in short supply. The beauty of the goddess of national beauty was like a heavy balm, stirring up tremendous waves among the gods, truly shocking. No wonder the god of summoning was so enchanted by her, unable to extricate himself. In the eyes of many gods, if anyone were fortunate enough to pursue the goddess of national beauty, it would not only be a matter of possessing an enviable honor, but would also ensure a life of great comfort in the days to come. Such an extraordinary beauty, who among the present gods could remain unmoved or not be captivated? For a moment, the scene became extremely chaotic, and even when the 5 great god kings appeared, no one noticed. Even the destruction god king and the evil god king, who already had wives by their sides, couldn't help but steal a few more glances at the goddess of national beauty when they saw her. Such a scene was truly absurd. It was evident that the charm of the goddess of national beauty had surpassed many rules and constraints of the divine realm. "Hey, she's so beautiful." A light and cheerful voice quietly rang in FengYang's ear. FengYang turned and saw that it was the god of flowing clouds. As their eyes met, a silent understanding passed between them, and FengYang's lips curled into a faint smile. "You're here too," he said with a grin. "I told you, once you see the goddess of unparalleled beauty, you'll certainly fall in love with her." The god of flowing clouds looked smug, as if he had already seen through everything. Who can argue with that? The feeling is truly indescribable. FengYang didn't deny it, his eyes also reflecting awe at the goddess's beauty. With the 5 great god kings taking their seats one after another, the solemn and authoritative voice of the god of Azura echoed throughout the venue like a ringing bell. Finally, he successfully redirected the gaze of the many deities, who had been as restless as untamed horses, back to him. "The goddess of unparalleled beauty is indeed beautiful, but you all should maintain some decorum. You are gods. Don't behave like mortals who can't even control their emotions." The god of Azura's words carried a hint of sternness, trying to restore some of the dignity that the divine realm ought to possess. Ha ha ha. However, the originally serious words of the god of Azura, in this heated and slightly uncontrolled atmosphere, somehow came across as humorous. Laughter erupted in the hall, and the tense atmosphere instantly eased considerably. Seeing this, the goddess of unparalleled beauty couldn't help but lightly cover her face with her hand, her lips curving upwards to reveal a captivating smile. In that instant, the entire venue ignited like a powder keg, becoming completely restless. "Oh my," she smiled. The goddess of unparalleled beauty smiled. So beautiful. The voices of the gods intertwined, pushing the atmosphere to a new climax. The scene was exceedingly exaggerated, as if the entire divine realm was celebrating this smile from the goddess of unparalleled beauty. The god of Azura looked at this chaotic scene, his brow slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of displeasure. "Goddess of unparalleled beauty, why are you here causing a commotion instead of staying in your temple? Are you planning to join the fight?" The god of Azura questioned. The goddess of unparalleled beauty still wore a gentle smile, responding calmly. "I heard that a newly established deity has single-handedly resisted the temporal secret realm, so naturally, I wanted to witness it for myself. Otherwise, staying in the temple would be too dull. That feeling is not very difficult to get along with. Yet often it is this kind of demeanor that makes one more infatuated and unable to extricate themselves, always feeling as if there's hope. In reality, most of it is just an illusion." Ha ha ha. Laughter once again rang out among the gods, touched by the goddess of unparalleled beauty's straightforwardness and honesty. "Goddess of unparalleled beauty, if you find life boring, come play with me." Goddess of unparalleled beauty, it's been over 100 years since I promised to invite you to taste the delicacies of the god of food. You still haven't come. Goddess of unparalleled beauty, if possible, let us have a little god together. In an instant, the words of the gods were filled with teasing and jest. The crude and vulgar remarks added a touch of mundane flavor to the originally sacred and solemn divine realm, making it hard to distinguish whether this was the lofty divine realm or the bustling mortal world. "All right, everyone, stop joking around." The god of Azura timely intervened, interrupting the words of the gods. The gods understood the moment and quickly fell silent, restoring calm to the venue. Today, the newly ascended god, Blue Flame, has established a new divine position, showcasing extraordinary strength to ensure the peace and development of our divine realm. We are holding a divine power conference for the god of Blue Flame to invigorate our static divine realm and make it more exciting. The voice of the god of Azura resounded again, announcing the purpose of the conference to everyone. "Good, good, good." Many gods shouted in unison, their voices echoing through the skies, filled with anticipation for this divine power conference. However, those first-level deities, upon hearing about the god of Blue Flame's achievements, turned gloomy, gesting displacet glunges at FengYang, as if they had already begun plotting in their minds how to suppress this newly ascended god to maintain their own status in the divine realm. This time, the main event is the showdown among 18 first-level deities, but second-level deities who wish to ascend can also participate, the evil god king added. Upon hearing this, the deities below immediately stirred. Especially those second-level deities, they whispered to each other, quietly discussing whether to seize this opportunity to test the growth of their own strength over the years. Regardless of how the rankings turn out this time, I hope there won't be too many complaints. Accept the changes and replacements of the world. After all, nothing is eternal, the god of kindness said earnestly, trying to soothe the emotions of the gods, encouraging everyone to approach this conference with a peaceful mindset. All right, I declare the conference officially open. The god of Azura raised his staff high, solemnly declaring, second-level deities wishing to ascend, please step to the center of the conference. The evil god king shouted. A brief silence fell over the venue, hesitating for about 3 seconds. I'll go. A robust second-level deity shot out from the crowd like an arrow, landing in the center of the conference, his eyes filled with confidence and determination. Me too. Immediately after, another second-level deity followed suit, unwilling to be outdone. Soon, one after another, second-level deities responded, emerging from the crowd like bamboo shoots after rain, landing in the designated spots. Clearly, those deities with ambition and ideas were still not in the minority. There were a total of 216 second-level deities, and surprisingly, 23 of them boldly stepped forward, ready to showcase their skills in this divine power conference and vie for a chance to ascend. Thus, the highly anticipated divine power conference officially commenced, with these 23 second-level deities to be filtered to determine the top 3. They would then compete fiercely against the first-level deities alongside FengYang. In the previous chapter, it was inexplicably locked. It should be unlocked tomorrow. Chapter 221. Her daughter, the 23 second-level deities, quickly took their positions in the center of the venue. Their eyes met, filled with either combativeness or caution. The first to step forward, a robust deity named Ruefeng, was surrounded by wisps of azure air, causing his hair to flutter wildly. At this moment, he slightly squinted his eyes, carefully assessing his opponents around him, secretly calculating how to stand out in this competition. Beside Ruefeng stood a second-level goddess named Lingyue, dressed in a flowing silver gown that danced with the wind, resembling an elf under the moonlight. She held a longbow that radiated soft moonlight, its body etched with mysterious runes, seemingly telling of its extraordinary nature. Lingyue lightly raised her chin, her eyes carrying a hint of coldness. In her view, this promotion opportunity was rare, and she was determined to go all out without the slightest retreat. Just as everyone was secretly competing, a powerful roar suddenly rang out. A burly deity appeared, his muscles bulging like small mountains. He was the mountain shaker, whose martial spirit was the power of the earth. He stomped his foot, and the ground instantly cracked, with fissures rapidly spreading out from him, showcasing his immense strength. Mountain Shaker laughed heartily. Today, I will see if I can be promoted to a first-level god. His voice boomed like rolling thunder, shaking the surrounding air. The other second-level deities were equally unwilling to be outdone, each releasing their divine power, and in an instant, brilliance flickered and divine energy surged. Some deities were engulfed in flames, instantly raising the temperature around them. Others manipulated water, forming flowing curtains around themselves. Still, others summoned various strange beast shadows, emitting bursts of roars. The entire venue was shrouded in rich divine energy, resembling a world just emerging from chaos. Since it was not a life-or-death situation, the decisive battle was quick. Most were merely skirmishes. Only the goddess Lingyue seemed intent on being promoted to a first-level god, fighting earnestly. Ultimately, she was the first among the second-level gods to engage in battle. FengYang also inquired of the god of flowing clouds why she wanted to win. The god of flowing clouds appeared dim, because she wanted to bring her daughter to the divine realm. Huh? Daughter? FengYang was puzzled. Yes. It is said that her daughter was born a year after she became a god in her continent, so she would visit her every year. But over the years, her daughter's qualifications had not allowed her to become a god. Therefore, to avoid the grief of a white-haired person sending off a black-haired one, she had to become a first-level god to qualify to bring family members to the divine realm. No wonder. FengYang glanced at the goddess Lingyue a few more times. She was quite attractive. Goddess Lingyue, among these 18 first-level gods, who do you want to challenge? The evil god king asked. As soon as these words were spoken, all 18 first-level gods coldly stared at the goddess Lingyue, attempting to exert mental pressure. After all, if the goddess Lingyue succeeded in her challenge, it would directly lead to a position swap. Since second-level gods couldn't defeat her, what could a first-level god say? They could only be replaced. The goddess Lingyue's beautiful eyes flickered as she carefully assessed the 18 first-level gods, weighing her options in her heart. The 7 elemental gods controlled the most fundamental yet powerful forces in the world. The fire god's flames could incinerate all. The water god's currents could drown everything. The earth god's power was indestructible. The wind god's gales could tear apart space. The light god's radiance could dispel darkness. The dark god's shadows could devour all. The space god could freely traverse and warp space. Their powers were pure and domineering, almost flawless. Then there were the 7 deadly sin gods. The god of greed's endless thirst for power and wealth drove him to use any means necessary to seize it. The god of sloth, though seemingly lazy, could strike in bizarre ways at critical moments. Once the god of wrath was provoked, his divine power erupted like a volcanic eruption. Unstoppable. The god of pride held himself in high esteem, with a combat style that was fierce and oppressive. The god of envy's jealous nature made him acutely aware of his enemy's weaknesses, often striking in a treacherous and ruthless manner. The god of lust's pursuit of various desires resulted in diverse combat tactics. The god of gluttony's ability to absorb power allowed him to continuously strengthen himself in battle. Their powers were particularly troublesome due to their respective sin characteristics. As for the god of summoning, although his own strength was not top tier, his unique summoning ability granted him a very special status among the gods. He could summon 2 divine beasts with the power of first-level gods, meaning that if the goddess Lingyue challenged him, she would effectively have to face the attacks of 3 first-level gods simultaneously, a tremendous challenge. The sea god ruled over the vast oceans. His divine power intertwined with the might of the sea, ever-changing. The Rakshasa god emanated an evil and powerful aura, casting darkness and fear wherever he went. The angel god symbolized sanctity and light, his power pure and filled with the majesty of judgment. The goddess Lingyue understood that any one of these 18 first-level gods possessed extraordinary strength and unique combat styles, leaving her with almost no absolute chance of victory. But in order to bring her daughter into the divine realm, she had no way out. She took a deep breath, letting her wildly beating heart gradually calm down, and rapidly contemplated her countermeasures. The goddess Lingyue's gaze landed on the god of lust. The god of lust noticed the goddess Lingyue's attention, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips, seemingly taunting, yet also anticipating. Lingyue's heart stirred. She thought of how the god of lust's pursuit of various desires often made him overly eager for victory in battle, which could lead to openings. Although the god of lust had diverse powers, perhaps his pure attacking power was not as fierce and direct as that of the fire god or the god of wrath. I challenged the god of lust. The goddess Lingyue's clear and resolute voice resonated throughout the arena. Upon hearing this, the gods all showed expressions of surprise. They did not expect the goddess Lingyue to choose the god of lust. The god of lust was slightly taken aback, then his face revealed greater interest. He licked his lips, as if looking forward to an interesting game. Interesting, little Lingyue. I hope you can bring me enough surprises. The god of lust flashed and instantly arrived at the center of the arena, confronting the goddess Lingyue. He exuded a peculiar glow, which seemed to contain endless temptation, making it hard for others to resist approaching. The goddess Lingyue remained unmoved, gripping her moonlight bow tightly and slowly channeling her divine power. The runes on the moonlight bow shimmered with soft moonlight, contrasting sharply with the god of lust's tempting radiance. At this moment, FengYang watched the impending battle with a calm demeanor. Chapter 222, 5 Elemental Beasts. The battle began. With a command from the evil god king, the god of lust launched the first attack. He grasped the air with both hands, and countless tentacles formed from the power of desire surged toward the goddess Lingyue like agile venomous snakes. Wherever the tentacles passed, the air seemed to twist, emitting sizzling sounds. The goddess Lingyue's eyes sharpened, and she quickly drew her bow, shooting several moonlight arrows like meteors. The moonlight arrows collided with the tentacles, erupting into dazzling brilliance. However, the god of lust's tentacles seemed to possess some bizarre regenerative ability. The parts struck by the moonlight arrows instantly dissipated but quickly regrew, continuing to entwine toward the goddess Lingyue. Seeing this, the goddess Lingyue quickly sidestepped to evade while firing off several more moonlight arrows in an attempt to halt the tentacles' advance. The god of lust, watching the goddess Lingyue's flustered appearance, couldn't help but laugh heartily. Little Lingyue, your resistance is futile. Before my power of desire, you will eventually be consumed. The goddess Lingyue gritted her teeth, secretly pondering her countermeasures. She found that although the tentacles of the god of desire seemed powerful, their attacking method was relatively simple, mainly using entanglement to restrict the opponent's actions. As long as she could find a way to break through the tentacle attacks, perhaps she could find an opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly inspired, she placed the moonlight bow horizontally in front of her, quickly formed hand seals, and then abruptly thrust the moonlight bow towards the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, a powerful force of moonlight erupted from the center of the moonlight bow, forming a circular shield that tightly protected the goddess of Lingwei within. The tentacles of the god of desire crashed against the shield, producing a series of dull sounds, but they could never break through the shield's defenses. Interesting. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the god of desire as he increased his divine power output, making the tentacles thicker and the attacks more ferocious. A divine cage descended. In the end, the goddess of Lingwei was defeated. She stood in midair, her face filled with sorrow. Opportunities like today would likely never arise again. The goddess of Lingwei left in desolation, but the atmosphere in the arena became increasingly intense. Everyone's gaze seemed to be tangible threads, all focused on FengYang, who was about to step onto the battlefield. FengYang looked casual, his expression serene, and his deep eyes naturally fell on the god of summoning. Their gazes met in midair. In an instant, it was as if sparks were colliding, and the surrounding air froze momentarily. They looked at each other, almost without any unnecessary words, but within that silence surged a torrent of battle intent like an undercurrent. The god of summoning had a cold expression, his face calm, but inside he was as gloomy as the deep sea before a storm. He had already secretly decided to use this rare opportunity to shatter FengYang's divine position, eliminating future troubles. In his eyes, FengYang, this newly ascended deity who had created his own divine position, was like a bomb that could explode at any moment, threatening his status and authority in the divine realm. Suddenly, the air above changed dramatically. Boom! A loud sound erupted, as if the heavens and earth were being split apart, and FengYang's entire body was instantly enveloped in blue flames. The blue flames were pure and scorching, emitting a heart-pounding power, causing the temperature to soar instantly, making all the deities present feel a wave of searing heat. This high temperature was not only a physical scorching, but also seemed to be an impact on their hearts, causing the gods to have a whole new understanding of FengYang's strength. Seeing this, the god of summoning snorted coldly and unhesitatingly waved his magic wand. The gem at the top of the wand shone brightly, instantly tearing apart space and summoning two divine beasts of level 1. One divine beast resembled a qilin, its scales shimmering with a metallic luster, each scale containing powerful defensive strength, its eyes burning with intense battle intent, and its roar shaking the air. The other divine beast resembled a giant kunpeng, its wings spread wide, blocking out the sun, and as it flapped its wings, a howling wind surged forth, carrying a momentum capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. FengYang, I want to see how you handle 1v3. The god of summoning sneered, his tone filled with mockery and disdain, as if he'd already regarded FengYang as a defeated foe. Who said I was going to 1v3? FengYang's expression remained calm, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a mysterious smile, as if everything was under his control. In the next second, a low, mysterious humming sound resonated, and 5 blue flame elements suddenly appeared in front of FengYang. These blue flame elements took on various forms, but all emitted the same terrifying high temperature as the blue flames surrounding FengYang. Their appearance distorted the surrounding space, and the temperature instantly spread out, like a scorching storm sweeping through the arena. Everyone was completely shocked. How is this possible? How can this be? Gasps of astonishment erupted, and the gods widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. The god of blue flames can actually summon? This is incredible. Moreover, he summoned 5 blue flame elements. Judging by the temperature, they were no less than the temperature of the god of blue flames. This is terrifying. The god of summoning's face turned pale in an instant, his eyes filled with shock and fear. He never expected that FengYang would have such a bizarre method. The once confident god of summoning now felt a tinge of unease rising in his heart. But the great battle was already on the verge of breaking out. FengYang did not give the god of summoning much time to think. With a thought, the 5 blue flame elements instantly sprang into action. They were engulfed in blue flames, like 5 burning meteors, charging towards the 2 divine beasts with a momentum capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. The qilin divine beast let out a cry and raised its head to the sky, its scales shining brightly. forming an indestructible defensive shield in an attempt to withstand the attack of the blue flame elements. The Kunpeng divine beast flapped its massive wings, summoning a violent storm to try to blow the blue flame elements away. However, the blue flame elements seemed to ignore these obstacles, charging straight into the storm. Wherever they passed, the storm was instantly ignited, turning into a sea of fire. One of the blue flame elements was the first to reach the Qilin divine beast, and it pounced towards the Qilin, instantly enveloping it in blue flames. The Qilin divine beast let out a painful roar, struggling desperately to escape the searing heat of the blue flames. But the temperature of the blue flame element was simply too high. Its scales gradually turned red under the scorching of the blue flames and even began to melt. Meanwhile, several other blue flame elements flew towards the Kunpeng divine beast. Seeing this, the Kunpeng divine beast flapped its wings, unleashing a powerful storm towards the blue flame elements. The blue flame elements paused briefly in the storm, but quickly adjusted their formation, with two elements circling around to the back of the Kunpeng divine beast while the other two faced the storm directly, weakening its power. Taking advantage of the Kunpeng divine beast distraction, the blue flame elements that had circled behind suddenly launched their attack, igniting the wings of the Kunpeng divine beast in an instant. The Kunpeng divine beast cried out in pain, staggering in the air. Chapter 223. God King, save me. The god of summoning watched as his summoned divine beasts were suppressed by the blue flame elements, feeling both shocked and angry. He swung his magic wand fiercely, the gem at the top flashing wildly, and mysterious black rays shot out from the gem, entering the bodies of the two divine beasts. In an instant, the momentum of the Qilin divine beast and the Kunpeng divine beast surged, and they, which had previously been withered by the blue flames, suddenly regained their powerful strength. The Qilin divine beast's scales shone brightly, and the parts that had melted quickly restored, with a layer of eerie black luster appearing on its scales. The Kunpeng divine beast flapped its wings, and within the storm, black lightning intertwined as it launched a frenzied counterattack against the blue flame elements. Oof. Do you think this is enough to win against me? You're simply naive to the extreme. The god of summoning roared through gritted teeth, his voice filled with indignation and disdain, echoing in the air above the battlefield. Everyone knew that the god of summoning had always relied on his summoning technique to become a level 1 god, possessing means to enhance his summoned divine beasts. While it was surprising, it was also within reason upon reflection. In contrast, FengYang, faced with this sudden change, still wore a calm smile, as if everything in the world was under his control. Is that so? If I take action myself, how will you resist? His tone was calm, yet it struck the hearts of everyone like a heavy hammer. As soon as he finished speaking, FengYang's aura suddenly surged, as if merging with the heavens and the earth. WR-102 star. With a low shout, a dull buzzing sound echoed through the air, like the deep roar of an ancient behemoth. In an instant, FengYang transformed into a massive blue planet, its surface ablaze with surging blue flames. Resembling a boiling blue ocean, each flame containing the power to destroy worlds. A terrifying gravitational force centered around the planet FengYang had become, collapsing outward in a cone shape. Wherever it passed, space was easily torn apart like fragile paper, with fierce black cracks spreading wildly, as if attempting to drag the entire world into an endless abyss. The surrounding thousands of deities, without exception, all distinctly felt that heart-pounding destructive power. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, their eyes filled with shock and fear. Wasn't it this move that the god of blue flames used to destroy all dark forces in the secret realm of time and space? A deity murmured, trembling. Too terrifying. Another deity couldn't help but exclaim, awe and horror evident in their voice. The gods hurriedly enveloped themselves in divine power, forming a protective barrier to withstand this overwhelming might. Even the bystanders had to activate their divine defenses, demonstrating the dire situation faced by the summoning god as an opponent. At this moment, the summoning god was already sweating profusely, his divine robe soaked through. In all his years as a deity, he had never felt such intense fear, a shudder that came from the depths of his soul in the face of a destructive blow. He understood that if this strike hit, what awaited him would be the shattering of his divine position and a fate of being crushed to pieces. He watched helplessly as the WR-102 star approached him with overwhelming might, his heart filled with despair. In a panic, he frantically waved his magic wand, trying to summon more powerful divine beasts to resist this terrifying attack. However, in front of the WR-102 star transformed by FengYang, Those newly summoned divine beasts were like fragile ants, utterly unable to withstand a blow, instantly crushed by the supergravity. Only the two first-level divine beasts summoned earlier were still tightly bound by 5 blue flame elements, unable to come to his rescue. At this moment, the summoning god was already at his wit's end, with no divine powers left to use. He stood there in shock, his eyes wide, filled with terror and despair. "God King, save me," he shouted hoarsely, his voice seeming so small and helpless amidst the raging winds. At that moment, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became subtle. Many deities felt an impulse to laugh. Usually, the summoning god was very concerned about his image, to show off his power in front of the national goddess. He always put on a big brother demeanor in front of a crowd of second and third level gods. Moreover, he indeed had some means. No matter what happened, he could always resolve it through his own abilities or connections. Because of this, when FengYang first entered the divine realm and pointed out the summoning god's various misdeeds in the lower realms, no one believed it. After all, in everyone's eyes, the summoning god was so reliable and prestigious. And the summoning god himself was also intoxicated by this feeling of being adored, as every time he spoke, people would rush to support him. Such treatment could not help but give rise to a strong sense of superiority, as if declaring to the national goddess that his deterrent power was already on par with the God King. But now, this usually imperious summoning god was calling for help in such an undignified manner in front of all the deities, including the national goddess he adored. This dramatic reversal turned him into a comical fool in the eyes of others, becoming the laughingstock of all. The evil God King, as the referee of this duel, was secretly quite fond of the summoning god, who was his subordinate. He naturally could not sit idly by and watch the summoning god's divine position shatter, leading to his demise. Just as the WR-102 star, carrying destructive power, was about to crush the summoning god, the evil god king suddenly intervened. He opened his eyes wide, his evil divine power surging violently like boiling black magma. Boom! A sound that could shake the foundations of the heavens, and the earth erupted suddenly, like a tremendous shockwave at the beginning of chaos. A mighty divine power surged out from his palm. This divine power condensed into a dark blade, flickering with strange runes, seemingly carrying endless evil will, cutting through the void with an unstoppable momentum, heading straight toward the WR-102 star. Bang! Almost instantaneously, a deafening roar echoed throughout the divine realm, as if the end of the world had arrived. The sound was so loud that the deities felt a buzzing in their ears, as if their very souls were about to be shaken out of their bodies. It was like an unimaginably powerful nuclear bomb exploding on the surface of the WR-102 star. Blinding light erupted, illuminating every corner of the divine realm. The shockwave triggered by the evil god king's divine power instantly transformed into a massive mushroom cloud, displaying an eerie purple-black color, with edges flickering with violent currents. It carried a terrifying destructive force, like an ancient ferocious beast awakening, rampaging and spreading in all directions. Chapter 224. Becoming a first-level god, the massive mushroom cloud displayed an eerie purple-black color, with edges flickering with violent currents, carrying a terrifying destructive force. Like an ancient ferocious beast awakening, rampaging and spreading in all directions. All the surrounding deities, relying on their innate keen perception as deities, had already sensed the impending catastrophic crisis the moment the evil god king acted. Their faces turned pale, their eyes filled with fear and unease. They hurriedly unleashed their most powerful divine techniques. Some deities radiated brilliant light, instantly transforming into streaks of fast-moving light. Others formed thick energy shields in front of themselves, trying to resist the oncoming impact. Still, others chanted incantations, summoning various strange artifacts to protect themselves. In an instant, the entire battlefield was illuminated with flashing lights, divine techniques emerging one after another as the gods, like startled birds, hurriedly retreated away from the collision point between the WR-102 star and the evil god king's power, creating a chaotic scene. The collision of this power was terrifying to the extreme, as if the entire divine realm was violently shaking under the influence of this overwhelming impact. The sky twisted, and the originally white clouds were instantly dyed with strange colors, being torn apart by the raging winds. Seconds later, when the dust and energy fluctuations in the air calmed down slightly, a scene that shocked all the deities to the extreme appeared before their eyes. The WR-102 star stood like an unyielding ancient war god, still steadily suspended in the air, emitting a heart-pounding, blazing blue flame. Looking back at the evil God King, he was shaken all over by the powerful rebound force brought by the mushroom cloud. His figure swayed in the air a few times before he barely stabilized himself. What? 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 The surrounding deities felt an unprecedented shock in their hearts, their astonishment evident on their faces. Exclamations arose one after another, like a surging tide. The god of blue flame was actually able to easily withstand an attack from the evil god king? Too terrifying. Too terrifying. Even if the evil god was underestimating his opponent, a casual strike from him shouldn't be easily resisted by a first-level god. Could it be that the god of blue flame's strength has already comparable to a god king? They did not speak these 4 words aloud. The evil god king stood frozen in place, as if under a paralysis spell. Although the divine power he had just unleashed did successfully block the attack of the blue flame god SWR 102 stellar pressure, he felt only a slight tremor throughout his body, seemingly unscathed. It was precisely this seemingly ordinary reaction that placed him in an extremely awkward position. One must know, as one of the 5 god kings of the divine realm, his status was immensely esteemed. In the past, when dealing with first-level deities, the outcome was always crushing, overwhelming with absolute strength. But now, facing the newly ascended first-level deity, the god of blue flame, he found himself in such an embarrassing situation. He felt a burning sensation on his face, as if he had been publicly slapped several times. His former dignity and pride shattered to pieces in an instant. At the same time, a sense of inexplicable crisis quietly took root deep within him, spreading rapidly throughout his entire body like wild grass growing madly in spring. He secretly pondered that the god of blue flame had successfully ascended to the rank of first-level deity today, and it was not impossible for him to be promoted to god king tomorrow. After all, the strength he displayed was too terrifying. This thought filled the evil god king with apprehension towards the god of blue flame, and his gaze towards FengYang carried a hint of vigilance and unease. Just as the atmosphere of awkward silence was about to solidify, it was his wife, the goddess of kindness, who stepped forward to break the deadlock. The goddess of kindness wore a gentle smile on her face and softly spoke. God of blue flame, you are truly impressive. Such a powerful summoner is completely overpowered in your hands, and you even managed to take a hit from the evil god king. It genuinely gives us a new understanding of you. Her voice was soft and pleasant, like a clear spring flowing in the mountains, resonating in this tense battlefield. FengYang turned his gaze towards the goddess of kindness, his expression calm, but he did not respond verbally, while the blue flames around him continued to burn leisurely, as if everything outside could hardly disturb him. The goddess of kindness noticed this and remained unfazed, still smiling as she continued. However, god of blue flame, since you have already won, you should spare the summoner and not push him to his limits. We should coexist harmoniously in the divine realm. Her words were sincere, carrying a hint of persuasion. FengYang slightly nodded, his voice steady and powerful. I always act with restraint and would never push someone to their limits. Ultimately, he still gave this goddess some face. That's good. The goddess of kindness smile became even more gentle. Then she turned to the summoner god. Summoner god, you have now been defeated by FengYang. According to the rules, it seems you must exchange divine positions. May I ask if you're willing? Her gaze carried a hint of scrutiny as she quietly waited for the summoner god's response. The summoner god was still in shock, his eyes filled with confusion and disappointment. If he were to say he was unwilling, according to the rules of the divine realm, he would have to challenge other first-level deities. But after this life-and-death battle with FengYang, he clearly understood in his heart that he had already forged a deep grudge with FengYang. If he were to become enemies with other first-level deities at this time, he would undoubtedly fall into an irretrievable situation. It would be better to lower his divine position, build good relations with the first-level deities, unite with them, and then kill FengYang. He could still become an indispensable first-level deity again. With this thought, the summoner god let out a long sigh, his voice filled with helplessness and desolation. I am willing to fall to the second-level deity. After saying this, he slowly closed his eyes, unable to face the piercing gazes of the other deities, filled with shame and embarrassment, appearing utterly desperate. At this moment, he could feel the piercing gaze of the goddess of beauty directed at him. His heart was filled with shame, and he had no face to look her in the eye, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Thinking about the impression the goddess of beauty would have of him from now on, he hated FengYang even more. The god of Shura slowly stood up, his posture tall and straight like a pine tree. His eyes were sharp as he scanned every deity present. as if he wanted to see through everyone's expressions and thoughts. No matter what world it is always the strong who are respected. Summoner God, do not be discouraged. If one day in the future you feel your strength is sufficient to reclaim your former divine position, I am willing to hold another divine power conference for you. The Summoner God quickly cupped his fists. Thank you, God of Shura. However, the God of Shura's aura suddenly became terrifying. I did not wish for anyone to take private revenge and disturb the stability of the divine realm. This warning was clearly directed at the Summoner God. The seriousness on the God of Shura's face gradually faded, replaced by a reassuring smile. He raised his hands high and loudly announced, "Let us all congratulate FengYang on becoming a first-level deity." This proclamation was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake. A brilliant golden light beam shot out from the center of the formation, piercing through the clouds and connecting heaven and earth. Boom! It swept directly past the Summoner God. In that instant, it seemed as if something had been stripped away from him. It then settled onto FengYang. That was the divine light mark from a first-level deity. Today, we will not return until we are drunk, the God of Shura shouted. Instantly, it stirred up 1,000 layers of waves. The deities erupted with enthusiastic cheers and applause, the sound like a surging tide, one wave after another, echoing throughout the divine realm, as if a leader had risen to power. Chapter 225. The goddess takes the initiative in the divine realm. Amidst the swirling clouds and mist, it felt like a dream. Rows of tables made of pure white jade were scattered throughout this ethereal paradise, now surrounded by various deities, leaving no room for water to seep through. The god of flowing clouds was filled with joy, intentionally sitting close to FengYang, his eyes brimming with happiness, genuinely feeling delighted for FengYang. The other deities also let go of their inhibitions and drank freely, and for a moment, laughter and cheerful voices echoed through the clouds and mist. The god of lightning, with a bold personality, held up his wine cup, striding towards FengYang like a streak of black lightning, his face beaming with a hearty smile as he loudly proclaimed, "God of blue flame, I had predicted long ago that you would surely ascend to the throne of a first-level deity. Look, it has come true." His voice was as thunderous as a storm, resonating far and wide in this realm. Hearing this, FengYang's lips slightly curved up, revealing a humble smile as he softly replied, "Ha, thank you." The water goddess approached with light steps, dressed in a flowing light blue gown that swayed gently like rippling water as she moved. In her hands, she held a crystal wine glass, clear and translucent, filled with a liquid that shimmered with a soft white light, resembling lively water. God of blue flames, congratulations on ascending to a first-level deity. Her voice carried a hearty northeastern accent, as if she were a goddess taking the initiative to greet him. FengYang raised his wine glass with both hands. "Thank you." He tilted his head back and drank the exquisite wine in one go, the liquid sliding down his throat, bringing a refreshing sensation. After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. FengYang glanced at a nearby seat where a group of sycophants surrounded the goddess of stunning beauty. Each wore a flattering expression, crowding around her like stars surrounding the moon, all smiling broadly and toasting her with exaggerated words. Their compliments were extremely vulgar. "Goddess of stunning beauty, your figure is so enchanting it hardly seems mortal. Such a proud chest, could it be sculpted from the most perfect spheres in the world? How could it be so full and round?" One sycophant stared fixatedly at the goddess's chest, his face twisted with a disgusting smile as he unabashedly uttered such crude remarks. "Goddess of stunning beauty, the other day, during my descent to the mortal realm, I happened to acquire a pair of black stockings. The material and style seemed tailor-made for you. How about I fetch them for you to try? Once you wear them, you will surely be even more charming." Another sycophant, unwilling to be outdone, licked his lips lewdly as he spoke, his demeanor as vulgar as it could get. A flicker of barely perceptible disgust crossed the otherwise beautiful face of the goddess of stunning beauty. Unable to explode in anger due to the occasion, she could only suppress her discomfort, revealing a charming smile that seemed sweet and alluring, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of coldness. "You are all deities who have endured the test of time for thousands of years. In this long expanse of time, you should have seen and done everything in the world. How is it that you still behave like Na'vi youngsters, making such lowly jokes?" The sycophants, seemingly oblivious to the dissatisfaction and sarcasm in her words, continued to laugh foolishly, thinking she was joking with them and shamelessly spouting all sorts of lewd comments. Perhaps the goddess of stunning beauty could no longer tolerate it. She scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for a target. Her gaze settled on FengYang. and she stood up directly. Under the sycophant's eager pursuit, she walked gracefully towards FengYang. FengYang remained calm, meeting her gaze directly without flinching or showing any embarrassment. After all, it was foolish to shy away from a gaze when one could admire beauty. No matter how good-looking someone might be, they were merely playthings for the strong. All women only wish to be toys for the powerful. Other deities watched intently as the goddess of stunning beauty approached FengYang, each one filled with excitement, envy, and obsession, as if under a spell, their eyes glued to her. When the goddess of stunning beauty stopped in front of FengYang, the scene was reminiscent of a campus beauty taking the initiative to speak to an outstanding classmate, instantly attracting everyone's attention and causing a small stir. God of blue flames, congratulations on your ascension to first-level deity, the goddess of stunning beauty said with a smile that revealed a hint of allure. FengYang nodded slightly, wearing a humble yet graceful smile. Thank you. The two clinked their glasses and drank in unison. This seemingly ordinary moment felt like a thorn piercing the hearts of the other deities, instantaneously causing a wave of sourness. They couldn't help but start whispering and gossiping. This scene feels strangely familiar. One deity stroked his chin, a hint of contemplation in his eyes as he spoke first. What do you mean? The nearby deity's curiosity was piqued, and they hurriedly pressed for details. The same scene, the same picture. Back in the day, when the god of summoning was promoted to a first-level deity, the goddess of stunning beauty also took the initiative to greet him to escape the persistent pursuit of other deities. Ever since then, the god of summoning has been deeply trapped and unable to extricate himself. The deity narrated vividly, a mysterious expression on his face. Such a thing actually happened? Upon hearing this, the surrounding deities showed expressions of surprise. After a brief silence, another deity spoke up. It seems the god of blue flames is very likely to become the next god of summoning. However, to be fair, given the goddess of stunning beauty's proactive approach, anyone would likely be a bit flustered, wouldn't they? Another deity remarked, a glimmer of yearning flashing in his eyes. The god of summoning, witnessing this scene, felt as if a myriad of emotions surged within him, resentment and jealousy crashing over him like a tidal wave, one after another. The smile in the goddess of stunning beauty's eyes when she conversed with FengYang, the tenderness in her words, felt like sharp needles piercing straight into his heart. The dark god beside him noticed the god of summoning's unusual demeanor, his gaze shifting between FengYang and the goddess of stunning beauty, slowly speaking. His voice low and somewhat probing. Could it be that the goddess of stunning beauty has taken a liking to him? Upon hearing this, the god of summoning's heart sank sharply, as if gripped by a cold hand. He blurted out, "Impossible." His tone was resolute, as if he were desperately trying to deny this fearsome speculation. He then shot a vicious glare at the dark god, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile filled with resentment and unwillingness. She is not the god king. He would even catch her eye? But if this god of blue flames were to, like me, stand against the god king for the goddess of stunning beauty and end up dead at his hands, that would be quite straightforward. He thought to himself, clenching his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. Chapter 226. Hard to explain, She is not the god king. He wouldn't even catch her eye? But if this god of blue flames were to, like me, stand against the god king for the goddess of stunning beauty and end up dead at his hands, that would be quite straightforward. He thought to himself, clenching his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. Clearly, in his clash with FengYang, the god of summoning had already begun to feel a sense of fear. The pride he had accumulated over the years in the divine realm had long since dissipated without a trace. At this moment, he could only hope that FengYang would fall into a dire situation because of the goddess of stunning beauty, leading to a miserable end. Only then could the resentment in his heart be slightly alleviated, and he wouldn't have to face the immense pressure FengYang imposed on him directly. He could just hide in the shadows and watch his downfall. Little god, residing in the shadowless divine tree of the sixth heaven. If the god of blue flames has some leisure, why not come and chat about the past, discuss the present, and envision the future? The goddess of stunning beauty spoke, her red lips parting. Her words flowed like a gentle stream, carrying strands of warmth, her voice as if kissed by angels. Clear and melodious, yet soft, it was so wonderful that it was hard to describe precisely with words. Each word seemed to carry an invisible magic, gently stirring the hearts of everyone present. FengYang appeared calm on the surface, like a lake undisturbed by waves, but deep down, his heart had already been stirred by the words of the goddess of unparalleled beauty, creating ripples as if an invisible hand was scratching at his heart, causing his thoughts to waver. However, this level of disturbance was still manageable. If he had the time, he would definitely pay a visit. All right, then the little deity will await the arrival of the god of blue flame at the shadowless divine tree. The goddess of unparalleled beauty wore a faint smile, her expression resembling the most exquisite flower in spring, radiant and captivating. FengYang responded briefly. Esteemed deities, this little god is feeling somewhat fatigued today, so I will take my leave. The goddess of unparalleled beauty slightly bowed to the gathered gods. Then, with a graceful turn, she rose slowly into the air like a light, colorful cloud. Her figure was graceful, and every movement was supremely elegant, as if she were a fairy dancing on the clouds. The deities who had just been surrounding her, fawning over her, suddenly appeared as if they had lost their souls upon her departure. One of the quicker ones took a deep breath, trying to capture the faint scent left behind by the goddess of unparalleled beauty in the air, as if that fragrance were a rare treasure. Soon after, the other fawning deities followed suit, stretching their necks, their nostrils flaring as they greedily sniffed, looking as though they wanted to inhale every trace of the scent in the air, making the scene both comical and astonishing, simply indescribable. After the goddess of unparalleled beauty left, many deities once again complimented FengYang. Congratulations to the god of blue flame. Not only has he been promoted to a first-level god, but he has also gained the favor of the goddess of unparalleled beauty. Yes. You must know that the goddess of unparalleled beauty has never spoken to any deity before. Usually, she only stays at her shadowless divine tree, never leaving a step for any invitation to events. But today, she invited the god of blue flame. I remember the last time the goddess of unparalleled beauty invited a deity was hundreds of years ago, right? What a coincidence. This deity happened to be the god of summoning, who is the opponent of the god of blue flame today. The gods exchanged words, their meanings complex and difficult to discern. Were they genuinely congratulating FengYang, or were there hidden mockeries, with sour remarks suggesting that FengYang would eventually become like the god of summoning, a subordinate of the goddess of unparalleled beauty, yet unable to attain anything, becoming an ultimate sycophant? No one could tell for sure. Of course, FengYang did not care about this. Instead, he thought about how hundreds of years ago, she had invited the god of summoning. Originally, FengYang wanted to visit her shadowless divine tree. But now, forget it. All right, after eating and drinking enough, let's head back. No need to waste time here, FengYang said. Most of the deities felt that there was no point in staying any longer, and suddenly more than half of them left. Are you really planning to find the goddess of unparalleled beauty? The god of flowing clouds leaned closer to FengYang, curiosity evident in his eyes as he asked softly. Not going. FengYang replied decisively, his tone leaving no room for hesitation. You are just lying to me. The god of flowing clouds pouted, clearly not believing him. FengYang shook his head slightly, a faint smile appearing on his lips as he explained. I plan to go to the lower realms first and bring my 2 wives up. Huh? The god of flowing clouds looked as if struck by a bolt from the blue, her eyes wide with disbelief, her whole body freezing in place, her face filled with incredulity. So anxious? After regaining her senses, she stammered. Yeah, I'm burning with impatience, FengYang said, smiling at her astonished, beautiful eyes. As for why I'm in such a hurry, well, today seems to be only your 3rd day in the divine realm. The god of flowing clouds muttered softly, her words revealing a hint of reluctance, as if she didn't quite want him to bring his wives to the divine realm. But FengYang noticed that she seemed to have missed the urgency in his words, and helplessly had to be more straightforward. I can't help it. It's a natural bodily reaction. Every morning when I wake up, it feels quite uncomfortable. The god of flowing clouds first froze. Then her gaze instinctively swept over FengYang's face before inadvertently glancing down at his pants. And in an instant, she understood. In that moment, a blush swiftly crept up her cheeks like the evening glow, and she lowered her head in a fluster, her hands unconsciously tugging at her clothes, the air around them seemingly becoming heated due to this subtle atmosphere. You're such a lecherous god. I'm not talking to you anymore. The god of flowing clouds playfully huffed, suddenly standing up, her skirt billowing with her movement. FengYang couldn't help but smile. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the goddess of Lingyue sitting alone in a corner by a table, curled up in solitude. Her back was slightly hunched, a stark contrast to her usual graceful posture, exuding an aura of loneliness. Her eyes were filled with unshakable sorrow. The wine jug in her hand was tilted continuously, pouring the liquor into her mouth like a stream, and she was already showing signs of intoxication, her cheeks flushed with an unnatural redness. Yet this did not diminish her innate beauty. Instead, it added a touch of pitiful charm. Other deities, passing by, wanted to encourage her to drink less from behind or offer to drink with her. But they were ruthlessly and decisively rejected by her with a single word. Her voice was sharp and cold, like the biting northern wind of winter. Get lost. Therefore, at that round table, there was only her alone. Chapter 227. The Disciple of the Goddess this time. The ascension to a first-level divine position was unexpected due to the actions of the evil God King. The hostile and wary gaze directed at him made FengYang prepare for battle at any moment. Thus, it was imperative to immediately enhance his strength, especially needing assistance. Whether from first-level or second-level god, FengYang walked steadily towards the goddess of Lingwei. Without hesitation, he sat down directly across from her, his posture upright, as if emanating an invisible aura. Hearing the noise beside her, the goddess of Lingwei, who was feeling frustrated, reflexively blurted out the word "get lost." But when she looked up and saw it was FengYang, her voice was instantly choked off as if caught by an invisible hand. Regardless, FengYang, now the first-level god, even if newly promoted, his title still held weight. As one of the many deities in the divine realm, she ultimately had to give him some respect. Got a blue flame? Is there something you need? The goddess of Lingwei reigned in her earlier irritation, her tone cool but somewhat restrained. I'll drink a couple of cups with you, FengYang said, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Huh. The goddess of Lingwei couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. Can I say no? She truly couldn't understand why this newly promoted first-level god suddenly came to join in the fun. No, FengYang replied firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. The goddess of Lingwei was momentarily speechless, filled with helplessness, but she found herself at a loss against FengYang. After a moment of silence, she compromised, saying, "All right, then let's have 2 drinks. After drinking, please ask the god of blue flame to leave and not disturb me anymore." FengYang seemed to ignore her latter words, picking up the wine glass on the table and examining the intricate patterns on it with great interest, appearing indifferent and not taking her words seriously. "It seems you don't want your daughter to ascend to the divine realm," FengYang suddenly said, his gaze still fixed on the wine glass, his voice like a thunderclap that exploded in the ears of the goddess Lingwei. Upon hearing this, the goddess Lingwei's body jolted, and her originally dull eyes instantly lit up. She felt as if she had been injected with a dose of adrenaline. Her spirits lifted. Could it be that the god of blue flame wants to help me? Her voice trembled slightly, filled with disbelief and joy. Of course, FengYang replied, slowly raising his eyes to meet the goddess Lingwei's gaze, his expression exuding undeniable firmness. The goddess Lingwei felt her heart race suddenly, unable to contain her excitement. Taking a deep breath, she tried to calm herself and tentatively asked, "God of blue flame, are you saying that you want to give me one of the 2 slots you have for bringing family members up?" In her view, this might be the most likely way to help. Of course not. FengYang decisively dismissed her speculation, his tone crisp and straightforward. In an instant, the goddess Lingwei felt as if she had been doused with a bucket of cold water, her heart's expectations shattering in an instant. Feeling as though she had been severely mocked, she simply could not think of any other way FengYang could assist her besides this. With that thought, her expression dimmed, and the light in her eyes gradually faded. FengYang watched her reaction, a faint smile still on his lips, and said unhurriedly, "I can take you as my disciple. As long as you cultivate according to my method, I believe I can definitely defeat a first-level deity and replace them." His voice was steady and powerful, as if stating a predetermined fact. The goddess Lingwei couldn't help but smile helplessly upon hearing this. Clearly, she did not believe what FengYang was saying at all. In her heart, the notion of taking a disciple seemed utterly absurd. After all, this was the divine realm, not the mortal realm, and such matters couldn't be so simple. "God of blue flame, please don't make fun of me," she said with a hint of reproach, feeling that FengYang was merely teasing her. "I'm not joking with you. If you are willing to let your daughter die in old age in the mortal realm, you can choose not to believe me. However, I must remind you, a day in the divine realm is a year in the mortal realm. You don't have much time." FengYang's smile faded, and his expression turned serious, his words carrying a cold edge. After saying this, he stood up and turned to leave without hesitation, his steps firm, his back exuding determination. Watching FengYang's receding figure, the goddess Lingwei felt the deepest part of her heart being struck by the fear of losing her daughter. Just thinking about her daughter aging slowly in the mortal realm with the passage of time, while she could do nothing about it, made her heart feel like it was being pricked by 1,000 needles. At this moment, despite how absurd FengYang's proposal seemed, it became her only lifeline. She could no longer hesitate, even if there was only a glimmer of hope. She had to seize it. God of Blue Flame. The goddess Lingyue suddenly stood up, using all her strength to shout loudly, her voice echoing in the vast space. I am willing to take you as my master. As she uttered these words, hope reignited in her eyes. Although the future was uncertain, for her daughter's sake, she was willing to gamble everything. The gazes of many surrounding deities turned towards her, their faces filled with astonishment and disbelief. They have all become deities, yet they are still taking on a master? What on earth is this? Among them was the sea god. However, his expression was completely different from the other deities. With slightly narrowed eyes, his gaze was deep and complex. Watching the scene between FengYang and the goddess Lingyue, his thoughts were instantly pulled back to that time in the mortal realm. At that time, Bibi Dong and Poseidon had just taken FengYang as their master, and FengYang had directly ascended to godhood. That shocking scene was still vivid in his memory. Now, with FengYang starting to take disciples in the divine realm again, this similar plot stirred a strong sense of unease within him. Was there truly some mysterious connection in all of this? The sea god pondered silently, his brows furrowed, the wrinkles on his forehead becoming more pronounced due to his inner anxiety. Every time FengYang took a disciple, it seemed to add bricks to his path of empowerment. The two, who had some friction, could hardly guarantee a clean getaway. Seeing so many deities watching this scene, FengYang showed no signs of avoidance. On the contrary, he wanted to tell all the deities that after taking the goddess Lingyue as his disciple, her divine power would surge. Naturally, this would lead more deities to seek him out for discipleship. Even if the sea god could guess the connection, it was already irrelevant. He had already reached the level of a first-level deity. What he wanted was a kind of, you see me as unsatisfactory, but you can't eliminate me. You know I'm taking disciples and getting stronger, yet you can't stop me. Chapter 228. The Power of the God King. Let's proceed with the disciple-taking ceremony. FengYang said in a calm tone, his voice not loud. Without hesitation, the goddess Lingyue lifted her skirt and knelt heavily on both knees, her posture dignified and sincere. I have met the esteemed master of the blue flame. Her voice was crisp and firm. Bowing her head, she heavily knocked it down, her forehead touching the ground, showing utmost respect. A clear system notification sound rang in FengYang's mind. Ding! Passive task completed. Took on disciple. Goddess Lingyue, disciple qualification. Goddess. Issuing ultimate reward. Flame technique. Contains the power of the heavenly path. Strength assessment. God King. FengYang's heart shook as he felt a vast and mysterious power surge into his body in an instant. The power of the God King had already broken free from the shackles of the heavenly path, possessing endless freedom and majesty. The wonderful feeling brought by this power was indescribable, filling him with intense confidence and grandeur. One could only say, it was truly captivating. Ding! Found the most suitable inscription divine technique for goddess Lingyue. Transform the moon. Get up. FengYang tried to suppress his inner excitement, keeping his voice as calm as possible. Thank you, master. The goddess Lingyue respectfully stood up, her eyes sparkling with gratitude and excitement. At this moment, the gazes of all the surrounding deities were tightly focused on them, filled with astonishment and confusion. In front of everyone, the goddess Lingyue actually took FengYang as her master. This scene was simply unbelievable. It should be noted that the goddess Lingyue usually held herself high, cold as ice, indifferent to other deities, and always kept people at arm's length. But now, she had knelt to FengYang without hesitation to take him as her master. And this stark contrast left the other deities baffled. After all, they were now all deities, each holding their own status and dignity in the divine realm. And such an act of taking on a master seemed quite unreasonable to them. What on earth was going on? How could the goddess of Lingyue suddenly make such a decision? Indeed, what charm does that brat FengYang possess that can so captivate the goddess of Lingyue? Could it be that FengYang has mastered some incredible secret? Otherwise, why would the goddess of Lingyue willingly take him as her master? The key point is, as a deity, is it really necessary? Let's go. Flame, follow my command. With just a thought, FengYang moved gracefully, exuding a steady aura, as he took the goddess of Lingyue and sped towards the seven heavens. Their figures streaked across the sky like shooting stars, drawing the attention of other deities. Soon, they arrived at the Blue Flame Temple. This temple radiated a deep blue light, flowing like a tangible substance, giving a sense of mysterious and powerful oppression. The goddess of Lingyue looked a bit startled. A temple crafted from the divine power of a first-level deity was indeed not something a second-level deity could compare to. FengYang lightly waved his sleeve, and the temple's door slowly opened. Upon entering, FengYang extended his hand, and a flash of light appeared in his palm, revealing an ancient inscription adorned with complex patterns. This was a gift for the meeting with his master. FengYang handed the inscription to the goddess of Lingyue, his voice calm and strong. The goddess of Lingyue trembled as she accepted the inscription, her eyes filled with awe and anticipation. She couldn't wait to place the inscription before her and began to study it carefully. As she delved deeper into her research, shock gradually appeared on her originally calm face. Her eyes widened, and her mouth slightly opened, as if witnessing the most incredible thing in the world. To cultivate divine power daily through the moon transformation technique could significantly enhance her strength, as if absorbing the power of planets. She could reach the peak of a first-level deity's strength in just 3 days. The goddess of Lingyue murmured to herself, her voice filled with disbelief. She understood well how difficult it was to enhance one's strength in the divine realm. Countless deities had spent hundreds or even thousands of years struggling to break through their bottlenecks. And yet, this moon transformation technique could elevate her to the peak of a first-level deity in a mere 3 days. This was simply absurd. At that moment, the goddess of Lingyue felt an indescribable gratitude surge within her heart. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she knelt down with a thud, heavily bowing her head to FengYang. Master's great grace. Lingyue is simply unable to repay. Her voice choked with emotion, tears shimmering in her eyes. FengYang slightly raised his hand, and a gentle force lifted the goddess of Lingyue up. There is no need for this. Since we are now master and disciple, I will naturally assist you. FengYang's eyes held warmth and encouragement, and his words were like a spring breeze, warming the goddess of Lingyue's heart. Master, she was so moved that she hardly knew what to say. All right, you should go and focus on your training, FengYang said. At that moment, Lingyue was already eager to cultivate her divine power, directly entering seclusion for 3 days. After Lingyue left, FengYang headed towards the mortal continent. Time flew by. In the divine realm, 3 days had already passed, but 3 years had gone by in Douluo Continent. Those girls, he wondered how they were doing now, filled with worry and longing. After determining his direction, FengYang flashed like a blue lightning bolt, heading straight for the Huaxia Imperial Palace. In the blink of an eye, he landed steadily on the roof of the majestic palace. FengYang's sudden arrival instantly alerted the palace's guards. Sensing the strong and unfamiliar aura, the guards felt as if faced with a formidable enemy. All of them sprang up suddenly. There's an assassin. A sharp shout cut through the tranquility of the palace. In an instant, hundreds or even thousands of guards raised their long spears, their wings behind them suddenly unfurling, like a group of fierce eagles swooping down on FengYang. Their spears glinting coldly, carrying a fierce momentum, seemingly intending to pierce FengYang at once. FengYang had no intention of harming them. Flame, follow my command. Boom! Just a thought turned into an invisible storm that instantly swept across the area. The guards felt a tremendous force rushing towards them. Before they could react, they were all knocked down to the ground, dazed and confused. This terrifying divine power felt like a heavy dark cloud, suffocating everyone in the Huaxia Palace, filling their hearts with fear and shock. At that moment, Qian Renxue, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Hu Devian, Yi Lingling, Meng Iran, and several other girls rushed out from the palace upon hearing the commotion. They held weapons, their eyes alert, ready to engage in a fierce battle with the intruder. However, when they realized the newcomer was FengYang, their tense expressions vanished in an instant, replaced by joy and excitement. Longing surged like a tidal wave, flooding their hearts. FengYang, it's FengYang. Husband, it's my husband. The girls called out his name, their voices trembling with joy. Without hesitation, they ran towards FengYang, tears sparkling in their eyes, as if they wanted to pour out all the longing of the past 3 years at this moment. Chapter 229. Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. FengYang looked at the girls rushing towards him, his eyes instantly moist. 3 years of separation, countless dreams of reuniting with them, and now it had finally come true. For FengYang, only 3 days had passed in a flash, but for the girls, it felt incredibly long. He opened his arms to embrace them. Husband, I miss you so much. Xiao Wu darted in like a pink lightning bolt, her 2 little braids swaying with her movements. Tightly wrapping her arms around FengYang's neck, her voice choked with emotion, as if she wanted to hang all over him. Ning Rongrong followed closely behind. Her carefully styled hair, now somewhat disheveled, clearly having run too hurriedly. Her eyes were red, lightly pounding on FengYang's chest. "Husband, you're really heartless. You left for 3 years. Do you know how worried I was every day? And how many times I cried secretly at night?" Zhu Zhuqing was more reserved. She quietly walked up to FengYang, took his hand, her fingers trembling slightly. "Welcome back." Though her words were brief, FengYang could feel the long-suppressed longing in her tightly gripping hand. Qian Renshua looked at FengYang with a complex expression, as a proud daughter of heaven. She usually maintained her composure. Yet at this moment, her eyes were filled with tenderness. Over the past 3 years, she had to handle complex affairs while enduring her longing for FengYang, a resilience and deep affection that warmed FengYang's heart. She took a small step forward and whispered, "It's been 3 years." Huowu rushed over energetically, giving FengYang's shoulder a hard slap. Laughing heartily, "You finally came back." But her reddened eyes still betrayed her excitement. Du Guyan crossed her arms and walked over, pretending to be calm, slightly raising her chin. Did you think we would forget you? Were you willing to come back?" Though she said that, her eyes were filled with uncontainable joy as she looked at FengYang. "Husband." She couldn't help but call out again. Meng Yiran stood shyly to the side, her hands unconsciously tugging at the hem of her clothes. Only when the crowd dispersed a bit did she muster the courage to step forward, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I thought you wouldn't come back." The crowd surrounded FengYang as they walked towards the palace. Along the way, everyone took turns asking FengYang about his experiences over the past 3 years. Upon entering the palace, the spacious hall was bathed in soft light. Xiao Wu pulled FengYang onto the sofa, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Husband, quickly tell us what the divine realm is like. Is it dangerous? Is it beautiful?" FengYang cleared his throat and slowly recounted his 3 days in the divine realm. The girls were faintly surprised. 3 days in the divine realm. 3 years in the mortal world. Just 3 days and you've experienced so much. You even worked hard to bring us to the divine realm. Boo-hoo, what about you all?" FengYang asked with concern, his gaze sweeping across the girls' faces. 3 years had passed, and upon closer inspection, although the girls had not undergone earth-shattering changes, each had gained a bit more maturity. Their once youthful faces now held a charm that came with the passage of time, their demeanor increasingly enchanting. Qian Renshua had become the exalted empress of the Huaxia Empire. Adorned with a phoenix crown and dressed in a splendid imperial robe, she exuded authority with every gesture. This made FengYang feel an overwhelming impulse to rush forward. No wonder so many people were enamored by the empress. However, she still allowed the other girls to stay in the palace, which showed she took FengYang's words to heart. The girls' abilities had also greatly improved. Qian Renshua had been busy with state affairs and training over the past 3 years and had already reached level 89, truly deserving of her innate spirit power of 20. The other girls had similar talents, and becoming titled Douluo was still a long way off. Yet they felt they had worked very hard. They shouted excitedly, "I did too." Xiao Wu playfully tilted her head, smiling as she said, "Husband, during the days you were away, I didn't slack off at all. I really wanted to go to the divine realm and fight alongside you. I didn't have a single idle day," Du Guyan said, crossing her arms and slightly raising her chin, her eyes filled with confidence and determination. "I've been working hard every day." Me too, me too." Ning Rongrong bounced out like a cheerful little bird. To take them all to the divine realm. There is only one way, to become the ruler of the divine realm and redefine the rules. What about Shuang Luo, Guming, Mulan, and Mutong? FengYang scanned the room, but did not see them. After you left, Guming returned to the mountains. Shuang Luo and Mulan are in Chaoga, serving as city lords, and Mutong naturally followed her sister. Qian Renshua answered clearly, her expression showing the composure and competence of an empress. "What about the children?" FengYang immediately asked. In casual conversation, he learned that after FengYang's departure, the girls had all become pregnant one after another. Each of them had given birth to a baby, with both daughters and sons. However, these children were being cared for by wet nurses in their respective palaces. Either they couldn't talk yet, or they couldn't walk. The oldest, Feng Shui, was the daughter of Qian Renshua and had just turned 3 years old. Just as they were chatting, a sweet, childish voice called out, "Mama," from the doorway. Everyone turned to look and saw an incredibly cute little girl standing there. She wore a delicate little dress, her black hair styled in 2 little pigtails, and her round eyes sparkled like 2 black gems, filled with liveliness and curiosity. Upon seeing her, Qianrenxue immediately opened her arms with a beaming smile, picking up the little girl and gently pointing at FengYang, saying, "Look who's back." Feng Shui blinked, looking at FengYang with a puzzled expression on her youthful face. "This is your daddy," Qianrenxue patiently explained. "Daddy?" Feng Shui's eyes lit up instantly, as if discovering a new world, and she eagerly asked, "Daddy, are you my daddy?" For a moment, the room fell silent, and then FengYang and the girls erupted into laughter. The child's innocent way of asking was simply too adorable, making it impossible not to chuckle. "Of course. Come here for a hug," FengYang said, smiling as he opened his arms. Although it was Feng Shui's first time meeting FengYang, and there was a bit of awkwardness, her innate yearning for her father urged her to cautiously move closer and into FengYang's embrace. As soon as she got close, Feng Shui felt a warm and powerful aura, like a towering mountain. The familiar feeling flowing deep within her veins quickly reassured her, as if she had found the safest harbor. Chapter 230, This Little Mischievous Bunny. As soon as she got close to FengYang, Feng Shui felt a warm and powerful aura, like a towering mountain. The familiar feeling flowing deep within her veins quickly reassured her, as if she had found the safest harbor. "Daddy!" Feng Shui tightly hugged FengYang's neck, excitedly calling out. FengYang responded, gently stroking his daughter's hair. His eyes filled with affection. "I heard from the people in the palace that my daddy is a god. Are you really a god?" The little girl looked at FengYang with wide eyes, curiously examining him, her adorable appearance making it hard not to pinch her cheeks. "Of course," FengYang replied with a smile, pride evident in his voice as a father. "But you look just like us, and you don't have 3 heads and 6 arms." Feng Shui tilted her head, puzzled. The god her mind must have looked extraordinary, but she didn't expect her daddy to look so ordinary. Her innocent words once again sent everyone into peals of laughter, the sounds echoing through the palace, filled with warmth and joy, blending the longing of 3 years apart with the delight of reunion into a rich atmosphere of familial love. As the melodious sound of silk and bamboo instruments flowed gently through the palace, a group of palace maids dressed in matching attire and with beautiful faces entered in a light and orderly manner. They held exquisite trays filled with a variety of mouth-watering delicacies. Meanwhile, the palace chefs busily moved about, working together to bring forth steaming, intricately presented dishes to the wide dining table. A plate of brightly colored, fragrant roast duck was gently placed at the corner of the table, the glistening duck skin seemingly coated with a layer of tempting honey color, making it impossible to resist. Following that, a translucent crystal shrimp dumpling was presented, its skin as thin as a cicada's wing, wrapping around tender, plump shrimp meat, with juices barely contained within, as if they were about to burst out at any moment. There was also the golden, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, its body cleverly cut and fried to stand upright like a lively squirrel, topped with a sweet and sour sauce that instantly filled the room with an irresistible aroma. One dish after another was placed on the table, each presentation exquisite, resembling a work of art. The steam base was garnished with green onion shreds and red goji berries, the color combination perfectly complementing each other. The jadeite and white jade rolls are wrapped with fresh vegetables and tender meat filling, with a unique shape. The Buddha jumps over the wall dish, rich in ingredients, showcases precious items like abalone, sea cucumber, and shark fin, subtly revealing themselves in the thick broth, exuding a rich and enticing aroma that intoxicates just by the scent. The palace maids and chefs work in perfect harmony, busily arranging a dazzling array of delicacies on the previously sparsely filled dining table. FengYang hadn't eaten much in the 3 days in the divine realm. "Let's eat first," he suggested with a smile, his voice tinged with impatience. "Good." The girls responded cheerfully. The lively chatter that had revolved around cultivation suddenly shifted direction. Just as they were about to sit down, a problem arose, as everyone eagerly anticipated sitting next to FengYang. Thus, they began to argue excitedly. Xiao Wu was the quickest, darting to the seat on FengYang's right and plopping down, shaking her head proudly. "I ran the fastest, this seat is mine." So shameless, Ning Rongrong thought, quickly running to FengYang's left side, just about to sit down when Meng Yiran swiftly took her place. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened. "Meng Yiran, how can you do this?" "I was almost sitting down." Huo Wu crossed her arms and shouted, "Don't fight, I want to sit next to FengYang too." As she spoke, she tried to pull Xiao Wu up. Xiao Wu clung tightly to the chair, refusing to let go, shouting, No, I got here first." Duguyan sneered from his side. "I knew it would be a scramble. Stop arguing. Whoever is stronger can sit. At this, everyone fell silent for a moment, but soon began debating who was stronger, with voices rising and falling in a heated discussion. FengYang watched the scene before him, both amused and exasperated, just like before. He stood up and clapped his hands. Everyone stop arguing. Tonight, we'll take turns sitting next to me. Everyone will have a chance. Daddy, I want to sit in your lap. Feng Shui looked up with big, round eyes filled with expectation, as if saying she would cry if FengYang didn't agree. Okay. FengYang readily agreed, instantly breaking into a doting smile as he gently bent down to securely hold Feng Shui in his arms. His movements were gentle, careful not to hurt his precious daughter, with a loving gaze that was unshakable. Seeing this, Qian Rinxue feigned annoyance, but a faint smile lingered on her lips. My daughter is better than me. I've never sat in your lap while eating. Hearing this, Feng Shui, like a little adult, turned to glare at Qian Rinxue, her round eyes full of pride in monopolizing her daddy. This glare was adorably silly, eliciting another round of laughter from everyone. Inside the palace, the warm atmosphere grew richer, with laughter echoing, leaving only the beauty and joy of this reunion moment. The banquet officially began. FengYang, holding Feng Shui, sat steadily at the head of the table. The palace maids moved about in an orderly fashion, filling everyone's wine glasses with fine wine. FengYang raised his glass, his gaze slowly sweeping over the group of beloved girls before him. Each of their faces was deeply etched in his heart. My girls, let's drink a toast. Upon hearing this, the girls' eyes turned red with emotion, touched. 3 years had been long and torturous. Each of them had worked hard in their respective lives, while constantly thinking of FengYang. They had spent countless silent nights gazing at the bright moon, missing him from afar, imagining their reunion. At this moment, their dreams came true, with FengYang right in front of them, calling them my girls. This simple address carried endless love and affection. They only wanted to be FengYang's girls forever. Cheers! 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 The girls' voices intertwined, bright and resonant. They raised their glasses high, the crystal-clear liquid sparkling under the lights, resembling the tears in their eyes. The clinking of glasses produced a melodious sound, a symphony of happiness. A chapter of their reunion. The wine entered their hearts, transforming into tears of longing. At this moment, the wine filled them with sweetness and joy. They drank it all in one go, feeling the warmth of the liquid, just like the love FengYang gave them, warm and passionate, flowing through every part of their bodies, merging into the depths of their souls. Husband, where are you sleeping tonight? Xiao Wu's cheeks were flushed, her big, watery eyes fixed intently on FengYang. Her voice soft yet tinged with urgency, the slightly rising tone seeming to tease FengYang's heartstrings. She had just had a bit of wine, and her fair skin was adorned with an alluring blush, akin to blooming peach blossoms in spring. Look at this little vixen, just a few sips of wine, and she's so impatient. Chapter 231, A Night of Seven turns husband. Where are you sleeping tonight? Xiao Wu asked, her cheeks flushed. Oh, look at this little vixen, just a few sips of wine, and she's so impatient. Ning Rongrong lightly covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with laughter. Though her words were teasing, her slightly leaned-in posture and the expectant look towards FengYang clearly hid her own little thoughts. Dressed in splendid attire, she had lost her usual composure, the effects of the wine making her radiate a different kind of charm. Of course, I'm sleeping with me. Huo Wu suddenly stood up, hands on her hips, her red hair flowing wildly, her eyes burning with fiery passion, clearly determined that FengYang would belong to her tonight. Her straightforward nature couldn't hide her feelings. The longing of 3 years had now turned into this blunt and fervent competition. With me, Zhu Zhuqing, usually cool and silent, also couldn't hold back, her thin lips parting to utter those 2 short but powerful words. She clenched her fists slightly, her knuckles turning white. Though she stood quietly, her aura revealed her urgency. Her cold gaze fixed on FengYang, as if trying to keep him with her eyes. Husband, I learned a new move. Du Guyan leaned against the table, her gaze alluring, her voice soft enough to drip water. She gently swirled the wine in her glass, looking at FengYang with a half-smile. The deliberately elongated tone full of temptation, making it hard not to indulge in fantasies. The girls spoke over each other, their voices blending together. 3 years of longing surged like a flood, completely drowning their reason. They were filled with thoughts of FengYang, no longer caring about their usual modesty and shyness. Completely disregarding any reservations, their hearts set on vying for FengYang's company tonight, the scene growing heated to the brink of chaos. As long as we're together, That's enough. FengYang said. Huh? Husband, are you sure you can handle it? I'm afraid you'll be bettered in for 3 days, huh? FengYang's earlier suspicions had now come true. He was surrounded by girls. 7 days later, even gods cannot withstand the explosive energy of these wolf-like girls. Even iron rods would be worn down by them. I've been in the lower realm long enough. This time I can take 2 girls to the divine realm, FengYang said. His voice was not loud, yet it detonated like a heavy bomb among the girls. What was once just playful chaos turned into a real competition. They even summoned their martial spirits and were ready to fight. Stop it. FengYang had to use his authority to suppress them. This made them halt. Once again, they chose to draw lots, fair and just. The girls looked at him, their eyes filled with both unwillingness and a glimmer of expectation, as if weighing whether this seemingly fair method could truly determine their fate. Qianrenxue will draw the lots, and I will pick, FengYang said calmly, his gaze slowly sweeping over each girl present, his voice steady and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. The girls exchanged glances, and surprisingly, none raised any objections. After all, Qianrenxue had not included herself in the opportunity to go to the divine realm this time. As the empress of the Huaxia Empire, she bore the heavy responsibility of governing such a vast empire and truly could not leave. At least for the next 10 years, she had to remain here, diligently handling imperial affairs. She had already planned in her heart that when her daughter Feng Shui grew up, if she had enough ability and responsibility, she would hand over the empire to her, allowing her to continue to lead the Huaxia Empire. Of course, if other children showed even more outstanding talents during their growth, they could also be considered candidates. Amidst the intertwining of complex emotions, the name tags of the girls were neatly placed on the table, one after another. Those small name tags seemed to carry a 1,000-pound burden, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Their breathing grew more tense and hurried, as if every breath of air had become precious. Everyone's gaze was tightly locked onto FengYang's hand, which slowly rose, gently brushing over the name tags. Each movement seemed to pluck at the heartstrings of the crowd. Finally, as if he had made a decision, FengYang casually selected one from the many name tags. Everyone held their breath. The entire room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. FengYang slowly opened the name tag, and it read, Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu froze for a moment, then erupted into an extreme excitement, her voice seemingly capable of breaking through the roof. She was so happy that she forgot herself, her face radiating an incomparably brilliant smile, like a flower in full bloom, continuously shouting, Husband, husband, as she called. She bounced towards FengYang, her joyous appearance resembling a little bird that had regained its freedom. Meanwhile, the other girls' expressions instantly froze, their previously expectant gazes dimmed, replaced by jealousy and displeasure. Their lips trembled slightly, as if they wanted to say something, but it was forcibly swallowed back, leaving them to watch helplessly as Xiao Wu immersed herself in joy. FengYang gently patted Xiao Wu's shoulder, calming her excitement, then reached for the table again, preparing to draw the second name. The girls had just slightly calmed down, only to be stirred up again, their breathing once more becoming rapid. FengYang's hand hovered over the remaining name tags for a moment before finally picking one up. At the moment he flipped open the name tag, it read, Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened, seemingly unable to believe her eyes, and after confirming, she, like Xiao Wu, erupted into cheers of excitement. She covered her mouth with both hands, tears of joy welling in her eyes, and then jumped directly into FengYang's arms. The disappointment on the faces of the other girls was like a heavy gloom, pressing down that could not be concealed. The sparkles in their eyes were extinguished in an instant, replaced by endless loss and sadness. Tears uncontrollably welled up in their eyes, glistening on their long eyelashes, as if a slight blink would cause them to spill over. Xiao Wu, filled with joy, held Ning Rongrong's hand, bouncing around FengYang, her laughter crisp and pleasant, like the cheerful chirping of birds in the forest. However, this laughter felt like sharp knives piercing into the hearts of the other girls. Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip, her previously icy expression now full of desolation. She slightly turned her head away, not wanting others to see the tears in her eyes. Yet her trembling shoulders betrayed her inner sadness. Huo Wu's red hair seemed to have lost its former vitality, hanging weakly on her shoulders. She clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white, but could only watch helplessly as Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong stood beside FengYang, her heart filled with unwillingness and grievances surging in her chest. Du Guyan leaned against the wall, her eyes hollow as she stared ahead, tears finally sliding down her cheeks, leaving 2 clear tracks. She murmured to herself, her voice filled with bitterness, "Why not me?" The voice was as light as a sigh in the wind, quickly dissipating in the noisy room. Chapter 232, Generating Hatred. Watching this scene, FengYang felt a pang in his heart. He sighed gently and stepped forward, wanting to comfort these sad girls. "Everyone, don't be upset. It's just a matter of time before you can join me." However, the girls' sobbing didn't lessen in the slightest. The sounds of crying echoed in the room, like a sad melody enveloping the entire space in a thick atmosphere of grief that lingered for a long time. FengYang was momentarily at a loss for words, sighing helplessly. He understood the grievances and unwillingness in the girls' hearts. This was clearly not something that could be soothed with just a few words. After all, going to the divine realm with him was their dream. And now that hope had been dashed, how could they easily let it go? Qianrenxue stood to the side, her originally cool face showing a few more traces of helplessness and reluctance. She couldn't bear to watch any longer, her indifferent gaze sweeping over the girls. Her voice calm, yet carrying a hint of strength. "Look at how melodramatic you all are, with such little ambition. Can't you rely on your own strength to ascend to the divine realm? Then you could be with your husband." The girls heard this and all raised their heads, their eyes red, casting a glance of complaint at Qianrenxue. "You have innate soul power at level 20. You're almost a titled Douluo now, so of course, you're not in a hurry." Meng Yiran snorted coldly, her words filled with envy and jealousy at Qianrenxue's favorable conditions. Although her innate soul power was not low, the gap compared to Qianrenxue was too great. The path of cultivation was also much harder. How could it be as easy as Qianrenxue said? Exactly. It's easy to talk when you're standing. Parting is always cruel. Upon entering the divine realm, he must quickly take action to control the entire divine realm in his hands. FengYang also stopped being pretentious. "Where's your mother?" Qianrenxue. "In a secluded place outside the city," Qianrenxue replied. At that time, Bibi Dong didn't want to stay in the palace, so she found a place to cultivate. However, she never received the divine examination from the Rakshasa god, which prevented her from becoming a god. So, she is also researching her own divine position, but her strength is always lacking a bit. According to FengYang's method, this will take years. This is also true for Poseidon. The sea god Poseidon is unwilling to yield. She, Poseidon, is not worthy of inheriting her sea god position and insists on using Poseidon as a sacrifice. Thus, she can only study her own divine position. After seeing her again, FengYang said, "What? You, Poseidon, are not worthy of inheriting his sea god position? You must be a sacrifice?" With one sentence, it directly made the kind-hearted Poseidon begin to harbor resentment towards Poseidon. "Is my existence, Poseidon, merely to become a sacrifice?" FengYang immediately mobilized his spiritual power, his whole body glowing like stars, radiant and dazzling. He held Xiao Wu in one hand and led Ning Rongrong with the other, instantly transforming into a dazzling beam of light, racing towards the divine realm like the wind. The strong airflow howled wildly beside them, as if fierce wild beasts were roaring, trying to block their path. However, thanks to FengYang's powerful divine protection, a transparent and resilient light shield tightly enveloped the three of them. Under the protection of the light shield, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong felt no obstacles or difficulties at all. They watched the rapidly passing scenery around them, and their previously tense hands gradually relaxed. During the journey, the immense pressure from the continent felt like an invisible giant force. But in front of FengYang's divine power, this pressure was nothing more than an ant shaking a tree. The light shield steadily resisted the external pressure, allowing them to move forward smoothly as if entering an uninhabited realm. After an unknown amount of time, the light ahead became increasingly dazzling, and immediately after, a gentle radiance enveloped them. In the next moment, the three stood firmly on the plane of the divine realm. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong slowly opened their eyes, which had been squinting due to the bright light, and were speechless with astonishment at the sight before them. The sky of the divine realm displayed a strange array of colors, sometimes dreamy purple, sometimes brilliant gold, colorful and ever-changing. Fluffy clouds of various shapes floated in the sky, some resembling gentle sheep, others like galloping horses moving slowly in the gentle breeze. In the distance, rolling mountains shone with a strange light, as if they were made of the most precious gems. At the foot of the mountains, patches of seas competed for beauty, colorful flowers emitted charming fragrances, intoxicating all who breathed them in. Xiao Wu excitedly covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Here, is this the divine realm? It's so beautiful, like a dream. Ning Rongrong nodded repeatedly, her face beaming with surprise. I didn't expect the divine realm to be so magical. Completely different from what we imagined. Moreover, I feel this divine power making all my cells jump. Could it be that being in the divine realm will allow our cultivation to improve rapidly? The two girls looked eagerly at FengYang. Of course, FengYang said. He took Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, speeding along like a black lightning bolt, cutting through layers of void, passing through one sky after another. Finally, arriving at the Lord of the Seven Heavens Mountain, a magnificent and grand blue flame temple came into view, radiating a deep blue light, resembling a giant sapphire, sparkling with a mysterious and majestic aura under the sunlight. At the entrance of the temple stood a familiar figure, the goddess of flowing clouds. She wore a long dress as white as snow, her long hair cascading like a waterfall behind her, with a few light blue flowers adorning her hair, gently swaying in the breeze, releasing a refreshing fragrance. Her skin was as delicate and smooth as mutton fat jade, and her eyes were like a clear spring, transparent and exuding an ethereal aura. Husband, is she your maid? Xiao Wu blinked her big watery eyes, asking with a naive expression. She tilted her head, her eyes filled with curiosity, seemingly waiting for FengYang's answer. Wow, even a maid looks so beautiful and ethereal. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but exclaim. Ha! FengYang couldn't help but laugh at their innocent expressions. The expression of the goddess of flowing clouds immediately soured. She slightly furrowed her brows, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes, and pouted. I am the second-level goddess of flowing clouds. Who is her maid? Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong then realized they had misspoken, their faces turning red. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue, a bit embarrassed. Sorry, sister goddess of flowing clouds. We didn't mean it. The goddess of flowing clouds looked at FengYang. Is this your wife from the mortal realm? Yes, FengYang replied. Her cultivation seems a bit lacking. The goddess of flowing clouds deliberately assessed Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, her tone carrying a hint of meaning. For a moment, it was unclear whether to say she was holding a grudge or jealous that the two girls could become FengYang's wives. In FengYang's view, the latter was more likely. Xiao Wu remained tongue-tied, not knowing what to say. Ning Rongrong stepped up to retort. Sister goddess, you're not young anymore, right? We're only 18. Her small face was full of pride, her eyes sparkling with cleverness and mischief. The goddess of flowing clouds immediately felt an impulse to grab Ning Rongrong and give her a good beating. However, because FengYang was nearby, especially since FengYang was watching the show with a smile as if nothing was happening, she held back. All right, after all, you are family. The goddess of flowing clouds was about to float away, but was called back by FengYang. Wait a moment, goddess of flowing clouds. The goddess of flowing clouds was unexpectedly delighted, thinking FengYang was going to take the initiative with her, pretending to be aloof. What is it? FengYang glanced at Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. You two going first. Okay, husband. The two girls walked toward the blue flame temple, curiosity evident on their small faces. Seeing FengYang so mysterious and wanting to avoid his wife made the goddess of flowing clouds even more delighted. She thought to herself, could it be that FengYang wanted to confess his feelings to her, to express those unspoken emotions? As she pondered this, she slightly lowered her head, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks, and her hands unconsciously tightened around her sleeves. Unexpectedly, do you want to become my disciple? FengYang said seriously, looking directly at the goddess of flowing clouds. As soon as this was said, it instantly shattered all the goddess of flowing clouds' beautiful fantasies. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief, her mouth agape, unable to speak for a long time. The originally shy and expectant expression was completely replaced by astonishment, as she could never have imagined that FengYang would keep her behind and solemnly propose to accept her as a disciple. You despicable person, who would want to be your disciple? I will never come here again. The goddess of flowing clouds' brows furrowed, her eyes blazing with anger, her voice like cold frost, filled with endless indignation and shame as she shouted. In the moment she turned her head, her heart was still ablaze with fury, feeling that her previous words were entirely insufficient to vent her inner resentment. She suddenly turned her head again, her face full of anger, her eyes wide open, glutting fear at FengYang. What kind of apprenticeship? Even gods don't dare to take apprentices. We are all deities. What can you teach? Immediately, the god of flowing clouds abruptly flicked her sleeves, the wide sleeves cutting a sharp arc through the air, and the hem of her dress fluttered wildly. In an instant, she transformed into a dazzling streak of light, enveloped in a surge of anger, and decisively flew away like an arrow released from a bow. The speed was astonishing, as if a ferocious flood beast was relentlessly pursuing her. She just wanted to escape this place that had caused her such embarrassment and discomfort as quickly as possible. FengYang? Isn't that a bit of an overreaction? Or is her pride too strong? After a brief pause, FengYang also wore a mocking expression. All right, when a goddess Lingyue successfully claims her position as a first-level deity, you'll have your regrets. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong entered the divine hall. The first thing that caught their eyes was the ethereal blue flame curtain, woven from countless flickering blue flames. Getting closer, they could feel the unique aura emitted by the flames, a refreshing coolness that was starkly different from ordinary fire's heat. When they reached out to touch it, the ethereal blue flames seemed to possess intelligence, gently wrapping around their fingertips without causing any burns, instead providing a delightful tingling sensation. That should be the bedroom. Xiao Wu pointed. Ning Rongrong looked over and saw that there seemed to be just a living room and a bedroom. That bed looked so unique. A round blue flame bed? Xiao Wu murmured as she walked briskly into the bedroom, heading straight to the bed. The bed was circular, and the ethereal blue glow flowed gently along its edge. It resembled a blue fire moon floating in the mortal world, exuding an intoxicating aura. Xiao Wu reached out and lightly tapped it. The moment her fingertip touched the surface, ripples suddenly spread out in layers, the blue light becoming even more dazzling. Xiao Wu exclaimed. This is a bit like a waterbed. Let me try. Ning Rongrong immediately jumped onto the blue flame waterbed. A wonderful and comfortable sensation quickly engulfed her entire body like a tide. The feeling was soft and warm, as if embraced by an invisible gentle hand, akin to being in the warmest breeze of spring, with every inch of her skin indulging in this extreme comfort. The surface of the blue flame waterbed rippled with delicate waves, the ethereal blue light swirling around her, resembling lively ribbons of light dancing joyfully. Ning Rongrong slightly closed her eyes, a look of bliss on her face, and she unconsciously let out a satisfied sigh. My husband enjoys life so much. I wonder where he got such a bed. Seeing Ning Rongrong's delighted expression, Xiao Wu's curiosity and anticipation grew stronger, and she directly lay down on the bed as well. The moment her body touched the surface, the same comforting sensation instantly spread throughout her. Her limbs gradually relaxed, and the tense nerves eased under this wonderful force, making her feel as if she had melted into the blue world. This can't have been created using divine power, right? At the same time, FengYang slowly walked in. He immediately spotted the two girls on the blue flame waterbed, one crawling, the other lying down. From FengYang's position, the angle was perfect. Under Ning Rongrong's ice blue skirt was a pair of white lace triangle panties. The half-exposed fair bottom was incredibly enticing, and the lace pattern added a touch of youthful beauty to the underwear. Xiao Wu, under her pink skirt, had a trapezoidal animal-shaped panty with a cute rabbit design that was simply adorable. After admiring for just 2 seconds, Xiao Wu, lying there, happened to glance at FengYang. She immediately sat up. Husband, you're peeking at our skirts. What? Ning Rongrong quickly scrambled up. Hold this pervert down. The two girls rushed toward FengYang. Wait, I was just looking, FengYang said. Looking costs money too. Ning Rongrong sighed gently. The two girls directly restrained FengYang and pulled him onto the bed. Xiao Wu was quick and pressed her lips against this. The romantic scene began. Chapter 234. Dark Lolita the next day. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong lay lazily on the bed, their bodies soft and unable to move. Although the blue flame waterbed was filled with FengYang's powerful divine energy, constantly nourishing their bodies, they had faced an incredibly powerful deity last night. Such intensity was a bit too much for them to bear, even with their special physiques. FengYang gently waved his hand, divine power surging around him as if he had instantly changed outfits. The long robe that had been casually scattered on the floor now smoothly fitted his tall figure, the edges fluttering gently in the absence of wind, tracing elegant arcs. The delicate patterns at the collar and the finely trimmed cuffs shimmered slightly under the divine light, enhancing his majestic aura. Then, with a gentle smile, he slightly leaned down, looking at Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, and softly spoke. I almost forgot. It's just the two of you now. Do you want to continue? His tone carried a hint of teasing and was filled with affection. Ning Rongrong's cheeks turned crimson as she buried her head under her arm, her voice soft yet mischievous. Let the little naughty rabbit come. She's definitely still unsatisfied. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu hurriedly peeked out from under the blanket, waving her hands repeatedly, her hair disheveled but unable to hide her cuteness. I've had enough. I feel like I've gained a pound. Her crescent-shaped brows and eyes, along with her charming demeanor, made it hard for anyone to hold back a smile. A pound? What does that even mean? Who understands? Haha. Watching the two girls being so lively and adorable, FengYang couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter that echoed through the room. With these two girls around, the blue flame divine hall gained a touch of warmth. FengYang also didn't waste time and directly got busy with important matters. The sea god, the Rakshasa god, and the angel god, these three first-level deities. Even though first-level deities require the most talented individuals, it shouldn't be this harsh, as if targeting them deliberately. Especially the first two, because FengYang had already heard that the angel god had plans for inheriting a divine position. What he was waiting for was Qianrenxue. The first two were different. One was Poseidon, and the other was BB Dawn, both peak titled law at level 99, who had waited for many years without receiving their recognition. Even though FengYang had given Poseidon and BB Dawn divine inscriptions and soul skills, doubling their strength, these two deities still seemed unwilling to relent. They simply refused to initiate their divine trials. FengYang had no choice but to seek them out himself, with divine power surging around him. He soared into the sky like a giant bird taking flight, his form transforming into a streak of light that pierced through the heavens, racing towards the mysterious location. Before long, he landed steadily on an island that stood between the clouds and the waters of the sky. Before him was the solemn and majestic sea god temple. However, as soon as his feet touched the island, a voice filled with icy authority thundered in his ears. Uninvited guest, please leave. This voice contained the supreme majesty of the sea god, as if declaring the sovereignty of this place was not to be infringed upon. A cold smile appeared on FengYang's lips, and a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes as he replied without showing any weakness, I can leave. But if you don't talk to me today, then in the future, I won't seek you out either. You should take care of yourself. His words were firm and carried an undeniable momentum. The sea god, however, was filled with disdain, and his anger had long been ignited. He already knew that FengYang had gone to the sea god temple in the lower realm and had uttered such venomous words to Poseidon, who had loyally followed him for many years. Poseidon now harbored deep resentment towards the sea god, feeling he had been treated extremely unfairly. Because of this, the sea god was determined to make FengYang uncomfortable. Watching FengYang's retreating figure, the sea god could no longer contain his rage and roared loudly. Umph. Speaking ill of me behind my back, turning my loyal Poseidon against me, and you still want me to pass on my divine position to her? Do you think your face is that big? Do you think I don't know you want Poseidon to ascend to the divine realm and be your wife? Ah, wishful thinking. Disgusting. His voice echoed above the temple, filled with endless anger and unwillingness, as if he wanted to vent all the frustration in his heart. FengYang merely paused for a moment, but did not turn back, continuing to walk towards the distance. The Rakshasa temple stood ominously in that eerie region, surrounded by thick black mist that surged and spread, resembling the evil miasma rising from the depths of the underworld, exuding a chilling aura. The mist rolled like invisible beasts in the void, occasionally emitting eerie sounds that sent shivers down one's spine, as if countless souls trapped in the dark abyss were wailing in despair, each cry filled with endless pain and resentment. One must say that the divine power controlled by the Rakshasa god exuded a heart-pounding demonic quality, giving a strong impression. This was not the power of a deity. It was clearly more like the magic from an evil abyss, leading to deep doubts about her divine identity. At that moment, the Rakshasa god keenly sensed a powerful aura descending with blue flames. Boom! A loud sound echoed as one of the temple's large doors opened without warning. A dense force of darkness surged forth from within. The Rakshasa goddess, dressed in a gorgeous black robe, appeared graceful yet carried a hint of coldness, darting out from the temple like a bolt of black lightning, landing firmly before FengYang. FengYang, the place where the shadowless divine tree resides, is beautiful and enchanting. Why do you choose to come to my eerie place instead? The Rakshasa goddess slightly raised her chin, her eyes filled with a hint of mockery and curiosity as she asked. FengYang wore a gentle smile, his gaze calm as he looked at the Rakshasa goddess. The Rakshasa goddess stood at 160 centimeters, slightly shorter than the now 165-centimeter tall Xiao Wu. It was precisely because of her height, combined with her deliberately kept bangs and her delicate appearance, fixed by absorbing the powers of the sun and moon after becoming a goddess. That she appeared even more petite and adorable. Have you heard of the Dark Loli? Dark Loli? The Rakshasa goddess was momentarily taken aback, her brows furrowing slightly, revealing a look of confusion, clearly unfamiliar with this term. It's someone like you, FengYang replied. Me? That's right. After a pause, FengYang continued. I think you're even more beautiful than the national goddess of the shadowless divine tree. The Rakshasa goddess was stunned again. A hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes, evidently taken aback by FengYang's sudden compliment. Hee ha ha. A clear and slightly audacious laugh broke the original eerie atmosphere, carrying a different charm. Blue Flame God, over the years, you're the first deity to say such a thing. How about we be together? The Rakshasa goddess tilted her head slightly, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her mouth, her eyes sparkling with mischief, her tone playful as if testing FengYang. This really is a Dark Loli. So proactive. FengYang Tog. Of course, I would like that, but unfortunately, I just brought my wife to the divine realm. What should I do? Chapter 235. The first time I saw you. Of course, I would like that, but unfortunately, I just brought my wife to the divine realm. What should I do? FengYang did not hide anything. The divine realm was indeed not that big. Moreover, he had never resorted to deceitful tricks to get laid, whether in the past or present. Huh! The Rakshasa goddess let out a light laugh, her expression still nonchalant, as if nothing in the world could catch her interest. What does it matter? With that, she took a graceful step forward, reaching out her slender hand resembling green onions, gently pinching FengYang's waist. The captivating look in her eyes grew stronger, as if she could draw one's soul into them. I possess a divine skill called ghostly concealment. Even if I show affection in front of your wife, she would be completely unaware. This action and words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves in FengYang's heart. He felt his blood boiling, as if it was about to ignite. Ha ha, no wonder she is a Dark Loli. She really is a bit perverted, but I just happen to like this. Oh, a hint of unexpected light flickered in the Rakshasa goddess's eyes, like a shooting star across the night sky. So it seems we are truly like-minded individuals? Oh, the Rakshasa goddess expressed surprise. So, we really are kindred spirits? Indeed, it's truly rare. After searching through a dozen girls, there really wasn't one who could match the Rakshasa goddess. Then what are we waiting for? Aren't you going to hold me? The Rakshasa goddess had already moved her entire delicate body closer to him. FengYang no longer hesitated. He lifted her delicate form and directly entered her Rakshasa temple. Within 2 hours, the Rakshasa goddess was already rolling her eyes. Another hour passed. In the quiet temple, light filtered through the colorful, stained glass windows, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The air was filled with a mysterious scent, the unique aroma of Rakshasa power, faint yet profound, wafting through the temple with the occasional breeze. The twisted runes and grotesque beast patterns on the temple walls seemed to flicker slightly in this special atmosphere. Cuddled in the embrace of the Dark Loli, her long hair, as dark as ink, cascaded freely, the ends slightly curled, resembling mysterious waves surging in the dark night. Her delicate and petite lowly face, as tender as mutton fat jade, had skin so smooth it seemed almost fragile, glimmering softly under the hazy light. A pair of big, watery eyes, like clear lake water, were deep in azure, now staring directly at him. Does it feel tight? She asked softly. Very nice. FengYang nodded slightly, his tone carrying a hint of pleasure. That's good. Actually, I like you from the first moment I saw you. The Dark Loli mustered her courage, blushing as she confessed. Her cheeks were like the evening glow at the horizon, tinged with a charming crimson, her petite nose twitching slightly, adding to her cuteness. At this moment, the clouds outside seemed to sense her shyness, quietly transforming into a light pink hue. Ha ha, love at first sight? FengYang's lips curled up, revealing a cheerful smile. The Dark Loli nodded slightly, her voice as small as a mosquito's buzz, her cheeks turning even redder, resembling a ripe apple. Actually, I thought you might have some ulterior motive, FengYang said, half-jokingly. Huh? The Dark Loli looked surprised, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered like a butterfly's wings, adding an innocent touch to her already lively face. At that moment, the glow of the runes on the wall seemed to dance more vividly, as if echoing this sudden surprise. Look at your temple. It doesn't seem sacred at all. It really makes one think too much. You must be in need of some yang to supplement your yin, or something like that, FengYang remarked, glancing around at the temple's bizarre decorative style. With his words, the mysterious aura in the temple seemed to grow denser, and the beastly patterns appeared to twist slightly, as if dissatisfied with his doubts. Ha ha! The dark lowly couldn't help but giggle, then extended her small hand, gently tapping his chest. You can't just think I want your body? She teased, her playful demeanor resembling that of a girl discovering her feelings. Her small hand was as white as jade, with slender, long fingers, and her nails shimmered with a faint pink hue. At this moment, the clouds outside transformed again, taking on playful shapes, as if responding to her playful pout. It was hard to imagine that she was a deity who had experienced thousands of years. If one didn't know better, they might think she was only 16. Ha ha! It seems I can't call you the Rakshasa goddess anymore. I'll just call you Dark Lowly, FengYang joked. Upon hearing this, the Dark Lowly revealed a cute smile, her two shallow dimples appearing. All right, I quite like that name, she said. When she smiled, her eyes curved into crescent moons, sparkling with lively light. All right, but I actually came this time to discuss something with you. FengYang put away his smile, his expression becoming serious. Oh, so you have a request from me, which is why I got to know you so easily. The Dark Lowly pouted slightly, her expression hinting at a bit of pride, as if accusing FengYang of having ulterior motives for getting close. As she pouted, her cheeks puffed slightly, making her even cuter. Hee hee. Getting to know you was just an accident. FengYang shrugged helplessly, explaining. Then tell me what it is, the Dark Lowly asked curiously, regaining some calmness. She tilted her head, her hair falling over her shoulder, outlining a graceful curve. You should know that there's a legacy suitable for you in Douluo Continent. FengYang said slowly. Bibi Dong? The Dark Lowly almost instantly named her. Yes, that's her, FengYang affirmed, nodding slightly, his chin raised with a hint of certainty. What? She's one of your women? A trace of jealousy subtly leaked into the Dark Lowly's tone, her originally gentle voice tightening slightly. Her gaze was fixed on FengYang, as if trying to see through his soul, attempting to find answers in the subtle changes of his expression. In her eyes, there was both expectation and worry, her small lips involuntarily pressing together. As a woman, she ultimately wanted to be the sole owner of a man. Not really. She's the mother of my woman. FengYang's expression slightly froze, then he feigned calmness. You're lying. She seemed to see through him, her tone carrying undeniable confidence. She narrowed her eyes slightly, her expression growing more serious. She is definitely more than just the mother of your woman. Chapter 236. Jealous for me, FengYang had no intention of admitting it. Mainly, I want to ask, why didn't you plan to pass on your divine position to her? Wouldn't it be nice to have some leisure? He raised his head, his eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry, looking at the Dark Lowly. The Dark Lowly's expression also turned serious, her demeanor becoming solemn and grave. As first-level deities, we also have pressure. Everyone wants their divine position to last forever. If the chosen successor lacks strength, sooner or later they will be replaced, she said slowly, her voice steady and powerful. You should be able to feel the benefits of being a first-level deity, right? She tilted her head slightly, her gaze resting on FengYang, waiting for his response. This indeed made FengYang feel the difference. The height of the divine position significantly affected the power of the heavens and earth one could wield. From having no divine position to attaining a first-level divine position. Although his strength hadn't increased, the divine power flowing within him was 3 times higher than usual. However, the experience required for advancement was overwhelmingly vast. Even with 3 times the power, without any opportunities, relying solely on self-cultivation would likely take thousands of years. What you mean is, if someone defeats your successor and takes the divine position, your divine position would also lower. FengYang asked, his eyes bright, staring intently at the Dark Lowly. Naturally, the Dark Lowly blinked her mysterious, glowing eyes, responding with certainty. Upon hearing this, FengYang slowly nodded, secretly pondering. No wonder those deities were as cautious as startled birds regarding the matter of succession. When they selected successors, they focused on the top geniuses of the continent. Now it all made sense. Have you checked Bibi Dong's current strength? FengYang changed the subject, continuing to ask. If you had checked, you shouldn't think her strength is insufficient. I haven't. The Dark Lowly gently shook her head, her hair swaying as she did. To be honest, I've recently set my sights on the Scorpion King's inner core in the Divine Scarlet Secret Realm. The Divine Scarlet Secret Realm is located in the 3 heavens. Compared to the Time-Space Secret Realm, it's like the difference between clouds and mud. The Time-Space Secret Realm is like a mysterious bridge connecting the heavens, earth, and star systems. allowing passage to various time and space. Any divine object in the world could potentially flow into it. But the Divine Scarlet's secret realm is entirely different. Its scope is fixed, and the evolution of divine beasts and the nurturing of divine objects can only be completed within that limited space. Scorpion King's inner core? What use is that? FengYang asked, puzzled, unable to help but pry further. This thing is of little use to you, but for me, it's a key item for enhancing divine power. After obtaining the inner elixir, I can seek the god of all medicines to refine the golden elixir, helping my divine power reach a new level. The dark lowly's lips curled slightly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. So that's how it is. FengYang suddenly understood and nodded lightly. He almost forgot that, as an immortal, there were ways to enhance his strength. Hey, you're the only man I have, so you have to help me, the dark lowly said, leaning forward and playfully pouting. FengYang was taken aback, as if struck by a jolt of electricity, and suddenly realized that everything seemed to have been part of the dark lowly's scheme from the very beginning. What should I do then? You've already given yourself to me. Can I still refuse? Ha ha ha, I knew I didn't misjudge you. At least you have a bit of conscience, the dark lowly said, her eyes crescent-shaped as she smiled triumphantly. Her laughter was crisp and pleasant, but with a hint of cunning. But speaking of which, why don't you seek help from other deities? In this vast divine realm, with 18 Tier 1 deities, it can't be that I'm the only one who can help you, FengYang said, furrowing his brow with a hint of confusion. Although the dangers of the divine realm were not comparable to those of the time-space realm, they still posed a deadly threat to the major Tier 1 deities. The dark lowly began to explain. The divine realm was like a mysterious and dangerous labyrinth, quietly lurking in the triple heaven, exuding a deadly allure. Inside the realm, the terrain was intricate and complex, with bottomless chasms filled with corrosive miasma. At times, towering peaks with jagged stones would appear, covered in poisonous thorny plants that would instantly cause poisoning upon the slightest touch. The divine beasts within were exceptionally fierce, guarding their territory and launching merciless attacks on intruders. Each roar seemed capable of shaking the very space of the realm. Then why not seek the god of summoning? He's an expert in this area. FengYang squinted slightly, continuing to question with a hint of confusion. He likes the national goddess of the shadowless divine tree. Who in the divine realm doesn't know this? The dark lowly snorted disdainfully, as if she looked down on the god of summoning's preferences. So, as one of the only two deities capable of summoning, and by coincidence you ran into me, you set your sights on me? FengYang's expression darkened slightly, clearly displeased, with evident dissatisfaction in his words. Right, the dark lowly replied innocently, tilting her head to look at FengYang. Hiss! FengYang took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling slightly, the discontent in his heart surging like a tide. He raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you fell in love with me at first sight, and not that you had a plan all along? Ha ha! The dark lowly laughed melodiously, her laughter resonating in the air. She reached out her delicate little hand and gently pinched FengYang's face, her eyes filled with teasing. Blue Flame God, you look so cute when you're jealous. I never expected you to be jealous of me so soon. It turned out that her previous actions were merely teasing him on purpose. FengYang felt a mix of emotions, unsure how to respond. It had been a long time since anyone had teased him like this. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. What the heck? After all this, I ended up losing? A smile gradually appeared on FengYang's face. Indeed, in the realm of emotions, whoever takes it seriously loses. FengYang spoke with a hint of sentiment. TCH. The dark lowly rolled her eyes, her face full of disdain. How can you even say that? I haven't even asked how many wives you have. Yet you dare to talk about being serious in the realm of emotions? FengYang was momentarily at a loss for words, his face showing an awkward expression, unsure how to retort. At least, I am being serious about you, right? FengYang paused and said seriously, his eyes revealing a hint of determination. Cut it out. Don't try to sweet-talk me. The dark lowly shot him a glance, clearly unconvinced. I think you're just getting cheeky. FengYang pretended to be angry, suddenly grabbing her little hand and using strength to push her down, pinning her firmly to the ground. Chapter 237. Wherever they go, not a blade of grass grows after another storm. The air was filled with a sense of laziness and comfort. The dark lowly's cheeks were flushed, contentedly leaning against FengYang's sturdy chest, her eyes revealing traces of weariness and sweetness. A few seconds later, she seemed to be struck by a jolt of electricity, suddenly sitting up straight, her eyes flashing with eagerness. No time to waste. Let's set off to hunt for the inner elixir right now. Her tone suggested she was unwilling to delay for even a moment. So eager? FengYang raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of teasing flashing in his eyes. His lips curling into a smirk. What? You don't really want to take everything and leave me with nothing, do you? The dark lowly widened her eyes, feigning anger as she looked at FengYang, her tone a mix of playful reproach and threat. A sense of pride surged within FengYang. He felt he had firmly regained the initiative. Of course I won't just leave you hanging. How about you become my disciple? As soon as he spoke, he looked at the dark lowly with great interest, almost anticipating an amusing reaction. What? The dark lowly's brows shot up, her forehead furrowed tightly, her eyes filled with disbelief. You want me, a Tier 1 deity, to become your disciple? Are you insulting me? Her voice involuntarily rose a few octaves, filled with obvious anger and dissatisfaction. FengYang was momentarily speechless, inwardly cursing, as it seemed these deities were particularly sensitive about the matter of taking on disciples. If he were in her position, no matter how powerful the other party was, he would never easily agree to become a disciple. After all, they had already become deities, achieving immortality. Some deities even just wanted to live leisurely, wandering the mountains and enjoying life. Who would want to find a master to be restrained and have to obey orders? If I help you solve the inner elixir issue, you still won't become my disciple? FengYang tried to persuade her again, his gaze fixed on the dark lowly with a hint of expectation in his tone. The dark lowly's expression became increasingly serious, and she stood up straight from FengYang's embrace, her posture upright and her gaze as determined as iron. Yes, that answer was short and powerful, resolute without the slightest hesitation. FengYang fell silent for a few seconds, weighing it in his heart, ultimately deciding he didn't want to damage his character over this matter. He put a gentle smile back on his face. All right, if you don't want to, then forget it. I was just saying it casually. Let's go help you solve the inner elixir issue now. Upon hearing this, the dark lowly's previously tense face instantly relaxed, her mouth curving into a radiant smile. She once again leaned closer to FengYang, affectionately linking her arm with his, her eyes filled with trust and anticipation. Then let's hurry up. The two of them shimmered with light, instantly transforming into a brilliant rainbow, speeding towards the entrance of the divine realm. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the entrance. The seal at the entrance appeared quite simple. In FengYang's view, even Tier 2 deities could easily enter directly. He slightly squinted his eyes, a confident glimmer flashing in them. With a gentle wave of his hand, accompanied by a strange energy fluctuation, 5 blue flame elements instantly appeared in front of him. The blue flames burned fiercely, radiating a scorching aura, and their brilliance was so dazzling it seemed to ignite the surrounding air. With a thought, FengYang commanded the 5 blue flames, which seemed to receive an invisible order, and they shot towards the entrance of the Shunjian's secret realm like arrows released from a bow. He stood quietly in place, focusing on sensing the movements at the entrance. After a moment, he did not detect any signs of danger. Let's go, FengYang said calmly, giving a gentle wave of his hand towards the dark lowly, his tone steady and assured. The dark lowly nodded lightly, a hint of anticipation flashing in her eyes. The two stepped side by side into the Shunjian's secret realm. As soon as they entered, the entire environment of the secret realm unfolded before them without reservation. The sight before them made them pause slightly. It truly was a maze-like complexity. 5 winding paths were separated by stone walls over 2 meters high. The runes on the walls flickered with eerie light. Strange plants grew wildly on either side of the paths, some with leaves resembling sharp fangs, their edges dripping with thick venom that sizzled as it hit the ground, corroding small, deep pits. Some vines slithered like agile pythons, seemingly searching for prey. Which way? The dark lowly's gaze flitted back and forth among the 5 paths, showing a hesitant expression as she looked up at FengYang. That's easy. My 5 blue flame elements will split into 5 paths. Whichever way is easier. That's the way we'll go, FengYang said, a slight smile on his lips and a flash of confidence in his eyes, his tone assured. Great. The dark lowly's eyes lit up at his words, her face filled with joy as she nodded vigorously. FengYang's mind stirred, and the elemental power around him surged. The 5 blue flame elements, which had been quietly hovering in front of him, instantly charged into the 5 paths like they had received a battle command. Wherever the blue flame elements passed, the originally fierce and aggressive plants quickly melted away under the onslaught of high temperatures, as if snow encountered the blazing sun. The branches and leaves of the plants caught fire first, crackling loudly. Soon after, they turned into pools of black liquid, rising with wisps of blue smoke, and a burnt odor filled the air. Although it was not the first time witnessing the power of these blue flame elements, seeing them easily destroy the dangerous plants in the secret realm still left the dark lowly in shock, her heart secretly amazed. She stole a glance at FengYang beside her, feeling a sense of admiration. His strength was already outrageous, and she hadn't expected the elements he casually summoned to be this powerful. Waiting around is boring, so let's follow the blue flame element in the middle, FengYang suggested, turning to the dark lowly. Okay. The dark lowly came back to her senses and quickly agreed. They then walked side by side toward the middle path, their eyes fixed on the flickering blue flame element ahead. It truly left no trace in its wake, demonstrating its power fully. As they walked, the runes on the stone walls on either side of the path glowed ever more intensely, hinting at a sense of oppression. The dark lowly unconsciously leaned closer to FengYang. Although she was bold by nature, being in this perilous secret realm still stirred a sense of unease within her. FengYang seemed to sense her discomfort, glancing at her and softly reassuring, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." His deep yet powerful voice gave the dark lowly a sense of security. The blue flame element turned a corner, and the two quickened their pace to catch up. Turning the corner, they found themselves in a vast stone forest. Chapter 238. You are really quite cute. As they turned the corner, they were greeted by a sprawling stone forest. The stone pillars within were of various shapes. Some towered into the clouds, reaching for the sky, as if trying to compete with the heavens. Others were stout like giant peaks, standing firmly as if ancient giants had rooted themselves there. Each stone pillar's surface was carved with intricate and mysterious patterns that seemed alive under the illumination of the blue flames, as if they were slowly writhing, exuding an indescribable eerie aura, as if the stone forest was silently narrating ancient stories sealed away in time. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from deep within the stone forest like lightning. It turned out to be a stone man. Its body was composed of massive stone blocks, with a rough surface that emitted a chilling aura. Although the stone man moved somewhat slowly, it exuded a decisive momentum as it charged toward the blue flame element that was leading the way. Boom! A deafening sound erupted, akin to thunder cracking in the clear sky, echoing wildly through the stone forest. The force of the impact was astonishing, as if an invisible giant hand disrupted the surrounding air, causing visible shockwaves to ripple outward from the point of impact. Wherever the shockwaves passed, fragments of stone and dust were sent flying into the air, filling the entire stone forest with a cloud of chaos. The blue flame element could not withstand such a sudden and powerful collision, violently shaking like a kite with a broken string, and then uncontrollably being sent flying. It drew a long arc through the air before crashing heavily onto a strange tree. Boom! Fire is indeed the nemesis of wood. The strange tree had just begun to extend its bucket-like thick branches to attack, but it could not withstand the scorching heat of the blue flame element. As soon as the blue flame element landed on its branches, it ignited like a powder keg, roaring into flames. The fierce fire quickly consumed the tree's branches and leaves, thick smoke billowing up, and the acrid smell of burning filled the air. The stone man, taking advantage of the situation, strode forward, each step causing the ground to shake, making the entire stone forest tremble. Its target was clear, charging straight toward the blue flame element, its stout arms raised high with enormous strength, about to deliver a powerful punch. At that critical moment, the blue flame element suddenly seemed to gain its own consciousness and stood up forcefully. The blue flames within its arms surged and gathered, quickly forming rings of energy that emitted an eerie blue light. As the blue flame element moved, the surrounding temperature soared, and the air became distorted from the heat. Boom! The blue flame element exerted its strength, launching the formed blue flame energy rings toward the stone man with all its might. In an instant, a blue light, carrying intense heat, shot towards the stone man like a cannonball. As the energy rings passed, the air was torn apart, emitting a sharp, whistling sound, as if space itself could hardly bear this immense power. Crack! Under the relentless burning of the blue flame energy rings, a sudden and crisp sound of shattering echoed. The stone man's hardened body was burned, leaving a deep mark. The mark resembled a hideous scar, slanting from the stone man's shoulder to its waist, with a faint red glow at the crack, showing just how high the temperature of the blue flames was. Even though the stone man's material was special, it could not fully withstand it. Could it be? The dark lowly widened her eyes, filled with disbelief, and her astonishment was evident. When she entered this place before, she had encountered such stone men and had to expend tremendous effort to barely defeat one of them. But just as she dealt with that one, 3 to 5 more leaped out from the surrounding stone walls, their relentless assault making things quite tricky for her, and even now, she still felt a lingering fear when recalling that moment. It can't be. FengYang's expression was focused as he stared at the stone men and the runes on the rocks. I feel something's off with these runes. There might be some strange mechanism at play where killing one stone man leads to 2 more popping up. How can you notice this? The dark lowly exclaimed again in surprise. Isn't it simple? That stone man was almost cracked by my blue flame element, and the runes in the rocks are glowing brighter. FengYang replied. After saying this, he tugged at the dark lowly's arm. Let's hurry. We might not be able to escape soon. This stone formation is quite dangerous. 1 turns into 2, 2 into 4. The more you kill, the more there are. We should either retreat early or exhaust our divine energy. Having summoned creatures is beneficial. At least they can help hold the line. However, the next moment, FengYang felt something was off. He initially thought they had passed through these runes, but everything before him seemed like the scene when they first entered the secret realm. Once again, there were 5 paths. Seeing FengYang's dumbfounded expression, the dark lowly burst into laughter. Ha! Blue Flame God, you really are adorable. I told you before, this place is a big maze. Although your fire counters these poisonous mist grasses and even the runes, this maze is unsolvable. What about flying? FengYang suggested. Don't think about it. The layer of poisonous mist above obscures everything, and you can't see anything. It's also easy to get poisoned, which is very troublesome, the dark lowly replied. FengYang looked up, and indeed, a thick layer of poisonous mist engulfed the area. The mist was a dark greenish-black, like a giant curtain that completely obscured the space above, with not a glimmer of light visible. The poisonous mist continued to churn and roll, faintly emitting a pungent odor, as if announcing danger to them. Looking at so many paths, FengYang couldn't help but feel that he still wasn't strong enough. His divine energy was only sufficient to control 5 blue flame elements. Forget it. Let's just pick a path and go. Along the way, FengYang was fully concentrated, his brows tightly knitted, his gaze revealing determination and focus. The dark lowly tried to talk to him, softly calling his name, but FengYang seemed oblivious, remaining immersed in his own world. This was not because he was intentionally ignoring the dark lowly. The current situation did not allow him to be distracted in the slightest. At this moment, he was fully sensing the 5 blue flame elements scattered in different directions, moving along the paths indicated by the surrounding elements. His consciousness was like an invisible net, tightly wrapping around the 5 blue flame elements, feeling every piece of information they returned. Each blue flame element encountered different situations as they progressed. Some faced stubborn vines blocking their way. Others were interfered with by mysterious runes. And some confronted the invasion of poisonous mist. Chapter 239. Are you using BB-Dong script? As long as any one of the blue flame elements could break through layers of difficulties and reach the end of the passage, FengYang would not hesitate to choose that path to proceed. Wherever the blue flame element passed, it would leave a clear and noticeable scorch mark, which not only recorded their travel trajectory, but also served as a key marker to guide FengYang and the dark lowly, like a shining lighthouse in the dark. The secret passage before them was not unreachable in terms of length. However, the things that obstructed one's consciousness were numerous and headache-inducing. Inside the passage, various space cracks crisscrossed, complex and intricate, like an invisible and deadly net. FengYang attempted to drive the 5 blue flame elements to scout the way, but every time a blue flame element approached a space crack, its consciousness would be instantly severed, making it impossible to probe further. The complexity was truly beyond imagination. Even more troublesome was that if a blue flame element accidentally touched a space crack, it would immediately be teleported to an unknown area by some inexplicable force. Thus, even if one wouldn't easily lose their life in this secret realm, they could easily find themselves trapped in some corner, isolated and helpless. Just as he was feeling this way, a crisp sound of light waves suddenly rang out. In an instant, the light flickered. FengYang and the dark lowly felt as if the scenery before them was spinning, and when they came to their senses, they had no idea where they were in space. FengYang frowned, warily surveying his surroundings. There's actually an invisible spatial teleportation function in here. The dark lowly feigned surprise. What should we do? What should we do? FengYang rolled his eyes, looking at her pitifully bad acting, secretly amused. The dark lowly noticed FengYang's expression and immediately reacted, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her face as she hurriedly explained, "Okay, I didn't mean to not tell you. So you were afraid that if I found out, I'd consider it troublesome and back off, right?" FengYang said, "So you were afraid that if I found out, I'd consider it troublesome and back off, right?" FengYang stared at her intently and stated directly. The dark lowly chuckled awkwardly, as if to acknowledge it. "Ah." The dark lowly showed a look of delight. "Really? Why don't we just relax a bit?" It seemed her craving was quite strong, even stronger than that of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and other girls. Perhaps this was the age when one was as fierce as a wolf or tiger. Despite her lowly appearance, she stepped forward, pressing her body against FengYang, her fingertips gently brushing his chest. Ever since he called her dark lowly, she had truly taken on that identity. "No. Do you get anxious if I don't come every 2 hours?" FengYang asked. The dark lowly's expression became serious. "What? I only act like this when I see you. I haven't touched a man in 1,000 years, and the only time I did was forced." Her voice grew softer, filled with grievance. FengYang was dumbfounded. "Are you using BB Dong script?" "Really?" The dark lowly said earnestly. "Otherwise, how could it be so splendid?" The word she used always managed to tease FengYang. Although the God Realm secret realm was dangerous enough to be comparable to a second-level deity, such a complex environment was indeed at the level of a God King. Yet she was able to discover the existence of the Scorpion King inside. "How did you know that the Scorpion King is here?" FengYang asked curiously. The dark lowly turned her head to look at FengYang and calmly said, "The God of Summoning told me." "Ah." FengYang was taken aback, somewhat surprised. He had actually been serving the evil god all along, and the various secret realms in the divine realm had all been explored by the summoned beasts he sent out. His divine beast detected the Scorpion Queen and conveyed the message to me through its spiritual power, which is how I learned about this matter. What happened next? But he insisted that I become his subordinate and sign a divine contract before he would assist me, which made me extremely angry at the time. The dark lowly frowned, recalling this incident, still looking furious. FengYang was momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he asked in confusion, "Divine contract? What is that?" The dark lowly's expression became serious as she explained earnestly. "The divine contract, once signed, if there is any regret, one will suffer divine punishment. If you can withstand the divine punishment, it means you are truly powerful. If you cannot, then there is only death awaiting." The dark lowly paused and continued, "Therefore, since the establishment of the divine realm, only 3 deities have signed the divine contract. Among them, 2 breached the contract and, without exception, perished due to divine punishment." FengYang laughed. "So this is why you didn't seek his help?" "Exactly. I've been holding this in for decades. Just waiting for the day I can take out the inner core and show him properly. He is truly despicable." The dark lowly clenched her fists, speaking with resentment. "However, this summoning god secretly cultivating power, one can only imagine his ambitions," FengYang said. "Who knows what he wants to do?" The dark lowly replied nonchalantly. FengYang fell silent for a moment, pondering to himself. It seems that the summoning god has been exploring the secret realm for years, possibly searching for this Scorpion Queen, consuming immeasurable time. Yet we decided to come here on a whim, and given that this secret realm is as complicated as a maze, it truly is. FengYang thought to himself, feeling a headache coming on. "So what should we do? Why don't we withdraw for now, and you let your blue flame element explore slowly?" The dark lowly suggested. "I think that's a good idea," FengYang replied. "Humph." The dark lowly crossed her arms, pouting, her small face full of displeasure. Clearly, her earlier suggestion to retreat was just a formality. Unexpectedly, FengYang did not take it seriously. He smiled and wrapped his arm around the dark lowly's delicate body. "You still huff? Now that we've encountered a spatial rift, we don't even know where we are or how long it will take to return," FengYang said. Thinking of the fact that 3 days later, the moon goddess would surely be eager to declare war on the first-level deities. If she found out that he was not there, one cannot deny that this dark lowly is indeed causing trouble. She tricked herself into this mess. Complaining now is useless. FengYang didn't say much more and continued walking through the woods ahead. A powerful and unmatched pressure surged forth like a roaring black tide from the depths of the dark and gloomy woods. For a moment, the surrounding air seemed to twist and deform under this pressure, producing a series of muffled explosive sounds. Sans signe danger. FengYang and the dark lowly immediately activated their divine power, constructing a solid defensive shield to withstand this terrifying pressure. Chapter 240, Breaking the Void Sword. 1 second. Time seemed to freeze, and the surroundings fell into a terrifying silence. Only the chilling pressure continued to rise. 2 seconds passed. Their expressions grew increasingly grave. Beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads, muscles tense, struggling with all their might. 3 seconds. This pressure had already reached its peak, like an invisible giant mountain, heavily pressing down on them. The dark lowly ultimately could not withstand it, and a mouthful of bright red blood spurted from her mouth. She swayed unsteadily, on the verge of losing consciousness. Just at that critical moment, a fierce blue flame erupted from FengYang's entire body. The blue flame rolled and surged as if it had a life of its own, wrapping around the two of them tightly in an instant. The dark lowly suddenly felt the mountain-like pressure sharply decrease. Her tense nerves relaxed, and her entire delicate body fell weakly into FengYang's embrace. She looked up, her cold eyes filled with disbelief. First, she was genuinely surprised by FengYang's strength being so formidable, although she knew FengYang was extraordinary before. Witnessing him skillfully protect both of them under this terrifying pressure made her truly realize why he could stand up to the God King. This strength was indeed astonishing. Second, she was filled with doubt. How could such terrifying beings exist in the divine secret realm? FengYang's mind moved. Boom! A deafening explosion ressounded, and the magnificent blue flames surged forth like a roaring sea of fire, rapidly spreading in all directions. Wherever it went, the surrounding woods ignited like a lit fuse, instantly engulfing the entire area in raging flames, with thick smoke billowing skyward. Gods or beasts, come out! FengYang issued a solemn roar. The sound waves acted like an invisible shockwave, resonating through the fire-ravaged space. Directly ahead, the woods that had only crackled under the blue flames suddenly underwent a strange transformation. It seemed as if the air had been directly torn open by a sword. A peculiar existence resembling a spatial rift abruptly appeared. Within the rift, light and shadow twisted. Then, a middle-aged man stepped out steadily. This scene was exceedingly bizarre, and FengYang felt a surge of shock. Spatial power. He silently marveled. To be able to traverse spatial rifts freely, it was evident that the other party had mastered spatial power. Yet he was quite certain that the other party was definitely not the god of space. After all, during the last Divine Power Conference, FengYang had met the god of space, and the unique aura was completely different from the person before him. The dark lowly was equally puzzled. Having lived in the divine realm for over 1,000 years, she believed she knew various deities and powerful beings well. Yet she had never seen this person before, and the strength he exhibited, especially his ability to manipulate spatial rifts, far exceeded the spatial power of the god of space. Two of you, please do not panic. The middle-aged man took a step forward, first bowing slightly. I was just testing your strength, and I do not truly wish to harm you. FengYang's gaze turned cold. My woman has already spat blood due to your divine pressure, and you say you don't really want to harm us? Upon hearing this, the dark lowly felt deeply moved, looking at FengYang with admiration. I sincerely apologize, the middle-aged man said, lowering his head slightly. How about this, as a gesture of apology? I can help you two reach the Scorpion Queen's domain. How about it? The two exchanged glances. Is there really such a good thing? The dark lowly, clearly not naive, stood up straight. Why are you helping us? I won't beat around the bush. I just tested you earlier to see your strength, and it seems indeed powerful, especially the blue flame deity, the middle-aged man said. What do you want? FengYang Asket. Let me introduce myself first. I'm not a human, but a dragon. The Space Dragon King. I wonder if you two have heard of me? The middle-aged man inquired. The dark lowly looked utterly confused. Clearly, she had no idea. As a traverser, FengYang naturally knows the background of the Space Dragon King. The dragon god, the ancestor of the dragon clan, is known as the sovereign of soul beasts. He was the first to break through to the rank of God King, meaning he existed even before the Azura God King. In the main plot, the 5 great God Kings, Azura, evil, good, life, and destruction, can barely contend with the dragon god. The terror of his power is astonishing. The Space Dragon King, simply put, is one of the 9 great dragon kings created by the dragon god. They are water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, space-time, and stability. The reason the dark lowly does not know about the dragon god is that the dragon god created the dragon realm, where he resides. He is a powerful peak dragon who created the divine realm, not in the same place. Continuing, FengYang said, I was enamored with the mortal world and tore through space to the 5 elements continent. The middle-aged man said, I know this. The dark lowly took over the conversation. Our Douluo divine realm governs 108 worlds, including Douluo Continent, Xintian Continent, Haomiao Continent, and so on. This Five Elements Continent is one of them. FengYang, that's right. I lived on the Five Elements Continent for over 100 years, got married and had children, and founded the largest sect on the Five Elements Continent. YearRing sect, a prestigious sect that treats all spirit beasts well and fights alongside them. Unfortunately, my act of tearing through space without permission was eventually discovered by the dragon god, who ordered me to tear through space and find a secret realm to reflect for 10,000 years. 10,000 years. The space dragon king sighed, so, by a twist of fate, I ended up in this secret realm. And then, the dark lowly seemed very interested in his story. 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. I missed my sect and my descendants too much. So I tore through space again to check on the Five Elements Continent, only to find that the YearRing sect I founded had declined. The space dragon king said, "Time is long, and centuries change. No one can stop it." FengYang said, "Yes, even in our divine realm, first-tier gods like summoning gods have fallen to second-tier gods. Nothing can remain unchanged." The dark lowly comforted him, as if she felt a bit of sympathy for him. "But I am unwilling." The space dragon king clenched his fist fiercely. "The sect I founded, my descendants, how can they just decline and be trampled on? How can they disappear in the tide of time? So, what do you want me to help with?" FengYang asked. "Go to the Five Elements Continent and revive my YearRing sect," the space dragon king said to FengYang with excitement. FengYang had not said anything yet. The dark lowly became displeased. "What are you joking about? Gods intervening in mortal affairs is not permitted by the divine realm. Do you want my man to be punished and reflect in a secret realm for 10,000 years like you?" She inexplicably showed affection to the space dragon king. However, the space dragon king did not care about what the dark lowly said at all. His gaze was still fixed on FengYang with a serious expression. "As long as you are willing to help me, I am willing to gift you this breaking void sword." After speaking, a long sword suddenly appeared in the palm of the space dragon king. The sword body was like transparent crystal, with green energy flowing inside, as if a green river was rushing through the sword. The edge of the blade sparkled with a sharp cold light, seemingly able to easily tear apart space. Just as its name suggests, the breaking void sword. With one sword, it can break the void, reaching any place you want in a second. Chapter 241. You are also my woman. Such an astonishing divine sword. Even FengYang, who had extraordinary composure, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement upon hearing this, with waves of emotions rising in his heart. This temptation was simply too strong, like the brightest star in the night sky, tugging at every string of his heart. After deep contemplation, FengYang wondered if he could complete the deal at that moment. Blue flame. The dark lowly raised her eyebrows, her expression cold. Her gaze fixed on FengYang like a torch. "Are you crazy? If you intervene in the lower realm, you will definitely become the enemy of all gods in the divine realm." "Goddess, what you said is a bit serious." The space dragon king, fearing that FengYang would back out, hurriedly interjected, looking anxious. "Do you know why I wanted to test your strengths? The reason is, I can compress my divine power to 20%. In this way, even if I stay in the mortal realm for decades, I may not be detected by other gods. This is the secret of how I have been able to live peacefully in the mortal realm for 100 years. So, the stronger the divine power, the less noticeable it is when compressed to 20%, FengYang said thoughtfully, following the space dragon king's words. "Exactly. With just 20% of my divine power, I can easily dominate the mortal continent and crush those at the extreme Douluo level," the space dragon king said proudly, puffing out his chest. "I see." FengYang slightly nodded, a hint of realization flashing in his eyes. The dark lowly, seeing this, widened her eyes in disbelief and glared at FengYang. "Blue flame, don't be delusional. If you interfere in the lower realm, I will definitely report you to the divine realm." The space dragon king was momentarily speechless, opening his mouth but not knowing how to refute, only showing an awkward expression. "Report me? Then I won't want you anymore," FengYang said. "You." The dark lowly's face turned serious, but she didn't know what to say. FengYang raised his eyes, looking directly at the space dragon king, and calmly said, "Let's put this matter aside for now. The urgent matter is whether you can send us to where the Scorpion King is." Upon hearing this, the space dragon king's face instantly flashed with obvious unwillingness. FengYang was about to agree to the deal, and he was filled with joy, looking forward to witnessing the glory soon. However, this sudden change shattered his beautiful dream in an instant. "No," the space dragon king coldly rejected, his tone firm. "What? The dark lowly's eyebrows shot up, her eyes wide open. Her slender finger pointed directly at the Space Dragon King, angrily questioning. You just swore that you would send us there to apologize for my injury. What does this mean now? You said that was just now? The Space Dragon King said nonchalantly, shrugging, his tone full of indifference. FengYang couldn't help but chuckle at his rogue demeanor, slowly saying, It seems that the character of this Space Dragon King is really not commendable. Exactly, the dark lowly hurriedly echoed, her pretty face full of anger, unable to believe that the dignified Space Dragon King would be so fickle and have no credibility. Say whatever you want, since you refuse to agree to the deal. Then find the Scorpion King on your own. The Space Dragon King waved his hand impatiently. After saying this, he turned to leave. But just as he took a step, he seemed to suddenly remember something. He turned around again, a hint of mockery on his face. Oh, by the way, I kindly remind you that this secret realm originally had no spatial rifts. I specifically created it to seek out capable individuals. If I don't want you to find a Scorpion King, you will never be able to do so, no matter how much you try in your lifetime. The dark lowly trembled with anger, unable to contain her outburst. This shameless person. Simply too much. FengYang. I'm seeing FengYang still smiling. The dark lowly became even more furious and anxious, her almond-shaped eyes wide open. She pouted and said, You're still laughing. I actually find this Space Dragon King quite interesting. FengYang maintained a faint smile, speaking leisurely. You. The dark lowly felt helpless, at a loss for words. She didn't know how to respond to FengYang's seemingly nonsensical remarks. It seemed she could only agree to him. Otherwise, she would have no hope for the inner Dan. FengYang retracted his smile. His expression became serious as he looked directly into the dark lowly's eyes. Hearing this, the dark lowly was momentarily taken aback, as if struck in her heart. She bit her lip and huffed. I see now you want that sword. Hee. FengYang chucked softly, remaining silent. His tacit agreement was evident. That Space Dragon King is so cunning. Do you dare to trade with him? Otherwise, you might end up being sold by him. The dark lowly Henti finished her words when the space rift twisted and the familiar figure of the Space Dragon King emerged again. Clearly, he hadn't gone far at all. He had been quietly observing from the shadows, eagerly awaiting FengYang to change his mind and agree to the trade. Rest assured, goddess. We can sign a divine contract. The Space Dragon King said with a beaming smile, his tone tinged with urgency. A divine contract. Once you go back on your word, you will face divine punishment. How about it? The Space Dragon King looked at FengYang with anticipation, his smile almost obsequious. No one would joke with their life. So he should feel reassured now, right? FengYang was so tempted by this deal and planned to act on it for his own considerations. The reason FengYang was so moved and took action was naturally to surpass the strength of the Shura God King. When the time comes, what can the Shura God King do to him? This power struggle is inevitable, because he wants to bring all the girls to the divine realm. He could only choose this path. It can be said that this divine sword is an extra weapon. FengYang nodded slightly. Seeing this, the dark lowly's heart rose to her throat, completely tense. Blue flame. No matter what, you are looking for that Scorpion King's inner Dan for me. Can we stop searching now? Her voice carried a hint of pleading, her eyes filled with worry. Why? FengYang frowned, looking at the dark lowly with confusion. Because I want to return to the divine realm with you and live a quiet life. The dark lowly gazed at FengYang, her expression serious, her eyes full of longing for simple life. No, FengYang replied decisively, without any hesitation. Why? The dark lowly felt as if struck by lightning. Her heart shattered into countless pieces. Her voice trembled as she asked, Have you been toying with me all along? Because of Douluo Continent and my women, I must bring them all here. FengYang's gaze was steadfast, his words revealing an undeniable determination. The dark lowly was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. She never expected that FengYang was such a loyal and righteous person. At this moment, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. She didn't know whether to be happy for FengYang's deep feelings or to be heartbroken over her own rocky path of love. The two stared at each other for several seconds. The air seemed to freeze. What about me? The dark lowly mustered her courage and asked softly. You are also my woman. FengYang said without hesitation. Though his voice was soft, it struck the dark lowly's heart like a heavy hammer. Chapter 242. Contract signing. You are also my woman. FengYang said without hesitation. Though his voice was soft, it struck the dark lowly's heart like a heavy hammer. The dark lowly's heart instantly surged with warmth, like a stormy sea. She bit her lip, having made up her mind. Okay, your words are enough. You signed a contract with him, and I will try my best to help you hide it. FengYang nodded solemnly, his eyes filled with gratitude towards the dark lowly. Just then, the space dragon king across from them suddenly turned into a dramatic actor, exaggeratedly crying, so touching. This is why I am attached to the mortal realm. I also want family and love. Woo. FengYang, the dark lowly. The two looked at the space dragon king, crying uncontrollably, speechless, and unsure how to react. Is there no mother dragon in the dragon realm? FengYang suppressed his inner helplessness and asked. There's only one, and it's the dragon god. The space dragon king replied, sniffling, looking as if he had just experienced a life and death separation. FengYang and the dark lowly fell silent again, feeling somewhat powerless to comment on this sometimes cunning, sometimes dramatic space dragon king. All right, stop messing around. How do we sign the contract? FengYang asked. Seeing this, the space dragon king quickly put away his playful demeanor. His expression became serious, and his entire aura transformed. You and I swear to the heavens together. You must help me restore the spirit sect, making it the top sect in the 5 Elements continent, and I will gift you the Void Sword. The space dragon king said earnestly, word by word. Okay, then let's begin. FengYang responded decisively, without any hesitation. Immediately, the two extended their fingertips toward the sky. Space dragon king, god of blue flame, swears to the heavens. As soon as the words fell, a buzzing sound echoed, and a dazzling divine light shot out like lightning, directly piercing through this mysterious secret realm, shining upon both of them, then intertwining in the air, exuding waves of majestic aura. With the assistance of the god of blue flame, the space dragon king will restore the spirit sect, making it the top sect in the 5 Elements continent. The space dragon king will then gift the void sword to the god of blue flame. If either party breaks this oath, they will face divine punishment. As this solemn oath was proclaimed, the sky instantly changed, thunder rumbling. Wind, rain, lightning, fire, and other elements intertwined wildly, as if the entire world trembled. Various colors of light flashed in the sky, forming a spectacular scene. Ultimately, all the light and elements gradually converged, forming an even more dazzling divine light, which then slowly merged into one. Thus, the contract was declared complete. After a brief silence, FengYang broke the quiet, saying, all right, give me the Void Sword. Huh? The contract clearly states that you need to help me restore the spirit sect, making it the top sect in the 5 Elements continent, and I will gift you the Void Sword. The space dragon king said innocently, though a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Are you playing word games with me? FengYang's expression darkened, and he said coldly, a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. Ahem. The space dragon king coughed twice, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Don't be angry. You know, one day in heaven is a year on earth. You only need to complete the contract within a few years in the mortal realm. It has only been a few days in the divine realm, so it won't delay you at all. You can even do it without anyone knowing. At that time, I will naturally present the void-breaking sword to you. I can't help but want to curse you, you dog. FengYang gritted his teeth and said, suppressing his anger. All right. Now I'll take you to where the Scorpion King is and help this goddess get the inner pill. The Space Dragon King said with a smile, his face full of flattering expressions. The Space Dragon King firmly grasped the void-breaking sword in his right hand. His gaze slightly focused, and his thoughts subtly shifted. Then he gently slid towards the air in front of him. In an instant, a faint hissing sound was heard. A narrow crack was directly opened, slowly appearing in front of everyone. Let's go, the Space Dragon King said calmly. He then took the lead, stepping forward and vanishing into the mysterious crack. FengYang stood outside the crack, curiously peering inside. He found that the environment inside the crack was completely different from the outside, and couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of spatial power. After a moment, he exchanged glances with the Dark Lowly and stepped into the crack as well. Once the three entered the crack, they immediately looked around at their surroundings. Where exactly is the Scorpion King? Why is the sky here so gloomy? It feels so oppressive. Hey, why do these 8 black pillars have fur? The Dark Lowly said while curiously approaching the 8 black pillars, wanting to study them closely. However, just as she got closer, the 8 pillars, which seemed to be still, slowly began to move. At the same time, a strong sense of pressure suddenly came from above the 3, making their scalps tingle. They instinctively looked up. Upon seeing this, their faces changed dramatically. It turned out that the massive Scorpion King was hovering above them, and those 8 black pillars were actually the Scorpion King's stout legs. At this moment, the Scorpion King opened its giant mouth full of fangs and suddenly pounced towards FengYang with incredible speed, catching him off guard. Damn, Space Dragon King. You useless fool. Ha ha. The Space Dragon King suddenly burst into laughter, full of confidence. Watch this. He thrust the void-breaking sword upward with a sudden motion. With a piercing sound, the sharp void-breaking sword instantly pierced through the Scorpion King's thick belly. Immediately, green slime gushed out from the wound like a fountain, emitting a pungent odor. FengYang and the Dark Lowly reacted quickly, leaping aside to avoid the splattering slime. Crack, crack, crack. The Space Dragon King swung the void-breaking sword, creating sharp arcs of light in the air, directly tearing several large openings in the Scorpion King's iron-like outer shell. As the shell was broken, an inner pill emitting a dark, mysterious glow gradually revealed itself. Done. The Space Dragon King put away the void-breaking sword, showing a proud smile. The Dark Lowly looked at the inner pill in front of her with joy. Quick, take the inner pill, goddess. I'll take you to the entrance of the secret realm. And for the Blue Flame Goddess, I'll send you directly to the 5 Elements Continent, next to my descendant. The Space Dragon King said eagerly. Chapter 243, 5 Elements Continent, Mo Lingjun. Quick, take the inner pill, goddess. I'll take you to the entrance of the secret realm. And for the Blue Flame Goddess, I'll send you directly to the 5 Elements Continent, next to my descendant. The Space Dragon King said eagerly. With that, the crack opened. FengYang didn't hesitate, nor did he waste any more words with the Space Dragon King, directly stepping into the crack. With a flash of light, FengYang found himself standing firmly on the 5 Elements Continent. He looked up and saw a magnificent courtyard. It was situated on 36 wide steps. The steps were paved with pure white stone, each wide enough for 2 people to stand side by side. On both sides of the steps stood various soul beast statues, witnesses to the great achievements and supreme glory of the Yuling sect. Between these soul beast statues, there were massive stone columns every few meters. The columns were crafted from purple gold, with lifelike spirit snakes coiling around them, their eyes adorned with emerald green, lively and mysterious. Above the courtyard, a huge plaque hung high, 3 characters read, Yuling sect. It was indeed the #1 sect of the 5 Elements Continent. Just this courtyard alone was luxurious and magnificent. It could even be said to surpass all sects' courtyards in Douluo Continent. After all, it was established by the Divine Dragon, incomparable to others. However, this grand Yuling sect, from top to bottom, surprisingly had not a single gatekeeper disciple. Not only that, but the Yuling sect was also eerily silent, looking extremely desolate. How dilapidated is this? He immediately released his divine sense. Although his divine power was compressed to 20, it still covered the entire Yuling sect. One must admit that the architecture within this sect had definitely been designed for thousands of disciples to rest, live, and train. Now, in such a vast area, there are only 2 figures moving inside. Originally, he had come to show off and perhaps flirt with a few sect girls. Now, he was just waiting to see if the descendant of the Space Dragon King was male or female. If it was a male, he would act like a reclusive master, ignoring him except for serious matters. If it was a female, he would also act like a reclusive master to make her fall in love with him. Although he had the void-breaking sword as a trade, he still wanted to collect some interest. Sensing someone about to come out, he thought quickly, to avoid being mistaken for a con artist, asking all sorts of questions about why he was helping the Yuling sect. He transformed his entire body into blue spirit flames, resembling a blue demon flower, exuding a charming and mysterious aura. The layers of petals seemed to be dyed in the deep blue of the sea, with deep hues gradually transitioning from the base of the petals to the edges, creating a dreamlike gradient effect. The figure approaching step by step was clearly visible to him. FengYang felt dead. It was a beautiful woman around 20 years old. She was stunning, with skin as white as snow, her features exquisitely crafted. Her bright, clear eyes seemed to hold autumn water, lively and spirited. Below her elegantly shaped nose were cherry lips that looked ripe and luscious. Her long, shiny black hair fell like a waterfall, flowing gently with the breeze. A dark green hairpin adorned her smooth hair. She wore a unique, seemingly ancient-style knee-length dress. The upper half of the dress was dark green, and the lower half was white. Below, she wore over-the-knee white stockings that connected seamlessly. It's hard to tell whether she's wearing pants or not. On her feet are the first pair of dark green boots with white accents. This combination of modern and ancient styles is not at all awkward. It appears clever and makes one's heart race. Behind her waist, a dark green and white slender sword hangs quietly. The intertwining dark green and white on the sword sheath outlines a unique pattern. Soon, she discovers the blue demon rose transformed by FengYang. Her eyes lit up, and she quickened her pace, bending down to admire it. It's so beautiful, and it has a temperature. She paused for a moment. How strange. Is this a flower? Or fire? She extended her slender finger to feel the temperature of the blue demon rose. It's completely bearable. She directly picked it up and turned to walk into the Yuling sect. Inside the courtyard, an old man with white hair turned to look at her, revealing a perplexed expression. Hey, Lingjun, weren't you supposed to be out exploring the reason why the soul beasts are attacking the villagers? Why are you back? Grandpa, I was just about to go, but look what I found at the door. Nowadays, only the two of them remain in the vast Yuling sect. The old man is called Mo Shan, and his granddaughter is called Mo Lingjun. Mo Shan scanned her carefully. This must be some kind of celestial herb. Will you feel holding it? It's a very comfortable temperature. I can definitely carry it with me. Mo Lingjun replied with a smile. After a pause, Mo Shan said, All right, hurry up and go. If you don't find out the reasons soon, more villagers will suffer. Got it, Mo Lingjun responded, hanging the blue demon rose on her chest. The shining light seemed like an ornament. Grandpa, does it look good? Looks good, looks good. Mo Lingjun walked out of the Yuling sect again. Upon reaching the entrance, her soul power surged, and the soul rings appeared one after another. In an instant, yellow, purple, 200-year soul rings and 1,000-year soul ring intertwined and collided, releasing powerful energy fluctuations. It directly exploded into a soul beast resembling a small bird. The little bird was small and exquisite, its feathers shimmering with a faint fluorescence, and its lively eyes twinkled. It looked somewhat feminine. As soon as it appeared, it flew straight toward Mo Lingjun, chirping happily as it flew, its affection evident. Mo Lingjun's lips curled up, revealing a faint smile. Flower spirit, transform. Let's go to the wild. The little bird flew forward 2 meters, and after a chirp boom, in the blink of an eye, the small bird rapidly expanded, its body glowing, and its feathers instantly lengthened and widened, transforming into a majestic white rock. The rock's outstretched wings were 10 meters long, and its snow-white feathers shimmered dazzlingly in the sunlight. FengYang was also surprised. Although every continent seems to rely on soul rings, with similarities in function, the use of this soul skill is indeed unique. Mo Lingjun's graceful figure leaped lightly and landed steadily on the back of the rock, her legs naturally spreading apart as she settled into position, her movements seamless. The flower spirit sensed its master's command and threw its head back, letting out a high-pitched cry. Its massive wings stirred up a gust of wind, causing the surrounding plants to sway violently. It soared into the sky at a considerable speed, estimating at around 200 meters per second. Moreover, this didn't seem to be the rock's limit. Chapter 244. Something's not right in midair. FengYang opened his divine sense. The Yuling sect is located in a tranquil mountain village, surrounded by green mountains and flowing waters, resembling a paradise. At the foot of the mountain, a relatively large village town came into view. The streets in the town crisscrossed, bustling with people, and the population was quite substantial. Over the entire mountain and village town, there seemed to be a faint layer of light, which upon closer inspection turned out to be a thin protective array. Soon, they arrived 50 kilometers away from the Yuling sect, at the village's exit. Mo Lingjun gracefully leaped down from the back of the rock. In a moment she landed. Her posture was elegant, like a falling feather. The rock quickly transformed back into the small, exquisite bird form after a flash of light, obediently following her, flapping its wings as it flew. Mo Lingjun raised her eyes to the protective array in front of her, her brows slightly furrowed as she murmured to herself. This is the Divine Spirit Pavilion's protective array. It seems they have been here, but this array is so thin. Can it stop any ferocious soul beasts over 5,000 years old? A 5,000-year soul beast? Isn't it something that a single divine thought could obliterate? However, it seems this continent is facing some special circumstances. The soul beasts have not gathered in any forest or mountain, but have directly surged into the human world. Is this the norm or a sudden change that has occurred recently? Without hesitation, Mo Lingjun moved lightly, stepping out of the defensive array. This array is specifically designed to repel soul beasts and does not pose an obstacle to humans, allowing her to come and go freely. However, a sudden change occurred. As soon as her foot crossed the edge of the array, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became tense and oppressive. She saw that not far in front of her, those plants and vines that had been coiled or quietly growing suddenly fell into a frenzied state, as if controlled by an evil force. The originally green leaves bizarrely turned a layer of crimson, as if stained with blood, appearing exceptionally sinister and terrifying. These frenzied soul beasts, devoid of reason, indiscriminately clawed and attacked Mo Lingjun. The thick vines whipped through the air like screaming whips, targeting Mo Lingjun's vital points. Facing this sudden attack, Mo Lingjun remained calm, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Clang! A crisp sword sound rang out. The sword at her waist had already been drawn, its blade glinting coldly, radiating a chilling, killing intent under the sunlight. Whoosh! Mo Lingjun's figure flickered, and sword shadows danced. Her swordsmanship was exquisite, combining lightness with sharpness. Every swing of her sword carried immense power, yet remained agile. With a flick of her sword, wherever the cold light passed, those clawing plant-type soul beasts were swiftly severed. Green sap and crimson liquid mixing together and splattering on the ground. In just a few seconds, several aggressive soul beasts had been almost entirely killed by her. This swordsmanship is quite impressive, light and fierce. These blue, spiraling trees, once gentle and mild plant-type soul beasts, have now directly attacked humans. Mo Lingjun was filled with confusion. She felt that something was very wrong, since previously only some ferocious soul beasts would actively attack humans. She continued to venture into the wild. The scenery was quite nice. However, various low-level soul beasts such as giant frogs, sea worms, and giant turtles by the creek began to take the initiative to attack. Adhering to the principle of the enemy does not invade me, I do not invade the enemy. Spirit Flower. The little bird following her immediately transformed back into a rock and flew back towards the spirit control sect. Upon landing, Mo Lingjun rushed inside. Grandpa! Her voice rang out clearly in a courtyard. Inside the courtyard, she saw her grandfather, Mo Shan, strenuously moving an oversized jar that was taller than him. The jar looked incredibly heavy, and Mo Shan's face was covered in beads of sweat, his steps slightly unsteady. Grandpa, what are you doing? Let me help. Seeing this, Mo Lingjun hurriedly stepped forward. She extended her hands, firmly grasping the bottom of the jar with one hand and gripping the edge with the other. Then, she straightened her body and effortlessly moved the heavy jar to a designated spot less than 10 meters away. The jar landed with a dull thud. Meanwhile, Mo Shan leaned against his waist, slightly bending over and gently tapping his back. Oh, my old back. It seems I can't deny my age anymore. His voice contained a hint of helplessness and fatigue. Grandpa, just take a good rest. Don't tire yourself out anymore. Let me handle these things from now on. Mo Lingjun said with concern, her tone full of filial piety. Mo Shan looked up at his granddaughter, his eyes filled with pain. How can I let a girl like you do such heavy work all the time? It's also our spirit control sect's fault. We can't even recruit a single disciple now. Think back to 80 years ago. Our spirit control sect was one of the top sects on the continent. His words were filled with nostalgia for past glories and lamentation for the current decline of the sect. The faint sigh in his voice seemed to carry the weight of time, echoing in the small courtyard. Grandpa, you always reminisce about the past and can't let go. Mo Lingjun shook her head slightly, her tone laced with helplessness, yet her eyes were filled with understanding for her grandfather. She knew that her grandfather had deep feelings for the spirit control sect's former glory, making it hard for him to easily let go. All right, let's not talk about that. How did the investigation go? Mo Shan reined in his emotions, his expression becoming serious as he fixed his gaze on Mo Lingjun and asked. The people from the Divine Spirit Pavilion should have been there. They set up protective formations for the entire village. Montauk Lingyun replied honestly, her gaze revealing a hint of seriousness. Upon hearing this, Mo Shan scoffed, his face filled with disdain. What is the use of just setting up protective formations? They'll be broken in a few days, and someone will end up suffering again. With so many disciples, why can't they send a few down to specifically protect the village? When our spirit control sect was at its peak, we didn't have to deal with such troubles. A single spirit beast could guard our borders. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, his tone filled with dissatisfaction towards the Divine Spirit Pavilion's actions and nostalgia for the powerful strength of the former spirit control sect. This Zhuqiao town was originally our spirit control sect's responsibility. It's already quite good that the Divine Spirit Pavilion is willing to come and set up a protective formation. Mo Lingjun patiently explained, trying to calm her grandfather's anger. Mo Shan still coldly snorted, seemingly ungrateful, his dissatisfaction remaining unchanged. The Divine Spirit Pavilion, as the leader of the 6 major sects, should be supporting us. Moreover, Lingjun, don't forget that there are significant conflicts between the Divine Spirit Pavilion and our Spirit Control sect. Our Spirit Control sect advocates coexistence with soul beasts, focusing on taming, while the Divine Spirit Pavilion emphasizes slaughter. It's fundamentally a conflict of beliefs. After all, the Spirit Control sect was founded by the Space Dragon King, the master of all beasts. Grandpa, I remember that, don't worry. If possible, I certainly hope our Spirit Control sect can return to its former glory. Mo Lingjun said. Sigh. Mo Shan sighed deeply, lacking confidence. All right, Grandpa, don't think too much about it. I'll go make dinner. Mo Lingjun said. The grandfather and granddaughter sat across from each other, enjoying dinner. Unknowingly, dusk enveloped the sky like a massive black silk, quietly wrapping it layer by layer. However, the room was as bright as day, with blue flames illuminating the space, creating a stark contrast with the darkness outside. After a while, Mo Lingjun seemed to be struck by a current, suddenly standing up from her seat, her finger trembling as she pointed to a spot, exclaiming, "Ah, Grandpa, look, it's this blue flame flower." Her eyes widened in shock and delight, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. Mo Shan, who had been eating with his head down, quickly looked up upon hearing her. In an instant, his eyes lit up like two brilliant stars suddenly rising in the night sky, and he exclaimed, "My goodness, it's so bright. We won't need to light lamps at night anymore." He was filled with astonishment, his mouth slightly agape, staring intently at the blue flame flower radiating an unusual glow, his eyes filled with disbelief. Ha ha ha, this is so interesting. Montak Lingyun Laukit, keenly observing the blue flame flower, and continued, "And look at this, it seems its energy is inexhaustible. I'll find a nice vase later to put it in and use it as a night light in a room." FengYang was also sweating profusely. "I'm a dignified deity. You actually want to use me as a lamp? What is the point of putting me in a vase? Can't you just use your imagination?" After dinner, Mo Lingjun went to find a vase and placed FengYang in it. "Great. The temperature difference on the mountain is significant, but I didn't expect this blue flame flower to warm the room as well. Just in time for a bath today." She directly poured a bucket of water and began to wash up. First, she took off her little boots, then the first layer of her outer garment. It turned out that this white silk really wrapped around her waist. She was left with only a white belly band on her upper body. FengYang's eyes brightened, feeling a stir in his heart. Even the room seemed to brighten a few degrees. Mo Lingjun looked back at the blue flame flower in confusion. The two snow-white giant pandas were also captured in FengYang's sight. Why did it suddenly get brighter? Mo Lingjun murmured to herself, unable to figure it out. So she decided not to think about it anymore. She lifted her fair long legs and feet, stepping into the bucket of water, then squatted down. The water enveloped her neck. After taking a bath, Mo Lingjun changed into a different belly band. Her smooth hair still retained some moisture, casually draping over her shoulders. She walked lightly to the bedside, sitting cross-legged, her eyes gently closing as she began her daily routine of cultivation. For a moment, the room was quiet, with only her soft and even breathing, as if merging with the tranquil night. 2 hours later, Mo Lingjun slowly opened her eyes, a satisfied expression appearing on her face, clearly indicating that her cultivation had been quite effective. She stretched lazily, yawned lightly, and prepared to sleep. However, just as she was about to close her eyes, she suddenly opened them wide again, revealing a hint of annoyance on her face. Originally, the blue flame flower she had placed in the vase was now emitting a ghostly blue glow, illuminating the entire room brightly. In this daylight-like brightness, she found it truly difficult to fall asleep. Mo Lingjun sighed helplessly, got out of bed, and walked barefoot, tiptoeing to the blue flame flower. She leaned slightly and scrutinized the peculiar flower, her eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry. After a moment, as if she suddenly thought of something, she pouted her lips and gently blew a breath towards the blue flame flower, attempting to extinguish its bright blue flame. However, to her surprise, the blue flame flower remained completely still, showing no signs of swaying, steadfastly radiating its light, as if declaring its uniqueness and stubbornness to her. "What to do now? It seems I can only put it outside," Mo Lingjun murmured with a frown. As soon as she mentioned putting it outside, FengYang immediately retracted the blue flame. The originally bright room was suddenly plunged into darkness, as if covered by a huge black curtain. "Huh?" Mo Lingjun was startled by this sudden change and couldn't help but exclaim. She widened her eyes and looked around in the dark, filled with shock and doubt, feeling that everything was incredibly magical. "Can this blue flame flower understand my words?" She murmured to herself, a strong curiosity rising in her heart, eager to verify her guess. "Light, Mo Ling Jun stood in the dark, giving a command to the blue flame flower, her voice laced with anticipation. However, the blue flame flower showed no response, remaining quietly in the vase, with not a hint of light escaping. FengYang silently cursed in his heart. Do you really think I can be controlled like a remote light? Naturally, it was unwilling to easily obey her command. Why isn't it glowing anymore? What went wrong? Mo Ling Jun was filled with confusion, pacing back and forth, racking her brain to think. She tried issuing the command again, but the blue flame flower still did not budge. In the end, Mo Ling Jun had no choice but to give up and return to bed. She lay on the bed, gazing longingly and curiously in the direction of the blue flame flower in the dark. Gradually, drowsiness washed over her like a tide. Her eyelids grew heavier, and before she knew it, she entered a sweet dreamland. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Mo Ling Jun dressed neatly and came to the blue flame flower. Seeing it glowing brightly again, she couldn't help but feel curious. No wonder it wasn't cold at night. When did it light up? After pulling it out, she placed it back against her chest. She felt a wave of comfort. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound echoed. She ran outside. In midair, a layer of energy spread out. Is a fierce beast attacking the barrier? Chapter 246. It's time to strike. Mo Ling Jun no longer hesitated, calling out crisply, "Flower spirit." A white shadow streaked across the sky like a meteor. It was the white rock transformed from the flower spirit, spreading its gigantic wings several feet wide. Like a holy cloud falling from the clouds, rapidly diving towards Mo Ling Jun. Its posture was agile and imposing, and each flap of its wings stirred the surrounding air violently, creating a whirring sound. Mo Ling Jun seized the opportunity, pushing off the ground with her legs, leaping high into the air like a released arrow, tracing a clean arc in the sky. Then, she landed steadily on the broad and solid back of the white rock, her movements seamless and fluid. The white rock turned sharply, without any hesitation or pause, soaring straight into the sky. The coordination between the person and the rock was flawless, perfectly in sync. "Hurry to the barrier," Mo Ling Jun commanded the rock, her voice filled with urgency and determination. The white rock let out a low cry in response. Inside the barrier of the small town, many villagers had gathered. They looked anxious, their faces filled with terror and unease. The crowd buzzed with discussions, and the anxious atmosphere spread like a virus. "What should we do? The barrier is about to break." An elderly man furrowed his brows, his voice trembling, filled with worry. "Yes, what is the Divine Spirit Pavilion doing? Why is the barrier breaking more easily each time?" A young man said angrily, waving his arms. "Perhaps the fierce beasts outside are too ferocious?" A woman timidly suggested, her voice quivering. "It must be due to multiple reasons. The Divine Spirit Pavilion probably hasn't maintained the barrier properly." A middle-aged man sighed, shaking his head with a serious expression. The crowd exchanged words, and in this tense atmosphere, worries and fears about the future spread in everyone's hearts, while outside the barrier, unknown dangers seemed to be approaching step by step. Outside the barrier, a massive black, bovine-like soul beast stood there, its length at least 5 meters, its enormous body resembling a small mountain, exuding a chilling, oppressive aura. Its eyes were like burning seas of blood, glaring red and fierce, seemingly filled with endless resentment. Bang! With a deafening roar, the four-eyed Azure Bull's massive head slammed into the barrier. In an instant, the entire interior of the barrier felt as if it had experienced a strong earthquake, as everyone distinctly felt the ground beneath them tremble violently, as if the apocalypse was imminent. Above, Mo Ling Jun arrived on the white rock just in time. Her gaze was sharp, locking onto the rampaging four-eyed Azure Bull, her expression instantly growing serious. This is actually a four-eyed Azure Bull over 10,000 years old. Why has such a highly intelligent soul beast suddenly lost its wits? Looking at its blood-red eyes, it was clear it was out of control, plunged into madness and chaos. The situation was urgent, leaving her no time for further thought. Mo Ling Jun wasted no time, her figure like lightning, breaking through the barrier and charging towards the four-eyed Azure Bull. The villagers inside the barrier saw her figure and immediately erupted in exclamations of surprise and hope, as if they had seen a glimmer of light in the darkness. Mo Ling Jun, holding a sharp sword, flashed with cold light and unhesitatingly thrust it fiercely into the back of the four-eyed Azure Bull. The blade pierced the flesh, and the four-eyed Azure Bull let out a deafening roar, its voice seeming to tear the heavens apart. Then it angrily twisted its massive body, charging back at Mo Lingjun in a frenzy. However, the strength of the four-eyed Azure Bull was too great. In just one encounter, Mo Lingjun was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. Fortunately, the injury was mainly due to the massive impact and the force of the fall, not a fatal attack. At that moment, the white rock let out a sharp cry, its eyes flashing with lightning, and a dazzling bolt of lightning shot out from its mouth, directly striking the charging four-eyed Azure Bull with a crack. This timely bolt of lightning bought Mo Lingjun a precious second. Mo Lingjun reacted quickly, rolling over and nimbly leaping up from the ground, shouting to the white rock, "Flower Spirit, we are not its opponents. Lead it deep into the wilderness, away from the villagers." The white Dapeng understood the situation immediately, diving down to let Mo Lingjun land steadily on its back, then flapping its wings vigorously, preparing to soar into the sky. However, the four-eyed Azure Bull was a high-level soul beast, and even in its irrational state, its instinctual intelligence was not to be underestimated. It forcefully kicked off with its sturdy limbs, charging madly toward a nearby boulder. Bang! The boulder was struck by its immense power, flying up like a cannonball towards the white Dapeng that had just taken off. The unprepared white Dapeng was instantly hit by the boulder, losing its balance and plummeting towards the ground. Mo Lingjun tumbled along with the Dapeng, rolling several times on the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Inside the barrier, the villagers witnessed this heart-stopping scene, their hearts instantly rising to their throats, as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Fear and worry spread like a tide among the crowd, their faces filled with despair and helplessness. "It's over," an elder exclaimed, his voice trembling and laced with a sob, his eyes full of concern for Mo Lingjun's safety. "If the Divine Spirit Hall doesn't send someone soon, this child might meet her end here." His words struck like a heavy hammer on the hearts of every villager. "Yes, yes." The surrounding villagers echoed in agreement, their words filled with resignation and despair. They looked at the helpless Mo Lingjun outside the barrier, feeling powerless, only able to silently pray for a miracle. Mo Lingjun lay in the dust, as if her internal organs had been crushed, waves of excruciating pain crashing over her, nearly suffocating her. She bit her lip, her face pale as paper, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. She endured the discomfort in her body, struggling to get up, but every movement felt like countless steel needles piercing her body, making it incredibly difficult. She managed to turn her head and glance around, and when she saw the white Dapeng not far away, her heart sank. The once majestic white Dapeng had now transformed back into a small white bird, weakly lying on the ground, its feathers disheveled, eyes tightly closed, breathing faint. "Hualing." Mo Lingjun couldn't help but exclaim, her voice filled with pain and urgency. This little white bird was special. It was the last spirit beast that Mo Lingjun had carefully tamed in the spirit control sect. It could provide her with soul rings without needing to hunt, complementing her soul rings perfectly, just like the lightning power that Hualing had just released. Not only could Hualing use it, but she herself could also wield this soul skill. The four-eyed Azure Bull approached step by step. FengYang knew it was time to act. Chapter 247, Raising the Prestige Directly on the Uneven Ground. Mo Lingjun used her hands and feet to crawl inch by inch towards the little bird. The howling wind tugged at her clothes, and every step seemed to drain all her strength. After a great effort, she finally reached close, trembling hands gently cradling the little bird that had completely lost consciousness but still had some warmth. Her careful demeanor was as if she were holding the most precious and fragile treasure in the world. At that moment, the four-eyed Azure Bull revealed its fierce nature. Exuding a shiding murderu oha. Its two pairs of enormous eyes burned with a furious and ruthless flame, showing no intention of mercy. It forcefully kicked off with its sturdy limbs, its massive body charging towards Mo Lingjun like a cannonball, accompanied by powerful gusts of wind. Mo Lingjun felt the ground tremble violently under the impact, as if about to collapse. She slowly turned her head, her heart instantly gripped by an invisible hand, a wave of desperate coldness shooting up from her feet to the top of her head. Amidst the intertwining of helplessness and fear, she slowly closed her eyes, instinctively raising her hands to cover her eyes, her mind blank, having given up resistance, waiting passively for the cold scythe of death to fall mercilessly. Inside the barrier, those witnessing this breathtaking scene either turned their heads away in horror or covered their eyes with their hands, yet through their fingers they still peeked. torn between the fear of witnessing the bloody and cruel scene and the urge to confirm the final outcome. Just as the massive body of the four-eyed Azure Bull was about to crash heavily into Mo Lingjuan's seemingly fragile form, a brilliant blue light, like lightning from the heavens, flashed before her, so bright that it was blinding. The enormous body of the four-eyed Azure Bull rushed past, as if it had collided with an invisible but incredibly resilient barrier, the powerful recoil causing its body to tilt violently, its hooves gouging deep trenches into the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. In the next second, a man dressed in the most extravagant attire appeared without warning. He wore a robe that shimmered with colors, embroidered with mysterious patterns, and with each step he took, the gems and threads on the robe reflected dreamlike light. He radiated a gentle and sacred glow, every movement exuding an extraordinary aura, as if a deity had descended into the mortal realm. He reached out with long arms, his movements fluid, securely cradling Mo Lingjun in his embrace, gracefully tracing a perfect arc in the air, appearing in the distance of 3 meters in the blink of an eye, as if walking through the air, unbound by the rules of the world. In an instant, all the commoners erupted in terrified screams like a lit powder keg. Their eyes widened in disbelief, mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside, as if witnessing the most incredible and unimaginable scene in the world. Everyone was shocked. Mo Lingjun was actually saved. Montak Lingyun, who had been filled with despair and was quietly waiting for death, did not feel the anticipated excruciating pain. Instead, a warmth enveloped her like the gentle sun of spring, as if she were being held securely by a towering yet gentle mountain. Confused, Mo Lingjun felt strange. Under this warm embrace, her tense nerves gradually relaxed, and she slowly opened her eyes. In that moment of crisis, as Mo Lingjun slowly opened her tightly shut eyes, a face came into view, so close that it felt overwhelming. The features were as distinct as if sculpted, sharp eyebrows slanting into the hair, deep and piercing eyes resembling cold stars, their stern expression radiating an aloofness that kept others at a distance. Yet, there was a powerful aura emanating from him, as imposing as a mountain, making one instinctively want to rely on him, as if everything in the world could be securely supported in his presence. Before Mo Lingjun could recover from the shock of first seeing him, she caught a glimpse of the four-eyed Azure Bull once again gathering its strength. Muscles taut with endless rage and murderous intent, like a giant cannonball ready to be fired, charging towards them. Mo Lingjuan's eyes widened in terror, her heart clenched tightly, her throat feeling as though it were gripped by an invisible hand. She barely managed to form the word careful on her tongue, but before she could utter it, she saw the man who had been securely holding her suddenly vanish into thin air like a wisp of smoke. In the next moment, Mo Lingjun felt the ground beneath her rise sharply, the cold wind howling past her ears. When she finally steadied herself and looked around, she found herself on a slightly elevated ridge. The man stood beside her, his posture as upright as a pine tree. Mo Lingjun was completely stunned. The young man before her appeared youthful, seemingly around her age, yet the power he had just displayed was unfathomable and deep, far beyond what a titled Douluo could reach, surpassing all her understanding of the world as strong. Where does this person come from? What astonishing secret does he hold? The man's gaze lowered, his cold glance sweeping over the four-eyed blue bull that was still raging below, before he slightly bent down, moving gently yet with an undeniable authority, and gently placed Mo Lingjuan's delicate body on the solid ground. Immediately after, he raised his arm, and an invisible force was released in an instant. In that moment, the blue sword that had been quietly hanging at Mo Lingjuan's waist seemed to be infused with a vibrant soul, buzzing as it broke free from its sheath, tracing a beautiful arc in the air like a shooting star and landing steadily in the man's long and powerful palm. The moment he grasped the hilt, it felt as though his aura surged again. Every subtle movement flowed smoothly, effortlessly, as natural as the movement of clouds and water, yet so handsome that one couldn't look away, deeply imprinting itself in Mo Lingjuan's heart. Roar! The four-eyed blue bull, as if mocked, let out a ferocious roar that shook the surrounding air, filled with rage and unwillingness. Its 4 eyes were now completely filled with a crimson fury, like 4 blazing flames, and the breath spewing from its nostrils was laced with a strong, killing intent, spreading like tangible mist. With a powerful kick of its hind legs, the massive body leaped high, like a towering mountain rising from the ground, charging fiercely towards the man. At that moment of leaping, its gigantic body blocked out the sky, casting a terrifying shadow over the man. However, in the face of this seemingly catastrophic attack, the man remained calm as water, showing no signs of disturbance. Unhurried, he slowly raised the blue sword in his hand, its blade glimmering coldly, like a flash of cold lightning in the dark night. Just as the four-eyed blue bull lunged forward, the stench of blood almost enveloping him, the man's wrist suddenly exerted force, and with a gentle flick, a sharp and unmatched sword energy tore through the air, surging forth with the might to split heaven and earth. With a dull yet spine-chilling sound, the once imposing four-eyed blue bull, capable of crushing everything, had its massive head easily severed by what seemed like a casual sword strike, much like a ripe fruit. Crimson blood gushed forth like a flood breaking through a dam, creating horrifying arcs in the air, and then its enormous body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, lifeless and already breathless. This terrifying display of power made Mo Lingjun gasp again, her heart racing violently in her chest as if it would break free. After slaying the beast, the man slowly turned around, his gaze piercing as he locked eyes with the still shocked Mo Lingjun. Just as she was immersed in the shock, the man unexpectedly threw the blue sword high into the air. The sword spun rapidly, carrying a chilling aura, like a blue lightning bolt shooting straight towards Mo Lingjun. Terrified, she lost her composure, instinctively raising her hands to cover her eyes and head, her body curling up in fear and helplessness. In an instant, clang, a clear and pleasant sound, like metal striking stone, suddenly rang out. Mo Lingjun slowly lowered her trembling hands, and upon focusing her gaze, she saw the blue sword had been safely returned to its sheath, perfectly in place as if it had never left. The man remained calm, his gaze fixed on Mo Lingjun. Then he took a step forward, walking towards her one step at a time. With each step, he landed steadily and powerfully, as if he were stepping on the earth, and also on Mo Lingjun's heart. Yu. Mo Lingjun's voice trembled, her eyes fixed on the faint blue light emanating from the man. The familiar aura lingered at the tip of her nose. Suddenly realizing something, she hurriedly looked down at her chest. The blue flame flower she had always worn was nowhere to be found. It felt as if she had suddenly grasped a crucial clue, her eyes widening in astonishment as she looked up, ready to speak but was choked by her nervousness. "My name is FengYang." The man opened his thin lips, his voice deep and indifferent. The air of elegance was palpable. "FengYang." Mo Lingjun murmured this name she had just learned, still feeling quite unfamiliar with it, trying to engrave it deeply in her heart, repeating it word by word, attempting to uncover more secrets of the man before her. "I'll take you back to rest." FengYang's voice was low but gentle, carrying an undeniable certainty. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved gently yet with an irresistible force, reaching out to embrace Mo Lingjun securely around her waist. In an instant, Mo Lingjun felt her body lighten, being firmly cradled in FengYang's strong arms. FengYang lightly touched the ground, and without any warning, his entire figure shot up like an arrow, soaring straight into the clouds. No external force was used. No flying soul skill illuminated the sky. It was simply and shockingly free in the air. The strong winds howled towards her, wildly tousling Mo Lingjun's hair, and she instinctively clutched FengYang's clothing. Raising her gaze to his strikingly handsome profile, which looked even more defined against the backdrop of the blue sky and white clouds, like a divine statue, Mo Lingjun's heart raced uncontrollably, as if a little deer was dashing around her chest. In her past years, she had never seen such a handsome and extraordinarily powerful man. His appearance was like a dazzling meteor breaking through the dark night, instantly illuminating her entire world. "Are you a human or a god?" Mo Lingjun couldn't help but murmur, her voice carried away by the wind, yet clearly reaching FengYang's ears. "What you take me for, that is what I am." FengYang's gaze remained steadfastly fixed ahead, his tone flat, yet seemingly containing endless meaning, softly providing such a thought-provoking response. Mo Lingjun was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond, and could only allow FengYang to carry her as they traversed through the vast sky, her thoughts drifting far away, filled with curiosity and joy about FengYang. Unfortunately, the distance between the two places was too short. Just as Mo Lingjun was still immersed in the warmth and unique aura brought by FengYang's embrace, the brief journey had ended, and FengYang had already brought her to the Yuling sect. What surprised Mo Lingjun even more was that FengYang appeared to be quite familiar with the place. as if he knew the layout of the Yuling sect like the back of his hand. He walked straight into the sect's interior, skillfully arriving at Mo Lingjuan's room. Upon entering the room, he moved gently, carefully placing Mo Lingjun on the bed. Mo Lingjun looked around at the familiar surroundings, and a scene suddenly flashed in her mind. At that time, the man before her had transformed into a blue flame flower, which she had placed in a vase. During that period, she had been completely unaware that he had seen her throughout her entire bathing process. Thinking of this, Mo Lingjun felt a rush of heat surge to her head. Instantly blushing, her cheeks burning as if they were on fire. With a mix of nervousness and shyness, she stole a glance at FengYang, only to find him calm and expressionless, as if he had completely forgotten everything that had happened. Seeing this, the fiery flames of shyness in Mo Lingjuan's heart gradually began to cool down. Divine being, do you know where the medicine room is? There's golden fragrance jade, which can help me recover quickly. Mo Lingjuan's voice was soft and weak. Although the Yuling sect was powerful, strangely, it didn't have a single support-type soul master. Fortunately, there was a medicine room within the sect, stocked with healing treasures like golden fragrance jade, which was her last hope for recovery. FengYang's gaze met hers. His deep eyes seemed to hide endless stars as he softly said, "Just call me FengYang." After finishing his words, he turned his body, his steps steady and firm, quickly walking towards the pharmacy. His back was upright like a pine tree, and every movement exuded a powerful aura that reassured those around him, as if he could easily resolve any problem he faced. Chapter 248. Is this sect very strong? After Mo Lingjun swallowed the golden fragrance jade, the medicinal power surged through her meridians like a bolt of lightning suddenly appearing in the dark night, instantly illuminating her dim vitality. In just a few minutes, her body, which had been soft and powerless as if all her bones had been drawn out, miraculously regained strength. She first shakily propped herself up, then took a deep breath, slowly moving her legs to the edge of the bed and steadily getting to the floor. As soon as she could move, she didn't bother to tidy her slightly messy hair. She quickly turned around to look around and immediately noticed the little bird flower spirit. At that moment, the little bird flower spirit was curled up in the corner, its feathers disheveled, its body trembling in pain, each tremor seemingly tearing at Mo Lingjuan's heart. Montak Lingyun was anxious, feeling as if an invisible large hand was tightly gripping her heart. Without time to think, she rushed out of the room like a gust of wind, heading straight toward the spirit garden. Inside the spirit garden, the colorful fairy flowers swayed with the wind, and the spirit fruits emitted a soft glow. But she had no mind to appreciate the beautiful scenery. Her gaze was urgent, like a traveler searching for light in the dark, frantically searching among various exotic flowers and fruits. Finally, she discovered the fairy fruit that would greatly benefit the flower spirit's injury. The fairy fruit resembled a brilliant pearl, radiating an enticing luster among the leaves. She carefully reached out her hand, as if touching the most precious treasure in the world, gently plucking the fairy fruit, and then quickly ran back to the room, anxiously feeding the fairy fruit to the little bird flower spirit. After the little bird flower spirit swallowed the fairy fruit, its eyes, which had been dull like dead ashes, gradually regained a glimmer of light, and its painful tremors slowly calmed down. Mo Lingjun let out a long breath, her previously furrowed brows finally relaxing, and a smile of relief blossomed on her face like the warm sun of spring. FengYang. Mo Lingjun gently opened her lips, for the first time calling FengYang by name. Her voice was soft like a breeze in spring, carrying a hint of awkwardness and shyness, as she had never called him that before. "Thank you so much today. Otherwise, I would definitely have perished today." Her words were filled with gratitude, and her eyes sparkled with a different light. "You're welcome." FengYang's expression remained calm, as if he were a bottomless cold pond, replying lightly. Then, without hesitation, turned and walked steadily outside. He was clear in his mind that this woman must have many questions. If he lingered any longer, he would likely be overwhelmed by a barrage of inquiries. It was better to leave early and have some peace. Watching FengYang's resolute departure, his aloof figure seemed to stand apart from the world, and Mo Lingjun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. So aloof. Just as FengYang walked outside, he bumped into Mo Shan. Mo Shan's eyes were like torches, scrutinizing FengYang from head to toe, filled with suspicion as he questioned, "Who are you? And how did you end up in our Yuling sect?" Hearing the voice, Mo Lingjun hurriedly dashed out like a startled deer, her expression anxious as she quickly said, "Grandpa, you mustn't be rude." Saying that, she hurried to Mo Shan's side and pulled him aside, her expression excited, her eyes sparkling as she whispered, "Grandpa, let me tell you, this person is like a deity descended to earth." Mo Shan's surprise grew more intense as he listened to Mo Lingjun vividly recount the events of how FengYang saved her. After hearing this, the surprise on Mo Shan's face deepened, and his previously doubtful gaze turned respectful. He quickly cupped his hands towards FengYang, saying with a respectful attitude, "So you saved my granddaughter's life. I thank you here." FengYang remained indifferent, merely glancing at Mo Shan, his lips tightly closed, not making sound. Then, his gaze fell on Mo Lingjuan's face, his tone as flat as a calm lake, asking, "When will dinner be ready?" "I am hungry. Montak Shan. I'll go right now." Mo Lingjuan's eyes instantly lit up, a smile blooming on her face as sweet as spring sunshine, as if it could dispel all the gloom in the world. She turned and bounced towards the kitchen, her steps light like a cheerful little rabbit. At this moment, her heart was filled with joy and worry. The joy was that FengYang seemed to have no immediate plans to leave, and the worry was that she didn't know FengYang's purpose for coming and where he was from. FengYang exuded a mysterious aura, and his aloof personality made it hard for her to find an opportunity to ask more questions. However, even so, standing beside FengYang, she inexplicably felt a strong sense of security, as if he were sent by heaven to protect her and accompany her growth. Now, that FengYang said he wanted to eat, it meant he would stay, and Mo Lingjun felt warmth in her heart, both reassured and joyful. Seeing FengYang's unapproachable demeanor, Mo Shan didn't want to make things awkward, so he followed Mo Lingjun to the kitchen. He furrowed his brows, filled with confusion as he asked, "Granddaughter, did this guy really save you?" "Really," Mo Lingjun assured, skillfully selecting fresh ingredients without looking up. "He doesn't look like a master to me." Mo Shan shook his head, his eyes filled with skepticism and a hint of disdain in his tone. "Doesn't look like a master?" Mo Lingjun stopped her movements, turned her head, and retorted with disbelief, her eyes filled with defense for FengYang. "What does he look like a master?" Mo Shan pressed on, his tone stubborn. "Don't you think masters are all aloof?" Montak Lingyun blinked, seriously trying to gain some recognition for FengYang from her grandfather. Mo Shan was momentarily speechless, paused, and disdainfully clicked his tongue. "If I pretended to be aloof, will I be a master too? Moreover, people like him are just reclusive. It's either a problem with their upbringing or their personality. I think we should just feed him and send him away. After all, someone as young as him can't be that strong. He might just be here to seduce women." Hearing this, Mo Lingjuan's face instantly flushed, resembling the evening glow in the sky. The scene from last night involuntarily flashed in her mind, where it seemed FengYang had seen through her. She bit her lip, playfully scolding, "Grandpa, please don't say nonsense. He is really strong." "Really strong? Then tell me, how many soul rings does he have?" Mo Shan raised an eyebrow, continuing to press, tried to use his own understanding to judge FengYang's strength. It seems he doesn't have any." Mo Lingjun lowered her head slightly, her voice carrying a hint of uncertainty. "Doesn't have any?" Mo Shan raised his voice in surprise, his skepticism even stronger. "All right, Grandpa. Anyway, his strength can't be described by common sense, so don't worry about it. This is between me and him," Mo Lingjun said firmly, her tone leaving no room for doubt, her eyes sparkling with stubbornness. Mo Shan helplessly shook his head, his face stern as he said, "Humph, you'll regret it one day." Mo Lingjun ignored her grandfather any further and busied herself. She carefully selected the ingredients, as if each ingredient in her hands was endowed with a special mission. She thought to herself that she must prepare all her signature dishes. She secretly hoped to win FengYang's stomach, thinking that perhaps she could keep him around. In the kitchen, smoke rose as Mo Lingjun moved like a lively fairy, fully immersed in cooking. She first washed the carefully selected tender spirit chicken and skillfully cut it into even pieces. Heat the pot, pour in the bright-colored spirit oil, and wait until the oil temperature is just right. Add scallions, ginger, and garlic to the pot, and instantly, a rich aroma fills the air, stimulating the sense of smell. Chicken goes into the pot, stir-fry a few times, and the chicken skin gradually turns golden and crispy. She then adds the secret sauce in order, simmering it with a spiritual essence. Before long, the rich fragrance of spiritual chicken soup wafts through every corner of the kitchen. Next, Mo Lingjun begins to prepare the spiritual vegetable platter. She picks various colorful spiritual vegetables from the spiritual garden: jade green spiritual melon, rosy spiritual eggplant, and brilliant golden spiritual pepper. She slices the spiritual melon thinly, carves the spiritual eggplant into delicate flowers, and shreds the spiritual pepper for garnish. paired with translucent slices of spiritual lotus and drizzled with a sweet and sour spiritual vinegar sauce. A platter of spiritual vegetables resembling a work of art is completed. Then comes the spiritual fish. This spiritual fish has delicious flesh. She carefully removes the scales and entrails, makes a few cuts on the fish body, evenly coats it with salt and spices, and places it in the steamer. Amid the rising steam, the fresh aroma of the spiritual fish becomes more intense. After it's done steaming, she drizzles it with hot oil that releases a savory sauce, the scent penetrating deeply into the heart. Dishes fill the table, and Mo Lingjun, tired and with beads of sweat on her forehead, her hair, slightly messy, can hardly hide the expectation in her eyes. She invites FengYang to the table, while she sits beside, resting her chin on her hands, staring intently at him. Her gaze is filled with nervousness and anticipation, much like a child waiting for a teacher to grade their homework, hoping for FengYang's acknowledgement of her culinary skills. Each dish carries her heartfelt effort, and she looks forward to FengYang's satisfied expression while tasting, as if that would be the best response to all her hard work and care. FengYang tastes a bite of the dishes on the table, nods slightly, and with his thin lips parted, he utters two words, "Not bad." This voice is like the first gentle breeze of spring, softly yet powerfully brushing through Mo Lingjun's heart. Mo Lingjun, who had been nervously gripping her hands, instantly relaxes, and the anxious look in her eyes bursts into brilliant light. The corners of her mouth uncontrollably rise, a smile spreading from her eyes to her entire face, like a beautiful flower blooming freely in the spring breeze. "Really? You really think it's delicious?" Mo Lingjun eagerly asks, her voice filled with joy and surprise. Looking like a child who has received a cherished gift, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Before FengYang can respond, she continues to chatter on. "I'm so happy. I put a lot of thought into making these dishes. The spiritual chicken is the freshest I could find, and the sauce was carefully crafted by me. I spent quite a bit of time arranging the spiritual vegetable platter, hoping it would suit your taste." As she speaks, she gestures animatedly, her excitement overflowing. Montakshan, watching his granddaughter's demeanor, shakes his head helplessly, muttering to himself, "This girl, usually so composed, why does she act like a different person around this lad?" "FengYang, you continue eating, and I will go prepare a bed for you in the guest room." Mo Lingjun's eyes are crescent-shaped, filled with tenderness and anticipation. Her voice is soft as a spring breeze. Once she speaks, she doesn't wait for FengYang's response and skips away like a joyful little deer, her skirt lightly swaying with her movements. At this moment, the night has completely enveloped the earth, the moonlight cascading down like water, draping the entire Spirit Master sect in a layer of silver. The flowers and grass in the courtyard appear vague and ethereal under the moonlight, like a group of serene, sleeping spirits. In the guest room, Mo Lingjun lights an oil lamp. The dim yellow glow gently sways in the breeze, casting her shadow on the wall, outlining a soft silhouette. She first lays a clean sheet neatly on the bed, smoothing out every wrinkle, then places a soft quilt on top and fluffs the pillow to make it comfortable. After finishing all this, Mo Lingjun doesn't leave immediately. Instead, she walks to the windowsill and sits down slowly. The moonlight pours down on her without reservation, her hair shimmering with a faint glow under the moonlight. She takes out a delicate booklet, dips her brush into ink, and carefully begins to record the day's events. "Today, I faced great danger, but was fortunate to be saved by FengYang. He appeared like a heavenly god, stepping forward in a crisis to turn the tide. His brave stature and decisive actions are deeply engraved in my heart. Then, I cooked for him, and his simple not bad filled me with joy. Perhaps this is fate's arrangement, allowing him to enter my life, bringing endless surprises and warmth." April 15th. Mo Lingjun murmurs softly to herself while writing, a sweet smile lingering on her lips. The next morning, soft sunlight spills over the courtyard of the Spirit Master sect, and FengYang stands leisurely in the yard, basking in the sun. He stands tall like a pine tree, letting the sunlight pour over him, exuding an aura of independence. Mo Lingjun is not far away, holding a cloth, pretending to wipe the windows, then picking up a broom to sweep the floor half-heartedly. However, her mind is entirely elsewhere, her clear eyes occasionally stealing glances at FengYang, her gaze seemingly magnetically drawn to him, not moving for a moment. Her cheeks flush slightly, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily lift, revealing a hint of shyness and joy. At that moment, footsteps approach from afar. Several men in uniform ascend the steps, appearing in view. The leading man calls out loudly, "Is anyone here?" Mo Lingjun looks in the direction of the voice, her gaze landing on their attire, and she can't help but murmur, "These are disciples of the Spirit Temple, wearing the Spirit Temple's totem." After saying this, she straightens her clothes and walks over, her expression a bit cautious, asking, "What is the matter?" The disciple raises his chin slightly, a hint of arrogance in his tone as he replies, "Our sect leader says that if you want the Spirit Temple to protect the Spirit Master sect, you must contribute the methods for the medicinal garden and the cultivation of spiritual fruits." What? Mo Lingjuan's brows furrow tightly, her eyes filled with shock and anger. The sect leader of the Spirit Temple, as the head of various sects, should be helping each other. Why make such unreasonable demands? The disciple smirks with a hint of mockery, responding casually, "Since it's mutual assistance, shouldn't the Spirit Master sect also contribute something? All right, I'm just delivering the message. After all, soul beasts are currently rampant. It's said that a city in the southern region has been invaded by soul beasts, and the scene is quite brutal." After saying this, the disciples of the Spirit Temple exchange knowing smiles, no longer lingering, and turn to leave. Mo Lingjuan's face turns crimson, her chest heaving violently, full of displeasure and anger almost bursting forth. The methods for the medicinal garden and spiritual fruits are the foundation of our Spirit Master sect. With these methods, we can cultivate soul beasts into spiritual beasts. This is the hard work passed down through generations from our ancestors. The Spirit Temple claims to not befriend soul beasts and only knows killing. Yet now they covet these methods. It's absolutely despicable. As she speaks angrily, she subconsciously looks at FengYang, seemingly seeking comfort and support. FengYang listens quietly, his expression still indifferent. He raises his gaze slightly to look at Mo Lingjun and calmly asks, "Is this sect very strong?" Mo Lingjun steadies herself and nods seriously, saying yes. There are 12 known masters who have acted but are rarely heard of, and it's said that even more powerful figures are hidden in the Elder Hall. If that's the case, then isn't the Spirit Temple equivalent to the Spirit Hall in Douluo Continent, dominating one side? Chapter 249, Spiritual Beasts. Isn't the Divine Spirit Pavilion equivalent to the Spirit Hall in Douluo Continent, dominating a region? FengYang pondered. If we want to revive the Spirit sect and return to its former glory, we must have another title Douluo, or even a Super Douluo. Ideally, it would be a limit peak Douluo appearing out of nowhere. Today, if we destroy the Divine Spirit Pavilion, who knows if another sect will emerge tomorrow, relying on strong military power, riding on the Spirit sect's head to act arrogantly. Furthermore, I can't protect the Spirit sect for countless generations. Not to mention, destroying such a large sect like the Divine Spirit Pavilion might attract the attention of the Divine Realm. Many experts inside are likely coveted by several level 3 gods or even level 2 gods from the Divine Realm. They could die mysteriously. It's very possible that I would be targeted. At present, Mo Lingjun is the only legitimate bloodline of the entire Divine Spirit Pavilion. She must be supported. Why is her talent so poor? At 20 years old, your soul power is only level 35. FengYang couldn't help but ask, his tone carrying some confusion and scrutiny. Upon hearing this, Mo Lingjun instantly looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her eyes wide open with disbelief written all over her face. She never expected that the most unrelenting words from FengYang would directly hit her sore spot, mocking her mediocre talent. 20 years old and only level 35. How is that poor? In the competition of soul power, my talent is definitely of upper-level quality. Mo Lingjuan's face flushed as she hurriedly defended herself, looking very much like a small beast protecting its food, fiercely safeguarding her own abilities. FengYang, hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He thought to himself, Mo Lingjun is at least a descendant of the Space Dragon King. Yet with this level 35 soul power, she still feels proud and self-satisfied. In his opinion, with this bloodline, she should have broken through level 50 by the age of 20. Mo Lingjun seemed to sense the doubt in FengYang's eyes, fearing he would underestimate her, and hurriedly continued to explain. That's because my grandfather encountered an 80,000-year soul beast while protecting the 5 regions of the Spirit sect. After a fierce battle, my grandfather's soul ring exploded, and the previous spirit beasts either died or scattered. Since then, the burden of guarding the 5 regions has fallen entirely on my shoulders. I was trapped and couldn't leave at all. Otherwise, as long as I had the opportunity to demonstrate the soul beast co-spirit method, I would definitely be able to advance to title Douluo in no time. As she spoke, Mo Lingjun glanced at FengYang's expression, her eyes filled with eagerness and anticipation, longing for his acknowledgement. Really? FengYang raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a hint of inquiry as he asked back. Of course. Mo Lingjun straightened her chest, her face serious as she emphatically said, as if making a military order to FengYang. If I set up a protective grand formation in the 5 regions, ensuring no beasts invade, are you sure you can advance to title Douluo in a short time? FengYang pressed, a glimmer of barely perceptible expectation flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Mo Lingjun's eyes instantly sparkled like the brightest star in the night sky, nearly jumping up in excitement. Of course. As soon as she spoke, she seemed to suddenly come to her senses, looking at FengYang with suspicion, unable to believe. Wait, can you really set up a protective grand formation stronger than the Divine Spirit Pavilion? In her understanding, the protective measures of the Divine Spirit Pavilion had already reached their peak, and FengYang's words were truly astonishing. Let's go. I'll take you to try. You need to tell me in detail where the 5 regions of the Spirit Sect are located. FengYang said, waving his hand, with spiritual energy surging around him, ready to set off. Beside them, Mo Shan watched all this, astonished and unable to close his mouth, his eyes wide open like copper bells. How is that possible? He originally thought this kid could fly due to a flying martial soul or some powerful artifact, but unexpectedly, he could truly fly freely in the air. Could it be that he has some secret martial soul that we can't see? Mo Shan muttered to himself, filled with confusion that grew like wild grass. Soon, FengYang brought Mo Lingjun to the 5 regions of the Spirit Sect. There stood a magnificent city surrounded by 4 well-placed villages and towns. Normally, these 4 villages and towns would regularly offer gold and silver treasures to the Spirit Sect every month. In exchange, the Spirit Sect would be responsible for protecting them and ensuring their safety. Mo Lingjun chattered all the way, recounting the past glories of the Spirit Sect to FengYang. Back in the day, when the Spirit Sect was at its peak, it possessed 50 cities under its command, with wealth piled like mountains, rich enough to rival nations, enjoying boundless glory on this continent. But time flew by, and after 300 years, the Spirit Sect's power declined like the setting sun, gradually shrinking. The main reason was that their own strength couldn't keep up, lacking the ability to protect so many cities, especially in the past 10 years. Mo Shan had become incapacitated after his soul ring exploded while resisting soul beasts. Since then, the sect has become cold and desolate, and no decent soul masters were willing to join the Spirit Sect. Even when a few self-recommending individuals appeared, they were all of mediocre talent, lacking potential, which Mo Shan looked down upon. Listening to Mo Lingjun's recounting, FengYang nodded silently, gaining a clearer understanding of the Spirit Sect situation. Once the location was confirmed, he took a deep breath, his thoughts racing like a wild horse. In an instant, blue flames surged around him, resembling a blue dragon roaring out. In the blink of an eye, the blue flames transformed into a sky-covering barrier, its vast area completely enveloping the entire 5 regions, appearing as if the whole area was wrapped in a thin, translucent blue membrane. This blue membrane seemed fragile, as if it could shatter with a gentle poke. Yet it concealed profound mysteries and harbored terrifying power that would astonish anyone. Mo Lingjun looked up at this magical scene, her small face flushed, her eyes wide open. Filled with shock and awe, she felt a surge of warmth rising in her heart, her emotions almost bursting out of her chest. Unable to contain her curiosity, she blurted out, "FengYang, who exactly are you? That's not something you should know." FengYang's expression was indifferent, his tone calm, and with a simple sentence. He blocked Mo Lingjun's curiosity. Seeing this, Mo Lingjun pouted, her face full of displeasure. In her heart, she felt that FengYang was like an ice block that couldn't be warmed, cold, and unfathomable. However, her inherent stubbornness also kicked in, secretly vowing, "If this ice block, I don't believe that with my abilities, I can't warm you up." Thinking this, she stomped her foot and tightly followed behind FengYang, her eyes filled with determination and persistence. Back at the Spirit Sect, Mo Lingjun was overjoyed, her steps light as she approached her grandfather Mo Shan, her eyes sparkling with longing as she said cheerfully, "Grandpa, I plan to go with FengYang to seek out our sect's spirit beasts." Speaking of the spirit beasts of the Spirit Sect, there is great significance behind it. The unique training techniques of the Spirit Sect can carefully tame those with excellent innate bloodlines and strong abilities into spirit beasts. Once successfully trained, These spirit beasts not only greatly enhance their intelligence, but also experience a significant leap in strength, as if they have completed a magnificent transition, even having the opportunity to evolve from ordinary spirit beasts into legendary divine beasts. Upon hearing this, Emo-shan couldn't help but furrow his brows, filled with doubt, and instinctively let out a light grunt. Seeing this, Emo Lingjun quickly further explained, her words filled with pride. Grandpa, you can rest assured. FengYang has already set up an indestructible sealing barrier in the 5 regions of our spirit sect. The aura emitted by that barrier is several times stronger than the protective barrier of the divine spirit pavilion. As long as it's a soul beast, it simply cannot break in. Emo-shan was taken aback, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Stronger than the restrictions of the divine spirit pavilion? How is that possible? Absolutely true, Grandpa. Emo Lingjun nodded heavily, her tone firm. I need to go out and see for myself. As Emo-shan spoke, he hurriedly stepped out the door. He stood in the courtyard, slowly raising his head, his gaze fixed on the sky. He saw a layer of ethereal blue membrane, like a dream, quietly enveloping the entire Yuling sect. This membrane appeared thin and fragile, as if a gentle breeze could break it, yet contained boundless divine power. Emo-shan felt a heavy sense of oppression wash over him, causing him to pause in his breath, in a daze. It felt as if a towering mountain was pressing down on him, heavy enough to make it hard to breathe. Emo-shan was deeply shocked, pondering, this young man, so young, could he really possess terrifying strength that surpasses that of title Douluo? This is simply beyond imagination. At this moment, FengYang stood not far away, quietly observing everything. He merely shook his head slightly at Emo-shan's reaction, not taking it to heart. In his eyes, the realm's perspectives and levels he and Emo-shan occupied were entirely different. If he were to explain, it would probably be futile and only add to the troubles. Grandpa, did you see? Emo Lingjun joyfully ran to Emo-shan's side, her face beaming with pride as she excitedly spoke. Well then, where do you plan to go to find spirit beasts first? Emo-shan steadied himself and asked. I came to ask you for guidance, Grandpa. With my current soul power level, which type of spirit beast do you think is more suitable to subdue first? Emo Lingjun blinked her bright eyes, looking at her grandfather with anticipation. Emo-shan fell in a deep thought, and, after a moment, slowly spoke. Changbai Mountain, Cold Wind Ridge, you can go there and try your luck. Okay, I'll listen to Grandpa. Emo Lingjun replied without hesitation. That was where the ancestor obtained his soul rings. Every spirit beast there has at least 100,000 years of cultivation. You must be very careful when you go. Do not be negligent. Emo-shan warned solemnly, his expression serious. I know, Grandpa. You can rest assured. Emo Lingjun waved her hand dismissively. In her heart, as long as she had the mysterious and powerful FengYang by her side, it seemed there was nothing in the world to fear. Just as they were about to set off, a clear and pleasant voice, like a lark flying out of the valley, suddenly called from outside the door. Hearing the voice, Emo Lingjun's focused eyes instantly brightened. This familiar sound was like the warm sun of spring, dispelling her slight pre-departure nervousness. She didn't even bother to put down the items she was organizing and hurriedly ran toward the door. Lingjun. As soon as the door opened a crack, a petite girl bounced in like a cheerful little deer. The girl before her looked like a sprite out of a painting, strikingly beautiful. Her playful bangs perfectly framed her round forehead, accentuating her bright and lively eyes, which sparkled like stars in the night sky. Judging by her age, she was about 18. At the peak of youth, standing around 1.60 meters tall, her figure slender and agile, exuding youthful vitality with every move. The girl was dressed in a white and blue dress, the cool tones interwoven to create an ethereal, fairy-like aura, making her appear as if she came from a sect that only accepted female disciples, filled with a sense of otherworldliness. Strangely, however, this cold-toned attire did not create any sense of alienation. Instead, it complemented her cute and lively personality, creating a unique charm. Yao, what brings you here? Emo Lingjun exclaimed in surprise and joy, quickly grabbing the girl's hand, her eyes filled with the delight of reunion. My master heard that fierce beasts have been rampant lately, disturbing the peace everywhere. So he specially sent me to assist you. Rin Yao blinked her big watery eyes, speaking in a crisp voice, a sweet smile still gracing her lips. Your master is so kind. Emo Lingjun couldn't help but feel emotional, her eyes full of gratitude, her thoughts drifting back to the memories of their time together. Of course, but as soon as I stepped into this courtyard, I saw that protective array. It was simply astounding. Its power and intricacy feel far superior to the array created by the Divine Spirit Pavilion. What is going on? Ren Yao Yao spoke while curiously looking around, her eyes sparkling with inquisitiveness. Mo Lingjuan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. Come, let me show you. Saying this, she took Ren Yao Yao's hand, lightheartedly leading her toward FengYang's direction, like guiding a curious little rabbit. His name is FengYang. This impressive protective array was set up by him. Mo Lingjun introduced, her words laced with pride, as if showcasing a rare treasure. Huh? Ren Yao Yao's eyes widened in disbelief, her formerly rosy lips slightly agape in surprise. So young, yet he can create such a powerful array? This is simply unimaginable. Hee. Incredible, right? Mo Lingjun smiled in response, her eyes filled with admiration for FengYang's strength. She then turned to FengYang, enthusiastically introducing FengYang. This is Ren Yao Yao, a disciple of Qingfeng Valley and a warm-hearted good girl. She is my best sister. Chapter 250. He is so warm. FengYang's gaze swept over Ren Yao Yao like a cold star. Then he gently nodded, an air of indifference surrounding him as if it were a solid substance. That glance made Ren Yao Yao's heart tremble. She genuinely felt the coldness that pushed people away. She discreetly pulled Mo Lingjun aside and whispered, "This person seems very arrogant. He probably isn't easy to deal with." Mo Lingjun's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes bright. It's often said that high achievers are aloof. It makes them seem profound and unfathomable. Upon first meeting, Zhang Wants, as mentioned by Dongfang Run, approached and took action, surprising Lin Xiaotian slightly. Is Master Yi concerned about this? Su Xiaomeng sighed deeply, lying back down under the bed. What? Master Yi? Are you going too far? Do you want to give me to young Master Yang? Su Xiaomeng exclaimed in shock and anger. Lin Zhenyi turned in astonishment, only to see Lian, who had been fine just moments ago, now collapsed on the ground. Meanwhile, Tao Chun was jumping up and down, stepping on something. Just as the katana was about to fall on Lin Xiaoyan's neck, Fujibu Suritobi suddenly saw a flash before his eyes, and Lin Xiaoyan's image vanished from his sight. As the words fell, the venue fell silent. Even the elegant sounds of the orchestra stopped for a moment, and everyone looked at the scene with strange expressions. Sai Edi wished she could dig a hole to hide in, her hands nervously twisting the empty wine glass, saying nothing. Su Xiaoming didn't understand what Knight Master Yi said. Her face, covered in ink stains, couldn't hide her confusion. Lin Zhenyi lowered her eyelids, saying nothing. Every word from Chun was justified in this era, and if she wanted to let Ruyu go, it had to be like this. However, for her, who came from the future, such justification was somewhat hard to bear. Murmuring, she buried herself under the quilt, tightly closing her eyes. Yet the noise outside grew louder and clearer, making it impossible for her to ignore. With no other suitable person to confide in, Sun Li quietly shared her concerns with Qian Wan. Taking out the Jade Talisman, the special restriction within it automatically triggered, merging seamlessly into the portal, and the closed door instantly opened. It was fortunate that during today's battle with Shui Boi, he didn't use the spatial transfer magic. Thanks to Shui Boi's awareness that Lu Tianyu could transfer magical attacks, he remained cautious and did not unleash his most powerful spells, which allowed Lu Tianyu to avoid using it. However, he would still have to stay in the general surgery department for another 2 months. If he had to back down this time, even when being scolded and insulted, wouldn't he have to endure the next time someone rode on him and treated him poorly? However, although Lung Baiyin cast a spell, it was not directed at Lu Tianyu and the others. The crowd was surprised to find that the wine jar in her hand had vanished, as if by magic. The dean, with his hands behind his back, gazed out at the cloudy sky. The previously sunny weather had mysteriously gathered into thick clouds, as if the sky, like a person's mood, had become heavy with thoughts. Forgetting? Don't you have an excellent memory that never forgets? With so much information in your head, how could you be foolish enough to forget the word spirit binding? Gong Yue raised his voice in disbelief. His slightly heavy tone, mixed with irritation he himself didn't realize, annoyed that she had forgotten at such a critical moment. At this point, Yang Fan was already sure that these children could only rank in the top 50 at best. It was impossible to go any higher, as everyone had their own talents. From this data, we can learn that Shui started playing the Dream Three Kingdoms game 5 years ago. Yet, during these 5 years, Shui had only been a novice. Why? Then, in the past 6 months, has Shui suddenly maintained an undefeated win rate against various masters, as if she had been injected with adrenaline? Chapter 251. the spirit of revenge, just as the three were cautiously moving forward. A faint rustling sound came from the bushes on the right. FengYang suddenly stopped, and blue flames erupted in his palm, transforming into a flickering cold light sword. A monkey-like soul beast, covered in dark golden fur, was crouching low, stealthily approaching with extremely light steps, its scarlet eyes glimmering with cunning killing intent. This intelligent monkey clearly understood the art of ambush, making almost no sound with each step, but it underestimated the originally milky white viscous liquid, which suddenly turned dark brown, resembling dried and decayed blood stains, filled with ominousness. The furious lady directly ordered someone to splash water on her to wake her up. At this point, the maids and servants hesitated. President Fu smiled, saying that he had been paying attention to maintaining his health over the years, so he looked younger. Of course, he couldn't compare to President Fu, who was truly young and accomplished. Chun Baiqiao continuously flattered him. The old man snorted coldly, turning his face away, his eyes filled with resentment over missed opportunities, coughing in anger repeatedly. With a command, the dense army began to march along the wide sidewalk ahead, which led to the Barriette family's mansion. It was this detestable bastard who previously set a trap that allowed him to glimpse an existence that even the gods could not see. What are your plans next? Judy's gaze returned to the other party, her tone filled with softness. He did not believe that the so-called alien corpse was real. It was a hint of fantasy, and the person who posted it was a habitual liar, most likely just putting on a show to attract attention this time. Following that, two bare-chested strong men carried a shiny object in a basin and poured it into the sea, perhaps sometimes due to a lack of common sense. Impulsive decisions might be made, but once loyalty from the orcs was gained, there was truly no need to worry about betrayal. They would rather die than commit any act of treachery. Seeing this situation, the only person in charge at the front, the Great Bear Dynasty, could no longer hold back and commanded the Legion to attack. This Mochi was indeed unreasonable, after arranging for FengYang and others. He didn't even offer a cup of tea, further showcasing the harshness of the Great Door to FengYang. Normally, people spoke to him quite politely, and it was rare for anyone to behave this way, so when it came to such an occasion, Maddie didn't know how to respond. Without a coffin, Yin took off her outer robe and covered the unidentified sailor. Two guards chopped some branches to make a simple stretcher and walked to a nearby piece of ground. The old enemy had already led his grandson to dig a pit there, yet he still held some hope in his heart. After all the previous enemies encountered seemed strong, but clearly were much weaker than they were in life. He still wanted to communicate and see if this dust ruler still had consciousness. At this moment, Yang Chen's own immortal slashing blade seemed to float uncontrollably, hovering in front of Yang Chen. Chu Yang was unaware that his casual action of teaching a lesson to that flashy young master and the deputy director had stirred up such a big mess. At this moment, he was in his office, listening to Guanling report what had happened. Biao Gong shouted the loudest, knowing that Qian Du had moved the target closer. But at such a distance, it was already exciting enough for Jing Er to hit the target. The troublemaking group of five was still clamoring relentlessly. Lu Kuei could not help but quietly clench his fists, slightly furrowing his brows as he assessed the current situation. Although his household registration was in Handan, his ancestors were from Jilin, and he was also someone who would act rather than talk. Zhang Han was utterly baffled. A team had been sent from Pingyang to chase them all the way to Bashu, and under the cover of night. They had come just to reward themselves with a piece of jade. Chapter 252, Shared Spirit Power, 4th Ring, 100,000-Year Soul Ring. The cold mist surged in the valley, like stirred milk, thick and unbreakable. The ice fairy tiger was surrounded by ice crystals that reflected a ghostly blue light, flickering in the fog like countless vigilant eyes. Its sharp claws heavily stomped on the frost-covered rocks, producing a sound that grated on the teeth, each movement sending tiny ice shards flying into the air. If you don't stop, don't blame me for being rude. FengYang's cold voice was like a drawn sword. He turned his face, the eye sockets gnawed down to just two hollow spaces, staring intensely at the door as if still yearning to leave, even in death. He gripped one end of the car key tightly and pulled with force, instantly revealing the internal silver strip key. Tao Tao had seen the teacher. Tong Tao Tao noticed Wang Zhan was looking at her and hurriedly ran over to him with a smile. Shen Wanwan was stunned by this person's shamelessness, but she dared not say anything more, only glaring at him with her big eyes. Securing a 10 screening rate, the cinema side, to be honest, was already quite gracious to Lu Feng. If Lu Feng hadn't operated on Weibo, a 3 screening rate would have been the limit for this film. A half-body covered in bright mushrooms stood in this miasma-filled forest, appearing extraordinarily bizarre. The crown prince was attacking the city, and once the city fell, it could be very dangerous in Qingpu courtyard. She should enter the palace to be with her. The one who made the move was Songji, who had been using his spiritual sense to cover the spring breeze and to prevent any accidents. Qing Yu bent down behind Dao, Siyuan Tong, concentrating on the screen, his long arms supporting himself further out than Dao, Siyuan Tong, who was holding the mouse. Daitan Magic Nest automatically breeds a Daitan Dragon Lizard every 5 days. The bred Daitan Dragon Lizard is controlled by the Magic Nest and does not occupy a mark position. A single mark can only convert one Magic Nest, and the number of Dragon Lizards controlled by the Magic Nest is unlimited. Go to his 9-layer Demon Tower. Do you still want to deceive me? Not happening. This is what Mu Fan currently thinks in his heart. I couldn't help but feel a bit happy. It should be Lord Lei Jinyu. They must have noticed my disappearance, and, fearing I couldn't hear them calling, used the method of tapping the rock wall to convey the message. With nothing to do at home, Lu Ying naturally played games. The Star Games has a considerable number of players worldwide, especially in China, where it occupies an absolute main market. Just as Twin City fell into slumber, a military train slowly arrived, gradually entering the station and finally stopping. After closing my eyes to ponder for a moment, Lu Yi came to this place and saw the hard drive placed on a shelf. Even if there is some imbalance in income and expenditure, the money between the two places will be unbalanced, and it only requires balancing the accounts every 3 to 5 months. Next, it was about competing for the order of seizing the city gate tower and advancing into the city. The situation and methods were generally similar, determined by drawing lots and rolling dice. Chun Wu explained seriously that it was precisely because of the virtual formation that Zhao Fatty felt as if he were there, which made Zhao Fatty feel so much pain. The two groups turned the world upside down in the heavy rain, and Chu Jiqiu and Shadow took the opportunity to slip away. Yi Xingzi did not call everyone back. About 10,000 people remained at the border, but it was unclear whether these 10,000 were all from one country. If so, then the fighting there would be quite a spectacle. The knife wings spread, and instantly everyone fell silent. All the players of the scene stared at Su Mu's enormous knife wings, and the likes of Lien Shangnan and others couldn't help but take a few steps back at this moment. Jun Yao carefully observed the surroundings and found someone jumping between the trees like a monkey, thus avoiding the bushes and weeds that were more than a person's height on the ground. During the time spent with the general, the old man found that the general had great ambitions, cared for the soldiers, was not arrogant in victory, and did not lose heart in defeat. Definitely not an ordinary person. Therefore, the old man was willing to follow the general and serve as a lord to be commanded. Tian Feng said lightly. Chapter 253. Confirming the existence of a conspirator. I have to say, the Space Dragon King is still quite capable. The method of sharing spiritual power with soul beasts is no wonder it has attracted the attention of the Divine Palace. As long as the disciples inside the door are not greedy and do not insist on becoming gods, just relying on this 4th ring is 100,000 years soul ring. Dominating the 5-element continent is absolutely not a problem. After all, how easy is it for mortals to become gods? If the children of gods can become gods, seeing the two brothers having a good relationship, like they are from the same womb, Li Meixiang snorted lightly and stopped talking. These words fell on Jing Yunju's heart, stirring a ripple in her mind. Is this how much they care? Yu Zhongdao said, just talk about your family situation, such as your family and how you live in the mountains. The more Jing Yunju listened, the more her heart raced. At that moment, she could exceptionally clearly feel how intense Bei Yishuan's feelings were, and it was precisely because of this that she desperately wanted to retreat. Miao Yueshan was widely respected in the local area after the famine years, and various people supported his business. So in just over a decade, Miao Yueshan replaced the previous richest man in Jiang City. But now, asking her to find those old partners for clarification caught Su Tang somewhat off guard. She felt a bit reluctant to swallow it, because once swallowed, the feeling would be gone, but the secretion of saliva made her involuntarily swallow it down. Under the assault of the heavy rain outside, the yellow mud brick house of the Song family appeared increasingly precarious. In this way, it would be better to utilize the strength of these people, gather their power, and together we will venture into the depths of the secret realm. Try to find a way to see if we can slay that peak anomaly of the melting realm in one go. It turned out that Zhou Tao smeared hallucinogenic medicine on half of the bottle's mouth, deliberately pouring the wine from the side that had not been smeared into his own cup. After he said this, Zhu Bai finally began to feel that she seemed to have really gotten into trouble. A large drop of cold sweat uncontrollably slid down her forehead, and she hurriedly wiped it away, forcing herself to maintain a calm demeanor. As for the choice of the victim, he was also very casual, just looking on the street, following any pretty ones he saw, and if there was a chance to strike, he would do so immediately. If there was no chance, he wouldn't strike the second time he encountered them, to avoid leaving too many clues from the stalking. If an accident happened because of this, and the young master blamed her, then these servants would not only be scolded, but might even lose their jobs. Everyone knows that working away from home pays several times more than elsewhere. Su Mianyan slightly frowned, suddenly feeling an ominous premonition spreading in her heart. Did Li Jinya discover something? Otherwise, why would he suddenly ask the driver to turn back? At this moment, there was truly no one around. So she hesitated for a moment and took out a magic sound talisman from her pouch to contact Yifeng. How could that be appropriate? And Jinping's vanity was greatly stimulated, but he still had shame. It always felt inappropriate to take credit for someone else's work. The next morning, Lan Fei got up early before Luo Yu had risen, quickly tidying up. However, Tang Yuan also sighed a bit, knowing that Tang Yu had ultimately forgiven him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a joke. Wife, you know, don't you? He said, his hand intentionally or unintentionally rubbing against Song Wei's skin at her waist, making her feel a tingling sensation all over. Clearly, she had asked Li Jinya first, and he had answered truthfully, yet Su Mianyan was not satisfied. No, I've already taken 3 pills. Besides, taking too many Yulu pills is not good for the body. Ding dong. The outer circle and inner circle are vastly different. For Meng Qi, the most intuitive feeling here is the mess and chaos. Lei Chun narrowed his eyes. With his current cultivation, just a little touch would cause severe injuries. He didn't expect that the seemingly weak goo worm would contain such powerful venom, which truly surprised Lei Chun. Chapter 254, Directing Towards the Divine Palace. The twilight was like blood, dyeing the entire forest a strange dark red. FengYang stood with his hands behind his back, exuding a faint golden glow around him, which was a sign of his spiritual consciousness being released. His spiritual consciousness spread like a large net, expanding at an invisible speed, and in the blink of an eye, it reached 100 miles away. Under the cover of this invisible net, every movement within 100 miles was imperceptible to him. The breath of every creature, every slight movement, and even the expressions on people's faces. Lin Zheng almost didn't think, holding the assault rifle in one hand, his finger pulling the trigger to sweep to the right, while his left hand drew out a dagger from his waist, directly flicking his wrist and throwing it towards the enemy on the left. Ersha and Feng Yuping asked in unison, their faces filled with doubt, as if this was not something Luo Tianyang should do. The strongest bloodline of the Luo god tribe surpasses the 5 kings. This Luo may rely on the power of bloodline and the resources of the Luo god tribe to have a chance to become the eternal god emperor. The ages of 24 and 25 are a watershed, representing the peak state in gaming, but there isn't much energy for such explosive combat. Instead, it becomes more stable. Even if they do explode, they must learn to restrain themselves, steadily advancing, and will not randomly unleash combat power to harm their spirit unless it's a critical moment. It turns out that the witch spirit sect had started paying attention to me since Chang Mingho, so why didn't they lend him a helping hand? Guiyang sat in the room feeling a bit depressed. He had also heard the news about the Heavenly Alliance, which shocked him greatly, and he believed that their departure had led to the improvement of the Heavenly Alliance. The reason for this lies in the Sword Saint and Sword Immortal planes, which are far apart, combined with the frequent chaos in the spatial coordinates of the Sword Immortal plane. An assassin's sneak attack must catch the opponent off guard. If discovered, the losses incurred from forcing an entry are significant, and the success rate is low. Even if one ignores these two and tries to cut into the healer's rear, they wouldn't be able to take down many. However, after the initial panic, she suddenly calmed down, feeling a sense of relief as if she had let go. It was clear that this was all made possible by the hidden cultivator's intervention. The vast difference in strength was the reason for this. For example, this election event was merely a promotional effort by the production team for a new drama, while also trying to find sponsors with many underlying schemes at play. But just before this, the person who had abandoned her had even stood up for her, loudly protecting her at school. On Saturday, when Tang Wei was sleeping soundly alone in the villa by Ming Lake, his mother called him one after another, reminding him not to forget the dinner invitation from the Xianluo sect at 6 in the afternoon. About 15 minutes passed, and Yuan had not returned. Unable to stay any longer, she picked up a torch from the fire and ran out of the cave. It seemed this was not an illusion. The mental paralysis caused by blood spirit grass leads to different illusions for different people. But the fact that all three heard the sound of the zither indicated it was not a mere hallucination. In an instant, the grievances in Shang Wu's heart vanished. Not because that man had helped her resolve some issues, but because she knew her strongest support had always been behind her. He Ninglan was the kind of person who was as plain as water, mostly indifferent, and it was rare to see her smile. On the way back, she repeatedly reminded Ling Wei to pay close attention, warning that if anything was missed, she would not take responsibility. In front of the administrative building, under the tall osmanthus tree, a whole row of blue tables and chairs was occupied by senior students from various departments welcoming the new students. Shui Rong began to say various unpleasant things to Yi Shui, but when Mushin arrived, she fell silent instead. Qin Hao stared at this genuine product, recalling the counterfeit Longhu treasure seal, which indeed lacked the aura of the original. Zhao Heng's eyes grew colder. After all the elders of the main city left, he lay back on the wide stone couch, feeling uneasy. Chapter 255. Disciples of the Spirit Control Sect can form 10 soul rings of 100,000 years. It was resolved, all thanks to Feng. Rin Yaoyao was just about to mention FengYang's name when she paused, her gaze landing on Mo Lingjuan's face. Thanks to Mo Lingjun herself, her spirit-sharing technique was unexpectedly powerful, truly incredible. The fourth ring was indeed 100,000 years. 100,000 years. The ice-cracked blue porcelain cup in Yi Yunshu's hand tilted like a startled bird, and the amber tea flowed out like a golden stream. Depicted in the Qing Luan Yu Yun Tuesday. Yes, it's been so long since I've had meat, I can't stand it anymore. The hungry ghost with a cauldron body rushed over first. This ghost was twice the height of a person, with no face or eyes. Its limbs bore holes like a cauldron's feet, its entire body ablaze with fierce flames. What is the main work of my mercenary group? During the break in the meeting, Fada quietly asked the vice captain of the night group, Rashad. In this pressure field, physical quality and energy mobilization all become standards. Only by overcoming these can one continuously evolve, completing the second transfer, the third transfer, and ultimately reaching the seventh transfer, attempting to break through the superhuman level. The squadron leader in a green helmet immediately took the curved blade thrown to him by subordinate and stepped forward, while his subordinates quickly retreated, calling out the squadron leader's name loudly. However, Zhu Yu was not worried, for even if these bars were blown up, Zhu Wei had the ability to keep it under wraps. The most troublesome issue was that the timekeeper had sustained serious injuries. The elf's ruthless punch struck heavily at the timekeeper's chest and abdomen. Fortunately, the timekeeper had always had a magical shield that absorbed most of the damage. Otherwise, he would have fainted long ago. However, this method was a bit crude, as it could easily destroy an area and possibly take oneself down too. It was truly a last resort. Wu Xiuyan felt his malicious gaze lingering on her, and an indescribable disgust rose in her heart. She turned to glance at her son, who was hiding behind her, gritted her teeth, and forced herself to nod slightly, suppressing her inner displeasure. After Li Er listened to Qin Xiong recount his offenses, he laughed heartily, looking at Empress Chang's son without speaking. In the hunting grounds, whoever shoots first claims the prey. Xu Lingzhao sat firmly on his horse, playing with the longbow in his hand, signaling the dark guards to take away the dead soldier that had just been shot. Since Yuliang Manor lacked spiritual energy, it was all the more necessary to try refining one's own blood energy into spiritual power, drawing from the essence of the 5 grains. He came from sports school, and the red-haired chicken had specially raised a group of fighters mainly consisting of sports school students, Sonda team members, and veterans. Just as the force of the giant earth cone was just released, Zhong Lishan's Qingmu seal, infused with ample magical power, followed closely behind. In fact, it was still because he did not have a very intuitive concept of his current fame in the country. The black car merged into the traffic. The sun slowly moved overhead, casting beams of golden light on the high-rise buildings. As the moon reached its zenith, the stars twinkled, reflecting the palace's lamps and pearls. With still some time until midsummer, the intermittent rain retained the coolness of the night. This was also the first time Zhong Lixiao experienced the awakening of a Master-S supernatural power that had been recorded in his supernatural power atlas. Zhou Yu was even flushed with anger, gasping heavily, his eyes nearly popping out. Chen Linfeng was no longer an unknown figure. Most of the stars he was asked about would not mock him, merely saying it was good for young people to have lofty aspirations. But there was still a long way to go. After experiencing 10,000 years of peaceful years, everything was well, but at the edges or corners of the universe, Evil began to fester. Although it couldn't compare to the harvest of rice he planted himself, it was already a good thing that the Wang siblings had not even dared to imagine before, compared to leaving the rice fields fallow and reaping nothing. Qin Huan was completely stunned. He felt a liquid flowing from his nose, and when he reached out to touch it, his hand was stained with a shocking red. You value our friendship so much. Then when you get engaged, I must personally give you a grand gift, Edgar said with a smile. Nangong Shui stared at Qinlin, silent, seemingly accustomed to hiding her emotions. Old Lu could no longer stand it. He slammed the table, glaring fiercely, causing the students below to immediately quiet down. Halfway through wanting to say something but stopping, no matter how Mo Qingya hinted, Zhongli remained mysterious and refused to speak further. Yu Jiawang said he really had no way out now, hoping that if Yu Ainin saw the video, she would have a bit of conscience and at least give her brother some money for medical treatment. That money was nothing to Yu Ainin, but could save Yu Baodong's life. 5 years ago, Chunlin's sword intent had already reached perfection, and this level of insight still existed today. Just as the two were playing around, on the other side, Sun Xiang formed a starkly contrasting scene compared to them. This time, Emperor Ling of Han did not grant Liao Shi any other rewards, but even being a champion marquis is already quite an honor. So, may I have the privilege to visit this warship built by my British Empire? Suddenly, Fei Li Man bowed to Xiao Yi in a very gentlemanly manner. She and Luo Yu had already developed a somewhat ambiguous relationship, yet they had not established anything concrete, which made the situation quite awkward. With his limited abilities, it would be manageable if he encountered an ordinary person, but if the other party had even a little training, he would probably be at their mercy. Who are you? Yuan San rubbed his temples and sat up from the ground, looking at Chen Jifan with a strange expression. Seeing the vanishing 1,000-foot octopus, Li Tianfeng felt a surge of confusion in his heart, wondering why the octopus left so readily, or perhaps it knew it couldn't break the spiritual barrier between the two. Liao Hua and Guan Hai both felt some pain in their hearts. Witnessing their comrades die filled them with a sorrow akin to a rabbit mourning a fox. Roughly calculating, Yue Ying realized that at least 60 creatures were attacking her. Their levels weren't high, being first and second-tier earth demons. But dealing with over 60 first-tier earth demons was already a lot for her, making her very passive and struggling. Looking at the tall figure that fell to the ground after being struck by the golden dragon, everyone outside the barrier felt a tightness in their hearts. With such might, who could survive after being hit? All right, just tell me what you need. I still have to go back and handle work with those two. Ganyu stopped, turned around, and asked somewhat helplessly. After Zhao Yun received the news of the Earth soldiers' defeat, he immediately dispatched 5,000 cavalry to pursue the pursuing troops of the Kushan Empire and to control the disbanded Earth soldiers to prevent them from doing anything out of line. He led the majority of his forces to confront the disruptive troops that were causing unrest in the rear of the Qin dynasty. Introduction: Transmigration into the Douluo Continent. Opening a disciple collecting system. The higher the aptitude, the richer the rewards. After choosing to become a teacher at Shrek Academy, the path to becoming a deity has begun.